This exciting story originates in an unknown mountainous area, in which very mysterious things began to happen that night. A small white rabbit, just a few minutes ago peacefully grazing in a clearing, is distracted from its occupation by a strange noise sounding nearby. Taking a closer look, the rabbit notices a bright blue light shining between the gigantic trunks of tall trees. Behind these trees there is a small clearing in which stands a bizarre tree of strange shape and color. However, after a few seconds, the tree wakes up from its sleep, and it turns out that it has some semblance of a human face, which is looking around. The tree begins to cough and tells itself that it has become very difficult for him to breathe, after which he again looks around in an attempt to understand what is happening. The tree anxiously asks itself where it ended up, adding that the place in which it is located does not look like its home. The tree studies the clearing and realizes that these wild jungles in which it magically found itself are not at all similar to its previous habitat. Suddenly the tree hears a loud buzzing and notices a small bee flying close, after which it tries to touch it with its strange tentacles protruding from the crowns of the leaves. The tree screams in fear, saying that its hair has become very coarse and even covered with leaves for an unknown reason. It wonders what this strange dream is, and comes to the conclusion that he has been working too much lately, and that is why he has started having such strange dreams. The tree decides that it is better for it to continue sleeping, and when it wakes up, it will all disappear like a terrible nightmare. The tree falls silent and several tens of minutes pass in complete silence, interrupted only by the natural sounds of the wild nature surrounding the bizarre tree. Realizing that this is not a dream, the tree screams hysterically that everything that is happening is madness, since in fact he is a simple man named Jonathan, who was never a tree. Jonathan tries to remember what happened before he became a tree, and only vague images of him choking in water come into his mind. Jonathan comes to the chilling conclusion that his real body has died and he has somehow become a tree. Jonathan indignantly wonders why he turned into a tree, adding that usually in stories about rebirth, all the heroes turn into handsome men with a huge harem, after which he complains that he has come to the point where he doesn't even have limbs. What makes Jonathan's heart especially bitter is the fact that without arms, he won't even be able to show off his ability to do one-arm pull-ups and impress some girls. Jonathan looks up at him and does not understand for what sins he was doomed to such a fate, hopelessly adding that he most likely will not be able to return to his former human form. However, suddenly he notices several very strange details in his new form, which are not at all characteristic of trees. Jonathan correctly notes that trees do not have eyes, but he can see everything perfectly in all directions, after which he looks around again. He says with surprise that the height of the gorge in which he is now reaches several hundred meters, after which he is overcome by the feeling that he was locked between two huge mountains. Jonathan says that he is very surprised that trees have quite decent vision and decides to check what other capabilities his new body has. He quickly discovers that he still has a sense of smell, but it feels less like the ability to smell and more like perception. Looking up, he notices that he has more than 50 bizarre branches, but now he can only move one of them. Jonathan decides to try to move all the other branches, but despite his serious efforts, he does not succeed, and the remaining branches remain motionless. Jonathan angrily states that this state of affairs does not suit him at all, and says that his branches feel like numb legs after sitting for too long, which are completely impossible to move. Suddenly Jonathan hears a strange sound, and it seems to him that he has just heard the roar of a wild animal, after which he realizes in fear that if one of the dangerous animals decides to come here and break him in half, he will not be able to fight back. The main character comes to the terrible thought that even one woodpecker, who chooses him as its prey, may be enough to take his life. He also notices a huge plane in the sky, which flies peacefully over the gorge, and looks at it carefully. Jonathan realizes that he is still in the modern era, and admits to himself that he cannot even tell if he has gone forward or backward in time. Jonathan's thoughts are interrupted by annoying bees that continue to fly next to him, continuing to irritate him with their buzzing. Enraged, Jonathan uses his only moving branch to dispatch the bees with a quick, powerful strike. 2 bees are instantly killed by the force of this blow, and an unusual system informs Jonathan that he has committed a double murder. Jonathan suddenly looks at this message, then becomes a little embarrassed and proudly declares that his agility is indeed worthy of praise. Another system projection appears in front of Jonathan, which informs him that he has just destroyed 2 bees and received an insignificant number of evolution points for them. Jonathan carefully studies the system screen and reads his name on it, also learning that he is an anomalous willow at the very beginning of his life path, after which he reads that the destruction of living beings will add evolution points to him. Jonathan remembers that the name that the system shows him was his in a past life, when he was still an ordinary person. The main character thoughtfully notes that for killing 1 bee, he receives very few evolution points. Then he sees on the system screen that absorbing sunlight will also bring him some evolution points, and realizes that this is all a very small number of evolution points. The system invites Jonathan to spend the points he receives on strengthening 1 branch, and the main character says that he should not carry out strengthening so frivolously and first needs to think about everything carefully. Looking around, he realizes that his entire surroundings exude danger, and if he wants to survive, he will have to spend points to strengthen his defense. He decides to use all the evolution points he receives to strengthen the branches, and unlocks 2 more branches for himself, which instantly acquire sensitivity and the ability to move. Jonathan tries to move his branches and enthusiastically notes that these branches feel like his own hands. The possibilities that may open up for Jonathan excite his imagination, and for a while, he is immersed in thought. Returning from the palace of his mind, he again looks at the system screen with a satisfied smile and wonders whether he really has such a powerful thing in his hands that can allow him to develop to unprecedented heights. Jonathan's thoughts are interrupted by a hive of bees that continue to buzz annoyingly, and the protagonist tells them that he will no longer tolerate this noise. Jonathan throws his branches forward and tells the bees that for their actions they will die and become his evolution points, after which he begins to destroy the hive and its inhabitants. After half a month of killing bees and small insects, Jonathan celebrates his victory over the annoying insects with his victory dance. He checks his system profile and says that thanks to evolution points, he has successfully strengthened all his branches, then solemnly declares that he can become a superhero. Deciding it's time to practice his new abilities, he needs all his branches and, glancing at a huge pile of stones, decides that the stones will become his training dummy. Using his thoughts, he forms a wooden drill from his branches and gathers the strength to hit the stone with all his strength. Shouting that the stones will now feel the deadly whirlwind, Jonathan delivers a crushing blow to the pile of stones. The impact causes an incredible amount of smoke, and Jonathan briefly loses sight of the huge pile of rocks he was trying to hit. After the smoke clears, Jonathan notices that he didn't even reach the cobblestones, but some of them still cracked and flew apart. Jonathan is surprised to see that his blow didn't even hit the rocks, but it was enough to cause serious damage. Jonathan thoughtfully puts the branch to his chin and says that since even the momentum of this blow was so deadly, then this technique can be a very formidable weapon in the right situation. He becomes immersed in his imagination and realizes that he can make his enemies from a distance realize his mistake, adding that the force of this blow can instantly kill a living being. Jonathan notices that he has grown a little compared to recently, adding that ordinary trees hardly have the growth rate that he has. On top of everything else, he begins to feel that his roots are continuously absorbing the energy of the earth, which brings him additional evolution points. The main character rejoices at his new position, since even without doing anything he becomes stronger, since no living creature is initially able to compare with trees in the speed of absorption. Jonathan also happily says that he now has an extremely long life expectancy, as well as the opportunity to forget about illness and fatigue, after which he now notes that his life expectancy is only 20 years. However, according to Jonathan, this duration will continually increase as he becomes stronger, making his life almost infinite. Jonathan gets lost in daydreams and dreams that one day the great day will come when it will become so big and majestic that everyone on the planet will call it the World Tree. Jonathan also says that now he has no need for study, work, or other everyday worries, after which he happily realizes that his path to becoming a god is just beginning. Suddenly, Jonathan's thoughts are interrupted by the loud and plaintive cry of the chicks, which seems to be coming from Jonathan's head. Having listened, he understands that somewhere in the crowns of his leaves there is a nest in which several chicks cry pitifully, asking for food. Jonathan remembers that a few days ago he broke a branch blocking the sun, and guesses that at that moment the nest fell onto his branches. Listening again, Jonathan realizes that these chicks must be baby peregrine falcons, which are medium-sized birds of prey. Remembering everything he knows about the world of birds, Jonathan says that the length of an adult individual reaches 41 to 50 centimeters, and their wingspan is about 1 meter, after which he recalls that during a high-altitude dive, he is able to reach speeds of up to 360 kilometers per hour. Jonathan admiringly says that even a cheetah's top speed is 120 kilometers per hour, and when it comes to hunting, in the face of such speed, one can only sympathize with their victims. Looking around, Jonathan says that any person, looking around, will immediately understand that deviations and mutations are everywhere in this world, which means there is no doubt that he is not the only one of his kind. Jonathan says his only flaw right now is his lack of aerial skills, and concludes that if he can tame these cubs and use them for his own benefit, it will be like gaining extra strength. Jonathan again sees vague memories from his past life, and says that since his situation turned out this way, and he is also unable to change anything, this time he will act differently. The main character confidently declares that he will never miss this hard-won chance for a second life, and will definitely survive, no matter what the cost. He again raises his eyes to the sky, and says that he is not afraid of any dangers that this unknown world may conceal. However, Jonathan knows very little about this world, which is already home to a huge number of mutated animals, such as airwolves. Also in this world there are various kinds of insects, like giant ants, which can also represent a serious force in this cruel world. Somewhere in the depths of this huge world, the Queen of Spiders detects a slight vibration of energy waves, informing her about the appearance of a new mutated creature in the mountains. Far from its location in the mountains, a small squirrel enjoying wild berries, we see in front of us huge furry paws, similar to human ones. The giant monkey decides to feast on the berries and easily tears off entire branches without making the slightest effort. Also in the forest, some branches are instantly crushed under the influence of an unknown animal that moves very quickly along the paths. This formidable creature leaves behind a deep trail of fallen trees and dents in the ground. This creature turns out to be a huge snake. At the end of its tail and head, there is a razor-sharp axe, which gives the reptile the ability to cut trees with unprecedented ease. The snake rises above the trees and looks around in search of its next victim, which it can easily devour. The next morning, a peaceful white rabbit walks through the forest and runs out into a clearing where the chirping of peregrine falcon chicks can be heard. Jonathan instantly kills the rabbit with a blow from a branch, after which he grabs it and decides to use its remains for a necessary purpose. The system informs Jonathan that for destroying a small hare, he receives a very small part of the evolution points, and Jonathan raises the hare's body higher. Jonathan gets the attention of the baby peregrine falcons and tells them to get ready for a real meal before lowering the rabbit into their nest. The chicks greedily rush to their prey, and the slurping sounds of chicks devouring rabbit meat begin to be heard throughout the clearing. Jonathan admits to himself that he would rather look at table manners that make him feel an overwhelming feeling of nausea. After some time, the system informs the main character that, thanks to the absorption of sunlight, he received some more evolution points and now has 1 evolution point in his reserve, to which Jonathan joyfully replies that he has been waiting for a long time for this unit to accumulate. Jonathan reflects that he has strengthened all 50 of his branches, which means it's time to start pumping up his roots and then his body. Jonathan admits that he is very surprised that strengthening a root requires 10 times more evolution points than strengthening one branch, but understands that this indicates the enormous importance of roots. The main character again plunges into pleasant dreams and wonders whether he will ever be able to develop enough to be able to get off the ground one fine day and start running freely. Jonathan confirms the strengthening of the root and incredible pain, comparable only to 1,000 cuts, permeates his entire body, only intensifying with each second. Jonathan, torn apart by incredible pain, begins to convulsively move the roots that burst out of the ground and begins to twitch from side to side. He wonders where this incredible pain came from, while the chicks croak in fear and displeasure due to the sharp shaking of the nest. After some time, the attack of severe pain ends and Jonathan freezes in place for several seconds, trying to catch his breath, afraid that if he makes any movement, the pain will return. Jonathan says that these sensations were comparable to the fact that a huge drill was drilling into every cell of his body, bringing unbearable pain. Having come to his senses and taken a good rest, Jonathan notes that now his root has become much stronger and he is able to control it with ease. Jonathan says that he can now move both the branches and roots freely, and then wonders why he shouldn't try the same with his trunk. He thinks that if he can move his shaft, he will be able to run freely with incredible ease. After a few minutes of preparation, Jonathan tries to move, but is again pierced by an incredible drilling pain. He screams loudly, and some semblance of sweat appears on his face due to the incredible strain he is under to suppress the incredible pain. Jonathan angrily says that he has never been in so much pain in his life, and tries to extinguish the pain by constantly moving from side to side. He says in disappointment that this pain cannot be compared even with a drill, and understands that in this case he can simply forget about running, since even the slightest movement causes him incredible pain. Jonathan listens to his heart and realizes that the 8 non-reinforced roots will serve to protect the trunk, since it is similar to his heart, and comes to the conclusion that he cannot neglect protecting the trunk. After this, he examines his enhanced root and says that in the event of any unforeseen and dangerous situation, he can use this root as a weapon with the greatest lethal and stopping power. However, at the moment, Jonathan decides to hide this root underground so as not to show his trump card to a potential enemy. Looking around, Jonathan says that in any case, now he does not have a single evolution point left, so he must collect them again. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by a strange noise at the edge of the clearing, and he notices that the bushes begin to tremble and twitch. Jonathan immediately initiates combat mode and fearfully asks the potential troublemaker who is disturbing his peace. After carefully checking the bushes, Jonathan notices that the cause of the noise was a half-dead fox, which was bitten by some serious predator. Jonathan's aggression leaves no trace, and he decides to carefully examine the fox's body and find out if she is still conscious. Jonathan realizes that the fox is still alive, but her wound has turned black, after which he comes to the conclusion that this fox would be an excellent choice for evolution points, but it definitely cannot be given away as food for the chicks. Suddenly, a system screen appears in front of Jonathan, which informs him that the sap contained in its branches has disinfecting properties and the ability to completely stop bleeding and restore physical strength, after which it adds that after use the branch loses its enhancement effect and returns to its normal state. Jonathan thinks that in this case, he urgently needs to heal the fox and remove the poison from it in order to immediately kill it and get not only evolution points, but also additional meat for the chicks. Jonathan thinks that he will receive evolution points for it and will re-strengthen the branch, after which he proudly says that his genius knows no bounds. Jonathan carefully brings the branch to the unconscious fox and injects it with a healing essence, after which the system informs the main character that the toxin contained in the creature has been identified and successfully eliminated, after which another screen pops up in front of him, informing him that the bleeding has been stopped and the process of healing and restoration of physical strength was initiated. Jonathan happily watches the fox's wounds heal and says contentedly that he feels like the embodiment of the greatest doctors on the planet. Meanwhile, the fox, having fully recovered her strength, rises to her paws and looks carefully at her savior. Jonathan says that since the poison has now been neutralized, it's time to destroy the fox to get some evolution points and prepares to attack with his branches. However, the fox cautiously approaches Jonathan and begins to gently rub against him, wagging her tail, showing by her behavior complete trust in her unexpected savior. Jonathan irritably tells the fox not to rub against him, adding that she won't be able to escape her fate with such behavior, as she is just evolutionary points and shouldn't behave so brazenly. The fox, however, does not understand Jonathan's human speech and continues to peacefully rub against the tree, showing no signs of fear or aggression. Jonathan struggles to resist his mercy and convinces himself that he shouldn't be so soft-hearted in these situations. However, after a couple of seconds, the fox's charm completely conquers the main character, and he begins to stroke her with the help of his branches, telling her that now he can postpone the question of evolution points until he strokes her enough. Carefully examining the fox, he says that her eyes look like real rubies and her fur looks like real silk. Suddenly, the fox begins to glow like the sun, and Jonathan wonders where this bright and dazzling light could have come from. The system notification appears again in front of the protagonist and informs him that due to the absorption of the sap contained in the branches, the scarlet fox is currently in the process of evolution. The evolution process ends, and the system informs Jonathan that the anomalous fox is at the 4th stage of the initial stage and acquires a special ability called a bewitching gaze. Jonathan is delighted to notice that the fox is now even larger, and its fur has changed, becoming more like tongues of bright flame. Having looked closely at the description of the stages of the anomalous fox, he becomes interested in this data and asks the system to open the properties panel. The system informs Jonathan that he is an anomalous willow, which is at the 9th stage of the initial stage, and gives him a panel of his passive abilities, which Jonathan knew about before. Jonathan says in surprise that he didn't even notice when the stage rating line suddenly appeared, noting that he didn't even know he was at the 9th stage of the initial stage. He is lost in thought, realizing that his strength now surpasses the scarlet fox by only 5 steps, coming to the conclusion that his essence of life is not only capable of healing wounds, but also accelerating the development of living beings. The main character says that now, he will be able to understand the difference between himself and his opponents, suggesting that in the future, he will be able to evolve from the initial stage to the first, after which opportunities for further leveling will open up for him. Jonathan says that he is now beginning to feel that his new life is on a path of unprecedented development and is wondering with interest what adventures may lie ahead. Jonathan turns to the fox and asks her how she ended up here in the first place, putting forward the theory that people could have hunted her for her very valuable fur. He remembers what the fox looked like a few hours ago and says that the hole in the fox's body strongly resembled an arrow wound. The main character says that after these days, he is still not mentally ready to meet living people due to possible unforeseen consequences. He reflects on the fact that he is afraid of facing some radicals who will mistake him for a demonic tree and chop him into pieces, and decides that he will need to keep his head down until he is completely confident in his ability to defend himself, since he has absolutely nothing to oppose to a machine gun or missiles. After some time, not far from the clearing where Jonathan is located, the sounds of footsteps are heard, and the fiery fox decides to hide in the forest. Jonathan carefully looks around, trying to understand who decided to disturb his peaceful existence this time. Turning around carefully, he notices 2 beautiful and young girls who come to the clearing with a bucket of water and a basket of ripe fruit. Realizing that people have invaded his domain, the protagonist quickly initiates stealth mode and hides his face in the trunk of his body. Waiting tensely, Jonathan tries to understand why people suddenly decided to visit him, and at such a time. The girls approach the tree and joyfully greet it, calling it their dear father, after which they decide to perform a special ritual. The girls say they came to see him, and Jonathan, confused, wonders what they mean. The girls leave fresh fruits and incense at the base of the tree, after which they decide to spend a little more time in this clearing. The girls fall silent and pay respects to their deceased father, mentally saying prayers. Jonathan excitedly reflects that he never would have thought that the father of these girls was buried right under his roots, adding that he immediately suspected that something was wrong here. Some time passes during these rituals, and the girls happily spend time praying, surrounded by the pleasant sounds of the evening forest. After a while, one of the sisters says that since they are done with greetings, they can treat themselves to an apple, to which the other tells her that she should not be in such a hurry. Jonathan, who continues to hide under the bark of his own body, mentally wishes that these girls would get out of here as soon as possible and, preferably, leave him some fruit. One of the sisters pulls the other along and happily invites her to swim in the nearby lake, to which her sister asks her not to pull her hand so hard. Jonathan decides that it would be a crime to miss such an event and decides to spy on how two young girls swim in a pond. One of the sisters quickly enters the water and calls her sister to her, inviting her to join her. Another girl, looking around, carefully undresses and also goes into the water, slowly walking further. While the girls are engaged in water procedures, cheerfully making fun of each other, Jonathan, gritting his teeth, is doomedly indignant that the damn trees are blocking his view. Realizing that the sight he is missing may be too important to give up so easily, he decides that he needs to try to move again. Jonathan tries to move again, but again this brings him absolutely nothing except unimaginable pain and terrible suffering. Jonathan lets out a strangled cry, trying not to attract the attention of the young girls, concentrating as hard as he can on suppressing his feelings. After waiting for the acute attack of incredible pain to pass, the main character declares that this helplessness is the biggest aspect that frustrates him. After some time, the fiery fox returns to the clearing and curls up on a stone, deciding to sleep peacefully. Jonathan waits until the night when his guests finally leave and mentally rejoices that they finally left him alone and stopped bothering him. Carefully looking after them, the main character expresses the hope that these girls will never appear here again and will not bother him with their presence. Suddenly, the girls turn around and tell the tree that they will definitely come to see him again, calling him father. Jonathan blushes at these words and decides not to throw curses and insults at these girls. Somehow, Jonathan did not notice how a whole week flew by, and the dawn sun rose over a quiet gorge, which is fraught with a huge number of dangers. After some time, piercing bird cries are heard in the gorge, signaling that a serious life-or-death battle is about to begin. Peregrine falcons, having reached the third stage of the initial stage, rush into battle with their opponent, intending to easily destroy him. They use a special bullet dive technique, rushing towards their opponent, crashing into them at great speed. The huge bird that the peregrine falcons chose as their target remains undamaged and remains proudly hanging in the air, looking menacingly at the pathetic birds that challenged him. This bird turns out to be an anomalous golden eagle, whose innate abilities are a piercing cry that can destroy eardrums, from which the prey is constrained by indescribable fear, as well as sharp claws that can tear the prey into pieces and wings, the hardness of which is comparable only to metal alloys. Having examined its rivals, the golden eagle emits a piercing cry and rushes to attack the peregrine falcons, wanting to destroy them in order to evolve even stronger. The peregrine falcons rush to attack the golden eagle, but he attacks them with his cry, trying to confuse them so that he can easily deal with her. However, his plans are thwarted by an anomalous scarlet fox, which jumps on the golden eagle and bites into its feathers with its razor-sharp teeth. The golden eagle easily throws the fox aside, deciding that he will deal with her first and then return for the low-level peregrine falcons, who are still stunned. The golden eagle grabs the fox with its strong paws and decides not to waste much time on the fox and kill its enemy with one blow. Having risen high into the sky, the golden eagle falls down like a stone, holding the fox in its paws, and crashes into the ground with enormous force, causing a huge explosion. After the smoke from the landing site clears, the golden eagle sees that the fox is defeated and its head is crushed on the ground. The golden eagle begins to savor his victory and prepares to devour the body of his defeated enemy, which is why he completely loses sight of the danger that threatens him. Turning around, the anomalous golden eagle notices that Jonathan is next to him, who is preparing to deal him a fatal blow. The main character uses a newly learned technique and deals a crushing blow to the golden eagle, piercing it with a powerful impulse. The brute flies away from the incredible power of this blow, and the system informs the main character that the anomalous golden eagle of the initial stage has been destroyed. Jonathan earns 70 evolution points for destroying the golden eagle, and reflects that during these 2 weeks, he fed his peregrine falcons with the essence of life, so that their growth rate has long gone beyond normal limits. He looks at the faithful birds who have returned to him and joyfully greets them, saying that they did a great job, praising them for their work. Turning around, he sees that the scarlet fox, having regenerated its wounds, is also returning to him, after which he reflects that the same applies to the fox, since from the moment he saved her, he kept her close to him all the time. Looking at the body of the defeated enemy, Jonathan says that this cunning man circled in the air for a whole week, trying to find an opportunity for a surprise attack. Jonathan happily notes that today, finally, he was able to trample this annoying golden eagle into the ground and comes to the conclusion that now it is better to suppress his aura, so perhaps it is because of this that the golden eagle appeared in these parts. He reflects that this anomalous golden eagle was only at the 7th stage of the initial stage and still caused a lot of problems, but if he was attacked by an enemy of the same level as Jonathan, then he could only wait for death. After spending some time thinking, Jonathan comes to the only true conclusion that he must become stronger, since nothing else can guarantee his safety. He looks up at the sky and tells himself that there are creatures in this gorge that can kill him with one blow, so he must never let his guard down. Jonathan looks at his pets and responsibly tells them that all his words about improvement concern not only him, to which the animals respond with an attentive nod. Jonathan adds that they too must become much stronger in order to ensure their safety, since the world in which they exist is very cruel and merciless. Jonathan clutches his branch tightly and says that he now has 70 evolution points, so he can once again seriously enhance his abilities. He looks carefully at his pets and says that at the moment, 8 of his peregrine falcons have reached the 3rd stage of the initial stage, and the scarlet fox is the 4th, after which he is sincerely interested in what development they will achieve when they move to the 1st stage. However, since this moment has not yet arrived, Jonathan decides to spend some of the essence of life on strengthening the fox and peregrine falcons. Suddenly, they are interrupted by a piercing whistling sound, and a split second later something incredibly sharp flashes above Jonathan's treetops. From the force of the impact, a huge column of smoke and dust rises in the gorge, towering many tens of meters above it, after which a roar echoes throughout the gorge. Jonathan manages to shield himself from the blow, but after the smoke clears, it becomes obvious that this blow has cut the root, after which the system informs him that as a result of the damage received, 1 branch was lost and 1 root was broken. Looking around, he notices the silhouette of a huge snake, which has an icy gaze, making it clear that it only sees Jonathan as prey. The snake squeezes the severed branches of the tree with its body, and Jonathan realizes that 26 branches were cut off for him, which means that he will have to fight with only 24. Jonathan says in frustration that he was unable to detect the enemy's presence as expected, adding that he was too relaxed after his recent victory. Taking a closer look at the enemy, Jonathan realizes that the point is not his carelessness, but that this snake also knows how to hide its aura in order to quietly approach unsuspecting victims. Deciding not to waste a second, and asks the system to urgently open the snake's properties panel in order to understand how he can defeat this serious opponent. The system tells Jonathan that in front of him is a hatchet snake that has reached the 9th stage of the initial stage, and its innate ability is the ability to perfectly hide its aura, and also adds that its special ability is huge blade-like teeth that can easily bite through sheet copper. Noticing that this snake has a special axe-shaped tail, capable of cutting everything in its path and posing the ultimate danger to plants, Jonathan realizes that this snake has come here specifically to finish him off. Suddenly, Jonathan notices that the fiery fox immediately takes the most threatening pose and begins to growl very loudly, looking menacingly at the clumsy snake. The fox looks at the snake and remembers that earlier, it was this monster that bit her, thanks to which she was on the verge of death. The snake does not pay attention to the threatening roar of the fiery fox, as it believes that it is not a worthy opponent for it, and turns its gaze to Jonathan. As a gesture of provocation, the snake begins to calmly eat the branch with leaves, looking calmly at Jonathan, who is angry at her actions and says that the snake is being too arrogant. The snake grins menacingly, revealing a large number of its razor-sharp teeth and preparing to launch a powerful attack on the hated tree. Deciding that the right moment has come, the snake rushes forward with lightning speed, in a split second finding itself in front of the main character in all its threatening splendor. Jonathan manages to react to this technique and quickly commands his animals to dodge the snake's attacks and not give it a chance to take them by surprise. The snake uses its powerful tail to push itself off the ground and lunges forward at Jonathan to cut him with its axe. The snake hits its target, and the impact again raises a huge column of dust and dirt across the entire clearing, making it difficult for everyone within a large radius of the battle to see. However, as the dust settles a bit and the axe head notices that it has crashed into another of Jonathan's enhanced roots, which he managed to develop in a split second, Jonathan struggles to resist the snake's serious attack and says tensely that this snake is a very formidable opponent. Jonathan, with courage and bravery in his voice, tells the snake that she should not dare to underestimate him, since he is also on the 9th stage, adding that close combat with her does not frighten him at all. The snake decides to use its tail, and thanks to its phenomenal body control, it delivers a lightning-fast jab with its sharp tail. The main character anticipates this attack and decides to evolve another root in time to take advantage of it, to which the system tells him that he still has 68 evolution points left. Thanks to timely tactical decisions, Jonathan manages to immobilize the axe snake using his incredibly strong roots. Thanks to a short pause in the snake's attacks, Jonathan immediately orders the system to strengthen all his roots at once. The system instantly carries out Jonathan's order and strengthens all of his roots, as a result of which Jonathan has as many as 9 roots at his disposal, ready for battle. Jonathan talks about how when fighting snakes, you should always aim for their weak spots, and decides to take advantage of his opponent's stiffness to take his life in one blow. Concentrating all his strength, Jonathan, filled with anger at his opponent, shouts for the snake to get out of his territory once and for all, after which he delivers a crushing blow to the monster's belly. The snake roars in pain, and blood begins to flow from its mouth like a fountain, which is why the sounds of the agony of a huge monster are heard throughout the entire area. Jonathan decides not to celebrate his victory prematurely and look at his opponent's body to see if he should have continued to strike. Taking a closer look, Jonathan realizes that he did not penetrate the toughest scales of the snake and was only able to leave a large dent without causing fatal damage. Jonathan notes with genuine annoyance that this is unfair since the damn snake can cut him with incredible ease while he cannot penetrate it with his strongest blows. The giant snake freezes in place for a while, trying to catch its breath and looking at its opponent, assessing his next actions. Jonathan understands that his future fate may now be decided and decides under no circumstances to show his opponent a drop of fear. With the thought that he must release a more powerful bloodlust than his opponent, the protagonist, with ostentatious ferocity, again picks up all his roots and reaches for the snake. The snake understands that the tree hostile to it is very serious and decides not to tempt fate in this fight, after which it moves back for some time. After a few seconds, the snake quickly turns around and moves away, leaving Jonathan alone in a dilapidated clearing. Jonathan lowers his branches and bows helplessly, trying to catch his breath after a difficult battle that called his entire existence into question. Hearing his body crack from the injuries he received, Jonathan admits to himself that he was beginning to think that he would die right there. Looking back, he sees that the clearing, which until recently was a very peaceful and calm place for him to live, has been destroyed due to a battle with a giant snake. A few minutes later, the firefox and the peregrine falcons return to their owner, carefully examining him, to which Jonathan tells them that he is fine and is not hurt. Looking in the direction where the huge snake had recently been, Jonathan realizes that the fact that he let it escape could cost him dearly in the future. Pulling himself together, Jonathan tells himself that the blame for what happened today can only lie with him and his weaknesses, after which he comes to the conclusion that he needs to become stronger as quickly as possible. Jonathan reflects that the snake, having tasted his energy, will certainly become stronger and come back again, and if this happens, then he will have to wait for his death if he does not surpass it in skills and strength. The main character despairingly tells himself that if he forcibly strengthens the 8 remaining intact roots, then his foundation will simply burst at the seams, but his thoughts are interrupted by a system notification. The system tells Jonathan that he has met all the conditions to advance to the first stage, and he will need to spend 10 evolution points to evolve. John enthusiastically tells the fox that everything turned out exactly as he expected, telling her that after the initial stage, there immediately comes first, second, third, and further down the list. Thinking that he would hate to experience today's failure again, Jonathan decides to evolve right now to become even stronger. Jonathan immediately initiates the process of evolution, and a bright greenish light envelops him completely, after which it spreads throughout the clearing. Waves of vital energy begin to smoothly spread across the earth, like circles on water, and also pass through an anomalous fox and a brood of peregrine falcons. Thanks to the miraculous nature of this energy, Jonathan's pets begin to slowly float in the air, and Jonathan himself indulges in the thoughts that he will necessarily evolve from an ordinary tree into something more. After some time, the bright greenish glow becomes so bright that it begins to penetrate far beyond the clearing, breaking through the tree crowns. The evolution process ends, and Jonathan changes slightly in appearance, acquiring a darker shade of bark and stronger roots going underground. The main character notes that all his cut branches have grown back, and his body has become, although not much, larger. The system tells him that he has 51 evolution points left, when suddenly the anomalous fox stomps loudly, landing on the ground after Jonathan's evolution process. Jonathan examines her carefully and notices that she has moved to the 7th stage of the initial stage, approaching the possibility of evolving. Turning his gaze to his peregrine falcons, he carefully studies them and sees that all 8 peregrine falcons have also improved and moved to the 5th stage of development of the initial stage. Jonathan happily says that the light that appeared during evolution affected not only him, concluding that during evolution he can also speed up the same processes in his pets. He turns to the peregrine falcons who are sitting on his branches and tells them that their whole group should go on reconnaissance so that they find out where the axe snake is. The peregrine falcons quickly nod to their master and soar into the air with incredible speed, after which they just as quickly leave the airspace of Jonathan's clearing. Stunned by such an improvement in speed, the main character looks after his pets for some time, admitting to himself that he could not have expected such an improvement. He says that the speed at which his winged charges move is like a bullet, suggesting that they can now pierce the skin of any creature at the same level as the golden eagle was recently. Jonathan spends some time thinking about what strategic and tactical opportunities such a strengthening of the peregrine falcons could give him, and then turns his gaze to the scarlet fox. He proudly tells the fox that she must also have become much stronger than before, and she answers him with the same proud, silent consent. Jonathan admits to himself that even with the naked eye, he can easily notice the streams of energy continuously spreading from the fox. The protagonist orders the system to open a panel with his properties, suggesting that because he reached the first stage, he must have received additional abilities or attributes. Suddenly, not far from Jonathan's clearing, a woman's scream is heard, which he immediately recognizes and immediately turns his gaze in the direction from which this scream is coming. The two sisters, who previously came to Jonathan to honor the memory of their father, run towards the clearing, pursued by a large number of animals. Jonathan screams in displeasure that this couple is rushing here again to cause him trouble and interfere with his existence. A huge number of animals, from small to large, are running after the two sisters, looking either frightened or angry. One of the sisters, in horror, asks why these animals are pursuing them so furiously, to which the second replies that she herself would really like to know the answer to this question. The animals meanwhile continue to growl menacingly, scaring the young girls and forcing them to run as fast as they can further and further. Jonathan guesses that they were attracted here by the aura that spread from the light during the process of evolution, suggesting that for the animals, Jonathan is like a divine elixir. He menacingly spreads his branches and says that all this does not mean that he will allow them to destroy his plans for survival and development. The crowd of animals continues to run towards Jonathan, relentlessly chasing the two young girls. A few seconds later, a huge boar catches up with the girls running in fear and is about to pierce them with its sharp fangs. The girls hear a menacing boar squeal and see a huge shadow approaching them and are already preparing to say goodbye to their own lives. Suddenly, behind the girls, there is a loud explosion and the sound of a powerful blow, and the shadow that had previously been hanging over the girls instantly stops. The girls stop briefly to look back and understand what happened to the huge boar that had been chasing them for so long. However, due to the force of the impact, they are unable to see anything, and they only see a huge wall of smoke, due to which nothing can be seen. After a few seconds, the smoke finally clears, and the girls see that they were saved by a fiery fox, who with one blow killed a boar several times its size. The fox casts a stern look at all the animals nearby, after which he turns it to the two girls, who also remain standing in place. The girls, who notice the stern gaze of the fiery fox on themselves, scream loudly and grab each other out of extreme fear. Other animals, noticing that the fox has stopped looking at them, rush forward, threatening to sweep her away under the weight of their bodies. However, after just a few steps, a considerable part of these animals begin to be attacked by peregrine falcons, which quickly kill them due to their high speed. After some time, the peregrines take off into the air again, leaving a considerable number of defeated animals on the ground. The girls, looking at what is happening in surprise, wonder whether this fox and the birds really came to their aid, after which one of them says that when looking at all this, it feels as if a war has begun in the natural world. The surviving animals freeze in place and do not dare to approach, waiting for the right moment either to retreat or to launch a surprise attack. Jonathan steps in and tells the peregrine falcons and the fox to stand back for a while and let him deal with these animals. The girls turn back to understand what is happening and hear a dull rumble starting to come from underground. Jonathan, uprooting himself, says that he will show everyone who chose him as an opponent that this was a huge mistake. With these words, he pulls out of the ground one root at a time, preparing to demonstratively destroy his opponents. These giant roots begin to rise up and directly above the animals, who until now were simply standing around, waiting for the fox to attack, but are now faced with something much more terrible for them. Having prepared for the attack, Jonathan loudly says that now the real massacre will begin, and none of his enemies will be destined to survive. The girls, shocked by this development of events, simultaneously lose consciousness and fall to the ground in fear. Jonathan glares at the animals and orders them to attack him en masse, adding that this will make it easier for him to finish them off. The animals decide to test Jonathan's strength and rush forward with a loud roar, intending to destroy the arrogant tree. Animals of various orders surround Jonathan and their screams merge into a monstrous cacophony that carries for many kilometers. However, Jonathan remains calm, since after a collision with a much more dangerous axe-headed snake, these animals are not a serious threat to him. With one swing of his roots, he cuts the cheetah rushing at him in two, irrigating the ground beneath him with blood. Looking at his opponents with a stern gaze, Jonathan menacingly tells them that today they will all meet their death, adding that he will not spare anyone. The formidable hippopotamus, larger than any of its average relatives, runs up to try to crush the tree with its incredible weight and impact force. However, Jonathan easily crushes the mutated behemoth, and the system notifies him that he receives 50 evolution points for this. Jonathan begins to destroy other animals, receiving a large number of evolution points for each kill. One of the few surviving opponents is a bat, whose agility surpasses all other creatures. Having dodged all the main character's attacks, the bat tries to attack the tree using its echolocation and sonar abilities. Jonathan praises the bat for its incredible speed, adding that this quality alone will clearly not be enough to defeat it. With these words, he delivers a quick and accurate blow, destroying the enemy in the same split second. The same fate befalls almost all the animals who decide to attack the main character, but some of them are still not going to give up. One of them is a small bull, who receives a powerful blow to the head from Jonathan with a root, but this does not stop him. Despite the force of the blow, the bull remains standing in place, thanks to his unbending endurance, while steam begins to emanate from the point of impact. Jonathan is surprised that this bull was able to withstand the blow, and comes to the conclusion that perhaps he should not kill all the animals, and some of the strongest of them can be left alive and later developed. After thinking carefully, Jonathan grabs the bull with his roots, depriving him of the opportunity for active resistance. He also decides to capture a small monkey and a wolf who fought with him especially zealously just a few minutes ago. An incredibly aggressive crane that attacks Jonathan from the sky is also captured by Jonathan's fast and strong roots. Deciding that this amount will be enough, the main character menacingly declares that all other animals will face inevitable death, and decides to use the remaining roots. Thanks to the skills he acquired in the battle with the snake, Jonathan easily destroys the weaker animals in the blink of an eye, once again covering the entire ground in the clearing with blood. After some time, night falls, and the sounds of brutal carnage finally subside, bringing short-lived and imaginary peace and quiet to the expanses of the gorge. Jonathan, meanwhile, looks at his captives, wondering what he should do with them and how to develop each of them. Having separated all the animals into separate branches, Jonathan exhales and says that the job is finally done, adding that, unfortunately, he still has worries. With these words, he looks down at the unconscious girls and wonders what to do with them, thinking that if he puts them down, his secret may be revealed, but if he kills them, everyone will call him demonic. Tree. He quickly realizes that the disappearance of two people cannot go unnoticed and will inevitably attract even more people here, and ultimately even a regular army may come to the area where he lives. However, what scares the main character most of all is the possibility that he will be arranged to move to a botanical garden, where the children he hates will stare at him. After thinking some more, Jonathan comes up with another option that will allow him to get out of this situation with the least losses. After a while, the girls gradually come to their senses, finally opening their eyes and carefully looking around. Looking around, they notice a huge tree that is looking at them with interest and begin to scream in fear of a previously unknown creature. Jonathan pulls one of his roots towards the girls and they continue to squeak in horror, saying that they don't want to be killed by this monster. Jonathan writes an inscription on the ground using a root that this is their father, reflecting on the fact that, fortunately, in a past life, he was a man and knew writing. The girls, however, are not impressed by this behavior from the monstrous tree and look at it with surprise and fear. Jonathan looks at them intensely and mentally wishes that these girls would hurry up and believe his lies, since in a moment of danger, he saved their lives. He begins to be overcome by thoughts that if this venture fails, then he will have no other choice but to kill them. One of the girls asks the tree what her name is and what the main secret she told him about is. Jonathan mentally asks the system for help and is told that one of the sisters' name is Ella, and he loves Cody from a neighboring village, and the other girl's name is Stella, and she dropped out of school and began to work to support her sister and take care of her grandfather. To prove to the girls that he is their father, Jonathan writes on the ground with the help of a root the name of Cody, with whom Ella is secretly in love. Ella immediately blushes and screams, realizing that her secret has now been revealed to her sister. Stella asks Ella if the tree means Cody lives in the next village, to which she irritably and nervously replies that she is in no way in love with him. With tears in her eyes, Ella says that she only told this story to her father, again casting an incredulous glance at Jonathan. Meanwhile, Jonathan remembers that he was bored the other day and was practicing with woodworking, after which he begins to delve deep into his treetops. He pulls out a pair of hair clips made from his own branches and hands them to them. Jonathan reflects that he no longer remembers what prompted him to make these hairpins, but still decides to give them to Ella and Stella. The main character thinks that people have always had special feelings for the dead, and the fact that the father of these two girls was buried under his roots was a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, Stella remembers her last conversation with her dying father, who asked her about something incredibly important. The dying father apologized to his daughter and sincerely asked her to look after her sister and old grandfather. Jonathan, meanwhile, reflects that perhaps the streams of life and time are merging together without even noticing it. Jonathan tells Stella that she worked hard all the time and gave up her studies for her sister, carefully stroking the head of one of her branches. Jonathan tries to be nicer to her and says that she did a great job, adding that he is very proud of her diligence. Stella, impressed by the tree's words, begins to cry, realizing that she has missed her dear father very much, clinging to his branches. Jonathan continues to stroke Ella and Stella, and reflects that during such a merger, his soul could very likely merge with the soul of their father. Meanwhile, the anomalous fox and peregrine falcons are behind everything that is happening, not daring to interfere in the conversation of their owner with two girls. After some time, Stella makes a fire next to Jonathan and says that a lot of unimaginable things have happened in these 2 months, telling him how last month a passenger plane flew into a flock of crows and disappeared without ever landing, after which she adds that when the search failed to find even its fragments. Stella says that recently a shadow that appeared in the ocean swallowed up an entire private cruise ship, after which she adds that experts say that new unknown matter arose in the atmosphere, and it was this that gave rise to a new round of evolution of living beings around the world. Jonathan listens to Stella's stories about how in the East this matter was called spiritual energy and in the West mana, and reflects that he did not think that so many events happened in the outside world. Stella admits to Jonathan that she never believed what they said on the news and thought it was all just some kind of absurd nonsense. After these words, she turns to Jonathan and joyfully tells him that she now fully trusts what she heard, because her dear father was also resurrected. Jonathan does not answer Stella and reflects that now he is very much tormented by his conscience for having so shamelessly deceived these gullible girls. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by the loud growling of wolves, which were captured by him as a result of a battle with animals. He notices that Stella approaches the disgruntled wolves imprisoned in a cage and hands them pieces of meat, inviting them to help themselves to the remains of the defeated animals. The imprisoned wolves growl menacingly at Ella, not expressing an ounce of joy at the fact that a person is trying to feed them. However, after a few seconds, a menacing figure of an anomalous fox appears behind Ella, who decides to put the presumptuous wolves in their place. She gives them a menacing look, mentally warning them that they should behave much better if they do not want to end up like their recent relatives. The wolves immediately understand their place, and a terrible fear creeps through them from just one glance of the formidable fox and her unquestioned authority. Ella admires the fox, saying that thanks to her authority, the wolves began to obediently eat their lunch. Jonathan says that he only recently caught these alpha wolves, after which he is surprised that Ella decided to tease them so easily, and then comes to the conclusion that under the fox's supervision, they must behave appropriately. Turning around, he examines the other captives and reflects on the fact that he was also able to capture a white crane and a small monkey, after which he comes to the conclusion that if he had not wrapped his branches so tightly around her, then she would have made the biggest fuss now. Looking at his feet, he says with surprise in his voice that this buffalo surprisingly turned out to be too obedient, suggesting that this buffalo decided not to fight, realizing that nothing would happen to him in this fight. Looking in the other direction, he notices a honey badger who continues to behave horribly and reflects that the animal continues to scream and make noise and wonders how he ended up here, remembering that honey badgers are usually found in Southwest Asia and Africa. Jonathan decides that he will have time to deal with the newcomers later, after which he orders the system to open his own properties panel. The system shows him his capabilities, among which it is written that several improvements are available to him for his branches and roots, as well as improving his innate property beyond regeneration. Jonathan is excited about the opportunities ahead of him and says the next wave of improvement is finally beginning. Jonathan says that he was not the only one who reached the first stage, adding that he now realized that his abilities could also continue to be enhanced. The system tells Jonathan that he has 50 branches and 9 roots available for improvement. Jonathan remembers that he has 149 evolution points, suggesting that these points will be enough to raise his strength a step higher. The system also informs the main character that he has access to the abilities of a fog barrier and a hallucinogen, allowing the wearer to create fog within a radius of several kilometers, as well as influence living beings. Jonathan admits to himself that these new abilities are also quite good, adding that with them he will finally not have to worry about any surprises, since they will serve as the foundation for his limitless development in the future. The system asks Jonathan if he would like to spend 20 evolution points to activate these abilities, to which he confidently agrees. Jonathan reflects that the hallucinogen ability is not at all uncommon, since many plants possess it, and it manifests itself in the form of the release of special substances that are irritants to the nervous system of insects. Jonathan creates a huge area of enormous fog and reflects that if the person he was a year ago saw him now, he would not be able to utter a word. He admits to himself that he couldn't imagine that he would ever be able to use something as powerful as the abilities he just acquired. Jonathan says that he would really like to go looking for the axe snake immediately to carry out his revenge, after which he realizes that this will take a bad turn if it attracts the attention of a stronger enemy. Jonathan muses that destroying the snake is a no-brainer, but he needs to be patient, and when he can make sure that there are no stronger enemies in the area, that is the moment when he will solve all his problems with the axe snake once and for all. Ella turns to the anomalous fox and asks her where their father has gone, looking around blindly in the impenetrable fog. Jonathan is surprised to tell them that he is, in fact, behind them, reflecting that the effect of this ability seems to become stronger the closer the creature is to him. Jonathan tells the fox that it is already very late at night, so she should lead them through the ravine to safety. He turns to Ella and Stella and tells them that in order to avoid being turned into a lab rat, they need to keep his existence a closely guarded secret. The girls sit on the fox's back, and with incredible ease she begins to jump towards their house. Ella says that it is very hard for her to believe how much has happened that day, adding that since the morning they were chased by a herd of animals, and now they are riding on a huge fox. Stella tells her sister that this is the first time in her life that she has raced through mountains and forests so quickly, adding that she really likes the feeling of speed. They pat the fox on the back and thank her for doing them such a service, to which she grins good-naturedly. Meanwhile, Jonathan, left alone with his thoughts, tells himself that now it is time to begin the second round of enhancements. The system tells Jonathan that strengthening 50 mutated branches will cost him 50 evolution points, and strengthening 9 mutated roots will cost him 45 evolution points. That evening, all the wild animals within a radius of 10 kilometers around Jonathan forever forgot about peace, as each of them subconsciously felt how at that very moment, the birth of a new ruler had begun. Jonathan, who was in the cloud of mist, continued to strengthen his roots and branches, investing as many evolution points as possible into his combat skills. Having completed his improvements, Jonathan happily realizes that all of his planned enhancements are completely completed. Jonathan's passive abilities take effect immediately, and the wolves in the cage hear loud footsteps right in front of their cage. The wolves, previously sleeping peacefully, open their eyes to see who decided to disturb them at such an hour. Having looked closely, they see that a huge wolf is standing in front of them, looking at them with a hungry look and beginning to lick its lips in anticipation of dinner. The frightened wolves begin to whine and bark at the hallucination, and Jonathan, who has been watching them all this time, says that, apparently, the fog, enhanced by the hallucinogen, actually affects living beings. A system notification informs Jonathan that the abilities of the fog barrier and hallucinogens have immediately reached the second level of pumping. Looking around, he notices that the buffalo, having inhaled hallucinogenic gas, is joyfully walking next to his imaginary girlfriend. Jonathan decides to further test his abilities and notices that his mutated branches and roots remain at the first level. The main character is upset about the fact that there are only 14 evolution points left, indignant that there are not enough to improve innate properties, since this will require as many as 50 points. Jonathan also begins to feel that his main route also extends hundreds of meters down into the ground, due to which he begins to feel something strange. Concentrating, Jonathan realizes that he can now sense the continuous seething of spiritual energy that flows underground. Jonathan says that it could not even occur to him that the underground river under its base contains a huge amount of unknown substance, which means that without unnecessary exaggeration, it can be called a river of spiritual energy. Jonathan decides to hide his roots underground, saying that Ella and Stella would probably be scared to death if they saw these hulks. A few seconds after this action, a flock of peregrine falcons sits on the branches of the main character, and he joyfully greets them, wanting to listen to their reports about what is happening in the gorge. The peregrine falcons begin their report, and Jonathan listens carefully to their detailed descriptions of the past reconnaissance operation. After listening to everything, the main character asks the peregrine falcons in surprise how it happened that they could not find a single trace of the axe snake, suggesting that at that time he inflicted quite significant damage on it. Jonathan tells the peregrines to continue their search, adding that she ate half of his branches, adding that she will certainly return, since she certainly cannot resist such a temptation. The caged wolves begin barking irritably at Jonathan, trying to get his attention and disrespecting him for what he did to them. Jonathan immediately stops this behavior and hits the arrogant wolves with his branch, causing them to howl in pain. He turns to face them and irritably orders them to never get on his nerves again, otherwise he will grind them into powder. Suddenly his moralizing is interrupted by the appearance of Stella and Ella, who tell Jonathan that he is in vain to offend these cute wolf cubs. Jonathan looks at them in surprise and asks them why they returned so early, but they continue to teach the main character sense and tell him that you can't treat cute animals like that. Stella approaches the cage containing the wolves and, without thinking twice, squeezes through the strong bars, despite Jonathan's warning that these wolves pose a danger to her. Stella hears the wounded creatures whine pitifully and takes a disinfected bandage from her pockets, after which she bends over one of the wounded wolves to ease his suffering. The wolf who suffered the most looks at Stella, gritting his teeth from the unbearable burning pain received as a result of Jonathan's blow. Stella tries to calm the animal, telling the wolf that she understands his pain perfectly and promising that soon everything will pass and the pain will disappear. The wolves look at Stella gratefully, while Jonathan notes that because of this, they have finally quieted down and are no longer bothering him. Turning around, she notices that the honey badger, having untangled himself from Jonathan's grip, is trying to take a piece of beef from Ella, to which she indignantly shouts that this treat is intended for her father. Jonathan decides to stop this bacchanalia and grabs the honey badger with another branch, entwining it tightly and not allowing it to move. Seeing that the honey badger has freed himself thanks to the fact that he was able to rip apart the previous branch, Jonathan decides that this time he will tie it even tighter. Ellie, who begins to feel sorry for the honey badger, comes closer to him and offers him a small piece of beef, saying that he can help himself to it. The honey badger and Ella decide to have a snack, and for a short time, calm reigns in this corner of the clearing. The honey badger, with difficulty sticking its paw through Jonathan's branches, tries to hand Ella several berries in gratitude for the treats. After feeding the honey badger, Ella approaches a bull grazing peacefully nearby and hands him an apple, saying that she has brought treats for all the animals. After some time, an idyll reigns throughout the clearing, and Ella returns to the honey badger, again taking out the beef. Stella, meanwhile, continues to care for the wounded wolves, quickly winning their trust with her friendliness and care. Jonathan looks around and comes to the conclusion that thanks to these girls, all the animals began to behave more or less calmly and stopped causing him trouble. Jonathan admits that he did not expect these girls to be able to get along with wild animals so well, and then reflects on the fact that for the sake of their own survival, humanity in the early periods had to tame animals. Jonathan reflects that perhaps what happened helped him gain something important, since from the very beginning being in this world was a complete hassle. He thinks that it would be quite nice to relax like this sometimes, while somewhere nearby, in an inconspicuous lair, one of his worst enemies lurks. The axe-headed snake, which has been successfully hiding from the keen vision of the peregrine falcons all this time, decides that it is time to prepare for retribution. A few days later, the scene moves to a small village, which is located next to the mountains where Jonathan lives. Ella and Stella decide that this morning is a great time to visit their dear father, and are going to leave the village. The grandfather, watching them, gives them instructions, telling them both to stop constantly running into the mountains, to which they answer him that everything will definitely be fine with them. One of the men tells their grandfather that he has not seen them so animated since their father left this world, adding that he is very happy to see them like this. The grandfather looks after his granddaughters and excitedly wonders why they always choose the mountains as a place for walks. Meanwhile, vibrant life continues to boil in the mountains, which comes into even greater motion under the warm rays of the morning sun. Jonathan, having inhaled pollen from the flowers, sneezes quietly. Looking around his possessions, Jonathan wonders where his faithful friend the fox has gone. Jonathan grumpily speculates that the fox most likely went to meet Stella and Ella again, adding that over the past fortnight, the relationship between the fox and the girls has become even better than with him. Meanwhile, the fiery fox patiently waits for the girls to arrive, looking around, and after a while hears the cheerful voices of two girls. They approach the fox and gently ask her if she has decided to meet them again today, after which they begin to pet her. After greeting each other, they climb onto the back of the fox and set off on a journey to Jonathan's clearing with the speed that a fox is accustomed to. Stella notices the malicious expression on her sister's face and asks her why she still won't stop grinning. Ella replies that she brought her grandfather's fertilizer with her for her father, adding that it is rich in carbohydrates, which means their father's foliage will become even greener and his trunk even stronger. She adds that their father loved sweets very much, and their grandfather, on top of everything else, has diabetes, to which her sister holds her nose and prefers not to answer. Suddenly the weather changes dramatically, and heavy lead clouds begin to gather over the two sisters, foreshadowing the imminent onset of a severe thunderstorm. Stella looks up and wonders how soon it will start to rain. She tells the fox that they need to get to their father as quickly as possible, when suddenly, a huge mutated axe-headed snake appears in front of them. The anomalous fox notices her nemesis too late and gives her a surprised and frightened look. The girls, not accustomed to such huge animals, also freeze in horror, looking at the huge monster. Smelling the scent of easy prey, the snake rushes to attack, forever predetermining the fate of Ella and Stella. Meanwhile, on one of the other edges of the mountains, peregrine falcons utter a menacing battle cry as they set off on their next combat mission. This time, their target is giant bees, who want to get even with a giant tree for the destroyed hives and fellow bees. The leader of the mutant bees makes a loud buzzing sound, trying to inspire his fellow bees to a glorious battle in which they are destined to win. However, one of Jonathan's well-fortified and developed roots also rushes towards the armada of bees, which does not intend to tolerate trespassers on its territory. This root accurately hits the leader of the bees in the face, sweeping him and part of the bee armada out of the way. Jonathan takes careful aim and directs his next strikes at the bees, preventing them from escaping. He states that he had to work hard to lure them here, and then declares that all the bees that came here will become his evolution points. With these words, he begins to confidently cut his opponents to pieces, performing a series of lightning-fast strikes using his branches and roots. Having dealt with the annoying insects, Jonathan calculates his evolution points and notes that he was able to accumulate 156 for killing these bees. The peregrines perch on Jonathan's branches and say something to him in bird language, to which he replies that he knows very well that none of this would have happened without them. As a thank you, he shares the essence of life with his pets, so that his faithful winged friends will always be completely healthy and properly strengthened. Jonathan reflects that spending energy on the development of peregrine falcons was a very right decision, since at the moment the peregrine falcons have become even stronger, and their strength has reached the 7th stage of the initial stage. After he has sufficiently strengthened his pets, Jonathan decides to strengthen his roots, and the system tells him that to do this, he will need 100 evolution points per root. Jonathan understands that this is a real robbery, but for current tasks, he will have to advance his force to the peak of the first stage as soon as possible. A terrible pain permeates Jonathan again, and one of his roots begins to quickly mutate, acquiring new properties. The bark on this root quickly begins to crack, and the new root sheath takes on a dark hue, similar to a special high-strength steel alloy. Also, as a result of the improvement, the length of this root increases significantly, allowing Jonathan to reach places where he could not reach before. The bull, watching only what is happening, moos in alarm but remains standing in its place and hastily wags its tail. A pack of tamed wolves are also surprised by what they see and open their mouths in shock, watching what is happening. Even the honey badger, who has a bad temperament, is shocked by the bizarre evolution of Jonathan's roots. Jonathan, concentrating hard on numbing the pain, says the transformation was unusually painful. After examining his root, Jonathan says that after evolution, its power was far beyond his imagination, and suggests that with the help of such a root, it will be possible to easily deal with any creature at the first stage. After making sure that the acute pain has passed, Jonathan decides not to hesitate and immediately begin training to test the strength of level 2. With these words, he throws his root forward to test how far he can reach with this root. This root easily splits the ground above itself, and with unprecedented ease emerges from the ground and dives back into the soil. With its help, Jonathan easily captures animals that are at a great distance, previously inaccessible to the main character. Somewhere in the distance, a boar decides to attract a female to him by bringing her the most beautiful flower he could find as a gift. However, their date is not destined to come true, as Jonathan's huge root kidnaps the pig and drags him along forever. Thus, Jonathan collects a considerable number of animals in a huge radius using the tenacious grip of his improved root. All the collected animals end up suspended in homemade cocoons, and Jonathan admits that they look quite scary to an outside observer. However, from Jonathan's point of view, all this loot will serve as an extremely valuable harvest that will allow him to improve his skills. After destroying all the captured animals, Jonathan sees that he has earned 210 evolution points, and now his current value is 267, causing him to gleefully declare that he now feels like a money bag. The system says that his second level route is 1 kilometer long, and his strength and speed have reached the peak of the first stage, after which Jonathan decides that it would be better if he hides his route underground. The honey badger, tired of hanging in his dungeon, begins to make noise, after which his stomach begins to growl loudly. Jonathan tells the honey badger to stop screaming, as Ella is coming soon to feed him, while a monkey, released for good behavior, flies past the honey badger. Jonathan wonders where the girls went, remembering that the fox went to meet them at dawn, and several hours have passed since then. Several more hours pass and the sun begins to set over the gorge, but Jonathan still has not received any news about the fate of the fox and the girls. Worried, Jonathan orders the eldest Peregrine to take all his brothers with him and go in search of the fox and her companions, adding that he is becoming increasingly restless. However, a second later, an anomalous fox runs out into the clearing, falling exhausted onto the grass, attracting the attention of Jonathan, who is horrified to discover that she is wounded. Taking a closer look, Jonathan sees that the fox's entire body is covered with cuts and bites, and she herself is on her last legs. Jonathan realizes that something terrible has happened, and a heavy thought permeates his mind, after which he asks a terrible question about where the girls went if the fox came in such a state. The fox whines pitifully, resisting with all her might death, which is already preparing to take her soul into its kingdom. Jonathan quickly comes to his senses and directs his branches towards the fox, urgently injecting her with a large amount of life essence in order to revive his fighting friend. The system informs Jonathan that the life essence has been successfully injected into the fox's body, and her vital signs have been significantly increased and stabilized. Jonathan asks the fox why only she came here and where Ella and Stella went, afraid to hear the answer to his question. Suddenly, not far from the clearing, a roar is heard, and Jonathan, perfectly understanding the nature of this sound, turns in its direction, casting a careful glance at his opponent. Taking a closer look, he notices that the axe-headed snake has brought with it the body of one of the sisters. Incredible anger permeates Jonathan's body, not allowing any other thoughts to pass through. A few seconds later, watching what the snake was doing, Jonathan lets out the loudest and most heart-rending scream this area has ever heard. Savoring the suffering of the willow, the clumsy snake throws Stella's body into the air, preparing to swallow the unfortunate girl in a matter of seconds, right in front of her opponent. However, Jonathan decides to immediately use his new weapon, and, shouting that the snake should not even dare to do something like that, he rushes into battle. The new root, strengthened by a large number of evolution points, reaches the axe snake in a matter of seconds, heading straight towards its scales at great speed. The snake, clearly not expecting Jonathan to have such a cunning trump card, does not have time to react and dodge this blow due to its high speed. A heavy root catches the snake, throwing it back with force and significantly damaging its new and reinforced armor, leaving the unfortunate Stella relatively safe. Jonathan, with an evil look, orders the snake not to dare touch the Steely and directs its roots to catch the falling girls and prevent her from breaking on the ground. Jonathan's reinforced root carefully catches the falling girl and stabilizes her in the air to avoid further injury. Without allowing the snake to come to its senses, Jonathan quickly pulls the reinforced root towards himself in order to immediately hide Stella from the eyes of this ferocious predator. This time the blow to the snake was so strong that it managed to pierce its scales, but the absorption of Jonathan's branches not only transformed the appearance of the axe snake, but also endowed it with colossal strength. This time the snake appeared with the intention of finishing what it started and destroying the willow standing in front of its eyes, but to the snake's surprise, the willow once again strengthened and became much stronger than before. The clumsy snake realized that the willow was still superior to it in terms of strength and, having no other choice, took off running again, only to return after a while. Meanwhile, Jonathan is left with the difficult task of saving Stella, who at the moment is no longer showing any signs of life. Jonathan carefully examines the unfortunate girl and sees that there is not a single living place left on her body, and Stella is completely covered with wounds and bruises. Waves of despair roll through Jonathan's entire body, but he decides that now is not the time for sentimentality, and he needs to help the unfortunate girl as quickly as possible. It quickly reaches out to the girl with its branches and tries to cure Stella with the essence of life, to which the system responds that the essence of life has been successfully introduced into Stella's body. However, despite the ongoing infusion of the essence of life, the system with cold equanimity notes the absence of an increase in vital signs. The system tells Jonathan that he has spent 10 evolution points and asks him if he wants to continue using the essence of life, to which he replies that he does not need to receive further development, which means he needs to continue trying to resuscitate Stella. Jonathan does not give up trying to get Stella from the other world, and tensely asks Stella to wake up and not leave this world at such an early age. All the animals in the clearing watch this process and loudly pray that Jonathan will succeed and that their dear friend will return to the world of the living. Jonathan briefly turns to them and in a sepulchral voice orders everyone to be silent, after which he hastily returns to trying to revive Stella. Jonathan spends a lot of time trying to resuscitate Stella, but the system every time states that there are no signs of life. Despite the colossal efforts and miraculous properties of the essence of life, in case of certain damages and injuries, it is not possible to return the creature to life. The anomalous fox and bull watch what is happening with a sad look, while the system inexorably answers Jonathan that despite the next infusion, there are still no signs of life. Jonathan plunges into a trance, hearing nothing except his anxious thoughts and system notifications about the failure of the next attempt to infuse the essence of life. However, after some time of unsuccessful attempts, the system informs Jonathan that the evolution points have been completely exhausted, which does not allow the essence to be introduced into Stella's body. Meanwhile, in the village, the crippled Ellie is taken to the doctor by their unfortunate grandfather, who is trying to find out from the doctor about what happened to his beloved granddaughter. The doctor answers the old man that their village has a very backward level of medicine, and he only managed to remove the poison in the area of her arms and stomach, but while she was running, the poison, following the blood, reached the brain and heart, after which he adds that even if she somehow manages to survive, this incident will cripple her for the rest of her life. Other villagers enter the room, and Grandpa excitedly asks them if they were able to find Stella. One of the men who returned from the search operation tells the old man that, unfortunately, they found absolutely no traces of his dear granddaughter. With a heavy heart, he says that, most likely, by this time Stella had already been eaten by wild animals, which live in large numbers in the mountains. A peregrine falcon sitting on a branch nearby watches as the old man cannot stand this information and loses consciousness, after which other residents carefully lay him on the bed and ask him to wake up. The peregrine falcon remembers everything he saw and decides that he needs to go to his owner as quickly as possible to tell him all the news. Jonathan, having listened to the report of the elder peregrine falcon, is intensely immersed in thought, asking his pet if he has any more information for him. With sadness in his voice, Jonathan sums up that absolutely nothing good awaits Ella either, and these words bring incredible despair and tears to the face of the honey badger who has become attached to this girl. Jonathan says that he has always believed that plants can also experience the same feelings as people, after which he opens the cage, freeing all the wolves inside. He adds that he was told from childhood that swearing and swearing can cause plants to experience significant stress, which can cause them severe harm and cause them to wither. Jonathan also frees the crane from his prison and remembers that music can also influence the plant world, bringing it joy and abundant flowering. However, according to the main character, he had never heard of the fact that plants could experience such all-consuming anger and could not even imagine something like that. He tells his minions to properly warm up and prepare, because soon they will all have a decisive battle with the axe snake. Over the past 6 months, the number of plane crashes in the waters of the continent has reached an unprecedented number, not typical for any period in the history of mankind. In the case of ships, the rate of shipwrecks and ship disappearances reached an incredible 20 cases in 6 months, which is only the officially recorded cases. Subsequently, the state was able to confirm that the space in which so many misfortunes occurred turned out to be the hibernation site of a flock of mutated crows, which tirelessly attacked any aircraft that disturbed their peace. As for maritime problems, the ocean became a habitat for countless numbers of mutated predators that dragged ships to the bottom, because with the rise of mutated beasts and the growth of their strength, their determination to protect their territory became stronger, thereby marking the beginning of the era of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in the decision-making center of the United Federation, one of the analysts addresses the commander, saying that since yesterday, the rampage of mutated beasts has only worsened and the number of wounded and dead is steadily growing. They also report to him that the number of zones whose spiritual energy indicator exceeds 5,000 is also growing rapidly, to which he orders to process and sort all the data about these zones. The commander understands that living organisms whose index exceeds 1,000 are already capable of creating threats to armed military personnel, and if they ever encounter those whose index exceeds 5,000, then any conventional weapon will be useless against them. Turning to the map, the commander discovers with horror that as many as 8 zones have appeared, the spiritual energy of which exceeds 5,000. Suddenly, an alarm sounds in the analytical center and all the screens turn red, symbolizing the highest level of threat. The spiritual energy tracking system informs people that a spiritual energy reading of over 18,000 has just been detected. The commander is speechless for some time from such information, and then in shock, he wonders whether humanity will face absolute extinction in the event of such a development of events. Meanwhile, a severe battle with a clumsy snake begins in the mountains, and loud sounds of blows are heard throughout the forest, and rising pillars of smoke and dust can be seen. The snake, having guessed the right moment, catches the crane with its teeth and is going to take it out of the battle forever, absorbing it and receiving some evolution points. The fearless buffalo rushes towards the clumsy snake, hoping to sweep it away with the help of its unstoppable onslaught and the strength of its horns. At full speed, he crashes into the snake's body, deafening the area with the sound of his steel-hard head hitting the scales, but the snake does not move. Quite quickly, the bull realizes that he did absolutely no damage to the clumsy snake, while his precious horns were destroyed, and the snake, without even attaching any importance to this blow, continued to smash its opponents with truly royal grandeur. The honey badger, determined to avenge the loss of his only friend at all costs, climbs up the snake's back with lightning speed and tries to find a weak spot in its armor. Having reached the snake's head, the honey badger inflicts many blows next to it, but none of them has even a minimal effect on its tough skin. The honey badger, having reached only the 3rd stage of the initial stage, decides not to give up and continues to strike tens and hundreds of blows to the snake's body, hoping to split the monster's scales. In desperation, he uses his sharp teeth to bite into the snake's scales and remembers how his only friend fed him meat. These memories cause despair and sadness in the honey badger, and he, despite participating in a mortal battle, allows himself to shed a tear for his dead friend, who means so much to him. The snake, having dealt with the bull and the crane, decides to get rid of the honey badger, and with one well-aimed blow of its tail, throws it off its body. However, the honey badger, even if it turns out to be temporarily defeated, leaves this battle undefeated, since in his teeth he squeezes the scales of a snake, which he managed to break off from the body of the monster he hates. Now it's the turn of the wolves, who bravely rush to attack the snake as a whole pack, despite the fact that it significantly exceeds them in size and strength. Wolves skillfully use their numerical advantage and try to strike different parts of the snake's body, including the eyes. However, thanks to brute strength and dexterity, the snake manages to throw off the not yet experienced wolves and retreat a little to assess the situation and think over a further plan of action. The snake feels that the wolves managed to damage its eye. However, a new enemy immediately enters the battle, who has long dreamed of getting even with the damned snake. The red anomalous fox, which is at the 8th stage of the initial stage, looks menacingly at the snake, and from incredible anger, the fur on its scruff begins to ignite. This time, there was already a 4th meeting between the red anomalous fox and the clumsy snake. The first meeting brought them together simply as hunter and prey, and the fox did not have a single chance to oppose anything to his opponent. The second meeting took place during the battle between the axe snake and Jonathan, and in the third, she was forced to fight for the sake of the sisters Ella and Stella, who were so dear to her, but then, the red fox was only at the 7th stage of the initial stage, and, due to the difference in strength, could only helplessly watch as 2 sisters were maimed and killed. At that moment, grief consumed her entire being, and from that very second until that moment, her head was occupied with only one thought, which crowded out everything else. The fox tirelessly thought that if only she had been a little stronger, then none of this would have happened, and the lives of her precious friends would have been saved. This thought continuously echoed in her head, and this time the fox was determined to pull all the life out of the axe snake and then tear it to shreds. The clumsy snake, having achieved such power, felt the hatred raging like a wild flame emanating from the red fox. The snake understood perfectly well that if nothing was done now, then in the future, the red fox would create a threat to it, so it was finally necessary to honor it with a fatal blow. The snake rushes to attack, but the red fox, who has become stronger during this time, delivers a strong blow to her jaw, extinguishing all the inertia and forcing her to retreat back. The fire fox begins to move closer to the snake, realizing that today their long-running feud must come to an end. In order to catch prey, large animals develop teeth during the process of evolution, and when, however, at the same time, they also became weapons for fighting among themselves. Only the animal that develops ideal somatometric indicators before the rest can be at the top of the food chain. The clumsy snake has a skin as hard as diamond, as well as fangs that can bite through any matter, as well as clumsy blades on its head and tail, allowing it to sweep away anything and everything, and highly toxic and deadly poison. In terms of strength, the red fox was still no match for such an opponent, and she would have to rely on her wits and agility to defeat the clumsy snake. Thanks to her incredible resilience and thirst for space, the fox survives, despite the serious damage that the snake inflicts on her, and in a sepulchral voice orders the snake to return the lives of Ella and Stella. The snake, fairly irritated by the vitality of its rival, begins to hiss menacingly and wriggle, trying to destroy the fox as quickly as possible. She clenches her jaws tighter, and the fiery fox screams in pain, however, without retreating a single step in front of her goal. Suddenly, with a deafening whistle, peregrine falcons rush into the battle scene, using their bullet dive skill to destroy the clumsy snake. Thanks to their incredible speed, they manage to damage the axe snake, transferring incredible momentum and a huge amount of kinetic energy to it upon impact. The snake falls to the ground, unable to withstand the crushing power of the determined peregrine falcons, and clouds of dust rise at the sight of its fall. The scales where the peregrine falcon strikes split open, exposing its weak and unprotected skin. The fox, freed from the teeth of the snake, slowly rises and tries to catch its breath before again rushing into a bloody battle with its sworn enemy. Other peregrine falcons also rush to the aid of their eldest, announcing their approach to the area with the help of menacing warlike cries. The senior peregrine falcon, looking at the snake with a hateful gaze, gives his formation a command for a new strike, and the entire flock of warbirds begins preparing for the maneuver. The snake, having barely recovered from such a blow, quickly rises and looks warily at a flock of peregrine falcons that are inexorably approaching it, preparing to dive. Raising his eyes higher, the snake notices that peregrine falcons are behaving extremely unnaturally for birds, which usually never attack large prey. The senior peregrine falcon determines the distance to its target and commands its comrades that the time has come to begin the attack. At this moment, not only the clumsy snake, but also the fiery fox felt the degree of threat that came from the 8 peregrine falcons that had arrived. This threat lay not in their strength, but in their unshakable determination to extract life from the snake, even at the cost of their own. When objects rub against each other, heat is always created, and the collision of an object with air also creates a frictional force. If the speed of an object exceeds the Mach number of 10, then when heat is generated during friction with the atmosphere, there is a high probability of combustion of the physical shell, its wear, and death. Peregrine falcons use a bullet dive technique that effectively destroys the enemy, but at the same time can cause harm to those who use it. The speed creates a shockwave that causes massive damage to the enemy. However, if the heat produced at that speed exceeds the amount they can withstand, the results will be fatal. Once leaving the bay, the peregrine falcon's mother became the prey of another predator, who mercilessly killed her and devoured her for an evolution point. Deprived of food for several days and nights, the chicks are already prepared to meet their death at this age. However, their salvation was Jonathan, on whose head their nest fell while he was clearing the space around him. The peregrine falcons were saved, given hope in the darkness, and brought into the light, thereby giving them a chance to continue their lives and giving them the opportunity to wander above the clouds. Jonathan became the closest creature for them, whom they considered akin to their parents. However, the day when Ella and Stella were brutally killed by an axe snake changed everything and forced them to take a fresh look at what happened. As a huge cry of despair filled the air, all the horrors of that day happened right before the eyes of the 8 peregrine falcons. For the peregrine falcons, the issue of revenge became a matter of honor, since at any cost they were obliged to do at least something in memory of their dead friends. This resulted in incredible determination to achieve victory, using their strongest attack, even if it took their lives. For the peregrine falcons, it did not matter whether they died in this battle, because for them, this was the only way to do at least something to defeat the enemy who took their friends from them. At breathtaking speed, the peregrine falcons crash into the clumsy snake, leaving it not a single chance to dodge to the side. The resulting shockwave acquires incredible power, thanks to which trees fly out of the ground along with their roots, and the fiery fox can hardly stay on its paws. The snake emits a desperate cry, full of pain from a blow, equal in strength to which not a single living soul on this planet has ever felt. The peregrines manage to pierce the snake's skin, and they send it on a long flight thanks to the accumulated inertia, which continues to push the monster to the side. The peregrine falcons continue to put pressure on the snake with all their might, not stopping their pressure for a second, constantly intensified by their anger and malice. The snake falls to the ground again, raising huge pillars of dust around itself for many kilometers, notifying all the mountains that irreparable damage has been caused to it. The force of the snake hitting the ground causes a tectonic shift on a small scale, and the peregrine falcons, exhausted and crippled by this desperate attack, fall to the ground. The fox, not wanting to be buried under piles of stones, uses its agility to leave the dangerous area in a few jumps. Peregrine falcons, having landed on the rocks, are completely incapacitated and remain lying where they fell. The dust begins to settle a little, and the fox, who still retains the strength to stand on her feet, sees that the snake at first glance seems defeated. She also notices her fallen comrades who gave their lives in order to help the common cause and avenge Ella and Stella. Every single one of them, except the fox, fell in this unequal battle, and even the young wolves, with whom the fox never had time to develop a normal relationship, lay motionless on the ground. The firefox sadly looks down to the ground to honor their memory, realizing that she lives in an extremely harsh world in which there are no happy endings. However, after a few seconds the snake's body begins to move, and the fox notices that her sworn enemy has come to his senses and is alive despite the monstrous blow inflicted by the peregrine falcons. The fox does not understand how the snake managed to survive such a serious battle and only watches in fascination as the snake prepares to attack. Meanwhile, the snake looks at the damage it received from the peregrine falcons and notices that its skin was pretty damaged. Taking advantage of the fact that the fox still does not move and will not attack, the snake finally decides to get even with the annoying enemy and attacks it with its tail. From the blow with its tail, a large column of dust rises in the place where the fox was, and the snake for some time does not understand whether it managed to hit its opponent. However, after the smoke clears, the snake sees that its blow hit Jonathan's dark root, which managed to shield the fox from the snake's sharp tail. The fox raises his head higher and sees that, unlike the last meeting, this time Jonathan's root remained almost intact, despite the force of the snake's blow. Taking advantage of a short pause in the snake's attacks, Jonathan grabs the snake and begins to pull it towards his clearing. Due to the huge snake moving across the ground at such speed above the ground, large pillars of dust and smoke begin to rise again. After some time, these pillars of dust and smoke reach Jonathan, but he continues to try to pull the snake towards him. Jonathan tells the snake that he has finally met it, looking at it with a menacing look. A terrible fear permeates the snake, since it could not think that all this was just a trap to lure it into the clutches of Jonathan, with whom it is unable to compete. Animal instincts shouted to the clumsy snake that it was under no circumstances allowed to engage in combat with this enemy, and it needed to escape as soon as possible. During the first confrontation with Jonathan, the absorption of the branches that Jonathan lost allowed the snake to reach the 9th stage of the initial stage. Ella and Stella suffered death precisely because they were saturated with the smell of Jonathan, so hated by the axe snake from the moment of their confrontation. In the second meeting, the clumsy snake realized that it simply could not defeat this opponent, and therefore, having received injuries from Jonathan, the snake took flight, but later it made a miscalculation, not expecting that Jonathan would unite with other creatures to surround the snake. Jonathan decides not to waste time and releases numerous roots from the ground that surround the axe snake. The snake does not have time to react, and the roots completely capture it, preventing it from moving. Jonathan shouts menacingly that now he has definitely got the snake, and with force he pulls it, already completely lifting it into the air thanks to the help of other roots. Dragging the snake towards him, Jonathan lifts it into the air to get a good look at his enemy, before destroying it once and for all. Jonathan, with an evil and crazy smile, says that he will be interested to see how far the snake can run this time. With these words, he begins to forcefully hit the snake on the ground, inflicting increasingly heavy blows on it, knocking the life out of it with every second. The main character does not give the clumsy snake a second to rest and continues to beat it with his roots, nailing it to the ground with each blow. Jonathan enters a kind of trance, completely absorbed in the idea of revenge and destruction of the enemy who took his dear and innocent friends from him. After a while, Jonathan stops beating the axe snake as the strength in his roots briefly runs out and he decides to take a breath. Noticing that his opponent is still alive, Jonathan raises his roots again, preparing to finish off the hated reptile. The roots surround Jonathan, slowly advancing towards the axe snake, providing the protagonist with almost absolute protection and a great advantage. The clumsy snake, with the last of his strength, takes a defensive stance, but cannot cope with the fact that her animal instincts are depriving her of strength due to the pulsating fear in her head. Fear was the only feeling that remained in the axe snake at that moment, as the anger exuding from the willow towering before her eyes dug into every nerve of her body. Jonathan shouts that since the snake had the audacity to challenge him, then it may not dream of ever leaving here alive, and rushes to attack. The snake realizes that there is no way for it to escape, so it can only fight, so it also rushes into its last battle, hoping to defeat Jonathan. She collides with Jonathan's roots and wraps around them, quickly entwining the protagonist with her own body. With the last of her strength, she tries to block Jonathan's access to his roots so that he can then strangle him with her body or finish him off with her axe blade on his head. Jonathan, not at all surprised by this reception, asks the snake if she wanted to taste his roots without hiding the gloating in his voice. He chuckles that this was her last trump card and asks her again if she would like to try something else before he sends her to the next world. With these words, he strikes her with a powerful blow with the root, right where the scales have split from the recent blow of the 8 peregrine falcons, and blood begins to splash from this place. From the inertia of the blow, the snake's scales begin to crack even more, but Jonathan inflicted the greatest damage on the snake by damaging its internal organs. Having stunned the snake, Jonathan releases his roots and they, like a hail of arrows covering the sun itself, rush straight at the half-dead reptile. In a fit of bloodthirsty frenzy, Jonathan screams at the snake to give him back the lives of Ella and Stella, after which he continues to deal crushing blows to it. The strong scales of the axe snake begin to crack, unable to hold back such a powerful onslaught of the protagonist's roots. Overwhelmed by waves of unbearable pain, the snake continues to scream, coughing up large amounts of blood due to severe damage to its internal organs. Jonathan shouts to the clumsy snake that the hour of its death has come, and a new surge of strength, fueled by malice and anger, overtakes him, thanks to which he decides to inflict another hail of blows. His solid roots, one by one I attack the body of the snake, ramming and maiming the sworn enemy of the main character, bringing the long-awaited retribution closer with every second. The smiling faces of Ella and Stella appear before Jonathan's eyes, and this gives him new strength, so he uses all his roots to weave them together, forming a punching fist. With a cry that the axe snake must die, he brings this fist down on his opponent, causing a serious earthquake in an area of several kilometers. The force of this incredible blow raises another column of dust, reaching a height of several kilometers. As soon as the smoke clears, only pitiful scraps remain from the body of the axe snake, and it itself becomes silent forever and freezes in place, finally dying. Jonathan wearily looks at the body of his sworn enemy and is finally convinced that the life has left the eyes of the axe snake, thereby marking his victory in this fight. The system notifies Jonathan that the axe snake has been destroyed, adding that for its destruction, he will receive 90 evolution points. Meanwhile, the animals that fought with the clumsy snake slowly come to their senses, and the first to enter the clearing is the bull, who dragged his fellow crane on his back. The second, a golden monkey, appears in the clearing, bringing a wounded honey badger on its shoulders. However, anger do not leave Jonathan's heart, and he does not pay attention to his comrades who have come, who, meanwhile, are watching his actions with surprise. Jonathan again takes out his most developed root and begins to form a fist out of it, slightly inferior in striking force to the previous one. He hits the lifeless body of the snake, ordering it to immediately rise, but the snake does not answer him, and the dead carcass only sways from the blows of the protagonist. Jonathan is still under the influence of a strong passion and again raises his wooden fist above his head. He again commands the axe snake to rise and fight, and deals a crushing blow to its body, spraying its entrails and blood across the clearing. The fiery fox, in the company of wolves, approaches the clearing and watches from the hill as Jonathan beats the corpse of the snake, unable to control his emotions. The fiery fox looks carefully at Jonathan, who in a rage asks the snake how long it has planned to lie in one place. Wolves also hesitate to interfere and watch what their owner is doing. Jonathan again shouts at the lifeless body of the snake and orders him to rise and fight him again so that he can trample it into the dirt again. With these words, he again rushes to attack the snake's body and begins to cut it with the help of his roots, again striking with all his might. A few minutes later, Jonathan stops and looks at his root, completely covered in the blood of an axe snake. Having caught his breath, he again glances at the body of his sworn enemy and discovers that only pitiful scraps remain of the snake's body. After this, a wave of despair and sadness instantly replaces the anger in Jonathan's heart, and tears of regret begin to flow from his eyes like a river. He looks up at the sky and lets out a cry full of despair and sadness. Jonathan, with difficulty squeezing out the words, says that he finally killed the snake, adding that he meant well and was not to blame for anything. He remembers the faces of Ella and Stella and says that the clumsy snake killed them, but the snake cannot be blamed for this, since it lives in a world in which the initially strong devour the weak. The actions of all living beings in this world are aimed at survival, and it does not matter what feelings this order of things causes, be it anger or bitterness. For the weak, survival has never been an easy matter, since in the cruel animal world, only the most ferocious, cunning, and strong survive. In this cruel world, a bygone life is capable of turning into a new force and giving birth to a new life, as this is one of the very principles of the animal world. Jonathan reflects that, despite the fact that he perfectly understands all the principles of this world, this does not in any way affect the severity of the grief that has befallen him. He looks up at the sky and begins to sob in memory of the dead Ella and Stella, and admits to himself that now his soul has become incredibly difficult. The fiery fox, for whom Ella and Stella were close friends, also looks up to the heavens and begins to cry, paying tribute to their memory. The same ritual is performed by the honey badger, for whom Ella was a particularly important person in his young life. The rest of the day passes in victory, with a strong aftertaste of bitterness from the loss of two of Jonathan and his company's closest friends. However, after several hours of grief, night falls, and a thick fog descends on the mountains, created by the protagonist to hide his presence. In the village where Ella and Stella lived, a small noise arises, and the village head, together with his subordinates, goes out onto a small street to check what happened. They very quickly discover Stella's washed and undisturbed body, which was brought to the village by an unknown person, or animal. The village chief leans over his granddaughter and begins to quietly grieve, wondering how they will organize her funeral. The fiery fox, watching what is happening with sadness in her heart, watches what is happening in this village and feels like the feeling of guilt that has been eating her up all this time has not gone away. That night, Jonathan calls a meeting of all his pets and thanks them, saying that only thanks to their help he was able to avenge Ella and Stella. Jonathan holds out a branch from which the essence of life oozes and says that this is what the clumsy snake was so eager to get, adding that it can be of great benefit to them too. The monkey and the honey badger, watching this, reach forward, feeling how saliva begins to flow down their mouths from the desire to taste the essences. Jonathan hands the branch to the bull, who was badly injured in the battle, and tells the other animals that this is his parting gift for them. He rewards the crane with essence and says that if one of them wants to go on a free journey, he will not oppose it. Also, wolves, who suffered greatly in the battle with an axe snake, receive their share of the essence of life. Suddenly, some of the animals that have tasted the essence of life begin to fly into the air, initiating the process of evolution and mutation that characterizes the transition to the next stage. Jonathan watches what is happening in surprise and says that he did not expect such an outcome, carefully looking at the changes that befell the animals. The system informs Jonathan that the mutated bison has moved to the third stage of the initial stage and began to have sickle-shaped horns, as well as the ability to cause the earth to tremble using its forelimbs. The system also informs the main character that the wolves have transformed into mutated airwolves of the fifth stage of the initial stage, having received the innate properties of controlling airflows. Jonathan looks at the mutated animals with surprise and notes with admiration that even their appearance has changed under the influence of evolution. Jonathan is also surprised to note that the bison, despite its low level, has both innate properties and a special ability. He remembers that even the red fox only has a special ability, and the 8 peregrine falcons only have innate abilities. The main character looks at the bison and tells him that he is incredibly excited to see how strong the bison will become in the future. Looking back at the pack of wolves, he says that they too should in no case be discounted, since they awaken the element of air within themselves. Jonathan speculates that during the era of the renaissance of spiritual energy, the existence of beings capable of controlling the elements is quite normal, suggesting that humans are unlikely to be an exception in this matter. He notes that his fog barrier can also essentially be attributed to the power of the elements, as the fog is spread by his leaves, and the mechanism is similar to his ability to absorb and release oxygen and carbon dioxide, while the ability to release a hallucinogen, in turn, releases a special substance that affects the nervous system of living beings. Looking at the rest of the animals, Jonathan thoughtfully concludes that these animals did not particularly impress him, since they advanced only one step and did not even change their appearance. Meanwhile, the Windwolves bow before Jonathan as a sign of respect, recognition, and loyalty to their new savior and patron. Jonathan looks at this behavior with surprise, not expecting that the animals would decide to stay with him after everything they had to go through under his leadership. The crane and honey badger look at each other and nod at the same time, deciding that they too should stay close to Jonathan since they have nowhere to go, and without him, there is no special purpose in life. With these thoughts, they bow before Jonathan as a sign of respect, thereby saying that they want to serve him. Jonathan is surprised to ask all the animals if they really want to stay with him and help him in his plans. The monkey kneels and extends his hand, making sounds like agreement to join Jonathan. Touched by this behavior of his comrades, Jonathan sheds a sincere tear and tells his newly made battle brothers that he will do his best so that they can become stronger and will definitely protect them from all dangers. Jonathan looks around at his animals again and argues that there is too much he doesn't know in this world, so there is only one path left for him. From Jonathan's point of view, he must become even stronger in order to survive, and only if he succeeds in achieving this goal will he be able to experience this world. Jonathan says that he will ensure that everyone and everything depends on him, and only then will he be able to cope with all adversity. A firefox and a troop of peregrine falcons climb into Jonathan's branches, watching the other animals take the oath and nod in approval as they greet their new battle brothers. The light of the stars on this cool night filled the entire sky, and in the gorge it would seem that something hung in the air, as if the decisive battle with the clumsy snake had never happened. At that very moment, Jonathan plunged into the depths of his nature, in silence and calm, delving into the qualitative changes that happened to him after moving to the first stage. All the animals quickly distributed responsibilities, and the squad of peregrine falcons took responsibility for ensuring the safety of the airspace. A pack of airwolves took charge of ground patrol and scoured the area to spot any intruders early. The bison, the white crane, and the golden monkey set about arranging the battlefield, tirelessly removing stones and sorting out the rubble left after the battle with the snake. The red fiery fox, who had honed her eyesight and sense of smell during her previous improvement, took charge of the guard and began to carry out continuous patrol beyond the gorge. And only the honey badger decided to take time off from work, digging a hole for himself in order to sleep off and not take part in helping his comrades. However, for Jonathan, this behavior is unacceptable, and he easily takes the honey badger out of its hole, lifting it into the air with the help of one of his roots. He lectures the furry lazy man, saying that all his comrades are working tirelessly while he is chilling on the sidelines. Using sign language, Jonathan tries to communicate with the honey badger and tells him to quickly get to work. The honey badger looks at him with a questioning look, not quite understanding what the main character is trying to tell him. Jonathan loses his patience and tells the honey badger that he will switch to more understandable pain language at any time if the honey badger refuses to behave appropriately. The honey badger only lets out an indignant growl, and now Jonathan is trying to understand what this furry and stubborn animal was trying to tell him. He glares at the honey badger, but a very bright light source suddenly appears behind him, briefly blinding the protagonist. Jonathan wonders where this glow could have come from, as the light takes the form of a small sphere floating through the air. Upon closer examination, it becomes clear that this radiant sphere is only a cradle for the female figure that sleeps inside it. Suddenly, this sphere rushes towards Jonathan with lightning speed, without communicating anything about its intentions. Jonathan, already accustomed to the fact that everything unknown with a high degree of probability poses a danger, frantically tries to brush aside this sphere and shouts that you should not approach him. He will try to knock the sphere off its trajectory with the help of his numerous branches, but the sphere turns out to be incorporeal, and all of Jonathan's attacks pass through it without bringing any effect. Jonathan observes the sphere's behavior with surprise and is indignant at its apparent immunity to physical attacks. Meanwhile, the sphere continues to approach Jonathan, and he notices that there is some girl inside it who seems terribly familiar to him. The shocked Jonathan recognizes Stella in this girl and asks her with difficulty what she is doing here, but she does not answer him. Instead, the sphere protecting Stella moves close to Jonathan's bark and settles neatly next to his roots. Jonathan, who doesn't understand anything about what's going on now, wonders if anyone will explain to him what all this could mean. The system, as if hearing his thoughts, immediately informs the main character that he has a special ability of spiritual cultivation, thanks to which all trees are able to support and nurture souls, adding that for spirits who linger in this world, mutated roots are the best environment. The system also informs Jonathan that Stella is an anomalous spirit, whose innate properties include immunity to physical attacks, as well as special abilities, among which there is one associated with a mysterious flower, inextricably linked with her spiritual origin. Jonathan looks at Stella warily and wonders how many times this world plans to shatter his perception of reality, before reasoning that he knows something about trees being able to support and nurture souls. After rummaging a little in his memory, Jonathan remembers a sacred tree called the Tree of Spirits, which only with its branches was capable of nourishing the souls that reached it and even the primordial spirit. Jonathan realizes that he is still far from being so effective, but he clearly has the ability to feed souls, after which he comes to the conclusion that he has a simpler explanation for what happened. Jonathan carefully imbues Stella's spirit with strength, and after a while, she opens her eyes and looks around in surprise. Looking at Jonathan, she asks him about who he is and where she ended up, as if she remembers nothing about who she was in her previous life. Jonathan understands that Stella became a restless spirit who continued to exist in this world due to certain events. From Jonathan's point of view, Stella's spirit lingered in this world due to the fact that it was unable to get rid of worries about its loved ones. Jonathan turns to Stella and happily tells her name, carefully observing her reaction. He adds that Stella has incredible importance to him, the power of which he is unlikely to ever be able to express in ordinary words. He promises Stella that this time he will certainly be able to protect her and will never let her disappear from this world. Meanwhile, the honey badger looks in surprise at everything that is happening around him, and especially at Jonathan, who is talking to Stella. All this time, the honey badger was watching what was happening, but due to the fact that he is not a tree, he did not see Stella's spirit and thought that the main character was talking to him. The moment Jonathan told Stella that she was important to him beyond words, the poor animal trustingly took it personally. The honey badger was incredibly surprised by such compliments from Jonathan, not understanding why he was saying such kind words to an ordinary animal. However, this sweet misunderstanding fades due to the fact that a huge number of voices begin to penetrate Stella's head and many people appear before her eyes. Stella shouts that she sees a lot of people, while her grandfather stands before her eyes, surrounded by other people from the village, and asks her to wake up, calling her by the name Ella. Stella says that she hears all the people around her sobbing, and a whole stream of grief flows into her consciousness, after which she powerlessly asks Jonathan about who these people are. Jonathan hesitates to answer and wonders what could have caused the chaos in Stella's memories, remembering that Ella is now in a vegetative state. Jonathan suggests that Ella's soul could also have already left her body, but the fact that she still hasn't shown up here may indicate that she is still alive. Jonathan also suggests that after death, their souls could merge as one, since in the end they were twins, and now both of their souls have become a single entity. Jonathan comes to the conclusion that Ella's soul has not yet fully stabilized, and decides to try to share the healing essence with Stella, asking her not to move. Jonathan extends one of his branches and drips the essence of life onto the radiant sphere in which Stella is located, and she immediately responds to this action. The sphere begins to shine much brighter, and Jonathan reflects that Stella's astral body has slightly enlarged under the influence of the essence of life. Stella opens her eyes again and says that this time she was able to see something, and Jonathan asks her what she saw while she was in a short trance. Stella tells Jonathan that she cannot explain what she saw in words, but she can easily show it using the spiritual connection she has. Concentrating on Jonathan's essence, she begins the transference process, and the earth moves away from Jonathan's roots, while he himself moves to a place unknown to him. A split second later, Jonathan finds himself in the healing room of the village infirmary, in which Ella's body lies on the bed, surrounded by her grandfather and other residents. Jonathan recognizes Ella and is surprised to note that he has entered the mind of this young girl who is on the verge of life and death. After thinking a little, Jonathan realizes that no teleportation occurred, since his body is exactly in the same place where it was a minute ago. The residents tell the inconsolable grandfather to prepare for the worst, to which he replies that Ella seemed to have fallen into a long, deep sleep and is doomedly wondering why something like this befell them. Jonathan's anxious thoughts are interrupted by Stella, who tells him that she has discovered some strange things, to which Jonathan asks her what she means by this. Stella says that in some mystical way, she has an ability thanks to which she can control this stranger. Stella moves her little finger, and Ella's body follows her movements, futilely encouraging the villagers, who assume that Ella can hear them. Jonathan turns to Stella with a question, but she suddenly changes her face and begins to get very tired, as if something is draining her. After a few seconds, everything begins to dissipate, and Jonathan's consciousness, along with Stella's spirit, begins to return back to the forest clearing. Having come to his senses, Jonathan carefully watches how Stella's spirit feels, afraid to disturb it with his words. However, after a while, Stella herself begins to talk to Jonathan, saying that such a process drains her spiritual strength too much, after which she begins to cough heavily. Jonathan muses that Stella's spirit can not only inhabit Ella's body, but can also control it, as if the body were her own. He turns to Stella and tells her that she can live in this world if she becomes Ella, permanently inhabiting her body and gaining control over it. Meanwhile, a military reconnaissance group appears near the gorge and inspects the area, camouflaging under the pouring rain. The unit commander tells his soldiers that their goal is in the middle of those mountains that are surrounded by impenetrable fog of unknown origin. The thunderstorm begins to intensify, and the commander says that even though the fog has already caused them a lot of trouble, the intensifying thunderstorm is causing them even more problems, adding that this is all not good. Taking out a phone with a map, the commander's partner says that there is a village in the vicinity where they can safely spend the night. The commander says that this idea looks very good, adding that he and their men have a lot of experience in such operations, so this time he is putting the leadership entirely in his hands. The commander looks at his partner with confidence and thinks about how he can best plan this operation in order to carry it out as efficiently as possible. The coming era of the revival of spiritual energy has shown that among people, there are those whose adaptability to spiritual energy exceeds that of the average person, and when such people fully complete awakening, they are called supreme. The commander looks at his partner and reflects that the man who now stands in front of him is one of these superiors named Zack, who is a member of the legendary First Generation. Zack turns to his partner and says that it is time for them to move out before they are swept away by the hurricane that is approaching, along with the approaching thunderstorm. The military decides that it is time to move towards the target, looking at the huge mountains that loom sternly above them. After some time, when the thunderstorm gradually calms down, Jonathan watches as Stella's spirit practices with its paranormal abilities, among which telekinesis has begun to appear. Jonathan is surprised to note that her abilities awakened quite early, adding that it usually takes about half a month for this to happen. Turning to Stella, who is diligently training in controlling her telekinesis, he asks her if she has seen anything new since that day, to which she answers in the negative, after which he asks why he is interested in this topic. Jonathan gets lost in thought, saying that Stella and Ella died in the mountains, and the cause of death was animal bites, after which he comes to the assumption that the villagers obviously won't let such a tragedy go so easily. He checks his vital signs and says that with his current strength, he's probably already able to withstand a series of artillery attacks, not to mention a group of angry villagers. However, he comes to the conclusion that, nevertheless, he would not at all want what happened to ultimately lead to his discovery, since for him, a war with people is the most undesirable scenario. Jonathan reactivates the fog screen and decides to continue spraying the fog from the gorge as a focal point. He suggests that in theory, if this ability is activated in the city, it will completely paralyze it, since this fog limits the visibility of all living beings, and in such situations, not a single driver will have time to brake without running into some obstacle. The protagonist muses that with such an area covered by the level 2 mist, he dreads the thought of how terrifying this ability will become once this one reaches level 3. He looks at his pets and realizes that they also need to adapt to this ability as soon as possible in order to move freely in this fog. Jonathan says that life is developing and evolving every minute, so they need to develop adaptability to the thick fog as quickly as possible. He enthusiastically says that using a fog barrier combined with a hallucinogen, it will be possible to create an entire kingdom of fog, adding that this is not at all a pipe dream, since it does not even require a huge amount of time. Jonathan calls the mountains and gorge in which his comrades live the kingdom of fog, and says that now these surroundings will become their homeworld. After some time, the clouds gather over the clearing again, and Stella says in a frustrated voice that it is starting to rain again. After a few seconds, she notices that Jonathan is deep in thought, and decides to turn to him, calling her master. However, Jonathan, with alarm in his voice, tells Stella that he has begun to sense the presence of an unusual spiritual energy that has never been present in these parts before. Jonathan quickly guesses the nature of this energy, and tells Stella that it is a group of people who have just invaded the range of his fog. Meanwhile, Zach, sitting behind the wheel of a military SUV, looks at the area with a stern look, continuing to drive the car along the forest paths. After some time, military SUVs stop next to a crevice, beyond which a clear view of the mountains covered in fog opens up. After getting out of the car and assessing the width of the passage, Zach informs his team that they will not be able to travel further by car, and the only option will be to walk. The commander orders the other soldiers to leave a few men behind to look after the transport, while the rest must follow him to the village and remember to grab special weapons. One of the fellow soldiers asks the commander if such serious precautions are really necessary, after which another adds that this weapon is heavy enough to be drawn in such a minor threat. The commander replies that in such a landscape, it will be extremely difficult to use tanks and armored personnel carriers, adding that the weapons he ordered to be prepared will be their final trump card in countering the mutated beasts. According to the commander, this weapon fires small armor-piercing projectiles that were created specifically against mutated animals of any rank and order. Turning around, the commander admonishes his soldiers, saying that in this area, the spiritual energy indicator of the spiritual energy of the mutated beasts reaches dangerous values of 10,000. He sternly remarks that it will be very late to regret if one of the soldiers dies due to his carelessness or laziness shown at that moment. Meanwhile, Zach turns to the commander and says that loud screams and sobs are coming from the village ahead. Zach says that he will go ahead to reconnoiter the route, and at the same time find out what happened there, to which the commander tells him that they will follow and recommends Zach to stay alert. Having properly prepared himself, Zach quickly soars into the air, using his spiritual energy to greatly enhance his movements. Thanks to his superpowers, Zach flies into the air and makes several lightning-fast jumps, instantly climbing onto high ledges and pushing off from them with incredible ease. Ordinary soldiers watching such actions open their mouths in surprise and cannot believe that the power of the highest allows a person to surpass himself so much. Meanwhile, Jonathan says that he experienced a strange feeling, suggesting that it was not ordinary people who passed through the fog, and besides, there were quite a lot of them. The main character briefly plunges into thought and asks questions about what purpose these people may be pursuing, as well as whether the reason for their visit is his discovery, or the reason is hidden in something else. He quickly turns to Stella, asking her if she has received any new information from the other side, suggesting that the villagers might have hired someone to comb the gorge, to which the young girl replies that she is still having difficulty manages to control Ella's body. Suddenly, Stella's head begins to pound again, and she tells Jonathan that she can now definitely tell that something strange is happening in the village. Stella tells the main character that right now the remnants of Ella's mind are merging with her soul, creating a single entity from them. Jonathan is surprised to ask Stella if everything is really as serious as she says, but immediately reflects that she has no reason to lie to him. He plunges into his thoughts and memories, and is surprised that despite the fact that the clumsy snake pierced Stella's body with its bite, by some strange accident, her soul merged with the rational soul of Ella, adding that it was also unexpected that in Ella's body still contained remnants of other souls. Jonathan understands that right now, a real remerging is taking place between the souls of the two sisters, which will create a single entity from the two souls. Jonathan decides that there is not a second to waste and quickly calls out, asking her to urgently listen to him since he has a couple of very important things that he needs to tell her. He hands her a branch and asks her to urgently eat some life essence, adding that he really needs her help in some matter. Meanwhile, an unfamiliar shadow looms over Ella's unconscious body in the village, examining the young girl. The owner of this shadow turns out to be Zach, next to whom stands Ella's worried grandfather, and asks the officer if he can really help his dear granddaughter. After some time, the weather clears up and the evening sun appears over the village, reflected in the windows of small houses. Officer Zach continues to stand over Ella's body, wondering how he can cure this girl and the possible side effects. He recalls that he followed the source of the sobs and screams and thus reached this village, but all this time he felt faint fluctuations in spiritual energy. Zach looks down at Ella again and sees that the pulsations of spiritual energy came from her, after which he remembers everything he knows about purifying spiritual energy. From what Zach remembers, the purification of spiritual energy can cause spiritual resonance. However, this manifests itself differently in each person, as some people are barely awakened and complete their awakening, while others have to suffer for about 3 days until everything is done. Won't end. Carefully examining Ella, he comes to the conclusion that, judging by the spiritual particles flying around, this girl has an extremely rare type of gift, which is the possession of the element of fire, and decides to give her a spiritual reagent that is capable of saturating a person's body with energy that he can absorb from the environment. Meanwhile, Jonathan senses a change in Stella's spirit as a result of the absorption of his life essence and asks her what is happening. Stella is silent, but the system informs the main character that Stella has now moved to the 5th stage of the initial stage. Jonathan is surprised to note that he has never seen anyone advance 2 stages at once, suggesting that the constant use of life essence is not particularly effective in improving breakthrough to the next stage. Taking a closer look at Stella, he begins to feel that her spiritual energy is quite quickly filling all the space around her. At this point, Officer Zach decides to give Ella a few drops of the spiritual reagent to see if it will really work and help the girl get back on her feet. A few drops are enough for the entire room to be filled with red light, which instantly began to emanate from Ella's body, and even the air itself began to vibrate. Stella, still connected to her sister's body, says that the influx of spiritual energy is so great that she can no longer contain it. Meanwhile, soldiers near the village see a pillar of light rise beyond the hills, piercing the very skies and shining as brightly as small stars can shine. The commander, who saw this for the first time, looks at this pillar of fire in shock and asks himself what the hell is going on in this village. Meanwhile, Stella, having received a large amount of spiritual energy, regains consciousness and rises in her bed, looking around. Her grandfather happily greets her and shouts that she is finally awake before walking over to her bed, carefully inspecting her. Other residents react enthusiastically to what happened, surprised that the officer cured the girl in just a few moments and asked the gentleman to keep this warrior for many years. However, Officer Zach remains more surprised than happy, reflecting that a person shouldn't be able to awaken so quickly, as it usually takes at least half a day, and then wonders how strong this girl's predisposition is. Stella, who is in her sister's body, telepathically communicates with Jonathan, telling him that she managed to take control of her body, but the sensations are still a little unusual. Jonathan, who is coordinating her in the clearing, tells her that this is absolutely normal, adding that she should not overexert herself yet and just get used to this body, after which he says that the military detachment will remain in the village for the night in any case, which means she will be able to figure out a lot during this time. Stella tells Jonathan that she understood him perfectly, calling him master, after which she looks around with an indifferent look and slowly gets out of bed. In the evening, a small celebration is organized in this village in honor of the fact that Officer Zach managed to awaken Ella from eternal sleep and restore hope to the village chief. The villagers also treat other arriving military men, telling them not to be shy about helping themselves, since there is enough food for everyone. The headman approaches the unit commander and offers him special alcohol prepared according to a home recipe, to which he replies that it is better never to drink on combat missions. Stella, meanwhile, sits apart from everyone and just silently watches what is happening, not daring to talk to anyone or take food for herself. Jonathan whispers to her that for the best secrecy, there is no need to actively ask others about what is happening and behave as naturally as possible. Stella decides to follow his advice and unobtrusively asks her tablemate why they came to such a distance, sipping tea from a mug. Her interlocutor is none other than Officer Zach, who also closely monitors everything that happens and does not enter into conversations with ordinary residents without reason. He tells Stella that they came here because of mutated beasts that could cause unprecedented disasters in the future, after which he adds that they plan to conduct some research here. Stella calmly replies to Officer Zach that she does not fully understand his words, since mutated animals have never been found in these parts. Jonathan tells her that recently a satellite monitoring spiritual vibrations discovered a serious anomaly in this place, so they came here in order to find out the cause of its occurrence. Jonathan, hearing everything that comes to Stella's ears, annoyedly admits that he did not think that humanity already had equipment for searching and measuring spiritual energy. He turns to Stella's consciousness and asks her to learn from this military man as much information as possible regarding this satellite, to which she replies that she will fulfill his demands. Officer Zach tells Stella that the spiritual vibration satellite is only able to determine the approximate area of the anomaly, and given the excessive concentration of spiritual energy in the area, it was decided to take precautions. Zach concludes his story by saying that all this was the reason why they came here to personally inspect the area for anomalous monsters. He says that if an urgent need arises, they will be required to evacuate civilians and confirm the presence of an abnormal amount of spiritual energy, as well as identify signs of the emergence of new types of mutated beasts. Having heard all the necessary information, Jonathan exhales with relief, since the device tracking the spiritual anomaly has not yet confirmed its existence. He guesses that the satellite detected his spiritual power when he fought with the axe snake, but due to the fact that he was able to hide the entire valley with his dense fog barrier, now the military is unlikely to be able to find him so quickly. Jonathan speculates that if there is a satellite that monitors vibrations over a large area, then most likely this reconnaissance team may have more accurate measuring instruments. Anxious thoughts about being forced to confront humans creep into Jonathan's mind, and he says that he definitely doesn't want to go to war with humans right now. However, the fact that he could be discovered tomorrow torments Jonathan, since if discovered, he will have no choice but to fight for his life. The next morning, the military, already lined up to perform the task, talk with the headman, and Officer Zach asks him if he made the decision they talked about yesterday. The headman honestly admits to Zach that he would like to refuse this offer, but it would be better if Ella goes with them, since due to memory lapses, she does not realize much. Officer Zach tells the chief not to worry about his granddaughter, promising that they will find the best specialist to help her, adding that after some time, the squad members remaining at the foot of the mountain will come for Ella. After these words, Officer Zach commands all his colleagues to prepare to go on a mission, after which they leave the village. Jonathan, having heard and seen everything that Stella sees, is immersed in thoughts about what he should do to avoid detection. The soldiers go deeper into the forest and almost immediately encounter dense fog, which does not allow them to see anything further than 4 meters in front of them. However, the soldiers decide not to retreat and head further along the paths, constantly looking around so as not to let predators get closer to them. Officer Zach tells his subordinates that he has never seen fog like this in his life, after which he decides to look around more carefully, listening to every sound. One of the soldiers turns to the commander and asks him why this fog still won't clear, adding that he feels it is only getting thicker with every meter, despite the fact that they have been walking here for 2 hours. Another soldier, looking around, tells his colleagues that he recognizes these places, adding that they passed here not so long ago. Officer Zach notices a mark on the tree that he left 2 hours ago and realizes that they have been walking in circles all this time and have gotten nowhere. Meanwhile, the serene silence of the foggy gorge is interrupted by the sounds of heavy footsteps and animal growls, which become louder and angrier with every second. A pack of wolves and a honey badger are sent out on reconnaissance, growling menacingly, trying to find and drive away intruders from their territory. Officer Zach says that they are always marking time in one place, adding that if there was an anomaly here, then it is probably connected with this fog, which raised the spiritual energy indicator to 17,000. According to his guess, if at least some beast reached the spiritual energy level of 17,000, then it would become noticeable almost immediately to the naked eye. Officer Zach concludes that the fog is there for a reason, adding that someone is most likely controlling it to prevent the reconnaissance team from finding anything. Jonathan, who has been eavesdropping on their conversations with the help of the fog, says that this senior officer Zach is quite insightful, giving him credit. Jonathan says the thick fog, combined with the hallucinogen, has kept them confused and going in circles over and over again, adding that it would be for their own good if they decided to leave now. Jonathan adds that if they continue to persist and begin to move deeper, then nothing awaits them except disappointment and death. A few hours later, the reconnaissance group led by Zach finally got out of the vicious circle created by Jonathan. They continued to move deeper into the gorge, and the soldiers began to say that the further they move, the more terrible it becomes for them to be in this mystical forest. Suddenly, the grave silence of the forest is interrupted by a loud roar and the clanging of razor-sharp teeth coming very close to the reconnaissance group. The soldiers immediately grab their weapons and in a panic begin to look around, trying to understand where this terrible beast was, which had just growled menacingly at them. The commander tells the squad that it was most likely a wolf, adding that the entire squad needs to be on alert and keep their weapons ready. Looking around, he thinks that if in this fog they stumble upon a pack of hungry wolves, then things will take a very bad turn. Suddenly, in the thick clouds of fog, 2 red eyes light up in front of him, and a dull growl again begins to ring in the ears of the frightened soldier. Before he can come to his senses, a huge wolf rushes at him and grabs him with its mouth, carrying him away from the reconnaissance group. The wolf clenches its jaws tighter, inflicting serious wounds on the group commander in the chest and abdomen, causing him to let out a heart-rending cry from unbearable pain. The other soldiers are frozen in place in horror, not believing that they just saw a giant wolf rush past them at great speed. Officer Zach watches what is happening in surprise and also cannot believe his eyes, mentally trying to understand what kind of creature he just saw. Taking a closer look and remembering all the creatures he had previously met, he realizes that in front of him is a mutated air wolf, hungry for human meat. The soldiers open fire, and Officer Zach orders them to concentrate their fire on the beast's body so as not to hit their commander with a stray bullet. The wolf quickly turns in the other direction, and the bullets overtake its body, only in the area of the sides and tail, but all mutated animals have their own tricks that must be reckoned with. Thanks to his innate ability to control the wind, the airwolf redirects the bullets that flew at him back to the soldiers who shot at him. The soldiers are hit by heavy fire from their own gunfire, and they scramble for cover, falling to the ground and yelling at each other to be careful. The wolf is briefly distracted, and Officer Zack immediately takes advantage of this tactical mistake, getting close to him and preparing to land a jump strike on him. He hits the airwolf right in the neck and orders him to unclench his filthy mouth, thanks to which the commander of the reconnaissance unit is freed from the death trap. Officer Zack grabs the commander's hand and together with him jumps away from the airwolf, which jumps to the side from the force of Zack's blow. However, the airwolf quickly comes to his senses and flips over in the air, after which he attacks Zack and slightly wounds him with his paw. A sharp pain pierces the body of Officer Zack, but he does not show it and clenches his teeth, suppressing the urge to scream and attract even more predators here. The wolf, meanwhile, jumps to the sides and lands on its paws, preparing to attack again and bares its teeth, teasing Zack threateningly. Zack looks around and wonders what's wrong with this damn fog, wondering if it might be conscious. Meanwhile, a honey badger runs onto the stage, growling menacingly and running towards the line of soldiers to cut them with its sharp claws. The soldiers shout to each other that they have discovered a mutated medium-class beast and decide to immediately open fire to destroy it. However, the honey badger is not going to give up so easily and looks at the soldiers with a menacing look, emitting a menacing roar that makes the blood in their veins freeze. The spiritual energy value of mutated animals of the average category is about 4,000 to 6,000, and with this indicator, they receive partial immunity to bullets and gunfire, and the combat effectiveness of one such beast is enough to pose a threat to a fully equipped squad. And even if the honey badger is a threat that must be taken into account, then an animal of the highest rank can be a threat to the well-being of an entire city. The commander, barely able to stand due to serious wounds received from the windwolf, commands the squad to use armor-piercing shells. One of the soldiers quickly takes out the necessary weapons and shouts at the honey badger to die immediately, after which he pulls the trigger and shoots an armor-piercing shell at him. The honey badger, not expecting such a stunt, looks in horror at the rapidly approaching shell, which, with a direct hit, will tear him to pieces. The shell reaches the place where the honey badger had recently stood, and a loud explosion is heard, raising large clouds of smoke and deafening everyone in a small radius of action. The soldiers look at the billowing clouds of dust and wonder if they managed to put the pesky beast down once and for all. However, as soon as the smoke clears, the soldiers, to their horror, see that next to the honey badger there is a pack of airwolves which protected the honey badger and is now preparing to enter the battle in full force. The soldiers say with horror that a direct hit by an armor-piercing shell did not bring any result and are horrified that now a whole 4 wolves are standing in front of them. The unit commander curses loudly and ponders what they should do in such a situation, assuming that the chances of their death are quite high. The airwolves continue to look at the soldiers menacingly and interfere for some time, as if waiting for an outside command to attack. Jonathan says his fog was a final warning, adding that anyone who ignores his words will bring their own destruction. He adds that it is not his fault that what will happen now, adding that all responsibility for the deaths of people will lie with Officer Zack and everyone who persistently followed here. However, Officer Zack, who approached his comrades, commands them not to engage in battle with the wolves and to immediately retreat. The soldiers hesitate for a while and do not understand whether Zack's intentions are serious, but he repeats that everyone should immediately take their weapons and wounded comrades, and then retreat. After some time, Officer Zack's squad goes to the exit from the foggy circle, pretty battered by grueling and bloody battles. Zack angrily says that the damn honey badger kept up with them until the very end, until he punched him with all his strength. However, Zack adds that after hitting this annoying beast with 2 armor-piercing shells, he had very little time to live. The unit commander, with hatred in his eyes, says that this sortie cost them 6 comrades, after which he mentally curses this entire operation. Jonathan, meanwhile, says with satisfaction that in the end, he managed to put these soldiers to flight, adding that for some time it would obviously not occur to them to meddle here and disturb his peace. Jonathan admits that he really wanted to kill all these people, but decided that it would be very bad if it ended up attracting an entire army here, after which he expresses the hope that meeting so many animals and the foggy labyrinth from which they couldn't get out for a long time, and their desire to explore this area cooled. However, the thought that people will definitely return for revenge haunts Jonathan, and he understands that he will have to develop intensively. He says that when people return next time, he must become so strong that he stops seeing people as rivals. Having dealt with all the important matters, he turns to Stella's spirit and asks her about how things are on the other side in the human world. Stella returns to her sister's body and telepathically tells the main character that she is now sitting in the car, adding that she is being driven by another group. She asks Jonathan if she really needs to control this body for such a long time, to which he replies that this is a necessary measure. He reflects that he could not even imagine that, by some coincidence, Ella would awaken elementary abilities, as a result of which she is now being taken to a certain mysterious department. Jonathan comes to the simple conclusion that this is simply the perfect opportunity to infiltrate people and find out about their plans much in advance. Meanwhile, the soldiers carrying Ella think that she is acting incredibly sweet and begin to fantasize about how hard it will be for them to refuse her if she suddenly confesses her mad love to them. However, their thoughts are interrupted by the dull knock of Ella's head on the glass, and they instantly pull themselves together and turn their attention to the road. One of the soldiers is quietly surprised that this girl once again fell asleep out of the blue, without any prerequisites or signs of fatigue. Another soldier says that he already wants to call her the sleepyhead, to which his colleague replies that it sounds too rude, and in the end, they do not come to a single nickname that they will give Ella. Stella, in a tired and bored voice, tells Jonathan that she can no longer control this body because she needs to regain her strength, to which he tells her that there is nothing wrong with that. He reflects on the fact that Stella was able to control her sister's body for 15 hours and suggests that this is the limit for her now. To cheer Stella up, Jonathan tells her that in the future he will prescribe her a dose of life essence to increase the control time, and Stella happily tells him that she would be very happy about this. Jonathan reflects on the fact that the essence of life can not only support her astral body, but also significantly accelerate the pace of its development, after which he comes to the conclusion that this essence is of great value to her. Meanwhile, the pack of wolves returns to Jonathan, having successfully completed their mission of reconnaissance in force and causing the military to flee. Jonathan tells them that they did a great job, and notices that the leader of the pack is carrying in his teeth a badly injured honey badger, who suffered the most on this mission. The leader carefully unclenches his teeth and lowers the honey badger to the ground right in front of Jonathan, hoping that the honey badger can still be saved. The honey badger is still showing signs of life and raises his tired and exhausted gaze to Jonathan, waiting for his help while the blood from his wounds continues to drip onto the ground. Jonathan examines the honey badger closely and surmises that the honey badger survived a violent confrontation with a man named Zach, adding that if he were an ordinary animal, he would have died long ago. The honey badger does not give up and struggles to get up on his wounded paws, gritting his teeth to suppress the sharp pain spreading throughout his body. Jonathan says that if he were to inject the essence of life into him right now, given his mournful state, his body would simply not be able to withstand it and would explode. Jonathan takes out his strongest root and briefly thinks about how to solve this problem, after which he understands how he can cure the dying animal. He says that after reaching the first stage, his vision has become much better and sends his root in search of water. After spending some time searching, the main character finds a small body of water located a few hundred meters from the clearing where Jonathan lives. After carefully examining the lake and making sure that there is clean water in it, Jonathan decides that this is the ideal lake in order to implement his plan. With these words, he takes some of his roots out of the ground and grabs a large number of stones to make his own pond. Jonathan quickly pulls the stones into his clearing and with the help of his strongest root, conducts water, digging a new reservoir within walking distance of him. Having decided on the diameter, Jonathan decides that this is enough and waits for some time until the water completely fills the dug hole. When all the basic preparations are completed, Jonathan decides to add the finishing touch and imbues the water with his life essence. The lake begins to radiate miraculous energy, and Jonathan spends a moment admiring how beautiful the lake is that he just made. Jonathan joyfully admits to himself that the shine of the water surface fascinates him, and then adds that after diluting with water, the essence of life will become more moderate and less aggressive. The crane, bison, and monkey watch this pond with interest and slowly approach, hoping to get permission to swim in it. Jonathan, however, decides to scare them off, saying that this reward is only for the wolves and the honey badger, leaving them with nothing. After this, he places the wounded honey badger next to the wolves in a healing pond and watches how the waters help the animal's wounds heal. Jonathan says that a small pond nearby will be very convenient, since one drop of life essence has turned it into a small spiritual pond, and although it can never compare with the underground spiritual river, it can still provide healing and restorative effects. The spiritual river is a water stream containing a huge amount of spiritual energy that Jonathan has been absorbing all this time thanks to his underground roots. In just 10 days, its trunk became stronger many times over, and the entire space at a distance of 200 to 300 meters was filled with its roots, which is why the main character decided that, if the underground spiritual river brings him so much benefit, then it should also affect the mutated animals act in the same way. He makes a bold assumption that such an object, containing spiritual energy in the future, will certainly become a kind of source of resources for which there will be a struggle between people. Meanwhile, Stella arrives at her destination, and Officer Zach tells her that they have arrived at the famous Superior Research Institute. Stella looks around, blankly looking at the huge buildings with large windows. Officer Zach invites the young girl to follow him, saying that the chairman is already waiting for her, adding that everyone can't wait to see what her potential will be. The chairman, who is a heavy-set, mysterious man watching Stella with interest from behind a tinted window, says that they have finally arrived. He reflects that a serious and wide selection of candidates for members of the Special Forces is about to begin and expresses keen interest in who of them will be the strongest. After Officer Zack escorts Stella to the required building, he comes to the chairman's office in order to report to him about the results of the operation, to which he tells him that it seems that this time he had a hard time. Officer Zack says that, judging by the information obtained, there is a high probability that the area of that gorge was affected by an anomaly, after which he says that strong mutated animals cannot be written off either. The chairman asks Zack if he is sure that the fog in that area did not dissipate and had a mental effect on people, to which he replies that this is only his personal assumption, adding that that fog is the cause of the anomaly in that area, but so far, he cannot give a rational explanation for this. The gist of this generation. The chairman calmly listens to this information, and with a little doubt, asks Officer Zack if he is sure of his words, but decides to make sure of this based on the test results. After the occurrence of incidents with breakthroughs of spiritual energy and the appearance of anomalous beasts, humanity divided the whole world into 4 zones, among which there are the safest, called green, and zones with an undoubted danger that should be avoided, which humanity designated as yellow. Rarer zones are red, like those that require constant surveillance and armed suppression. The most dangerous zones are considered to be forbidden zones, like the Bermuda Triangle, since even before the revival of spiritual energy, these zones attracted the attention of the whole world, and after the revival, they became absolute forbidden lands, where no living thing on the planet could set foot. It's safe to say that Jonathan was incredibly lucky, because even though yellow zones are under government supervision, it doesn't matter at all, because with the exception of major cities, most areas of the globe have become yellow threat zones. Meanwhile, in the clearing where Jonathan and his comrades live, the honey badger, who has reached level 6 of the initial stage, decides to compete with his rival in order to raise his authority among the animals. His rival is the firefox, which is at the 8th stage of the initial stage, but nothing in its movements and gaze betrays any caution or fear from the actions of the honey badger. The honey badger charges, growling menacingly, but the firefox remains standing in place, calmly waiting for the enemy to move closer to her. As soon as the self-confident honey badger gets within striking distance, the fiery fox immediately knocks him down, knocking him face first into the ground with one swing of his paw. All the animals watching this solemnly clap their paws and hooves, congratulating the fiery fox on her confident victory in this competition. Jonathan, having a hearty laugh at the fox's skill, grabs the fighting honey badger and says that it's time for them to stop fighting each other over all sorts of trifles. Looking around, Jonathan reflects that since the day he put the military reconnaissance group to flight, no one has come here, after which he joyfully assumes that everything turned out okay. However, such excesses seem undesirable to Jonathan, and he decides to be even more inconspicuous from now on, so as not to provoke unnecessary victims and conflicts. Meanwhile, a pack of windwolves approaches Jonathan and brings still living mutated animals in their teeth so that the main character absorbs their evolution points. Jonathan thanks the wolves for bringing these beasts alive, after which he immediately releases his branches and destroys the mutated warthog and rat, receiving evolution points for them. Jonathan muses that the benefits of taming these guys are starting to become more clear, and then comes to the conclusion that even if he stops hunting himself, these wolves will still help him hunt living creatures. With these words, he gives the victims to be devoured by the wolves, thinking that if he gives the dead for food, then in this wonderful symbiosis absolutely everyone will benefit. The wolves greedily pounce on the dead animals and tear them apart, flooding the clearing with fresh blood, and Jonathan winces, saying that he will never get used to such a sight. Turning around, he notices that the fiery fox has already taken up her guard post and is only intently watching what is happening in the clearing, deciding not to join the meal for the sake of maintaining an elegant image. Hearing a strange crunching sound right near his roots, Jonathan discovers that the golden monkey secretly plucked some leaves from the main character, after which he decided to eat them. The system decides to notify Jonathan that the golden monkey has entered the 4th stage of the initial stage and awakened the innate property of maximum absorption, which allows its body to absorb a significant amount of useful substances. After this, Jonathan decides to open the panel of his own improvements since he has accumulated 172 evolution points, with which he decides to improve his branches. Seeing that the price for one branch is 5 points, Jonathan quickly comes to the conclusion that he does not have enough points to improve all the branches. The system asks Jonathan if he wants to spend points on strengthening branches, and he tells her that he only wants to strengthen half of his branches. The system carries out the order of the main character, and for 125 points pumps up half of the branches, making them much more durable and unlocking the ability to poison and paralyze the target. Jonathan excitedly reads the description of the new abilities, and says that he now has very useful buffs in case of battle, and then wonders what the likelihood of these new abilities is. He looks around in search of a suitable test subject and notices that the honey badger has decided to immediately restore his fallen authority in the animal hierarchy and is trying to fight with a bull that is peacefully grazing nearby. Deciding that the annoying honey badger would be an excellent candidate for test subject, Jonathan immediately whips him with a branch, causing him to scream loudly and fall to the ground. The honey badger twitches his hind leg impotently, while an ecstatic Jonathan praises himself for his skill in achieving an instant kill with one blow. After just a few seconds, the honey badger gets up, groaning, and angrily looks around, suggesting that the damned bull, which he challenged, is to blame for everything. Jonathan irritably slams his branch on the ground and accuses the system of fraud, after which he demands compensation from it for the false description of abilities. Stella, watching what is happening with interest, asks Jonathan if he really isn't aware of the characteristics of honey badgers, which she thought everyone knew about. She explains to the main character that honey badgers are omnivores, so they have an innate resistance to toxins, and then adds that given the current strength of this honey badger, poisons against it will be completely useless. Jonathan listens carefully to Stella's story, and happily says that he is very glad that he is still deadly to everyone, except honey badgers. However, quickly coming to his senses, he asks Stella's spirit why she is here and when she managed to return here from the human world. Stella, in a bored voice, reports that over the past few days they have only outlined her daily routine and other routine, without privy to anything more serious, after which she adds that Officer Zach said that he would take her to the Research Institute only tomorrow, where she will have to undergo a special test, the result of which will determine whether she will go further or be sent back to the village. Jonathan listens carefully to everything Stella tells him, and briefly wonders how Stella could benefit from infiltrating such an institution. He argues that the fire element has awakened in Ella's body, but at the same time, Stella's spirit has awakened its supernatural talents, after which he adds that in the future she may have access to a huge amount of resources. Jonathan believes that very soon, with such a combination of human and non-human advantages, a real monster will be born in this world, which will be stronger than any person who has ever walked the globe. After some thought, Jonathan extends his branches to Stella, telling her that she must take the essence of life in order to be sure to succeed in tomorrow's test and not let this chance go into the hands of other people, to which Stella agrees with great enthusiasm. Jonathan immediately warns Stella that it is almost certain that someone will want to interfere with Stella, in which case she must react quickly and decisively. Stella's face changes and tells the main character that she will definitely complete all the tasks that will be assigned to her and will never let him down. After some time, morning comes and the dawn sun rises over the Research Institute of Spiritual Energy, illuminating it with its rays. With the idea that she must undergo this test, Stella, now in possession of her sister's body again, follows Officer Zach, fearlessly stepping into the unknown. Zach accompanies the young girl, and after they enter the elevator, he tells her that the Higher Research Institute specializes in studying the structure and principles of functioning of spiritual energy, adding that awakened people from all over the country have gathered in this place, as well as many professors who have access to corridors of power. Zach tells Stella that this organization has two tasks, which are to study spiritual energy and prepare new people who are destined to join the ranks of the highest. Ella has a view of a huge underground city filled with high technology, and Zach says that although he called his company an organization, the term academy would be more suitable for them. Arriving at the recruiting center, he tells Stella that a huge number of people have gathered here, whose awakening, like Stella's, happened quite recently. Among the general mass of recruits, there is a girl named Evelina, who looks arrogantly at the arrival of Stella and wonders who came up with the idea of bringing here a hillbilly who stinks of dirt for many kilometers. Meanwhile, the director and his assistant appear in front of the cadets and ask everyone present for silence and attention. The director looks at the young recruits and tells them that the world began to change a long time ago and is still changing, after which he adds that the survival of humanity has been compromised, and that is why all people must change and adapt if they want humanity to have a chance for survival. He addresses the new recruits, saying that sooner or later the future fate of the era will be in their hands, but before they lead the new generation forward, they need to become much stronger. The director adds that this place was designed and created specifically for this purpose. He ends his rousing speech and tells everyone present that in the future, they will have to take control of the new era into their own hands. The cadets, inspired by these speeches, almost all simultaneously shout out to the director that they will not let him down and will definitely succeed in all tests. The assistant director tells the cadets that in this case, it is time for the first stage of testing and invites everyone to go to a special room. The assistant says that first of all, they will need to measure the spiritual energy of all participants, adding that to do this, they need to go to a special device and put their hand on it. The first candidate measures his spiritual energy, and the examiner says that he has a reserve of spiritual energy of 1,200, which is the average, after which he asks the next candidate to approach the device. The cadets, one by one, approach the device, but no one has indicators exceeding at least 1,500 units of spiritual energy. Realizing that the majority of participants have extremely low levels of spiritual energy, the cadets immediately lose their former confidence and sadly trudge towards the device. The examiner, meanwhile, maliciously admits that these figures are very far behind the release of the first generation, adding that this is the worst group he has ever encountered. After some time, Evelina approaches the device and, with absolute confidence, puts her hand on the device, to which it immediately responds with a flash of light. After a split second, the device begins to show fairly high values, which none of those present in the hall had previously shown. The examiner's jaw drops, and he is surprised to note the fact that the spiritual energy indicator is 2000. Other cadets look after Evelina and whisper that even the representatives of the very first generation did not have such indicators, adding that Evelina, on top of everything else, is a beauty. However, Evelina does not understand such an attitude, arrogantly reflecting that her superiority should have been clear to everyone, even before this stage began. The examiner asks the next candidate to approach the device, and it turns out to be Stella, calmly walking towards the device. The assistant director, recording the cadet's performance on a piece of paper, reflects that if someone like Evelina appears at least once every 2 years, then this will be more than enough, after which he adds that if they manage to raise Evelina properly, but this country will have hope of survival, whether the rest of its students perform mediocre or not. The director of the academy, watching with interest what is happening, asks Officer Zach whether Stella can surpass Evelina after she showed such outstanding results. Officer Zach tells the director that he does not have a clear answer to this question, adding that he is absolutely sure that the fire element should never be underestimated. The director replies that even if Stella does not show herself as brightly, it becomes more interesting to watch every second. Meanwhile, Stella touches the device for measuring spiritual energy, and at that very second it begins to shine very brightly, as if it had received a huge amount of power for which it was not designed. The beam of energy quickly breaks through the maximum value and rushes higher and higher, without stopping for a second, plunging all spectators into shock. Officer Zach and the director of the academy are speechless when they first see such extreme levels of spiritual energy, which they have never encountered before in their entire lives. The room is flooded with rays of light, but the participants manage to see that Stella's spiritual energy indicator quickly broke through the 5,000 mark and rapidly continued to grow. After a few seconds, this figure begins to exceed 6,000 and continues to grow, increasingly loading the device, which is no longer able to cope with such voltage. After a few more seconds, the device fails and explodes with a deafening explosion, enveloping the entire hall in a thick cloud of smoke and dust raised due to a powerful shock wave. After a while, the smoke settles and the participants see Stella, who with a sad look asks everyone for forgiveness, saying that she accidentally broke the measuring device. The examiner, lying on the floor, addresses his deceased mother, saying that this is the best group he has ever encountered and thanks heaven that he has lived to this point. Evelina, morally trampled by the fact that some village girl's spiritual energy indicator is several times higher than hers, quietly whispers that this simply cannot happen. The examiner changes his face with a nasty smile and asks all participants whose spiritual energy indicator exceeded 100 to go to the second stage of testing. He tells the participants that they will need to go to one of 3 control areas, based on what level of spiritual energy they were assigned in the first stage. At the testing area reserved for high-ranking participants, Officer Zach is waiting for them, who heads towards the group with an interested look. The participants are surprised to ask Zach why only he is present on this site, to which he just grins, stretching his hands. Evelina arrogantly asks Zach not to tell them that he plans to single-handedly challenge the entire group, each of whom has a high spiritual energy score. However, Officer Zach, with a grin on his face, tells them that the essence of the next stage is as simple as possible and lies in the fact that they need to at least touch him in the allotted time, adding that they have an hour to complete the task and no one will limit them in the choice of methods. Meanwhile, Jonathan enjoys the pleasant morning breeze, admiring the scenery and how the huge clouds slowly float next to him. Jonathan inhales the scent of superb flowers and admits to himself that the weather today is surprisingly excellent, when suddenly his unity with nature is interrupted by a sharp and unpleasant smell that hits his nose. Looking lower, Jonathan notices that the impudent honey badger has decided to mark the territory where other animals walk, despite the huge amount of inconvenience that his actions can cause to the rest of the inhabitants of the clearing. Jonathan picks up one of his branches and in a threatening tone informs the honey badger that with such behavior, he has gone beyond all rules of decency and cannot expect to get off lightly. Meanwhile, the cadets participating in the test with Officer Zach did not achieve any success and only wasted their energy. The officer, with feigned arrogance, asks the students whether such an easy test is so impossible for them that they still haven't completed it. Evelina looks angrily at Zach, who tells everyone that if they continue in this spirit, then they will all be expelled from the academy, and shame on the whole family. After a few more minutes, only Officer Zach, Stella, and Evelina remain standing, while the rest of the students lie exhausted on the ground, not even trying to get up. Officer Zack looks at his watch and says that there are only 10 minutes left until the end of the test, so all the cadets better hurry. He glares at Stella and Evelina, telling them to show him what they can do, adding that otherwise they will be expelled from the academy. Evelina, looking at Officer Zack with contempt, tisks angrily and tries to figure out how she can get to the arrogant officer. Meanwhile, Stella, whose physical condition is in a slightly poorer state, breathes deeply, remembering the promise she made to Jonathan that she would definitely succeed in today's test. She falls into a kind of trance and confidently says that she must undergo this test, after which the air next to her begins to ignite. Before Officer Zack can come to his senses, a bright pillar of fire of unprecedented height and enormous power begins to emanate from Stella. Evelina, who did not expect such a turn of events with caution, turns around and backs away from the fire so as not to get burns or other herbs. However, Officer Zack remains standing in the same place, inviting Stella with his eyes to try to hit him and test her strength and dexterity in practice. However, Stella, noticing that Officer Zack has become too self-confident, rushes forward and only miraculously avoids hitting him right in the face with her fiery hand. Stella takes his words seriously and increases her power even more, beginning to make a series of jumps, accelerating more and more each time. Evelina looks higher and notices that Stella's speed has become so high that it becomes possible to track her movement only by the trail of fire that her body leaves. Officer Zack ceases to understand how to find a way out of this situation and reflects that a newcomer simply cannot have such refined and powerful skills. Meanwhile, the director of the academy, together with his assistant, observing the experiment, is also speechless, trying to keep track of Stella. Stella tries to make an attempt to hit Officer Zack, but by some miracle he manages to dodge, realizing that he noticed Stella at the very last moment. Stella does not slow down, continuing to attack Officer Zack again and again, trying to find a weak point in his defense or seize the moment for a surprise attack. At one point, Officer Zack makes an unsuccessful jump, and Stella decides to take advantage of this, flying straight towards him, leaving him no chance to dodge. However, at the very last moment, something hits Stella hard in the side, knocking her off her flight path and preventing her from grabbing Officer Zack by the jacket. This factor turns out to be Evelina, who decides to use a dirty trick and meanly hit Stella in order to prevent her from winning this competition. Stella, who did not have time to understand what happened to her, crashes into the wall, hitting her head hard against it and freezing in place for a while. Evelina, taking advantage of the fact that all of Officer Zack's attention is absorbed in Stella's fate, taps him on the shoulder, saying that she touched him, which means she won. The director of the academy, as well as the assistant standing next to him, watch what is happening in surprise, trying to understand how to act in this situation. The director announces the end of the second round, and Officer Zack immediately runs to Stella to make sure she is okay and not seriously injured. However, as soon as he approaches her, he quickly notices that Stella has a cut on her forehead and is not responding to the words spoken to her. At first glance, everyone thought that Stella had lost consciousness, but in fact, Jonathan's parting words sounded more and more clearly in Stella's head. She once again replays Jonathan's words in her head that if someone gets in her way, she must act immediately and decisively. With these thoughts in her head, Stella tries to get up while Officer Zack tells her that they need to go to the infirmary first, adding that the exam will be suspended for now. However, Stella doesn't seem to listen to Zack's words and slowly gets up, not even trying to wipe the blood from her forehead. Meanwhile, Evelina, who approached Stella, smugly tells her that if she missed such a blow, then her level is not that great, adding that if she lost, then she should return to where she came from. However, Stella does not answer Evelina and only utters the words that everyone who stands in her way will die, which confuses her rival. Before Officer Zack can say a word, Stella identifies Evelina's weak points and, with the speed of a fired bullet, rushes to attack her. Before Evelyn has time to come to her senses, Stella immediately grabs her by the head, dragging her along and trying to bear her crushing blow, knocking her to the ground. With unprecedented cruelty, Stella hammers her rival into the ground, after which she grabs her by the throat and begins to strangle her with all her might. Evelyn yells at Stella in a choked voice, calling her crazy and saying that the round is over, which means she's still lost. Stella does not react to these words and sets her hand on fire, telling Evelina that she is now going to hell, to which she quickly admits she was wrong and tearfully asks for forgiveness. However, Stella turns out to be indifferent to such cheap tricks and decides to finish what she started, pointing her fist straight at Evelina's face. Evelina is saved only by a miracle, as Officer Zack manages to run up to Stella and stop her fist, assuring her that she too passed the test. He looks into Stella's eyes and tells her that all these words were said to her only so that she would give it her all and show what she was capable of. After listening to Officer Zack and realizing that she has officially passed the test, Stella immediately begins to smile and say that she is very happy about it. Meanwhile, Evelina, who almost lost consciousness from fright, continues to lie on the ground, afraid to move even a finger, so as not to provoke Stella's anger again. Officer Zack, watching Stella's behavior in fear, mentally admits to himself that most likely he will never be able to completely control this girl because she is too strong. The director, watching what is happening with interest, tells his subordinate that special attention will need to be paid to the training of these two students. After some time, Stella returns to her spiritual form and reports to Jonathan that she was able to successfully complete the qualifying stages and is now accepted into the Academy of Higher Ones. Stella has become much stronger and will soon be able to move to level 8 at such an early age, since she has become a genius who is studying at the Higher Research Center. The residents of Dashan village were soon evacuated, and the village head also decided to leave this place for a better life, despite the fact that he really wanted to stay. After some time, winter has already arrived, and Jonathan continued to develop continuously, but even the cold winds are not able to stop what is coming. The smell of blood still hangs in the air, foreshadowing only imminent troubles and huge battles with the strongest opponents in an endless war for existence. The scene of action is transferred for some time to the northwest, to a small cave, which, nevertheless, turns out to be strewn with the corpses of various animals. The military is moving carefully around the mine, saying that the capture of this facility cost them a lot of strength and lives, adding that they have not lost so many people for a long time. However, the conversations of the military are abruptly interrupted by a strange sound that appears out of nowhere, characteristic of some types of insects. Turning around, the soldiers notice that in front of them stands a huge silver centipede, which is preparing to properly feed on the arriving soldiers. The soldiers try to shoot back, but the centipede's shell turns out to be much stronger than the soldiers could have hoped, so the fate of the entire squad becomes a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, Jonathan completes the procedure for strengthening his last branches and says that he only has to strengthen the horses, and after that, nothing will stop him from moving to the second stage of development. He looks dreamily into the winter sky and says that, having reached the second stage, nothing but nuclear weapons will be able to kill him, but then adds that the energy that will break out during his evolution will undoubtedly attract people, and they will learn about his existence. Jonathan reflects that this is the first time he has truly realized how dangerous people can be to him. Jonathan's thoughts are interrupted by Stella, who tells him that something very important has happened that he will definitely need to know about. The scene briefly shifts to the command post of the Superior Research Center, where the command is trying to understand what kind of incident occurred in the mine. Officer Zack says that the team in the northwest has been completely destroyed, adding that the spiritual energy from the mine has leaked out, attracting a huge number of mutated beasts. Observers from the command center report that previously they had only dealt with mutated rats and birds, whose spiritual power indicators were around 4,000. Analysts add that suddenly a giant centipede appeared in the mine, the spiritual power of which is about 120,000. Officer Zack falls into despair from this news, trying to understand how humanity can cope with a creature whose development has already reached the second stage of evolution. The command of the Institute of Higher Ones decided to land a special group of Higher Ones called the New Testament on the scene. The fighters of this group happily told each other that this time they had finally met a worthy opponent, and not some pathetic bugs that could be crushed with one blow. Stella continues to tell Jonathan the details of these events, and Jonathan asks her in surprise whether people really got to the spiritual ore. Stella, who has already reached the 9th stage of the initial stage, says that a mine with a large content of ore has been discovered in the northwest, adding that more than a dozen research centers are ready to fight to the death for every pebble from this mine. Jonathan says that the Lingxi mine contains a huge amount of spiritual energy, which can significantly speed up the upgrade of the evolution system. Stella says that the opening of spiritual mines will allow humanity to quickly catch up with mutated creatures in strength and agility, as well as in terms of spiritual power. Jonathan listens to this news with tension and reflects that this is already starting to be unpleasant, since he planned to reach the 3rd stage before showing himself to people. He notes with annoyance that people have unexpectedly found a way to catch up with the evolution of mutated creatures in such a short time, which jeopardizes all his plans. Stella says that, unfortunately, this is not all bad news at this hour, adding that out of nowhere this silver centipede has appeared, which looks quite menacing. Jonathan continues to listen carefully to Stella's story in order to better study his potential opponent, whom he will have to fight in the future. Stella says that this centipede turned out to be a formidable opponent who killed almost all the troops of the Institute, killing absolutely most of those who fought with it. Jonathan wonders how the giant centipede was able to reach the 2nd stage, and then suggests that it, too, was able to hide its strength. Jonathan asks Stella why people showed themselves so weak if they had probably already encountered something similar, to which Stella replies that the silver centipede appeared too suddenly, adding that people were not prepared for the appearance of the first mutated beast of the 2nd stage at this time, mainland. Jonathan realizes that things are getting more and more serious every day, and briefly wonders what to do in this situation. He asks Stella if he can cope with this centipede, to which she replies that she is not sure that people will be able to solve this problem on their own, since the centipede has about 120,000 units of spiritual power. She adds that Jonathan, for all his power, has a spiritual energy indicator of only 16,000. Jonathan says that he needs some time to think about everything and orders Stella to return home, adding that he will let her know if anything is needed. Stella listens to the words of the main character with a gloomy look and does not answer for some time, as if plunging into her thoughts. However, after a few seconds, her face changes as usual and tells Jonathan that she understood his order and will immediately leave. After some time, the scene is transferred to the scientific department of the Higher Research Center, where a detailed study of anomalous beasts takes place. One of the main scientists hears a familiar female voice calling out to him and turns to the side to see who decided to disturb him. Taking a closer look, the scientist notices that Stella has come to visit him, and he asks her what she forgot here, adding feigned irritation to his voice. Stella responds that she really wants to go to the northwest to explore the areas that the research center is monitoring so carefully, to which the scientist reports that she shouldn't go there anytime soon. He adds that if she is so interested in that same centipede, then he will certainly take her to her as soon as this creature is caught. Stella asks the scientist in surprise whether the higher ones are really going to catch this centipede, to which he replies that she should not worry about this, adding that she will also get the spiritual ore. Stella, with undisguised curiosity, asks the scientist why this creature appeared literally out of nowhere, adding that there was no information about it before, to which he replies that, apparently, this centipede is good at hiding. However, after a few seconds, he turns around and makes the assumption that the reason may be hiding directly in the mine itself, which this centipede is guarding. Stella becomes imbued with the seriousness of what is happening, realizing that the structure of the world that she continues to explore is much more complex than she previously thought. Meanwhile, somewhere in the misty mountains, the loud and clear cry of peregrine falcons is heard, announcing to the area that their hunt has ended successfully. A troop of peregrine falcons fly across the sky, holding in their small paws the huge queen of one of the largest ant hives in the area. Jonathan says irritably that sometimes the intelligence of his feathered friends greatly upsets him, adding that they did not think at all about the consequences of their behavior. He looks into the sky and notices that a whole giant army of insects is heading after the queen of ants, who are going to take revenge for what Jonathan's charges did. Jonathan realizes that he has nowhere to retreat in any case, and decides that he must make every effort to destroy the ants, thinking that this can be considered a pleasant bonus to evolution points. After several hours of bloody carnage, the army of ants is completely destroyed, and Jonathan can calmly exhale, catching his breath. The firefox, who actively participated in the battle, walks past the mountains of insect corpses and checks to see if there are any survivors around. Jonathan checks his evolution points and realizes that it's time to improve his roots, and the thought of how much it will hurt him puts him on edge. Jonathan thinks that this time he will strengthen 8 roots at once in order to resist such a powerful creature as the silver centipede, and tells the system to improve all his roots. The system carries out the order of the protagonist, and for the first few seconds nothing happens, and Jonathan only feels a strange warm sensation in his roots. However, a second later, terrible convulsions permeate all his roots, forcing him to throw them around the clearing in an attempt to reduce the painful sensations. After a few more seconds, the bark on the red roots begins to break down, and each of its roots begins to darken, becoming thicker and larger. With each passing second, the pain in Jonathan's roots intensifies, even though their bark has already changed and acquired the necessary dark shade. Jonathan exerts all his willpower with the thoughts that he needs to become stronger, no matter how much it hurts, and tells himself that he must endure. Gritting his teeth, Jonathan lets all the tension pass through him, and as a result, his face begins to crack again in several places at once. At the same time, in another part of the forest, a mortally wounded honey badger is trying to crawl to Jonathan's clearing, sobbing from the bitterness of yet another defeat. Some time ago, the honey badger decided to cut a small hole in which he caught fish for food, and also studied which fish would be the most delicious as prey. After some time, the honey badger emerges from the ice hole, satisfied with his catch, holding in his teeth a huge fish that can provide him with food for the next couple of days. The honey badger realizes that he will not be able to take any more fish with him, so he goes to the side of his clearing, contentedly holding a large fish in his teeth. At some point on its journey, the honey badger looks around and discovers a gopher standing alone on its hind legs, watching the honey badger and the prey it carries in its teeth. A few seconds later, his whole family appears next to the gopher, and they begin to look pitifully towards the honey badger, carefully watching him. The honey badger reluctantly releases its prey from its mouth, wondering whether it should share its honestly caught fish with them, or whether it would be better to just run away to itself. Without thinking twice, the honey badger decides to divide the fish in half and give the most delicious part to the family of gophers, who happily gobble up the treat given by the honey badger. One of the gophers approaches the honey badger, offering him a small nut as a thank you for his incredible generosity and compassion in a difficult time. The honey badger happily accepts such a gift and waves goodbye to the gopher family, after which he gets ready to go home, satisfied and well-fed. He holds a gift from the gophers in his hands, and a warmth lights up in his heart, since the death of Ella, these are the first friends he has made. However, a split second later, a huge explosion is heard behind him, and his ears are deafened by the roar inherent in some gigantic creature awakening from hibernation. This roar causes the snow to rise up many meters, and the honey badger turns around, trying to understand what kind of creature woke up next to him. As soon as the snow settles a little, a huge reptilian eye appears in front of the honey badger, looking at him with incredible anger and contempt. Moving back a little, the honey badger finally manages to see the beast in full height, and he realizes that in front of him stands a huge turtle, the size of a multi-story building. Having examined the animal again, the honey badger sees that the turtle has calmly crushed the entire family of gophers with its paw, and, out of impotent anger, rushes into battle against an enemy that is 100 times superior to it. The huge reptile, enraged by such impudence, decides to teach the honey badger a lesson, teaching him a lesson that he will not forget for the rest of his miserable life. After some time, a pack of wind wolves patrolling the area smells a familiar scent and decides to follow it to check if their comrade is okay. Having walked a little further, they find a honey badger lying wounded in a snowdrift, which is gradually sweeping away the snowfall, and carefully look around for predators. The honey badger, who once again found himself near death, hopes that this time he will die and the snow will bury his body beneath it, saving him from the torment and hardships of this life. However, the wind wolves make it clear that they will never leave their comrade in trouble and deliver the wounded honey badger to Jonathan in the clearing. He carefully examines the honey badger and says that, apparently, his opponent was incredibly strong, adding that the fact that the honey badger managed to escape is a real miracle. With sympathy in his voice, he tells the honey badger that he is very sorry for him and gives him a drop of the essence of life so that he can gradually begin to regain his strength. The essence of life immediately begins to act, but the honey badger continues to lie motionless, not showing much joy in the fact that it will not die. Jonathan continues the healing procedures and carefully wraps his branch around the honey badger, after which he lowers it into the pond with healing essence. After the obvious threat to the honey badger's life is eliminated, Jonathan turns to the wind wolves and orders them to find whoever did this to the honey badger at any cost. He also appeals to the fire fox, saying that she will need to go along with the fire wolves and help them find this creature. He adds that as soon as the wolves and the fox find this monster, they should convey fiery greetings from Jonathan and then finish off the monster. Jonathan looks at the honey badger and notes that this could not have happened due to the fact that the honey badger did not notice the danger in the fog, and adds that the monster cannot be allowed to continue wandering around and develop, since otherwise, at some point, it will attack Jonathan. Stella, back in the clearing in her spirit form, tells Jonathan that she too will go with the wolves and the fox to avenge the honey badger. Stella tells Jonathan that her mentor told her some interesting facts about spirit ore, adding that spirit ore has the ability to block spirit energy. Jonathan listens carefully to Stella's words, after which he slowly repeats the last words in his head and says that now everything has fallen into place. Stella tells Jonathan to wait a little, as in a few days she will be able to obtain the spirit ore, but he tells her that this is not necessary. He explains his idea by saying that when he reaches a new stage, there will be such a powerful release of energy that everyone will forget about this ore. Stella thinks that Jonathan is telling the truth, because even if he wants to hide his evolution process, he won't succeed and will make a lot of noise anyway. Jonathan says that Stella shouldn't rush into this mine so much, since he is more sensitive to energy, after which he begins to talk about the spiritual river, but falls silent mid-sentence. Stella repeats Jonathan's last words, suggesting that he simply forgot, but Jonathan does not react and continues to remain silent. Suddenly, Jonathan begins to realize some things, and slowly lowers his head down, peering intently at the ground. After going through several more hypotheses in his head, he realizes that they all lead to the same thing. Suddenly he screams, reproaching himself for not realizing earlier that an underground river might be connected to all this. He reflects that the waters of the underground river contain an incredible amount of spiritual energy, but it is still not clear where it comes from. After some more thought, Jonathan comes to the conclusion that the reason for such a high concentration of energy in the river is that the river originates in the mines of spiritual ore. Jonathan says that perhaps he was not detected precisely because of the strong fluctuations in spiritual energy that come from there, against the background of which he was not noticed, after which he adds that if this is true, then their enemy is much stronger than a clumsy snake. Jonathan talks about changing the plan, citing the fact that if the wolves and the fox go there, they will simply be killed by a stronger enemy. Stella asks Jonathan if he means that by killing the one who attacked the honey badger, he will be able to gain access to the spiritual ore, to which he replies that he cannot promise anything yet and asks his comrades to split into 3 groups. Jonathan calls out to the windy wolves and fox, telling them to go first and find the monster by scent. After this, Jonathan calls a squad of peregrine falcons and cranes, telling them that they will have to examine everything from the sky in search of anything suspicious, after which he adds that they must inspect every crack in the cave and look under every leaf. Jonathan also turns to Stella and tells her to go down this shaft until she sees the river, to which she replies that she understood everything perfectly. He once again addresses all his comrades and tells them to report to him everything that happens and not to be a hero by going after the enemy alone. Having finished the briefing, the main character tells everyone to move forward, and the wind wolves go on reconnaissance in the company of a fiery fox. The crane also cooperates with a squad of peregrine falcons and goes on reconnaissance, carefully examining everything from a bird's-eye view. Stella, meanwhile, rushes into the depths of the mine, determined to find the spiritual river and help her master take revenge. Jonathan, watching his charges, expresses sincere hope that his guess will be confirmed and turn out to be correct. Stella very quickly reaches the spiritual river and sees something that greatly surprises her. She looks around and notes with admiration that Jonathan's roots have almost completely filled the cave below him. She rushes on with the thought that she needs to move strictly upstream of the underground spiritual river. Meanwhile, a real snowstorm begins in the mountains, covering all the tree crowns and mountains with a large layer of snow, which has a camouflage effect. The fire fox, thanks to its keen sense of smell and natural grace, easily moves along the slippery edges of the gorge. After some time, the fox, along with a detachment of faithful windwolves, meets the peregrine falcons near a huge cave, inside of which the unknown is hidden. Looking inside, the fire fox and windwolves see only impenetrable darkness, which absorbs all the light trying to break into the cave. Stella continues her journey at great speed, flying between the stone arches of an ominous cave in search of a mine of spiritual ore. After some time, she reaches the required point and looks with interest at the thousands of pinkish lights glowing in the darkness of the cave. Admiring the huge amount of spiritual ore, she reflects that Jonathan was right, and there really is a huge mine of spiritual ore, after which she admits to herself that she could not even think that she was going through this mine so quickly. However, within a few seconds, a loud roar of an unknown creature that lives in this mine reaches her ears. Stella covers herself with her hands from the strong currents of air and reflects that, judging by the roar, this monster has a hell of a lot of spiritual energy, and it is definitely superior to Jonathan in strength. Carefully moving forward, Stella discovers a giant turtle dozing near a small red flower that grows on the spirit ore. Due to its size and strength, not a single creature that lives in this mine is able to disturb the turtle's peace or harm it in any way. Stella carefully moves forward and hides behind the stones, mentally guessing that it was the giant turtle that most likely injured the honey badger a few hours earlier. Having carefully examined the turtle, Stella reflects that the fluctuations in the spiritual energy of this monster are too powerful, and is glad that she managed to find this turtle right now, since if it had come a little later, one could only guess what would have grown from this monster. After some time, Stella turns her gaze to a strange flower that grows directly from spiritual ore, and is interested in the nature of this plant. Stella muses that this spiritual plant will definitely be useful to Jonathan, since it is incredibly valuable, and then suggests that if this were not true, then the turtle would not protect it so fiercely, while the turtle, having clearly sensed the presence of someone, then an outsider, begins to throw himself on the stone columns. The turtle rushes forward and crushes the rock like splinters with the help of its enormous mass and sharp teeth. Stella barely has time to dodge, trying to grab the blood flower flying into the air with her hands. She looks at the huge turtle in surprise and wonders how the monster was able to see it, suggesting that the turtle has already reached the first stage of evolution. A huge roar from the stone shaft quickly reaches Jonathan, who feels the seismic shift with all his roots. Realizing that things are taking a turn for the worse, Jonathan says that it looks like Stella has angered someone particularly important. Jonathan decides to check on the honey badger and turns his attention to the pond with healing essence, but the little animal is not there. Meanwhile, Stella, bravely fighting a huge turtle, quietly whispers that she cannot believe that the animal is able to see her. However, the turtle, clearly perceiving the table as a threat to its safety, lets out a loud roar and prepares to attack the intruder. Stella, who by this time had already reached the 9th stage of the initial stage, uses the skill of spiritual strengthening to withstand the onslaught of a huge monster. Turtle decides to fight Stella with trickery and uses his massive legs to cause an earthquake in an underground mine. An earthquake sweeps throughout the mine and even overtakes the fire fox and windwolves, who are located just at the entrance to the huge cave. A collapse occurs in the mine on such a huge scale that it can be observed even from the heights of the snow-capped mountains. Stella quickly climbs to the surface, but a huge turtle follows her, breaking the ground beneath her. Taking the blood flower with her, Stella decides to run away, thinking that she needs to get to Jonathan as soon as possible. However, the turtle decides not to let go of the annoying spirit and uses his special skill, stomping his paws on the ground. Thanks to this skill, the turtle manages to create another tectonic shift, and it raises huge slabs of earth right in Stella's path, trapping her. Even though Stella manages to get through the stone slabs, the blood bloom returns to the turtle, and Stella decides to return to the stone arena. Watching the blood bloom begin to float next to the turtle, Stella wonders what she should do, adding that it is too late to run to Jonathan, but if she just lets go of this monster, then all her efforts will be in vain. Stella's thoughts are interrupted by a fast-moving object cutting through the air next to her with a loud whistle. An unsuspecting turtle looks at a tectonic plate, which in the blink of an eye is blasted with a huge hole, and a loud explosion occurs. The creature that punched a hole in the tectonic plate turns out to be a honey badger, who furiously rushed at a huge turtle. The honey badger crashes into the monster's head at great speed, stunning it and causing it to scream from an unexpected and powerful blow. The hole in the tectonic plate caused by the honey badger's impact is large enough for a normal-sized person to fit through. Stella, watching the actions of the animal with surprise, tries to understand what his plan is, since he is still not inferior in size and strength to a turtle. The honey badger, which also suffered minor damage from colliding with the turtle's tough hide, lands on its paws in preparation for a confrontation. The difference in strength between the honey badger and the turtle still remains colossal, but this does not in the least frighten the fearless animal, driven by a thirst for revenge. Stella shouts to the honey badger that things are still too weak here for such battles, and asks him to quickly run away before he is killed, but the honey badger does not hear the spirit's instructions. The honey badger looks at the turtle menacingly and growls menacingly, making it clear that this time he does not intend to retreat and will fight until his last breath. Having prepared for the blow, the honey badger takes off and makes a lightning-fast jump towards the giant turtle. To prevent the honey badger from getting to him, the turtle again hits the ground with his paws, sending a large number of stone spikes towards the honey badger. However, the honey badger, having improved its agility in the pool of life essence, easily dodges all the projectiles, quickly closing the distance with its sworn enemy. At great speed, the honey badger crashes into the turtle, hoping to crush its shell with its claws. However, the turtle's shell proves to be too strong, and the honey badger's claws crumble from the impact at such a high speed. This infuriates the honey badger, and he again lets out a menacing roar, deciding that now, it's time to lower the entrance to his sharp teeth. Without giving the turtle time to come to his senses, he bites into her skin with his teeth, squeezing them as hard as he can, in the hope of biting through her skin. To his surprise, the turtle notices that the honey badger is making some progress and feels himself bleeding. Inspired by his success, the honey badger decides to continue to torment the turtle's skin, completely unaware of the monster's attempts to throw him off. The huge turtle does not forgive the honey badger for such carelessness and quickly counterattacks, grabbing him with his monstrous paw. The turtle manages to carry out a successful attack, and the honey badger goes flying, ramming trees and rocks due to the incredible strength of the turtle. Stella, still watching the battle between the honey badger and the giant turtle, covers her face with her hands in horror, expressing hope that the honey badger survived after such a monstrous blow. After the smoke clears, it becomes clear that the honey badger has suffered greatly, and he lies on the ground, trying to get up with great difficulty. Stella yells at the animal to stop being so reckless, adding that this battle is deadly for him and he may not survive it. The honey badger, having difficulty getting to his feet, realizes that his sharp teeth have crumbled and now he is unlikely to be able to use them as a weapon. However, his mind immediately comes back to memories of having a good time with his friends and how they were instantly crushed by the damn turtle. The thought of his dead comrades haunts the honey badger and fills his entire small body with rage, forcing him to suppress the severe pain in his body and prepare for the next attack. The turtle, watching the honey badger suffers, does not experience any sense of shame or even fear, believing that this battle has already been won. At its core, the honey badger is a member of the Mustelidae family, native to Africa and Asia, with a robust body, large head, wide neck, and strong paws, as well as tough and rough skin that help resist enemies. By nature, honey badgers are the most vengeful creatures in the world, which still have no equal, even in the human world. Due to overwhelming hatred, strange metamorphoses begin to occur in the honey badger's body, changing the color of its fur. Stella watches the honey badger in surprise, saying that she has never seen a creature transform so quickly in the middle of a fight. Due to the energy of hatred constantly pulsing through the honey badger's body, he suddenly began to mutate, acquiring abilities related to lightning. He immediately uses them, rushing forward, forming himself and the energy beams into a thunderous body, unstoppable, rushing towards the giant turtle. The speed that the honey badger develops turns out to be so great that the turtle does not have time to react and receives a powerful blow directly to its face. Stella, who continues to closely follow the fight between the honey badger and the turtle, becomes silent in surprise since she never expected such a turn of events. The honey badger, rushing forward however, is damaged by the collision with the hard jaw of a huge monster and loses its speed for a while. Having received a slight concussion, the honey badger falls down, and the turtle, taking advantage of this, decides to finish it off with its huge paw with sharp claws. Stella comes to the aid of the vengeful animal, who uses spiritual power to distract the turtle from its original goal. She attacks the turtle with a large number of rocks, dispersed with spiritual energy, to briefly stun it and give the honey badger time to recover. Quickly recovering, the honey badger again uses his newly acquired skills and begins to climb onto the turtle's body using deft leaps. Thanks to its enormous speed and the claws remaining on its left paw, the honey badger inflicts many cuts on the turtle's legs to immobilize it. Stopping briefly, the honey badger accumulates as much lightning energy as possible to launch a series of powerful attacks against its sworn enemy. He rushes forward and, at the speed of sound, delivers dozens of blows per second throughout the turtle's body, trying to find weak spots in its defense. Stella says the honey badger's tactics are simply incredible and tries to follow its movements with difficulty, catching the eye of the animal due to its speed. The honey badger decides to use his extreme speed and the clumsiness of a huge earth turtle to cause serious injury. Stella, watching the battle intently, wonders whether the honey badger can win this fight since the turtle has already reached the first stage of evolution, unlike him. Taking advantage of the fact that the turtle has lost sight of him, the honey badger decides to resort to his trump card and throws himself on the turtle's neck, tightly clasping it with his paws. A second after this, the honey badger summons lightning to its abilities and passes through itself a discharge of tens of thousands of volts. A turtle that comes into contact with a honey badger becomes a living guide, and its entire body begins to cramp from incredible pain. Due to the influence of strong electricity, the turtle's muscles begin to experience multiple convulsions, and it falls down with a roar, breaking the ground beneath it. The honey badger lands on the ground and proudly looks at the defeated enemy. As he falls to the ground, huge columns of dust rise up. Stella screams in delight, happy that the little honey badger was finally able to avenge his comrades and defeat his superior opponent. The dust settles, and the honey badger sees that his opponent remains lying on the ground unconscious, not showing any signs of life. He looks down with sadness, realizing that even though his revenge is complete, it will not bring back the lives of those he lost. However, suddenly the turtle begins to move, and taking advantage of the fact that the honey badger has lost its vigilance, inflicts a serious blow on it. This blow turns out to be so monstrous that the honey badger goes flying again, breaking through the trees and stopping only when its body crashes into a large rock. The formidable turtle gets to its feet, looking around menacingly, after which it begins to slowly approach the honey badger, lying on the ground. The honey badger, barely able to stand on his feet due to his injuries, clears his throat and struggles to regain his spiritual energy. Stella immediately goes to help the honey badger, but her speed is not enough, and she does not have time to prevent another attack from the turtle. The turtle raises his paw and forcefully hits the small animal, hoping that this blow will be the last and knock the life out of his annoying opponent. Having received monstrous damage, the honey badger flies back several tens of meters, coughing up blood, and no longer hoping to come out of this fight alive. Noticing that her opponent is still breathing, the turtle once again turns to her earth powers, attempting to bring down piles of rocks on the honey badger. However, Stella interrupts her attempts and again begins to throw stones at her and orders her to calm down and choose an opponent of a suitable size. The turtle stops for a second, then turns his gaze to Stella's spirit, deciding that the honey badger is no longer a threat to her and it's time to deal with the intruder of her peace. Realizing that physical attacks are of no use in fighting the disembodied spirit, the turtle decides to use a different tactic, emitting a high-pitched scream. As soon as the sound waves overtake Stella, they stun her, preventing her from fighting the earth turtle. Meanwhile, the honey badger, lying on his last legs, understands that when it comes to battle, you can never relax, and you need to constantly develop, challenging a stronger opponent. He understands that one should never be afraid of the enemy's strength, as well as defeat and even death, because in order to survive, one must do everything possible. The desire for revenge and inner pain consumed the honey badger, and he completely loses his mind, dragging his bloody body towards the giant turtle and preparing to die defending his honor. The honey badger slowly but surely picks up speed, gradually getting closer to the hated enemy, who again turns his attention to him. As a gesture of despair, the honey badger rushes to attack, preparing to hit the huge turtle with his crippled paw, on which all the claws have long since crumbled. The turtle, pretty tired from the battle with the honey badger, decides to finish him off once and for all, and strikes a counterblow with his paw, which is guaranteed to kill the honey badger. Stella, watching the behavior of the animal with horror, shouts at him not to be a hero and to run away as quickly as possible. However, at the same second, a strong roar is heard, and the root of a huge tree crashes into the turtle's head, stunning it and knocking down its blow to the honey badger. This blow is so strong that the turtle flies back, crashing into the edge of the arena that it had previously created. Due to the turtle's enormous mass, the collision with the tectonic plate causes a major explosion, and the entire arena begins to tremble and vibrate. The honey badger, having lost its momentum due to the shockwave generated when the root hit the turtle's head, begins to slowly fall to the ground. However, through the hole that the same brave animal made in the tectonic plate, Jonathan's roots burst into the arena. One of the roots catches the honey badger, preventing it from falling, while the other takes the form of an axe snake, preparing to fight the stone turtle. Jonathan carefully supports the honey badger with his root, trying to move it back so that the wounded animal does not receive further injuries. Stella happily welcomes Jonathan's appearance, saying that she was really looking forward to him showing up and helping in this battle. Meanwhile, Jonathan's roots begin to fill the arena in full, penetrating into it through a hole in the tectonic plate. Jonathan turns to Stella, asking her if she can hear him, and having received an affirmative answer, he asks her to transfer his consciousness to the roots. Stella replies that she will gladly do his bidding, and approaches one of the roots, using her spiritual powers to create a consciousness transfer channel. After a few seconds, Jonathan feels his consciousness gradually evaporating and closes his eyes in advance to ease the transition. After a few more seconds, Jonathan comes to, surrounded by his roots, directly in front of the menacing and earthy turtle. He menacingly measures the turtle with his gaze, assessing its supposed capabilities in order to gain a tactical advantage in the duel. Having been well prepared, Jonathan further spreads his roots to be able to attack from several directions at once. After examining the turtle, Jonathan reflects that his theory was ultimately correct, and then says that the energy also comes from this mutated beast. He mentally says that this turtle managed to hide the energy release from evolution thanks to the spiritual ore cave, while the system tells Jonathan that the turtle has the ability to cause earthquakes. The main character understands that the moment of truth has come, and before engaging in battle with this enemy, he turns towards the honey badger. Taking a closer look, he notices that the animal is pretty wounded, but still shows signs of life, looking angrily at the earth turtle. Jonathan tells the honey badger that he is an amazing beast, adding that he did not expect him to challenge a first-stage opponent and still be able to fight. The main character says that the honey badger is seriously injured, but still continues to fight for his life, and assumes that he has experienced many difficulties. After that, he looks angrily at the earth turtle and tells the honey badger that now he can rest, since he will take care of everything else. The honey badger, realizing that he has not won the current battle, begins to cry with bitterness in his heart. Meanwhile, the turtle decides to take the lead and rushes forward, hoping to crush Jonathan's roots with its large mass. Stella gives Jonathan advice, saying that the stone turtle has incredibly strong defenses and should not be approached. However, Jonathan has a few tricks up his sleeve and tells Stella to watch closely what he is about to do. Concentrating the power in one root, he throws it forward with lightning speed, destroying part of the turtle's shell, which was previously considered indestructible. Stella and the honey badger, shocked by what is happening, cannot believe their eyes and are speechless in surprise, trying to understand what happened. Jonathan understands that fighting a huge turtle while simultaneously holding a honey badger in his roots will be very difficult. Without thinking twice, he quickly tells his comrades that he is leaving the honey badger in their care and throws the small animal into the air, sending it flying freely. However, the firefox prevents the brave honey badger from hitting the ground and catches him in flight, forcing him to land on his soft fur. The honey badger instinctively grabs onto his fighting partner, and before he has time to come to his senses, the graceful fox carries him away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the turtle continues to howl loudly due to the fact that its shell was destroyed by just one blow from Jonathan's roots. She decides to immediately take revenge for the damage she received and raises her paws to cause a massive earthquake and hit Jonathan with rock shrapnel. By hitting the ground, the turtle causes a hail of stone spikes, which at the same second are sent towards Jonathan to destroy him. The spikes are rapidly approaching Jonathan's face, but he gives absolutely no sign that he is in any way frightened by his current situation. In the blink of an eye, it swings its roots and cuts through the strong stone thorns as if they were made of wet paper. Taking advantage of the fact that the turtle needs time to recover before such powerful attacks, Jonathan decides to immediately counterattack, wrapping his roots around it. John's enhanced roots have unprecedented power, and he easily lifts the giant monster into the air and asks him where he came from. Having immobilized the turtle, Jonathan reflects that this monster looks like a sacrificial lamb awaiting its fate and decides to finish it off. He simultaneously thrusts all his roots into the turtle's body, trying to crumble the shell of the invincible monster and get to unprotected areas of the body. This blow causes a strong wave, and the firefox and the honey badger try to stay on the ground, resisting the flow of the wind. As a final blow, Jonathan shapes his root into a battle axe in the shape of a snake's fist to dispatch the monster once and for all. Before the final blow, Jonathan abruptly pulls all his roots out of the huge earthen turtle, and it hangs in the air for several seconds. However, the turtle does not have time to come to his senses, and Jonathan, with all his strength, deals a crushing blow to it, knocking it far outside the arena. The force of this blow turns out to be so prohibitive that the turtle flies several hundred meters more before its huge shell finally stops, burrowing deep into the ground. The system notifies Jonathan that the stone turtle has been destroyed, adding that he receives 800 points for destroying this monster, while the honey badger nearby finally sees the death of his nemesis. He sadly remembers his fallen friends and spends some more time next to the turtle's body, hoping that his friends feel well in the next world. Having dealt with the huge earthen turtle, Jonathan, along with Stella and the Windwolves, rushes to explore the spiritual ore mine. Seeing a huge amount of spiritual ore, Jonathan's eyes begin to run wild, and he joyfully looks around, not believing that all these resources went to him. Stella approaches Jonathan and hands him the blood flower, saying that this spiritual plant can also be useful to him, after which she adds that she had to try very hard to take it from the turtle. Jonathan thanks Stella warmly, then grabs a pickaxe and says that they need to get to work to take all the spiritual ore from this mine. In order to move more spiritual ore, Jonathan cut a cave under the roots to make it easier for animals to pull the ore directly to him. During the time that the red fox and 4 wind wolves were dragging stones to the roots of the tree, Jonathan managed to dig 10 more small caves. Thanks to this design, Stella, the red fox, and other animals will also be able to use the ore, as well as rest in these additional caves. Having sorted out the organizational issues, Jonathan admits to himself that he never could have imagined that he would ever do something like this. Jonathan looks at the huge amount of ore they hauled in just half a day, and remembers that Stella told him that this mine was smaller than the one occupied by the silver centipede. He wraps his roots around a pile of spiritual ore and ponders what might await them in the larger mines, anticipating the presence of a huge amount of resources. Jonathan synthesizes some spiritual ore, and a pleasant and soft light begins to permeate his body and roots, imbuing him with spiritual energy. After a strong surge in energy, most of the ordinary birds flew south, but the mutated ones decided to stay, since they can easily withstand the cold. However, thanks to the fact that Jonathan began evolution and moved to the next stage, all these birds, like most of the animals in the area, were killed in order to gain evolution points. Jonathan's evolution begins to unfold in full force, and his roots begin to significantly increase in size. Jonathan continues to evolve and raises his roots to the sky, realizing that he can now reach much further places. After some time, the processes of evolution begin to come to an end, and the smoke around Jonathan begins to clear, revealing to the world a new image of the main character. Now Jonathan's body has become even larger, and the bark has acquired an ashy hue, thanks to which Jonathan began to look very different from other trees. Jonathan takes out a makeshift mirror and carefully examines himself, noting that despite the fact that his body color has become lighter and his eyes have become even more angry, his head still remains bald. However, deciding that this is not all that important, Jonathan decides to test his new properties and asks the system to open the information panel. The system informs Jonathan that his lifespan has increased several times, and also informs him that the number of evolution points is 13,432. The system also informs Jonathan that his branches and roots have developed to the second level, and their hardness is comparable to that of steel alloys. Among other things, Jonathan notices that he now has added control of the elements of earth to his abilities, which allows him to use new attacks after absorbing spiritual ore and killing enemies. Jonathan is surprised to note that he has never had this kind of power before, and suggests that he received it because he killed the stone turtle. Jonathan decides to test his newfound strength and, with a little effort, builds an entire bastion of stone spikes around himself. Surprised by the incredible power of this ability, he tells himself that he now understands why people call the second stage of evolution a disaster for all living things. Looking around, he notes that the range of this ability is not particularly long, suggesting that after improvement, it will become even greater. Jonathan concentrates on his roots and reflects on the fact that he cannot tear them out of the earth. However, if he can control the earth itself, then most likely he will finally be able to move. After this, Jonathan decides to turn to his innate skills panel, remembering that last time he did not have enough evolution points, but now he has all the necessary resources to level up. The system offers him several improvement options, including increasing the regeneration rate, reducing the cost of regeneration, and increasing the ability to regenerate. Jonathan tells the system to enhance his ability to regenerate, musing that this could one day save his life, since even if his body and roots are destroyed by nuclear weapons, he will be able to recover thanks to the roots that have sprouted into the ground. The system also gives him an innate evolution skill, which affects everything that surrounds the main character and gives rise to life near his roots. Jonathan looks around and notices mushrooms growing on his roots, and flowers beginning to grow wildly in the grass nearby. Jonathan happily notes that now, thanks to enhanced regeneration, everything around him will bloom and smell. After this, he decides to test his ability to regenerate directly on himself and takes out one of his enhanced roots. Without thinking twice, Jonathan uses another root to cut off part of the test root to test the speed of recovery. In less than a few seconds, the damaged root completely regenerates, restoring all its capabilities. Jonathan says that the speed of regeneration is starting to amaze him, reflecting that this skill was actually worth investing evolution points into. Meanwhile, the bison, the golden monkey, and Stella finally emerge from the ground to check on Jonathan's evolution. Stella joyfully circles around the main character, saying that she cannot believe her eyes, after which she adds that due to the transition to the next stage of evolution, he has become even taller than he was. After carefully studying Jonathan, Stella concludes that his current spiritual power is between 200,000 and 300,000 units of spiritual energy, and then adds that defeating the silver centipede will now be easy. Suddenly, bird cries begin to be heard in the air, and a crane and one of the peregrine falcons fly up to Jonathan, to which the main character asks them why only 2 returned. The peregrine and the crane report information to Jonathan, saying that they found something very suspicious and returned faster than the others to report it. Jonathan thanks the crane and peregrine falcon for their foresight, then tells them they can return to their posts. After that, he turns in the other direction and notices that the bison is looking at him with a hungry look and decides to find out the reason for this behavior in the animal. Lifting his head up, Jonathan notices that on the top of his head is growing a stoneflower, which is a spiritual plant that grows only where there are no living things. Jonathan touches the flower and realizes that it has a huge amount of spiritual energy, after which he decides to feed it to the mutated bison. The spiritual flower has a huge impact on the bison, causing it to evolve straight to the 9th stage. Jonathan watches the buffalo's improvement with delight, saying that it has been a long time since he saw someone jump so high at once. Meanwhile, the bison turns its menacing and majestic gaze on Jonathan and speaks in human language, calling him the tree god. Jonathan joyfully grabs the bison with his branches and begins to rock him in his arms, guessing that animals open up spiritual consciousness after moving to the 9th stage. After this, he briefly immerses himself in his thoughts, realizing that the red fox is still on the 8th level, but will soon move to the 9th, thereby also opening his spiritual consciousness. Inspired by this idea, over the next few days Jonathan continued to expand his cave with the help of a fox, a monkey, wolves, and a bison who constantly carried ore. Shortly after this, Stella transferred into her human body and began training her abilities at the Supreme Research Center. Stella reflects that her body and spirit are already in perfect harmony, adding that the power of fire comes from the physical body and spiritual energy from the spiritual. After some time, her mentor invites her to the laboratory, and she immediately comes there, asking the scientist why he called her. The scientist shows Stella an anthropomorphic wolf, telling her that it is the result of a mixture of human and wolf genes, before enthusiastically declaring that it is a completely new life form. Meanwhile, the honey badger next to Jonathan is still mentally mourning his comrades, whom he lost on the day of the battle with the turtle. He takes out a nut that the gopher gave him shortly before his death and eats it, unable to hold back the tears in his eyes. He looks up at the cloudy sky, realizing that he is a completely lonely prodigal son who has no place on this earth. However, Jonathan interrupts this process of self-flagellation by calling the honey badger lazy and ordering him to quickly get to work. After an exemplary flogging, Jonathan carefully places the honey badger into the mine, where he lies for some time on a pile of ore, unwilling to rise. At the same time, the scientist tells Stella that he conducted more than 1,000 experiments, but human cells continued to reject the wolf's DNA. Stella listens to the scientist's words with caution, thinking about what irreparable consequences such experiments could bring if they get out of control. The scientist says that the next batch of volunteers will arrive here soon, adding that these are people who independently decided to give their bodies for the benefit of science and all humanity. He looks at the creature in the stage and says that the fate of the entire world is at stake, before sadly noting that these are necessary sacrifices that will help to succeed in this experiment sooner or later. Stella's mentor states that if he can solve the problem of cellular adaptation, then he will be able to catch organisms that have the ability to super-regenerate. The scientist dreams that, thanks to his experiments, he will bring a new dawn of humanity closer, adding that with this, he will begin the era of the spiritual rebirth of man. However, Stella, skeptical of such ideas, mentally assumes that people endowed with huge amounts of spiritual energy may turn out to be uncontrollable and harm themselves. Meanwhile, a group of people, armed to the teeth, heads into a foggy gorge to conduct reconnaissance of the area. One of the adventurers turns to the other, calling him Sten, and saying that this mountain is quite dangerous, since they can get lost and die, but he replies that now that Astra is with them, going deep into the forest will not be difficult at all. Astra turns out to be a young girl who has a special skill of female intuition, which allows her to get out of the most difficult situations. Another adventurer named Sam says that this time the task will not be particularly difficult, since they only need to collect spiritual grass and kill several mutated creatures, after which he turns to his comrade named Carl, asking him if he would like. He kills a couple more creatures, since they can be sold to rich people, to which he gloomily orders Sam to shut up. Suddenly, Astra warns the squad that they are not alone here, and in this fog something large and menacing is rapidly approaching them. The party looks around and quickly notices a pair of glowing green eyes that are watching them angrily, waiting for the right moment to attack. The creature emits a menacing scream, and one of the adventurers shouts in fear that they have run into a terrible mutated beast. However, this mutated beast turns out to be only a small wild cat, which Sam kills with one blow from his rock-hard body. Sam turns to the frightened adventurer, saying that this is just a mutated first-stage beast that is incapable of causing any harm. The adventurers continue their trek, and Stan says that this time they are just exploring the mountains, despite the fact that this is a rather dangerous area, as it is shrouded in fog that scares people, before adding that if there was something here, something dangerous, then the army would always have arrived long ago. Suddenly, a woman's intuition begins to sound the alarm again, and Astra says that she has a terrible feeling about what is coming. The adventurers begin to panic, and Astra plaintively screams that she can no longer be in this place, to which Sam tells her that they must retreat before it is too late. Suddenly, a huge white tiger with glowing blue eyes and sharp fangs jumps out of the fog towards the group of adventurers. Before anyone from the group can come to their senses, the tiger bites into Stan, and the disgusting slurping sound of flesh being torn from bones is heard throughout the entire area. Astra looks up, and dark scarlet blood, which remained on the teeth of the monstrous tiger, begins to drip copiously onto her face. An anomalous tiger, having reached the 7th stage of the initial stage, emits a primal roar, causing horror in its prey, suppressing any desire to resist. Sam, determined not to leave his girlfriend in trouble, rushes into battle with a confident cry, hoping that his innate ability for a rock-hard body will save him in this deadly fight. Despite its superior size, it decides to try its luck with a quick strike, but the tiger does not even try to dodge, as if expecting the prey to fall into its clutches. Astra tries to warn her comrade, screaming at him to stop, but it is too late. Having allowed the enemy as close as possible, the tiger delivers a quick and accurate blow with his paw, which easily breaks the ribs and incapacitates him. The adventurer, in desperation, takes out his pistol and opens fire on the tiger in the naive hope that the small caliber will be able to somehow harm the mutated beast. However, as expected, the tiger is not at all impressed by the hit from a small caliber, but only gets angrier, rapidly approaching its offender. Having overtaken Straylock, the tiger easily bites into him with his teeth, instantly killing him, after which he casts his bloodthirsty gaze on the rest of the participants in the hike. Carl takes out his sword and shouts at Astra, asking her why the hell she is still standing here, adding that they cannot defeat this beast since it is on the 7th stage, which means she must survive and report it. What happened here? The tiger does not give the survivors time to think, and quickly attacks Carl, trying to touch him with his huge paw. As a result of this impact, huge clouds of dust rise in the air, which do not allow Astra to see whether the huge mutant hit her comrade or not. However, as soon as the smoke and dust clear, a huge figure of a furry predator appears in front of the girl, looking at her with his icy, glowing eyes. Looking back, Astra notices that the tiger knocked out Carl by stepping on his head with its massive paw and knocking him into the ground. Tears well up in Astra's eyes, and she reflects on the fact that all her comrades have died, after which she wonders if the same fate awaits her or if some miracle can save her. The tiger decides it's time to get some food and opens its mouth full of sharp teeth, emitting a menacing roar and preparing to kill Astra in one leap. However, at the same second, Jonathan's huge roots appear from under the ground and grab the tiger, preventing him from accomplishing his plan. The roots actively fly around the resisting tiger, gradually binding him, not giving him the slightest chance to escape. Astra, who fell to the ground due to the shockwave, begins to slowly lose consciousness due to the fear and enormous shock she experienced. The last thing Astra remembers before losing consciousness is the question buzzing in her head about where these huge roots could come from. After some time, Jonathan takes all the creatures caught that day to his clearing to decide what to do with them. The tiger, conscious all this time, sits in uncertainty, trying to understand what awaits him in the future. In front of the tiger stands an army of animals, which carefully watches that he does not do anything suspicious and closely watches his every move. At the head of this crowd is a honey badger who taunts the tiger like an animal, calling him a real loser who has fallen into trouble. The tiger carefully backs away, without making any sudden movements, and looks carefully at Jonathan, who has been studying him with interest all this time. After making sure that the tiger will behave well, Jonathan decides to give him some life essence to test its new properties. Shortly before this, the system reported that now the essence of life allows not only to accelerate the evolution of all things, but also allows Jonathan to control the consciousness of the one to whom he transferred it. Thinking that such an animal could be very useful to Jonathan, he drips life essence onto the tiger to make sure that the system description of this ability did not deceive him. The essence of life has an immediate effect, and the fear in the tiger's eyes is almost instantly replaced by calm and gratitude. The tiger gently approaches Jonathan and begins to lick him, and the protagonist reflects that the essence of life has become much more powerful than before. He immediately wonders what would happen if he decided to use it on a person, and decides to test it on the people he recently saved. With these words, he tries to wake up Astra, who never regained consciousness after that terrible meeting with the white tiger. Opening her eyes, Astra notices in front of her a giant tree and a huge pile of animals who are looking at her with anticipation. Frightened, she screams loudly, expecting the mutated animals to tear her to shreds. Turning around, she yells at Sam and Carl to get up quickly, adding that they are in great danger. However, Sam and Carl do not answer her, being in deep sleep and talking to their phantom friends and relatives. With thoughts that this time she will definitely die, Astra admits to herself that she could not even think that a tree demon lived here. However, Jonathan does not plan to kill the innocent girl, and decides to test the effect of the improved essence of life on her. After he drips some of the essence onto Astra's body, strange visions pervade her mind, and she screams that everything has been destroyed. She goes into a kind of trance state, and says that this world is surrounded by giant trees that spread their spheres of influence everywhere. Looking at Jonathan and his animals, she says that the sky, earth, animals, and birds are now controlled by a huge tree. Jonathan listens carefully to everything Astra says, and is surprised that suddenly she begins to talk about how, after a while, everything will belong to the kingdom of the trees. Having guessed what the matter is, Jonathan asks Astra what supernatural gift she has. Astra, deeply surprised that the demonic tree can talk, tells him that her ability is called the sixth sense or female intuition. Jonathan chuckles, surprised that such a gift could also be considered a skill and not some stupid fairy tale. With these words, he releases Astra and invites her to stay with them, adding that sometimes he trains his animals. Astra misunderstands Jonathan's words and asks him if he wants to turn her into his personal maid, but after a second, her eyes begin to glow with a greenish light. She immediately changes in character and calmly answers Jonathan that his word is law for her and she will obey him. Jonathan chuckles and reflects that this is a really useful thing, since thanks to the essence, Astra's relationship has changed diametrically in just a few seconds. He decides to test the capabilities of the essence of life and orders Astra to call him handsome, which she immediately does. After this, Jonathan demands that the young girl praise him, to which she tells him that she really likes his branches and roots. After this, Jonathan's young soul decides to go even further, and he orders Astra to take off all her clothes. However, the protagonist's fantasies are destined to be shattered by cold reality, since part of Astra's consciousness still retains control over the body, and the young girl calls the protagonist a pervert, after which she refuses to carry out his order. Without thinking twice, Jonathan decides that Carl and Sam will be useful additions to his fighting brotherhood, and also injects them with some life essence, expressing the hope that they can teach his beasts human things. Jonathan considers bringing in Stella for this purpose, but with time running out right now, it would be a bad idea to bother her. He thinks that most things can be taught by anyone, so his new assistants are better suited for this task. With these words, Jonathan builds new houses for the subordinate group of adventurers and reflects that he makes a pretty good architect. He gently picks up Astra with his root and pushes her towards the new home, telling her that she will now live here. Jonathan also decides to move the new apartments created for people a little further from the entrance to the cave, so as not to interfere with the natural movement of creatures through the clearing. After this, Jonathan decides it's time to get down to business and reflects on the fact that he needs to work not only in order to gain the ability to move freely, but also in order to become godlike. He understands that for such a task he must constantly keep his heart and mind under control and asks the system to open the information panel. The system shows Jonathan his current stats, further informing him that his current number of evolution points has not changed since the last time. Jonathan reflects that when he reached the second stage of evolution, he scored over 5,000 points and received another 8,000 for killing the giant turtle. Jonathan speculates that the number of points earned on entry-level creatures increases by 10 with each level, so the points of more advanced creatures are calculated depending on the amount of spiritual power of a particular creature. After this, Jonathan decides that he needs to strengthen his ability to control the elements of the earth, and the system tells him that this will require 1,000 evolution points. Jonathan grumbles for a while about these prices, saying that he is now a creature of the second stage of evolution, and such prices can only be regarded as robbery. However, having come to terms with the fact that he has little choice, Jonathan gives his consent to carry out this enhancement, and the ground under his roots begins to glow. All living beings standing on the grass at this moment look down in surprise, trying to understand what is happening. Feeling a surge of supernatural power, Jonathan decides to try out the enhanced ability right in his clearing. A second later, huge pillars of earth rise up, taking with them the animals that stood in this place a second ago. Jonathan notes that his ability is much stronger than before, but its range is still about 100 meters. Meanwhile, the honey badger, trying to get down from a huge earthen ledge, breaks down and falls down, hitting the rocks several times. Jonathan decides not to stop there and asks the system to improve the earth element skill again, spending 3,000 evolution points on it. The next second, Jonathan again raises pillars of earth, which turn out to be much stronger and larger in diameter. The baby honey badger, who has just fallen from a great height to the ground, is once again caught on a rising earthen column heading towards the heavens. Jonathan notes that each root of his body has become like a turtle made of earth and stone, and then realizes that his roots can now rip apart the earth and cause earthquakes. He comes to the conclusion that if he uses all his roots at once, it will be enough to fill everything around him. He also realizes that if he uses his power on such a scale, he may harm himself. However, by the time he is able to fully control the earth, he will be able to move freely. With these thoughts, he raises his head up and watches the fruits of his work, thinking about what to invest evolution points into next. Meanwhile, the honey badger, who finds himself at the very top of the monstrous structure that Jonathan has erected, reflects on the fact that he, apparently, is paying off his debts from his past life. Meanwhile, the scene of events is briefly transferred to a country that is located far beyond the oceans, on another continent. One of the civilians, walking on a warm summer day, decides to watch the ocean with the help of his spyglass. Looking closely, he notices an approaching wave, which is becoming larger and larger every second. Realizing that a completely unusual wave is approaching him, the civilian continues to watch it in horror, unable to move. A few minutes later, a huge wave sweeps the coast, sweeping away everything living and inanimate from the streets. Within minutes, huge cities are submerged underwater, burying civilians and animals. Sea creatures quickly begin to break into the windows of people who are locked in their houses, prowling, in search of prey. Sea predators begin to appear everywhere and, without much difficulty, begin to hunt helpless people trying to escape. Civilians have no choice but to try to escape, saving their lives, but most of them die in an unequal confrontation with sea monsters. At some point, an unusually large crimson octopus appears in the flooded megalopolis, which prowls the metropolis in search of prey. Suddenly, something attracts the octopus's attention, and he hears the monstrous cry of another monster nearby. Turning around, he notices that at a distance of several hundred meters from him, the figure of a giant golden eel appears from the water vapor. The eel looks menacingly at Megalopolis, intending to turn it into his hunting grounds and fight the octopus for this territory. 5 hours after the disaster, the scene is transferred to a white palace located at the other end of the ocean. Analysts are rushing around the office of the head of the country, and he asks them what their testing department is doing and why the troops are reacting so slowly. Analysts say the death toll is still unknown, and half the city that was attacked has been completely destroyed. The president turns to a girl named Erin and asks her if the hypothesis that the city was attacked by mutated creatures was confirmed, to which she answers in the affirmative. The girl states that, according to research, the sea monster that attacked the city belongs to the genus of snakes, after which she adds that, according to initial calculations, its length is about 100 meters, and its weight is about 70,000 tons, with spiritual power indicators of 170,000. Aaron also notes that these numbers are only approximate, and the real indicator of the spiritual energy of this creature could be at the level of 250,000. The president listens to the information with undisguised tension and asks the adjutant what the situation is at the moment. Aaron states that of the 3 nuclear missiles launched, only 1 hit the target, and now that the creature has sunk to the bottom, it will be more difficult for them to determine its location. Everyone present is surprised that the creature was hit with only 1 missile, and asks Aaron how to now find out the creature's further fate. Aaron replies that she has no answers to this question, and adds that this is now the greatest danger to people across the globe. She specifically emphasizes that the depths of the ocean have become the most unsafe place, which will now be inaccessible for research for a long time. Aaron states that she would not expect any improvement and predicts a serious deterioration in the situation over time. In the Misty Mountains, meanwhile, a relative atmosphere of serenity still reigns, since Jonathan has no idea of the coming cataclysms. Carl, busy with his work, is intensely wielding his instruments, trying to perform an interesting technique with the greatest virtuosity. Astra is also busy with serious business and demands that her subordinates stop making mistakes and strictly follow her instructions. It turns out that all this time, Carl, with outstanding grace, was preparing dinner for all the inhabitants of the glade, while Astra is trying to teach the big tiger the human language. The monkey, having defeated Sam in a training battle, proudly climbs onto his back and jokingly proclaims himself the king of this glade. Carl, who is preparing dinner, turns back, asking everyone where the plate went, and notices that the mutated bison politely brings it on his back, thanks him for his help. Meanwhile, Astra is having difficulties, as the tiger demonstrates miracles of stupidity and, instead of uttering the right words, stands on its front paws. The poor girl grabs her head, admitting to herself that a little more, and she will go crazy from the endless stupidity of this animal. Sam comes over to comfort Astra and hands her a bowl of excellent soup, offering her something to eat before she tries to teach this tiger something again. Turning around, Astra notices that Sam is pretty shabby and asks him what happened to him, to which he just smiles. Meanwhile, lunchtime comes, and all the animals and birds flock to the clearing in anticipation of their portion. Carl, who prepared food for all the animals, reflects that his life has led him in the wrong direction, since he, as a child of darkness, became the head of a strange gang of animals, to which Astra and Sam reflect that this cook has become too arrogant. Sam admits that he doesn't really like the job either, since his days consist of being constantly beaten. Astra says that they have been here for 3 days, but they still have not been killed, and suggests that the reason for this is that they are training the animals, to which Sam replies that he could not imagine that a giant tree, growing in the mountains 300 kilometers from the city, is smart enough for this, adding that if the government found out that the mutated creatures had developed spiritual intelligence, then the entire country would be mobilized to destroy them. Sam concludes that if they want to survive, they need to teach the animals to read, and his partners agree with him, realizing that they have no other choice. However, a second later, a huge tiger walks past them with its entire being, reminding them that some animals can be hopelessly stupid and can take years to train. The tiger sits down in front of the adventurers with a thoughtful look, and they simultaneously fall into despair, realizing that they have a particularly difficult case ahead of them. Meanwhile, Jonathan, watching what is happening, decides not to interfere and is lost in his thoughts about what skills he should improve next. Stella approaches Jonathan, asking him why he keeps humans around him for so long, to which he replies that his beasts need their knowledge. He tells Stella that this knowledge can be very useful if they suddenly encounter any trouble. Stella asks Jonathan for some attention and says that something serious has happened in the human world. It takes several hours to tell the story of what happened, and Jonathan listens with avid interest about the smallest details of what happened. After listening to everything, Jonathan becomes alarmed and angry, saying that people have begun to cross all boundaries and pose an increasing threat. He asks Stella whether people really use nuclear weapons to destroy the huge sea giant. Stella tells Jonathan that the people fired 3 missiles, one of which hit the target and the other 2 were reflected, to which Jonathan asks her what she means. Stella says intelligence indicates the creature used its powerful roar to deflect nuclear weapons. According to her, the creature used sound waves to change the trajectory of nuclear warheads that flew at it, but it was not able to completely avoid damage. Stella states that after being hit, the creature sank to the very bottom of the ocean, and its further fate remains unknown. She suggests that the sea giant has realized the power of humans, and adds that, unlike this creature, which can hide at the bottom of the sea, he has nowhere to escape. Stella, curious, asks Jonathan what fate awaits this sea giant, to which he replies that the most terrible thing about nuclear weapons is not the force of the explosion, but the radiation. He adds that now, however, they all live in a world where evolution rules, and if underwater creatures develop immunity to radiation, it could be a huge disaster for all humanity. With these words, he turns to Stella and confidently tells her that it is vital for them to find more powerful animals to form their own army. He also claims that they need to build an underground kingdom as soon as possible, in which they can take refuge in case of trouble. Meanwhile, in the ocean, near the site of the bloody massacre of a huge eel and people, a strange movement has been happening for several days. It turns out that a nuclear missile has finished off the giant creature, and all the other predators are swimming to the place of the bloody feast. Meanwhile, Jonathan sends his roots on another search mission to capture animals for potential selection into his army. He manages to catch a crocodile, a wild boar, and several other animals that were not agile enough to escape his roots. He drives all the animals into a small pit in order to properly study his catch and decide who is worthy of a portion of the essence of life. A group of adventurers observe what is happening and wonder what is happening there, after which Carl suggests that the tree demon wants to subjugate these animals. Taking a closer look, they notice that in this hole, there is a large crocodile, which is not very happy with its fate and is trying to get out of the huge hole. However, a fiery fox stands in his way and scares him with a loud roar, making him forget about all his plans to escape. However, Jonathan is a little strict and demands that the fiery fox stop scaring the newcomers, since this will not help in recruitment. The first thing he decides to do is share the essence of life with the boar, and the group of adventurers are surprised to note that the boar does not look like a very promising fighting unit. However, the essence of life works wonders, and the anomalous boar immediately mutates to the 6th stage of the initial stage, gaining the skills of impenetrable fur and swift dash. Jonathan, who carefully studied the resulting mutation, concludes that the result is quite satisfactory, since even the innate skill of this creature was upgraded from just 1 drop of life essence. He concludes that even though this boar is not as strong as the red fox, buffalo, or white tiger, it will be a great addition to the honey badger, monkey, and peregrine falcons, as they can become the great 4 in the future. After this, Jonathan decides that the time has come for the crocodile and drips the essence of life onto the reptile, eagerly awaiting the possible transformations. The essence has a much stronger effect, and a bright green light begins to emanate from the menacing crocodile. After a few seconds, the crocodile transforms, and its scales become dark scarlet in color, and ice spikes protrude from its back. Jonathan and Stella can't believe their eyes and just stare at the result for a while, after which Stella says that she knows the creature that the crocodile has turned into. She informs Jonathan that what is now in front of them is none other than the ancient imperial crocodile, which is a very valuable and rare animal. Jonathan asks Stella how she knows this, but she replies that she read about these creatures in the professor's textbook. She says the beast has an incredible genetic heritage and is considered one of the most ferocious creatures on Earth. Meanwhile, the crocodile looks around and then crawls out of its hole to settle old scores. He turns to the fiery fox, and she growls menacingly in his direction, not taking her fiery and menacing gaze off him. This time the crocodile shows no fear, and the fox assumes that he is challenging her, after which she begins to walk around him threateningly. Jonathan understands what he's getting into, and tells Stella that, apparently, these two have decided to sort out their relationship through a duel. 2 large animals prepare to fight, watching the movements of their opponent and flaring their nostrils as a sign of intimidation. The bison, wild boar, monkey, tiger, crane, and wolves decide not to interfere with the fight and step aside to see who will emerge victorious from this fight. The honey badger, who quickly got some nuts nearby, climbs higher on Jonathan's branches and also watches the fight with interest. The anomalous red fox, who is already at the 9th stage and knows how to control fire, is preparing to tear the presumptuous crocodile to shreds. A group of adventurers also watches the fight with excitement and interest, saying that the outcome of this battle is not at all obvious. The first to enter the battle is the crocodile, which unmistakably guesses that the fox is superior to it in agility, so the best tactic would be a remote attack using sound waves. However, the fox easily dodges the crocodile's onslaught with a series of quick and deft leaps. Stella enthuses that the crocodile's attack was like an air blade, but Jonathan, whose face is covered in a column of dust caused by the crocodile's attack, tells her that he cannot see anything. The fox quickly breaks the distance with the crocodile and approaches him point-blank, delivering a powerful fiery attack right on his head. However, the massive reptile manages to clamp his jaws onto the fox's paw, and she decides to resort to emergency measures. Using all her spiritual power, the fox lifts the crocodile off the ground and soars into the air to throw him to the ground and free himself from his death grip. With terrifying force, the fox brings the crocodile to the ground and raises another huge column of dust, from which Sam shields his comrades. However, this is not enough, and as soon as the smoke clears, it becomes obvious that the crocodile is still holding the fox in its teeth, preparing to swallow it. Stella and Jonathan watch what is happening in bewilderment, frankly admitting that they could not imagine that the crocodile would be so strong. However, the fox decides to resort to a hidden trump card, and its chest begins to inflate and flames begin to come out of its mouth. Before the crocodile can come to his senses, the fox spits out a huge amount of flame directly into his mouth, thanks to which he frees himself from his jaws. This causes another powerful explosion, kicking up dust throughout the clearing and hiding the two animals from the eyes of observers. Observers begin to cough from the huge amount of dust and try to dispel it with their hands and leaves. However, once the smoke clears, it becomes clear that both competitors are still alive and firmly on their feet. The crocodile emits a low, guttural growl and bares its teeth again, but this time it tries to portray some semblance of a smile. The firefox also appreciates the crocodile's fighting spirit and skills, grinning respectfully in his direction. Jonathan understands the nature of the two rivals' ritual and muses that the fox and crocodile have recognized each other's extraordinary strength. Stella happily tells Jonathan that everything went well and notes that the crocodile has rare ancient genes, concluding that its strength should not be underestimated. He looks at the firefox and the crocodile again, coming to the clear conclusion that their powers are almost equal. Sam, watching this fight, is very impressed and plunges into thought for a while. After some time, morning comes and the dawn sun rises again over the gorge and misty mountains, heralding the beginning of a long day. The little coyote, who became the prey of the fiery fox, finds himself cut in two with a quick and well-aimed blow from her razor-sharp claws. Sam, who has been hunting with the firefox all this time, tells her that he could handle this himself. Jonathan reflects that now that there are even more creatures in the gorge, it is time to think about food. Thanks to the people who now live with them, food can be stored much longer. However, it was necessary to maintain the growth rate of the army. After a few days, he found newborn rat pups and left them for Carl to take care of. The humans were really good at some things, as in just a few days, they taught the red fox and the buffalo human language to a high enough level that they could speak fluently to Jonathan. Unfortunately, the monkey and the honey badger are still among the laggards, as they cannot sit quietly for even 5 minutes. Unlike them, the white tiger studied hard, but the human language was given to him with great difficulty, and he was unable to achieve any success. Among all the inhabitants of the gorge, Sam turned out to be the most active, who was able not only to hunt, but also to find himself in other everyday affairs. Within a few days, he learned how to sew clothes and made special suits for Astra and Carl. He was also able to upgrade his music by drinking spiritual water and his physical form to almost perfection, which he could be proud of. Jonathan, watching Sam, honestly admitted to himself that the guy's enthusiasm aroused his genuine interest. After some time, the firefox approaches Jonathan and, calling him the god of the tree, says that he is coming here, to which he incomprehensibly asks her what she means. Meanwhile, Sam walks confidently towards Jonathan to get an audience with him in a few minutes. The fox informs the main character that the buffalo has already gone to meet his friend in order to stop him and send him on his way. The buffalo looks menacingly at Jonathan and asks him where he is going, adding that he is not allowed to enter the chambers of the tree god. Sam, with a friendly face, tells the buffalo that he just wants to tell the tree something and asks for permission to pass. The buffalo begins to menacingly heave up the ground under its hooves and orders Sam to clean up easily and forget about this idea. However, Jonathan suddenly contacts the buffalo via telepathic communication and orders him to release Sam. He says that he is very interested in listening to what Sam wants to tell him, after which he calmly goes to Jonathan and gets the long-awaited audience. Sam kneels and greets Jonathan, saying that his admiration for him is like a turbulent, endless stream that never fades. Jonathan says that he is not interested in listening to endless streams of flattery and asks him to get down to business. Sam hesitates for a few seconds, after which he confidently says that he wants to become part of Jonathan's family, causing him genuine surprise. Jonathan doesn't answer, and Sam decides to add that he really wants this, and there is no selfish motive behind his request. He sincerely admits to Jonathan that he wants him to train him, since in this world, strength comes first, and Sam, in his own opinion, is just a pathetic loser who has a talent for physical strength. Jonathan asks Sam in surprise why he should trust a man who is capable of betraying even his own race, and then orders him to go back. Sam heeds Jonathan's orders and asks for his forgiveness for wasting his valuable time, after which he leaves, disappointed by the refusal. Stella immediately materializes next to Jonathan and asks him why he didn't accept him, to which he replies that he needs his son alive, adding that this place is simply overflowing with spiritual energy, because of which Sam probably wants to stay. Taking a look at the group of adventurers, Jonathan states that thanks to obtaining the essence of life, they have become much stronger than before. Stella tells Jonathan that from her point of view, this is wonderful, since thanks to these people, it will be much easier to integrate into human society in the future. However, Jonathan demonstrates an unusually deep knowledge of human nature for an ordinary tree, and says that if you spoil these little people and give them too much, they will become accustomed to receiving what they do not deserve, and if one day you stop giving them, then what they become addicted to, then they will be the first to attach importance to it. Jonathan sums it up by saying that people are very cunning, no matter how good they try to appear, before adding that you should always keep an eye on them. He also states that now that they have all become significantly stronger and the gorge is filled with spiritual ore, they need to sit in the shadows and be very quiet. After listening to Jonathan's arguments, Stella agrees with them, after which she informs him that the silver centipede was caught and now it has become an object for experimentation, to which he is surprised to ask her why the centipede was caught only a month after its discovery. Stella says that she does not know the answer to this question, and then states that she wants to absorb the centipede's spiritual energy, suggesting that in this way she will be able to reach the first stage of evolution. Jonathan asks Stella if she is sure of her decision, adding that the soul of a creature of the second stage of evolution is no joke, since it can absorb Stella's soul. However, Stella calmly replies that she still wants to do it and is not afraid of the prospect of being destroyed. Jonathan says nothing and reflects on how Stella has become very independent, expressing admiration for how much she learned while at the Superior Research Institute. Suddenly, not far from Stella and Jonathan, another explosion occurs, indicating that another pair of animals has decided to sort things out through a duel. Ever since Jonathan caught the imperial crocodile, he had been trying his best to find something to do, but soon a weirdo appeared with what turned out to be an empty head. This weirdo turned out to be a honey badger, who decided to periodically pester the crocodile, and in the midst of the battle, reached the 7th stage. His friends also moved to new levels and slightly improved their skills and innate abilities. As for birds, except for the crane, which is on the 7th stage, all peregrine falcons moved to the 8th stage and were a few steps away from evolution. The wind wolves formed a full-fledged pack, and their numbers increased significantly, starting to amount to 30 individuals, and their growth began to constantly increase. Meanwhile, the honey badger, constantly pestering the crocodile, decides to frolic a little more and at the same time test his newfound abilities on such a powerful and impressive opponent. Jonathan, watching the antics of his comrades with tenderness, asks himself whether such a large concentration of animals in one place is something bad. Stella turns to Jonathan and says that if they let the crocodile go, it could cause them a lot of problems in the future, since it would be extremely difficult for such a large creature to go unnoticed. Jonathan agrees with Stella's arguments, but the thought that it won't work to keep such large animals here indefinitely in one place tilts his decision in a different direction. In the evening of the same day, he convenes all his comrades for a large meeting, the results of which will determine the further strategy of behavior for all residents of Pollyanna. Sam, who came to the meeting along with the rest of the group of adventurers, reflects that if the government finds out about what is happening here, they will all definitely go crazy. Jonathan turns to his comrades, saying that now that each of them has moved to a new level, he can no longer protect them forever, and they will have to practice, after which he adds that not everyone will be able to go on a free journey, but only those who has reached the 9th stage, which is currently occupied by the red fox, the demonic bull, and the imperial crocodile. The white tiger, who is at the 9th stage, growls indignantly, asking Jonathan why he cannot go on a free journey. Jonathan explains to the tiger that he is too stupid, so he will be obliged to sit here, since he does not need unnecessary problems, to which the tiger happily winks and goes to his place. Jonathan addresses the fox, saying that from now on he will call her Ninetails, and appoints her as the main one among all the animals of this glade. After this, he addresses the bull, and says that he will call it the demon bull as a sign of respect and reverence for its tenacity and ferocious power. Looking at the tiger, Jonathan decides that he has not yet earned any name and calls him third. After this, he looks at the crocodile and tells him that even though he is stronger than the bull and the tiger, he was late, so he will be the 4th. Jonathan says that from now on, they will be a 9th stage beast team under his leadership, and he has only one condition. Jonathan firmly states to his charges that he forbids them under any circumstances to go to places where there are people, but in all other respects, they are left to their own devices. The demonic bull approaches Jonathan and tells him that he does not want to leave, because he responds that he can stay if he wants. The crocodile looks closely at Jonathan, trying to understand the reasons why he allows them to travel freely. Jonathan warns his charges, saying that they are strong, but alone they cannot defeat 100 creatures, so they should be on their guard. The beasts of the 9th stage tell Jonathan that everything is now clear to them, and he tells them that they can go, after which the crocodile and the firefox go about their business deep into the forest. After some time, the scene of action is transferred to the dark corridors of the research department of the Institute of Higher Education. Stella, having finally received the required level of clearance, reaches the shackled silver centipede, who looks at her with interest. Looking at the mutilated body of the centipede, Stella reflects on the fact that for the experiment, her body was cut up to the head, admitting to herself that she could not even think that the centipede would survive such procedures. Having carefully studied the centipede, Stella understands that the one living in the 2nd stage is definitely a significant force to be reckoned with. She moves closer to the chained insect and tells her that it is much better to become her power than to be an object for experimentation. Stella stands looking carefully into the mechanical mask put on the monster and invites her to live together in one body. Hearing such a proposal, the centipede awakens, making it clear that it is listening carefully to the proposal. Stella's body begins to emit powerful spiritual energy, showing the centipede all the benefits of being near her. After some time of wandering, the firefox reaches the beginning of a huge desert, which she wants to explore in search of useful resources for Jonathan. At the same time, the crocodile decides to explore the aquatic environment and dives deep into the river, easily overcoming its strong current. Meanwhile, in the clearing where Jonathan lives, Astra unsuccessfully tries to teach the tiger to pronounce the right words. Meanwhile, in the mine with spiritual ore, the honey badger once again decided to play around and climbed onto a pile of precious stones, laughing at the wolves who are working tirelessly. However, such behavior does not go unnoticed, and Jonathan quickly reaches out to the slacker with his root, taking the treat from him. The honey badger tries to escape, but Jonathan, using his root, quickly grabs it by the fur and returns it to its place. After thoroughly whipping the scoundrel with the whip he had procured earlier, he forces the honey badger to take part in the general work. After some time, Jonathan masters a new technique called leaf blade and decides to test it in practice. The projectile created by the branch flies 100 meters and crashes into a stone structure without causing significant damage to it. Scratching his chin, Jonathan admits that he expected more from this ability, adding that despite the fact that his roots are quite a formidable weapon, their high energy consumption is an undeniable disadvantage. He decides to enhance the leaf blade skill and spends 2,000 evolution points on it, after which its branches are imbued with life energy. Feeling an unprecedented surge of strength, Jonathan decides that it is time to retest the ability of the leaf blade. With great concentration, it makes a sharp movement with its branches, throwing forward a huge number of razor-sharp leaf blades. Upgrading the blades to level 2 turns out to be the ideal solution, as the blade now cuts through rock like a hot knife through butter. Jonathan is very pleased with the result, as the strength, number of blades, and their range have increased significantly, but at the same time, a drawback to this ability has appeared. Like any powerful upgrade, the leaf blade now requires much more energy, and Jonathan realizes that in order to use the skill, he must recycle his spiritual energy. Jonathan accesses the system and brings up the dashboard to see a list of his abilities and their level of improvement. He notices that all the skills he possesses have already been upgraded, with the only exception being the root dragon, and then decides to use all his evolution points to improve that particular skill. However, the system informs him that 100,000 evolution points are needed to improve this skill, and Jonathan once again accuses the system of cheating and robbery. Jonathan decides to check the cost of upgrading the fog screen and discovers that the price for the upgrade is only 6,000 points. Deciding that this upgrade would be more profitable, he orders the system to improve the fog screen to the next level. Jonathan reflects on the fact that he had to pay a lot of points to upgrade the fog, and then laments that he still has to spend evolution points on each of the 9 routes. But from his point of view, the 3rd level is worth it. Jonathan expresses the hope that improving all his abilities will make him invincible, and creates a mist dragon. Astra, observing the changes in the fog, wonders if a real dragon has really appeared there, to which Carl asks her where she got such nonsense from. However, a second later, a huge foggy pterodactyl flies next to them, sweeping away the teacher's board in its path and lifting Astra's hair up. Carl, frightened, asks Astra where the dragon came from and asks Jonathan to save them from this scourge. Watching the party of adventurers get scared and scream for help, Jonathan decides that he will definitely try to scare Stella when she returns. He wonders why she hasn't come for so long, wondering how much work students at the Higher Research Institute must have to do. Suddenly, a beam of light appears in front of Jonathan, and he wonders where this beam could have come from. The light quickly falls underground, and Jonathan, who decides to explore the dungeon using the route, stumbles upon Stella, who begins her process of merging with the centipede. Jonathan takes a close look at Stella, who continues her evolutionary process, and suggests that she has finally achieved the necessary conditions to move to the next stage. Approaching cautiously, Jonathan says that it seems to him that Stella absorbed the soul of a centipede right in the research center. Meanwhile, at the research center, the people around Stella are wondering what is happening to her, and some scientists are making the bold assumption that she is evolving. Stella's mentor tells his comrades that it does not matter at all whether Stella is conscious or not, and demands that they bring the best fire ore stones to help her in evolution. Meanwhile, he decides to strengthen Stella's spirit with the help of his life essence, thereby combining his efforts with the fire ore, which the professor gives to the physical body. By combining these resources, they strengthen Stella's essence to the limit, causing the most beneficial effect. After a few seconds, Stella's spirit form opens its eyes and fully enters into symbiosis with the centipede, which obediently floats in the air around her. Those observing the process solemnly acknowledge that everything worked out, which means great achievements lie ahead. Meanwhile, at the Institute for Higher Research, scientists note that the evolution process has been successful and decide to take her to the restroom so that she can properly recover. The professor, looking at it, says that this time Jonathan really brought home a real treasure, adding that in just 6 months, this young girl drank in the first stage of evolution. According to the elderly scientist, Stella's future becomes completely unpredictable, but definitely great. After some time, the huge stone structures that were erected by Jonathan begin to crumble into pieces thanks to an unknown force. Jonathan, watching a demonstration of Stella's new powers, begins to yell at her, telling her to stop the demonstration as it is destroying his house. Taking a closer look at Stella, Jonathan notices serious changes that appeared after her evolution. Jonathan reflects that not only has Stella reached a new stage, but she has also made the silver centipede her weapon, which is simply incredible, and also notes that, among other things, she has become more tangible in her spirit form. The spiritual form of the silver centipede carefully develops in Stella's hands and asks her for protection, calling her its owner. Meanwhile, Jonathan, laughing a little, tells Stella that he also has a couple of interesting abilities that he would like to show her. With these words, he calls upon his power to control the fog and creates a real tornado, plunging the clearing into twilight. After this, he creates huge illusions of a demonic bull and an unknown dragon, which from afar can look almost real. Stella, looking at the fog creatures with interest, tells Jonathan that he has very interesting skills, adding that the creatures emerging from the fog look very strong. She concludes that the moisture pressure in the air can create a destructive force, but the attack power of such a technique is not that high, and will most likely be at the level of an average mutated beast. Jonathan says that the undeniable advantage of this ability is that physical attacks cannot harm the creation of fog. After some time, Jonathan decides to show another feature of this skill, and summons a bluish ray that penetrates his roots. Jonathan says that the roots can be shrouded in mist, and they will appear to be part of the beast, thereby enhancing the attack potential, adding that thanks to the beast's unpredictable shape and the illusion of mist, it can be made to look real. Jonathan happily asks Stella if she is jealous of this skill, to which she giggles and replies that she was expecting something more interesting. With these words, she snaps her fingers, and the misty beast falls into pieces in a second, to which Jonathan, with despair in his voice, says that he worked for so long on the image of this beast, believing that it would be immortal. Stella says that such tricks no longer work on her, since she can follow this foggy monster to find who controls it. Stella gives advice to Jonathan that he should use spiritual ore, since it will not only transform spiritual energy, but will also strengthen the mist beast. Jonathan says that he also thought about this option, joyfully telling Stella that it's like she reads his thoughts, after which he calms himself down, mentally convincing himself that he's still smarter than everyone else. With that, he takes a small piece of spirit ore and places it inside the newly forming mist beast. The piece of ore is activated, and the misty beast takes on a more real and menacing appearance, sparkling with its previously lifeless eyes. Jonathan finishes shaping the misty beast, and a huge dragon appears in front of the entire clearing, outwardly almost indistinguishable from the real one. Stella praises Jonathan, saying that this beast has become even more realistic, adding that now it will not be possible to track Jonathan's spiritual energy from this beast. After this, Stella turns to Jonathan and says that she has one more thing that she would really like to show him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the continent, besieged cities desperately fight against the advance of sea monsters. Huge sea giants emerge from the water one after another, completely disregarding losses. The human troops were able to drive a huge number of tank divisions to the beach, which, with the support of artillery, are conducting hurricane fire on the sea monsters. Air forces also come to the aid of ground troops, tirelessly bombarding the enemy with missiles and bombs. Pilots demonstrate superior aerobatic skills and destroy huge concentrations of enemies using high-precision weapons. However, this is not enough, and the sea creatures are moving closer and closer to the shore, pushing back the human forces. The soldiers continue to fire at the sea creatures and wonder where the promised support from the Federation is. However, reinforcements never arrive, and the soldiers realize that they were left on this coast to die. As a result of the defeat in the city's defense, sea creatures penetrate into it, completely destroying the metropolis. The next day, Stella returns to the village where she used to live and walks along the forest paths. She remembers that yesterday she told Jonathan to send Peregrine to receive an important package. After some time, the messenger from the main character notices Stella and begins to smoothly descend to deliver the package. Having looked closely, Sapson recognizes a familiar face and begins to think that Ella is standing in front of him, alive and unharmed. The joyful bird begins to scream loudly, and Stella is forced to interrupt him, saying that if he does not stop, then all the villagers will come running to this noise. The peregrine rubs its head affectionately against Stella's slit, and she reflects on the fact that this is the first time they have seen each other in human form, wondering if they were really that close before. Having finished with pleasantries, Stella gives Sapson a small capsule and asks him to give it to his father as soon as possible. Sapson successfully completes the task, and after some time this capsule ends up in the hands of Jonathan, who studies it with interest. After spinning the capsule in its branches for a while, Jonathan discovers the presence of a small button and immediately presses it. Upon opening the capsule, Jonathan notices that it contains a small ant, and the system tells him that there are still faint signs of life in it. Stella returns to her spiritual form and asks Jonathan to take his time and wait for her arrival, to which he quickly makes an excuse, saying that he was just looking at an insect. Stella explains to Jonathan that this ant is a real miracle, since the experiment took more than hundreds of millions of ants, and if it could have lived a little longer, the teacher would never have given it away. Jonathan is surprised that the professor has conducted hundreds of millions of experiments, admitting that it gives him a strange feeling. He mentally admires the fact that this ant, in addition to awakening its innate ability at the first stage, also has two active abilities that would not have appeared if not for the experiments. Jonathan opens the jar and tells Stella that she managed to surprise him, after which he promises that he will not let this baby die. Jonathan is well aware that the essence of life is too powerful for such a small creature, so he prudently dilutes it with spiritual water before giving it to the ant. This has an immediate effect, and the system tells Jonathan that the ant's condition has stabilized and his vital signs have returned to normal. And he decides that now it's time to share the pure essence of life with the ant in order to unleash its full potential. A powerful green beam of energy begins to emanate from the ant, signaling the beginning of metamorphosis. After a few seconds, the beam expands significantly, and the entire clearing is enveloped in clouds of smoke and dust. As soon as the smokescreen clears, an anomalous golden ant appears before Jonathan, transformed almost beyond recognition. The ant awakens from his comatose sleep and looks to his savior, but Jonathan decides to do a quick test of the ant's combat capabilities. At the same moment, he tries to attack the ant with a branch, but it easily dodges to the side, repeating these movements with each blow. Jonathan admits that the ant is damn fast and throws another punch, but the little warrior manages to block the blow and stay on his feet. The ant jumps back and digs its paws into the ground, reducing its speed and suppressing its momentum. Stella says she is very impressed with the ant's abilities, adding that it is now much larger in size and takes up an entire palm. Ant immediately kneels before Jonathan in gratitude, after which he swears that he will serve him for the rest of his days. Jonathan remains extremely impressed that the ant, which is only at the 5th stage, has already learned to talk. The tiger, who never learned to speak even at the 9th stage, approaches the ant with interest, looking at it. However, the ant's character turns out to be at the level of a teenager, so he asks the tiger what he was staring at, simultaneously calling him an idiot. Offended to the core, the white tiger runs away, promising to get even with this impudent insect. Jonathan tells the ant that he has a team of 9th stage beasts, adding that the ant will be the 5th in it, after which he orders him to go to the cave to train. Jonathan also decides to give the ant a new name, and in honor of his lightning-fast reflexes and speed, he names him Flash. Stella tells Jonathan that Flash has witnessed countless deaths of his comrades in the human laboratory, and his poor heart has been broken many times, before expressing her concern that at some point Flash will no longer be able to control his anger and resentment towards people. Jonathan says that the most important criterion for him is that Flash won't want to fight him personally, adding that the rest doesn't matter. Meanwhile, Astra approaches the tiger and tries to console him, saying that where she comes from, those who start speaking later are always considered the smartest. At the same time, the giant imperial crocodile decides to hunt and successfully kills a huge snake, receiving a lot of evolution points from it. Having devoured his prey, he begins to feel a surge of enormous energy and realizes that the time has come to move to the next stage. However, the main problem is that the crocodile emits a huge amount of spiritual energy, which means it becomes visible to people's companions. The crocodile's concern turns out to be justified, as the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department immediately issues a red alert. Analysts note that at coordinates of 32 degrees north latitude and 103 degrees east longitude, a high rate of vibrations and spiritual energy was found, which exceeds 24,000. The monitoring department confirms that the cause of this is a mutated beast that is approximately at the 9th stage of the initial stage of evolution. The department's chief analyst orders urgent coordinates to be sent to the Air Force to neutralize the threat. She adds that the destruction of this beast is an extremely important task, the failure of which will cost humanity dearly in the future. At this moment, Jonathan was playing with his misty dragon, again scaring Astra and Carl, who was already accustomed to nursing rat cubs. After some time, attack helicopters arrive at the place of evolution of the imperial crocodile, which easily record the exact location of the monster. The crocodile hears the loud noise of the propellers and realizes that he has been discovered and now has few options for action. After receiving the camera image of the attack helicopters, the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department notes with horror that the beast is a giant crocodile. The crocodile decides to fight back and launches huge stones at the helicopters, successfully knocking down several combat vehicles. Analysts note that something is wrong with screen number 3, adding that they are also unable to get images on screens 1 and 2. The head of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department mentally notes that this beast turns out to be even more formidable than the centipede, suggesting that it will not be possible to destroy it with fighters alone. She turns to her subordinates and orders them to inform the advance party about the power of this creature, offering to send medium-range missiles to it. She emphasizes that the destruction of this beast is a critical task, the failure of which will cost humanity dearly in the future. Stella, having learned about everything that is happening, quickly goes to Jonathan, telling him that they have huge problems. Jonathan asks Stella what happened, to which she anxiously tells him that people managed to find the imperial crocodile. She adds that about a dozen fighters are spinning around his head, adding that even special troops were sent to neutralize him. Jonathan wonders how people managed to find the crocodile, because he couldn't have been so inattentive. Stella replies that the imperial crocodile was discovered during evolution, declared the highest level of danger. The main character wonders why the government is so concerned about mutants with ancient genes and does not understand whether he really poses such a great danger. Stella begins to move into her physical body and tells Jonathan that she will go there first to be ready. Jonathan asks Stella to be careful, thinking that he has not yet seen crocodiles in physical form, which means this could lead to a fight. Realizing that time is against him, Jonathan thinks hard about how he can solve this problem in the most effective way. He calls the peregrine falcons to him, telling them that they are the first he has tamed, and asks for their help in returning the crocodile. He tells them that they are very fast, which means people will not be able to harm them, and orders the peregrine falcons to delay the planes that are chasing the crocodile and, if necessary, destroy them. Having received full instructions, peregrine falcons fly into the sky with unimaginable speed and go to the location of their scaly brother. Meanwhile, reinforcements from attack helicopters rain down armor-piercing missiles on the crocodile. Due to its clumsiness, the crocodile cannot dodge such attacks and therefore is forced to receive serious injuries. A landing plane with higher-ups is already approaching the place where the crocodile is located, and the squad is discussing a plan to destroy the monster. Stella, consumed by excitement, ceases to clearly hear what her comrades are saying, and all the conversations around her merge into one incomprehensible lump. Meanwhile, in the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department, one of the employees asks the head if they really need to raise all their forces to destroy this crocodile, after which he suggests driving it into the red zone so that it fights other creatures. The head of the department tells him that this is impossible, since the research center reported that the crocodile has ancient genes, and if they do not kill it now, it will continue to become stronger. The head of the department says that just a month ago, the government was turned upside down by mutated sea creatures that attacked people. According to her, not so long ago they were attacked by a large mutated sakura crab, which destroyed an entire coastal city. With doom in his voice, the head of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department reports that if they miss this crocodile now, they will encounter creatures that will be even stronger in the future. The crocodiles, under heavy fire from combat helicopters, try to come up with an escape plan and come to the only possible exit. It uses its tail as a catapult and throws as many heavy rocks and boulders into it as possible. Having taken good aim, he makes a sharp movement with his tail, sending several huge stones into the air in the direction of the combat helicopters. This maneuver is successful, as the stones launched by the crocodile collide with the missiles, causing the release of a large amount of dust. Thanks to the resulting smokescreen, the pilots lose visibility for a while and let the crocodile out of sight. However, after a few seconds, one of the pilots flies a huge stone directly into the cockpit. The pilot does not have time to complete an evasive maneuver, and the combat vehicle begins to quickly descend, being hit by a huge boulder. The combat flight of helicopters decides to quickly gain altitude in order to remain safe and not be bombarded with stones. One of the pilots tells his comrades that this crocodile is very different from a centipede, and thanks God that not a single shell has hit him yet. Observing the behavior of the crocodile, the pilot pretends that this creature may have intelligence and consciousness. At this moment, the crocodile notices that the helicopters are gaining altitude and decides to take advantage of this to sneak away as far as possible. He turns around and rushes back towards the large forests and hills, hoping that the landscape will help him hide the combat aircraft factory. The pilots observe the crocodile's behavior and ask each other what they should do, and come to the conclusion that they need to keep the crocodile in this place, even if it is already injured. The helicopters quickly reach the crocodile and begin to shoot the ground in front of it to isolate the monster and prevent it from escaping. After quickly looking around, the crocodile realizes that he cannot get out of this situation and decides to crystallize his scales to increase strength. He awakens all his spiritual powers and uses them to strengthen his skin, which after a while becomes harder than diamond. Even the crocodile's tail begins to crystallize, trying to strengthen itself as quickly as possible. The pilots report to headquarters that the giant crocodile has stopped and assume that its muscles may be tense due to the fact that the monster is very tired and decide to shoot with all guns. A split second later, the helicopters begin to fire dozens of missiles towards the crocodile and also shoot all their ammunition from 20mm cannons. High explosive shells and live missiles rain down on the crocodile like a waterfall, causing a huge amount of dust and obscuring the view of the attack helicopters, which nevertheless continue to shoot where the crocodile is. The crocodile barely holds on, calling Jonathan via telepathic link and hoping that someone will save him from this situation. The superior combat detachment, observing that the crocodile is being shot at from all guns, tensely awaits the moment of its landing. Stella looks around and feels that everyone on the plane is holding their breath, watching what is happening. It is becoming more and more difficult for the crocodile to hold back the onslaught of combat helicopters. Its scales begin to crack. The combat helicopters continue to fire for 10 minutes, turning the ground beneath them into a real hell. Even such a strong skin, like that of the imperial crocodile, cannot withstand the stress and begins to crack throughout the body, which is why the crocodile begins to suffer serious damage. The Spiritual Energy Monitoring Division notes that all combat helicopter squads are starting to run out of ammunition and will soon need to return to base. The head of the department, watching the situation with tension, mentally expresses the hope that they will be able to finish off this creature before they run out of ammunition. The entire department watches as the imperial crocodile suffers, surrounded by waves of flames due to the detonation of the shells. Suddenly, one of the analysts from the monitoring department informs the head that other creatures are approaching the crocodile, adding that 8 targets are rushing to his aid, the highest of which is 9,000 spiritual energy. Shocked by this development of events, the head of the department asks her assistant what kind of creatures these are. The assistant replies that she cannot get a clear picture because these creatures fly at too high speeds. She adds that this makes it impossible to get even a rough image of objects moving towards the crocodile. The monitoring department manages to warn the pilots that several targets are approaching them from the southeast, the speed of which reaches 4.5 maximum. One of the pilots is surprised that objects can reach such high speeds, but a split second later, a peregrine falcon flies past his cockpit, breaking through it. After a few more seconds, the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department records a loss of communication with all air units. The head of the monitoring department realizes with horror that because of this unexpected reinforcement, they have missed their target. The plane with the higher-ups comes in to land, but they are immediately informed that their plan has already failed due to the loss of visual contact with the crocodile. Stella, listening to the radio conversations with tension, sighs with relief, realizing that the crocodile managed to escape. Meanwhile, one of the employees of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department contacts the director, informing him that they were able to obtain an image. The director orders the image to be displayed on the screen, and the entire department sees that the objects that destroyed the entire air group were mutated peregrine falcons. One of the employees, more knowledgeable in the animal world, reports that these are very dangerous predators even without mutation, since they can fly at a speed of 390 kilometers per hour, after which he adds that these creatures are now at the 9th stage of evolution, and human aviation won't be able to keep up with them. He concludes that humans can never be their equal, while a war party of peregrine falcons accompany the crocodile, helping it return to Jonathan. Returning to the glade where Jonathan and other animals live, he receives a warm greeting from all its inhabitants. The crocodile stomps his foot heavily, indicating that most of his scales are gone and he has suffered serious damage from the gunfire. The animals slowly surround the crocodile, inspecting its wounds and thinking about how they can help it to ease its suffering. The honey badger puts his paw on the huge crocodile and expresses his sympathy, to which he tells him that he will be fine. The mutated bison tells Jonathan that the imperial crocodile was badly damaged, to which he replies that the crocodile was found by people during its evolution and almost destroyed. Flash, who is next to Jonathan, hears a phrase familiar to him that people found him and repeats it with hatred and contempt. Meanwhile, a huge crocodile approaches Jonathan and addresses him, calling him the tree god. Jonathan is examining the crocodile when suddenly something catches his eye and he decides to act immediately and decisively. In a split second, he summons one of his roots and strikes the crocodile, barely touching its scales. The target of Jonathan's strike was a small bug attached to the crocodile's skin and tracking its location. Jonathan, annoyed, says that the people were thinking of tricking them with a small bug and orders his comrades to check the crocodile for a few more beacons. Jonathan also decides to examine the crocodile's wounds to understand their nature and methods of treatment. He tells the crocodile that he was shot with armor-piercing shells and next time he should not try to stop them with his body, since he will only get extra holes all over his body. Examining the crocodile, Jonathan comes to the conclusion that it is still difficult for people to inflict much damage on the creatures of the first stage, and wonders what they should do. The crocodile reports to Jonathan that armor-piercing shells are not very dangerous for him, but people have missiles that can immobilize, paralyzing all muscles and rendering the target incapacitated. Jonathan gets lost in thought and realizes that hardened muscles are the crocodile's worst enemy. Meanwhile, the crocodile opens its huge mouth and tells Jonathan that he has a gift for him. The crocodile reports that it is a snake egg, which, unfortunately, he could not return to his mother, so he decided to give it to Jonathan. The main character carefully examines the egg, and the crocodile tells him that the mother of this cub was able to awaken the element of ice, adding that if he is not mistaken, then this egg was also able to awaken this element. The crocodile also takes out of his mouth the ice spirit grass that he found next to the egg, and Jonathan is surprised at how capacious the crocodile is. Jonathan admits to himself that he really likes snakes and feels very strong spiritual energy emanating from this ice egg, after which he speculates that the snake hatched from there may even surpass the snake he fought. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy monitoring department monitors the crocodile's latest location and sees only a huge funnel of fog in front of them. They wonder whether the elements were really able to create a material embodiment for themselves, and then they try to think through a plan of action. Noticing the silhouette of a huge tree in the fog, the monitoring department quickly notices that it is periodically moving. The director of the department says that the mountain where the crocodile fled has already been explored by their team, which discovered the presence of lost creatures there, after which he orders that this mountain be assigned a red threat level and sent to troops to monitor the territory. She adds that they must kill this crocodile, and no matter what, not allow this creature to escape from the mountain. After some time, a small military camp filled with soldiers is set up near the Misty Mountains. The soldiers begin to patrol the area, without risking entering the thick fog, limiting themselves to monitoring the territory along the perimeter. All this time, Flash is watching the camp, closely monitoring any activity on the borders of the foggy kingdom. Noticing people, Flash becomes enraged, and anger begins to flow through his veins, not allowing him to think soberly. Meanwhile, Jonathan orders the Imperial Crocodile to go to the center of Misty Mountain and make a lake there, before adding that when the time comes, he will give them some life essence to turn it into a spiritual lake. A monkey, a honey badger, and a mutated boar approach the wounded crocodile and squeak pitifully, offering him their help. The crocodile turns towards them and politely tells them not to worry, adding that he will return as soon as he recovers and heals all his wounds. The trio of best friends smile joyfully, hearing such optimistic forecasts from the crocodile, and go about their business. After a while, the crocodile goes about his business, moving his heavy scaly paws along the loose earth with a roar. Stella appears next to the main character and says that now people know that the crocodile is hiding here, after which she asks him what they should do, to which Jonathan replies that they can only wait. Jonathan adds that so far the people have only discovered a crocodile, so it's best to keep a low profile, and suggests using the mist beast to intimidate them, since as long as they are on this mountain, no one can harm them. Stella tells Jonathan that a whole group of armed people has gathered at the foot of the mountain and can come here at any time. Jonathan says that he noticed this too, and wonders how they should deal with uninvited guests. Suddenly, an interesting idea comes to his mind, and he waits until the evening, when the guards change at the military camp. The soldiers are surprised to notice that one of their colleagues begins to walk into the fog and shout to him to return immediately. However, the colleague ignores their voices and continues to go into the unknown depths of the forest, despite the danger. Realizing that something fishy is going on here, the soldier orders his comrade to immediately contact the command. However, a second later, this soldier is smeared by a huge insect foot created from fog and appearing out of nowhere. The frightened soldier looks up, not believing what he sees, while a foggy monster begins to rise above the camp. All the other fighters run out of their tents after hearing the screams of their fellow soldiers and wonder who carried out the attack. However, immediately raising their eyes higher, they notice an incredible monster standing right in front of them, in all its terrifying beauty. A misty dragon materializes in front of the frightened soldiers, looking as if it were real. The soldiers immediately decide to open fire, and the entire circle begins to hear a hail of clicks from firearms. The shots have no effect, and one of the soldiers shouts that the fog is made of water, so it lets all the bullets pass through it. Another fighter, armed with a flamethrower, orders his comrades to stand down and decides to try out his weapon in practice. However, the fighter does not have time to try his weapon, as a powerful blow overtakes him and knocks him out in an instant. The one who knocked out the flamethrower is Sam, who arrived in time to help his friends and went around the military camp from the rear. Jonathan telepathically reaches out to Sam and tells him that he must show his loyalty to earn his place in the Forest family. The soldiers turn around and look with incomprehension at the fact that a man whom they considered one of their own decided to confront them. At first they are surprised that Sam decided to protect the mutated monsters, but quickly come to their senses and prepare to open fire on him. However, at the same second, a chirping voice is heard behind them, asking people why everywhere they step begins to stink of rotting flesh. Turning around, the soldiers notice that a huge golden ant is talking to them and decide to shoot it, but due to its speed, not a single bullet hits Flash. Meanwhile, Stella and Jonathan watch the siege of the military camp from afar and wonder what to do next. Stella suggests that after the massacre in this camp, people will realize how dangerous this mountain is and will never come here again. Jonathan says that they cannot hide forever, and now is the right moment to show people the full horror of the mountain, after which he adds that if nothing is done, people will destroy everything around them with impunity. Stella asks Jonathan what they should do with the military man, who was the first to run away into the thicket of the forest under the influence of the fog. However, Jonathan tells her that she should let him go, since they will need someone who will tell everyone else about the terrible mist beast. Stella tells Jonathan that when people come next time, it will no longer be just a bunch of military men, but a whole army, reinforced by higher-ranking troops. However, Jonathan calmly replies that in this case, they will start a real war, which they will definitely win. Jonathan adds that since they can no longer hide, the only way out is to make themselves known and defend their territory. Soon rumors about the danger of Misty Mountain spread throughout all cities, and now people know that not only a giant crocodile lives there, but also scary and misty creatures. After some time, the crocodile makes the spiritual lake inside the mountain even larger and receives 10 drops of life essence for this. At the same time, Jonathan, who has strengthened his branch, decides to test its power on a nearby stone and easily grinds it into dust. The system notifies Jonathan that he has upgraded 2 branches to level 3. After testing the upgraded branches, Jonathan says that their speed and strength have increased significantly, adding that they can now split into several more branches and grab a target. The system tells Jonathan that strengthening the remaining branches will require 48,000 evolution points, and Jonathan is surprised to note that the price for strengthening the roots is much higher, since strengthening the main root requires 100,000 evolution points. Jonathan decides to strengthen 8 more of his branches and reflects that his spiritual power is now around 490,000, which is equivalent to the second stage, after which he tells himself that he needs to further accelerate his own evolution. After some time, Jonathan decides to awaken the dormant Emperor Crocodile using telepathic communication. The crocodile asks Jonathan what he wants to know from him, to which the protagonist replies that he needs all the information about the Great River, in which the crocodile has been all this time. The crocodile tells Jonathan that the Great River is dangerous and unpredictable, adding that even with his strength, he dare not stay there for long. Crocodile adds that the waters of the Great River can even suppress fluctuations in spiritual power, providing a serious camouflage effect for mutated beasts. However, according to the crocodile, even despite this, he still feels that somewhere nearby lives a creature of the second stage of evolution, or even higher. Meanwhile, the scene briefly shifts to City X, where the headquarters of the country's troops is located. In a small test chamber, scientists try to approach the surviving soldier, but he shouts at them that he does not want to die and asks them not to approach him. The director of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department, along with one of the army commanders, says that the only useful clue they were able to extract from him was a beast made of mist. The commander tells the director to gather an army and special forces, and also call a team of 10 Federation heroes, after which he adds that he will personally command this operation. The commander says that this crocodile is one of the top 3 mutated creatures ever discovered by mankind, then adds that he will not stop until he burns Misty Mountain to the ground. At this time, Jonathan continues his conversation with the crocodile and admits to him that he is very impressed by what he heard. The crocodile continues his story, saying that he did not go down deep to come, but even so, he felt terrible pressure. The crocodile makes the assumption that in this river, there are creatures not only of the second, but also of the third stage of evolution. Jonathan mentally admits to himself that this river is not nearly as simple as the dragon's or tiger's lair. The crocodile asks Jonathan what he plans to do with the information received. Jonathan decisively tells his scaly companion that he wants this river to become part of his territory. He states that their advantage is that they can build a riverbed all the way to the sea, and in the future, this will be of great help in the fight against people. Crocodile advises Jonathan to send Honey Badger, Boar, Demon Bull, and Flash to scout the mountain range first, then says that he is in the first stage of evolution, and if he makes even one move, people will immediately notice his spiritual power. He also adds that it is better to use the spiritual lake for training, since the animals here will be much easier to protect. Jonathan admits that he did not expect such insight from the crocodile, and tells him that he is in charge of the hunt this time. The crocodile tells Jonathan that he will definitely bring him interesting prey, from which he can get a lot of evolution points. Jonathan asks the crocodile to come closer so he can give him some life essence just in case. The crocodile fulfills Jonathan's demands and rises from the lake, towering many meters into the air. Having finished giving orders to the crocodile, Jonathan descends underground to check how things are going with the underground city. He finds Sam, who is carefully studying the map of the underground city, and asks him how the construction is going. Sam points the main character to the areas under construction and says that there are 3 floors here, which, after opening, will connect an underground tunnel, and adds that thanks to the airwolves, everything went smoothly. He also reports that the mutated rats are helping to expand the cave even faster, and reports that they brought water and built high bridges to all the rooms. Jonathan responds that the number of regular and training rooms needs to be increased, praising them for the work done. Sam tells the main character that spiritual ore can serve as lighting not only for rooms, but also for flowers and other plants in the underground city. Jonathan admits that Sam did everything, even better than he expected, and he asks the main character if he can ask his friends for help. Jonathan hesitates to answer, after which he admits to himself that this is the only safe place for them, and his friends have not yet proven their loyalty, and because of this, he cannot trust them. He understands Jonathan's worries and asks him if he will kill his friends if they reject him. Jonathan thinks for a while and answers that even if he wants to kill them, some animals will be against this idea. He adds that he is at enmity with the human race, so they can decide to stay here or leave. Jonathan sums it up by saying he only hopes for beasts that get along with humans, ordering them not to sell information to humans. Sam listens with interest to Jonathan's thoughts, thinking about how he should continue building the underground city. Suddenly, Jonathan hears the voice of Stella, who calls him to her and tells him that the snake's egg is about to crack and a baby will be born. Jonathan hurriedly tells Sam to get on with his business and quickly leaves to attend to urgent matters. Returning to his body, Jonathan watches with Stella as the ice egg cracks with a blinding light. Suddenly, a beam of frosty energy appears above him, and the lake the egg was in begins to freeze. After a few seconds, the shell is completely broken, and an anomalous white snake of the initial stage of evolution is born, which gains the ability to control the ice. Jonathan and Stella immediately begin nursing the newborn cub, admitting that she looks simply stunning. While Jonathan was rejoicing at the addition of his fighting brotherhood, very important things were happening on the other side of the mountain. The expedition team, consisting of a honey badger, a wild boar, a monkey, a demonic bull, and a tiger, continued their mission. They come closer and closer to unknown lands and come to the conclusion that there are mountains ahead that they need to conquer. The crocodile contacts the expedition team via telepathic communication and informs them that all the creatures that are here must be delivered to the owner. The crocodile emphasizes that all creatures caught by the expeditionary force must be left alive to select potential recruits for the fighting fraternity. Having heard the order, the expeditionary force rushes forward in search of worthy opponents. Flash, sitting on the back of a demonic bull, says that he will go first, to which his battle comrade replies that he should not provoke strong creatures towards himself. Having received permission to move forward, Flash quickly rushes forward, carefully examining the surroundings for living creatures. After some time, part of the expeditionary force encounters the enemy, and the sounds of fierce battle can be heard throughout the entire area. A monkey, united with a mutated boar using a stick, incapacitates a huge spider that wanted to attack them. Meanwhile, the honey badger, using his thunder powers, disables a mutated horse that could be useful in Jonathan's army. Meanwhile, the tiger begins to hunt for its own kind, easily defeating fragile individuals with the help of its outstanding strength. He knocks the tiger out with his paw, then carefully takes it between his teeth to carry it to a safer place. Meanwhile, Flash demonstrates miracles of ant ferocity and strength, easily dealing with huge creatures that are several hundred times larger than him in physical terms. However, somewhere out there, in the depths of the dark forest, someone continues to monitor the expeditionary team and not catch their eye. These agile creatures turn out to be chameleons, easily blending into their surroundings and preferring not to get into trouble. After a successful hunt, the expeditionary force delivers all the captives to a gorge located in the Misty Mountains. Jonathan begins to gain evolution points by mercilessly killing all the mutated creatures that his comrades delivered to him. The bloodbath drags on for several hours, and as a result, Jonathan receives about 18,000 evolution points. After destroying all the captured mutated beasts, Jonathan says that hunting is a very effective way to score points. After this, he turns to the Windwolves, who actively helped in transporting the captives, and invites them to eat some of the sacrificed animals in order to replenish their strength. He also addresses the ice snake, inviting it to eat a small piece of meat to continue its growth and evolution. Not far from Jonathan's clearing, a roar is heard, symbolizing the steps of a huge creature that lives in these parts. This creature turns out to be a giant monkey, which emits a loud roar, announcing its approach throughout the gorge. Sensing the presence of another creature, the giant monkey stands on its hind legs and looks around menacingly. Stella materializes not far from him and admits to herself that she has never seen such huge monkeys. The gorilla begins to look around blindly and quickly notices the shining Stella, who is hovering in the air above him. However, the company, although incorporeal but a young and beautiful girl, does not please the giant monkey, and it emits a threatening roar. Trying to drive Stella out of its territory, the monkey grabs a rock, easily moving it from its place. Within a few seconds, the huge primate begins to hold a whole fragment of rock in its hands, threatening Stella with its entire appearance. Stella admits that this monkey is very strong, and the primate immediately throws a huge boulder at her. Stella decides to try her new acquired powers and shreds the rock into small chips in a matter of seconds. Summoning the spirit of the silver centipede, Stella says that she cannot be defeated so easily and rushes into battle with the large ape. Meanwhile, in Jonathan's clearing, work is in full swing to clean up the dead bodies of mutated animals that were sacrificed. Finally, having dealt with the splattered blood and bodies, Jonathan exhales, glad that his clearing now looks incredibly clean and fragrant. A few minutes later, the unconscious body of a huge primate, who was defeated in the battle with Stella, falls at his feet. Stella tells Jonathan that she has brought him the gorilla as another powerful addition to the fighting fraternity. She asks the protagonist if he really wants to train this creature, adding that, after all, primates are very different from other creatures, and if you don't give him enough time, then he will be difficult to control. However, Jonathan does not answer for a while, either because he is absorbed in sadness that the clearing he spent so much time cleaning has become dirty again. Jonathan says that this is the most human-like species, and if they are trained by people, they will be able to develop many times faster, after which he suggests that if these monkeys manage to master the knowledge of humanity, then in the future, they will become representatives of a new species, just like people. The main character states that perhaps the appearance of this gorilla will bring them unprecedented benefits, since in any case, chaos reigns in the world, and evolution takes a lot of time. Stella listens carefully to Jonathan's reasoning, thinking about the costs of the ape uprising, but she does not decide to object to him. Meanwhile, the huge gorilla regains consciousness and stands on its front legs, carefully examining Jonathan and the situation around him. The gorilla lets out a menacing roar, and Jonathan admits that this creature is even larger in size than a white tiger and prepares to take the fight. The gorilla jumps menacingly at Jonathan, but he instantly incapacitates it with the help of hallucinogenic paralysis contained in his branches. The gorilla immediately falls to the ground, losing his fighting ability and experiencing unpleasant attacks of paralysis and severe hallucinations that embody the worst ape nightmares. Jonathan glares at the giant red gorilla and tells it that he is giving it a choice: swear allegiance to him or die a painful death right now. The monkey rises to his feet and immediately declares that he is giving up and ceasing his resistance, after which he steps back, lowering his hands in a sign of reconciliation. Jonathan is surprised that the victory came to him so easily, and the matter was done without a huge number of threats and various proposals. He notes that the monkey can speak despite the fact that it is a simple primate. Jonathan asks the giant gorilla if she has a name, to which she looks at him, not understanding, making it clear that she has been a nameless gorilla all this time. Jonathan says that from now on the huge gorilla will be called King Kong, and the ape solemnly accepts this name as his own. Jonathan admits that this name is not at all original, but in the future, the giant gorilla will be able to evolve and become a truly terrifying creature. With these words, Jonathan offers King Kong a gift as a reward for his loyalty and drips the essence of life onto the giant ape's fur. The essence has a miraculous effect on the giant ape, and its eyes begin to emit incredibly bright rays of energy, symbolizing the process of evolution. Due to the rapid flows of energy, Jonathan begins to shake, and he watches in amazement at the incredible metamorphoses that occurred with the big ape. Jonathan looks at the anomalous gorilla in awe and tells her that she looks like she can kill absolutely any opponent with one blow. After carefully examining the abnormal gorilla's skills, Jonathan decides that King Kong is good, but not strong enough to become part of the 9th stage beast team. He turns to the big monkey, ordering it to call his pack, since now they will be very useful to Jonathan, and the monkey unquestioningly fulfills his demands. In order for the entire pack of King Kong to respond to his call, he concentrates for some time, collecting as much air as possible in his huge lungs. Having properly prepared, the anomalous gorilla emits a deafening roar, spreading throughout the entire territory of the Misty Mountains and far beyond its borders. The sound turns out to be so loud that even Stella is forced to cover her ears so as not to lose her hearing for several hours. However, the roar of the anomalous gorilla successfully reaches all corners of the Misty Mountains, and the monkeys who heard it instantly decide to answer the call. Primates of all shapes and sizes gather in small groups to go to their king and listen to his orders. After a while, this whole huge horde, with loud howls and hooting, begins to jump through the trees, from branch to branch, on the way to Jonathan's clearing. Not even an hour passes before Jonathan clearly begins to hear the howl of monkey voices, which are rapidly approaching the clearing. Stella looks up at the trees in surprise, realizing that almost all of them are beginning to glow from the eyes of the arriving primates. An army of monkeys, having arrived at the call of an anomalous gorilla, lets out a welcoming cry, swearing allegiance to the Tree King Jonathan. Jonathan, watching with pleasure such a massive replenishment of his fighting brotherhood, admits that this time they won a real jackpot. Meanwhile, not far from Jonathan's clearing, a serious battle is unfolding, not for life, but for death, between two creatures. Due to the collision of two incredibly strong creatures, trees are scattered into splinters, and stones are split, as if made of plasticine. One of the participants in this monstrous duel turns out to be the Golden Ant Flash, who is at the 6th stage of the initial stage of evolution. His opponent, having parried one of the blows, lands not far from him on a stone statue, preparing for the next round of a difficult confrontation. Flash's most powerful opponent turns out to be the Golden Mantis, who has reached the 7th stage of the initial stage and refuses to go with Flash to the Tree God. Flash muses that he is only on the 6th stage, but has already fought opponents on the 8th stage, after which he admits that the Mantis, which is on the 7th, still made him very tense. Meanwhile, Mantis, closely watching Flash's every move, decides that he made a fatal mistake by getting dangerously close. At that very moment, the green Mantis lunges forward, moving in a zigzag pattern to confuse its opponent and deliver a powerful strike with its claws. However, Flash, who has already won several dozen battles, guesses the intentions of the green Mantis and blocks his attack with the help of his additional limbs. Due to the collision of impulses, the ground beneath them begins to split, and the winner of this battle still remains unclear. Mantis continues his onslaught, and Flash acknowledges his strength, saying that they fight as equals, despite the significant difference in combat experience. However, he manages to find a weak point in the Mantis's defense and inflict a serious blow on it, putting an end to this confrontation and depriving the Mantis of its ability to fight. The resulting wound turns out to be quite serious, since the Mantis loses part of its internal organs. The unbowed fighter falls to the ground, losing consciousness, still refusing to submit to the Flash and admit defeat. However, Flash has other plans, and he tells Mantis that he will not die, since a paralyzing poison was injected into his body. A demonic bull hurries to the battlefield and asks Flash if everything is okay with him and if he needs medical help. The demon bull pulls up next to Flash and Mantis, and the golden ant tells him that he is fine and unharmed. Bull asks if the little Mantis caused him any harm, to which he replies that the Mantis is very fast and uses wind currents, which indicates that he masters the element of air. The demonic bull turns to the horizon and notes that the sun is already rising, which means that today's hunt has come to an end. The hunting party, consisting of a pack of windwolves, a demonic bull, a tiger, a honey badger, a monkey, a boar and Flash, triumphantly returns with their prey to Jonathan's clearing. Also hiding in the foliage not far behind the hunting party, a crocodile was observed, which, however, did not interfere in the hunting process. Flash notices the crocodile and asks the demonic bull why he was standing there watching them all the time, to which he replies that he was standing in the bushes in case they encountered a really serious opponent. Flash realizes that the crocodile was providing insurance for the hunting party to help them fight serious enemies against whom they might not have enough strength of their own. Looking around, Flash notices that the tiger is missing and asks the demonic bull where he went. The demonic bull replies to the golden ant that the tiger just ran off somewhere with a mantis in its mouth, suggesting that it was heading towards the tree god. Meanwhile, Jonathan practices his skills with roots and the power of earth manipulation in order to create movable stone platforms in the air. Jonathan admits that after a day of training he was very exhausted and must have used up all the spiritual power he had. Inspecting his branches, Jonathan comes to the conclusion that he has 27 more branches left to strengthen, which he plans to improve after the next hunt. At this moment, a white tiger appears in the clearing and runs cheerfully towards Jonathan, waving its fluffy tail. Jonathan looks at the fooling tiger with suspicion and asks him why he is running here so happy after a hard night of hunting. The tiger, having never learned to speak, runs up to Jonathan and spits out the unconscious green mantis. Jonathan is surprised by this development of events and looks with interest at the small insect, which begins to come to its senses. Jonathan orders the system to show the properties of the green mantis, and the system informs him that this insect has an innate skill in controlling the elements of wind and makes it possible to increase the strength and speed of attack, as well as mimic, merging with the environment. He says that the element of wind and mimicry are very useful skills for a natural killer. They are praised by the clueless tiger for bringing him such valuable prey. At this moment, the golden ant Flash sneezes as the clueless tiger remembers that he was the one who neutralized the green mantis. Jonathan carefully picks up the wounded insect with his branch and slowly lowers it into the pool of life essence. He decides to leave the mantis in the pond for a while, and the streams of energy slowly restore his body, filling him with additional strength and power. After some time, the mantis comes to its senses and decides to take advantage of the element of surprise by rushing off in a random direction. Jonathan manages to notice such impudence and quickly knocks down the obnoxious insect with his root, knocking out the mantis with a deft blow. After some time, the demonic bull returns to the clearing and turns to the tree god to express his sorrows. He tells Jonathan that he has not seen the Ninetails for a long time and is very worried about her, after which he expresses a desire to go in search of his sister. Jonathan tells the demonic bull that his worries are in vain, since the Ninetails are strong enough to fend for themselves, but soon comes to the conclusion that it is better to play it safe. The demonic bull looks closely at Jonathan and asks him for permission to go in search of her. Jonathan tells the bull that he has no doubts about him, but scouring the desert for a long time can be quite tiring, and if the fox meets an enemy who is also on the 9th stage, the bull will still not be able to help him, after which he adds that if the bull becomes much stronger, then he will be able to let him go in search. The demonic bull tells Jonathan that he understands his demands and declares his intention to go train now. Jonathan reflects that the bull is constantly next to him and absorbs the emitted aura, so that very soon he will reach the top of the 9th stage, after which he adds that if the bull uses spiritual ore, it will become even stronger, since the ore is connected to the earth, which is the element of the bull. Jonathan admits to himself that it is difficult for him to imagine what the bull will be capable of after evolution and transition to the next stage. 3 days pass, and thanks to the hunting of the reconnaissance squad, Jonathan strengthens all his branches to the 3rd level, becoming an even more deadly creature. He happily looks at his properties panel, which tells him that all 50 branches have moved to the next level of development. Jonathan also notes that if the branches are constantly pumped with spiritual energy, they will be able to sprout new branches. This prospect fascinates Jonathan very much, and he decides to check what will come of it, and comes to the conclusion that he needs even more spiritual energy. He also decides to try a new trick that he only recently learned and shoots all his branches towards the sky, forming them into a bizarre pattern. All the inhabitants of the clearing, located in close proximity to Jonathan, are surprised to notice a strange glow in the sky. Looking back, they notice how Jonathan's branches begin to shimmer whimsically, reflecting the light of the northern lights above them. Astra, captivated by this beautiful sight, admits to herself that this is the most beautiful thing she has ever seen. However, she immediately says that such power scares her, and Carl adds that if all these branches fall to the ground, then everything will turn to dust. Jonathan's branches continue to shine, shimmering with various colors that delight the eyes of all the inhabitants of the clearing. Flash, who sneaks up behind Astra and Carl, says that this should be an honor for them, as they witness the true power of the tree god. He immediately adds that he did not kill them solely because the owner still needs them, to which Carl advises the ant to watch his tongue. Astra tries to find understanding, and asks Flash if he really hates all the people on the planet that much. However, Flash only arrogantly turns his back, saying that the word hatred is an empty phrase when it comes to people. He turns around briefly and tells Astra that he despises absolutely every person on this planet. With these words, Flash takes off at the speed of sound and leaves Astra and Carl alone. Jonathan decides to continue the light show and bends his branches in the most bizarre ways. However, after some time, Jonathan's branches begin to lose their strength, emitting spiritual energy, and hang lifelessly. After a few seconds, a tired Jonathan decides to take a break and lowers all his branches down, stopping the emission of light. He admits that his consumption of spiritual energy has become too great, and in a couple of breaths, he has spent almost all his spiritual energy. He understands that the load of the 3rd stage of evolution is too high for him, and decides to use this trick only at the most critical moment. Meanwhile, the monkeys in the underground city are busy constructing residential buildings and digging tunnels using mining tools. Also in the underground city is King Kong, who closely monitors the work of his subordinates and gives them orders, coordinating with Sam. Jonathan visits the mine and asks Sam if he's okay, adding that he's starting to worry about whether he can control all the monkeys. Jonathan says that after all these monkeys are primates, which means they are able to recognize his strength, after which he asks Sam to train the monkeys in military affairs and turn them into a fighting force. Suddenly, their meeting is interrupted by a serious earthquake of unknown origin, which shakes the entire mine in different directions. Sam, who absolutely did not expect anything like this, wonders what could have caused such a strong natural disaster. Jonathan says that these fluctuations are more like a breakthrough of power, and speculates that the demonic bull is about to make a breakthrough to the next stage of evolution. He reflects that the cave is blocking spiritual energy, which makes it difficult to determine the exact location of the bull, after which he remembers that when Stella had a breakthrough, no one noticed anything, if not for a bright beam of light. Looking around, Jonathan notices that a blinding light is shining in one of the rooms of the cave, remembering that this room contains a warehouse with spiritual ore. Looking inside, he notices that the demonic bull is standing on an entire mountain of spiritual ore and absorbing the energy emanating from it, which helps him make a breakthrough. Jonathan is surprised, admitting to himself that he has never seen such a large release of energy, and continues to watch the process in fascination. Rays of light begin to flow from the eyes of the demonic bull, and he continues to concentrate on moving to the next stage of evolution. Jonathan decides that the demonic bull needs immediate help, and calls upon his earth power to create 2 flowers filled with high-quality spiritual energy. Jonathan remembers that these flowers are formed by absorbing large amounts of spiritual ore, which means they are ideal for the demonic bull. Jonathan watches the evolution of the demonic bull and throws 2 flowers at him, thinking that he is really looking forward to his transition to a new stage. The demonic bull grabs the flowers thrown to him by Jonathan and devours them with pleasure, feeling an incredible surge of spiritual energy. The demonic bull feels that its transition to a new stage is almost complete and emits a menacing roar, announcing to everyone its future success. There is a huge release of energy, and the entrance to the mine collapses due to a shockwave of incredible proportions, which miraculously leaves the underground city standing in its place. A second later, in the place where the evolution of the bull took place, a powerful explosion occurs, and a huge beam of energy pierces the ground like a knife through hot oil. Jonathan, shielded from the fragments and stones, joyfully replies that the bull succeeded and wonders why each breakthrough destroys everything around it. As soon as the smoke clears, the improved demonic bull appears before Jonathan in all its splendor and indescribable power. Jonathan excitedly notes that the demonic bull now has some truly impressive horns, and notes that its aura is much stronger than that of the tiger. The main character also notices that the air around the demonic bull begins to vibrate, and calls on the system to look at the new skills of his faithful servant. The system informs Jonathan that the bull has acquired a special gravity field skill that allows him to alter the gravity around him and use it as a new support. Jonathan understands that gravity is the most powerful force in this world and recognizes that it is a great success that the bull was able to awaken such an incredible ability in himself. Honey Badger and Flash immediately run up to the demonic bull, happily informing him that he has become much stronger than he was before. However, the bull modestly admits to them that despite significant changes, he very little feels the changes in his body and consciousness. Jonathan says that in order to experience your new powers, you just need to fight someone in a decent and severe duel. The demonic bull's opponents are the Golden Ant Flash and the Green Mantis, who still reluctantly serves under Jonathan. The main character addresses the Mantis using a telepathic connection and tells him that if he wins this battle, he will be released, but if he loses, he will remain to serve him. Golden Ant Flash, not particularly eager to fight his friend, asks him for forgiveness, adding that he has no other choice. However, the bull calmly tells his comrade that he understands everything perfectly and suggests starting a battle to test his own strength. Flash and the Green Mantis use their incredible speed and take off like a bullet, heading towards the demonic bull from both sides. Jonathan is impressed by the Chitin warriors' incredible speed and admits that he cannot detect their movement as they are on the same unattainable speed level. Flash and the Green Mantis try to confuse the demonic bull by moving around it at lightning speed and waiting for the moment to deliver a devastating attack. All the other inhabitants of Jonathan's clearing are watching this battle with interest, trying to follow the movements of the chitinous warriors. At a certain moment, Flash and the Green Mantis decide that the moment has come to attack and rush towards the demonic bull, hoping to defeat it with one blow. The bull, as if not reacting to their movements, and both decide that they managed to carry out the perfect attack, which no living creature on the planet is capable of reacting to. However, the attack in the demonic bull's face turns out to be a deception maneuver, and both insects try to hit him in the back, which is least protected. However, the demonic bull, foreseeing this development of events, emits a powerful roar, activating the gravitational field around itself. At that same second, all the momentum of Flash and the Green Mantis's attack disappears, and they helplessly rise several meters into the air. A second later, the bull changes the flow of the gravitational field and brings Flash and the Green Mantis to the ground with all his might, incapacitating them with one blow. Jonathan notes that no amount of speed will help in the fight against the demonic bull, and noticing the fighting spirit of the honey badger, he immediately orders him to stay in place and not even think about fighting the demonic bull. The honey badger, having already noticed the imbalance of power by this point, steps back, thinking that he will be able to fight someone strong a little later. The demonic bull approaches the Golden Ant Flash and asks him if he is okay, to which he replies that he feels like he was run over by a freight train. Jonathan brings his branch to the injured insects and irrigates the ground on which they stand with a rain of life force, restoring their damage. Jonathan muses that despite the chitin warriors' appearance being relatively intact, their insides look like they've been run over by a bulldozer. The Green Mantis, extremely dissatisfied with the outcome of this battle, runs away, telling Jonathan that he has no intention of serving him. However, the speed of the Green Mantis is still not enough to avoid Jonathan's analytical abilities, and he easily predicts its movements and drives it into the ground using a root. After this, he turns his gaze to the demonic bull, which stands in front of him, awaiting new instructions and orders. Jonathan says that new stages of evolution have been completed, but the demonic bull still has a lot of work to do, since in the future, its strength can increase tenfold, after which he remembers his promise and gives permission to the demonic bull to go in search of the nine-tailed fox. He asks the demonic bull to be extremely careful and return as soon as he finds her, to which the demonic bull replies that he perfectly understands Jonathan's demands. After this, Jonathan releases the demonic bull on a journey, and he proudly turns around and sets out on the road in search of his fighting sister. Meanwhile, in the battle camp of the Federation soldiers, security was strengthened and a huge number of patrols were deployed to prevent the attack of anomalous beasts. One of the patrolmen asks his colleague if he heard any suspicious sounds, fearing that a crocodile might show up at any minute, but he tells him that this is simply impossible, since they are 20 kilometers from the place where they stood before. He adds that a squad of superiors is with them now, and all they have to do is wait for all the other troops and artillery to arrive. The conclusion of the soldiers says that as soon as all the troops arrive here, they will with great pleasure raze this damned mountain to the ground. A few hours later, the afternoon sun rises above the research center of the Supremes, and Stella, who is inside, continues to explore her new capabilities. Having created a small fiery butterfly, Stella sends it towards the stone barrier, causing an incredible explosion that sweeps away the stone obstacle in a split second. Stella examines the fiery butterflies and reflects that she had no idea that after joining the ranks of the highest, her strength would increase so much. Thanks to her fusion of physical and spiritual talents, Stella gains the ability to turn anything into flames. A young girl approaches Stella and tells her that the professor really wants to see her in his office in the near future. Stella calmly replies that she understands everything and goes there, after which she turns around and leaves the training room. A young girl looks at the results of Stella's training and sees that half the room is ruined beyond recognition. The girl reflects that the walls of this room were made of the strongest alloy, but they were not enough to contain Stella's indomitable power. At the same time, where the professor called Stella, a small meeting of all members of the higher detachments takes place to compare notes and discuss future plans. Stella approaches the professor, who tells her that he was looking forward to her arrival. One of the members of the senior squad looks at Stella with surprise and admits that this is the first time he sees this legendary fighter live. The man reflects that she radiates heat, and even with the naked eye, one can see bursts of spiritual power emanating from Stella. The man also notes that Stella is a real beauty who looks very attractive and young. The man approaches Stella and introduces himself as Jeff, suggesting that she has heard of him before, to which she sincerely replies that she has never heard of him before. The professor breaks down and begins to laugh sincerely, saying that Jeff is acting too confident, and his assistant tries to correct him, saying that he is laughing too loudly. The professor's assistant approaches Stella and whispers to her that Jeff is one of the members of the Federation who has excessive arrogance, despite the fact that he evolved only a couple of weeks before Stella. The girl continues her story and says that Jeff's father is a famous businessman who bought him spiritual herbs worth several billion, thanks to which Jeff recently single-handedly dealt with an anomalous animal on the coast, becoming the youngest major general of the Federation. Jeff gloomily tells Stella that he wants to invite her to join the second battle squad, adding that before that, he will have to test her strength. Stella looks at Jeff indifferently and asks him how he plans to test her strength in practice. Jeff says that there is an easier way and invites her to fight right here and now, activating his combat mode. The professor, his assistant, and other scientists begin to actively root for Stella, telling her to teach Jeff a lesson and make him appreciate this laboratory and its employees. Only Evelina takes Jeff's side, asking him to teach this brainless hillbilly a lesson who thinks she's better than everyone else. Jeff pompously warns Stella to be careful as he begins his incredibly powerful and unstoppable attack. However, Stella does not move and summons a fiery butterfly, which slowly heads towards her arrogant opponent. Jeff is surprised to notice that not just a fire projectile is flying at him, but a real fire butterfly, which behaves like a real insect. He thinks that this girl is really good, since she was able to give the fire such a bizarre shape and pattern of behavior. Stella watches Jeff with indifference, advising him not to relax and show all his power, instead of standing still and talking. Jeff, offended by these words, says that the pathetic butterfly cannot compare with his thunder fists, since his spiritual power is 20,000 units. Quickly approaching the butterfly, Jeff shouts that he will blow up this light with one blow and touches it with his fist. An explosion occurs, and Jeff is immediately engulfed in flames, losing his attack momentum and becoming completely incapacitated. He quickly jumps back, saying that he is very hot and almost burned to a crisp in those spiritual flames. The professor continues to encourage Stella, telling her to kill this parasite, and his assistant quickly pulls him back, saying that she needs to behave more civilly, asks Jeff why he continues to hold back, and orders him to stop being a gentleman and destroy Stella. However, the science lab staff continues to support Stella, telling her that she must not lose this duel. Jeff wonders why a simple fire butterfly has such strong recoil, and decides to change his battle tactics. Stella continues to goad Jeff, telling him that she warned him not to relax and to act more seriously. Such words predictably offend Jeff's pride, and he again loses his composure and clarity of thought, thereby driving himself into a trap. He orders Stella to know her place and not become arrogant, and initiates with a blaze of spiritual power that destroys his outer clothing. He looks at Stella with contempt and tells her that she asked for a serious beating and is preparing to rush into battle. However, Stella, with a bored look and downcast eyes, tells Jeff that if he threatens her like that, then she is definitely safe. The professor and Evelyn carefully watch the fight, rooting for their favorite and wishing him victory in this duel. Stella looks at her opponent and tells him that now everything will end, after which a whole swarm of fiery butterflies appears behind her. She orders the butterflies to attack Jeff and tells him that he shouldn't blame her for his death, which will be long and painful. Jeff, deciding that thanks to the awakening of his fire butterfly power, he is no longer afraid, bravely rushes forward, wanting to deliver a powerful blow that Stella hates. Due to the sheer number of butterflies, Jeff loses sight of Stella, rushing forward like Icarus flying into the sun, unaware of its destructive nature. Confronted with a swarm of fire butterflies, Jeff causes a massive explosion that fills the entire room with clouds of smoke and dust. The professor and Evelyn are barely able to stand on their feet due to the powerful shockwave that sends everyone else flying into the corners of the room. After the smoke clears, viewers find Jeff sitting on the stone floor of the room, not moving a muscle. Jeff whispers that he has lost and falls to the ground in front of Stella, who is confidently standing on her feet, whose victory now becomes obvious to absolutely everyone. The researchers unanimously rejoice at Stella's victory and begin to shout about what an excellent and invincible warrior she is, giving hope to all humanity. Evelina, shocked by this outcome, tries to understand how such a pathetic hillbilly could defeat one of the army's top major generals. Meanwhile, on the jacket of one of the employees, there is a camera that recorded the entire fight, transmitting it to the commanders of the Federation forces. The commander acknowledges Stella's skills and says that it was a clear victory, and Jeff didn't stand a chance throughout the entire fight. Another man watching the fight says that Stella's talent amazes him, adding that even he wouldn't want to mess with Jeff, which makes Stella's easy victory over him even more impressive. The commander of the Federation forces orders his subordinate to find out everything about Stella so that no one finds out about it, to which he replies that his order will be carried out. The commander of the troops says that now the second squad will not depend on people like Jeff, and they will have an even more powerful superior. The commander's subordinates leave, and he is left alone with the computer, carefully examining Stella and wondering where she came from. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a gorge near the Misty Mountains, where real gladiatorial battles for survival have begun. In the eastern part of Misty Mountain, the anomalous animals continued to fight, and their roars could be heard from afar. Jonathan himself plunged into himself to again improve his skills, since he now had as many as 450 units of spiritual energy that could strengthen his branches and roots. While Jonathan was not paying attention to anything, being absorbed in himself, the red light signaled bursts of hostile energy, and since spiritual ore can isolate spiritual energy, no one in the gorge could sense it. No one except Astra, whose special ability was female intuition, which allowed her to see what others were unable to pay attention to. Astra admits to herself that she feels some strange surges that look like breathing, and heads to the place where they come from. Astra approaches the entrance to the cave and reflects that a couple of days ago, the entrance to it widened, and that's when all sorts of strange things began to happen. She recalls that from the moment the entrance expanded, every second she felt a strange breath emanating from her, as if some living creature was living inside her. Having walked a couple of steps further, Astra feels that this breath has now become angrier and wonders if the tree god really didn't feel anything. Suddenly, from the darkness, several tenacious vines of unknown origin are thrown at the young girl. The vines very quickly entwine Astra, and the girl tries to shout for help, but no one hears her desperate cries. Astra tries to call Jonathan himself for help, turning to him through a telepathic connection, but the vines begin to choke her, and the girl quickly loses consciousness. After some time, she stops resisting, and a strange creature, with the help of vines, begins to pull her deeper into the mysterious cave. A few seconds later, instead of the young girl, silence and sepulchral calm reign again, renewing horror. Jonathan sleeps for some time, but soon enough awakens, disturbed by fluctuations in psychic currents. He turns around and wonders if he imagined Astra's voice, and tries to contact her through a telepathic connection. After briefly coming to her senses, Astra again calls for help, and this time her words reach the addressee, crashing into Jonathan's consciousness and letting him know that something has happened. Jonathan instantly recognizes Astra's voice and decides to understand what happened, moving into one of his routes not far from her wooden house. The first thing he does is check her personal room, but quickly becomes convinced that she is not there, after which he decides to go to other places. He goes to the training ground, but does not find the young girl there, and tries to understand how someone could disappear from under his nose. He says that the fog covers too much of an area for him to keep track of everyone, but it is impossible to escape from the mountain so easily. To better track Astra's whereabouts, Jonathan decides to use the fog dispelling skill. After a few seconds, the spiritual signatures become clearer, and Jonathan realizes that Astra is not far from him. After listening a little more, he pierces the ground with one of his roots, thinking that Astra's spiritual energy is felt somewhere here. He notices a strange flickering light and rushes towards it, wondering what Astra could have forgotten in such a strange and unusual place for a timid girl. Going down, Jonathan notices the girl's body, which is captured by an incomprehensible monster who refuses to let her go. Quickly calling the system, Jonathan discovers that the monster that captured Astra is called Abnormalize and is at the 8th stage with innate skills in Bloody Fog, as well as parasitism and subjugation of other creatures. Taking a closer look at the mutated creature, Jonathan quickly realizes that it was once the same blood flower that they got from the spiritual ore mine. Jonathan deduces that this plant mutated in the spirit ore mine, right under his nose, and then kidnapped Astra, while the reason Jonathan was unable to track it down is because the spirit ore was blocking the energy signature of the mutated vines. The mutated plant looks at Jonathan menacingly and begins to growl, not wanting to give him its prey. Jonathan realizes that the mutated plant is too hostile and decides to rush into the attack using its root. He easily dodges the inept attacks of the mutated vine and reflects on the fact that he should not behave like this at the first meeting. Deciding that saving Astra will be his priority, he easily cuts off the top of the mutated vine, freeing the girl. Immediately after this, without allowing the plant to come to its senses, he grabs it with his root body, saying that the monster has no idea who it has messed with. Jonathan easily rips the anomalous vine out of the soil, immediately killing it, and the system notifies him that he has gained a new skill, thanks to which the main character can now use the source of anomalous blood along with his spiritual power to quickly plant several trees in the ground and grow a small forest. Jonathan reflects with surprise that he has killed so many different animals before, but has never gained skills, and speculates that killing other anomalous plants will give him even more special skills. However, all this is not a matter of first importance, since the main task is to save Astra, who fell into a trap because of him. However, before Jonathan can come to his senses, the girl receives too much damage from the anomalous vine and dies from multiple wounds. Jonathan carefully examines the girl's body and notes that the vine was inflicting wounds all over her body, as if trying to flow into her. Jonathan suggests that the anomalous vine tried to escape here using Astra's body. Having not come up with anything better, the main character decides to bury the poor girl in the same place where he found her. However, after a second, Astra's body begins to be enveloped in light, and the girl miraculously opens her eyes. Before she can come to her senses, she flies up and is absorbed by a strange sphere with blood-red rays of light emanating from it. A few minutes later, the shell of the bloody sphere begins to crack, and a female hand, apparently belonging to Astra, makes a hole in it. Freed from her strange cradle, Astra appears before the main character in a new guise, which greatly surprises him. Jonathan guesses that Astra united with a bloody plant, but the reasons for this event, and especially the mechanics of this process, remain a mystery to him. Astra stands motionless for some time, looking around and trying to understand what happened to her. However, a second later, a sharp pain appears in her head, and Jonathan rushes to her aid, asking if she is okay. Tears form in Astra's eyes, and she turns to Jonathan, asking him if she is still human. Jonathan is silent for some time, after which he tactfully answers her that she definitely cannot be called a person. After waiting another second, he solemnly announces to Astra that she is now officially a plant. Astra screams hysterically at Jonathan, telling him that now is not the best time for jokes of dubious quality. Jonathan decides to have a serious talk with the girl, and tells her that he is not really sure who she is, before adding that he doubts that she will ever be able to return to human society. With a heaviness in his voice, he reports that people are unlikely to accept her as a person and will always consider her an outcast or a disgusting mutant. Jonathan continues to carefully examine Astra and reflects that her consciousness was not damaged, and she absorbed the abilities of the anomalous vine completely by accident. As he gets closer, he tells Astra that she can join his family as they will never hurt her and will consider her one of them. He tells the young girl that now this place can rightfully be considered her home, where she will never be rejected. Glancing at Jonathan gratefully, she accepts his offer and thanks him heartily for his generosity and generosity. Meanwhile, the anomalous chameleon, which is in the first stage, fights tooth and nail with an opponent superior in strength. This opponent turns out to be a snow-white tiger, who receives a powerful blow from his muscular tongue directly into his neck. The chameleon decides to continue the battle, but the scene is transferred several hours into the future, to Jonathan's clearing. The main character, after listening to the report on the hunt, says that he almost can't believe that the tiger was not only able to get a scolding from the monster of the first stage, but also allowed him to escape, to which Flash reports that the crocodile wanted to intervene, but the white tiger not allowed. The golden ant adds that the fight between the chameleon and the tiger was a matter of honor for the latter, so he did not allow anyone to interrupt his hunt. Listening to his feelings, he asks Jonathan if other trees have appeared here. Jonathan says that he has tried out his new skill and can now create trees out of thin air. However, as soon as the spiritual power runs out, these trees will turn into ordinary ones. He decides to demonstrate this in practice and begins the process of cultivating a seedling right in front of him. The tiger watches with surprise the appearance of a new seedling, staring at it in fascination. Suddenly, Flash's instincts sound the alarm again, and he admits that he feels a strange presence in the clearing. Sensing an unfamiliar creature, Flash quickly turns around and rushes towards it. Noticing a silhouette standing behind the tree trunks, Flash unsheathes his chitinous blades and rushes forward. The creature hiding behind the trees turns out to be Astra, who, out of fear, summons a bloody vine, blocking the golden ant's blow. Stopping for a moment, Flash recognizes Astra and looks at her in surprise. Flash takes a close look at Astra, who has gained the innate skill of freely controlling the blood vine to attack or defend. He jumps back and decides not to continue the pointless fight. Jonathan states that Astra will join the Stage 9 team, as she has reached unprecedented heights due to her transformation. He adds that she will wear number 6, and her call sign will be Wild Rose. Flash, furious at this decision, strongly opposes it. He says that a human has no place among them, and Astra must leave immediately, after which he declares that he will kill her now, proving that a weak person cannot fight alongside them. Jonathan speaks sternly to Flash, asking him to repeat what he just said, slower and louder. Flash stops short and falls silent, backing away in fear. Jonathan asks Flash if he understood correctly that the golden ant decided to contradict his decision because of his personal hostile relationship. Fear permeates Flash's body, and he realizes what a mistake he made by giving vent to his emotions. He kneels and apologizes to Jonathan, saying it will never happen again. Jonathan says that Flash can hate people all he wants, but he should cool it because Astra is different from everyone he's met, and then hopes that Flash's opinions will change in the future. Astra looks at Flash with sadness in her eyes and turns away from him, trying to understand what caused such hostility in him. Flash swallows his pride and tells Jonathan that he understood everything perfectly and decides to leave for a while so as not to cross paths with the girl he hates. This incident leaves a lasting impression on Jonathan, and he thinks that Flash despises people much more than he thought, after which he admits that remaining calm and leading a team in such a situation is quite difficult. Some time passes, and Jonathan decides to release the fog again to hide his location, as well as to protect his charges under its covers. However, the idyll did not last long, since after a few days another group of adventurers appears in the Misty Mountains, sent here for an unknown purpose. One of the adventurers says that they have already gone far enough, but have not found a single trace of a mutated crocodile, to which his partner asks who would even want to look for such a creature. The other adventurer replies that there is no point since they just need to find the creature and not kill it, adding that they get paid for not asking too many questions. He says that he heard that the territory of the Misty Mountain is a red zone, full of creepy misty creatures. Now he finds it hard to believe and suggests continuing the search. Mercenaries appeared in the Federation after the awakening of spiritual powers, because people also began to evolve and reveal their talents, which means they became suitable for doing work for others using their powers. After some time of tedious searching, the sky begins to darken over the mercenaries, but their search is crowned with little success. As they get closer, the adventurers notice that a strange girl is standing in the fog not far from them, blithely picking fruit from the trees. Astra does not notice the approach of a group of mercenaries, mistaking the noise in the forest for the movement of ordinary animals, and devotes herself entirely to collecting ripe fruits. She says that she never could have thought that there was already so much fruit here, and decides to get more of it for Carl and Sam, since they haven't eaten something tasty for a long time. The crunch of branches attracts Astra's attention, and turning around, she sees in front of her a huge commander of a detachment of mercenaries, who managed to sneak up on her. The commander looks at Astra with interest and admits that he did not expect to see such a strange and bizarre mutant here. For some time he is perplexed, not understanding how a person could end up in the Misty Mountains, and tries to find out from her what she is doing here. However, instead of answering, the commander of the mercenary detachment roughly grabs Astra by the head and hits her face against a tree with all his might, instantly incapacitating her. Lifting the girl's unconscious body by the hair, the commander says that they were looking for a crocodile, but found something much better, to which his comrade asks what he is doing. He orders them to be careful, because if they ruin her face, they will receive much less money because of such a rare and valuable mutant. Another mercenary approaches Astra and admits that he has never met so many beautiful creatures, and examines her carefully. The mercenaries begin to argue about who will take Astra, honestly admitting that each of them dreams of frolicking with her before they sell her on the market. The mercenary girl decides to stop this farce and comes closer to understand what started this conflict. Seeing that Astra has an excellent figure, the girl loses her temper and takes out a knife. Deciding that she is dangerous, she thought that she would seduce everyone, so she decided to gouge out her eyes. Astra, gradually coming to her senses, tries to ask the bounty hunter to stop and let her go free, and feels that her inner powers are awakening. The bounty hunters don't stop, and within seconds, Astra summons Bloodvine to help get rid of them. The leader of the gang of bounty hunters gets the worst of it and ends up impaled by several Bloodvine vines. The bounty hunter, who just wanted to gouge out Astra's eyes, looks at her in horror and admits that the power of this mutant is extremely unstable. The remaining bounty hunters say that, apparently, this girl has recently mutated and cannot yet fully control herself, which means they have a good chance of dealing with her. With these words, they rush to the attack in the hope of winning this difficult battle, with the help of their numerical superiority over Astra. Astra looks excitedly at her opponents and releases several more Bloodvine roots forward in order to engage in a forced fight with people. Suddenly, one of the bounty hunters freezes in place, and his head is instantly separated from his body thanks to a quick, powerful blow. The bounty hunter looks towards her comrade and sees fountains of blood pouring out on her. As the head of the bounty hunter's leader falls to the ground with a familiar chirping sound, the golden ant Flash lands on it, having been attracted by the extraneous sounds made by the bounty hunters. Astra, who did not expect a sudden rescue, looks in surprise at the formidable ant, which with incredible bloodthirstiness examines the body of the defeated enemy. In an angry voice, Flash asks the bounty hunters how they dared to come here, adding that these lands are closed to visitors to pathetic people. The bounty hunters are surprised to find a talking golden ant, and they suspect that there are many more strange mutants out there. One of the bounty hunters says that the ant seems to be protecting this girl and decides to run away, adding that they don't pay for fighting with such strong creatures. The huntress tries to stop him, but in a split second the Flash, in a quick move, kills the elderly bounty hunter, giving him no time to retreat. Such speed terrifies the huntress, and goosebumps sweep across her entire body, hindering her movements and suppressing her will. Flash rushes next to the hunter and asks her why they came to these lands, preparing to cut her throat with a slight movement of his chitinous blade. The golden ant says that the hunters made a fatal mistake when they decided to invade his master's lands, then adds that he will kill each of them for this. With these words, Flash makes a quick attack, seriously injuring the hunter and moving on to deal with other hunters. The next victim of the ferocious ant is the youngest of the squad of bounty hunters, who manages to notice him and prepares to defend himself. In an attempt to destroy the annoying insect, the hunter activates his mechanical arm and begins to fire heavily at the golden ant from small caliber cannons built into his fingers. However, all this has no effect on Flash's durable shell, and all the bullets that hit him simply bounce off to the side. In a split second, Flash closes in on the bounty hunter and impales him with his sharp chitin blades, instantly incapacitating him. Just a few seconds after the start of the fight, Flash has already neutralized all the bounty hunters, looking around victoriously. Astra watches the golden ant and wonders why the one who hated her all the time decided to help her in a desperate moment. The young bounty hunter briefly regains consciousness, coughing up blood, and dies on his own terms, taking advantage of the fact that Flash cannot see. The golden ant notices a strange movement behind him too late, and, turning around slightly, notices a source of bright light in the hands of the bounty hunter. The reason for the bright glow turns out to be a special grenade, which very quickly comes into combat mode, not giving Flash time to escape. Before anyone in the clearing has time to come to their senses, a strong explosion is heard, which stops only a few meters from Astra, miraculously not hitting her. Flash, who finds himself almost at the epicenter, is exposed to a powerful shockwave and bounces back several meters. The force of the explosion is enough to cause some damage to the golden ant, and it lies on the ground without moving for a while. However, after some time he comes to his senses and realizes that this act was extremely reckless, despite the fact that due to the explosion he lost the ability to move for some time. A second later, a bounty hunter towers over Flash and angrily tells him that this grenade was made specifically for mutated creatures. Saying that the golden ant will go to hell for its bloodthirstiness, the huntress raises a sharp knife and tries to finish off Flash. The thin blade descends at high speed, but stops a few millimeters from the eye of the golden ant. The sound of something sharp being pierced into a human body is heard in the air, and splashes of fresh blood sprinkle the clearing. The bounty hunter finds herself pierced through and through by the bloody vine, which is why she does not have time to complete what she started and dies instantly. The savior of the golden ant turns out to be Astra, who, in an unconscious impulse, ordered her roots to kill the man who threatened her comrade. However, Astra's psyche is still unprepared for this, and after a few seconds the realization that she has just killed her own kind fills her head. After some time, having got out into the sunny field, Astra gives free rein to her tears and begins to cry very loudly and for a long time, plunging into the depths of her sadness. She is interrupted by Flash, who orders her to stop crying, as the entire area can hear her howls and screams. Choking from hysterical attacks, Astra says that this is the first time she has killed a person, and it is very difficult for her to survive this, since she has always been a peace-loving person. Astra tells Flash that this whole adventure began with the fact that she went to collect spiritual herbs after Carl to earn money for training, and now, as a result of all the events that have happened, her body has changed forever, and she has turned into a killer. Flash wonders why people only understand the value and fragility of any life when they kill their own kind. He tells the young girl that he used to be no different from his other fellow ants, and then became the subject of experiments, being tortured, and in a constant state of death. Flash says that if Astra had been captured by the bounty hunters, she would have faced a fate even worse than what he suffered, and adds that she killed real monsters and saved him, so she shouldn't blame herself. Astra still continues to cry, and Flash addresses her with respect, thanking her for her help in the last battle. Flash asks the young girl why she started crying again, to which she replies that no one said such kind words to her, to which he objects, saying that her family probably treated her well. Astra, with a sad look, answers the golden ant that she never had a family since she was an orphan from birth. These words impress Flash, who, despite his sad fate, was still born into a huge family and had experience of family support. After being silent for a while, the callous soldier from the hive of golden ants tells Astra not to worry about it, since now she has a family. Astra, impressed by such words, thanks Flash for his generosity and agrees that she has now become part of a large and friendly family. After some time, they return to Jonathan's clearing and report on everything that happened with some changes, mainly in the course of events. Flash is silent about the fact that he was outwitted by some bounty hunters and tells the main character that Astra dealt with the opponents herself, even without his help. After some time, Astra decides to have a serious conversation with Carl, not knowing whether she has thought well and whether she is ready to take such a serious step. However, Astra is already confident in her decision and answers her comrade that she has long ago decided how she will act next. After that, she leaves and tells Carl that he should also think about making the same decision. Carl says that he has nothing to think about since he and Astra are too different, and his own family, who is very worried about his absence, is waiting for his return. When the era of the return of spiritual energy had just begun, cities began to be constantly attacked by mutated beasts, killing more and more people, but the worst was the coastal cities, where terrible sea monsters appeared, which killed more than 100,000 civilians, marking the beginning of dark times for all humanity. The scene of action is briefly transferred to a special headquarters, in which all the heads of departments of the Institute for Higher Research and the head of the Federation have gathered. The head of the Federation says that the Institute for Research on Spiritual Energy has already prepared its conclusion on sea monsters and asks them to begin the report. The head of the Federation's internal department of spiritual forces reports that, according to recent research, the spiritual energy in the sea waters is rapidly growing exponentially. She turns on the projector and asks everyone to look at this diagram, which reflects the growth of spiritual energy in the world's oceans over the past 6 months. The woman reports that spiritual energy is like oxygen, and its high concentration can pose a great danger. If a living being cannot resist this spiritual energy, it simply cannot withstand it, and the energy will turn into poison for the body. The head of the department states that this was the reason why most of the deep-sea creatures began to move towards shallow water, because they had no choice but to rush towards land, which means that the Federation will not be able to avoid the madness that has already begun to happen all over the world. A Federation general named Stanford asks the head of the research department how long she thinks this will last. However, the head of the research department tells everyone that what is happening now is just a demonstration of what will happen in the future. She shows another diagram and reports that according to their data, sharp surges of spiritual energy are observed deep underwater. The woman continues her story and says that the so-called surge of spiritual energy will come again, and then the second wave of animal mutation will begin, in which sea creatures will attack coastal cities, and the rest will suffer from attacks by land animals. The woman warns that despite the fact that water and land are two different habitats, humanity cannot use nuclear weapons in either of them. The head of the internal research department sums it up by saying that they can only wait and fear that the battle on land might be worse than on the coast. The rest of the participants in this meeting are not impressed by this prospect and nervously look at each other, trying to figure out what to do. The head of the Federation listens carefully to all the other reports and informs the meeting participants that they should see something. The scene of action is temporarily transferred to the Misty Mountains to Jonathan's clearing. While the department heads are holding an important meeting, Jonathan tries to dive underground as his roots have now grown down 10,000 meters. No matter how deeply Jonathan buried himself, he was still tormented by the feeling that the world was about to be overtaken by a catastrophe that he absolutely had to be prepared for. Stella, who goes deep underground with Jonathan, asks him where he is taking her, to which he replies that it is a surprise, adding that they are almost there. After some time, Stella is surprised that a source of such bright light can be found so deep underground. Jonathan and Stella stop and spend some time in the air to understand what kind of wonderful anomaly they just came across. Stella carefully approaches the source, examining it with curiosity and feeling that this anomaly seems very familiar to her. She extends her hand forward and reflects that this anomaly is a surge of spiritual energy, which in this place becomes especially thick and strong. Jonathan, feeling strange pulsations, tells Stella that this anomaly is a consequence of a new release of spiritual energy, meaning a new round of evolution. Meanwhile, the heads of the Institute for Higher Research study the video footage obtained from the body camera of the headhunters and look with surprise at the actions of the talking golden ant who protected the mutated girl. Curious about Astra's blurry image, the council members all wonder if she is a mutated plant or a mutated human. The head of the Federation reports that they received this image through a camera built into the eyeball of one of the mercenaries, after which he adds that the golden ant clearly said the word, Master. The head of the Federation adds that this place also includes a giant crocodile that came out of nowhere and comes to the conclusion that there is someone behind all this who also controls those misty monsters that they recently encountered. After some time, Jonathan examines all the equipment that the bounty hunters that Astra and Flash dealt with had and finds a bizarre device called a spiritual energy blocker. Jonathan breaks it down and admits to himself that he did not expect people to be so advanced in their technology that they would invent a device that helps in the fight against the hallucinogenic fog. The main character understands that if this continues, then in the future he will not be able to feel living beings in the fog, and this will cause him a huge number of problems. Jonathan turns to Flash and asks him if they brought him all the devices, to which he replies that all 5 were found and given to him. Suddenly, Jonathan is approached through a spiritual connection by a mutated imperial crocodile, who tells him that he has begun to feel some strange alien breath nearby. Jonathan listens to this news with alarm and thinks about who could once again disturb his peace and what he needs to do in this situation. At this moment, the crane continues to circle in the sky, serving as an indispensable scout thanks to its good eyesight and stealth. Very quickly, the peaceful silence of the foggy mountains is dispelled by the loud sounds of combat helicopters, which are rapidly approaching her in entire squadrons. At this time, entire tank columns are moving overland to the foggy mountain in order to support Earth's combat aviation. The orchestra of the war machine is complemented only by the sounds of thousands and thousands of soldiers marching, determined to burn the misty mountain to the ground. Also, a helicopter with a detachment of genetically modified superiors is sent to help the main strike groups. In addition to mutants, ordinary superiors are also sent to the service of the Federation in order to control the situation. All troops begin their formation before entering the Misty Mountain and also begin the process of their deployment. The crane, observing these events, quickly turns towards the Misty Mountain and decides to warn all his comrades who reject the dangers, the first of whom are the boar monkey and the honey badger. They listen with alarm to the surrounding sounds and realize that this time people have come in much larger numbers and pose a significant threat. Flash, sensing the appearance of people, immediately flies into a rage, thinking about how pathetic people dared to invade his master's domain again. The white tiger, perfectly sensing the scent of violators of the foggy domains, emits a threatening roar that spreads throughout the entire area. Meanwhile, a troop of superiors observing the misty mountains wonders whether they will be able to reach the very top of the mountain the first time. Jonathan, who has already received the necessary signs, admits that people began to act much faster than he expected, and they managed to catch him by surprise. He wonders why it was not worth warning him about this in advance, and assumes that something could have happened to her. Jonathan notes that there were too many soldiers, and comes to the conclusion that their goal is not to capture the Imperial crocodile, but something much more serious. 5 days before the start of the operation, the head of the Federation ordered the commanders of his troops to find who controls the fog in the mountains in order to put an end to the existence of this red zone. However, the video that all meeting participants have just watched leaves an indelible impression on them, leading to the most frightening conclusions. One of the participants asks the others if it is possible that a person can tame anomalous beasts and force them to act according to his will. The head of the internal research department of the higher ones replies that they all heard perfectly well how the ant began to talk, adding that he himself certainly would not have been able to learn such a thing. General Stanford says that the enemy is too dangerous, and questions whether one person could be behind all of this, then adds that they cannot rule out the possibility that that giant crocodile has the same consciousness as their genetically modified soldiers. The head of the Federation states that there are 8 red zones within the country, and the Misty Mountains are the most dangerous of them, after which he adds that a second wave of spiritual energy is coming soon. General Stanford confirms this information, saying that they have no more than 10 days, and suggests destroying the enemy before a new evolution begins. The head of the Federation carefully considers this plan, carefully weighing the pros and cons in order to determine the most beneficial solution in this situation. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door of the meeting room, and the head of the Federation asks the knocker to go into the room. Wah enters the commander of a reconnaissance unit, who was recently injured while trying to infiltrate the territory of the Misty Mountains. He asks for a few minutes of attention from all the council members to tell them about the plan to attack the Misty Mountains, after which he adds that they need to cope in 5 days. At the same time, in the research department, Stella's mentor is finally making serious progress in the synthesis of mutation capsules that can give a person the abilities of an anomalous beast. The professor says that with this capsule, Stella's control over fire will significantly improve and decides to give it to her as soon as possible. However, Evelina appears behind the professor, who with hatred in her voice says that she is already sick of the fact that the professor does not talk about anyone else except Stella. She asks the professor if he really thinks that all the higher ones, except for this filthy hillbilly, are an empty place for him. In the meeting room, meanwhile, those present dispute the commander's plan to separate the units, saying that even if they win with this tactic, everything will be pointless. However, the unit commander tries to convince everyone present, saying that they simply do not understand what awaits them in case of defeat, and adds that in this situation they will lose control over the entire territory around the gorge due to the spiritual tide. But this situation confuses the heads of other departments, and they fall silent, deciding to give the intelligence commander the opportunity to put together his plan in more detail. General Stanford says that all the men in the active army are ordinary soldiers, among whom there are scarcely a dozen above the rank of major. The scout commander says that he would like someone to be able to join them on the battlefield, since if the fog is controlled by a person, then there will need to be someone who can give a worthy rebuff. He addresses the head of the Federation, saying that at the moment the person who is capable of turning the tide of the entire battle is right in this room. Answering a silent question, the scout commander declares that this man is General Lee. General Lee looks closely at the scout commander and expresses his agreement to join this operation. After this meeting, protective walls were erected around the cities of the Federation, and although the correctness of this decision remains in question, these walls were able to withstand attacks from weak beasts. The scene of action is transferred to the city of Z in one of the most elite hospitals intended for employees of the Institute of Higher Research. Stella walks quickly and confidently along the wide hospital corridor, followed by the professor's adjutant, who asks her to wait a little. However, Stella does not pay attention to the assistant's words and quickly rushes into the room, observing that the professor is lying on his bed in extremely serious condition. Other researchers on duty next to the professor look up at Stella, greeting her in surprise. Stella quickly approaches the professor's bed and examines him, noticing that he is covered in burns and severe wounds. Cold sweat, mixed with incredible anger, permeates Stella's entire body, and she decides to find out at all costs what happened to her second mentor. On the day of the fatal tragedy, Evelina treacherously snatched the fire capsule from the professor's hands and ate it herself. The professor tried to prevent the irreparable and told Evelina that this capsule was made using fire leopard cells, and anyone who does not have the ability to work with fire will not be able to mutate correctly. He tried to warn Evelina about this and told her to spit out the capsule as quickly as possible, but she, in a fit of rage, ordered him to shut up and dealt him a brutal blow with her claws. The employees who told Stella about this say that after this Evelina passed out, she was taken to the main detention center. However, since she experienced the effect of the capsule, they decided to cancel the decision to execute her, since despite the fact that the girl is now in prison, very soon she will be sent to the battlefield. However, from the point of view of the researchers, the professor faces a much darker fate since the wounds he received in a collision with Evelina turned out to be incompatible with life. Stella takes this information very intensely and briefly plunges into vindictive thoughts, trying to understand what exactly she should do. Suddenly, the professor comes to his senses and addresses Stella in a fading voice, telling her that he still has what she needs. The dying old man tells Stella that he managed to save half of the fiery mutation capsule and hands it to the young girl. Stella quickly accepts the gift and tightly squeezes the professor's hand, asking him to remain silent in order to save his strength in the fight for his life. The professor tells Stella that she is still very young and has her whole life and a lot of prospects ahead of her, after which he asks her not to blame anyone for his death and not to spoil her future because of an old man who has become obsolete. The professor asks Stella whether she understood his request, but she is unable to answer him because of the feeling of hatred and thirst for revenge that eats her up. However, the professor interrupts her and tells her that he would really like Stella to fulfill his dying wish and live a happy life. Stella, having difficulty restraining her feelings, suppresses her hatred for Evelina and answers the professor that his dying wish will be fulfilled. The professor's strength is rapidly leaving the already weak body, and he says that in this case he can leave this world calm. After a few seconds, medical devices record a pulsation that an outstanding scientist who dreams of conquering spiritual energy has gone into oblivion. The researchers can hardly hold back their tears, and for some time they stand over the already lifeless body of their teacher, who for a long time replaced their loving father. However, in the desperate silence that reigns after a while, Stella realizes that her thirst for revenge is so great that it will simply be impossible to suppress it. She is strong and squeezes the fire leopard capsule in her hand, receiving an unimaginable amount of energy that will later unlock her potential. Without saying another word, Stella leaves the professor's room and goes further along the corridor, fixing her gaze somewhere into emptiness. One of the senior service employees approaches Stella and tells her that an order has been received from the company of the 2nd Detachment, according to which she needs to immediately go to the battlefield. The employee adds that the first group of seniors has already left, so the rest of the detachment needs to move out as soon as possible. Stella looks at the employee in surprise and asks him where exactly they are going this time. The employee replies that they will be given a full briefing on the situation later, and the young girl climbs into the cargo helicopter. As the helicopter approaches its destination, Stella realizes with horror that the operation will take place in the Misty Mountains. Not far from the Misty Mountains, at the location of the troops, all the senior soldiers line up to hear instructions from the commander of the operation. The commander of the reconnaissance detachment comes to the podium and addresses the soldiers, saying that the command of this operation has been transferred to him personally from the head of the Federation. Stella looks at the new commander with alarm, trying to understand what he is up to and how she can warn Jonathan and her other battle brothers about everything. The commander states that this battle is the first in history between humans and anomalous beasts, after which he adds that their goal is to neutralize the fog monsters and the giant crocodile, as well as all large mutants within a radius of the 4 surrounding mountains. He gloomily states that humanity has never faced such an enemy before, adding that the enemy is strong and dangerous, which is why this battle will be quite brutal. The general says that these creatures are so strong that even fighters are not afraid of them, but this time, they will use 30,000 soldiers, thanks to which they will win, albeit at the cost of high casualties. The general concludes his speech by saying that victory is their duty, and only in this way will humanity have a chance to continue its existence, after which he announces the start of Operation Hunt. Members of the higher units, inspired by the general's words, unanimously answer him that his order will be carried out and the enemy will be immediately defeated. Stella, listening attentively to the commander's speech, thinks that something is wrong here and she needs to contact Jonathan as soon as possible to inform him. However, her thoughts are interrupted by a special agent who informs her that General Lee is waiting for her. Stella follows the special agent, who takes her to the general staff tent, where the entire Operation Hunt is being planned. General Lee is in the tent, and Stella asks him why he decided to call her, but General Lee is in no hurry to answer the young girl's question. General Lee says that he reviewed her file and learned that it turns out that she was born in the vicinity of this gorge, to which Stella replies that this information is completely correct. General Lee says that he also knows that at Misty Mountain, she and her sister were attacked by mist monsters, and although she survived, her sister was unlucky, then states that the main road must be known anyway. To that place. Stella calmly replies that she no longer remembers what happened before or during the attack, so relying on her knowledge of the area would be reckless. General Lee asks Stella if she really forgot about everything, but she answers with a counter-question, wondering if he called her here just for this. However, General Lee replies that he has one more proposal that he would like to voice now. After some time, Stella contacts Jonathan and tells him about what happened, specifically emphasizing that General Lee invited her to become his student. Jonathan reflects that Stella is indeed very strong, and it would be strange if no one wanted to teach her, after which he thinks that such a development of events is very beneficial for him. Stella tells Jonathan that the troops have been ordered to attack tomorrow and asks him if they can withstand such a threat. Jonathan replies that any problem can be solved, and everyone wants to win without dying, but sometimes things are not as simple as they seem. He admits that if everything depended only on him, he would do everything to avoid collisions with people and unnecessary bloodshed. However, the mood of the people, their determination and aggressiveness, make the option of a peaceful solution absolutely impossible, despite the fact that Jonathan would like to take exactly this path. There he understands that the great battle, which will determine his fate and future, will begin very soon and convenes all his comrades. He addresses them, saying that a difficult battle awaits them ahead with an enemy who surpasses them both in numbers and technology. He reports that what is happening cannot be called anything other than a war, because if they lose tomorrow, they will all be destroyed. Jonathan says that even if they win, they will suffer losses, but they will have to pay this price to face the people. The main character says that everyone must understand that they are fighting in a battle for life and death, and invites everyone to prepare for tomorrow's battle, which will determine their future. All the animals standing behind Astra are inspired by Jonathan's words and utter war cries, frightening and deafening the poor girl with their screams. The monkeys realize that together they are an unstoppable force, and they also utter a war cry, hitting their chests with their fists. The peregrines also support Jonathan's decision and inspire their peers with majestic bird calls. Jonathan briefly broods over the coming battle with the humans, trying to figure out how best to manage his troops. Meanwhile, Carl, watching everything from a short distance, thinks that he needs to pick up all his things as soon as possible and get out of here. On Jonathan's side in the coming battle are the white tiger, the imperial crocodile, the golden ant, the flash, the mutated astra, as well as the golden monkey, the white crane, the boar, the green mantis, the honey badger, King Kong, Sam, the battle flock of peregrine falcons, a pack of wind wolves, and a huge number of monkeys, while people have a large number of helicopters, tanks, anti-aircraft guns, higher troops, including genetically modified ones, and a large number of different infantry corps. Stella, looking around, reflects that the human forces turned out to be much more numerous than she initially expected. A senior colleague approaches her and reports that they have been divided into 3 main groups, admitting that the size of the other 2 groups is simply amazing. He adds that, in order to prevent these creatures from escaping or infiltrating the cities, the entire area must be completely surrounded, encircling the Misty Mountain. One of the squad members asks why it was necessary to use about 50,000 soldiers for such an operation. Stella's co-worker says that before he became one of the senior ones, he saw one anomalous beast in the zoo, which completely destroyed a rescue team of 100 people. He adds that just one mutant could bring such impressive destruction, which means that underestimating such opponents would be deadly. He also informs his companions that to the creatures they are about to encounter, that antelope that killed 100 people at the zoo would be just a snack. From his point of view, only by overwhelming the enemy with numbers, they will be able to win and avoid the death of the human race. Stella, listening to the reasoning of her colleague, becomes tensely silent and understands that the ideological charge of the higher-ups is at its maximum level. She wonders if Jonathan can handle the troops divided into 3 large groups, and then decides to prepare for the worst. At the same time, the discussion of the operation continues at the general staff, and the commander says that they have 3 main directions of attack, among which there is a center, into which the main power will be directed, and 2 flanks, which are designed to encircle the enemy, after which he proposes to start with tank attacks in order to clear the way, and then send a detachment of superiors there as the main combat unit. The commander adds that everyone needs to equip protective gear with spiritual energy to remain undetected by the beast's sense of smell. He orders this to be done in 24 hours and prepares for the most brutal battle in all of human history over the past few years. The next morning, the troops are ready for combat, and the tank companies are the first to go into action, aiming their guns at the Misty Mountain. On direct orders, tanks open fire on the field, nearby trees, plains and hills with high explosive fragmentation shells, backing this up with fire from their heavy machine guns. The troops on the central front are also joined by other detachments, which cover entire squares of terrain with dense artillery fire. Also on the left flank, smaller forces open suppressive fire to facilitate their advance deeper into enemy territory. On the right flank, the Air Force is assigned responsibility for suppressing the enemy, and squadrons of attack helicopters rain down hundreds of missiles onto nature. One of the soldiers asks his colleagues whether the fire will spread to the forest from so many explosions, to which they answer that fire extinguishing installations have already been prepared in the area. He adds that, according to the command's plan, such a shelling, leaving behind only scorched earth, should not only clear the way, but also gather all the creatures in one place, making them easy prey. General Lee walks past the common soldiers and orders them to stop talking, telling them to instead focus on the battle ahead. Frightened, the soldier nervously replies that the general's order will be carried out immediately, and quietly tells his colleague that General Lee's aura is pressing very heavily on him. He looks at the general enthusiastically and admits to himself that he is one of the strongest fighters in the Federation, who is capable of replacing an entire army with him. Another soldier whispers to his fellow soldier to stop talking because General Lee can hear it, and they both immediately fall silent. After a few hours, the shelling subsides and the troops are given information that the path has been cleared for the infantry to move forward. The squad leader raises his fist in the air and orders everyone to begin the attack on the Misty Mountains, and the soldiers rush after him. However, at that very second, a huge Jonathan Root appears in front of the company of soldiers, inexorably rushing straight towards them. All the soldiers who did not have time to dodge die, crushed, while the rest are scattered to the sides due to the shockwave caused by the root hitting the ground. Also, misty monsters appear on the battlefield in all their glory, demonstrating their readiness to rush into battle at the same second. Stella, who is at a relatively safe distance, watches with delight and realizes that her master has finally decided to join the battle. Jonathan creates 2 mist monsters and prepares to fight the main Federation forces with the help of Snake Root and mist assistants. The commander receives information from the soldiers that they were under attack and wonders who could have attacked them after such intense shelling. The troops on the left flank report to the commander that fog monsters have appeared on the left and are mercilessly attacking the Federation troops. The superiors on the right flank report that they are faced with some strange beast, which is helped by huge misty creatures that are not taken by bullets. The commander immediately goes to the observation post and takes out binoculars in order to properly understand the current situation and make the most correct decision. What he saw depresses the commander of the operation to destroy the Misty Mountains, and he wonders how the beasts of the Misty Mountain were able to achieve such power. Jonathan, fighting with all his might against the advancing human troops, says that getting here will be very difficult for them, and they will remember this operation for a long time. The commander turns to his assistant and orders her to report the number of fog monsters and the number of branches, and also send a signal to the center so that it supports the right and left flanks. The artillery corps open fire with all guns to suppress the advance of the mist beasts and help their comrades on 2 flanks. However, Jonathan prudently shelters the misty beasts with the help of his roots, which turn out to be so strong that even artillery shells cannot scratch them. After some time, the artillery crews end, and Jonathan gives the command to King Kong and his monkeys to attack. The soldiers report to the general headquarters that they were attacked by a large group of mutated gorillas that came out of nowhere and took them by surprise. The soldiers try to give battle to the angry primates, but they advance with incredible speed and quickly break the distance with them. King Kong decides to support his charges and grabs a huge piece of rock with his own hands in order to suppress the most dangerous firing points. As his loyal subjects run forward, a huge ape throws a boulder at the armored vehicles that are trying to support the infantry. With a well-aimed throw, King Kong disables an armored tank that could destroy a large number of unprotected monkeys. Celebrating his victory, King Kong rushes into battle along with his subjects, pushing back all resistance along the way. Several helicopters are sent to reinforce the infantry and armor in this part of the operation, but Jonathan and his deadly branches are already waiting for the air aces. Jonathan, observing what is happening with the help of his roots, is surprised that people are still keeping their main forces aside when he suddenly feels the voice of a crocodile in his mind. The imperial crocodile approaches Jonathan and tells him that a pair of pathetic rats are trying to sneak into their domain. However, Jonathan, perfectly prepared to suppress sabotage and reconnaissance groups, answers the crocodile that he is absolutely not worried about such things. He calms the crocodile, telling him that now those who are able to break deep into the territory will be given a particularly warm welcome, and none of them will leave alive. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance group, carefully moving in the fog, stumbles upon a whole flock of mutated vampire bats, which immediately rushes at them, tearing them apart. Meanwhile, at the general staff, the commanding staff argues that this battle involves 50,000 people, 100 tanks and 75 helicopters, as well as a senior detachment of 6,000 people, and the main power of the Federation. From the point of view of the commanders, this most important power is General Lee, who has demonstrated incredible strength, endurance, and courage many times. The commander of the operation reports that finding the giant crocodile is not their main goal, since they have attracted such enormous combat power in order to reveal all the secrets of the mountain. The commander adds that in order to avoid a direct attack from the fog beasts, they specially gathered troops outside the fog zone, but now these monsters are already advancing, which suggests that their leader is definitely not a weakling. The commander of the operation sums it up by saying that they are facing an incredible force that exceeds the first stage of the Supremes. The commander says that the operation should end in 23 hours and 4 minutes, adding that during this time, they should have time to find out absolutely everything they need. Meanwhile, Jonathan is building his own battle plan, according to which monkeys should act as the vanguard of the defense with the support of King Kong, and the flanks should be covered with the help of the tiger Astra, a pack of misty wolves, a mutated boar, and golden monkeys with a bear. The scene of action moves to the left flank, where some parts of the soldiers were able to break through a little further into the misty forest and encounter the first group of defenders. Astra rushes into battle with armed infantry, using her abilities to defend herself from weapons. Also, her deadly escapes kill all lightly armored soldiers in the blink of an eye, ignoring their defenses and throwing a sign of intimidation into the air. The infantry is extremely surprised that they have to fight with mutated people. They still try to advance and get around the mutated girl from the flank, where her defense is weaker. However, Astra does not protect the left flank alone. The deadly white tiger carefully ensures that she is covering her fighting friend and teacher. The infantry has no chance, and thanks to the deadly movements of the tiger and the elusive attacks of Astra, the entire group is quickly destroyed. Astra jumps on the tiger and tells him that they cannot relax, as there are still many enemies ahead, and they set off, surrounded by a pack of wind wolves. A crane is approaching Astra, who is trying to convey to her some important information about the opponents who are waiting for them around the next corner. However, his report is interrupted by a huge rocket coming out of nowhere, flying at high speeds straight towards Astra and her comrades. A powerful explosion is heard, and even the earth opens up under the power of the shockwave of the rocket that hits it, and the entire area is deafened for some time. The impact of this missile is monitored by the genetically modified Evelina and her partner, a genetically modified lion. However, to the surprise of the two arrogant superiors, none of the mutated beasts are killed, and Evelina glances at Astra and asks her comrade if this girl is the one that the command kept talking about. The genetically modified lion replies that these missiles were created specifically to fight mutants, and admits that he did not expect these creatures to be able to survive a direct hit. He glances at the tiger and arrogantly says that it is time to find out which of them is the real king of the beasts in this misty forest. Evelina tells her comrade that they need to catch the girl, then interrogate her and find out who is behind this madness. The genetically modified lion changes into his fighting form and says that now is the time for a duel between the two kings before charging into battle. Meanwhile, on the right flank, the golden monkey and the mutated boar continue to destroy infantry squads with the help of their agility and speed. However, the fastest member of the right flank defender units is the thunder honey badger, who easily dodges the soldiers' bullets and breaks the distance with them. Taking advantage of the fact that at high speed the mass of any object increases, he incapacitates even the strongest warriors with one blow. Just a few minutes later, the entire unit is rendered incapable of combat due to a collision with a trio of mutated friends. After this, they go to patrol the area, and after some time, the golden monkey notices suspicious activity in the nearby bushes. The monkey immediately and mercilessly rushes forward, swinging his stick in order to deliver a preemptive blow to the enemy. However, her opponent turns out to be a strange superior, with a huge scorpion sting that grows from his back. The monkey barely has time to cover himself with his weapon, and blocks the most powerful and fastest inflicted by the genetically modified superior. The monkey jumps back due to the incredible force the genetically modified superior put into the strike with his stinger. However, the monkey immediately feels unbearable pain in his abdomen, and it becomes clear that he was unable to completely block the attack, and the deadly sting pierced the unprotected skin of the primate. The genetically modified superior begins to gloat and tells the monkey that he will die in less than a minute from this unique poison. The honey badger decides not to hesitate and immediately avenge his comrade, so in the blink of an eye, he accelerates to crazy speeds and enters a high-speed hire. The honey badger, at full speed preparing to tear apart the enemy with the help of its razor-sharp teeth, does not have time to react. However, suddenly another superior appears next to the honey badger rushing at great speed, who praises him for his speed and ingenuity. Before the furry animal can come to its senses, the super-fast supreme grabs it and throws it into the ground, thereby tearing a hole several meters deep. The weakened monkey is attacked by the Supreme One, who carries with him an incredible hammer that spreads death and destruction everywhere. However, the mutated boar comes to the defense of his friend and rushes headfirst straight at the huge hammer, successfully beating it off. However, this blow causes damage to the mutated one, leaving a bleeding wound on his forehead, which causes unbearable pain to the animal. A trinity of superiors named Barry, Courtney, and a modified scorpion appear before the squad of furry defenders of the right flank. However, the honey badger, who has already reached the 8th stage of the initial stage of evolution, together with his friends who have reached the 7th stage, does not hesitate for a second and decides to take the fight. The trio of superiors rushes forward to begin to destroy the mutated boar and honey badger, and then finish off the monkey, already weakened by poison. However, the honey badgers do not forgive the superiors for their mistake, and decide to take advantage of the fact that they are grouped together, rushing forward and hovering in the air above them. Barry laughs with smug arrogance, saying that these animals really are not distinguished by intelligence if they dared to attack them. However, a second later, the honey badger calls on his lightning abilities and unleashes storm discharges with a power of several thousand volts on the trio of superiors. The highest are not ready for such a technique and receive serious damage, surprised that the honey badger can use lightning. The monkey and the mutated boar decide to take advantage of the moment and rush forward, hoping to neutralize the threat while it responds to the honey badger. The honey badgers do not have time to react, and the monkey, together with his fanged friend, hit with all their might the centers of gravity of the bodies of Barry and the scorpion in order to knock them to the ground and incapacitate them. At this time, the honey badgers decide to neutralize Courtney by crashing into her with their entire body, having previously accelerated to give more force to the blow. Locusts are arthropods with a green or yellowish-brown body, and there are tens of thousands of species in the world. For humans, locusts are not dangerous and are very easy to kill, but this statement is only true if a person is dealing with one individual. When people are faced with the descent of these insects, the locusts become only a small and insignificant obstacle on the path of a huge, all-consuming swarm. The furry squad's attack is successful, and all three arrogant superiors are neutralized with the help of ingenuity and teamwork. Extreme absorption is a unique talent of a monkey, capable of absorbing all useful substances that enter its body. However, if poison enters her body, then although she will resist, she will not be able to completely remove toxins, which will undoubtedly bring very painful sensations. A few seconds later, a huge number of soldiers arrive at the battle site, discover the squad, and prepare to destroy them with firearms. The soldiers open fire and shout to each other that these mutated beasts cannot be released under any condition. The honey badger and the mutated boar rush into battle, taking advantage of the fact that their hides are strong enough to withstand a shot from ordinary weapons and shielding the weakened monkey. Using its abilities, the honey badger once again summons lightning with ease, smashing ordinary infantry, who do not stand a chance against the 8th stage beast. The boar continues to cover his comrade, ramming a cluster of soldiers who are trying to escape the wrath of the lightning-fast honey badger. Turning around, the little monkey sees that Barry has come to her senses and rushes at her to finish her off with one blow. The high ones, whose pride was in minutes for her to immediately go to hell, deal her a powerful blow to which it is no longer possible to react. However, this blow does not reach the body of the golden monkey, since the mutated boar notices extraneous noises behind its back in time and rushes forward, shielding its friend from the blow. The blow lands straight in the heart of the mutated boar and turns out to be fatal even for such a strong giant as the mutated boar. At that very second, the huge boar falls dead right in front of the golden monkey, which he defended until his last breath. The monkey begins to cry from the inexpressible awareness of the death of his close comrade and the inexpressible grief burning through his body, no worse than a deadly poison. Meanwhile, things are not going well for the brave honey badger, as one of the higher ones deals him a serious blow in flight. Along with the blow, the Supreme One fires a shot from his mechanical arm, this time inflicting significant injuries on the small animal. The regular infantry receives reinforcements from the higher ones, who shout at them to shoot with special cartridges that can pierce the improved skin of mutated beasts. In times of despair, the monkey grabs his fighting stick and rushes forward, hoping to take as many opponents with him as possible before life leaves his body. The monkey lets out a war cry as he prepares to accept his death, and the soldiers open fire on him with all their weapons. However, the bullets do not have time to reach the monkey, as the honey badger again, developing breathtaking speed, grabs it by the skin and retreats away. The soldiers, who were able to track the movement of the honey badger by the bluish trail it leaves in the air, give chase, saying that these animals cannot be allowed to escape. Dragging his furry companion with all his might, trying not to lose speed, the monkey continues to mourn the mutated boar that was his close friend. However, despite his apparent cheerfulness, the honey badger is finding it increasingly difficult to maintain high speed due to bleeding in his paw. The furry animal realizes that the wound he received when struck by the Supreme One turned out to be much more serious than he thought at first glance. Meanwhile, Flash and Green Mantis continue to methodically clear out small groups of infantry that manage to break into the depths of the forest. Mantis warns Flash that if he flies around like this and chops up everyone, he will quickly get tired and lose his fighting potential. However, Flash, shrouded in a bloody rampage, does not heed the advice of his comrade and repeats the memorized mantra that he needs to destroy all people. Having quickly destroyed the next group of infantry, they rush further in search of new opponents who have dared to break into the territory of the Misty Mountains. At this moment, the Snow White Tiger recovers from a severe wound received in a long battle with infantry and genetically modified superiors. Astra, the Wind Wolves and the other defenders of the left flank are trying to catch their breath due to the ongoing and intense battle that has been going on for half an hour now. The genetically modified Lev and Evelina also try to catch their breath, angrily noting that these mutants are completely brutal and are not going to give up so easily. It is noted that these creatures have already killed more than 100 of their soldiers, whose bodies lie in huge numbers near the battle site. Lev notices that despite the resistance, these mutants will not last long, since out of hundreds and Wind Wolves, there is only one left. Based on the observations of the modified lion, the tiger does not attack, but only protects this girl, and if she is dealt with first, destroying the rest will be a matter of course. Evelina is worriedly thinking that her faithful friend is already exhausted, and they suffered great losses after the last attack by people who took the lives of several wolves. From Astra's point of view, if not for the presence of the Snow White Tiger, she would have long ago been captured and destroyed in cold blood. A superior named Dracula approaches Evelina and the genetically modified lion and says that things look very serious, adding that this white tiger is quite difficult to deal with. The lion turns around in fear, admitting that he did not notice Dracula's appearance, and thanks him for deciding to help them in this fight. Astra wonders why reinforcements for this group of people arrived right now, when the chances of victory are already extremely small. Looking at Dracula, Astra cannot immediately determine the stage of his evolution, and that only the tree god can cope with such opponents. After examining Astra and her comrades, Dracula orders the others to continue the attack, adding that their opponents have no strength left to resist. The higher ones rush forward and joyfully shout that these pathetic mutants cannot cope with the indestructible will of people enhanced by animal genes. However, Astra and her comrades decide not to give up so easily, and the tiger rushes forward with unprecedented ferocity, killing one superior after another with the help of its powerful jaws. The crane and the wind wolf also do not stand aside and use their speed, agility, dodging the attacks of the higher ones and counterattacking at vital points. Astra uses blood vines to fend off the attacks of the superiors and kills them in a split second with the incredible power of the blood vines. Evelina also rushes into the attack, deciding to use a small bunch of flash noise grenades against Astra, which incapacitate absolutely any enemy. Astra manages to deflect these grenades and they explode right next to her face, blinding and stunning all people and animals within a radius of 10 meters. The superior grenade is created using the latest technology, so the flash remains in the air much longer than usual to prolong the blinding effect. Evelina decides to take advantage of the seconds she has gained and rushes forward, revealing her razor-sharp claws obtained through distorted evolution. Astra manages to recover from being blinded by flash grenades, and Evelina plunges her claws into her at great speed, piercing right through her. Meanwhile, the situation for the apes and King Kong becomes increasingly dire as attack helicopters arrive and shower them with special missiles. However, Jonathan notices this and manages to close his faithful warriors in time with the help of the strongest roots, which only a nuclear bomb can penetrate. Soldiers who cannot know this naively wonder whether the shells fired from the attack helicopters will be able to kill the brave defenders of the Misty Mountain. However, it quickly turns out that none of the monkeys were harmed by the rocket and machine gun fire from the attack helicopters, and thousands of burning eyes once again run out of their hiding places to prepare for a new attack. The soldiers admit in horror that the rocket fire was completely useless and open fire on the monkeys, who charge forward at the soldiers. To neutralize all the attack helicopters, the Sapsan combat squad comes to the rescue, ramming the helicopters at high speed, knocking them down one after another. Jonathan arrogantly notes that such missiles can only scratch him, adding that people have no chance of winning this confrontation unless they use their most powerful weapons. Suddenly, he hears the crunch of a branch not far from him and turns around, easily guessing who decided to disturb his peace at such a moment. Not a drop of surprise or fear appears on his face, and he calmly tells the creeping general that he was really looking forward to their meeting. Meanwhile, Evelina, who has reached Astra, is trying to inflict as much damage on her as possible with her long claws. Astra screams in incredible pain, and Evelina rushes forward to finish her off with a fatal blow. Astra manages to briefly throw Evelina away from her, but due to the accumulated momentum, she crashes into a tree with all her strength, injuring her back. Evelina, having lost all self-control due to the genetic modifications, yells at Astra, telling her that something smells like a hillbilly, before adding that the stench just makes her sick. However, the arrogant superior does not notice the vengeful tiger, which sneaks up behind her and jumps on her, delivering a powerful blow with its paw. The force of the snow-white tiger's blow turns out to be so high that the arrogant Evelina flies to the side many tens of meters. She lands on the ground with a crash, and the mutated lion, who lost his right arm in the battle, rushes to her, asking her if she is okay. The wound that the tiger inflicted on Evelina turns out to be serious, and she quickly grabs her throat so as not to bleed out in a matter of seconds. Astra decides to take advantage of the short respite and looks around, thinking about how they can continue the battle in such difficult conditions. Suddenly the tiger, who had never been smart until this moment, turns to Astra in pure human language, asking her to leave. He tells Astra that she needs to get out of here immediately and look for the tree god to help her in this battle. Astra can't believe her ears and asks the tiger, since when did he learn to speak so well? The tiger tells her that there are many more enemies with spiritual energy ahead of them, and if Astra does not run away right now, then they will all die here in vain. Excitement fills the heart of a young girl, and she approaches the tiger, telling him that in this case, he may die, covering her retreat, but the tiger, who understands that he will die in any case, growls at her, letting her know that the issue is not negotiable. Having come to terms with her situation, Astra summons her shoots and, with the help of vines, retreats as quickly as possible towards Jonathan's clearing, leaving her proud defender alone. Several higher ones notice Astra's attempts to escape and rush after her in order to throw her to the ground and finish her off immediately without allowing her to call for reinforcements. However, a windwolf comes to the aid of Astra, who grabs one of the higher ones by the head, diverting most of the attention to himself. Several soldiers see the fate of their comrades from the superior squad and try to prevent Astra's escape using firearms. Astra turns around and manages to notice that the bullets are moving towards her at full speed, leaving her not a single chance to dodge. However, suddenly a crane comes to the rescue, shielding the young girl with its body from a hail of bullets that mercilessly pierces its body. Incredible pain pierces the crane's entire body, and tears appear in his eyes from the tension he experiences in an attempt to suppress his agony. At the same second, enemies surround the windwolf and pierce him with several cold weapons from all sides, dooming him to a quick and painful death. Having dealt with the windwolf, all the higher ones rush to attack the snow-white tiger in order to finish off Astra's hated bodyguard once and for all. Astra unsuccessfully tries to fight the despair overwhelming her and covers her eyes with her hand, asking the tiger for forgiveness and saying that she can't help him. However, some of the high ones notice that Astra has managed to escape and give chase, ordering her to stop immediately and accept her fate. However, the crane, with the last of his strength, blocks their path, and the higher ones mercilessly begin to crumble his body into pieces with the help of their weapons. Pain again pierces the crane's body, and he strains all his strength in order to hold out as long as possible and buy time for his comrades. The tragedy of this situation is that the crane never wanted to fight with people, and he never cared about those two girls who fell victim to the axe snake. The crane did not understand why all this was for, and what was the meaning of what was happening, but in the end, he made the most heroic decision of his life. Cranes are large land birds that live in flocks of several families. However, despite their size, they are far from the most powerful creatures, which are also on the verge of extinction. After the fight with the clumsy snake, the crane remained with the god tree, and although he was not taken seriously, he was still happy that he had finally found a home and family. Communicating with other animals, the crane gradually began to understand why they wanted to take revenge, and he felt very ashamed for the fact that he hardly tried that day. That is why the crane firmly decided that when danger again appeared on the doorstep, under no circumstances would he stand aside and sacrifice his life for the sake of his comrades. The crane throws its wings to the sky and addresses the highest and pure human, telling him that he will never allow them to pass any further. The higher ones do not pay attention to the crane's words and rush forward, hoping to break its back with a couple of blows. However, they are stopped by a snow-white tiger, which kills both opponents in a matter of seconds with the help of its powerful paws and deadly jaws. The tiger makes sure that the enemy in his teeth ceases to show signs of life and unclenches his jaws, dropping the lifeless body of the Supreme One to the ground. Turning back, the tiger notices that he is surrounded by a huge number of superiors who have arrived to the aid of their wounded and defeated comrades. Dracula orders all his comrades to rush to the attack, adding that the enemy's forces are already running out, and among them, only the tiger remains combat ready. The tiger prepares for battle and remembers that Jonathan recently praised him for pursuing great power and the title of the most powerful beast. That day, Jonathan specifically emphasized that in terms of skills, the white tiger has no equal, but even he must understand that he has his limits. Jonathan added that over time, even the strength of a white tiger can fade away, and then, due to weakness, he can feel fear, so it is necessary to constantly train his will. That all this is necessary in order not to be afraid of a strong enemy and to be able to fight back, even when there is no hope of victory. According to Jonathan, the white tiger will definitely understand all these important wisdom a little later if he continues his diligent training. Opponents rush at the white tiger, but remembering the words of his god, he regains his strength and rushes into battle with a ferocious grin. After some time, fog falls on the battlefield, and a lone traveler carefully walks along the soft grass. The traveler turns out to be the golden ant Flash, who stumbles upon the site of a bloody massacre committed by superior soldiers in an attempt to defeat the snow-white tiger. Flash sees in front of him a giant pile of the dead belonging to the elite squads of the highest, and a snow-white tiger standing majestically on it. Everyone wondered when the spirit of a real king of beasts awakened in the heart of this seemingly completely stupid tiger. Some may think that this happened when he first left his own mother and went on his own journey. Others may think that all this happened after his first successful hunt alone, thanks to which he realized that his strength was very great. One might think that the tiger acquired such courage at the moment when he first did not flinch in the face of the mortal danger that threatened him. However, all these guesses will turn out to be wrong for one simple reason, which is known only to a few creatures who have made friends with the tiger. Flash rises up onto the body of one of the dead and looks closely at the tiger, which continues to stand majestically but motionlessly in its place. Until the end of his battle, the tiger denied that he was a king and all the time relied on his instincts, not allowing his pride to get the better of him and let him down at the most important moment. The green mantis, lingering a little behind, approaches the golden ant Flash and casts his attentive and intent gaze on the snow-white tiger. However, after just a few seconds, the green mantis notices one terrifying detail that was initially invisible to an outside observer. The green mantis says that the snow-white tiger is wounded, and there is no living space on its right side, adding that with such wounds, the tiger will die very quickly if it is not helped. Flash also notices the tiger's serious condition, and tears appear in his eyes, and his paws begin to shake with hysterical hatred. He unsheathes his chitinous blades and shouts at the sky, asking the people how much longer they are going to take away what is so dear to him. Meanwhile, the honey badgers manage to carry their comrade away from the battlefield and cover him with leaves so that he can regain his strength. The honey badger is about to take a breath, but immediately hears the exclamations of soldiers coming from somewhere nearby and realizes that he has no time to recuperate. The golden monkey loses his powers and reaches out to him, but the honey badger realizes that for their own good, he will have to distract the people's attention. With sadness in his heart and thoughts that he most likely will not get out, the honey badger runs into the fog towards the voices of people in order to gain some time. A small detachment of superiors admits with surprise that the damned honey badger even gifted the detachment with armor-piercing cartridges. They wonder where the damn thing went, not noticing that the honey badger managed to sneak right up behind them. Seeing the right moment, the honey badger rushes to attack, cutting the skin of one of the fighters with the help of its sharp claws and high speed. Having knocked out a soldier, the honey badger decides to maintain his speed in order to deftly maneuver between small enemy groups and launch unexpected attacks. However, the honey badger's plans are not destined to come true, since the higher ones who came to the rescue shoot down the honey badger in flight and drive it into the ground. Without allowing the honey badger to come to his senses, one of the higher ones strikes him with a huge hammer, crushing his bones and damaging his internal organs. However, upon closer inspection, the girl notices that the honey badger has gone underground and temporarily hid from the mortal danger posed by the higher ones who arrived to help. Above, they shout to each other that they need to stay on guard, since this mutated creature can appear out of nowhere at any moment. A few seconds later, the honey badger emerges from the ground and knocks out of the hands of one of the higher ones a grenade, which he was about to throw into the hole he had dug. The furry animal clenches its teeth, preparing to give its last battle and take with it as many people as possible who came to its land with the goal of destroying all life. However, suddenly a wounded Barry appears behind him, who asks the honey badger where that damned and nasty monkey has gone. Before I get there, Barry manages to react, delivering a powerful blow to his back, driving him into the ground again and incapacitating him. Before the honey badger can come to his senses, Barry uses all of his spiritual energy to cause an explosion in the honey badger's body. The honey badger survives this incredible blow, but his body begins to twitch due to the damage received, which is incompatible with life for the vast majority of all living things on Earth. However, Barry turns up to the soldiers and continues to beat the honey badger, trying to inflict as much damage as possible on him without killing him. He shouts with rage that a bunch of small, smelly and pathetic animals do not dare to tease him and question his incredible strength and power. The honey badger tries to protect himself from Barry's blows with his paws, while he menacingly asks him about how they dare to run away from him and not fight. Having finished his series of punches, Barry concentrates all his power in his right hand and punches the honey badger in the jaw, sending him flying. The honey badger is thrown into a stone wall, and the higher-ups decide to make sure that they deal with the annoying creature once and for all. However, as they get closer, they notice that the honey badger is still conscious, barely standing on his feet and clenching his teeth with all his might. One of the high ones tells Barry not to waste time and finish off the honey badger, adding that they have many more animals to destroy. The light begins to slowly fade in the honey badger's eyes, and he reflects that the end of his life's journey is about to come. He remembers Ella, and the thought flashes through him that he should have asked her for more jerky when he had the chance. He admits to himself that this meat was truly the most delicious dish he had ever eaten in his short life. The high ones quickly approach the honey badger and begin to beat him with all their might, even if the most sophisticated weapons are not an option. However, the honey badger carries out its plan and finally opens its mouth, throwing out several grenades with the pin broken. The high ones are trying to understand where the agile creature got such a number of grenades, but their thoughts are interrupted by a deafening explosion. The honey badger makes no attempt to leave the epicenter of the explosion and decides that he will die on his own terms. The highest become victims of their own arrogance and do not have a single chance to leave the epicenter of the explosion and remain unharmed. The grenade causes a chain reaction and a huge explosion, sweeping away all life in a small clearing, leaving behind only scorched earth. Meanwhile, the imperial crocodile is on the warpath, having completed its restoration and decided that it is necessary to strengthen the power of the army of mutated beasts. Looking around, the imperial crocodile begins to think about which part of the battle his help will be needed most. At this moment, the brave honey badger finds himself in a strange place filled with warm, soft, and bright light. Looking back, he hears the familiar voice of a girl who joyfully tells him that she has finally found him after such a long search. Taking a closer look, the honey badger realizes that he has finally met his best friend Ella, who has been looking at him from heaven all this time. Tears of despair and joy fill the honey badger's eyes, and he cannot believe that he has finally met his best friend. Trying to throw off the shackles and pain of earthly life, the honey badger rushes into Ella's arms, joyfully clinging to her. Emotions begin to overwhelm the honey badger, and Ella calms him gently, telling him that now everything will be fine and his pain will finally go away. Ella's spirit takes the honey badger by the front paw and calls him along, saying that now they can finally rest. Meanwhile, in the real world, the monkey, having felt a surge of strength for a while, comes to the sound of a powerful explosion and finds his dead friend lying on the ground. Tears of despair well up in the golden monkey's eyes, and he hears Barry, the survivor, asking if anyone is alive here. Barry, blinded by grenade fragments, asks others for help and says that he will skin the damned honey badger, adding that he will never let him escape. However, the monkey, determined to avenge his dead comrade, hits him in the face with all his might with his stick. The wounded Barry prays for mercy, promising the monkey that he will immediately leave the forest and never appear in it again, after which he tearfully asks for forgiveness for his actions. However, the overwhelming bitterness continues to burn in the monkey's mind, and he rushes at Barry, brutally beating him with a stick until there is nothing left of him. After some time, the sun rises near the clearing. Bloody footprints stretch far into the horizon. On the ground next to the destroyed clearing lies the beaten and mutilated body of Barry, who was beaten to death by the golden monkey. At this moment, the monkey itself takes the body of its close friend on its shoulders and decides to carry it to the required place at all costs. Due to the fact that the monkey has been moving very actively lately, the wounds on its body reopen and the pain begins to make itself known. After some time, the fading gaze of the monkey sees in front of him the body of a mutated boar who was the very first to give his life for him. The monkey places his hand on the face of the dead mutated boar and closes his eyes, after which he looks up. Looking up at the sky, the monkey notices that the sky is especially beautiful today, and it is simply a perfect day to die next to his friends. Looking at the sky, the monkey remembers how they all fought together for a ripe apple, as if this apple was the last in the whole wide world. With these thoughts, the golden monkey sits down next to the mutated boar and calmly dies, placing his hand on the body of the honey badger lying next to him. Meanwhile, Astra continues to retreat, hoping that her pursuers have lost track of her and are wandering somewhere in the foggy forest, far from her. The wounds on Astra's body make themselves felt, and she tries to cheer herself up, saying that she needs to find the tree god as soon as possible. A suspicious rustle is heard behind her, and the girl turns around to understand who has been following her all this time. Taking a closer look, Astra notices that between the leaves flashes an animal with a skin exactly like that of her brave bodyguard, a snow-white tiger. However, a second later, it turns out that it is Evelina, who has torn off part of the skin from a snow-white tiger and is looking gloatingly at the shocked Astra. With a crazy smile on her face, Evelina tells Astra that the skin of her beloved bodyguard turned out to be very warm and soft. Astra immediately flies into a rage and in anger releases several deadly shoots towards Evelina in order to finish her off for such behavior. However, Evelina decides to speed up with the help of her spiritual powers and rushes forward, teasing Astra and saying that she is too slow and is not able to compete with her in speed. Evelina quickly closes the distance with Astra and grabs her by the hair with one hand, while the other stabs the young girl again, trying to rip out her heart. However, once again succumbing to her emotions, Evelina does not notice the threat that is rapidly approaching her from the nearby bushes. Evelina does not have time to react and receives a powerful blow to the face, thanks to which she flies several meters to the side, weeding the ground with her face. Carl, who has moved to the 7th stage of evolution, and Sam, who have moved to the 8th stage of evolution, come to the aid of the wounded Astra. Evelina looks at them in surprise and hysterically asks why the hell people joined a pack of pathetic mutants who pose a threat to all living things. Dracula decides to take all the mutant humans alive to interrogate them further and orders Evelina to retreat, adding that in her condition she will not be able to handle them. Dracula takes a few steps forward, activating his otherworldly skills, and says that he will quickly deal with the pathetic people who are unable to inflict any damage on him. Meanwhile, General Lee stands in front of Jonathan, trying to understand how serious an opponent a huge mutated tree can be. Having carefully assessed the power of his enemy, General Lee tells the tree that, apparently, it is responsible for this whole pack of mutated creatures, to which Jonathan tells him that everything is so. General Lee mentally marvels that the tree has learned to speak, and reflects that they guessed that mutant brains could evolve very quickly. However, from General Lee's point of view, despite all their guesses, watching a mutant speak human language with his own eyes is still amazing. General Lee takes out his sword and tells Jonathan that he didn't think it would open up so easily, and suggests that all the mist beasts are also Jonathan's work. Jonathan tells the general that he really created all the mist beasts, and adds that people should not have come into his domain. General Lee tells Jonathan that abnormal creatures like him should not have taken human land, adding that if humans do not destroy mutants, then their own species will be in danger of destruction. Jonathan tells General Lee that if they see everything this way, then a simple conversation will not solve the matter, adding that, now, they will have to kill him. General Lee gets into a fighting stance and tells Jonathan that since he wants to fight so much, he will grant him a quick death with his super sharp sword. However, Jonathan puts his roots forward, and the most powerful sword, tempered with spiritual energy, breaks against them, as if it were made of fragile glass. General Lee watches in horror as the weapon he has trusted for so many years breaks with a simple blow to the root of a mutated tree. A split second later, Jonathan unleashes an attack with his roots, quickly neutralizing General Lee and preventing him from escaping his stranglehold. Some time ago, at that same meeting, analysts showed a recording of the last location of a reconnaissance aircraft, which was monitoring a huge crocodile in the mountain area, adding that due to the fog, it was impossible to determine the exact coordinates. The scouts also showed a photograph of a foggy mountain taken before the surge of foggy energy, which shows that there was no fog in the area of this gorge. The presence of a gorge in the Misty Mountains region greatly surprises all the participants in this meeting, since they could not imagine that just recently the Misty Mountains looked like this. The commander of the reconnaissance unit reports that based on their discussion, one can easily guess that a person or group of people who may no longer be human is responsible for all the events around the mountain. The head of the Federation, together with General Lee, do not fully grasp the essence of the report and are trying to understand what the unit commander wants to say. However, the commander continues his story, saying that in the last frame before the destruction of the reconnaissance plane, an unknown creature was discovered. He points out that after processing the image, they were able to get a clear picture of a creature located behind a veil of impenetrable fog. After this, he shows an improved version of the image to everyone present, and the heads of departments are convinced that a mutated tree lives in Misty Mountain. General Stanford says with horror that he could not imagine that a tree could evolve into a real mutant leading an army of animals. The commander of the reconnaissance unit reports that only 6 months have passed since the surge of spiritual energy, and in order to subjugate the fog and the giant crocodile in such a time, one must have very significant strength. He adds that now it becomes clear to them who is behind all this, and who taught the animals human language, adding that they will know this for sure as soon as General Lee gets to this mutant. From the commander's point of view, now their main enemy is definitely not human, and this will be the first clash of a conscious mutant with the human race. In the present time, Jonathan easily repels General Lee's attacks and successfully counterattacks, causing him serious damage and throwing him into the stone cliffs. With a light blow, Jonathan manages not only to break through the general's defense, but also to break his glasses, which he treasured so much. However, after a split second, Jonathan throws his razor-sharp root forward and stops it a few millimeters from General Lee's neck. Jonathan looks at his opponent and reminds him that he so boasted of his strength and threatened him with immediate death, turned out to be a much weaker opponent than those with whom he fought earlier. Jonathan doesn't land the finishing blows and decides to continue his conversation, adding that despite all his false pride, General Lee is now in the position of a loser. The main character declares that he is not going to fight with people, and adds that if people immediately leave his territory, then he promises that he will not violate their borders. General Lee, deeply offended by such negotiations, asks Jonathan if he really thinks anyone will believe the mutant's words. He adds that Jonathan does not seem to understand the obvious, which is that all soldiers have devices that hide spiritual energy, and their presence can only be detected within 5 meters. He adds to General Lee that Jonathan is surrounded, and the effect of his fog has noticeably weakened, after which he reports that he has just received messages that his mutants were destroyed by valiant warriors from the higher detachments. General Lee states that both the honey badger who wounded Officer Zack and the white tiger who protected the mutant girl met a fatal fate, after which he says that Jonathan is far superior to them in strength, but having dealt with him, they will be able to live on this earth. Jonathan reluctantly states that he understood perfectly well that it was simply impossible to do without casualties in this bloody war, since such is the nature of any war. However, from Jonathan's point of view, none of this means that they will fear death in the fight for their own survival and freedom. At the same time, on the central flank, combat peregrine falcons continue to systematically destroy entire squadrons of helicopters of the Federation Air Force. However, due to the length of the battle with the peregrine falcon, it becomes increasingly difficult to maintain its high speed and destructive power. The soldiers report that the peregrine falcons are not as fast as at the beginning of the battle, and one of the combat helicopters opens fire on them. Jonathan declares to General Lee that this territory belongs to them, and they will never retreat in the fight for their home and freedom, which people have decided to encroach on. He adds that if people do not want to respect their right to exist, then they have no choice but to fight to the death for their ideals. Meanwhile, the crocodile stumbles upon the dead defenders of the right flank and sheds a tear, while Jonathan says that it is no surprise to him that wars bring nothing but sadness and sorrow to the hearts of warriors. Concluding his speech, Jonathan turns to the general and says that he has one question that he would be very interested in hearing the answer to. The main character asks General Lee whether this world has always belonged to people who for some reason decided that they had become its rightful masters. General Lee, with anger in his voice, tells John in a tone not to confuse him, and adds that these anomalous beasts have started a war. If they don't kill him, then his revenge will be endless. In response to this, Jonathan insistently declares that they will remain exactly where they live, adding that this world belongs to everyone, and not just people. At this moment, the imperial crocodile, filled with despair and anger, lets out a loud roar, announcing its approach to the area. At this time, Carl and Sam, who tried to fight Dracula, suffer a crushing defeat due to the very large difference in skills and spiritual energy. At this moment, Flash comes to the aid of the two comrades, who strikes Dracula at great speed, but the mutant is protected by his heavy-duty cloak. Flash is surprised by this development of events, and Astra joyfully shouts his name, reflecting that now they have at least some hope of victory. Flash, filled with rage, shouts that he has finally found the people who killed the White Tiger, adding that none of them will leave here alive. The soldiers surround the Golden Ant and prepare to fire at it with special ammunition designed to combat tough mutants. However, before even one soldier can pull the trigger of his weapon, another super-fast mutant flies past them in a matter of seconds, dealing a fatal blow to each. The insect, which in a matter of moments dealt with the whole squad, turns out to be a green mantis, following on the heels of its comrade, the Golden Ant. Dracula quickly jumps to the side, dodging another blow, and decides to take a good look at his opponents. He reflects that he never expected that there were two such fast mutants on Earth who also had developed consciousness. Evelina decides that these insects are too much for her and tries to run away, thinking about which direction she needs to move in order to get to her allies as quickly as possible. Flash, determined not to let anyone escape from this clearing, rushes after Evelyn, and the Golden Mantis shouts at him not to act impulsively, since by doing so, he is putting his life at a pointless risk. Before Flash can react, Dracula covers Evelina and delivers a powerful blow to the Golden Ant, knocking her out. In order to help his friend recover, the Green Mantis immediately rushes to attack Dracula, but he blocks his blows with his cloak. At that very second, he turns into a huge number of bats and uses a shadow attack to neutralize the incredible speed of the Mantis. This attack is extremely successful, and the Green Mantis receives significant damage, losing one of its legs, which is why it is greatly reduced in combat effectiveness. Mantis reflects that the vampire superior attacked him only once, but it already became clear to him that it would be impossible to cope with such an opponent. Turning around, the Green Mantis notices that his combat comrade is having difficulty rising on his paws due to the fact that his durable chitinous cover has shown numerous cracks. Flash, who is at the 8th stage of the initial stage, does not stand a chance against Dracula, but still rises to fight until his last breath. Dracula, at the peak of the first stage, studies the Golden Ant with curiosity, without considering it to be at all a worthy opponent. Overcoming incredible pain, Flash's eyes acquire a reddish tint, and he lets out a loud cry in order to give himself additional strength. Having accumulated a little strength, Flash rushes forward like a bullet, preparing to inflict an incredible number of blows on the damned vampire with the help of his chitinous blades. However, such an obvious tactic does not produce any results, and Dracula again covers himself with his cloak, blocking all Flash's attempts to inflict any damage on him. Flash lets out a loud cry of frustration and anger as he continues to try to damage Dracula. He decides it's time to gather all his strength for a hail of blows. However, Dracula does not give up and easily dodges all of Flash's blows without receiving a single scratch. Flash pushes off the ground and tries to attack Dracula in the air, but this does not bring any results, and the genetically modified superior remains undamaged. Golden Mantis, who watches Flash's movements, admits that he can't even keep track of where his comrade is at the moment. The Flash's rage continues to fuel his muscles, and the Golden Ant gains more speed by the second in an attempt to outsmart the vampire. Accelerating to an unprecedented speed, Flash attacks Dracula, but he again covers himself with his cloak, which perfectly absorbs the energy of blows. Time slows down for a long time, and Flash tries to understand whether his actions caused at least some damage to his opponent. However, Flash quickly realizes that despite all his efforts, due to which his chitinous blades initially cracked and then all were destroyed, there was not a single scratch on his opponent. Before Flash can recover, Dracula throws his cape forward, performing a swift, piercing attack that cuts off one of the Golden Ant's limbs. The Green Mantis activates its wings and rushes forward to come to the aid of its comrade and save him from the tenacious clutches of the vampire. The arrogant Dracula shouts to the Green Mantis that he is even weaker than that yellow insect, which spent all its strength on pathetic attempts to harm him. However, suddenly Sam sneaks up on the vampire and grabs him tightly with his hands, preventing him from escaping or using the cloak. Sam, realizing that the moment of truth has come, shouts to Carl to finish off the hated vampire while they still have the opportunity. Carl, who has jumped out at Dracula, shouts that if he cannot be scratched, he will try to tear out his eyeballs and then wrap his intestines around his blade. Carl's blade approaches Dracula's face at great speed, and he realizes that he urgently needs to do something in order to survive. Carl and Sam's attack is unsuccessful due to the fact that at the last second, the genetically modified Supreme dissolves into thin air, turning into a huge number of bats. Carl, stunned, reflects on how their enemy suddenly turned into a flock of bats and escaped mortal danger. However, this time Dracula decides not to take his human form and continues to circle around the heroes in the form of a swarm of bats. Astra, who has been carefully studying Dracula's habits all this time, shouts to her comrades so that they do not pay attention to the other bats and aim at the individual with red eyes. The Green Mantis immediately follows this advice and takes off in pursuit of the red-eyed bat, which contains Dracula's core consciousness. Dracula is surprised by this development of events and turns around, hearing strange chirping and sounds of chitinous blades behind him. Before Dracula can do anything, the Green Mantis instantly catches up with him and strikes him with a powerful blow with his blade right in the back. Having received a serious wound, accompanied by bleeding, Dracula calls the Green Mantis a creature and wonders how a pathetic bug could harm him. Due to serious damage, Dracula quickly loses altitude and begins to rapidly fall to the ground. Before the bat hits the ground, Flash is overtaking it at full speed, trying to intercept the arrogant Supreme. Before the genetically modified Dracula can dodge, Flash grabs him with his remaining limb and slams his head into the ground. The force of this blow turns out to be so great that the ground under the Flash cracks and the air rises with multimeter columns of dust and dirt. For a while, Flash, Sam and Carl think that they were able to cope with their opponent, but the Green Mantis shouts at the Golden Ant not to relax. Before Golden Mantis can warn Flash that it's a trap, the ground he's standing on begins to glow, and streams of red energy erupt from the cracks. Green Mantis rushes forward and pushes Flash away, putting him in range of the Shadow's powerful attack, which easily penetrates even their tough shells. The Shadow attack also overtakes Sam, who manages to push Carl to the side and falls under the influence of shadow rays that pass through his body like a knife through hot oil. In the place where the bat was destroyed, a shadow begins to gather, and thick and dense smoke begins to disperse around the epicenter of the impact. Dracula assumes his human form and reflects that such blows take too much strength, and comes to the conclusion that he should not have underestimated his opponents. Carl notices that Sam did not survive this attack, and died heroically protecting his comrade from the murderous shadow rays. It seems that the fate also befalls the Green Mantis, which remains lying almost motionless on the loose ground not far from the explosion site. Flash quickly approaches his comrade and notices that half of his body was destroyed by the dark spells of a genetically modified vampire. With tears in his eyes, Flash reflects on the fact that the Golden Mantis covered him with his body, and because of this, he was cut in half. Dracula folds his cloak next to his hand, forming deadly drills, and reflects that although the ant turned out to be small, its strength and speed are quite impressive, after which he comes to the conclusion that if he does not kill the Flash now, then he can cause a lot of problems. Dracula rushes forward, yelling at Flash to get ready to go to the other world, and Flash realizes that he will not have time to dodge this attack. However, before Dracula catches the golden ant, Astra gets in his way, taking the fatal blow. Flash looks at what is happening in surprise, and tears again appear in his never-dry eyes from a whole series of shocking events that continue to torment his seemingly callous heart. Dracula pierces young Astra's body and turns the shadow drill several times in order to deprive her of any hope of survival. With tears in her eyes, Astra turns to Flash and tells him that this time she proved her usefulness and saved him. After this, the strength leaves the body of the young girl, and she falls dead, not having time to say another word. Dracula says that in history there have been no cases of mutant people fighting shoulder to shoulder, and if he talks about what he saw, it could prevent a new war. But from his point of view, it is better for him to remain silent in order to continue to be able to shed the blood of the living creatures. He tells the mutants that, whoever of them dies, they shouldn't shed any tears, because he will kill each and every one of them, one by one, and this big guy and the girl were just a warm-up. However, Carl sneaks up behind Dracula and hits him with his blade, asking him to spare them the kind of pretentious speeches that only teenagers throw around. He turns to Flash and shouts orders for him to take this praying mantis and get the hell out of here if he values his own life. An incomprehensible crash is heard near Dracula, and a huge pile of mutated rats bursts out of the ground, attacking the genetically modified superior. Dracula, who did not expect such an outcome, notes with surprise that these mutants surprise him more and more. Flash struggles to get up, realizing that the strength he spent in his furious frenzy will not soon be restored. With the last of his strength, Mantis turns to the golden ant, saying that Flash will not be able to cope with them, and invites him to run away as quickly as possible. He says that they don't care about these people's fights, and the best solution would be to just let them kill each other in this pointless fight. These words leave a lasting impression on Flash, and he remembers his past when he was still a simple ant who accepted his fate. Flash remembered that it was very difficult for him to know that he would die, but not to know when exactly his life would be laid on the sacrificial altar of science. Rising with difficulty, he admits that he is tired of living like an ant with an insignificant fate, which can be determined by absolutely every creature that is more powerful than him. Flash tells himself that he can still fight and decides that it would be better to die in battle with honor than to flee in disgrace. The Golden Mantis, with his last strength, rushes at Flash and knocks him to the ground, trying to reason with him and telling him to stop because he cannot win this fight. Flash, without hiding his tears, declares to his comrade that he is well aware of this, but from his point of view, the death of his comrades should not be in vain because they sacrificed their lives for him. The Golden Ant tells his comrade that he cannot run because cowardice, from his point of view, is worse than death, which makes an indelible impression on the Green Mantis. Green Mantis tells Flash that if he truly believes this and is willing to die for his victory, then he has one solution that can help him. Green Mantis tells Flash that he should eat him in order to become significantly stronger and have a chance for revenge. The Golden Ant, Flash, looks at the Green Mantis with confusion and asks him what he's talking about, adding that it's just crazy. Green Mantis tells Flash that he won't survive anyway, adding that his mother ate his father so that she would have the strength to give birth to him, and thus his father did not die, but transformed. Green Mantis adds that it was a very ridiculous death and says that he would never agree to die in vain because he spent his entire life on the run and did nothing to help anyone. The Chiton warrior adds that being eaten now is his personal choice, since his strength and speed will belong to the Flash, thanks to which he strives upward in his development. Flash, with pain in his voice, tells the Green Mantis that he cannot do this because he has lost too many friends, and losing the Green Mantis will be too difficult for him. Meanwhile, Dracula easily destroys the entire brood of mutated rats that Carl worked on for so long, and which he raised for so long. Carl, beside himself with grief, selflessly throws himself at Dracula from behind and shouts that he should not dare touch his pupils, in whom he has invested so much nerves and time. Mantis asks Flash to stop arguing with him and tells him that every word he says echoes with incredible pain in his body. He adds that they have all walked this path and have now given almost all their lives, so he would rather give his power to the Flash than go at the hands of a vile man. Tears begin to slowly flow from Mantis's eyes, and he tells Flash that he has truly become his friend, but sacrificing his life is his choice, and Flash should show respect and accept it. Realizing that he really has no choice but to absorb his own friend's life force, he curses loudly. However, despite the bitterness in his heart, he opens his jaw and bites into his best friend's body, draining the life force from him. At this moment, Carl covers the last mutated rat, dying from the drill of the genetically modified Dracula. The vampire, with incomprehension and arrogance, asks Carl about what is the point of saving this pathetic rat if they all die anyway. Carl falls dead, and Dracula decides to immediately finish off the mutated rat, who is grieving for his owner, who gave more than 1 month to take care of them. However, suddenly an explosion is heard near the genetically modified superior, which briefly blinds him and prevents him from finishing off the harmless little animal. Dracula looks around in surprise and tries to understand what happened, but he is unable to understand anything due to the dense smoke resulting from the explosion. Once the smoke clears, he sees Flash in front of him, who has been reborn into a much more powerful warrior than he ever was due to the absorbed essence of the mantis. Dracula looks at Flash with incomprehension, thinking that the ant's appearance has changed, and despite the fact that he should have died now, he looks completely different, after which he admits that even the spiritual energy of the pathetic insect has reached a completely different level. Taking a closer look at Flash, he realizes that he has moved to the beginning of the 9th stage and reflects that, in any case, this will not cause him serious problems because he is the highest of the 1st stage. Dracula tells the golden ant that his friend sacrificed himself so that he could escape, but the ant did not do this and decided to play stupid heroism. Dracula states that even after the transformation, Flash does not have a single chance against the highest of the 1st stage, but in the blink of an eye, he moves behind the arrogant vampire. Frightened by what he had picked up, Dracula quickly turns back, mentally amazed at the speed that Flash gained. Trying to give the golden ant no time to attack, Dracula arrives to use his cloak and quickly lunges with the razor-sharp cloth. The impact causes a plume of dust, but once it clears a little, the genetically modified vampire realizes that he missed. The feeling of annoyance begins to slowly mix with a feeling of anxiety and fear, filling the body of the vampire who had held himself so confidently before. And when he returns, he notices that Flash has used his speed and dragged all the mutated rats to a safe distance. He quickly takes these rats to the lifeless body of Carl and says that he knows very well that he was never completely devoted to the tree god, but the love with which he treated these rats is worthy of respect. Flash declares that he will definitely save everyone who is alive and will take revenge for everyone who gave their lives in this unequal battle with the genetically modified superiors who came here to shed their blood for fun. Dracula, observing Flash's behavior, asks him if he seriously hopes to win this fight. He begins to lose his temper and shouts to Flash that he underestimated him before, but now he should not expect mercy, and he will regret that he did not escape earlier. However, Flash ignores the empty chatter of the arrogant vampire and delivers a powerful blow right to his face, causing him to fly far back. Having crashed into the ground, Dracula buries himself deeply into it, which causes a serious explosion, and a huge column of smoke and dust rises in the clearing again. Flash notices his fist starting to smoke due to the incredible strength of the boa constrictor and yells at Dracula to immediately get up and continue fighting. With a backhand, Dracula struggles to raise his head, and Flash tells him that he will not get off easy. Because of everything he has said and done, he will have to pay the ultimate price. Hatred once again fills Flash's body, giving him additional strength, and he screams at Dracula that he will make him suffer before he dies. Dracula reflects that the damned insect is exactly the 9th stage of evolution, but he has become so strong that he was even able to hit him. Dracula decides it's time to show his true power and gets rid of his cape, after which he tells Flash that he has to disappoint him. From Dracula's point of view, despite the fact that Flash absorbed his friend and received new powers, he still remains a pathetic cockroach in comparison. However, Flash does not answer the arrogant vampire and prepares for another life-and-death confrontation. Dracula rushes forward and delivers a crushing blow to Flash's stomach, attempting to rob him of all strength to resist. Taking advantage of the gained seconds, Dracula creates a huge face with red spikes from his cloak and rushes to the attack, saying that Flash is pathetic. However, this blow does not cause serious damage to Flash, as his improved shell can easily withstand such damage. Not calming down, Dracula begins to strike the ground under the Flash into dust and crumbs a huge number of times, but none of this causes serious damage to the golden ant. Emotions begin to get the better of the vampire, and he shouts to Flash that even if he went to the 9th stage, it will be of no use if he tears him into small pieces, adding that the most important thing is not the speed, but the force of the blow. However, Flash, who decided not to respond to the annoying enemy, remains undamaged. Despite all the attempts of the vampire, he rushes to attack. Out of surprise, the vampire does not have time to react, and the golden ant delivers a powerful blow to his face, knocking him off his arrogance. Dracula is losing his offensive potential, and Flash decides to take advantage of this by quickly rushing the other way to attack him from the flank. Before the brawler can react, Flash hits him with another crushing blow and jumps back to land another blow. Dracula decides to use a trick and forms a projectile from his bats, launching it at great speed at Flash, but he easily dodges to the side. Once the bat projectile hits the ground behind the golden ant, a powerful explosion is heard, which nevertheless does not cause significant damage to the golden ant. Dracula says that exploding bats is his unique move, and Flash can dodge as much as he wants, but it won't change one unpleasant fact. He explains that if Flash continues to dodge, he will simply smash into small pieces the bodies of his defeated friends who gave their lives for him. However, Flash, with increasing rage in his voice, tells the vampire that he will simply destroy every damned thing that Dracula spawns. Dracula mockingly asks Flash if he is confident that he can handle all the bats, and if he knows how many bats he has called to his aid. In a rage, he shouts that he has more than 13,000 bats on his side, thanks to which he will level everything in this clearing to the ground. With these words, he orders the flying mice to attack and says goodbye to Flash, believing that no one can survive such a reception. Flash looks carefully at the bats rapidly approaching him and sits down, preparing to repel this attack. He concentrates his energy into his limbs and they begin to glow with a bright fire, after which the golden ant jumps into the air at high speed. Putting all his strength into his chitinous blades, he begins to deliver hundreds of blows at the speed of sound to every square centimeter of the space surrounding him and destroys any bat that is within the affected radius. Dracula, not expecting such a result, jumps back in fear, watching his pets turn to dust. He looks around and admits in disbelief that he managed to kill all 13,000 bats that were sent to destroy him. Mice that are destroyed near Dracula explode, generating a very powerful shockwave that knocks the vampire aside. While flying, Dracula shouts that such an outcome is simply impossible, and his bats have never been destroyed in such numbers. Before Dracula falls to the ground, Flash moves behind him at the speed of sound to continue his series of strikes against his hated opponent. Without having time to react, Dracula misses a powerful blow from the Flash and begins to fly into the ground at great speed due to the long battle. As he crashes into the ground, he coughs up a large amount of blood due to the severe damage to his internal organs caused by the forceful impact on the hard surface. However, the vampire does not have time to recover and get to his feet, as the Flash lands right on top of him at full speed, kicking the mutated vampire in the head. Flash delivers several more blows to the arrogant Dracula in order to immobilize him for a while and not give him the opportunity to dodge the finishing blow. A mutated vampire, who until the last hour of his life was completely confident that nothing could harm him, realizes that he will not have time to dodge this blow. This blow raises huge clouds of earth, dirt, and dust for tens of meters, signaling to all districts that the incredible battle is beginning to move into a new phase. Dracula, taking advantage of the natural smokescreen, tries to break the distance with Flash in order to catch his breath at least a little. He glances behind him and wonders how Flash was able to awaken his true powers, which are almost impossible to fight. He notices Flash, who is inexorably approaching him, and admits that his speed is simply incredible, despite the fact that this ant has not lost any of its killing power and power. This hurts the genetically modified vampire's incredibly inflated ego, and he angrily asks the ant how this is possible. Dracula shouts that a being at the 9th stage cannot defeat one who has reached the 1st stage of evolution. Due to incredible anger, Dracula tears his outer clothing and enters his final stage of development, preparing to rush into battle again. He asks Flash how dare he look down on him and raises his left hand for a powerful blow. For a second, it seems to Dracula that his blow is reaching its target, and he puts all his strength and spiritual energy into destroying the hated ant. However, a second later, the genetically modified vampire hears a slight rustling behind him and turns around, noticing that Flash dodged this attack and received no scratches. Dracula is overcome by a mixture of anger and despair, and he tries at all costs to reach the damned insect, striking hundreds of blows, but Flash easily dodges each one. Having guessed the moment, Flash puts a significant part of his strength into a powerful blow with his fist and successfully hits the genetically modified vampire in the stomach. However, before Flash can pull his hand back, Dracula grabs his wrist and pulls him towards him, preventing Flash from escaping. The ant looks at his opponent in surprise, and Dracula announces to him that this time he will not be able to escape with his speed and agility. In a final attempt at revenge, Dracula tries his best to hold the Flash in place to build up spiritual energy for the finishing blow. Charging his sharp claws with spiritual energy, he shouts to Flash that the pathetic bug will not be able to defeat the superior one in the 1st stage, despite all his attempts. This blow turns out to be successful, and Dracula continues to hold Flash in place, trying to defeat the hated golden ant on the spot. Meanwhile, Flash, who is not seriously injured, remembers Jonathan's words that his hatred of people should not be absolute. He glances briefly at the people who sacrificed their lives to save him, and continues in his thoughts Jonathan's speech about how not all people are cruel. The last thing Jonathan then told Flash was that all people are different, and each of them has their own character, after which he added that once Flash understands this, he will have real friends. These words give Flash additional strength, and he stops Dracula's next blow, realizing that this battle has dragged on too long. The genetically modified vampire, who never expected such a development of events, looks at his opponent in shock, trying to understand why his blows have no effect. Enraged, Flash tells Dracula that he injured his comrades and insulted his master and wants to take his land, adding that among other things, he also killed his only friend. Flash furiously tells the modified Dracula that people like him deserve no mercy or forgiveness, and all he will get is a painful death. With these words, Flash rushes forward, delivering a powerful blow right into the face of the genetically enhanced vampire, ending this bloody battle forever. After the vampire's body touches the ground, Flash puts all his strength into making sure that the spiritual energy swirling furiously in his chitinous shell inflicts as much damage on Dracula as possible. After the smoke from the explosion disappears, Flash realizes that his opponent has stopped showing signs of life. For a few more seconds, the undefeated and unconquered Golden Ant silently watches how motionless his arrogant and disgusting opponent lies. However, his classes are interrupted by a strange sound that begins to come from his own body, which all this time was holding on with all its strength. After a few more seconds, his acquired wings fall off with a loud crack, and the shell itself begins to slowly fall apart. Looking around, Flash realizes that his body is beginning to collapse under the pressure of this incredible force and concludes that this is a logical outcome for him. He reflects that this body did not originally belong to him, which means he could not live long in this improved body. As his body continues to slowly dissolve into thin air, Flash says with pride in his voice that he was able to avenge his friends. He sits down next to the bodies of the deceased Astra, Sam and Carl, and admits that he is very happy that he met them and spent some part of his life with them. Flash's strength completely leaves him, and with his last thoughts he turns to Jonathan, telling him that he should rest a little, after which the unconquered ant leaves the world of the living. Meanwhile, Evelina struggles through the misty forest as best she can, trying to find her people so she can get medical help and regroup. After several tens of minutes of her wanderings, Evelina stumbles upon a man who, at first glance, finally does not threaten her in any way. However, upon closer inspection, Evelina realizes that the man she met is the last person she would like to see in this forest. This person turns out to be Stella, who looks at the surviving superior with unspeakable anger and contempt. Evelina reflects that she never expected to meet Stella in this forest, and admits that she was hoping to meet her allies from the squad of genetically modified superiors. Another evil plan comes along, and she tells Stella that things are very bad, adding that the genetically modified superiors are fighting mutants right now, and they really need her help. In her mind, Evelina decides that if she is lured into a trap in which she will inevitably die, this will be the perfect end to her day, while Stella says that she will go to help the higher ones at that very second. Evelina, with feigned friendliness, pats Stella on the shoulder and says that she is seriously wounded, so she is forced to retreat, mentally wishing Stella a speedy death. However, before Evelina can turn around and run away, Stella strikes her with a powerful blow, throwing her aside several tens of meters. Shocked, Evelina rises to her feet and asks Stella what she is doing, adding that if she continues, her death will be very quick and cruel. Stella slowly approaches Evelina and says that death will indeed be very cruel, adding that she will not die today. Approaching Evelina almost point blank, she says that the person who will die in agony will be her arrogant and treacherous rival. Evelina asks Stella why she suddenly decided to do this, suggesting that Stella herself wants to kill her right here and now. Stella, looking gloomily at Evelina, tells her that she guessed something once again, adding that she will grind her into powder with her own hands. Anger and frustration fill Evelina's mind, and she tries to understand the reason for such a drastic change in Stella's mood. Evelina is trying to get out of this situation, saying that she knows that she could see her before, but now she does not want to start a showdown with her, since they have a common task of destroying anomalous beasts. However, Stella interrupts Evelina's attempts to justify herself and shouts at her to shut up immediately, otherwise an even darker fate awaits her. The fear of death completely subjugates Evelina, and she, in hysterics, asks Stella whether the professor's fate is the reason for her hatred, after which she immediately begins to make excuses, saying that she had no choice, since the effect of the pills was too strong, and she did not, I could control myself. However, Stella, extremely uninterested in hearing any version of events, delivers a powerful blow to Evelina right in the face, silencing her. At the last moment, she fuels her fists with additional spiritual energy, thanks to which Evelina flies back even further. Evelina immediately grabs her nose, screaming that she is in great pain and it will take many weeks or even months to recover. Stella watches Evelina with hatred in her eyes and tells her that she promised the teacher not to kill her, but no one forbade her to beat Evelina half to death. Deciding not to pretend anymore, Evelina goes into combat mode and tells Stella that she started this fight and is responsible for what happens next. Entering a state of uncontrollable animal rage, Evelina rushes at Stella in a reckless attempt to chop her apart with her claws. However, Stella easily predicts all the movements of her opponent and inflicts incredible damage on her with her fist of fire. From this blow, Evelina loses all her inertia and instantly hangs on Stella's fist, who decides to continue beating her sworn enemy. Quickly withdrawing her fist, Stella delivers a powerful kick to Evelina's face, not allowing her to recover and accumulate strength for a new counterattack. This blow turns out to be so powerful that Evelina flies back 100 meters, like a pebble accurately thrown onto the surface of the water at the right angle. Before Evelina has time to come to her senses, Stella decides to send after her a whole swarm of fiery butterflies, additionally enhanced by spiritual energy. Having instantly reached their goal, the butterflies explode, further throwing back and stunning Evelina, depriving her of any chance of winning this confrontation. Evelina tries to come to her senses, but among the smoke from the explosion of fiery butterflies, Stella's hand suddenly appears in front of her, quickly approaching her face. Stella grabs Evelina's head and presses her into the ground with such force that the hard rock begins to crumble into small stones and dust. Helplessly rising on her elbows, Evelina tries to crawl away from Stella, but quickly realizes that this is a futile exercise. Evelina reaches out to Stella and tells her that she was wrong, begging her not to kill her, since there was no guilt in what happened. However, instead of listening to false remorse, Stella creates a fiery blade and pins both Evelina's hands to the ground, preventing her from moving. Evelina lets out a loud scream, and the whole area hears her squeals and pleas for help and mercy. Stella, whose heart has forever closed to mercy for Evelina, tells her that she promised her mentor that under no circumstances would she kill her. However, after hearing the sounds of wind wolves approaching, she says local animals may have a completely different point of view on the matter. The leader of the wind wolves, who lost almost his entire pack, and one of his comrades, who was lucky to survive, enters the battlefield. Sincere horror begins to appear in Evelina's eyes, this awareness that her life will be interrupted in a matter of painful seconds. Evelina's last thoughts turn to anger towards Stella, and she calls her a beast, wanting her to die in the dirtiest ditch of these damned mountains. However, the flow of her curses is interrupted by wind wolves, who rush at the defenseless Evelina and gnaw her throat with their razor-sharp teeth. The retribution of the wolves turns out to be a terrible sight, and Evelina's body would later be unlikely to be identified even by the most experienced forensic expert. After some time, Stella tries to get to Jonathan, but finds that most of the forest in the Misty Mountains is on fire. Heavy thoughts make her head pound, and she thinks that she can no longer return to her master since her strength is rapidly leaving her. However, the hopelessness of her situation forces her to pull herself together and continue her journey in order to find Jonathan as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the vanguard, the Battle of the Apes begins to suffer losses due to the fact that heavy equipment still manages to open fire on the unarmored cluster of primates. Jonathan tries his best to prevent casualties among his warriors and wields his enhanced roots furiously, destroying tanks one after another. The already exhausted peregrine falcons and the misty animals created by Jonathan continue their struggle with all their might, trying to take as many opponents with them to the next world as possible. The commander of the operation to destroy the threat of the Misty Mountains orders the artillery and tank battalions to open fire with all guns. Multiple launch rocket systems immediately open fire, discharging their entire ammunition in a matter of seconds. These unguided missiles are filled with special explosives that cause increased damage to the creatures inside that have awakened spiritual energy. In the fire of the explosions of these missiles, the foggy monsters that Jonathan created for so long dissolve and disappear without a trace. They also fall into the blast zone, and most of them die from shrapnel or from the impact of these monstrous explosions. The fire even reaches Jonathan's roots, and for a while it seems to people that a few more minutes and all that will remain of the hated tree is a pile of coals. However, Jonathan's roots turn out to be much stronger than they seemed and confidently regenerate, even while under heavy fire. The soldiers, watching the restoration of the roots of the monstrous tree, note with alarm that in this way all their efforts will be useless. The commander raises his tone and shouts to the entire unit to continue shooting, since the enemy spends his spiritual energy on regeneration, and it will not last for a long time, after which he adds that thanks to this, the roots of the tree will not reach the installations and will not be able to destroy them. Invigorated by such information, the soldiers begin to run to the attack, and the rocket launchers, quickly reloading, continue to shoot all their ammunition into Jonathan's reinforced roots. The peregrine falcons, having gained spiritual strength for the final push, rush forward to destroy the rocket launchers and buy Jonathan some time to recover. However, a small group of superiors, sent to guard the rocket launchers, soars into the air in order to neutralize the peregrine falcons. One of the fighters arrogantly asks the exhausted birds if they really thought they could constantly maintain their strength and speed. However, due to their arrogance, they lose sight of the main peregrine falcon, who slips between the guards and rushes on. Another group of superiors does not have time to react and watches doomedly as the peregrine falcon approaches its goal. Realizing that no one can stop him, the main peregrine falcon picks up the maximum speed that his badly damaged wings allow and rushes forward with a menacing cry. It crashes into the rocket launcher, causing a loud explosion, backed up by the secondary detonation of the rockets lying nearby. The soldiers try to get out of the explosion, screaming that their multiple launch rocket system was completely destroyed. At that same second, a terrible earthquake arises, and pedestrians rush in panic in different directions, trying to understand what is happening and why real Armageddon is unfolding on the main flank. Following the earthquake, a huge amount of smoke and dust rises into the air, but soon everyone present begins to hear the loud steps of a huge creature. This creature turns out to be a crocodile, which comes to the aid of its allies in time and rushes forward, opening its gigantic mouth full of sharp teeth. The soldiers shout in horror to the command that they were attacked by a giant crocodile and open fire from their weapons, which, as expected, do not cause any damage to the thick scales of the crocodile. The crocodile looks around angrily and roars, trying to understand where the decision-making center of the enemy army is. The image of a giant crocodile immediately appears on all the screens of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Center, and its director watches with interest the behavior of the huge reptile. She declares that they have met again, adding that this time, the damned mutant will not be able to hide behind his patron. However, the crocodile cannot hear these words, and all his consciousness is occupied only with destroying the invaders who came to his land. The operation commander rushes out of his tent camp in shock and awe as he watches the Emperor Crocodile appear on the battlefield. The soldiers continue to desperately shoot at the Imperial Crocodile, but all the bullets bounce off its strong scales. In order to deal with targets that are in the distance, as well as with higher ones that are rapidly closing the distance with him, the crocodile decides to use the secret technique of a sonic boom. This wave has a strong impact on the human mind, and even the highest, who are the next stage of human evolution, are unable to resist its deafening properties. Taking advantage of the general turmoil and chaos, the crocodile rushes forward, tanks and people standing in its way to the camp of the operation commander. The commander orders the infantry and superiors to retreat as quickly as possible, after which he turns to the aviation group and orders it to drop bombs and fire missiles at the huge crocodile. The remnants of the combat helicopters, which managed to survive the deadly attack of the combat peregrine falcons, begin to fire at the huge crocodile using special missiles. For some time, the crocodile disappears in a huge cloud of fire caused by a hail of special missiles with a reinforced warhead. However, now such weapons are not capable of causing any serious damage to the Imperial Crocodile, and it calmly moves forward. Despite the fire that surrounds the Imperial Crocodile on all sides, he clearly sees his target and goes to the tent camp of the commander of the operation. At this moment, the commander of the operation runs out to the cliff to assess the situation and realizes that this man is their commander-in-chief. Letting out a terrifying roar, the crocodile only accelerates forward, trying to contact Jonathan via telepathic communication to tell him something important. At this moment, Jonathan tries to cover the attack of the Imperial Crocodile by destroying several more helicopters with the help of his restored roots. People desperately fire at the Imperial Crocodile, but he quickly approaches the commander-in-chief of the operation with thoughts that he must put an end to this battle. Several attack helicopters continue to pursue the Imperial Crocodile, and he decides to make a small jump to break the distance. From the heavy fall of the crocodile, the earth begins to tremble, and the commander of the operation can hardly stay on his feet, recognizing that this enemy is very strong. However, one of the attack helicopter pilots sends a missile's firing marks directly into the crocodile's eye in order to throw it off course and buy time for the men to regroup. A deafening explosion is heard, and the crocodile disappears from the commander's sight as pillars of fire rise tens of meters into the sky. The commander-in-chief's assistant flies several meters back and falls to the ground due to the strong shockwave resulting from the monstrous explosion. The commander-in-chief covers his face from the streams of smoke flying towards him and tries to understand what happened to the Imperial Crocodile. However, as soon as the smoke begins to gradually clear, two giant, glowing blue eyes appear in the little man's face. The crocodile opens its giant mouth and asks the man if he is the god of these pathetic little people who came here to sow death and destruction. The huge creature rushes forward, capturing in its mouth a piece of the rock on which the commander of the operation is standing, and declares that all this will end as soon as he dies. The commander-in-chief realizes that his days are numbered and desperately shouts to the crocodile that they will never lose this battle, no matter what the cost. With his last words, the commander-in-chief orders all troops to open fire on his position, and the crocodile slams its mouth shut forever, erasing the annoying man from history. At that very second, the attack helicopters, which had finally reached the Imperial Crocodile's location, showered it with new rain of napalm. However, this does not change anything, and the crocodile again disappears into an ocean of fire and explosions, which do not cause significant damage to it thanks to its reinforced scales. At this moment, somewhere in the distance, at one of his military bases, General Stanford tells his subordinates that missiles with spiritual power, which are the last hope for humanity, have been put on alert. He adds that even if General Lee cannot defeat this mutant, they will have to resort to unthinkable measures that will change this world forever. General Stanford asks his colleague if there is any news from the general, to which she replies that he has not been in touch for an hour. Meanwhile, General Lee, pretty battered from his battle with Jonathan, emerges from a huge cloud of black smoke, clearing his throat and assessing the situation. The main root of Jonathan appears in front of him, who takes the form of an axe snake and looks at the best warrior of humanity, who turned out to be absolutely helpless in the battle with him. Jonathan, quite annoyed by this battle, tells General Lee that he can give up his stupid attempts to defeat him, since they will lead to nothing. General Lee asks Jonathan if he really thinks that he will lose shamefully, or surrender to him, despite a serious superiority in strength. Jonathan furiously tells General Lee that if that's what he wants, he will show him his true power and then grind him into powder. Jonathan takes his fighting potential to the maximum level, while General Lee is mentally horrified that his opponent has not yet fought at his full strength. Jonathan begins to scream from the spiritual energy overwhelming him, and with hatred in his eyes looks at General Lee, who is trying to understand what to do. Huge roots begin to move above General Lee, deafening the entire district with their unimaginable roar. In disbelief, General Lee realizes that the anomalous amount of spiritual energy they previously detected on their satellites is coming from this mutated tree. Even the earth is horrified by this and begins to tremble from the movement of Jonathan's roots, which begins to concentrate all his power and hatred. A huge wind of spiritual energy begins to emanate from Jonathan, trying to sweep away the annoying human one, who, compared to the mutated tree, seems to him like a pathetic fly. General Lee puts his hand forward to prevent the dust, accelerated to incredible speeds by the spiritual wind, from getting into his face. The main character completes his combat transformation, and with hatred in his eyes looks at General Lee, standing in front of him at a distance of no more than 100 meters. The best warrior of humanity reflects that the mutated tree was already very strong, but now it has simply gone beyond the limits of its possible power, and if it is not dealt with now, then humanity will come to an end. Realizing that his situation is extremely hopeless, he takes out a special capsule and chews it up, saying that he has no other options left. Feeling a surge of his own spiritual energy, he reflects on the fact that he needs to defeat the mutated tree while the capsule is active. He threateningly shouts to Jonathan that he will kill him, even if it costs him his own life, adding that the cursed tree will be buried on this mountain along with the rest of the mutated creatures. However, Jonathan, unimpressed by such temporary metamorphoses, which significantly reduced General Lee's life force, answers his challenge, saying that he will not be able to inflict any damage on him. With these words, he calls upon the power of the earth and creates a landslide of a huge number of strong and sharp stone spikes bursting out of the ground. However, General Lee, who has accelerated his physical qualities to the limit, easily dodges this attack, jumping from one piece of land to another at the speed of sound. He reflects that Jonathan's desire to push him back and fight at range is a failure, since he managed to concentrate all the power of humanity in his body. He pushes off from the last remaining piece of land, pointing his body towards Jonathan in order to destroy the mutated tree once and for all. He creates in his hands an energy blade of extraordinary length and power, and points it straight at the main character's head. However, Jonathan manages to react to this technique and creates a huge leaf blade in order to disrupt General Lee's attack, depriving him of his speed. The collision of the two energy blades causes a strong shockwave that cuts right through part of Jonathan's roots. However, this is enough to significantly reduce the speed of humanity's best warrior, thanks to which Jonathan blocks his attack with the help of his reinforced branches. Without allowing his opponent to come to his senses, Jonathan summons the Earth Release, forming a fist as hard as steel, with which he delivers a powerful blow to General Lee's chin. Before he can react, General Lee takes flight, breaking through incredibly strong roots with his body that would otherwise last for many millennia. However, Jonathan decides not to give a single second of respite to his opponent and sends huge stone spikes after the flying man. Also, following the stone spikes, Jonathan's roots rush in to grab him and mercilessly destroy him, squeezing all the life force out of General Lee's body. However, a split second later, the sound of the Zanpakuto being drawn is heard, and Jonathan feels his roots losing sensation one by one. At this moment, General Lee, having managed to recover from the powerful blow, summons 1,000 Zanpakuto to shred the fortified roots into salad. Believing that he has bought himself time for the final blow, General Lee plummets downwards, bringing his Zanpakuto along with him. Finding himself near Jonathan's fortified structures, General Lee unleashes the fury of his Zanpakuto on them to bury the tree under rubble. However, before the debris falls on the mutated tree, he manages to wrap his enhanced root around them and stop their fall. Jonathan forcefully throws the debris of his majestic structure aside to neutralize the threat from General Lee's plan. He decides to deal with the general in a simpler way and concentrates his energy in the branches, after which he summons a huge number of leaf blades. The blades mercilessly crush everything they touch, leaving a huge number of marks on the ground and fragments of its roots. At this moment, Stella, approaching the site of the battle between General Lee and Jonathan, is getting closer and closer, trying to keep all her strength inside herself in order to get to her patron. All her thoughts are directed towards Jonathan, and she is trying to get to him at all costs as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the Federation, news arrives that the soldiers were attacked by the Imperial Crocodile, which was last seen dangerously close to the Commander-in-Chief. The head of the Federation understands that the fate of the Commander-in-Chief is sad at best, and orders the head of the Internal Department to take command. He also asks his subordinates about the situation with the rocket, which was previously considered a weapon for the most extreme cases. The aides tell him that the missile is loaded and ready to launch, adding that as soon as General Lee withdraws from the front, the launch can be carried out with confidence. However, according to his aides, they have lost contact with the general since he went into the mountains, and it is possible that he is currently fighting with their leader. Meanwhile, Jonathan easily restores his roots, damaged by contact with General Lee's energy swords. The strongest warrior of mankind realizes that his enemy has recovered again and his strength is rapidly draining and causes another surge of spiritual energy, halving his life expectancy. Taking advantage of the maximum surge of strength, General Lee rushes to attack Jonathan, issuing a war cry, demonstrating the seriousness of his intentions. Jonathan does not have time to react to such a rapid attack, and the general manages to hit the mutated tree right in the heart. Spiritual energy flows through Jonathan's body and causes a massive earthquake behind him. General Lee, having poured all his strength into this attack, tries to recover in the hope that this desperate decision was enough to destroy the enemy. However, the instincts of the strongest warrior of humanity begin to sound the alarm, and he realizes that his sworn enemy is still alive and feeling great. The smoke clears, and the main character, with gloating in his voice, asks General Lee if this is really the maximum that a person in the third stage can show. General Lee reflects in horror that his strength is at the level of the third stage, and until today, he was considered an invincible warrior. However, despite all his military training, valor, and power, even with all his strength, he was able to leave only a small crack on the face of the mutated tree. Determined not to give up no matter what, General Lee flies into the air, creating new streams of spiritual energy in his hands and saying that many people's lives are in his hands, so he must continue to fight. However, Jonathan, quite tired of this kind of propaganda speeches, uses all his enhanced branches to attack General Lee, asking him what kind of nonsense he is talking about. Jonathan forms a drill from his branches and pierces General Lee's body, continuing to ask him if he thought his friends deserved to die or the lives of humans were much more valuable than the animals that lived in the Misty Mountains. General Lee's body is filled with searing pain, and Jonathan tells him that the people turned everyone against him and the mutated animals, and then gathered a huge army at his home. The main character continues to furiously attack the strongest warrior of humanity, and tells him that people are not defending themselves, but are attacking his home, mercilessly exterminating his friends. Enraged, Jonathan shouts that they did not touch the cities of people, but people came to our lands with the intention of destroying them. From the point of view of the main character, people are simply afraid of them, and that is the only reason they decided to destroy every single anomalous beast in order to neutralize the threat they had invented. He asks the strongest warrior of humanity who gave them the right to decide who should live and who will have to leave the world of the living forever. General Lee realizes that he has only a few hours left to live, when suddenly he begins to hear the rustling of a walkie-talkie, telling him that they are trying to contact him. After a few seconds, one of the command staff asks General Lee if he can hear him, but the signal quickly begins to disappear due to the huge spiritual background in the area. General Lee tries to understand what the command officer is saying to him and tells him to repeat everything he said earlier, since nothing can be understood due to interference. And the employee says that General Lee has very little time left, since a rocket with spiritual energy is about to be launched at the coordinates of a huge tree. The command officer is desperately trying to convey to General Lee that he needs to move at least 10 kilometers to get out of the damage radius. However, General Lee, after a short pause with confidence, answers the person on the other end of the line that he will not comply with these demands and will remain where he is now. General Stanford, listening to the negotiations between his assistant and General Lee, asks himself in surprise whether he imagined what he just heard. Jonathan also watches General Lee with surprise, not understanding where, in human nature, there is so much persistence aimed at not good deeds. General Lee states that he cannot admit that, being in the third stage, he could not defeat the monsters of the second, so he will remain here until he wins or dies. General Stanford gets involved and takes the microphone from his assistant to talk to General Lee personally and dissuade him from this action. He tells the general that he still has a lot to do, so they can't lose him, and orders him to return immediately to conserve his vitality. These words have an impact on General Lee, and he falls silent for a while, considering all possible options for action and ways to retreat. Having made a decision, he turns to Jonathan, saying that their fight, unfortunately for him, has come to an end, which causes bewilderment in the main character. He says that very soon a rocket with spiritual energy will fly here and destroy absolutely every living thing within a huge radius of action. He admits to the main character that his task was to destroy the mutated tree in order to take the mountain and the surrounding area under human control. He casts an ominous glance at the tree and says that he has no more than an hour to live, adding that despite everything, he is still infuriated by the fact that he, being the highest in the third stage, could not defeat the mutant of the second. From General Lee's point of view, if he continues to fight, he will simply die from exhaustion, but not a single living creature on the planet can withstand such a powerful missile. General Lee decides to tell Jonathan about this missile, and explains that the warhead contains about 1 million units of spiritual energy, which creates a radiation release much less significant than from a nuclear bomb, after which he adds that initially they wanted to use the missile to simply expand the combat area. Concluding his story, he calls a rocket with spiritual energy the weapon of humanity's last hope. While at the test site, the command to launch is given, and the huge nozzles of the rocket begin to spew fire with a terrifying roar, accelerating the rocket to incredible speeds. General Lee says that this is the weapon of last resort that will easily destroy Jonathan and rushes to safety, adding that no one who falls within the blast radius will be able to escape certain death. Jonathan, who did not expect such a development of events, angrily looks after the fleeing General Lee, trying to come up with possible courses of action. Meanwhile, the rocket, accelerated by powerful engines, is rapidly approaching its target, which is a huge mutated tree. Having accelerated to the required speed, it resets the additional engines, remaining only on its main nozzle, slightly reducing the speed for better controllability. Jonathan realizes that he has less than a minute left to make a defensive maneuver and orders his roots to return to him immediately. The fortified roots, which had previously terrorized the higher troops in the main direction of attack, suddenly begin to tremble, hiding underground. People who did not expect such an outcome are still trying to understand what is happening to the roots, which just a few seconds ago were successfully crushing and destroying everything around them. However, after making sure that the roots have stopped attacking, the higher troops realize that the tree has decided to retreat for a reason that is still unclear to them. Meanwhile, a deadly missile filled with spiritual energy is already reaching the finish line and becomes visible to Jonathan even with the naked eye. Concentrating all his strength into the fortified roots, Jonathan tells himself that he simply cannot die here, since he still has a lot of work to do. General Lee, gradually recovering from the effects of the capsule, notices how the rocket flies over his head at great speed, continuing to rotate like a bullet. Jonathan sees that the missile has almost reached him, and with all the strength that he still has left after the battle with General Lee, he covers himself with strong roots. The rocket, at great speed, crashes into Jonathan's roots and continues to ram them with its sharp nose for some time. Jonathan is making every effort to stop the rocket without allowing it to explode, but every second it becomes more and more difficult for him. The missile, moving inexorably forward, discards its main propulsion body, leaving only the warhead, which bites into Jonathan's crust with increasing pressure. In a few more seconds, she manages to break through the protagonist's defenses, and she gnaws through all his fortified roots, inexorably heading towards his face. Jonathan fails to hold the combat charge filled with spiritual energy, and it pierces his body right through, rushing further. Having pierced Jonathan's main body, it drills even lower, ending up in the underground city that Jonathan has been developing for so long with the help of his comrades. Having achieved its goal, it strictly signifies the structure of humanity, created only to sow death and destruction, opens up, bringing its combat unit into readiness. Jonathan lets out a cry of despair, realizing that he failed to prevent the worst consequences, while the rocket explodes right below him. Huge rays of spiritual energy pierce the ground next to the main character through and through, turning a beautiful clearing where life once seethed into a charred sieve. Everything gets out of control, and even Jonathan's body is subjected to deadly irradiation by huge amounts of spiritual energy. Jonathan tries to resist the untamed spiritual force, saying that he must survive because he still has unfinished business. He remembers all of his pets that he has invested so much time, effort, and emotion into, reminding himself that he has a responsibility to protect every single one of them. Memories flash through his head in which he, touched by the fact that the animals decided to swear allegiance to him, told them that he would do everything to ensure that they survived. The memories are cut short due to the incredibly painful sensations that the main character experiences while trying to resist the deadly radiation. However, even the body of an indestructible tree mutant of the second stage is not able to withstand such an explosion, and its tissues gradually begin to collapse. From the once beautiful and flaming life of Pollyanna in the Misty Mountains, only a huge charred ashes, surrounded by rubble, remain. The main warhead of the rocket explodes, and Jonathan's body can no longer cope with this, which is why the main character is completely disintegrated. Due to the unusual and unknown nature of spiritual energy, the flue from the explosion takes on a bizarre spherical shape, which can even fascinate someone who does not understand that such phenomena only bring death and destruction to all living things. The huge sphere of spiritual energy and flame continues to grow, leaving behind only charred earth, sprinkled with ash and debris of trees. General Lee managed to completely leave the blast radius, and he is overtaken by a shockwave from an explosion of unprecedented force. Stella, who never managed to reach her master and mentor, stops, trying to stay on her feet due to the shockwave, which, despite the distance it has traveled, remains unstoppable. After a few minutes, the spiritual energy begins to take on bizarre forms, forming outlines that are extremely atypical for a rocket explosion. All the soldiers of the Federation Army and the observation center watch what is happening and realize that their missile has reached its target. Assistants to the head of the Federation run into his office, informing him that it is all over, since the missile most likely destroyed all life within a radius of 10 kilometers from its impact. The head of the Federation perceives such a report with due skepticism and decides to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, General Lee's strength begins to rapidly leave him, and he coughs up blood, trying to catch his breath and reach the rescue squads above. Luckily for General Lee, he doesn't have to wait long, and after a couple of minutes, loud sounds of footsteps and human voices are heard in the air, looking for the defeated general. The superiors tell General Lee that they are here to evacuate him and report that all troops have begun an emergency retreat. However, General Lee continues to hold his position, experiencing an inexplicable thirst for retribution, and he orders the soldiers to first report to him about the situation at the front. The soldiers inform General Lee that almost all of the mutants have either been killed or escaped, adding that the giant Emperor Crocodile has caused them the most trouble. The superiors add that this indestructible creature practically destroyed all their tanks, rocket launchers, and aircraft, and single-handedly killed about 10,000 people, including the commander-in-chief, after which they clarify that they used thousands of missile salvos to defeat it. The soldier states that General Lee and the general staff eliminated their leader, adding that the spiritual power of the gorge fell from 300,000 to 1, so they received an evacuation order. Meanwhile, Stella, who was attracted here by loud exclamations and conversations of people with a gloomy look full of hatred, comes out of the shadows. General Lee looks at Stella and greets her with relief, glad that they didn't get another mutant. However, Stella, with horror in her voice, says that she cannot feel her master's breath, adding that the connection with him was irretrievably lost after the rocket explosion. When trying to establish contact with Jonathan, only images of huge flames appear in her mind, devouring everything in its path, and Stella concludes that there is nothing left of her master. General Lee doesn't understand what she's talking about and asks her what she means by all this talk about the so-called master. Stella flares up with spiritual energy and with anger in her voice tells people that it is all because of them, adding that if they had not come here with the goal of destroying all living things, everything would be fine. One of the members of the higher rescue squad runs up to Stella and shouts orders for her to calm down and hide her spiritual energy so as not to do anything stupid. However, Stella, heartbroken, does not answer the higher one, and with a powerful blow with her hand throws the unlucky man several meters to the side. Everyone present in the small clearing watches what is happening in horror, trying to understand what happened to their once comrade in arms. Stella is filled with rage, and her eyes begin to shine with pure fire, after which she says that people killed the tree god, whom she treasured so much. She claims that it was the tree god who was her master, whom she so wanted to save, and for General Lee, everything becomes clear. One of the higher ones activates combat mode and rushes at Stella, accusing her of treacherously betraying the entire human race with her stupid act. However, the persistent and carefree superior, with the help of the materialized spirit of the silver centipede, instantly deals with the attacking superior. Stella stops briefly, looking at everyone present in this clearing with despair and unspeakable hatred for the murder of her loved one. General Lee watches what is happening in surprise and guesses that Stella absorbed the power of the centipede captured by people, and that is why she suddenly died in the laboratory. Other soldiers rush forward to grab Stella, but General Lee motions for them to stop and not make rash decisions. He tells his subordinates that he himself will deal with the traitor, and it is better for all of them to step aside and not interfere in the duel. Filled with hatred, Stella rushes to attack the general, but he, having already restored his strength, makes no attempt to dodge this blow. A second later, a powerful blow is heard, and Stella flies off to the side at great speed, ramming trees and hard ground. The force of the blow turns out to be so serious that Stella does not stop and continues to bounce off the surface of the earth, just as Evelina bounced off her blow a few hours ago. After some time, Stella finally stops, struggling to stand on her feet, while General Lee reaches her with incredible speed to finish her off. He creates an energy blade and tells Stella that he took her as a student to keep her close and protect her, and did not even think that she would be the very rat that they had been looking for all this time. Anger fills General Lee's heart, and he says that he is truly sorry that this happened because she showed great promise. However, Stella doesn't care about General Lee's regret, for whom she never had much sympathy, and she does not respond, calling upon spiritual vortexes in order to strengthen her form. General Lee rushes to attack, shouting that she is only in the first stage, which means that under no circumstances will she be able to defeat him in this battle. However, Stella does not lose her determination and summons a huge swarm of fire butterflies in order to confront the general. General Lee and Stella cross their blades, constantly increasing their spiritual pressure to break each other. General Lee again wins this duel and delivers a crushing blow with an energy blade directly to Stella's body, causing a small flash of smoke. The smoke begins to slowly clear, and General Lee inexorably approaches Stella, holding in her hands her energy blade, which she never managed to break. However, Stella continues to rise to her feet, clearing her throat from the thick smoke, and decides to continue the duel to the death. General Lee's sympathy briefly awakens, and he orders her to stop, adding that she has no chance against him, and if she continues this senseless battle, she will definitely die. However, Stella gives General Lee a stern look and refuses to answer him, preparing to resume the battle. General Lee, impressed by Stella's behavior, realizes that this look means that Stella is at her limit. Meanwhile, Stella uses her last strength to stretch her arm forward and create a fiery butterfly in an attempt to inflict some more damage on her enemy. General Lee delivers a weak hit with an energy ball, knocking Stella back and telling her to stop fooling around. He yells at her, telling her to give up and save her life, promising that he will take her under his wing and take care of her like his own daughter. These words seriously hurt Stella, and for the first time she decides to respond to the general, ordering him to shut up and not dare to say such disgusting things. The general clenches his teeth forcefully because it is not easy for him, as an ordinary person, to destroy his own kind, whom he until recently considered allies. However, being battle-hardened, he manages to control his emotions and tells her that she should then prepare for death by raising his energy sword. But he is prevented from striking by a pair of wind wolves, who successfully sneak up on the general, carried away by the battle with Stella, and attack him. Meanwhile, Jonathan finds himself in an unknown place and, looking around, reflects that he can't see anything at all. An image of a valley densely planted with licorice flowers, which among people is considered a flower that grows in the afterlife, appears in his head, and he realizes that all his friends died in this battle. Jonathan realizes that he is again left completely alone, as if he had returned to the first day of his awakening, when he was surrounded by a dark and hostile world, ready to swallow him at any second. Suddenly he hears a well-known voice that affectionately calls him father. Jonathan realizes that Stella is turning to him, and this fills his entire being with a vengeful desire to return to the world of the living and take revenge. Meanwhile, the Windwolves continue their onslaught, preventing General Lee from attacking Stella and tearing into the man's body with their teeth. General Lee, shocked by this development of events, wonders where these damned mutants came from that prevented him from fighting Stella. Summoning his energy sword again, he throws the Windwolves away from him with one blow, ordering them to go to hell for their master. The leader of the Windwolves receives a strong blow, and his body is thrown many tens of meters to the side, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Stella runs up to the dying Windwolf and plaintively asks him to hold on and not leave this world, to which he only responds with a pitiful whine. He looks carefully at Stella standing above him and telepathically tells her that on that fateful day he could not protect her, despite all his efforts. Stella, looking at the dying Windwolf with inexpressible bitterness, begins to cry, trying to understand how she can help the poor animal. The Windshy Wolf makes his last efforts and tells Stella that this time he hopes that she will survive, after which he closes his eyes forever. The bitterness of loss completely takes over Stella's body, and she begins to sob loudly, shouting to the whole neighborhood that this should not have happened. Before her eyes appear the faces of all the creatures that died in just one day, because of people's inexpressible fear of an imaginary danger. The superior squad runs up to General Lee to make sure he's okay after his fight with Stella. The strongest warrior of humanity is trying to catch his breath, thinking that his strength is coming to an end, which means that he simply will not be able to continue the battle. He says that if a problem cannot be solved, then the only reasonable and correct way to solve it is to get rid of its source. General Lee looks at Stella for some time, not daring to rush into battle, and giving his student a chance to come to her senses and stand on the right side of history. However, Stella does not calm down and, in hysterics, asks the general why there can't be another way other than the complete destruction of the enemy, who did not even attack. She asks the general whether there really could have been a different way to deal with this problem, which causes him bewilderment and incredible anger. She rises to her feet and says that the lives of all these mutated animals are not a mistake, and they themselves did not pose any threat to people. However, General Lee decides that he's had enough and orders Stella to shut up immediately and stop talking nonsense with a confident expression. He tells Stella that these animals are simple cattle that will never be equal to people, adding that at any moment these creatures could attack the cities. The general, full of confidence, says that if there is even a slight risk, he will not allow these creatures to live and will destroy each of them with his own hands. Stella is surrounded by a huge number of superiors, and the general ends his monologue by saying that in the end, they are doing the right thing. With that, General Lee extends his hand to the side and once again summons an energy blade filled with spiritual energy, addressing Stella one last time. Stella realizes that she cannot convince the ideologically charged General Lee and loses all hope that people will ever stop being aggressive monkeys with nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, General Lee rushes forward, saying that since she is in league with these creatures, he has changed his mind about pitying her and will send her to hell after all the animals they destroyed today. Stella calmly awaits her fate, not trying to wage a useless struggle for a world in which there is no one left whom she could call her friend or mentor. However, suddenly a terrible screech is heard in the air, and a huge flaming creature, moving on roots, flies over the battlefield. The superior squads raise their heads up in horror and watch the creature, which stops in the air above them and rushes down. The general and Stella feel the familiar aura of this creature and freeze in surprise, trying to understand whether they have developed hallucinations due to the exhausting battles. Jonathan, resurrected through an incredible thirst for vengeance, lands with a crash and menacingly puts his roots into combat readiness. Pillars of dust rise from the landing of a heavy mutated tree, and everyone who is there for a while loses sight of Jonathan. General Lee, again covering his face from the streams of smoke and dust, does not believe his own eyes, arguing that what is happening seems to him like some kind of crazy fairy tale. At this moment, the flame of vengeance engulfs Jonathan's entire being, and he emits a loud cry, announcing his intentions and determination to the entire area. Stella, barely able to wipe the tears from her eyes, looks at Jonathan and says that this simply cannot be. Jonathan, far from fully recovering his body, sternly orders the general to immediately move away from Stella while he still can. With these words, he spreads his roots forward, breaking the ground under the feet of the higher ones and forcing them to retreat back from Stella and disperse. General Lee, with bewilderment and anger, asks Jonathan why the hell he is still alive after being hit by a powerful missile with spiritual energy. However, Jonathan rushes into battle, while the system informs him that all branches and roots are damaged. Regeneration has been suspended. The system adds that Jonathan only has 10 minutes to live, and the higher ones rush forward to finish him off as quickly as possible. General Lee admonishes his warriors, telling them not to get too close to the tree as it is incredibly dangerous. However, Jonathan does not pay attention to the enemy's numerical superiority and shouts that everyone present here will not leave here alive. After waiting for a number of higher ones to attack and jumping into the air, he releases his roots to destroy them in flight. His attack is successful, and dozens of higher ones die from the deadly roots of the mutated tree. One of the surviving high ones shouts to his brethren that their attack has failed, and they urgently need to retreat to come up with new tactics. However, Jonathan immediately punishes him for his carelessness and slowness, instantly killing him with an attack from his root. In a vengeful fit, Jonathan continues to shout that he will kill each and every person who came to this earth with the purpose of destroying and killing. He emits tongues of deadly flame from his body, killing several dozen more superiors who tried to get to him. General Lee, trying to put an end to this long, drawn-out battle, also rushes forward, armed with his trusty blade of spiritual energy. The general calls back to his forces, reducing his lifespan to 57 minutes, and rushes forward, shouting that this is the last stand between them. At the same time, Jonathan, who has just over 9 minutes to live, accepts his challenge and prepares to fight his hated enemy. He sets his roots, engulfed in vengeful flames, into motion, preparing to repel General Lee's attack. However, due to the damage received from the missile, his speed is not enough, and the general successfully manages to overcome the protection of the mutated tree. Without hesitating for a second, he strikes directly at Jonathan's head, destroying it into several pieces with the help of a destructive blade. General Lee shouts that Jonathan was just hit with a super powerful missile, and he has no chance against the army of humanity. However, Jonathan, who successfully survived General Lee's attack, counterattacks, using his root to cut off the arrogant general's hand. General Lee instantly stops shouting his victorious words and lets out a loud cry of unspeakable pain that permeates his entire body. Jonathan doesn't give his opponent a chance to escape and quickly wraps his root around his throat, holding him in that position. In a fit of imminent retribution, Jonathan again lets out an angry cry, carefully examining his victim, whose days were numbered. In a final burst of despair and anger, he tells General Lee that this place is their home, which they will defend until their last breath. Stella, who is nearby, tries to stay on her feet due to the incredible roar, while Jonathan decides that he needs to change his location. Continuing to hold the General Lee in his roots, he makes an effort and jumps into the air many meters forward. The entire mist gorges are deafened as Jonathan jumps from place to place, causing small earthquakes with each jump. After a while, Jonathan spreads out several of his roots to move like a huge spider across the Earth's surface. General Lee, still trapped by the deadly tree, realizes that Jonathan's target has become the main battleground where King Kong and his apes fought. However, on the central front, the fighting is slowly beginning to subside, and the sounds of gunfire are replaced by grave silence. In a difficult battle, the soldiers eventually manage to defeat the army of monkeys and its general, and they report to the command that all targets have been destroyed and the sector has been cleared. They also add that the damn crocodile that gave them so much trouble has finally died and is no longer moving. The higher ones look around and say that there are no more than 30 people left of them, realizing that they have never suffered such heavy losses. The deputy commander-in-chief addresses the soldiers, ordering them to count how many soldiers are left and check their ammunition. He reflects with a satisfied smile that the commander has died, and now he has been appointed commander of the army, so if he leads the troops into the mountains, then all the honors will go to him. With these words, he climbs onto a hill and again addresses his soldiers, ordering them to prepare for the next command. The new commander-in-chief raises his fist up and orders everyone to clear the entire territory of the Misty Mountains from the remnants of mutants. However, at that very second, a huge root appears out of nowhere, smearing the new commander-in-chief on the stones, instantly sending him to a better world. The soldiers, who never expected this, scatter in horror, trying to understand what kind of huge creature attacked them this time. Jonathan towers over the soldiers with the help of his strong roots and instills deep fear in them with his otherworldly and disgusting appearance. The rage again gives him even more strength, and he shouts to the people that they brought their own destruction by trying to destroy his house. The High Ones immediately rush to attack, but one of them notices that the mutated tree holds someone very important in its roots. Taking a closer look, they realize that an eerie tree, appearing as if from the underworld, has captured General Li, who is considered the strongest warrior of mankind. The High Ones shout that this creature is the most important mutant, but Jonathan does not let them finish and brings down his roots on them, instantly killing several High Ones at once. The next to be dealt are the soldiers, who, shackled by fear, do not dare either attack or run away in horror from Jonathan. However, Jonathan has suffered enough to spare the people he hates to the core, and he mercilessly crushes everyone he can reach. Tanks attempting to suppress the mutated tree with their guns are instantly destroyed by Jonathan's free roots. One of the higher-ups orders the other soldiers to retreat, since they will not be able to cope with such a harsh mutant without reinforcements. These words turn out to be the last in the life of this Supreme One, since Jonathan, who heard him, instantly throws a root forward, completely cutting off his head. The surviving superiors and soldiers look in horror at Jonathan, who continues to mercilessly destroy everything that stands in his way. Feeling his strength begin to leave him, Jonathan shouts to all the people that they made a fatal mistake when they came to this earth. General Li, still held by Jonathan as a war trophy, mentally conjures all the people who are in the war zone to flee. However, Jonathan, anticipating the wishes of the people, shouts to them that he will not allow anyone to remain alive and escape from the battlefield. With these words, a deafening roar is heard on the battlefield, and dust again rises up for kilometers, briefly hiding the picture of what is happening from outside observers. Stella, having recovered her strength a little, slowly gets to the main place of the battle to understand what is happening there. Meanwhile, Jonathan, having dealt with most of the army of people, again turns his vengeful gaze on General Li, who brought so much blood and destruction to his lands. He tells the general that even if 1,000,000 more people come, he will tear each and every one to pieces, and it will not matter to him how many soldiers and missiles people are willing to spend. He promises the general that if he sees at least one person, he will make every effort not to let him leave his land alive. He says that humanity will never give up, and Jonathan will see this from his own example when he is finally destroyed. Quite annoyed by the general's answers, he tells him that in this case, he will simply destroy humanity and grind all people into powder. With these words, Jonathan viciously squeezes his root, breaking the general's neck, sending him to the afterlife forever. This scene is captured on surveillance drone cameras, and the head of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department realizes with horror that there is absolutely nothing left of their army. Meanwhile, Stella reaches Jonathan's location and accosts him, asking him if he is okay. Jonathan, preoccupied with his future fate, turns to Stella, telling her that she shouldn't be here. He asks her to quickly leave here, since now there is no one left who knows about her connections with the mutated animals of Misty Mountain. The system tells Jonathan that he only has 1 minute to live, while Stella says that she is not going anywhere and wants to stay with him. Jonathan is touched by these words and decides that Stella needs to know the truth about his origins and how she came to this world. Gathering all his strength, he tells the young girl that he was originally an ordinary person who drowned somewhere and woke up in the body of a tree. Stolo, filled with despair, tells Jonathan that she doesn't understand where he's going with this and what it all means, but Jonathan decides to continue his story. He says that her soul belonged to a girl named Stella, but the body she is in belonged to her sister named Ella. With sadness in his heart, Jonathan tells Stella that these girls died in the mountains, and although Ella survived, Stella's soul lived on in her sister's body. Jonathan admits that his heart breaks because he thinks that he could have spent more time with them if he had not made the unfortunate mistake that cost them their lives. He says that he sincerely wanted to save them, and the young girl begins to cry, feeling that Jonathan's strength is running out and he is about to leave this world. Dust slowly settles on the battle-scarred land, and Jonathan recommends that Stella return to the people to continue living. With these words, he proudly rises on his roots and tells Stella that they still won this battle, destroying the invaders who came to their land. Jonathan's strength is leaving him, and his body begins to evaporate again, so he decides to give one last piece of advice to Stella and tells her that no matter what happens, she must move forward, with her head held high. With his final thoughts, Jonathan admits that he failed to protect his friends, and now he must go to them to ask for their forgiveness. Finally, Jonathan asks Stella for forgiveness for leaving her here all alone, after which his body completely crumbles to dust. Meanwhile, the head of the Federation, who was informed of what happened, continues to sit in his chair, shocked by such an unexpected development of events. However, his assistants continue their work, realizing that they need to move on with their lives and somehow recover from the consequences of this operation. According to reports, Operation Hunt ended after 18 hours, and the total human casualties were more than 50,000 soldiers, including genetically modified and normal superiors. However, the operation is still classified as a success, since all the mutants in the Misty Gorge were completely destroyed. However, in the sea area, from which the main threat to all humanity initially emanated, life continues to rage. Deep under the water, there are terrible creatures, like baleen whales, which are at the peak of the first stage, which are far from the most dangerous predators. A living example of the incredible threat posed by the underwater world are the king's killer whales, which reach the peak of the 5th stage, unthinkable for all mankind. After some time, the inhabitants will have no chance to fight such strong opponents. Meanwhile, Jonathan, plunged into the darkness of the grave, hears strange electrical sounds and system notifications about the launch of backups. Suddenly, Jonathan hears someone calling him by his human name and, opening his eyes, realizes that there is now a bright light around him. Looking around, he realizes that he is far from in heaven, and in front of him hangs a system window that seems to be trying to talk to him. Jonathan immediately begins to fuss, realizing that he didn't die after all, and asks the system why this happened and where he ended up. However, the system cools the protagonist's ardor, telling him that he really died, since all interfaces are disabled, and he is not in the world of the living. Jonathan calms down and asks the system why his consciousness has not yet dissolved, suggesting that there is some chance of rebirth in this world. The system tells Jonathan that although he died, this is not the end, since the world and the creatures in it continue to live, and then adds that, like Jonathan, he died a long time ago. However, from the perspective of the mysterious system, which for some reason is conscious, Jonathan has still not fulfilled his destiny as a mutated willow tree. Such words cause confusion in the mind, and he admits to the system that he does not understand what all these confusing riddles mean. The system window image begins to glitch, and something speaks to Jonathan, saying that they have very little time to talk. Words come into Jonathan's consciousness that when real darkness falls, he will have to become a real god. Jonathan asks the strange entity about who the darkness will fall on, assuming that the creature means people with whom he does not have the best relationships. Jonathan states that people deserve their fate, but the creature tells him that it will give him more power and the ability to live, with one condition. This condition is that when Judgment Day comes, Jonathan will help people and save them from imminent destruction. The entity again turns to Jonathan and asks him if he is ready to agree to a similar deal that was just offered to him. Understanding the nature of such conversations, Jonathan aptly notes that, in fact, he has no choice. The entity praises Jonathan for his insight, saying that he understood everything correctly, after which he initiates a system restart. Jonathan's body begins to be enveloped in a strange fog, and he tells the entity that he has one last question left and asks about who his mysterious savior is. The system window continues to glitch, and the entity turns to Jonathan, saying that there is no point in answering this question right now. The thing completely engulfs the strange cloud, and its shape begins to seriously change, while the entity tells him that he himself will know everything when the time comes. The system screen begins to disappear, and the entity finally addresses Jonathan again by his human name, forming his old appearance from the cloud. Realizing that he will learn nothing more, Jonathan addresses the entity, saying that he is ready to return to the world of the living. At this time, Stella, sitting on the ground, begins to feel a strange trembling and light emanating from the battle-crippled earth. Opening her eyes, she realizes that she is sitting on a small island, surrounded by light, the drops of which begin to fall upward, like inverse rain. After a few seconds, a mysterious radiant sphere lights up in Stella's hands, spreading its rays in all directions. From the huge crater left after the hit, powerful missiles with spiritual energy begin to stretch roots that once belonged to Jonathan. These roots carefully pick up Stella, holding the radiant sphere in her hands, and lift her high above the ground. Also, these roots carefully take in all the dead animals that gave their lives in the fight for Misty Mountain. The same thing happens with the bodies of Carl, Sam, and Astra, who proved their devotion to Jonathan in practice and were not afraid to give their lives for their comrades. These roots reach both the Snow White Tiger and the three friends who bravely fought against the enemy troops that outnumbered them. Stella carefully watches what is happening and feels how vital energy begins to fill the place where Jonathan once was. Suddenly, from the middle of this hole, strange-looking red roots appear, which begin to form the trunk of a mighty willow, which was still considered destroyed. The root, carefully supporting Stella, brings her closer and closer to the willow trunk, as if hinting to her that she must perform a very important ritual. The middle of the trunk begins to slowly open up, forming a hole that previously contained Jonathan's head, and Stella understands everything. The sphere in Stella's hands begins to glow again and hints to the girl to place it inside the tree. She puts the sphere against her forehead and asks Jonathan, calling him master, that all the dead animals and people who fought on their side come back to life. After these words, Stella releases the sphere, and it begins to slowly float through the air towards the restored willow, continuing to emit bright light. Approaching the tree itself, the glow of the sphere intensifies to incredible levels, and it shines dazzlingly, announcing all around that death is leaving these lands for some time. The tree immediately begins to move after the sphere is in place, and its roots begin to stretch higher and higher. Flowers begin to bloom on the restored branches, symbolizing nature itself and its inexorable desire for life at any cost. Also, smaller branches begin to hang from the strong branches of the willow, filled with spiritual energy and emitting a yellow glow. Also, the tree quickly begins to become covered with beautiful foliage of a wonderful pinkish hue, similar to sakura petals. After a few seconds, the tree releases one of its branches, directing it towards the starry sky that reigns over the battlefield. Sufficiently accumulating energy, the willow creates a huge leaf blade that is sent into the sky at crazy speed, cutting the air. The blade accelerates to such a speed that to an outside observer, it seems as if it is cutting the sky itself, going into space. Having reached its goal, the leaf blade permanently destroys the satellite that was tracking the spiritual energy of the Misty Gulch and was the reason for the beginning of the human invasion of the Misty Mountains. A bright flash caused by the explosion of this satellite is heard above the surface of the Earth, and Stella watches it with interest from Earth. Glowing rain begins to fall from the sky, and Stella notices that all her wounds are beginning to miraculously heal under the influence of these healing drops. The tree continues to hold all animals with the help of its roots, irrigating them with healing energy, which gradually begins to have its effect. After some time, the golden monkey, which had previously died irretrievably under the influence of the miraculous essence, opens its eyes and regains consciousness. The same thing happens with other animals, who in surprise stand up on their paws and begin to walk around the clearing, stretching their legs and looking around. Just a few seconds later, all the inhabitants of the glade, who gave their lives in the battle for the Misty Mountains, come to life, surprised at such divine intervention. Sam looks at his hands and, realizing that there is no trace of his wounds, wonders if he thought he died. Flash and Green Mantis are also surprised at their miraculous salvation, remembering that one of them became ashes and the second was completely eaten by his friend. Astra joyfully rushes towards the Snow-White Tiger, Carl, Sam and Flash, hugging them and thanking them for being alive in the end. Looking around, Carl notices that all his charges, whom he cared for so long, were also alive, and joyfully rushes to them, hugging each one. The monkeys, who fought bravely at the forefront of defense, also joyfully hug each other and speak in a language that only primates know. However, suddenly the attention of Carl and Sam is attracted by a strange girl from the High Squad, whom they have never seen before in the Misty Mountains. Meanwhile, Became does not pay attention to what is happening around her and gazes intently at the huge willow tree, hoping to see her patron in it. After some time, the restoration procedure is completed, and for Jonathan, his face appears in the same place where it was before. Stella, fascinated, stares at Jonathan's triumphant return and says that she is very glad that the tree god has returned to the world of the living. Jonathan nods proudly and looks around at all his charges, realizing that the entity kept its promise and all his friends returned to the world of the living with him. The mutated willow puts Stella on the ground, and Jonathan declares to all his friends that they won this battle with people and defended their native land. All the mutated animals triumphantly raise their muzzles up and roar loudly in celebration of victory, while the humans echo them with their less coarse voices. Jonathan admits that he was wrong to naively believe that bloodshed could be avoided by simply staying away, then adds that it was because of this that everything turned out the way it did, and they almost went into eternity because of his mistake. However, from the point of view of the main character, despite the mistake he made, they managed to cheat death, and they were able to return to the world of the living after a bloody battle. He tells the animals to listen carefully to his instructions and states that they will now show their true strength to all of humanity and make them a force to be reckoned with. Jonathan states that they need to make sure that people are afraid to meddle here with their destructive intentions and finally leave the Misty Lands alone. The huge imperial crocodile listens carefully to Jonathan's words and turns to him with the question of what they should do now in such a difficult situation. Jonathan responds to the imperial crocodile, saying that the people believe that they all died in this battle, and if they find out that this is not so, they will attack again, bringing even more troops. From Jonathan's point of view, they need a huge number of powerful allies, since those who are now in Misty Gorge represent a formidable force, but they are still not enough. Jonathan spreads his gaze throughout the surrounding area and informs his comrades that they need to check the nearby mountains for potential allies. He tells his squad that it doesn't matter to him whether the animals there have abilities, adding that they all need to be brought here, and those who refuse to obey must be destroyed on the spot. With these words, he orders his animals to set out, but a pack of wind wolves and a honey badger immediately freeze in place, realizing that they have unfinished business. They order the Snow-White Tiger, which is already on its way, to stop, and Jonathan wonders why the animals suddenly began to behave so strangely. However, the answer to this question is not long in coming, as Jonathan immediately notices that the honey badger and the wind wolf are rushing towards Stella, affectionately trying to hug her. Jonathan understands this behavior because he understands that the animals still believe that Stella and Ella had long since died and gone to the afterlife. He notes that the honey badger and the wind wolf are now happy to meet their old friend, while the wind wolf speaks to the wall through a spiritual connection and is happy that she has returned. The other wind wolves surround Stella and ask her to never leave or leave them alone again. Stella joyfully watches all her friends, whom miraculous divine intervention return to the world of the living, promising them that they will never again feel the bitterness of loss that they experience today. Jonathan, meanwhile, is immersed in thought, reflecting that in 5 days all the animals on Misty Mountain will begin spiritual restoration and then deal a powerful blow to humanity. However, Carl and Sam are still standing still and wondering who this mysterious and beautiful stranger is who has come to their clearing. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, on the other side of the continent, in a hot desert, the faded light of the sun illuminates two tracks of large creatures that travel through the desert together. One of these travelers turns out to be a nine-tailed fox, who with annoyance in her voice argues that the stupid royal desert snake is to blame for everything, which took so much of her time to fight. The second traveler turns out to be a mutated demonic bull, who calmly addresses his battle sister, telling her that she walks the whole way and does nothing but swear. However, the fox notices that there is not a drop of truth or exaggeration in her words, adding that if it were not for this damn snake, she would have met her master long ago. With these words, she falls silent for a long time, and the couple makes the rest of the way to their house without uttering a single word. Meanwhile, Sam decides to check what happened to his underground city, and to his incredible despair, he discovers that the underground city remains only in name, since everything he built for many months has turned into rubble and dust. The gorillas, who worked tirelessly all this time with him, side by side, sympathetically put their paw on his shoulder, while Sam realizes that 6 months of hard work have gone down the drain. Carl, looking around these ruins, says that everything is really destroyed, adding that at least they managed to stay alive, which is a definite plus in this situation. Sam admits that he has nothing to argue with these arguments, adding that they barely escaped death, and now even the air itself seems different to him. However, having decided not to give up, he says with confidence in his voice that they must start all over again, and turns to Carl with a request for help, but the cunning ninja immediately answers his that he has the responsibility to take care of his students, therefore, he will not help Sam and the monkeys in rebuilding the underground city. At this time, Jonathan does not notice that his roots have become much longer since he evolved, and for a while, he admires the monstrous appearance of his so-called limbs. Jonathan says that during the second stage of evolution, the roots were barely visible and only stretched for a couple of 100 meters, but now half the territory of Misty Mountain is covered with his roots. Jonathan needs all his roots and realizes that even the main root, which goes deep underground, has become much stronger and longer than before. Thinking that after moving to the third stage, he should have acquired a considerable number of new abilities, Jonathan orders the system to open its properties panel. The system opens up to Jonathan a wide range of his innate and active abilities, but among them, there is almost not a single new one, which surprises Jonathan. However, after taking a closer look, Jonathan notices that everything is not so hopeless, since a new ability has appeared in the properties panel, which interests him very much. Separately, Jonathan learns that he can now crystallize his trunk or parts of his roots, greatly improving his defensive properties and making his bark virtually indestructible. Jonathan decides to try it right now and watches as one of his roots becomes like a diamond, and the surface of the crystallized bark itself begins to shimmer with wonderful colors. After using this ability for a while, Jonathan realizes that he begins to literally feel how this indestructible armor becomes part of his skin. Jonathan giggles contentedly and decides to see what else the system has in store for him, realizing that any advantages will only benefit him in the upcoming struggle with people. The system informs Jonathan that he has access to an enhancement for the anomalous roots, which can now extract spiritual energy for their own development. Jonathan wonders who he should test this wonderful ability on, and he sees a peaceful, dormant honey-eater perched on his branches. Carefully lifting one of his roots, he pokes the sharp tip of his root into the honey badger's back, causing it to instantly wake up and jump to its paws. The system informs the main character that he has received 3,000 units of spiritual energy, and he is glad that just one injection brought him such a rich harvest. Jonathan realizes that now, even during battle, he will be able to absorb energy, and comes to the conclusion that this is a surprisingly cool and useful ability that can help him out in difficult times. Thinking that his next battle with humans should be easier if he can figure out how to fight them, Jonathan turns to the system, asking it to show him the most advanced skills. The system offers him several directions for the evolution of innate skills, among which he can choose either increasing the regeneration speed or increasing the regeneration area, or both options at once, to which Jonathan, without hesitation, decides to choose the latter option. Jonathan muses that even if he is almost destroyed, he can slowly regenerate from what is left. Even if it takes months or even decades, it will be worth it. Looking at all his huge roots, Jonathan comes to the conclusion that this ability will greatly help him, while his body begins to glow bizarrely due to the ongoing process of strengthening. The system also draws Jonathan's attention to the fact that he now has a condensed crystal of enhanced regeneration, which can revive already dead creatures and restore their flesh and bones, called the Heart Tree. Jonathan is happily surprised by this information, admitting that he had no idea that he had a heart, and adds that from now on, he will be able to be reborn even if the trunk and roots are destroyed. Thinking that thanks to the heart and the main body, he can live forever. However, this heart is better entrusted to someone else for safekeeping to enhance security. Jonathan spends some time thinking about who could resurrect him in difficult times, and after a while, he comes to a decision. Meanwhile, the scene briefly shifts to the 2nd Military District, where the headquarters of the Federation forces is located. Several soldiers who were sent on night duty listen in surprise and realize that a lone girl is approaching their headquarters. Having looked closely, they realize that it is Mrs. Stella, and they joyfully approach her, greeting her and saying that they are incredibly glad that she is alive. Stella politely exchanges pleasantries with the guards and goes to her quarters, after which she decides to take a bath to recover from the battle that took place. She remembers Jonathan's request that she help him find out about this general, in order to finally understand what he meant when he spoke about certain awakened ones. Having finished her water procedures, Stella decides to secretly sneak into the general's office, which at that moment was still not closed. Having hacked the general's main computer, Stella spends several tens of minutes searching for the necessary files, but to her regret, there is nothing important on the computer. Stella decides not to give up and looks around in search of some clue or secret shelf, or maybe a safe. Finding nothing at first glance, Stella decides to resort to spiritual vision and quickly notices that there is a full space behind one of the walls, signaling that it is a secret wall. Stella happily notes that her spiritual vision skills did not let her down and easily determined the location of the secret door, after which the girl decides to delve further. However, having gone further, the girl stumbles upon mysterious artifacts that tell her terrible secrets with just their appearance. The mere sight of these artifacts shocks Stella, and she freezes in place for a while, not moving a single muscle, in an attempt to comprehend what she sees. Meanwhile, Jonathan decides to practice a completely new ability that allows him to create a dome of spiritual energy that shimmers in different colors. This skill, which allows Jonathan to create energy barriers, is called a spiritual field, and in the future, it will help the main character in many battles. He reflects that the use of a spiritual field helped him surround a space within a radius of several kilometers, after which he adds that this field weakens the strength of all development below Jonathan's level, and in the future the radius of this dome can be increased even more. Stella, having left her physical body, materializes in front of Jonathan, loudly telling him that she found out everything he asked for, and adds that these findings shocked her. She states that General Lee is the reincarnation of an ancient swordmaster, and adds that in his office, she found records from the last century, among which there is something like a mysterious diary. He listens with interest to Stella's story and asks the spirit of the young girl about what is written in this mysterious diary, adding that this information turned out to be quite valuable. Stella says that according to the entries in this diary, in ancient times, when the traditions of philosophical schools reigned in the world, all living beings and hundreds of people received incredible abilities, because of which real chaos occurred, and those who possessed great power tried to change fate, were burned to make it more difficult for their souls to be reborn. Jonathan reflects on the information he has received and asks Stella why this is starting to happen now, adding that this is not an isolated incident. Stella replies that according to General Lee's records, his rebirth is a mere accident, since it is difficult to be reborn into a truly talented person. Jonathan says that perhaps in ancient times not many were able to recover, also due to a lack of spiritual energy, adding that eventually their aura weakened and they fell one by one, only to eventually become heroes of legends. Jonathan reasons that now all these individuals are reincarnating one after another and accumulating powers, and comes to the conclusion that it seems that he was not the only one who was able to be reborn. Jonathan remembers the system's words and wonders if this is what the entity was telling me when it hinted that people would need his help. After some thought, Jonathan realizes that perhaps all these creatures that are being reborn now are hiding and waiting for the opportunity to show themselves to the whole world. Stella states that the world has changed a lot during their absence, and even though the reincarnated are very smart, they must take time to adapt to the rules of the new world, then adds that at the moment they do not have the numerical superiority to withstand them. Jonathan asks Stella with interest about the current situation in the Federation in order to adjust his action plan according to new intelligence. Stella says that the Federation is now in devastation and confusion since everyone is trying to gather the remnants of the army, so the threat of an attack from the Federation is minimal among us for now, after which the young girl adds that General Lee has 8 students left who can become the basis of a new army. Stella says that they shouldn't underestimate people, and then shares that she came up with the idea to take advantage of this situation and rise to the top of power in the Federation. Stella says that she will try to fight for this, even if she fails, since her main task was to prevent the threat from people to Jonathan. With confidence in her voice, Stella tells Jonathan that the tragedy of today should never happen again. Meanwhile, the scene briefly shifts to a mountain range located near the Misty Plain, which is of keen interest to Jonathan's reconnaissance troops. Somewhere among the trees in this mountain range, there is a colony of giant ants, in which its queen lives, known throughout the area for her power. Guard ants are on guard duty, when suddenly their instincts begin to tell them that an intruder with unknown intentions has sneaked into their hive. This intruder turns out to be none other than the golden ant Flash, who decides to personally visit this hive and invite the ant queen to go over to Jonathan's side. However, Jonathan's negotiation skills leave much to be desired, and he approaches the formidable guards with the words that despite their size, they are very weak, and invites them to come with him to become stronger. Such a greeting does not impress the formidable guards of the ant colony, and they rush at Flash in order to teach him reason. However, the giant size does not help the defender of the colony in the fight against the Flash, and the golden ant easily knocks out the huge insect with one blow of his fist. A huge ant crashes into a stone wall at full speed, and is immediately overwhelmed by stones hanging from the ceiling of the cave. The rest of the ants surround Flash, and he says that he received orders from his patron that anyone who refuses to follow him will be killed on the spot. With these words, Flash gives the colony's defenders a stern look and asks them whether they choose to live or die right here. The noise attracts the queen ant, and she carefully emerges from the depths of the colony in order to carefully examine the one who dared to invade their lair. The queen ant closely watches Flash and makes a menacing chirping sound, leaving the outcome of this meeting a secret for an outside observer for some time. Meanwhile, the golden monkey heads into other parts of the unexplored mountains and stumbles upon a huge troop of monkeys who are looking at the stranger with interest. The golden monkey grins, anticipating that she will now have to convince the leader of this troop of giant monkeys, who are quite hostile. The golden monkey's instincts fail him, and other primates try to drive away the stranger, emitting a menacing howl, threatening to attack at any moment. However, the leader of this troop, sitting a little distance away, looks with interest at the little monkey, who shows no signs of fear despite being outnumbered. The honey badger decides to go to the spider realm and attacks the giant spider, giving her the choice between swearing allegiance to Jonathan or instant death. At this moment, the mutated boar unexpectedly discovers his talent for negotiations and easily convinces the mutated bulls to join him and swear allegiance to Jonathan, who grants them unprecedented strength. The snow-white tiger, unlike his more talkative comrade, does not find promising allies and destroys an entire flock of monitor lizards. The green mantis travels to distant lands, returning to places from which he left long ago, and greets his mother, who once gave him life. He approaches the giant female praying mantis and his brethren with a proposal for an alliance that offers empowerment to any animal that agrees to serve him. Observing the vast expanses stretching around him, he reflects that their main tasks are to build up strength and allies. Realizing that thanks to the essence of life, he now does not have to worry about controlling all these living beings that are strapped to him, he understands that this takes very little spiritual power. Turning his attention to the upper part of his body, Jonathan realizes that upon reaching the third stage, he has regained the elements, and wonders who to give this flower as a reward, since the demonic bull has not yet shown up. Jonathan is trying to figure out which of his charges has an affinity for the elements of earth, and after a while, it suddenly dawns on him. Grabbing the elemental flower with the help of a snake root, he descends down to the construction site of the underground city and addresses Sam. Sam asks Jonathan what he wants, to which he throws him an elemental flower, saying that he should eat it to move to the next stage. Listening with interest to Jonathan's words, Sam decides to trust him, after which he puts the elemental flower in his mouth and chews it with his teeth. This procedure has a powerful effect on Sam's body, and spiritual energy begins to burst out of his body, filling him with new abilities and giving his skin new properties. Jonathan observes the procedure and says that the flower is able to give Sam's body the ability to control the elements, reflecting that Sam has average abilities, so he will be able to fully sublimate the power of the elemental flower. The procedure for absorbing the elemental flower predictably ends with a small explosion, signaling that it was extremely successful. Sam takes a breath from such a spiritual charge, and the system informs Jonathan that Sam is now classified as a Stage 1 Earth Elemental, with innate Earth Elemental mastery skills and the ability to absorb energy from the Earth and create Earth shields in the form of walls. Sam examines his hands with interest and says that he is pretty impressed with the new power, after which he adds that he is very sorry that he did not have it during the battle with that vampire. Jonathan looks at Sam with approval and tells him that the new powers look very impressive, adding that Sam should get used to the new powers, since everyone has high hopes for him. Kneeling before Jonathan, he tells him that he swears on his life that he will be loyal to Lord Tree God until his death and beyond. Jonathan remains significantly silent before leaving, telling Sam that he has a lot to do, to which Sam replies with understanding that he will begin his duties immediately. Jonathan decides it's time to look into his own abilities and opens his own ability panel to check his evolution points. After going through all the possible upgrades, Jonathan decides to focus on improving the element of Earth, and the system tells him that to improve, he will need 10,000 evolution points. Jonathan immediately agrees to carry out this improvement, and his roots begin to fill with new surges of strength. Now the Earth begins to obey Jonathan much more willingly, and he, having become accustomed to his improved abilities, realizes that this improvement was worth the points spent. He mentally addresses all of humanity, urging them to prepare for the fact that he is about to declare himself and will not give anyone the opportunity to attack him. With these words, he spreads his roots as far as possible, and then is attracted to them with the help of force, gradually moving from place to place. Jonathan admits that he has been waiting for this moment for almost a year, adding that the long-awaited time for the holiday has finally arrived. The reason for this celebration is that Jonathan, after a long time, has finally learned to walk, but an outside observer is unlikely to ever agree that such a movement of a giant tree can be called walking. Astra, who has been sitting on Jonathan's branches all this time, congratulates the giant tree on finally gaining freedom of movement. However, the young girl immediately warns Jonathan against such techniques, as this could cause a surge of spiritual energy that people can notice. Jonathan replies to Astra that the surge of spiritual energy should happen in 3 days, and for now people won't even dare to meddle here again, after which he adds that the most important thing now is for everyone to understand that the tree god is alive. He adds that in just 3 days they will announce themselves to the whole world, and a loud stomp begins to be heard in the air from the countless reinforcements that his scouts brought to this clearing. The mission of all Jonathan's messengers ends in success, and a countless number of different powerful animals swear allegiance to the huge tree god, which will form the great army of the Misty Mountain in the future. Absolutely all the leaders of various groups of mutated animals emit a loud roar, symbolizing the beginning of an unbreakable union with the tree god. Jonathan proudly looks at the entire army of mutated animals that has gathered in front of him, thinking about what success they can now achieve. Astra also kneels before Jonathan, telling him that she will fight for him forever and will never back down, even if her property is at stake. Jonathan turns to Astra again and tells her that since their last meeting she has stopped at the 6th stage of evolution, after which he hands her one of his branches. Saying that she needs to move on, Jonathan shares a small drop of life essence so as not to harm Astra's fragile body. Thinking about the fact that now his concentration of life essence is much higher than before, and since Astra is half plant, the essence will be much more effective on her. Jonathan's assumption turns out to be completely correct, and the system tells him that Astra has immediately moved to the 9th stage of evolution. The system also notifies him that thanks to Astra's improvement, his vitality seed ability has also moved to the next level of development. The system states that Jonathan is now able to quickly plant several trees in the ground and grow a small forest in just 5 seconds. Jonathan is impressed by this upgrade and reflects that now, thanks to this improvement, it is possible to begin operating in cities inhabited by people. With these words, he turns to Austria, asking it to move forward and help him find even more allies. He adds that now Astra's nickname will be Wild Rose, and she proudly tells him that she happily accepts this nickname and will respond to it. After some time, all the animals receive the necessary instructions, and Jonathan is left alone by the moon, which has not illuminated this Mana Valley with such bright rays for a long time. Meanwhile, not far from Jonathan's clearing, a real grandiose battle takes place, due to which a powerful roar is heard throughout the area. A grandiose battle takes place between the imperial crocodile and a small rival, which in appearance may resemble an ordinary porcupine to an outside observer. However, this porcupine's appearance proves deceiving, as the imperial crocodile declares that he has finally met his match. Meanwhile, the porcupine, which is in the 1st stage of evolution, watches the movements of the imperial crocodile with anger in its eyes and prepares to choose the right moment to attack. The crane also goes hunting with ease, taking down birds of prey with its super fast and deadly dive. The bird of prey does not have time to dodge, and struck by the crane's attack, flops to the ground with a loud explosion. The crane rises above its victim and proudly spreads its wings, demonstrating to everyone its victory in this battle. However, now the scene of action is transferred quite far from Jonathan's place of residence to snow-covered caves located high in the mountains. Sam, who has gone in search of new allies, senses the presence of a powerful being of the 2nd stage, which sleeps in this cave. He carefully makes his way further, hiding between various stone obstacles, every now and then merging with the landscape so as not to give himself away. His thoughts turn out to be quite disturbing, since he has never had to deal with beings of the 2nd stage besides Jonathan, and the young warrior ponders how he can convince this creature without losing his life. Sam decides to act more carefully and retreat, after which he immediately informs his tree god about the location of this creature, since from Sam's point of view, only Jonathan can bend such a creature to his will. However, suddenly for Sam, the dormant creature awakens and asks him why he is leaving if he just arrived. Before Sam can react, the creature rushes forward, crushing the earth with unprecedented ease, causing the earth warrior to fly into the air. Sam turns his gaze in horror to the 2nd stage mutant, perplexed by the question of how this creature was able to see him. However, the creature, who had been watching Sam with interest, suddenly decides to change his mercy to anger and asks him who he is and what he needs. Somewhere nearby, in the warmer region of the Misty Mountain, Astra subjugates the leaders of the chameleon tribe, having previously dealt with the most rebellious individuals. Young Astra turns to the leader of the Windwolves and asks him to help her take these creatures back to Jonathan for the initiation ceremony. Meanwhile, all the animals who have already sworn allegiance to Jonathan undergo a special strengthening procedure, during which they must pass through a small pool filled with the essence of life. Even a relatively short contact with life-giving waters has an immediate effect on all animals that are immersed in it, and each of them significantly improves their fighting qualities. Jonathan reflects that he sprinkled all his animals with the essence of life, so that now they have become much stronger, and at the same time they have learned to easily distinguish comrades from enemies. An anomalous hedgehog appears to Jonathan as an interesting and promising warrior, who nevertheless lost his duel with the imperial crocodile and was forced to go to Jonathan's clearing. After looking at all the abilities of this hedgehog, Jonathan notices that one of them is Bloody Spikes, which can kill all enemies with one blow, but at the same time pose a danger to the life of the hedgehog himself. Jonathan brings the anomalous hedgehog closer to him and asks him why he didn't use this effective trick when he was captured, but he replies that there were too many of them and he could only hit him once. Jonathan carefully considers all possible options for negotiations and asks the hedgehog if he wants to discuss one issue, because he immediately agrees to join Jonathan's army, asking only that he not kill him. Jonathan is surprised to realize that these negotiations went much easier than he thought, and is amazed that such a strong animal can be so timid and unpretentious. Jonathan's sudden senses begin to desperately signal to him the approach of a being with an incredible supply of spiritual energy. He looks around warily and realizes that someone very strong is approaching, but his intention is still unknown to him. Trusting his feelings and instincts, Jonathan realizes that the spiritual energy of the approaching creature reaches more than 300,000 units. However, the formidable creature, which even Jonathan himself began to be afraid of even before his appearance, turns out to be a rather cute Pandaren of small stature who calmly walks along the road, singing perky songs. He turns to Sam in a friendly manner and tells him that this tree god is really very cool, since he was able to gather a huge number of anomalous beasts under his command. Nodding meaningfully to little Pandaren, he begins to bombard him with questions about whether the nine-tailed fox really has 9 tails, and also about whether Flash the golden ant likes to be friends more with a praying mantis or with a wild rose. Sam, pretty tired of endless questions during this long journey, reflects that fate was unfair to him, bringing him together with such a strong opponent, who also turned out to be incredibly annoying. Suddenly, little Pandaren stops Sam and he slows down, asking him what happened. Baby Pandaren approaches the tree god, asking him why he is hiding and suggesting that he show himself instead of playing hide-and-seek with strangers. Jonathan follows the request of little Pandaren and extracts his root from the ground, since he was discovered, then this little one is worthy of an audience right now. Taking a closer look at Pandaren, he is surprised that he knows the human language perfectly and speaks it absolutely fluently. Jonathan asks Pandaren if he is the same panda cub that recently ran away from the park, admits that it was him, and adds that a whole crowd was chasing him, but because his pursuers were incredibly stupid. After a short story about his adventures, Panda turns to the tree god and asks him if he will give him his own name, since he never had a name. Jonathan looks curiously at the little panda and invites it to climb onto a root to go somewhere. However, Panda, wanting to impress the tree god, jumps into the air, curling up into a ball, and tells him that this is not necessary, since he himself will reach Jonathan's glade in no time. With amazing enthusiasm, he accelerates at incredible speeds, but thanks to his incredible luck, he collects all the stones with his body, after which he crashes into a huge boulder, stopping completely. While the panda is recovering from the countless bumps he got, Jonathan decides to pick him up on one of his roots and quickly carry him to his habitat. Approaching his habitat, Jonathan touches the fog barrier with his root, due to which it dissipates and opens up a beautiful view for the panda. The landscape that all the inhabitants of Jonathan's glade see every day discourages the little panda, and he looks forward, his mouth open in surprise. After taking a good look around, he tells Jonathan that it is incredibly beautiful here, adding that he should have come here much earlier to enjoy such views all the time. Jonathan pulls Baby Panda and Sam towards him and tells him that he is the first of the stage 2 beasts to come here, but Baby Panda is much more concerned about how huge Jonathan's face is. After that, he takes the bucket of gifts from Sam and tells Jonathan that he did not come empty-handed, adding that his basket contains a lot of fire ore as a gift. Jonathan examines the fire ore with interest and asks the little panda where he got it, to which he replies that he lived in a cave with it, and if Jonathan allows him to stay here, he will give him the entire basket. Thinking, Jonathan realizes that the little panda behaves very well-mannered, which means that he was definitely raised by people. With these words, Jonathan turns to the little panda and places a large container of liquid in front of him, saying that he has a return gift for the panda. Little Pandaren asks John what is in this container, to which he replies that it is monkey wine, which the golden monkey made along with other primates when he joined Jonathan's army. Jonathan declares that he only has a couple of these vessels himself, and the little panda enthusiastically opens the container, exhaling the fragrant fumes of monkey wine. Having sniffed the alcoholic drink thoroughly, the little panda easily lifts the vessel and drinks its entire contents in one gulp, while the monkey, who spent a lot of effort on making this wine, looks at it with annoyance. The baby panda plops down on his hind legs and tells everyone present that this wine tastes just as amazing, while Jonathan studies his guest via a system notification that tells him that sitting in front of him is a stage 2 iron panda that can eat minerals and spiritual ore to increase one's own strength and also has good attack and defense indicators. Jonathan states that the iron panda's abilities and performance are at an outstanding level and wonders how much spiritual ore he ate during his entire time living in that cave. With thoughts that such a fighter would be simply necessary in his army, he turns to the panda and tells her that if he loves wine so much and wants to stay, then he will now be called the brewmaster and will become the 9th of the strongest animals. Baby Brewmaster listens curiously to Jonathan's words and asks him why he will be number 9, suggesting that number 9 is considered the coolest. Jonathan says that Baby Brewmaster guessed right, since the 9th is higher than everyone else in the hierarchy, adding that since he put him in such a place of honor, then Baby Brewmaster must live up to Jonathan's expectations. However, the little panda ignores Jonathan's words and turns to the golden monkey, asking him if he can have some more wine. The next morning, the scene of action is temporarily transferred to Federation headquarters, where the main command headquarters decides to discuss further actions. The meeting participants say that there are only 2 days left before the wave of spiritual energy sweeps over the world, adding that they predict that a large number of people will die. From the point of view of the Department for the Study of Spiritual Energy, a lot will change on the continent and real dark times will come for humanity. According to research, this wave will affect not only mountains and forests, but also cities that are still not provided with the proper level of security. The head of the Federation states that they must warn people about the impending danger and popularize all possible and known methods of cultivating spiritual energy. General Stanford looks at all the meeting participants with alarm in his eyes and declares that the ancient masters are still not ready to enter the battle. Other members echo General Stanford's concerns, stating that these elders are simply enjoying evolution and the resulting spiritual energy, with no interest in the fate of humanity. Meanwhile, plunging into thought, Jonathan understands what consequences the appearance of beasts in Misty Gorge and the wave of release of spiritual energy could have. The head of the Federation thinks about how much their world will change after waves of spiritual energy begin to be released, giving birth to more and more mutants. During this time, Jonathan restores all of his damaged parts and notices that the earth near his roots begins to emit small sparks of spiritual energy. He reports that he begins to literally feel the air being filled with new streams of spiritual energy, and it is coming from an unknown place. The protagonist realizes that even though he was able to restore everything that the missiles destroyed, it also accelerated the arrival of a wave of spiritual energy, and perhaps everything will happen tonight. After some thought, Jonathan gathers his entire army in front of his roots and informs them that a second surge of spiritual energy may occur today. Jonathan emphasizes that these surges are harbingers of major changes, and each such surge will have a serious impact on all mutated beasts. He adds that the most important thing is that his charges can withstand the influx of spiritual energy, otherwise their bodies will simply not withstand it, and they will die. Jonathan adds that if anyone feels even the slightest sign of insecurity, they should back off and not push their luck. However, the animals, in one impulse, emit a powerful battle cry, signaling to Jonathan that none of them is afraid of the influx of spiritual energy. Jonathan praises his charges for their incredible determination and says that, in this case, it is time for them to begin the procedure. Concentrating, Jonathan opens his upper body and huge streams of energy burst out, rushing towards the starry sky. For a second, it might seem to an outside observer that Jonathan's body burst into flames, but this is just spiritual energy that takes on bizarre shapes depending on the medium through which it passes. Carl, who was not present at this meeting, turns around in surprise when he feels a warm glow behind him. Turning around, he watches as huge streams of flame spew out from the tree god's unfolded body and begins to stare in surprise at this spectacle. Flash and Green Mantis feel energy begin to flow through their kittiness shells, and Mantis tells his comrade that he is beginning to feel his power skyrocket. The same thing happens to other mutated animals, who feel rapid surges of overwhelming power. However, not all animals can withstand such pressure, and one of the wind wolves begins to swell and then explodes right in front of everyone present. Jonathan reminds all animals that those who feel they are at their breaking point should leave the area immediately to save their lives. Several animals, who realize that they cannot cope with such a flow of spiritual energy, quickly leave the scene. Jonathan turns his gaze to those who remain and proudly declares that they will finally become stronger and move on to the next stage of evolution. Incredible power penetrates the bodies of the honey badger and the white tiger, causing them to transform and gain new superpowers. The white tiger and the honey badger successfully enter the first stage of evolution, gaining new opportunities for movement, as well as enhanced strength, agility, and endurance. Jonathan looks at his charges with satisfaction and says that they will continue to accumulate energy for another 2 days after this moment. The entire combat wing of peregrine falcons and cranes also successfully passes the tests, moving to the next stage of evolution. After some time, a roar from the stomping of a huge number of animals is heard along the entire line, and the birds, previously peacefully establishing themselves in the trees, fly up, announcing the imminent arrival of a horde of opponents. Many animals violently move towards the place where spiritual energy is concentrated in order to destroy its source in a fit of frenzy. The main character notes that he was really looking forward to these guests, adding that because of the splash, the animals themselves rush here in a fit of their animal rage. Looking around at the huge horde of rabid beasts, Jonathan remembers the time when he had just become a willow tree and had only 249 evolution points. The main character puts his roots on alert and reflects that this time he can receive much more spiritual energy than then. From Jonathan's point of view, given the increased number of opponents, as well as their higher level, he could gain as much as 1,000 or maybe 10,000 evolution points. The animals begin to roar, sensing that they are approaching a source of incredible spiritual energy, and try to close the distance with Jonathan as quickly as possible in order to trample him. Seeing that the number of animals wanting to tear him to pieces is increasing, he begins to recalculate the possible amount of spiritual energy received and comes to the conclusion that he can receive about 1,000,000. Meanwhile, a red alert is announced at the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Center, and everyone starts an emergency meeting, saying that they have received a message about a surge in spiritual energy in the Misty Gorge, which has reached 8,000 and is continuously growing. Analysts wonder how this could have happened, given that they have gotten rid of the gorge's strongest monster, and come to the terrible conclusion that this tree could have survived. The director of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department orders the satellite data for the area to be opened, adding that even if this tree survived, it should not have recovered so quickly. However, the employee who is responsible for communicating with the satellite tells her that the satellite has been destroyed and cannot be contacted. Enraged, the director of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department slams his fist on the handrail, trying to control his emotions. She wonders where another 8,000 spiritual energy could have come from, and wonders what they would do about a similar situation if the tree actually turned out to be alive. A terrible thought creeps into her head that they could not only not kill this tree, but also force it to become even stronger than it was. Meanwhile, Jonathan, having destroyed all the mutated beasts hostile to him, calculates his accumulated evolution points and makes sure that he has received 720,000 points of spiritual energy. Jonathan reflects that he could not even imagine that among this crowd of animals, there would be many who had already reached the first stage, and if he had not been at the third, he would hardly have dealt with them himself. Inspecting the few prisoners whom the army decided to take, he focuses his attention on two particularly strong specimens. The first of these animals turns out to be a miraculously reincarnated ancient mammoth, which is a stronger and more formidable elephant. Another ancient creature that was until now considered extinct and lost forever was the dinosaur, the potential for development of which is simply incredible. Jonathan says that he is not so surprised by the return of the mammoths, but the awakening of the dinosaurs is an interesting event, because if these lizards return again, then it will definitely be difficult for people. Jonathan muses that prehistoric times seem to be returning to this sinful land, foreshadowing a real battle for the survival of all against all. Looking around at other cages with wild animals, Jonathan thinks that besides this couple, there are other capable animals that can be kept and developed as promising warriors. Suddenly, Jonathan hears a familiar exclamation that he has not heard for a very long time, and he immediately turns around. A demonic bull is rapidly approaching Jonathan in the company of a nine-tailed fox, who looks around with interest, trying to understand what happened in her absence. Taking a closer look, John notices that the nine-tailed fox has changed a little during his journey, and now looks even more graceful and majestic. Jonathan begins to simply beam with happiness and joyfully shouts to the nine-tails and the demonic bull that he is very glad to have them back. Jonathan brings up the system window to see what new features the nine-tailed fox has acquired, and notices that she now has another tail. He notes with surprise that the fox did not waste any time and became even stronger, to which she proudly replies that she spent a lot of time on her training. Taking a closer look, he notices that the fox has an innate skill, according to which with each new stage, the number of tails increases, each of which can develop a new talent. Jonathan proudly muses that Firefox will thus truly become the Nine Tails of legend, adding that she was so tiny when he met her, and now she is one step closer to becoming an ancient deity. The demonic bull asks Jonathan what happened here during their absence, adding that the entire clearing and Misty Mountains have changed a lot. Meanwhile, a flying bird that glanced at the transformed gorge of the Misty Mountains might have noticed that not far from the location of the huge monstrous tree, there was an entire metropolis of wooden cages in which animals suitable for recruitment were languishing. The nine-tailed fox suggests that people seem to be much more worried about their presence than they thought, and very soon they may begin to pose a threat. The demonic bull says that he completely agrees with the words of the nine tails, and suggests that Jonathan create his own state to protect himself. Jonathan turns to the demonic bull and the nine-tailed fox, and says that now that they have returned, he has 2 more generals, after which he adds that there is only 1 day left until they announce their decision to the whole world. After some time, Jonathan decides to repeat the procedure of conducting spiritual energy and passes a huge amount of supernatural power through himself. Time flows slowly, like a river, and the world can sparkle with all the colors of the rainbow, but the time has come to shake it with the help of the unstoppable force that moves all living things. This force forces all living beings to fight in order to win for themselves the best place in the sun. Plants that are affected by this incredible force begin to grow taller and become more and more dangerous to surrounding animals and other plants. The same applies to the sea inhabitants, who have changed beyond recognition, throwing off the shackles of the previous world. After some time, the wave of spiritual energy officially begins, and a huge number of people begin to feel its destructive and at the same time miraculous influence. People who cannot bear this surge disintegrate into particles and disperse into the air, disappearing from this world forever. However, those who manage to survive this cruel natural selection acquire enormous power that is truly a force to be reckoned with. However, the spiritual energy that originates from the depths of the mountains and forests is much stronger than what is dispersed in the cities due to its wild and untamed nature. Misty Mountains Gorge was the first place in the wild to experience the surge of spiritual energy and successfully endure it. This largely contributed to the fact that Jonathan, who had built his clearing, increased the concentration of spiritual energy for his charges. All beings continuously absorbed spiritual energy for several days, becoming stronger every minute, reaching new limits that they could not even dream of before. However, in the area, anomalous doors that could not withstand this terrifying energy, fleeing, rushed to places where the concentration of this energy was much weaker. And these places turned out to be cities densely populated by people who still had not had time to prepare for such a huge release of spiritual energy. The Bake State, which was able to build huge walls to protect against low-level spirit beasts, bravely defended itself against the crazed beasts. The Zen State, without having time to take the necessary measures, was attacked by a huge number of animals, which immediately began to attack civilians. Meanwhile, in the Federation in a city called Yasuo, mutants, who easily broke through the defenses of people, created real chaos and bloody confusion. The situation quickly got out of control, and the Federation had to resort to the most serious weapons to neutralize all the dangerous animals. A nuclear missile explodes, destroying a huge number of living beings and entire concrete structures, leaving behind only radioactive ash. Meanwhile, at the president's office, Aaron reports that Yasuo City has already destroyed 80% of the mutants who treacherously attacked it that night. However, she immediately adds that 5 more cities are under attack, and they may need to use additional nuclear warheads of increased power. The president listens to Aaron's proposal seriously, wondering if there is a less expensive way to deal with this problem. Meanwhile, in a gorge on the outskirts of the Federation, one of the desperate travelers takes a walk through the misty mountains, recording everything he sees on his smartphone. After the traveler comes out onto a large cliff, a huge mutated tree appears before his eyes, which emits a huge amount of spiritual energy. The appearance of a huge tree fascinates the outside observer, because if we discard all prejudices and potential dangers of mutated trees or animals, then the appearance of this plant will begin to resemble a beautiful jellyfish that can be found in the far corners of the ocean. Bluish particles of spiritual energy float gently around the mutated willow tree, as if it itself was the center of a very calm body of water. Meanwhile, someone looking around notices lights in the distance and assumes that they belong to a city of people who are about 300 kilometers away. Meanwhile, the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department easily hacks the traveler's camera and receives an image of a huge willow tree, saying that a wave of spiritual energy brought into existence a huge tree, indignant that they recently used a huge amount of weapons. But as a result, this tree is from the gorge only became stronger and knocked down the satellite that was monitoring this area with its energy. Sometime later, at an urgent meeting, the director of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department carefully reads out all the reports that they received during this time and says that now, the tree has become much stronger than before. She adds that according to their calculations, his spiritual energy has reached incredible levels and is close to an incredible 2 million. General Stanford gloomily notes that it was the damned snag that killed countless of their soldiers, and General Lee even gave his life in this battle. He adds that now that the Masters have adapted to the main world, they no longer consider them their patrons, adding that the command did not want to use nuclear weapons so as not to destroy natural resources, but the situation is changing significantly, and the invasion of animals plays a huge role in this. General Stanford says that now spiritual energy missiles alone are not enough, and to completely destroy the threat they will have to blow up all 4 mountains in the Misty Gorge. Meanwhile, the scene of action is again transferred to the Misty Mountains, where the process of releasing spiritual energy is still not completed. Jonathan continues to channel a huge amount of spiritual energy through himself, pumping up all the fighters who have sworn allegiance to him over the past few days. After some time, he reflects that everyone's strength is increasing significantly, which means it's time for him to upgrade his skills, after which he opens the system panels. Jonathan considers all of his abilities and realizes that he can hide his presence with a fog screen and confuse the enemy with a hallucinogen, and also has little developed crystallization to protect the body during combat or a leaf blade to attack. Jonathan prescribes a hallucinogen for priority abilities, since she is only at the 2nd level, which means she has long needed improvement. By pressing the button using his branch, Jonathan spends 30,000 evolution points and improves the hallucinogen skill to the 3rd level, opening up new opportunities. Jonathan says that now he will use the hallucinogen together with the fog doors so that the enemy will experience true horror when encountering the fog, adding that now it's time to upgrade his earth element skill, since he has a lot of evolution points left. However, Jonathan suddenly hears the roar of jet engines, and upon returning, he notices that several missiles are heading towards him. Taking a closer look, Jonathan realizes that people have sent several warheads carrying a nuclear charge in his direction, and understands that things are bad. He turns to all his comrades and orders them all to take refuge underground as soon as possible to avoid the harmful effects of radiation. Jonathan yells at everyone to move because every split second counts, while he tries to figure out what he can do to stop the missiles. Keeping in mind that he will only have one chance to save himself and his charges, he exerts all his strength and releases several leaf blades. The blades, cutting through matter itself at great speed, are directed towards nuclear missiles, threatening to grind them into dust. The strike is successful, and all 4 rocket launchers detonate in the air, creating an eerie picture of a huge nuclear mushroom. Because of such a powerful explosion, an earthquake occurs, and everyone who managed to take refuge in the underground city feels the ceiling starting to collapse on them. However, Jonathan manages to keep his clearing relatively untouched, and only nuclear particles reach him, which heat his roots to a high temperature. Fascinated, peering into the lights of a nuclear explosion, Jonathan realizes that this time he managed to stop an incredible catastrophe that would have claimed tens of thousands of lives. The flashes go out and only a huge cloud of smoke hangs in the air, but Jonathan realizes that this is far from the end, as his intuition continues to tell him the approaching danger. The protagonist's instincts do not fail him this time, and he notices how a huge ballistic missile cuts through a cloud of smoke and heads straight at him at great speed. Jonathan manages to understand that the attack with nuclear warheads was only a deception maneuver to ensure the safe passage of the ballistic missile. A deafening explosion is heard, and a new nuclear mushroom rises into the sky, which in its height exceeds the explosion from the joint detonation of 4 nuclear heads. The shockwave from this monstrous explosion sweeps away everything in its path and leaves behind only pitiful ruins, covered with burnt fragments of trees or pieces of earth. The nuclear mushroom that arose due to a thermonuclear explosion continues to increase in size for some time, reaching truly monstrous proportions. Observers of this process in the Federation Command Department joyfully note that they have finally hit the target. However, the head of the Federation still looks at these images with skepticism, deciding to make sure that the threat from the Misty Mountains is completely neutralized. All surveillance cameras installed on drones broadcast explosions of incredible proportions, which leave behind a giant crater. The command officials who are most confident in their victory say that they have finally destroyed the huge willow tree and offer to inform the Prime Minister about their success. However, the head of the Spiritual Energy Research Department, more skeptical of all things, suggests that his colleagues wait to make sure. Everyone looks closely at the surveillance cameras and notices that after the explosion subsides and the smoke begins to clear, there is still a silhouette standing in the place of the willow tree. General Stanford peers intensely at the screen, trying to figure out if they succeeded in destroying the cursed plant. After a few seconds, it becomes clear that the ballistic missile strike did not have the desired success, which causes great surprise on the faces of the command staff. It turns out that Jonathan was successfully able to protect himself from the missile with the help of his roots, having previously crystallized them and increased his strength to the limit. All the other employees jump out of their chairs in horror, trying to understand how the mutant could survive such a devastating attack. The smoke begins to finally dissipate, and it becomes clear that the crystallized roots are beginning to move again, symbolizing the indestructibility of the mutated willow. The head of the Federation watches with horror what is happening, and realizes that by their actions, they not only did not solve the problem, but again aggravated it to incredible proportions. Once he is sure that he is not in danger, Jonathan angrily shouts that the people will answer for their grave crimes against him and his comrades. The main character activates his fighting roots and shouts that only death and defeat await everyone who decided to destroy his people and himself. Here are the forces of impact on Jonathan's roots. The earth itself begins to shake, and a huge crater opens up many tens of kilometers ahead. People who are in a city near the gorge of the Misty Mountains feel a strong trembling and decide that a very strong earthquake has occurred. Jonathan, meanwhile, continues to manipulate the elements of the earth, erecting more and more new structures next to his body. Having risen very high, he carefully examines the area, planning what he will have to do next in order to once and for all put an end to the conflict with people. However, his attention briefly shifts to the realization of what has just happened, and he takes a closer look at his roots. The main character reflects that the crystallization neutralized the entire impact from the rocket, and even coped with the enormous pressure and high temperature, but he still feels like he was fried. Stella materializes in her spiritual body, and asks the main character if he is okay, to which Jonathan tells her that he is fine. However, he immediately adds that they should move forward right now in order to get to know people better, and finally deal with this conflict. Meanwhile, the animals, in a mad rush, continue to attack the huge wall in order to penetrate one of the cities of people. The soldiers continue to shout to each other not to stop firing, as they need to destroy all the animals. However, due to the sheer numbers, some of the beasts manage to make a hole in the huge wall, and the beasts get inside, destroying everything in their path. To help ordinary soldiers, detachments of higher ones are deployed, who easily deal with low-level animals, despite their size. One of the warriors fights especially bravely, demonstrating his military prowess and ferocity to everyone, further inspiring all the defenders of the city. He addresses one of the wall's defenders, telling him to concentrate his fire on those outside the walls, adding that he will deal with anyone who gets inside. Where did this sudden earthquake come from, which caused cracks along the entire perimeter of the previously considered indestructible defensive wall? The soldiers follow the orders of their superiors and open fire from all guns, installing heavy machine guns of the largest caliber on the walls. The additional firepower has a significant impact on the wall's defensive ability, and most beasts fall dead before they even get within 100 meters of the wall. The soldiers, impressed by this spectacle, say that there are a huge number of animals. For a time, this tactic bears fruit for the human defense forces, and they truly begin to believe that they can repel the wall from the harsh attack of the mutated animals. Meanwhile, the higher ones still fighting bravely at the city walls shout to the others that once they kill all the mutated animals in the city, it will be safe again. However, his thoughts are much more alarming than words, because he understands that the highest degree of these animals is the 8th, but their number is not decreasing, and if they are not dealt with, the city will not last long. At the same second, new tremors are heard, and all the creatures that are currently on the ground briefly fly into the air. Both people and animals raise their heads up, trying to understand what was the source of such a strong earthquake. Suddenly, mutated animals begin to frantically run away, not paying attention to people, and doing anything to save their lives. All the defenders of the city watch with surprise and shock the sudden change in the behavior of the mutated animals, who just a few minutes ago wanted to destroy the city. Some of the soldiers on the walls question whether the animals were so afraid of the earthquake that they abandoned their plans to attack the city. One of the higher ones slowly regains his breath and notices that something huge and terrible is approaching the city. Suddenly, like huge waves of a menacing ocean, a whole wave of fog, which usually does not appear at this time of day, falls on the wall and its inhabitants. The city's defenders look around suspiciously, trying to understand what caused such a natural anomaly to appear. Suddenly, one of the soldiers, who had been looking intently into the fog all this time, points to his colleague at something huge and tells him that a monster is approaching them. This soldier turns out to be right as Jonathan rumbles through his roots, rapidly approaching the city. A few minutes later, Jonathan, surrounded by his entire army of huge and indestructible mutated beasts, appears in front of the walls of the city, inspecting it. In front of the Supreme One, huge branches of a mutated willow appear, from which hang even smaller branches emitting spiritual energy. The Supreme, who had previously steadfastly held the defense, looks back with horror at the huge army of mutated animals and mentally understands that they are stronger than those with whom he had just fought. He listens to his instincts and understands that the spiritual energy emanating from the willow tree exceeds several million units. Assessing the threat posed by the huge mutant, he realizes that they have no chance in the fight against him and his huge army. In an attempt to save his people, he orders them to urgently retreat and not engage in battle with a huge mutated tree. He orders the soldiers to urgently raise the alarm and evacuate people, adding that they need to take all civilians out of the zone, otherwise they will die. However, Jonathan decides that this time he will not let people get off so easily and sets his roots in motion, which tear up the ground in front of the wall. In the blink of an eye, a stone wall, barely holding back the onslaught of an army of mutated animals, rises into the air as if made of paper. Jonathan's roots also creep out of the reservoir, surrounding the city on all sides and preventing anyone from getting out of it. Roots sprout on every block of the huge metropolis, which is why it quickly loses its lifeless and advanced appearance. Jonathan's roots continue to intertwine, forming something like a huge butterfly net. Civilians, watching in horror as the sky is covered with black roots of an unknown tree, realize that they are surrounded by it, with nowhere to run. Jonathan turns to all his comrades and orders them to capture the people, adding that there is no need to kill civilians. The mutated animals instantly moved at the order of their master and rush forward, looking for civilians. People try to escape from the mutated beasts, but due to the length of time they take, they fail, and they all find themselves victims of Jonathan's order. A mutated bull that manipulates gravity pins people to the ground, preventing them from rising and locking them in that position. The Queen of Spiders easily catches a huge number of people, firmly securing them in her web, not allowing a single living creature to escape her traps. Another group of survivors, who are desperately trying to escape the chaos, are blocked by a huge wall of fire, which burns as if of its own free will, without needing to be fueled by wood or gasoline. The source of this wall of fire turns out to be the fire nine-tailed fox, who watches people with a menacing look and makes them understand that they cannot escape from retribution. A young guy, hiding in his bedroom on the 90th floor, tries to calm himself down by saying that he has climbed so high and they will definitely have time to save him. However, a few minutes later, the windows of his bedroom are broken using one of Jonathan's roots, and the creepy tree grabs another hostage. The same thing happens to countless other civilians, whom Jonathan drags out of their apartment buildings by the hundreds. Meanwhile, the superior, crushed by stone debris, tries to shoot back with a pistol to the end, not realizing the fatality of his situation and the futility of his efforts. Bullets from a small caliber pistol reach Jonathan's face and, as expected, do no harm to him, bouncing off calmly. However, this attracts the attention of the mutated tree, and the protagonist, with the help of his roots, removes the Supreme One from the pile of rubble for a closer look. The Supreme One, realizing that he has very little time left to live, shouts to the mutated willow that people will never forgive him, and the same fate awaits him as all aggressive mutated animals. The Supreme One confidently declares that people will definitely find a way to destroy the threat of the mutated wild world, and the huge snag will not be an exception. Jonathan calmly replies to the Supreme One that people have already tried to destroy him, but they failed, and now they must see the consequences of their rash decisions. The Supreme One is horrified that a huge mutated tree has the ability not only to understand human speech, but also to speak pure human language. Jonathan, with an iron tone, declares that now the time has come for the animal world to assert itself, and from now on, people will definitely not determine the fate of this suffering planet. With these words, Jonathan decides to finish off the annoying Supreme, and sends one of his sharpened roots straight to his opponent's head. Due to the incredible force of the blow and the inability of the Supreme to dodge, the fate of one of the defenders of the walls of this city becomes forever sealed. Having dealt with the problem, Jonathan turns his attention to the city he captured, thinking about what to do next and what demands to put forward to the Federation command. Meanwhile, the animals get to the sweetest part of any major metropolis, namely the crowded stores with various products. Sam and all the troops of monkeys that obey him, along with King Kong, are shown looking at the store's inventory and come to the conclusion that they need to take this chance and take as many products as possible to the Misty Valley. Meanwhile, Aestra finds something more feminine to do and starts shopping for clothes, looking for new outfits for herself. Stella rematerializes her spiritual body next to Jonathan and asks him what they plan to do now that the city is completely under their control. Jonathan says that they need to wait until people realize the doom of their situation and demand negotiations for a peaceful settlement of the issue. The main character adds that their mountain is in the northwest, so it is easy to defend, but on the contrary, difficult to attack. But the Federation is a country with great resources, which will be extremely difficult to capture if they suddenly decide to make such an attempt. To more clearly illustrate his plan, Jonathan picks up one of the stone blocks, on which, using its razor-sharp roots, he could draw a plan of attack. Jonathan draws a map of the area and says that they should draw the border through the city of Fen, and then in the north, they will have a river basin and an entire desert that will provide them with cover. Stella adds that if they use fog, then the people will not attack, knowing that nuclear weapons will not help them, and even considering that the Federation will lose 80% of its territory, it will be forced to agree to such conditions if they do not attack. Those who clearly planned their operation much more clumsily and rudely with feigned confidence reported that this was exactly what he was thinking about, adding that geniuses think alike. After this, Jonathan briefly immerses himself in thought about what kind of demands to put forward to the Federation command, and after a while, he decides to send his messenger. The messenger is the person whom Jonathan previously spared in order to initiate negotiations in the most convenient way. This person turns out to be the highest, who had previously protected the wall from wild mutated animals, for whom Jonathan decided to find a more useful use. Instead of killing the disobedient man, Jonathan ordered him to return and inform his command that they had better hand over to the mutated tree those who ordered the nuclear strike. Jonathan stated that otherwise, he would take the lives of all the inhabitants of this city whom he had captured, and later turn the Federation cities themselves to ashes. The Supreme is tormented by thoughts about whether he is a traitor because he made a deal with a mutated tree, or whether saving hundreds of thousands of civilians is still worth talking to mutants. Stella, watching the car leaving, asks Jonathan if he is sure that the Federation will negotiate, to which he replies that he needs one of the rulers, and not ordinary citizens. He adds that even if the Federation sends someone who is not the strongest to negotiate, he is absolutely satisfied with this option. Jonathan suggests that for the sake of the residents of the city of Feng, over which such a threat has arisen, the Federation will definitely decide to take some protective measures, and if no one appears, then this will be a crime against the people, and the blood of hundreds of thousands of citizens will be on their hands. Authorities. From Jonathan's point of view, it doesn't matter at all what tricks the Federation command tries to play, since in any case, he and his army will win. Stella listens attentively to Jonathan's thoughts with interest, watching his train of thought while she herself mentally wonders what she can do to help her patron in this confrontation. However, at this very time, while Jonathan and his comrades are fiercely fighting for their place on another continent, another disaster occurred in the land of cherry blossoms. Great beasts came to measure their strength and fight on the territory of already deserted megacities, once teeming with life. And such incredible creatures as ferocious wolves, reaching a height of about 15 meters, and having a large flock of minions under their command, were distributed in a wide variety of territories. In one of the many restricted areas, lookouts spotted the appearance of a giant white rhinoceros, a mass of indestructible muscle, and the fearsome ferocity of the wild. The underworld was the kingdom of a giant shrew, which easily seized power in this mysterious kingdom. Soon, all these powerful creatures will engage in a fierce battle with Jonathan to find out which of them is truly at the top of the evolutionary chain. Meanwhile, Jonathan notices that he has already accumulated 1,600,000 evolution points and comes to the conclusion that, despite the fact that he collected evolution points with the help of other beasts in this city, they made a very good profit. After some thought, Jonathan calls a huge mammoth and a dinosaur to him, and they immediately appear before his eyes, asking him what instructions he has for them. Jonathan takes a close look at the huge mammoth and dinosaur and wonders what incredible fighting capabilities they will be able to discover once they evolve. Jonathan ponders what an opportunity is that it would be a shame not to take advantage of, and tells his charges that he sent them to give the essence of life and determine the meaning of his army. To begin with, Jonathan turns to the invincible mammoth and tells him that from now on, he will be called the Ice Giant and will become the seventh among the animals. Turning his gaze to the dinosaur, Jonathan says that for his ferocity and indomitable power, he will be called the Fierce Lizard, and among the animals, everyone will know him as number 8. With these words, he asks his charges to accept the essence of life and awaken their hidden power, which has been seething in their veins for a long time. The system informs Jonathan that the anomalous mammoth has entered the first stage, and its abilities are incredible strength, allowing it to destroy small hills with its experience, and strong tusks, which can completely neutralize the attack of an equally powerful opponent. He himself moves to the 9th stage of the initial stage and gains skills that allow him to terrify his opponents with his howl and also become angrier and angrier after each kill. The main character carefully studies the abilities of the new members of the 9 strongest beasts and says with satisfaction in his voice that the whole team is finally assembled. Meanwhile, the messenger reports the news to the Federation command and they convene an emergency meeting on what to do in the current situation. One of the command representatives says that this anomalous snag can really move, adding that, among other things, the mutated willow brought with it a bunch of strong animals to attack the city. The head of the Federation asks other representatives of the command where the person who delivered the message has gone, to which he is told that the messenger is in the infirmary because his wounds are so serious that he has not been able to sleep for 3 days. The employee states that this anomalous tree has taken over the entire city. However, it does not kill or massacre. Instead, it has taken all residents hostage and demanded that the Federation command send a representative to negotiate. The employee concludes that based on the behavioral patterns and chosen methods of communication, this creature is much more like a person than a mutated tree. The head of the Federation wonders whether they should send someone there to negotiate right now, adding that in any case, they are in a critical situation. General Stanford decisively rises from his chair and says that they should not waste time thinking, since it was he who proposed to strike with missiles, which means he must negotiate so as not to abandon his citizens to the mercy of fate. The head of the Federation says that the mutated tree will definitely want revenge, so they cannot lose it in this battle. However, General Stanford firmly responds to the head of the Federation that the last thing he fears in this life is its ending, adding that his life is no more valuable than any other resident who is now being held hostage by the mutated beasts. After a short pause, General Stanford admits that he has some doubts about the negotiability of the mutated tree. However, from his point of view, civilians cannot be left to fend for themselves, and in any case it is necessary to try to come to the most favorable compromise. A few hours later, a motorcade of armored vehicles enters the city, moving carefully along empty roads. Having reached their destination, people are surprised by the monstrousness of the mutated tree, which has grown several dozen times since the last meeting with the general. General Stanford, cautiously looking out of the window of an armored car, mentally admits to himself that if he had not seen this with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such things could happen in reality. Jonathan, keeping a close eye on the people's movements, sternly states that he was looking forward to a visit from a high-ranking official from the Federation Command. One of the higher-ups gets out of the car and uses a loudspeaker to tell Jonathan that the Federation commander has arrived, after which he asks to clear the road and begin negotiations. This Supreme One turns out to be alive, and after a few seconds he watches as the tree removes its roots, freeing a passage to an unknown place. Jeff, in his characteristic way, reflects that this mutated snag is behaving too arrogantly, not at all taking into account that in front of it stands a higher one who has reached the first stage. He decides that if the opportunity arises, he will risk his life and destroy this tree once and for all. However, having passed further, he realizes that in front of him stands a huge number of mutated monkeys, which are in no way inferior to him in spiritual power. Jeff's naive self-confidence instantly leaves him, and he realizes that he should carefully watch his words and not do anything unnecessary so as not to anger the local animals. The monkeys growl menacingly at Jeff, immediately letting him know that one wrong move and he will not leave this place unharmed. Suddenly, the ground in front of Jeff begins to tremble, and he notices a monstrous buffalo approaching him, shaking the ground in a small radius with every step. The buffalo appears to be about 7 meters high and causes true fear in Jeff, opening up his arms and legs and causing him to look in fascination at the mutated beast. The demonic bull continues its slow walk for a while, then stops right in front of Jeff and stares at him, trying to determine the intentions of the higher one. After a few seconds of silence, the demonic bull lets out a low roar, and Jeff hurries to inform him that they have come to negotiate peace and do not wish to cause any harm to the animals. Satisfied with this answer, the buffalo turns back, ordering Jeff to follow him, to which he replies with slight surprise that the order will be carried out. Going further, Jeff tries to understand how far the evolution of mutated animals can go, if some of them have already learned to speak human language. Walking further, Jeff notices a graceful figure standing on one of the roots of a mutated willow, which is engulfed in playing flames. This figure belongs to the nine-tailed fox, who gives Jeff a very attentive and arrogant look, further reducing Jeff's desire to do something desperate. As Jeff moves on, he wonders what he was thinking when he made plans to try to destroy the mutated tree once and for all. Next, General Stanford's car passes the mutated bison, which is still being watched closely and with malice in the eyes by all the mutated animals under Jonathan's command. The car passes 2 queens of the ant colony and an army of mantises, who look with anger in their eyes at the car, which seems like a pathetic bug in comparison. All animals located on the roots of the mutated willow closely watch any movement made by the escort vehicle. After a few tense minutes of travel, the human delegation reaches a huge mutated willow tree that towers hundreds of meters into the air. General Stanford, accompanied by a small detachment of Supremes, gets out of the car and looks around. Jonathan silently watches the arrival of General Stanford the entire time, continuing to glare at the man who is responsible for the entire conflict that has occurred over the past few weeks. The power of the mutated willow impresses General Stanford, and he reflects that this creature destroyed 50,000 soldiers and General Lee, who lost the battle with it. The people held captive by the mutated tree recognize General Stanford and desperately ask for his help, adding that they do not want to die in wooden cages. Each sufferer asks General Stanford for something different, and the chorus of desperate requests merges into a single cry for help in General Stanford's head. Realizing that he must act decisively and quickly, General Stanford introduces himself to Jonathan, saying that the nuclear strike was his initiative. Jonathan, with iron indifference in his voice, says that he was really looking forward to the arrival of the person responsible for all this chaos and the monstrous bloodshed on his land. General Stanford again turns to the main character and says that he can ask for anything, but he must immediately free the inhabitants of the city of Feng. Here Jonathan becomes more aggressive, and he asks General Stanford about who he thinks he is, allowing that he dares to tell him. The mutated beasts begin to growl menacingly, awaiting commands in order to tear the arrogant people to shreds. The superiors, who were introduced to General Stanford as guards, begin to get nervous and wonder if the animals are going to attack them right now. Jeff reflects that the weakest of these monsters are already at the 6th stage, and those standing behind him are not worth talking about. Jeff notes that he is especially frightened by the scary dinosaur that has been staring at him all this time from the higher branches of the tree. Jeff admits to himself that all this time he feels the weight of the bloodthirsty evil gaze of the reptile, which will tear him to shreds with just one word from this snag. After this, Jeff glances at Jonathan again and realizes that the tree has so much power that it can control all these monsters. Jeff understands that this tree is the king of all mutants, and he, in comparison, is just a pathetic bug that can't do anything. However, General Stanford, keeping his cool, orders all the higher-ups to cool their ardor and calm down, to which they ask him in surprise whether he is confident in his actions. General Stanford again addresses the protagonist and says that this is not an instruction but a request, again saying that he asks to let innocent people go and not drag them into their feud. However, Jonathan does not calm down from such threats and tells the general not to pretend that he does not know why things have gone so far. Jonathan states that he doesn't care that the almost pointers launched a nuclear missile, and he also doesn't care if they meet again, but the Federation command must understand one thing. With that, Jonathan quickly brings one of his razor-sharp roots to General Stanford's eye, which turns out to be a cybernetic copy of the original, and states that, if the humans decide to attack them again, it won't end well. Jonathan confidently declares that all people, regardless of whether they are involved in this or not, will drown in rivers of blood, and all this will be on the conscience of the heads of the Federation. Jonathan adds that since General Stanford has come, he will keep his promise and free the inhabitants of this city. Jonathan says that the Federation command must send someone to take the hostages, adding that from now on, the city of Feng is part of the land of fog, and anyone who comes here will never see the white light again. With these words, Jonathan, who quickly realized that General Stanford is only a cybernetic copy, strikes with his root, destroying the android. General Stanford, frustrated that his plan was so easily discovered, slams his fist on the table in rage, calling the mutated tree a damn bastard. Other members of the Federation Command Department are surprised to note that the tree knew that they were watching and was definitely talking to them through the android. One of the employees states that, based on their observations, this tree is controlled not only by huge mammoths, but also by invincible dinosaurs, after which he adds that in addition to these terrible monsters, the mutated tree is under the command of an entire army of strong animals, which no human state can defeat. The head of the Federation, who had previously been sitting in complete silence and immersed in gloomy thoughts, gets up from his seat and addresses General Stanford, saying that he has been temporarily removed from his powers. Without giving General Stanford the opportunity to ask a question about the reasons for his removal, the head of the Federation says that, recently, they have been faced with an attack by animals on the city, the appearance of deep-sea creatures, and now the emergence of a new state within the Federation. The head of the Federation continues his dire predictions, saying that the country is surrounded on all sides, and the only good sign is that a huge mutated tree can talk. He tells General Stanford that they have lost a lot during this time, so it is better for him not to interfere and stay in the shadows for a while. General Stanford emerges from his office, lost in thought, and deep down admits that with his rash and aggressive decisions, he has put the security of the country he swore to protect at risk. After some time, the Federation armed forces arrive at Jonathan's roots and evacuate all the civilians held hostage to temporary deployment centers. Jonathan, watching the departing columns of transport equipment, joyfully declares that they have finally sorted out this problem, and people will no longer bother them. After this, he turns to a huge white monkey, who swore allegiance to him not so long ago, and says that now it is he who is responsible for this city. The White Monkey King kneels before the mutated tree and, placing his hand on his chest, solemnly declares to him that he will perform this service with honor. Meanwhile, Sam approaches Jonathan, who joyfully tells him that he has brought a huge amount of supplies, among which you can find a variety of foods. Jonathan tells them that they have time, but they had better finish preparing to return to the Misty Mountains today. With these words, he orders all his remaining mutated comrades to advance to Misty Mountain. Thus, the conflict with the people comes to an end, and Jonathan, with the help of his monstrous roots, slowly heads towards the Misty Gorge. After some time, familiar landscapes again appear before the main characters, pockmarked with traces of a recent battle and traces of a giant tree on the ground. Having reached the place that was once his home clearing, Jonathan settles into his old place with an incredible roar, reasoning that the home atmosphere will never compare with anything else. Looking around, the main character says with sadness in his voice that there is absolutely nothing left here after the nuclear strike, but this is a fixable matter. With these words, he fills his roots with the essence of life and spreads them over many kilometers, saturating the exhausted soil with life-giving force. These actions have an immediate effect, and in just a few minutes, trees and lush forest grow again throughout the entire area of the Misty Mountains. After looking around and enjoying the fruits of his work, Jonathan admits that acquiring the ability to create plant life was a great decision. Meanwhile, Astra, sitting on a snow-white tiger, which, after its transition to the next stage of evolution, acquired large wings, joyfully greets Jonathan. Flying closer to the giant tree, Astra reports that they have great news for him, to which he replies with keen interest that he is intrigued. Astra proudly states that the white tiger and crane have finally learned to speak human language fluently thanks to their evolutions. Jonathan, who has long ago given up all hope that the snow-white tiger will somehow advance in his intellectual development, tells Astra that he does not believe in these words. However, Astra, filled with pride for her students, tells them to show off their intellectual breakthroughs to their tree deity. The first to speak is a snow-white tiger, who declares that it is necessary to quickly find the tree god, otherwise everyone present here will die. Jonathan listens with surprise to the snow-white tiger's statement and wonders why he phrases his words so strangely. However, Astra, consumed with joy and pride for her students, tells Jonathan that this is not all and asks the crane to talk to Jonathan. The crane proudly flaps its wings and says that it refuses to let go, without specifying who exactly it is talking about. These words bring even more doubt into Jonathan's head, and he admits that he still doesn't understand what exactly they are trying to say, adding that he has a slight suspicion. He looks carefully at the Snow White tiger and crane and asks them whether they have really learned to speak human language or have simply memorized certain phrases and now use them with or without reason. The indignant Snow White tiger and crane want to object, but they respond with absolutely the same memorized phrases that they just said. Jonathan scratches his eyes doomedly, saying that these two are a rather strange couple with whom Astra will have to tinker for a very long time. After this, he directs his gaze to the crane and tells it that he is extremely surprised by its behavior and lack of visible progress. With poorly concealed disappointment in his voice, he declares that all this time he thought that in their fighting partnership, only the tiger had the most meager intelligence. The crane looks at Jonathan indignantly, but he says that he did not expect such drawbacks from him in training. For some reason, Jonathan decides to continue his bullying and says that he is sorry that the crane is so incapable, adding that even if the crane disappears forever, he is unlikely to notice. The crane, whose self-esteem has just been shattered, flies away, declaring that he does not want to live in this world after what he just heard. The main character tries to soften the situation by saying that he was just joking, but this does not have much effect on the crane, and it flies away. After some time, Jonathan practices using the leaf blades and easily cuts through huge stone structures with just one blade. The reason for the increased effectiveness of the skill is that Jonathan spent a considerable amount of points and time to improve it to the 3rd level. Jonathan states that the 100,000 evolution points was clearly worth it, as the impact area and power have increased significantly compared to previous levels. Seeing that a single blade had bored out a huge tunnel, cutting out all the trees and rocks, he declares that with this skill, he can now destroy almost any opponent who decides to challenge him. Jonathan also opens another system window and notices that his hallucinogen has been upgraded to level 3 and now has a new name, World of Illusions. Having properly understood the description of the abilities, Jonathan comes to the conclusion that the World of Illusions can be used in conjunction with the spiritual field, since one ability will surround the enemy with hallucinations, and the second will significantly weaken him. However, the greatest joy for the main character is not that he began to possess the power with which any enemy will inevitably be defeated, but that his supply was replenished with thunder and ice ore, which they obtained in the city of Feng. Jonathan states that the fact that there is a lot of this ore does not bother him at all, because there is also fire ore in the mountain range from the panda's stories, and thus he collected 4 types of spiritual ore at once. The main character understands that sooner or later abnormal sea beasts will come to land, and he needs to become much stronger before this moment in order not to suffer a crushing defeat. After this, Jonathan is immersed in thoughts about the plans for his further campaign and remembers that they have already begun to capture the nearby mountains, and after that, they will go further to the north. Jonathan's goal is a place in conditions of eternal frost. There is a large state that is constantly struggling with the harsh elements and a huge number of anomalous animals. The main character also plans to spread his influence to all great areas, such as deserts, rivers, and endless plains. However, in order to advance north, they needed to capture the nearby mountains, so they became their next destination. Meanwhile, the ice giant, which is in the 1st stage, goes to the mountainous regions with its heavy tread, which strikes fear into everyone who hears it. Not lagging behind him at all, the ferocious lizard, located at the top of the 9th step of the initial stage, deftly moves with the help of its fast paws. Strongly supporting these two is the Emperor Crocodile, which is at the top of the 1st stage and is a monstrous manifesto of the wild. Jonathan watches the 3 strongest mutants and reflects that when these 3 go ahead, his soul immediately becomes warm and the confidence of victory fills his entire body. After that, he looks at them and notices that Flash and Green Mantis decide to follow the ice giant with the thoughts that one day they will become so strong that they can destroy entire mountains. The system informs the protagonist that despite the fact that Green Mantis is still at the top of the 9th stage of the initial stage, Flash has already made a breakthrough and moved to the 1st stage of evolution, gaining the energy absorption skill, thanks to which he was able to absorb 30% of the enemy's power and increase your own. Jonathan is surprised to note that Flash is now in the 1st stage, adding that he was so busy with all his affairs and plans that he didn't even notice it. Jonathan pays special attention to the ability to absorb energy and says that now, Flash is no longer helpless and can even absorb the power of others. Without thinking twice, Jonathan decides to investigate the expedition team, saying that he was always interested in looking at the place where the panda lived before. After some time, the expeditionary team successfully reaches the Frosty Mountains, where a ferocious lizard decides to hunt the local fauna. The ice giant, meanwhile, fights off an attack by a huge number of frost monkeys, who are perfectly adapted to survive in permafrost thanks to their warm fur. The imperial crocodile, which, contrary to its nature, thrives in cold climates, thanks to the strength of the first stage, crushes polar bears that dare to challenge it. After some time, the trio of anomalous beasts, who represent the vanguard of the research expedition, gather together again to discuss further plans. The mutated Emperor Crocodile states with reasonableness in his voice that as soon as they crossed the mountain range, a huge number of snow monkeys appeared. Glancing into the depths of the mountain range, he states that in the north there are huge reserves of spiritual energy, which attract a large number of anomalous predators. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who decided to take a slightly different path, finds the old residence of the little brewmaster, where he spent more than 1 month. With the help of his roots, he destroys mountain ranges in order to get the best possible view of all possible paths to the ore mine that the little panda was talking about. The faithful peregrine falcon, who accompanied Jonathan throughout his journey, informs him that there are no signs of hostile fauna around. Realizing that he can safely explore the mine without fear of surprise attacks, Jonathan sends one of his roots deep underground. Having penetrated the mine with spiritual ore, Jonathan's eyes begin to glow with happiness due to the huge amount of precious stones that were still untouched, despite the gluttony of the little brewmaster. Jonathan remembers Sam's words that there is only a small mine here, and comes to the conclusion that, apparently, the aspiring earth elemental was inattentive, since there is a whole treasure trove here. Without thinking twice, the main character decides that he needs to immediately begin absorbing spiritual ore in order to strengthen himself. By focusing on this process, Jonathan crystallizes his roots for better absorption, and the ground he stands on begins to glow again. The peregrine falcon, who has been patrolling the territory all this time, notices this strange glow and begins to watch it with curiosity. Jonathan's entire body crystallizes and begins to float a strange fire due to the bizarre nature of the energy that is contained in the fire ore. Jonathan begins to feel a strange tingling sensation and wonders why the absorption of fire ore is not happening at all as he imagined. A nine-tailed fox and a demonic bull appear near the roots of the main character, who watch with interest the process of absorbing the spiritual energy of the fire ore. The system tells Jonathan that his spiritual energy is rapidly increasing every second, leaping upward by enormous amounts. Peregrine, who has been closely observing the changes in Jonathan, approaches him, voicing his concerns that too much energy could destroy his body. The demonic bull, more attuned to the processes that are taking place, turns to the nine-tailed fox about what is happening, to which she replies that this is a reaction to the absorption of fire ore. Saying that she also wants to increase her strength, the nine-tailed fox jumps onto Jonathan's branches, making herself comfortable. Having tuned into the spiritual currents that flow next to Jonathan's body, the nine-tailed fox helps her master synthesize energy using her power. Jonathan at first does not understand the intentions of the fiery fox, but quickly begins to feel that the absorption of energy has begun to proceed much better. Jonathan quickly deduces that the reason for this resonance is the nine-tailed fox's innate ability to control the element of fire. Having absorbed a considerable amount of energy, Jonathan turns to the system, declaring that he wants to strengthen his branches, and it tells him that to improve one branch, he needs to spend 10,000 evolution points. Jonathan indignantly says that the prices of 10,000 points for one branch are simply a blatant robbery, deep down realizing that he still has no choice. Jonathan realizes that upon reaching the third stage, the number of his branches has reached 100, and even though he now has 2 million evolution points accumulated, improving all the branches at once would be an unnecessary waste. Jonathan decides to strengthen just one branch to the 4th level, suggesting that even this will be enough to keep all his opponents in unimaginable fear. After this, the main character will again concentrate on absorbing spiritual energy and feels how every cell of his body becomes much stronger. Meanwhile, Sam, who also went to the mountains with his faithful monkey companions, rushes into battle with his opponents. Sam's squad landed right in the hunting grounds of a group of anomalous bears who mercilessly rushed into battle against violators of their territory. In addition to the huge number of dangerous bears, a mutated bison also rushes into the attack, which in some way vaguely reminds Sam of his comrade. However, in the blink of an eye, the huge creature is destroyed thanks to the well-aimed and deadly attack of the Arctic snake. Sam tells the white snake that he did not expect to see her here, but she tells him that she is very glad that she could be useful in their exciting expedition to the north. However, their friendly greeting is interrupted by a loud roar from the head of the bear pack, who are obviously not happy that competitors have appeared on its territory. The size of this huge brown bear is amazing, and the white snake tells him that she has come to help him in his battle with the leader of the pack. Meanwhile, the demonic bison walks through the snowy forests, thinking that while the master and the nine-tails are busy absorbing, he has some time to be alone with his thoughts. The formidable and proud horned fighter continues to walk through the forest, when suddenly his attention is attracted by a moving tree located 10 meters away from him. After some time, a ferocious lizard appears in front of the demonic bison, who closely watches him without uttering a word. Taking a closer look at the ferocious lizard, the demonic bison notices that it begins to lick its lips while looking at it. Bison does not fully understand his comrade's intention and asks him why he is here, adding that recently he was sent to the vanguard of a reconnaissance expedition. However, instead of responding, the ferocious lizard develops its huge mouth, full of dagger-like teeth, and lets out a loud roar. The demonic fight does not tolerate such behavior and instantly blocks the huge lizard to the ground using gravitational force. Bison asks the lizard what kind of devilry came into his head, adding that he never expected such behavior from his former comrade. With these words, he approaches the exhausted lizard, increasing in size, and asks him if he really decided to rebel against the will of the tree god. The ferocious lizard recognizes the strength of his opponent, and as the bull continues to increase pressure, genuine fear of his superior opponent flickers in his eyes. Jonathan, observing all this from afar, admits that the bull does not waste time and is constantly improving himself. The nine-tailed fox turns to Jonathan and says that they have processed all the fire ore, adding that now she would very much like to go into battle. Jonathan approves of the nine-tailed fox's decision and tells her to take Flash and Wild Rose with her to help her subdue the anomalous beasts at the foot of the mountain range, after which he says that he will leave some fire ore for her to improve her skills. The fire fox, focused, tells Jonathan that she understands everything and immediately sets off on an expedition, taking the others with her. After the nine-tails sets off, Jonathan notes with a hint of sadness in his voice that his comrades are growing up very quickly and going on their own journeys. However, not all of Jonathan's comrades have grown up, and he decides to visit the Foggy Gorge to check how things are going in his absence. Jonathan chose the right moment to test his charges, as the Spider Queen, Snow White Tiger, and Baby Brewmaster decided to mock the mutated vultures by bandaging their wings and depriving them of the ability to move. Luckily for the poor kids, Jonathan notices such hooliganism and asks the instigators what they were thinking and what the hell they did. Having properly kicked the failed hooligans over the head, he orders them to stop mocking their younger comrades and behave decently. With these words, he decides to check other areas of his clearing, finally telling them that as soon as he returns, he will teach them a real lesson in manners. Carl, left in the clearing because of the mutated rats who have become like family to him, still requires his close attention and care, training so as not to lose his skills and sword skills. However now, thanks to the enhancements he received from the tree god and tireless training of his body and mind, he gained the ability to create energy blades similar to General Lee. He remembers Sam's words about the tree god taking control of the city of Feng, providing them with a large variety of supplies, and admits to himself that he did not expect the tree to be able to take over cities. However, another dialogue with Emma immediately appears in his head, who told him that the city of Lin, where his younger sister lives, was also subjected to a wave, due to which the city seemed to disappear into thin air. These disturbing thoughts cause him to temporarily clench his hands so tightly that the spirit blade almost disappears in his fist. Carl briefly begins to talk to himself, stating that he is very worried about the fate of his own little sister, who finds herself in such a difficult situation. Quickly recovering, he turns around and notices that Jonathan has been watching his training the whole time and greets him, saying that he did not notice his approach due to bad thoughts. Jonathan tells Carl that it's no big deal and asks him if he really has a younger sister, which Carl confirms is true. Jonathan silently looks meaningfully at Carl for a while, then invites him along, adding that they should leave now. Jonathan tells Carl that his sister may still be alive and still waiting for him to return, which means that Carl should not despair and indulge in dark thoughts. With these words, Jonathan forms a small bridge from his roots to the other side of the gorge, saying that if Carl finds her, he can return here at any time if he wants. The main character also adds that Carl can live absolutely calmly in the outside world and never return here, if such is his will. Carl listens carefully to Jonathan's proposal and thanks him for being so generous and generous. Jonathan says that he will always treat well those who were not afraid to give their lives for him and his charges, after which he gives Carl a farewell, telling him to hit the road. Despite the fact that Carl really did not want to remain under the leadership of the Tree of God, over time he became very attached to his students, and the thought that he would have to leave them was hard for him. However, he decides at all costs to at least see his beloved sister and transforms into a shadow, instantly moving across the surface towards the destroyed city. Jonathan follows the lightning-fast ninja with his eyes and decides to look at the fruits of his work, for which he has been sitting all this time. Carefully opening the doors of the makeshift nursery, Jonathan speculates that Carl must have put a lot of effort into caring for all these abnormal babies. Jonathan leans over one of the kids, looking closely at him, coming to the disappointing conclusion that the war with people has nevertheless made changes to their plans. He tells himself that all this happened due to the consequences of a nuclear strike and exposure to radiation, observing the defects that are very clearly visible in the appearance of each cub. Jonathan understands that due to radiation, they have all undergone physical mutations, and their life expectancy leaves much to be desired if they cannot survive and break through to the stages of evolution. Unfortunately, Jonathan understands in his voice that even his essence of life, which can truly work miracles, is unable to somehow help these unfortunate people. From the point of view of the main character, thousands of cubs of abnormal animals are born every day, but no more than 20% survive. Most of these babies have innate skills. Jonathan understands that from birth, these babies have been bravely fighting for their lives, which means that in the future, these animals will be able to become great fighters of his valiant army. At this time, Carl finds himself in the city of Lynn, which now represents only pitiful ruins and a shadow of what it was some time ago. Carl listens intently to the sounds of the merciless downpour, hoping to hear at least some human voice, but all his efforts are in vain. Having found his own house, he begins to clear the rubble, not paying attention to the weight of stones, concrete blocks, and entire pieces of the highway that fell here due to a nuclear explosion. Over time, Carl's hands become covered with numerous wounds and abrasions due to the fact that he tirelessly clears away the rubble, completely disregarding his comfort. An obsession begins to take hold of him, and he stops noticing even the heavy downpour that continues to mercilessly lash his body. After some time, the measured blows of raindrops on the stones disturb the quiet sounds of footsteps, and Carl immediately recognizes his partner in them. Sam is sympathetic to Carl's mood and calmly watches for some time as his friend tries to lift huge stones that are blocking something very important from him. Sitting down carefully, Sam tells Carl that he will spend forever trying to dismantle this rubble, but he does not listen to him and continues to throw small pieces of the house aside. Despite the fact that Carl's hands have become dirty and wounded, he does not stop for a second, as his determination to find his sister pushes him further and further. Sam realizes that they won't get far this way and rises from the rock, slowly approaching his partner. Calling on his element, Sam easily lifts the huge piece of freeway on which Carl was previously standing and lifts it upward. In response to Carl's questioning look, Sam tells him that they must look further if they want to find his little sister in this god-forsaken place. By this time, Carl had already despaired, nervously telling his friend that they should dig as deep as possible, since he and his sister lived right here, and the house had a good basement. Carl adds that his last hope is that his little sister was able to hide there when the nuclear explosion occurred. After this, the two comrades gather their strength and spend several hours completely dismantling the fragments of the huge building. However, once they reach the basement, it becomes obvious that no one had time to reach them, and the basement is empty. Carl realizes that there is now absolutely no hope that his little sister could get to the basement and survive. Spiritual restraint does not allow him to deny the obvious, and he says that he understands everything, adding that even on the way here, they did not meet a single living soul. After this, Carl comes to the irresistible conclusion that the entire city was destroyed as a result of a nuclear strike by Federation troops, who decided to sacrifice the city's population in order to protect the rest of the country. Sam tells Carl that the tree god would not want him to hate people, and even if they are to blame, he should not lose his head and do something that he will later regret. During the grueling training of his body and mind, Carl has long gotten rid of his impulsiveness, and even now, having learned that his sister is most likely dead, he tries to remain calm, declaring that he wants to join the tree god. However, the weight of losing a loved one takes its toll, and Carl's eyes begin to tear up as he says he must avenge his little sister. At this time, somewhere far away, on the other side of the country, in a city that has escaped the invasion of anomalous beasts, the sun is shining and the weather is clear. A young girl, wearing the uniform of the highest, is at the top of one of these skyscrapers, sadly looking at the clouds, indulging in her thoughts about the man who was very dear to her. Her partner comes up to this girl and says something to her, again with her head in the clouds, instead of properly resting after a grueling workout. The young girl calmly tells her partner that she was simply thinking about her older brother, whom she had not seen for a very long time. The partner tells the young girl that the authorities said that her brother was fine, and when everything is over, they will definitely see him, to which she replies that she remembers all these words that the authorities told her. The partner says that in this case, now she should help strengthen positions in the 2nd Military District and not worry about such things. The young girl is silent for a while, still trying to let go of her worries about her older brother, who once went into the Misty Mountains on an expedition. After a few seconds, she pulls herself together and joyfully turns to her partner and tells her that she is moving to the 2nd Military District right now. The main scene of events at this moment is transferred back to the foggy valley, over which the clear sun continued to shine all this time. Carl and Sam return to Jonathan's property, each wondering what to do next. All the pets that Carl has cared for happily greet him as if he had been gone for several years. As soon as Carl comes closer to his pupils, they joyfully rush to him, licking him and asking to be held in his arms, to which he replies that he left for a short time and they were so worried in vain. Jonathan, pleasantly surprised that Carl decided to return after all, tells him that his students have become very attached to him during all the time he spent here. After this, he asks Carl what he is going to do now that he is back in the Misty Mountains. Carl tells Jonathan that he was very sorry to leave these kids, adding that the human world is very cruel and treacherous, so he does not want to return to it. After this, he addresses Jonathan, calling him Master, which surprises the mutated tree, which is not used to Carl addressing him so respectfully. Carl kneels before the mutated Willow and says that he would very much like to join him and his fighting brotherhood. Sam, who has been waiting for this event for a very long time, joyfully declares that it was high time for Carl to make this decision and join the friendly family. Jonathan seriously states that Carl has excellent innate skills and there is a real fire burning in his heart that is not so easy to extinguish. Jonathan accepts Carl into his family, saying that Carl will now be his own shadow, who will be able to do unimaginable things. Carl thanks Jonathan for allowing him to join his brotherhood, as someone replies that he will always be glad to accept into his ranks those who demonstrate their loyalty and valor. Jonathan decides to return to his body and continue the process of absorbing spiritual energy, making sure that things in his clearing are still going well. The main character reflects that he has mastered the elements of fire and earth, and if he also manages to develop the elements of ice and lightning, he will gain 2 additional trump cards in his attacking abilities. From his point of view, once he finished strengthening all of his branches and absorbed the 2 remaining spirit stones, his energy would increase from 2 to 5 million units. Proudly, Jonathan reasons that once this moment comes, people will no longer be a problem for him, and he will be able to focus on more serious opponents. Meanwhile, the main scene of events shifts to the outer perimeter of the Northern Kingdom, which is a very harsh place for any animal not prepared to survive in such extreme conditions. The typical inhabitants of these harsh places are bulls, which resemble an ordinary bull but have thick hair and large curved horns that look like things, and are the sole ruler of the snowy plains even before the first outburst of spiritual energy. However, one of the musk oxen suddenly meets a formidable opponent on his way and decides to test his strength in battle for these snowy territories. The muskox's opponent turns out to be a demonic bull, which visits these lands after showing the ferocious lizard its place. 2 proud and powerful animals charge at each other with a huge roar, knocking horns in the hope of breaking each other's morale. Victory in this battle goes to the unsurpassed demonic bull, since thanks to its incredible strength, it easily breaks the horns of its opponent into small pieces. The golden monkey, who is supreme in the mutated wind, helps and rushes into the attack armed with his faithful stick, which has accompanied her for several months. Thanks to his agility and incredible strength, the golden monkey inflicts serious damage to several sheep surrounding him with a blow. The golden monkey's comrades are in no way inferior to her in determination, and also rush into battle on other bull sheep who refuse to obey the will of the messengers of the tree god. The muskox herd's resistance ends with the arrival of an ice giant, who easily crushes with his paws any individuals who challenge him. The ferocious lizard, who has come to his senses, again rushes to attack the bull sheep who have strayed from his allies, tearing them apart with his sharp teeth. The main pack of mansions, who decide to flee, are stopped by a demonic bull, who prepares to use his incredible abilities to calm this rampant mob. Concentrating, the demonic bison casts an evil glare at its opponents and activates its gravity abilities, which begin to take effect at that very second. All opponents of the proud horned warrior are pressed to the ground, unable to resist the unbridled force that suppresses the very will to fight. Thus, the dread bison tramples a huge number of those who resist his will into the earth's crust, while the wind wolves, the frost giant, and the dread lizard try to force the rest to surrender. Outside observers who looked at the terrible dinosaur, which despite its nature manages to thrive in such a harsh climate, immediately unmistakably assumed that the fate of the musk oxen was sealed. No less dangerous is the proud pack of wind wolves, whose leader is a veteran of many battles and knows perfectly well how to show his strength in this harsh world. However, even battle-hardened mutated animals should not let their guard down in such harsh places, since any mistake here is punished quite harshly. The snow leopard, who has been patiently waiting for his moment all this time, rushes forward at the leader of the wind wolves and bites into his skin. However, the short-sighted snow leopard, despite his hunting skills, did not foresee that the wind wolf did not come to these lands alone. Too carried away by his hunting success, he notices a mutated boar rushing towards him as it gets dangerously close to him. However, the snow leopard, like any feline predator, is characterized by incredible reaction speed and grace, thanks to which it easily jumps away from the attack of a mutated boar. A mutated boar, menacingly rushing towards a snow leopard, feels a sharp pain on its muzzle and realizes that the snow leopard not only dodged his attack, but also managed to strike him with its clawed paw. The snow leopard again begins to show off in front of his enemy, completely forgetting that, in his own region, any miscalculation threatens inevitable death. This time, the punishment for the snow leopard's mistake is a bear, which rushes at the insolent predator in order to punish him for the attempt on his friends. The snow leopard does not have time to react to this attack, and the bear at great speed grabs its prey with its teeth and brings it down to the ground. This blow turns out to be fatal for the snow leopard, and the bear quickly realizes that he has another reason to consider himself a deadly predator. After a few seconds, the demonic bull senses the presence of a powerful aura and understands that the true owner of these lands has come to fight them. Having listened, the demonic bull feels the menacing breath characteristic of creatures of its own species and rejoices that it finally has a worthy opponent. Looking ahead, he sternly declares to his opponent that he took too long to get to trial, which is why a huge number of his charges died. Standing menacingly in front of the demonic bull, ferocious lizard and ice giant is the musk ox king, who was at the peak of the first stage, surrounded by his faithful retinue. After some time, a huge beam of red energy breaks into the sky in the mountain range, symbolizing the birth of another elemental flower. This flower turns out to be a flower of the element of fire, which was logically synthesized due to an overabundance of the spiritual energy of the fire ore, which Jonathan absorbed for several days. Jonathan rejoices at the formation of a new elemental flower, and is surprised that it has grown so quickly, after which he assumes that this was due to the fact that he has significantly increased his skills. At this moment, a loud stomp is heard near Jonathan's location, signaling that his squad has returned from their hunt. Looking up, Jonathan sees that the ice giant and the ferocious lizard have dragged a whole herd of defeated musk oxen, led by their commander, to his feet. Jonathan greets his hunters, noticing that the ferocious lizard has another prey in its teeth, and decides to take a closer look at it. Upon further inspection, it turns out that the ferocious lizard decided to bring the snow leopard, who remained alive after the battle with the honey badger, to Jonathan's feet. Having called up a system notification, he learns that the anomalous snow leopard is in the first stage of evolution and has innate skills that allow him to develop incredible speed almost instantly, albeit for a short time, and wonders how such a predator could even be captured. He asks the ice giant who defeated this incredible creature, to which he reluctantly admits that the snow leopard was defeated with incredible ease by a mutated honey badger. Jonathan has a hard time believing these words and is silent for some time, but after making sure that his charges have no desire to deceive him or play a prank on him, he realizes that the honey badger is becoming stronger and stronger. Looking again at the snow leopard, who is on the verge of death, Jonathan comes to the conclusion that the leopard has good skills, so he can be taken in for further improvement. Afterwards, Jonathan looks at the huge pile of bull sheep and reasons that even though there are even first-stage musk oxen here, they don't have any special talents or skills. According to this harsh logic of evolution, they have no value to Jonathan, which means they are all doomed to go to the clouds of evolution to strengthen the mutated one. A month of hunting on the northern borders flew by in an instant, and anyone who stood in the way of a detachment led by a demonic bull inevitably died in an unequal battle. However, unfortunately, there were losses. Out of 30 wolves, only 18 remained alive, since these harsh lands did not forgive a single mistake. Squads of wild boars also arrived, and only 7 individuals remained alive, but 3 wolves and 2 wild boars were able to step into the first stage of evolution. After some time, a serious enemy stood in the way of this formidable detachment, which turned out to be a polar bear, which had reached the second stage and posed a serious threat. If it weren't for the demonic bull's gravity abilities, this polar bear would have torn everyone apart, but thanks to the help of the ice giant, the squad did not lose a single mutated animal. The party decided to make a tactical retreat, and the frost giant and the demonic bull stood on a hill to get a better look at the area and plan their next actions. The ice giant asks the demonic bull what they should do with this bear, adding that due to the strong difference in abilities, they cannot just attack him. Suddenly, their meeting is interrupted by the appearance of a white snake, which jumps out of the snowdrifts through which it has been moving unnoticed all this time. She addresses the demonic bull, declaring that they managed to find the lair of this damned beast, which they could not defeat all this time. According to the white snake, this polar bear lives in a mine with ice ore, which in its size is in no way inferior to the previous finds of the expedition team. The wise ice giant states that it now becomes clear where the polar bear got so much strength, adding that with constant feeding of spiritual ore, any anomalous animal will reach unprecedented heights. The demonic bull turns around and calls the giant after him, declaring that there is nothing left for them to do here, since he has a plan to eliminate this bear. From the demonic bull's point of view, now is the perfect time for little Brewmaster to emerge from the shadows and show what he can do in battle. The Ninetales return to the main group, and after 10 days the expeditionary force annexed the mountain range to the territory of the Gorge of Fogs. Some of the animals returned to the gorge, and some remained on the border of the mountain range, while the nine-tailed fox headed towards the tree god, who was busy absorbing spiritual ore. The nine-tailed fox once again took her place next to her patron, feeling a surge of energy and realizing that the time had come for evolution. Jonathan observes the behavior of his ward and correctly assumes that she is going to become even stronger by channeling spiritual energy. Jonathan's guess turns out to be absolutely correct, and the nine-tailed fox begins to emit a huge stream of energy, emanating many meters upward. Jonathan carefully watches the improvement of the nine-tailed fox and says that it is time for her to gain new skills and become even stronger. The improvement of the fiery nine-tailed fox is completed, and Jonathan notices that she now has the ability not only to better control fire, but also the ability to fly. Jonathan studies with interest the new abilities of the nine-tailed fox, and with envy in his voice, is surprised that she has acquired the ability to fly. The main character states that he would be glad if he could at least move on the ground at the third stage, and the nine-tailed fox has already learned to conquer the skies and makes the assumption that this is all due to the fact that she is becoming a creature from legends. However, the nine-tailed fox takes all the praise gracefully and tells Jonathan that she has another new ability thanks to this evolution. Jonathan curiously asks the legendary creature what this ability is, to which she replies that she can now better harness spiritual energy. Thanks to constant training, the fiery Ninetails can now consume 30% less spiritual energy, with the same results. Jonathan speculates that energy control may have something to do with flight skills and suggests that it is not nearly as simple as he imagined. After carefully rereading the description of the nine-tailed fox's ability, Jonathan notices that the nine-tailed fox requires a huge amount of spiritual energy to maintain its body in the air. The nine-tails stays in the air for a few minutes before landing on the ground. With annoyance in her voice, she says that while she can't levitate for longer, she needs to practice to achieve more acceptable results. Jonathan turns to his ward and invites her to eat this fire elemental flower, adding that after this, her spiritual energy can increase to 400,000. The firefox is impressed by such generosity and asks Jonathan if she has the right to use his gifts. Jonathan looks at the fiery fox with confusion and asks her what reasons there are for refusing her. However, the Ninetails has her own opinion on this matter, and she states that if this flower is simply needed to increase spiritual energy, then it is better to save it for other animals, since now it will not help her much. He agrees with the nine-tailed fox's point of view, but he mentally thinks about who to give this gift to, if not the firefox. A month after the wave of spiritual energy, Stella sent one very important message regarding the situation in the human world. It turns out that the wave destroyed several small states and many small cities. In order to resist the attacks of anomalous beasts, many countries mobilized all their troops. Some territories were completely captured by anomalous beasts, and despite the fact that someone continued to fight back, they did not have much success. Each state is faced with the need to survive, and thus the 10-Nation Alliance is born, which discusses a joint campaign against the God Tree with the Federation. After some time, Jonathan, pondering all this news, plunges into a kind of meditation, continuing to emit a small amount of spiritual energy. The many weeks that Jonathan spent in this area, he had already become accustomed to these lifeless landscapes, which were only mountains covered with huge amounts of snow. However, after a while, Jonathan begins to hear a crackling sound in the air, which is usually made by a honey badger using his ability. Having almost deceived the main character, after a couple of minutes he visually notices a honey badger approaching him, announcing the approach of the expeditionary force. Windwolves and upgraded boars follow the honey badger's heels, feeling some relief after long days of continuous hunting. Many animals that go on an expedition return to their patron very exhausted, and even the ferocious lizard does not hide his fatigue. Perhaps the only animals that hold up the best are the frost giant and the demonic bull, which by their nature are much more hardy and frost-resistant. The golden monkey also comes to God, sitting on his best friend. Thus, all participants in the expedition to the harsh mountains return to their patron to report to him about the situation. Jonathan looks at his comrades and asks them if they are all back, or if they need to wait for someone else. Having made sure that no one else will come, Jonathan reflects on the fact that his comrades have become noticeably fewer since their last meeting. Glancing at the Windwolves, he notices that 3 of them were able to reach the first stage, improving their innate and acquired abilities. The same goes for the 2 wild boars, which are now much deadlier animals than they were before. Jonathan comes to the conclusion that fighting is the best way to increase his combat power and evolve in the shortest possible time. Demon Bull tells Tree God that they have discovered a mine with ice and spiritual ore, inside of which lives an anomalous beast of the 2nd stage of evolution. Jonathan notes that, judging by the stories of his charges, the den of the anomalous polar bear is very close to the northern border. He is surprised that in such an area, an animal so strong appeared that it was able to rise to the 2nd stage of evolution, wondering what could be behind it. It is thought that the further they advance in their campaign of conquest and unification, the stronger their opponents become each time, posing new challenges to them. Jonathan spends some time thinking about how best to cope with this task, and after a while, it dawns on him that a fighter who can easily cope with such an opponent is already in his fighting fraternity. With these thoughts, he turns to the peregrine falcon and asks him to bring him a panda and a gang of vultures, which only recently joined the fighting ranks. While the faithful peregrine falcon runs errands for Jonathan, the protagonist decides that all participants in his expedition of exploration and conquest must be healed using the Rain of Life Force. Jonathan Gordon reflects that after just a month of battle, several of his beasts made a breakthrough a whole step forward, thereby moving to a completely different level of development. A separate pleasant factor for Jonathan is that even those who did not belong to the 9 strongest beasts were able to become significantly stronger and improve their fighting qualities. Jonathan realizes that he has one of his most important tasks left, and orders the demonic bull to remain in the camp and not move on to further missions for some time. The demonic bull is extremely surprised by Jonathan's such demand and asks him what the reason for his order is, mentally suggesting that he did not show enough valor in battle, thereby earning the wrath of his master. However, the reasons turn out to be much more prosaic, and Jonathan responds that the demonic bull is about to make a breakthrough to a new stage of evolution, adding that the nine-tailed fox and baby brewmaster will go to the mine with new ore. The demonic bull tries to warn Jonathan against making rash decisions and states that it is better to wait until he becomes stronger and then go together, adding that he would not estimate the strength of this bear. However, Jonathan firmly stands his ground and calms the demonic bull, saying that it is absolutely not important, and they will cope anyway. The demonic bull tries to understand the tree god's train of thought, and suddenly hears the sounds of quiet and fox tread, and also feels that the snow next to him begins to melt. The reason for this turns out to be a strong fiery aura emanating from the nine-tailed fox, which instantly turns the snow in the immediate vicinity into ordinary water. The demonic bull glances at his battle partner and notes that her strength has increased significantly since their last meeting. The system reports that the Ninetails has reached the second stage of evolution, and Jonathan says that now there is no need to worry about her, since she will destroy any enemy standing in her way. To prove his words, the main character glances at the demonic bull, and it becomes clear that even tongues of fire are coming from her pupils. After some time, a new expeditionary force sets off into the snowy mountains in search of a polar bear's lair, overflowing with spiritual ice ore. One of the vultures allows you to sit on his back and use him as transport, and a white snake and a nine-tailed fox also travel with them. The brewmaster decides not to betray himself and the nine-tailed fox by talking about how he had no idea that his first task would be with her, adding that he does not know what to call her since everyone considers her an older sister, and comes to the conclusion that he would address her in the same way. The kid also states that he also really wants to learn to fly, and asks the nine-tailed fox how many tails she can grow, and is also interested in whether her flame goes out when she washes herself. The proud nine-tailed fox ignores the brewmaster's words and does not answer him, which is a big mistake as he continues to pester her, asking why she is silent and if she is angry with him for being annoying. In order to rid itself of its annoying companion, the nine-tailed fox flies forward at great speed, causing the admiration of the little brewmaster. The little panda pulls on the reins and tells his flying companion that they too need to speed up to keep up with the nine-tailed fox. Meanwhile, Jonathan, thinking carelessly, wonders whether it was in vain that he sent the baby brewmaster along with the proud nine-tailed fox, who is not used to babysitting babies. At this very moment, the bull went to the ore cave in order to quietly evolve and make a breakthrough in his physical and combat abilities. Jonathan also notes that he had a very productive feast on fire ore, consuming a huge amount and absorbing several million points. However, there are quite a few of these millions of points left, and Jonathan decides that he needs to upgrade all his branches to the 4th level. The system tells Jonathan that the branches of the 4th level work with different elements, and the strength of the branches may differ from each other, and the main character reflects on what he now brought and the elements, but with the help of the power of lightning and ice, he will be able to charge even more branches. Jonathan understands that in addition to the ability to divide and increase in number, they will become much more powerful, which will greatly help battles with formidable opponents. Afterwards, Jonathan glances at his body and reasons that the roots need to be improved once the issue of branches is resolved. Jonathan also wonders how strong the anomalous beasts in the depths of the ocean can be, and comes to the conclusion that in order not to feel threatened, he needs to move to the 4th stage of evolution. Jonathan decides not to get carried away by these decadent thoughts, and comes to the conclusion that now, it is necessary to become stronger, and calls the system window in order to dispose of evolution points. The system tells Jonathan that a new ability, Blood Oath, is available to him, and Jonathan speculates that this ability, which greatly enhances his spikes, came from taking the blood strain. Jonathan spends some time thinking about what is the best decision for him to make, and comes to the conclusion that he needs to improve the Blood Oath to the next level. The system states that enhancing the ability will cost 10,600 points, but Jonathan calmly replies that he wishes to continue enhancing the ability. After improving to the 2nd level, the system states that at the 3rd level of the Blood Oath, Jonathan will have the opportunity to create a connection between other creatures, which greatly surprises the main character. Jonathan thinks that now he will be able to turn ordinary people into his servants and subjugate the consciousness of any living creature. With these words, he turns to Sam for help, calling him through a telepathic connection. Sam immediately crawls out of the ground and tells John that he has arrived to listen to his orders. Jonathan informs Sam that the Alliance and Federation envoys will soon meet at the border and will discuss a campaign against the Misty Mountains. He adds that Sam must prevent them from having a meeting at all costs, otherwise they will unite, and the creatures of the Misty Mountains will be outnumbered. Sam turns around with confidence and tells John that he is ready to go, but John stops him, telling him to take his time and take a couple of mutated beasts with him to help. Jonathan also states that if Sam meets someone with special skills, it would be great if that person were brought here for questioning. Sam replies that his orders from John will be carried out, after which he turns around and heads to his friend for help. After quickly assessing the possible landscapes of the area, Sam comes to the conclusion that the most useful ally would be Carl and his army of mutated rats. Turning to his friend, Sam crawls out of the ground, standing in front of him in all his fighting glory and power. Carl, surprised by the appearance of his friend, at such a moment asks him what he is doing here and why he has come right now. Sam immediately tells his comrade that he came to ask for help, adding that he needs someone to go with him to the border. Carl curiously asks Sam why he decided to turn to him, stating that Sam has an entire army of monkeys under his command. Sam states that the monkeys' help is impossible now, since they have just captured the outskirts of the north and are now guarding its perimeter. Carl thinks for a while, after which he tells Sam that ants, which continue to be on combat duty in the service of the tree god, can also be considered as powerful help. Sam says that this option is also not optimal, since they are busy underground tunnels and ore excavations and cannot leave their places. Realizing that he has no choice, Carl scratches his head and tisks in annoyance, saying that in this case he has only one option left that he can offer. He calls on his students and says that he can send them along with Sam to help him in this difficult operation. Jonathan takes a closer look at the rats and notices that among them there is a rat king who has reached the first stage of evolution, and the rest of the rats are at the 9th stage of the initial stage, which is still very impressive indicators. Sam says that one of his henchmen has reached the first stage, and as many as 3 are at the 9th stage, marveling at how Carl was able to develop them to such an extent. Carl replies that the Rat King has awakened his shadow abilities, adding that this will be a very useful skill in any mission that requires stealth. Carl also adds that the reason his students have become so strong is because he feeds them with his own flesh and blood. Sam says that the power of his students is very impressive, but 4 assistants is not enough for him, to which Carl notes that there are far from 4 of them. With these words, the darkness that had previously surrounded Carl begins to glow with a huge number of red eyes, and Carl declares that he is ready to provide his comrade with an entire army. Meanwhile, the scene of action is again transferred to the snow-capped mountains, in which by this time it was already deep night, fraught with even more dangers. Somewhere in the middle of this snowy landscape is a powerful polar bear, having reached its 2nd stage, preparing to defend its habitat. Sensing a hostile presence, the bear emits a loud roar, creating a shock wave around itself for many hundreds of meters. Raising his head, the polar bear with hatred in his eyes watches the vultures approaching him, on the back of one of which sits something small and incomprehensible to a wild polar animal. However, an outside observer can easily recognize the little brewmaster, who is already anticipating the battle and is happy to announce that he has finally found a large and strong enemy. The polar bear is finally able to see everyone who is encroaching on his possession. He bares his teeth, preparing for an intense battle. Having reached a suitable distance, the little brewmaster decides that he will no longer need the services of his flying ally and jumps off the vulture. In his characteristic manner, the little brewmaster flies down with a pathetic look, not even trying to regroup before landing. However, the power of the little panda's landing turns out to be so disproportionately great that the ice, harder than very hardened steel, breaks apart as if it were not eternal ice, but clay. The landing also creates a shockwave, sending streams of snow into the face of the polar bear, who loses sight of the baby brewmaster for some time. As soon as the smoke clears, it becomes clear that little brewmaster has not moved from his place during all this time, and only looked at the polar bear, keeping an eerie smile on his face. After some time, the little brewmaster moves from his place, declaring that now he will have a lot of fun and test his fighting skills in a duel. Meanwhile, the 9-tailed fox and the white snake remain on the sidelines for a while, carefully watching how the little brewmaster will perform in battle. The difference in size between the 2nd stage polar bear and the little panda is so enormous that anyone not familiar with the nature of these animals would think that the little panda would not stand a chance against such a formidable opponent. For some time, neither the panda nor the polar bear makes a single movement, as if assessing each other with their attentive glances. Baby Brewmaster continues to examine his opponent, only occasionally baring his teeth with a cheerful smile, as if teasing his opponent. The polar bear tries to make it clear to its opponent that it is not going to retreat and emits a menacing roar that would instill fear in anyone who heard it even from afar. The white snake, which during all this time has already managed to study the polar bear, declares that now there is not a single scratch on its body. The wise reptile adds that last time they did not defeat him, but they inflicted a huge number of serious injuries, which this bear successfully healed in just 5 days. The white snake also reflects in his mind that the polar bear feels like he has become even stronger since their last meeting. The baby turns to her allies and asks them not to interfere and just watch this fight. Answering the silent question of the white snake and the 9-tailed fox, the little brewmaster proudly declares that he can cope with this enemy himself. The polar bear, mistaking the baby brewmaster's actions for a loss of self-control, rushes to attack, revealing his mouth full of sharp teeth. However, the little brewmaster is not at all surprised by such a move of a huge animal and charges his fist with an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy. Having let the huge polar bear get as close to him as possible, he jumps into the air and delivers an incredible blow to the jaw of the formidable animal. Thanks to the remarkable strength of the little brewmaster, a huge bear, weighing at least several hundred tons, takes flight as if torn by the wind and destroys a small stone hill with its body. Absolutely everyone, except the nine-tailed fiery fox, is impressed by the power of the baby brewmaster and eagerly follows the development of the events of this duel. Little Brewmaster mentally declares that in order to become stronger and faster, he constantly trained every free minute. He adds that even after discovering the fire ore, he did not relax, and thanks to this, he can now show his opponent all his power. The polar bear slowly recoils from the powerful blow, and the brewmaster declares that he will give him a good beating with his incredible skills. It is difficult to say whether any wild animal can understand the human speech of a little panda, but it cannot be denied that the polar bear was insulted by such a slap because he had never lost to anyone before. The vultures look at the sky in surprise and notice that the weather is rapidly changing for the worse. The white fox also notices a change in the weather and says that suddenly it began to snow very heavily, which is usually a harbinger of a snowstorm. The snake's guess turns out to be very correct, and quite quickly, the entire arena begins to be covered with snow, and visibility for all participants is significantly deteriorated. Little Brewmaster says with joy in his voice that his opponent's spiritual energy has increased significantly, which means he has prepared some special technique for this battle. With these words, the little panda turns to his internal energy and causes a huge burst of fiery energy next to him, which instantly melts the quickly settling snow. Panda states that in this case, he too will not hold back and will use the power of the fire elemental to neutralize the storm. However, the ice bear is not going to give up so easily, and the huge ice shoots that were sticking out of his body until now begin to slowly rise into the air. With a loud roar, the bear throws a huge number of icicles towards the brewmaster and prepares to simultaneously throw them at his opponent. The little panda makes no attempt to dodge, and the polar bear decides to make his move first, and such a persistent opponent with huge icicles. In the blink of an eye, the place where little Pandaren had recently stood is destroyed with the help of giant pieces of ice, which from a distance resemble entire icebergs. However, before 5 seconds have passed, the huge icicle breaks into pieces, and a small panda jumps out onto the polar bear, who was absolutely unharmed from this attack. Having formed a kind of cannonball from his body, the baby brewmaster crashes into the head of the polar bear at great speed, again causing incredible damage to him. The bear, for whom such humiliation is something unimaginable and unthinkable, begins to get more and more angry, trying to somehow get to the elusive enemy. In order to get to the little panda, which has frozen in the air for a while, the bear quickly attacks with its clawed paw, hoping to cut the enemy into pieces. However, the little brewmaster's agility does not fail him, and at that moment he easily dodges the lightning-fast attack of a huge beast. The brewmaster then jumps onto the polar bear's back and quickly climbs up it to deliver another powerful blow to his opponent. The huge polar bear again does not have time to react to this attack, and the baby brewmaster again crashes into his jaw, transferring an incredible amount of kinetic energy to the skull of the huge predator. After this, the little brewmaster decides not to give his opponent a single chance to recover and inflicts a huge number of blows, bouncing off the surface like a rubber ball. The polar bear lets out loud roars, letting everyone around know that he is now enraged and is calling upon his frost control powers. The huge monster rises on its hind legs and raises its front paws upward, summoning a storm of incredible strength and power. This technique turns out to be relatively effective, and the formidable panda briefly hovers in the air to decide on further tactics. The white snake and the nine-tailed fox have difficulty staying on the ground and note that the blizzard is intensifying at an incredible speed, and soon nothing will be visible at all. The huge polar bear's body begins to absorb frosty fire, and he takes advantage of the situation to use his signature move against the brewmaster. Having accumulated enough energy, the bear descends, unleashing all the energy on the ground in front of it, creating a huge ice flow in the place where the brewmaster is located. The little panda doesn't have time to dodge and ends up frozen into a huge glacier just created by a polar bear. The size of the iceberg that the polar bear has just created is truly impressive, and for everyone present, it begins to seem that no one is able to escape from this icy tomb without outside help. The white snake, furious, says that now she will show this polar bear all her power, but the fiery nine-tailed fox warns her, telling her not to come close. Meanwhile, the ice begins to crack, and baby brewmaster asks the polar bear if this is really all he can do, adding that he is very disappointed. The huge polar bear is very surprised that even his strongest move had no effect on this damned panda, which continues to mock him. The little panda easily breaks the glacier with which he was surrounded using his spiritual energy, and says that now the polar bear will not be happy. The ferocious predator, who had previously terrorized the entire territory of these snow-covered and harsh mountains, for the first time in his life feels genuine fear in his chest. The little panda decides not to stand on ceremony with his opponent and again curls up into the shape of a cannonball, quickly heading towards the bear. Accelerating to incredible speed, she crashes into the polar bear's body, causing him to stagger back and lose his balance. The formidable predator is thrown back several tens of meters, which is why, along with its landing, a frosty fog rises several tens of meters upward. However, as soon as the snow settles, it becomes clear that little brewmaster has inflicted fatal injuries on the polar bear, puncturing its chest. The white snake happily declares that they have finally won and praises the brewmaster for his incredible fighting ability and speed. Groups of vultures, who are still at the beginning of their evolutionary journey, encourage the little panda as best they can with their chirps. The nine-tailed fox does not say anything, but in her eyes there are notes of respect for the little panda, whom she previously considered just a boastful chatterbox. Little Brewmaster stands still for a while and watches to see if his opponent has moved after such a deadly blow. Having satisfied himself that his opponent is defeated and unable to fight, he joyfully turns to his friends and asks them how they enjoyed watching this fight. Due to the battle between two beasts possessing enormous amounts of spiritual energy, the ground at the site of their battle continues to hiss, signaling that two truly great rivals were fighting here. The joyful ones decide that they can celebrate the victory and turn their backs on the motionless polar bear, joyfully declaring their triumph. However, the white snake suddenly falls silent, after which he quickly shouts to the brewmaster to immediately turn around and be more careful. The reason for this alarmed behavior of the snake turns out to be that the polar predator quickly rises to its paws and tries to take revenge on the little panda, who does not hear anything due to an attack of narcissism. The little panda turns back, only to realize that the polar predator has already raised its clawed paws over her, and he does not have a single chance to dodge. The vultures who continue to watch this begin to chirp anxiously, hoping for the best outcome for their friend. However, in the last seconds, a crash is heard in the air, signaling that some animal has rushed forward with incredible speed. This animal turns out to be a fiery nine-tailed fox, which, with the help of its incredible grace and speed, stops the blow of a polar bear. The polar predator squeals in pain and makes loud roars, notifying the entire area about its plight. The fiery nine-tailed foxes hover in the air for a while, continuing to hold the polar bear's paw, after which they angrily shout at him to burn in hell. The children of the tail decide to immediately make their curse come true and bounce away from the polar predator, surrounding it with a pillar of flame that is truly comparable to the fires of hell. All this time, little Brewmaster stands motionless and watches this incredible spectacle with delight, admitting that he is very impressed. A few seconds later, a huge carcass of a polar bear falls in front of his feet, which looks very burnt, and any observer who had previously seen a polar bear would hardly recognize the former owner of these lands in this crippled body. A nine-tailed fox leaps onto the top of a defeated enemy, proudly watching its allies while continuing to exude a fiery aura. The nine-tailed fox decides that it's time to call it a day and extinguishes her fiery aura, but the last one casts a proud glance at the baby brewmaster. The little panda is greatly impressed and declares that one day she too will have the same strength as her nine-tailed sisters. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to one of the largest cities of the Federation, in which there is one of the high-ranking military officers who is quickly moving up the career ladder. An agent in the first stage of mutation quietly moves around the city to convey a very important message to this military man. This high-ranking military man turns out to be Stella, who achieved unprecedented success while Jonathan was busy with his campaigns of conquest. Seeing the peregrine, Stella opens the window for him, and he sits on her table, handing her a small note that was held tightly in his beak. The young warrior carefully studies the note and learns with interest that her mentor sent Sam to prevent the Alliance from meeting. Stella states that if Jonathan needed to interrupt this meeting, it means that among those people, there is someone very curious who may be of high value to him. Stella realizes that it is better for the greater good if this man remains where he is now, since she is now able to control half of the troops, but the rest is still controlled by one of the representatives of the envoy group. Stella begins to think that if this person does not return, this will significantly strengthen her position in the military hierarchical structure of the Federation. Suddenly, Stella's thoughts are interrupted by one of her charges, who tells her that he has an important message for her. Stella asks the representative of the group of genetically modified vampires what message he is talking about. He replies that Jeff is looking for her. Stella's ward says that Jeff is waiting for her outside, adding that this man is being extremely annoying and continues to bother him with his questions. Stella irritably asks why Jeff came again, and asks his ward to tell him that she went to training and now cannot contact him. The vampire nods and says that her wish will be fulfilled immediately, after which he is about to leave, but Stella briefly stops him. She tells her ward that she has one more question, and wonders when he will finally begin to develop his supernatural abilities normally. The vampire calmly replies to his boss that he has already begun intensive training, and very soon she will be able to give him an order, and he will kill absolutely any person, even Jeff. Meanwhile, Jonathan continues his meditation, exuding a huge amount of spiritual energy, and attracting considerable attention from any mutated beasts. The protagonist decides to carefully examine the elemental flower that has grown on his head, and the system informs him that this plant greatly increases spiritual energy and can transform creatures into elemental warriors. Jonathan notes with interest that this fire flower has 9 petals, remembering that previous flowers only had 4, and then comes to the conclusion that this elemental flower is significantly different from all previous ones. Jonathan accesses the system and improves his crystallization skill, acquiring an additional feature called crystallization fire petals, which allow him to create a rain of fiery shards, setting fire to everything in his path. Jonathan comes to the conclusion that this is no longer just crystallization, but a full-fledged attack skill, and decides to immediately try it out in practice. By focusing his spiritual energy into his trunk, Jonathan emits an incredible column of spiritual energy that penetrates the skies. At a certain moment, this pillar becomes even more concentrated, and all creatures within a radius of many kilometers can see how a ray of light penetrates deep into the lead clouds. One of the spectators of this performance turns out to be Astra, who at this moment is actively trying to teach the tiger to pronounce some more human words. She watches in fascination and notes that, apparently, the tree gods have become stronger, revealing even more bizarre skills. Despite not being able to see Jonathan's main body, she has a clear view of the huge beam that breaks through the skies, creating a truly apocalyptic spectacle. After a while, fiery fragments begin to fall from the sky, similar to very large raindrops that usually fall in the tropics during the rainy season. Jonathan watches the whimsical lights fall and assumes that everything in the open area will turn to ash, despite the fact that he only used 1/5 of his power. Jonathan decides to hold off on this skill for a while and lowers all of his branches to extinguish the falling fireballs. Jonathan muses that if these feathers are activated along with the fog, the whole thing will become one big sea of fire that will engulf any enemy who dares to challenge him. The anomalous Sapson, who maneuvers in the air with great difficulty so as not to get fried, looks with displeasure at the obstacle that has appeared out of nowhere. Jonathan, meanwhile, tells you that this ability is completely different from leaf blades, since blades are like an acquired skill, but petals are a completely different matter. From the point of view of the protagonist, such abilities are very much reminiscent of the natural skills of anomalous plants growing in a variety of climates. Jonathan's reasoning is interrupted by the sudden appearance of vultures, who have pumped up to such an extent that they are able to lift weights many times their own. Taking a closer look, Jonathan notices that the vultures are carrying not only a huge carcass of a polar bear, but also a 9-tailed fox, which, despite its grace, weighs at least several hundred kilograms. Jonathan assumes that his charge's hunt was successful, and the vultures dump the scorched body of the polar bear in front of its roots. The 9-tailed fox turns to Jonathan, saying that this bear actively resisted and did not want to obey. He was even ready to burn alive, but not give up, after which he adds that on the way back he almost killed the vulture. Jonathan studies the defeated beast with interest, and says that for an anomalous animal of the second stage, its intelligence is at an extremely high level. Having taken the polar bear as his root, Jonathan realizes that its strength reaches incredible levels, making it difficult to tame. After regaining consciousness, the polar bear tries to free himself from his grip and desperately calls upon his ice and frost control powers. The main character does not have time to come to his senses when one of his roots turns out to be covered with a thick layer of ice, which hinders his movements. For some time, the main character tries to get used to this feeling, and after a while, the eternal ice begins to assimilate and melt. After a few more seconds, Jonathan completely synthesizes the energy of the element of cold, and the polar bear's defense mechanisms are useless. He reasons that now he receives not only spiritual energy, but also the power of the elements, adding that later he will begin preparations for absorbing the mine with spiritual ore. The polar bear does not want to give up and once again tries to appeal to his element, but this has no effect, and Jonathan continues to hold him tightly in his roots. The main character turns to the 9-tailed fox, asking her what happened to the polar bear's cave, which he guarded so jealously. The fox tells Jonathan that in this cave there is a medium-sized mine, and the little panda, along with the white snake, have already begun to absorb the ore. At this very moment, the little panda gobbles up a huge amount of spiritual ore by both cheeks and invites the white snake to feast on it as quickly as possible before he eats everything himself. Jonathan says that, unfortunately, they have quite a few fighters who are suited to the element of ice, and comes to the conclusion that this time he should increase the number of anomalous beasts with a predisposition to ice. After this, he turns to the captive polar bear and asks him if he would like to join his fighting brotherhood. However, the polar bear, despite his plight, refuses to join the ranks of Jonathan's brotherhood, demonstrating his rebellion until the last second of his life. Jonathan says that he is very sorry that things turned out this way, and decides to end the poor animal's suffering with the help of his root. Without thinking twice, the anomalous Evo delivers a powerful blow, and the polar bear leaves for the afterlife, never submitting to anyone. The system turns to Jonathan and says that killing the anomalous second-stage polar bear earned him 240,000 evolution points, adding that Jonathan also acquired the abilities of a polar bear. Jonathan says that he had forgotten that his roots were capable of such wonderful things and decides to see what interesting things he acquired after killing the polar bear. The system informs Jonathan that he now has the level 1 ice storm ability, which gives him the ability to influence the weather and cause a major blizzard. Jonathan is very surprised, admitting to himself that he did not expect to receive such a powerful skill, adding that now, along with fog, he has 2 weather abilities. He reflects that if he had the opportunity to get more without resorting to killing anomalous beasts, then this would be the most favorable outcome for him. Having dealt with the rest of his affairs, Jonathan declares that now it is time to go to the northern border to absorb the ice ore mine. However, while Jonathan goes to the ice ore mine, instead of action, he is temporarily transferred to the border zone of one of the cities of the Federation and the Alliance. A number of Federation vehicles are moving beyond the borders, in which there are diplomatic representatives and their guards. One of the senior ones, who is the head of security for the diplomatic delegation, looks quite menacing and poses a threat to anyone who wants to interfere with this meeting. The Federation envoys are awaited by diplomatic representatives of the 10 Nations Alliance, who are a priestess from the followers of Brahma of the first stage and her mentor. The priestess turns to her mentor and asks her if the Federation is really as scary as everyone else says about it. The laconic priestess replies that in times like these, they and the 10 nations are a couple of steps behind them in technological development. Some time passes, and the motorcade reaches its goal, stopping a few tens of meters from the diplomatic delegation. The doors of the armored vehicle open, and the second General Lee's disciple, a first-stage superior named Stephen, comes out and smiles evilly as he looks at the representatives of the 10-Nation Alliance diplomatic delegation. The priestess and her mentor look thoughtfully at this threatening man, trying to understand how good the intentions of the Federation envoys are. At the same time, Sam has already reached the ambush site and is desperately listening for any vibrations in the ground that could signal the start of negotiations. Listening once again, Sam notices movement, realizing that both diplomatic missions have arrived at the site and are preparing to begin negotiations. With these thoughts, he turns to a huge army of mutated rats and orders them to be ready for a surprise attack. Meanwhile, on the surface, there are no signs of trouble, and both representatives of the 2 states are trying to start the conversation with something relatively neutral. The priestess's mentor looks at the Federation representatives with suspicion, making it clear that they are not afraid of the higher squad. The old woman reflects that she has never seen Stephen before, but his spiritual energy is amazing, and comes to the conclusion that it was absolutely not for nothing that he was considered General Lee's favorite. At the same time, Stephen, absolutely confident in his power, with arrogance in his gaze, looks at the representatives of the Alliance of 10 Nations. He thinks that in front of him should be a mentor, and next to her is the same priestess who is one of the central decision-makers in the Alliance. Looking at the warriors standing behind the priestess and her mentor, Stephen comes to the conclusion that they are all at the 9th stage and represent a rather formidable fighting force. Stephen's face again breaks into an eerie smile, and he says that the envoys of the 10 Nations Alliance are far from being as simple as they are commonly thought to be. As he gets closer, he says with a grim grin that the 10 Nations Alliance has brought quite a lot of people with them for routine negotiations. The mentor tells Stephen that the same can be said about the people of the Federation, adding that it all looks like they came here for anything but peaceful purposes. Stephen replies that he took his best warriors with him, adding that taking people like this with you means being prepared for absolutely anything. Meanwhile, Sam puts his hands on the stone arches and prepares to lure all representatives of the diplomatic missions into a trap. Priestess addresses the Federation fighters and tells them that they should be aware that this place is fraught with a huge number of dangers that they need to be prepared for. After this, the representatives of the diplomatic missions decide that it is time to move forward and head further down the road where they can talk. However, the negotiations are not destined to come true, as Sam decides that now is the right moment to open up the ground under the feet of representatives of the Federation and the Alliance of 10 Nations. Taking advantage of the forces of the earth, he raises a huge stone spike, which crushes the earth under the feet of the representatives of the diplomatic mission. None of those for whom this trap is designed has time to react, and Stephen only notices how the ground under his feet begins to quickly crack. A second later, entire pieces of the huge road go underground, many meters forever, cutting off the chance of escape for the people on it. Most people are unable to stay on the pieces of the road and fall down into the unknown, while those few who manage to stay on the falling pieces of the road are doomed to watch in horror as their lives go downhill. Stephen turns to his mentor, asking her what kind of cheap tricks these are, to which she replies that this is not the work of the 10 Nations Alliance. Stephen hears the screams of his comrades, and he wonders where this huge pit came from and who could have set up such an ambush. Suddenly, Stephen hears strange sounds and realizes that not some ill-wishers are waiting for them in this pit, but a huge number of hungry monsters. Proof of his thoughts are the huge number of red eyes that glow in the bottomless darkness of the pit. Stephen calls out to one of his fellow soldiers, warning him that huge mutants have appeared behind him, adding that everyone needs to prepare for battle immediately. They could have guessed this even without the prompting of their boss, since the mutated rats do not take long to wait and rush onto the flying pieces of the road with the people on them. And the priestess notes with horror that they were attacked by a huge number of mutated rats, the likes of which she had never seen in her life. The fighters of the two states decide that they cannot hesitate, and they must destroy all the rats, but a huge number of mutants make themselves felt. Soon Sam also appears at the epicenter of the battle, bringing with him an even larger army of mutated rats who are eager to engage in battle with the people. The last thing people would want to encounter in this situation is rats, not only because of the horrendous number of them, but also because of the fear of being eaten alive, as this is one of the most painful deaths that can happen to a living thing. The priestess's mentor decides not to give up and fight the huge number of mutated rats, shouting to her allies to get rid of these monsters, adding that otherwise they will all die. A woman wise with experience and skills uses a wind blade to destroy a huge number of mutated rats at once. Its action turns out to be very effective, and several dozen rats are immediately out of action, being cut by wind blades. Stephen also does not allow the damned mutants to get to him and defeats them with the help of his incredible strength and skills honed to the limit. The priestess also tries to get rid of her enemies with the help of spiritual energy, causing waves of unknown energy that throw away the mutated rats. Representatives of the two states find themselves locked at different heights, unable to unite due to the huge number of rats that surround them. At this time, Sam decides to watch what is happening in order to strike at the most opportune moment and focuses his attention on three people. The formidable Earth Warrior reflects that those three are very strong, and he should not underestimate them when planning an attack. Turning his attention to the priestess, he reflects that she is the weakest of all, but is still a dangerous opponent. Other representatives of the 10 Nations Alliance, or the Superior Squad, in Sam's opinion, do not deserve attention since their fate is already predetermined. With these words, he turns to the three most powerful representatives of the Rat Army and says that the time has come to join the battle. The priestess's mentor desperately fights off the mutated rats, but anyone will understand that the number of rats is so huge that few people can withstand such a long battle with them. Looking up, the old woman comes to the conclusion that, despite the fact that the rats retreated for a while, they still will not be able to get out of this trap. She turns to Stephen, saying that they need to destroy the rats as quickly as possible in order to find another way out and get away from here. However, due to the old woman being distracted by conversations with another person, an energy blade flashes through the air and immediately strikes. Sam, taking advantage of the moment, strikes quickly at the mentor of the Brahma priestess, killing her with this monstrous fatal blow. The old woman tries for a few more seconds to understand what happened to her, but after that, she immediately leaves this world, since no person can withstand such fatal damage. Sam realizes that he has dealt with one enemy, and decides to immediately move on to battle with other representatives of the Depression before they have time to recover from this blow. The spiritual priestess notices with horror the death of her mentor, and realizes that their situation is getting worse every second. Stephen, who also missed the attack on the spiritual priestess's mentor, notices with annoyance that they were attacked from behind at the most unexpected moment. However, due to the fact that one of the best warriors above is distracted again, he misses the attack of the Rat King, who quickly rushes straight for his neck. The attack is successful and Stephen grabs his artery, which begins to bleed after meeting the Rat King's razor-sharp teeth. The king retreats briefly to feast on the Supreme's blood and process it into a small amount of spiritual energy for himself. A weakened Stephen is attacked by a huge number of mutated rats, and his fate becomes very quickly sealed. The spiritual priestess shouts to Major General Stephen to be careful, but it is too late, and she very quickly remains the only surviving diplomatic representative who fell into this pit. Sam decides it's time to end this operation and orders his charges to kill the remaining people, leaving no trace of themselves. Merciless rats gnaw into the body of the survivors, ignoring them, and very quickly becomes the site of a brutal massacre carried out by Sam at the behest of Jonathan. The rabid rats very quickly finish their feast, leaving behind only the half-gnawed corpses of representatives of the diplomatic mission and their guards. The only one Sam decides to leave alive is the spiritual priestess of Brahma, who is of considerable value to Jonathan and his comrades. 3 days later, Sam delivers the unconscious body of the Brahma priestess to the mountain range, where Jonathan is at that moment absorbing ice ore. Sam places the body of the priestess in front of the protagonist's roots and says that this is one of the 3 great priestesses of the followers of Brahma, adding that she is a messenger of the Alliance and everyone calls her Aisha. Jonathan looks at his prey with interest and thinks about how it can serve him in his future campaigns. Without thinking twice, Jonathan carefully picks it up with his root and brings it closer to him to study it in more detail. Jonathan reflects that according to Stella, these Brahma followers are an extremely mysterious people, and even the Federation itself is afraid of meeting them. Jonathan immediately senses the priestess's spiritual energy despite the fact that the girl is unconscious, and comes to the conclusion that she is very talented. Jonathan carefully removes the mask covering the priestess's face and is surprised that she is a very beautiful girl. Jonathan concludes that this will be a very useful addition to his fighting brotherhood and decides to make her his servant, bending her consciousness to his will. Using his skill, he creates a spiritual connection between his root and the priestess's consciousness, after which they are transported to another place, much to his surprise. Jonathan looks around in surprise, realizing that the place he had just been in has disappeared and complete darkness has fallen all around. However, a second later, stars and comets begin to appear in huge numbers in this darkness, and Jonathan realizes that he has found himself in some other dimension. Looking around a little, the main character comes to the conclusion that he is now in the inner world in which he has been looking for refuge all this time. He will be able to completely subjugate the will of this girl or destroy this inner world and take all her power, along with her soul, for himself. The main character hesitates for some time, trying to understand which option would be the most acceptable for him, and comes to the conclusion that it is better to spare the girl and use her for diplomatic purposes. With these thoughts, Jonathan leaves the spiritual world and then completes the procedure of enslaving consciousness. Sam covers his face with his fist to avoid being blinded by the bright light that Aisya's spiritual energy exudes. The spiritual priestess of Brahma comes to her senses, and the system states to John that Aisya has the first stage of evolution and can also see the vulnerabilities of living beings, as well as bring evolution points to the person with whom she made a blood contract. Jonathan is very taken by the last line, and he stops for a while in surprise, rereading it several times. However, Jonathan's eyes do not deceive him, and he reflects that he previously obtained evolution points himself by killing others, and thus became submissive in blood, but now he can entrust this task to someone else. With these thoughts, he turns to Aisya and asks her what he wants, adding that she will fulfill absolutely any of his orders. Jonathan says that now Aisya needs to go hunting for an anomalous beast and get some evolution points for it. The Brahma priestess, whose consciousness is completely enslaved, tells him that she will carry out his order to the Union, after which she turns towards the forest. After some time, Aisya, who has truly outstanding combat skills, destroys the anomalous beast that she was able to find. The system notifies Jonathan that his servant has killed a 6th stage anomalous beast and rewards him with 12 evolution points for this. With incredible resentment in his voice, Jonathan wonders why he received only a 5th of the reward for killing the 6th stage beast, but after that, he comes to the conclusion that this is still better than nothing. Aisya returns to Jonathan, and he reflects that this girl is capable of more. Sending her on a hunt is wasting her talent, and it is better for her to return to the followers of Brahma and do diplomatic work for him. Jonathan reflects that if the 10 Nations Alliance shows restraint, then the forces of the Federation will not be able to cope with it. However, from Jonathan's point of view, now with its first stage of evolution, it will be difficult to control an entire nation, and if a newcomer is beaten with spiritual energy, this will hurt him too. Deciding that something needs to be done about this, he turns to Aisya, saying that he has one very important gift for her. With these words, he hands her an elemental flower, telling her that if she eats it, she will become much stronger, and warns that she may die. However, Aisya, whose consciousness no longer belongs to her, humbly accepts this situation and takes the elemental flower into her hands. Having properly prepared herself, Aisya bites off the petals of an elemental flower, feeling her body begin to fill with spiritual power. After a few more seconds, a huge beam of spiritual energy appears around the body of the spiritual priestess of Brahma, which pierces the heavens. Jonathan happily notes that everything seems to have worked out, and the system informs him that Aisya now has the innate skill of flame control, as well as immunity to physical attacks and control of the fire elemental power. Jonathan tells the spiritual priestess that given her skills, she can quickly reach the 2nd stage, after which he invites her to go into the Misty Gorge to find a place of power, adding that in a couple of days he will again give her the essence of life. After this, the main character turns to Sam, saying that he did a great job, and orders him to go with the priestess to protect her, to which he happily agrees. Having received his orders, Sam goes to the gorge, taking the spiritual priestess with him, thereby completing the story with the diplomatic intrigues of the Federation and the alliance of 10 nations. 2 days later, Jonathan continues to think about how best to manage such a valuable asset as the controlled priest of Brahma in the 10 Nations Alliance. However, his thoughts are disrupted by a powerful earthquake, and the main character wonders what could have caused such powerful tectonic shifts. Quite quickly, it becomes obvious that the cause of these tremors is the completion of the evolution of the demonic bull, which has made a breakthrough to the next stage. Jonathan is surprised that the demonic bull is making such a breakthrough, and wonders what new skills his faithful servant has acquired. A few seconds later, as if answering Jonathan's questions, the demonic bull appears in front of his roots, appearing in all its menacing glory. The demonic bull's body undergoes rapid changes that cause it to change forever, gaining even more muscle mass. Jonathan looks in amazement at the demonic bull, which has now learned to walk on two legs, and the system tells him that the bull now has a strong, sharp weapon capable of tearing its enemies into small pieces. Also, the demonic bull made a breakthrough in its mental development, gaining the ability to speak with the main character not only through a spiritual connection, but also through its tongue. Jonathan is incredibly surprised by such changes and wonders how it happened that the demonic bull suddenly became humanoid. He begins to fussily examine his warrior and asks him how he achieved such amazing results, adding that he himself would like to change his body in a similar way. The demonic bull answers his master that he does not fully understand how he managed to change in such a radical way, adding only that during his evolution, he realized that a more convenient physique was needed for fighting. Jonathan thinks about what physical appearance is. This is another form of development of anomalous creatures, and if there are many more such animals, this could form a new civilization. The proud demonic fighter tells Jonathan that now that he is more human, he hopes to be able to master a weapon, adding that his dream is to wield a powerful axe. Jonathan understands the need of one of his best warriors for a weapon, and declares that his wish will be granted in the shortest possible time. With these words, Jonathan turns to his roots and reflects that with his current stage 3 body, with just a little polishing and shaping of the branches and roots, they will be strong enough to become a powerful weapon, capable of cutting through almost anything. After some time, Jonathan completes his preparations and provides his warrior with a real battle axe capable of destroying mountains. The demon bull proudly raises his weapon above the ground, and Jonathan suggests that he call this weapon the lava tomahawk. With these words, Jonathan declares to the demonic bull that he is going to go to the northern border, adding that he has left some of the spiritual fire ore here for those who work with fire, after which he tells his warrior that he leaves Misty Mountain under his responsibility. Demon Bull proudly accepts his new powers and declares to Jonathan that he will watch over Misty Mountain with full responsibility. After 3 days, Aisha went to the followers of Brahma, and thanks to her help, the attack of the rats and the murder of many followers was regarded as an attack by the Federation. Thus, the Alliance of 10 Nations and the Federation broke their alliance forever, putting an end to a possible campaign against Misty Mountain. At the same time, Jonathan went to the northern border to absorb all the remaining ice ore that remained in the polar bear mine. Misty Mountain remained under the protection of Bull and a group of anomalous beasts who had earned Jonathan's incredible trust in battle. Despite the fact that Jonathan was on his way to an ice ore mine, this did not stop him from capturing nearby animals in order to absorb evolution points or recruit new recruits. After some time, Jonathan talks about how they have finally arrived and admits that he sees a huge island located next to the lake. The island is a beautiful place, with small surrounding mountains that somewhat remind Jonathan of his old clearing where he once settled. The white snake and little panda happily greet Jonathan, shouting to him that they have cleared the entire territory of hostile, anomalous animals, and it has become absolutely safe here. They state that the ice ore seems to have benefited both of them, adding that both the white snake and the little brewmaster have definitely become significantly stronger. The city's baby brewmaster points to his distended belly and says that he ate a huge amount of spiritual stones, thereby providing himself with spiritual energy for many months to come. Jonathan settles down with an incredible rumble, sinking his roots into the ground in an attempt to reach the ice ore mine. After a few seconds, he succeeds, and his roots, breaking through the frozen soil, begin to greedily collect all the precious minerals. The white snake and the little brewmaster try not to fall under the massive roots and jump back, let the tree god properly settle down in the new place. A huge amount of spiritual energy immediately begins to emanate from the spirit, and Jonathan realizes that this is an excellent opportunity to strengthen his charges. By the way, with these thoughts, he turns to the Ninetails and invites her to jump onto the fire-type branches in order to continue her continuous development. After this, he turns to the brewmaster and the white snake, saying that they both can calmly continue their development and enjoy the spiritual ore. With these words, Jonathan proposes to begin evolution and begins the process of absorbing frost-type spiritual ore. Concentrating all his efforts, Jonathan raises his branches to the sky, and a very strong frosty aura begins to emanate from him, lowering the ambient temperature by several degrees. Dozens of days passed by during this process, but for Jonathan, whose spiritual energy had reached 5.5 million, it all seemed like just a moment. During this time, the roots of the trees broke through the ice and killed all the fish that were still in the area, absorbing their evolution points. Having come to his senses, Jonathan says that now his number of evolution points has reached a huge number, and he received most of them on the way here. He also understands that he earned some of his several million points right here, destroying fish in shallow water. Jonathan comes to the conclusion that if he gets such a number of points only in coastal waters, then in the depths of the ocean, he can find even more resources for evolution. Jonathan watches with interest the flows of energy that emanate from distant oceans, and wonders what even worthy opponents might find in them. After that, he turns to his system to strengthen the roots, and the window informs him that strengthening the roots will cost 300,000 evolution points, to which he happily agrees. Meanwhile, on Misty Mountain, a demonic bull addresses the cubs, whom Carl has been watching all this time, trying to understand where the young charges of Jonathan's army have gone. However, after searching a little harder, the horned warrior, who is now responsible for Misty Mountain, discovers signs of struggle and trails of blood that lead into the distance. What he saw immediately infuriates the proud warrior, and he calls all the mutated beasts who were on duty on Misty Mountain for an urgent meeting. Hearing the loud cry of the demonic bull, Flash and Green Mantis decide to immediately find out what is happening and go to the required location. A huge imperial crocodile, alarmed by the loud cry of the demonic bull, appears from behind the trees and asks him what happened. The bull turns to the imperial crocodile and declares that he is incredibly glad to see him, to which he asks him whose blood this is. What the hell happened here? The demonic bull informs the imperial crocodile that he cannot find the babies that Carl has cared for so long anywhere, and expresses his fears that they may have been kidnapped. The crocodile decides to take his time on the turns and tells the bull that the cubs might have gotten lost and just need to be found. However, the bull tells the crocodile that this option does not seem possible to him, despite the fact that he would like to believe it with all his heart. With these words, he shows the wounded cub to the imperial crocodile and says that something definitely happened and a treacherous attack was made on the defenseless cubs. The huge reptile, considered cold-blooded by nature, shudders at the thought that their precious offspring could be stolen or even destroyed. After some time, all the animals located on Misty Mountain are called to the place where Jonathan had previously sat in order to decide on a plan of action. The demonic bull places one of the golden monkey's cubs on the stone altar to convince everyone that the preparations for the emergency meeting are not far-fetched. Carl, whose life has been entirely devoted to these cubs for the past few months, looks at the wounded cub with a crushed look. The demonic bull, with undisguised shame in his voice, says that everything that happened is his fault, since he thought that Misty Mountain was safe and allowed the cubs to roam freely. The golden monkey says that he has already used the life essence left by the god tree, and now his cub is not in danger, but he is still unconscious. Sam sadly reflects that the tree god is counting on these kids in the future, and they need to be monitored much more diligently. Carl speaks icily to the demonic bull, stating that someone talked about taking care of these babies, and he believed him. Shadow Ninja states that if they don't find these cubs or something happens to them, then he can't give any guarantees that he won't immediately cut off the cursed horned warrior's head. Astro tries to defuse the conflict by asking Carl to calm down, and adds that the bull is also worried about these animals, and it is not easy for him to cope with their loss. However, the demonic bull is sympathetic to Carl's emotions, and says that it is time for them to stop wasting their energy on such nonsense. The crocodile supports the demonic bull's train of thought and says that now is not the time to look for someone to blame, as they need to find the babies as soon as possible. He states that the leader of the Wind Wolves will lead his pack in search, since their enemy is well camouflaged and has left almost no traces by which to track him. The imperial crocodile asks for some time and reflects on the fact that the enemy took advantage of the lack of alarm to infiltrate here and was able to speak his breath, after which he comes to the conclusion that all the inhabitants of Misty Mountain must maintain maximum combat readiness. With the thought that the enemy's goal remains absolutely unimportant to him, since his task is to disrupt his plans, the imperial crocodile resorts to his ability of excellent smell. The huge reptile concentrates on its sense of smell and detects the slightest odors at a distance of over several tens of kilometers. After some time, the crocodile notices some fluctuations in smells using his fancy olfactory sonar. He strains his senses even more, trying to understand in what direction the opponents were moving, who allowed themselves to attack the cubs of Misty Mountain. After some time, the imperial crocodile isolates a separate scent from a huge ocean of smells that extends for many kilometers. The crocodile informs his comrades that he has discovered the enemies who stole their offspring and can give their exact coordinates. He adds that, judging by the smell, their cubs were stolen by people of unknown origin. The demonic bull goes berserk, saying that it's a pretty constant threat from humans, and adds that this time he won't sit until he punishes every single person that crosses his path. Meanwhile, the secret agents who successfully completed the operation to kidnap the Misty Mountain cubs are running away from Misty Mountain at full speed, hurrying each other. The head of the detachment reflects on the fact that they were informed that only the tree demon lives in these parts, and wonders why they were not told that there were other mutated animals here. The head of the detachment is haunted by the question of where this murderous aura came from, which saturates every cell of air in the Misty Mountains. The head of the kidnapping squad suggests that the person who gave them this tip turned out to be an arrogant person who specifically wanted to send them to hell. After this, he glances at the three-headed snake and reflects that the state he so faithfully serves has only one chance left for salvation. From his point of view, if they return the reincarnation of the Great Serpent to their homeland, then their country will be saved from the invasion of mutated beasts. After some time, the kidnapping squad begins to feel strong vibrations, which are getting closer and closer to them with every second. One of the kidnappers says that these vibrations signal that they have been discovered, to which the squad leader says that they need to get to the city as quickly as possible so that the soldiers at the posts will detain the aggressive crowd of mutants. The kidnapper says that in this situation, the whole city will fall victim to aggressive mutated animals who will not understand who is responsible for the abduction of their cubs, to which the head of the detachment reports that he is absolutely indifferent to this. From his point of view, their task is to deliver the mutated snake Yamatano Orochi to the land of Sakura, after which he adds that the number of Federation people who will die for this does not bother him. The squad leader speculates that this could be retaliation for the fact that the person who gave them the tip was planning to send them on a suicide mission. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Sunset City, which is one of the 10 largest cities in the Federation, renowned for containing many Stage 2 highs and for having approximately 30,000 warriors, the weakest of which should be along the entire line below the 7th degree. Sakura Country sent Sato, who is the head of the Federation's kidnapping squad, to carry out a special task. The whole point is that in the country of cherry blossoms, they believe that the three-headed snake that is located in the Misty Valley is the reincarnation of an ancient demon called Yamatano Orochi, who is the last hope for this state. However, this short-sighted servant of the cherry blossom country reignited the enmity between the combined forces of the Federation and the animals from Misty Mountain. The return of the Misty Beasts was not long in coming, and they decided to carry out a rescue operation on the night of the same day when they discovered the loss of their cubs. None of the beasts on duty at Misty Mountain were left behind, as the future of their children was most important to both Jonathan and each mutated beast. The demonic bull decided to become the head of the search operation, since he felt the greatest responsibility for not keeping an eye on the careless kids. Some time ago, one of the higher ones contacted Sato and offered him a foray to Misty Mountain, which initially raised doubts among the secret agent of the country of Sakura. The Supreme One stated that a powerful demon tree lives inside this mountain. However, besides it, there are only weak mutated beasts there. He said that if they managed to capture the anomalous beast from Misty Mountain for research, he would give them the resources to genetically modify Yamatano Orochi. Looking at the doubts in Sato's soul, the superior tried to cheer him up by smiling insidiously and telling him that he should not be a coward, since the main problem was the demonic tree, which was very easy to avoid with proper stealth. In the Sunset City, battle sirens are heard, and all troops are on alert as they are informed that a serious enemy is approaching. A huge number of armored vehicles are deployed to different areas of the city to support the infantry in the defense of fortified areas next to the concrete wall. However, the main backbone of the defense is concentrated at the main entrance to the city, and the highest one, who persuaded Sato and his comrades to kidnap the cubs of anomalous beasts, decides to become the head of the human army. This Supreme is named Patrick, and he is one of the strongest Supremes in this city, since he is in the second stage of his development. Patrick muses that the commoners from Sakura Country boasted of sneak attack skills, but they were still discovered rather quickly, and then concludes that the attack from the beasts means that they succeeded, and now they can finally figure out why the beasts' misty mountains are so strong. A fearless warrior stands ahead of his fighters in front of a dark forest, from which can be heard the loud stomping of an approaching army of mutated animals. However, after just a few minutes, the darkness parts, and a huge number of mutated animals appear in front of Patrick, led by a formidable demonic bull, who took his lava tomahawk with him. The demonic bull decides to get straight to the point and menacingly shouts at the people to return their cubs, adding that otherwise, they will drown the entire city in blood. Patrick looks at the demonic bull with surprise and is mentally surprised that it looks so much like a human, after which he concludes that those cubs that the servants of the country of Sakura managed to steal are also quite interesting specimens. Deciding to try to trick the mutated beast, Patrick with feigned innocence tells the proud warrior that he has no idea what he's talking about. However, the demonic bull decides that the time for talking is almost up and shouts at Patrick to stop making an idiot of himself. In order to teach the daring superior reason, the demonic bull decides to strike quickly with his huge axe. Patrick is unable to dodge this attack and does his best to block it with his energy sword, managing to stop the attack at the last moment. However, the force of the impact was so great that the highest of the second stage bounced back several tens of meters with incredible inertia. Tension seeps into Patrick's body and he struggles to stay on his feet without giving in to the incredible pain and fear. The soldiers who watch this are horrified that their commander, who is in the second stage, which is considered almost divine among humans, retreated after just one blow from the demonic bull. Meanwhile, Patrick looks at his handcuff and realizes that just one blow nearly took away his right arm, even though it was blocked. This small brawl forces Patrick to reevaluate his chances and more soberly assess the situation in which he finds himself. Looking at the approaching anomalous beasts, he realizes that they cannot cope with all the monsters, and the city simply cannot withstand their aggressive behavior. With these words, he approaches the demonic bull and tells him that since he has consciousness, they can agree and resolve this misunderstanding diplomatically. The demonic bull says that the only condition for negotiations is the transfer of the baby snake and the two-headed wolf to Misty Mountain. Patrick listens carefully to the words of the demonic bull and realizes that, apparently, the Sakura soldiers were only able to take 2 cubs. The demonic bull points his axe forward and says that if these conditions are not met, they will enter the city and take their cubs by force. Patrick tries not to give in to fear and tells the demonic bull that their city has a huge number of weapons against mutated beasts. Suddenly, their dialogue is interrupted by a gunshot, and a bizarre bullet flies near the head of the demonic bull, piercing its lush mane and traveling onward. Enraged by this action, the demonic bull turns back to make sure that no one behind him is harmed by this shot. However, the demonic bull's hopes are not destined to come true, as the bullet hits one of the display wolves, who immediately begins to stagger and falls. Those who fired the shot turn out to be Sakura soldiers, who say that weapons with spiritual energy were created specifically for first-stage mutants and leave no chance of destroying anyone lower in the hierarchy. The Sakura soldiers voice their plan, which is to force the anomalous beasts of Misty Mountain and the Federation soldiers to rip each other's throats out. They joyfully look at the result of their shot and say that this time it is the Federation that will suffer, and it is the normal animals that suffer the most. The leader of the Wind Wolves approaches his wounded comrade and tries to understand whether he can still be saved or whether a stray bullet played a fatal role in the life of this wolf. Patrick angrily turns to his soldiers and asks them why they fired without his orders, but the regular soldiers tell him that they did not open fire. However, this does not convince the demonic bull, and he orders all his beasts to attack and crush the walls of this cursed city. The soldiers, who with their behavior have just provoked a new round of war, tell each other that their plans are changing, and now they are no longer interested in the genetic material for transformation, and their primary task will be delivering the cubs to the country. The Black Armor Squad is the strongest army in the Sunset City, each warrior of which is at least at the 8th stage. Even though they are the second fastest formation of warrior corps in the entire country, and have gained fame for better training their soldiers to fight against abnormal beasts, they are experiencing great difficulties. The soldiers sing their battle anthem, shout that in the midst of an ocean of hatred and malice, they will fight with anomalous beasts and sit there for their dead brothers. With these words, they open fire from all guns, shooting the approaching anomalous beasts, but this does not cause them any significant damage. The demonic bull, determined to return the cubs of Misty Mountain at any cost, orders his comrades to continue advancing on the city. The vultures, who at this point have received some improvements to their abilities, use fire projectiles to break down the resistance on the wall. This proves to be a very effective strategy, and the city's defenders are successfully overwhelmed by fire and explosions that disable their mounted weapons. The demonic bull calls out to its allies, urging them to destroy the gate, and the first to be called upon for this purpose is the Peregrine Falcon's war wing, which has already gained a suitable speed. Having chosen the most fragile place in the wall structure, the Peregrine Falcons rush forward, preparing to crush the concrete structure with their strong beaks. In a split second, super-fast birds crash into the strongest fortifications, crushing them as if they were made of wet paper or fragile ice. The soldiers note with horror that the wall has been broken, which means that anomalous animals can now break into the guarded city and cause a real massacre there. The High Ones take to the air to destroy the cursed birds that have breached the strongest structure this city has ever built. However, the combat wing of the Peregrine Falcons penetrates the city, not alone, taking with them reliable reinforcements in order to cover them in the air. This reinforcement turns out to be a snow-white tiger, which, having perfectly mastered flight skills, knocks down one of the higher ones with a powerful blow of its wing. This blow turns out to be incredibly strong, and the highest one instantly breaks down, breaking through several floors of a concrete building. The defenders of the wall, despite the fact that the main structure was destroyed, continue to shoot at the mutated beasts, remaining true to their duty and oath. However, anomalous beasts, for whom loyalty to their master and obligations to future generations are also not an empty phrase, continue to attack the Sunset City. The Black Armor Squad activates briefly disabled automatic turrets, which shower the anomalous beasts with a huge number of large-caliber projectiles. However, the damage to the wall immediately bears fruit, and the ferocious lizard decides to take advantage of the resulting cracks in the structure in order to break the last stronghold of people's defense. In a matter of seconds, he reaches the top of the wall using his incredible agility and tenacious paws, the claws of which cut into the cracks of the concrete wall with incredible ease. Once the ferocious lizard reaches the defensive wall, it appears before the defenders in all its terrifying splendor, instilling incredible fear with just one glance. Within seconds, the huge dinosaur begins to kill the wall's defenders with its sharp teeth, overwhelming that point of defense. Meanwhile, on Earth, the mutated boars continue to scatter the superior troops in different directions, preventing them from coming to their senses and uniting into groups. Those who manage to somehow escape from the blow are immediately finished off by honey badgers, using their lightning speed and electrical discharges. Quite quickly, the honey badger gets the hang of it and continues its rampage, seeking to destroy as many Federation soldiers as possible in retaliation for the attack on the Misty Mountain cubs. However, after some time, the electric charge in the honey badger's body begins to slowly decrease, which is why it loses speed, which the slightly higher ones decide to take advantage of. They come in from both sides at once so as not to give the annoying animal a single chance to dodge their attacks. However, the honey badger, who has already gained combat experience throughout his life, decides to take advantage of this to restore his electrical charge. After waiting for both above to come dangerously close to him, he exudes a huge column of electrical energy from his body, neutralizing both opponents. The golden monkey, who almost lost one of her cubs, also rushes into battle, armed with his trusty stick, which over all this time has become even stronger and more deadly. Thanks to the enhancements that he received during his entire stay with Jonathan, his speed and agility are in no way inferior to the higher ones of the first stage, who immediately lose to him in a direct collision. Windwolves also do not stand aside and attack ordinary soldiers in the hope of avenging their wounded brother. The Supreme finds himself surrounded by a huge number of giant ants, asking what to do and how to get out of this difficult situation. The other defenders and walls that still remain at their posts continue to fire at the anomalous beasts, wondering where they got such incredible power from. Artillery squads are ordered to load artillery mounts in order to repel the attack and bring multiple launch rocket systems to combat readiness. However, the fire vultures manage to notice the preparation for shelling and attack the missile launchers with the help of fiery feathers. The attack is very successful, and the rocket launcher shells instantly detonate, destroying all the artillery crews and the grappling rocket. Patrick reflects that the Black Armor Squad, previously considered vulnerable, looks incredibly pathetic compared to these demonic beasts. He continues to be tormented by the thought that the strongest warriors of this city cannot do anything against the anomalous beasts of Misty Mountain, and their battle with them looks like they were dummy dolls. Patrick realizes with alarm that in this situation, there will be nothing left of them within just a few minutes, and at that very second, a demonic bull comes out in front of him. The menacing horned fighter looks at Patrick appraisingly with all his appearance, demonstrating that he does not have a single chance in a battle with him. He asks Patrick if he was really sure that the misty beasts were just ordinary mutants that would be easy to deal with. Patrick, having lost all faith in victory, hysterically asks the demonic bull what kind of creature they are and what hellhole they crawled out of. The desperate warrior says that no matter what they are, they cannot lose to the anomalous beasts, and rushes to attack, raising his energy sword. Patrick makes a reckless attack with his energy sword, but the demonic bull manages to block it with his hand, causing incredible shock to the superior. The demon bull holds the energy sword in its hand and tells Patrick that they will still recapture their cubs and make the human race regret their crimes against Misty Mountain. However, Patrick decides to overcome his fear and tells the demonic bull with an evil look that they will never give up anyway. Meanwhile, Sam and Astra, along with Flash, infiltrate Sunset Town to save the cubs of Misty Mountain. Sam and Astra turn to Flash, who suddenly freezes and asks him if he sensed the presence of Misty Mountain's offspring. Flash replies that he is picking up strange vibrations, and his radar mustache begins to tremble cautiously. After scanning the area, Flash informs his comrades that he was able to discover the location of the Misty Mountain cubs. However, after a while, he freezes again and realizes that all the signatures of the opponents who stole the Misty Mountain cubs got into the car and left at full speed to evacuate Sunset City. Flash tells his allies that the Misty Mountain cubs are in the southwest and rushes forward to catch up with the departing truck. Sunset City is slowly beginning to become a site of full-fledged military operations, and huge pillars of smoke and dust arising from constant explosions begin to rise up many tens of meters. However, this situation does not persist in the entire part of the Sunset City, and at the other end of this metropolis, there is still a fragile calm. However, this calm is quickly destroyed, as abnormal animals attack the city along the entire perimeter and destroy the concrete wall, which was previously considered indestructible. A huge piece of the concrete wall falls off and falls with a loud crash onto the asphalt roads, which just yesterday were perfectly clean. The armored car containing the soldiers and Sakura quickly drives away along the still-standing highway, hoping to leave the Sunset City as quickly as possible. Sato, driving the truck, reflects that the beasts from Misty Mountain really do terrify him, and now he can only hope that Sunset City can hold out for a few more minutes. Suddenly, a soldier from the land of Sakura hears human footsteps on the roof of a car, after which the question is heard in the air about where the respected gentleman went for the night. After this, something hits the armored car with force, and the car seems to be pressed into the road, punching a large hole in it and stopping. The person who so easily destroyed the armored car with Sakura's soldiers turns out to be one of the higher ones, who noticed the escape of Sakura's soldiers and decided to punish the traitors for their tricks. Sakura's soldiers emerge from the protected armored car, and the superior tells them that they are quite nimble for people who are loaded with such important cargo. Sato angrily turns to his allies, believing that the people of the Federation have decided to finish them off, after which he turns to his superiors, saying that he suspected that they did not intend to give them the materials for genetic modification, adding that they have the reincarnation of Yamatano Orochi in their hands, which they must return to their homeland. However, the Supreme One chuckles at Sato's words and says that he would really like to see how they can pull off this trick. Suddenly, among the ranks of the fighters of the country of Sakura, a gray-haired old man appears, who says that this Supreme One really decided to challenge them at such a difficult time for his country. The Supreme One smiles wickedly, recognizing the gray-haired old man as one of the main elders of Sakura country, and tells him that, apparently, they did not plan to honestly cooperate with the Federation. The gray-haired old man calmly replies that the Federation has not earned the trust of Sakura country, so their betrayal is not treacherous. The commander of the senior labor states that in this case, they can all the more allow the fighters of the Sakura country to leave this city. The elder orders his warriors to immediately destroy all the higher ones who saw them, so as not to leave any witnesses to their actions. The two war factions rush into battle, and several explosions occur on the highway, due to which the highway begins to crack and slowly fall apart. However, the source of the explosion turns out to be not the senior squad or Sakura's fighters, who look in surprise at the huge clouds of dust, trying to understand what caused such a powerful explosion. Such a sudden appearance of supernatural forces surprises even the elder of the country of Sakura, who has seen a huge number of different miracles in his life. The cause of the explosion turns out to be Sam, who went here with his friends to find those who stole offspring from the animals of Misty Mountain. The elder watches Sam in surprise and says that this man is not at all like the Federation soldier, who always wear a strictly defined uniform. As the smoke clears even further, the elder notices that standing in front of him is a slender girl dressed in foliage costumes who has destroyed several higher ones at once with the help of bloody vines that grow from her body. The commander of the superior squad is surprised by Sam's appearance and does not notice how Flash appears behind him, ready to tear apart all opponents with the help of his chitinous blades. Rushing forward, Flash swings his blades quickly and accurately, cutting off the head of the commander of the superior squad, who never had time to understand what happened. Flash notes that he will need to work on his technique for delivering his strike, and decides that it is time to destroy all the other people who have encroached on the safety of the Misty Mountain cubs. The frightened superiors, who still remained on their feet, look in surprise as the lifeless body of the commander falls onto the armored car, sprinkling the road with his blood. The elder decides to detain the mutated animals and orders Sam to deliver the cubs to their homeland as quickly as possible because he replies that his order will be carried out and starts to flee. Astra is trying to prevent the escape of the vile provocateur, who started another war between the doors of the Misty Mountain and the Federation with the help of his vines. However, a wise elder stands in her way, blocking the bloody vines with the help of his secret technique, inaccessible to any other mortal. The elder orders Astra to stop immediately, saying that he will not allow their noble goals of saving their country to be thwarted. He adds that an arrogant mutant who is unable to understand human needs does not dare to interfere with the path of justice. The High Ones, who are in turmoil trying to figure out what to do, shout to each other that they must immediately stop the escaping agents of Sakura country. Sam, hearing these words, quickly rushes forward, ignoring the higher ones, who are no longer of any interest to him. He shouts to his comrades that the cubs are with one of the agents of the country of Sakura, adding that they need to stop him in order to save their offspring. Meanwhile, Sato, thanks to his incredible dexterity, rushes further and further from the battlefield, angry to himself that fate has become so unfavorable to him. The first anomalous beast that Agent Sakura encounters is Flash, who at the speed of a bullet catches up with Sato and tries to stop him. He once again unsheathes his chitinous blades and asks Agent Sakura where he was going on such a dark night, preparing to kill him on the spot. Sato realizes that he cannot escape the battle and quickly tries to figure out what evasive maneuvers he needs to use to survive this fight. Meanwhile, the Imperial Crocodile continues to attract attention by emitting loud screams that strike fear into all the Federation soldiers who stand ready to challenge him. Having properly accelerated, the huge reptile crashes into a concrete wall, destroying it to the ground and creating additional gaps for its allies. However, due to the fact that the crocodile clearly did not calculate its strength, the wall collapses entirely, burying behind it a huge number of soldiers who were unlucky enough to be on duty today. The soldiers who were not destroyed by the rubble of the stone wall find that they are now face to face with a huge reptile that can either crush them or swallow them with its huge mouth. The armored vehicles, which have been waiting all this time for the right moment, open fire with all their guns, and the soldiers shout to each other that they must not allow the animals to enter the city. A huge number of missiles and large-caliber shells are sent straight to the head of the crocodile, which is already preparing to repeat its fate during the first major battle with the Federation troops on the territory of Misty Mountain. However, suddenly a fiery beam appears in the air, which instantly destroys all the projectiles aimed at the face of the Imperial Crocodile. The savior of the giant reptile turns out to be a ferocious lizard who, out of a sense of cold-blooded solidarity, uses his fiery breath to destroy the armored vehicles. Soldiers driving armored infantry fighting vehicles instantly burn in fire, the temperature of which reaches several thousand degrees Celsius. The ferocious lizard stops spewing flames from its mouth, making sure that all opponents have been destroyed, and then moves on, destroying all enemies in its path. Meanwhile, Patrick continues his battle with the demonic bull, losing his positions one by one due to the strong difference in the amount of spiritual energy. The demonic bull, which has not yet received a single serious damage from Patrick's attacks, again stands in front of him, showing with all its appearance that the Supreme One does not have a single chance of winning this fight. Patrick soberly weighs his chances and shouts that this humanoid beast is too strong, but he cannot lose to him even if it costs him his life. Concentrating all his power into the energy blade, he uses the decapitation skill, sending forward a deadly energy wave that kills all living things in its path. However, this cunning technique does not impress the demonic bull, who summons gravity to his skills and instantly crashes an energy wave into the asphalt, negating its effect. Patrick is dismayed by this outcome of events and says that he cannot believe that his strongest blow was repelled by one swing of the axe. The demonic bull takes advantage of Patrick's shock at his failure and wields a huge axe, telling the superior that he will make him regret everything. The terrible horned warrior's eyes begin to reflect true rage, which creatures of his kind usually never show, and he screams that Patrick is finished. With these words, he delivers a monstrous blow, which achieves its goal, permanently incapacitating the highest of the second stage. Where the demonic bull struck, a huge plume of dust appears due to the incredible power the horned warrior put into his lava tomahawk. After a moment, when the smoke clears, an outside observer could see the demonic bull standing proudly in its place, enjoying its victory. However, for the highest of the second stage, fate was much less favorable, and he loses consciousness, receiving an incredible amount of injuries that incapacitate him for a long time. Having dealt with another problem, the demonic bull turns around and heads towards active combat to support its comrades. One of the few surviving soldiers, who managed to hide in the rubble, watches what is happening in horror and says that his commander has lost. He observes with horror that he is unable to rise above the second stage after the injuries he received and continues to remain unconscious. A feeling of acute injustice permeates the entire body of an ordinary soldier, and he says that he does not understand why they cannot do anything to oppose the anomalous beasts, despite their hard training. Meanwhile, the demonic bull reunites with the imperial crocodile and the ferocious lizard, surveying the battlefield and contemplating what move they should take now. He mentally wonders how things are going on the other front and whether Sam managed to find the kids locked somewhere in this city. Meanwhile, somewhere in the suburbs of the Sunset City, a swift shadow passes by, leaving behind drops of arterial blood. This shadow turns out to be Sato, who lost one of his arms in a battle with Flash, but was able to break away and escape into the forest. Sato reflects that the powers of these beasts are simply incredible, and he would definitely have died if he had not used a secret stealth technique to escape from the golden ant. He looks at the very important cargo, which contains a three-headed snake, and tells himself that he must deliver it to the land of Sakura. However, before Sato can finish this thought, he begins to sense the presence of the golden ant behind him, who managed to track him down despite his stealth techniques. Sato begins to slowly lose his composure and asks the golden ant why he was able to detect it so quickly. Flash decides not to respond to the pathetic human, but suddenly senses the spiritual energy of another creature and decides to stop the chase. The golden ant lands on one of the branches and carefully monitors Sato's movements from afar, without trying to give chase. An agent of Sakura Country observes in surprise the behavior of the golden ant and tries to understand what forced this evil insect to stop and give up the chase. However, the reason why Flash decided to let Sato go for a while becomes clear after a familiar figure appears in front of the Sakura Country warrior. The mysterious silhouette belongs to Stella, who came to this city as quickly as she could in order to help the Misty Mountain Beast return its offspring. Sato, unaware of the state of affairs, rejoices at the appearance of Stella and believes that the girl has come to the aid of the Sunset City. He rushes towards Stella, shouting that he is an envoy from Sakura Country, adding that Sunset City is now under attack by a wave of abnormal beasts, and he himself is being pursued by the golden ant of Misty Mountain. However, Stella decides not to pretend that this information is something new to her and calmly orders the envoy of the country of Sakura to approach her. The girl activates her fiery abilities, and the naive ninja asks her for salvation, mentally telling himself that luck has finally smiled on him and he has found help. However, to his immediate disappointment, it turns out that she created the fiery hand solely to stop him from escaping. The hand begins to compress Sato's chest, and he asks Stella what the hell she is doing, adding that they are allies in this war. Stella decides not to answer the traitor and turns to the three-headed snake, which happily wraps itself around her hand. Flash also comes out of disguise and kneels before Stella to report on all the rules of subordination of Misty Mountain. Flash calls Stella mistress and informs her that the search operation to return the offspring of Misty Mountain is almost complete. Sato does not understand anything and is surprised that the golden ant bowed his knee to a common man and addressed him so respectfully. Stella returns Flash's greeting and tells him to contact the demonic bull and order it to stand down as Federation reinforcements will be arriving soon. Flash tells Stella that her order will be carried out in a matter of seconds and then leaves to contact his comrades fighting in Sunset City. After this, Stella turns to Sato, saying that he must answer for all the sins he committed before Misty Mountain, as well as before the Federation. Stella decides not to stand on ceremony with the traitor and calmly declares that the only sentence for his actions is death, after which she begins to squeeze his throat even more tightly. The agent of the country of Sakura does not have time to do anything and dies, captured by waves of all-consuming flame. Meanwhile, the demonic bull, waiting for news, notices that the peregrine falcon has reappeared in their area, bringing them news from the fronts. The peregrine falcon, whom Flash contacted, conveys a message to all the misty animals that all the babies have been saved and are now under reliable protection. The demonic bull nods meekly to its winged companion and turns to its allies, ordering them to retreat as quickly as possible. After this, Sapson quickly reaches the southwestern outskirts of the city of Sunset and tells Sam and Astra the same news. All the anomalous animals of Misty Mountain, having received the order to retreat, immediately carry it out, leaving Sunset City in ruins. Sam asks the demonic bull why they simply left, leaving the city unconquered, adding that almost all of the city's defenders were defeated. The stoic horned warrior tells his allies that they did so because it was Stella's order, which he is not used to discussing. He adds that the first priority was to save the cubs, to whom, fortunately, nothing happened. The demonic bull adds that if things had turned out differently, he would have no idea how they would explain what happened to the tree god, and then turns to the Emperor Crocodile, saying that they need to take all the wounded to a place where they can properly heal. Meanwhile, Sunset City continues to lie in ruins, demonstrating to the outside observer that the wrath of the Misty Mountain animals is merciless. After some time, a loud stomp is heard near the destroyed walls of the city, signaling the approach of a large army. In addition to the menacing stomp, the mounts in this army emit a loud roar, discouraging anyone from wanting to cross paths with these warriors. These mysterious troops, which are knights armed with spears, riding on huge pandas, turn out to be a detachment of Iron Knights patrolling the territory. One of the leaders of this detachment, named Harold, is an artificial warrior who is in the second stage of evolution. Arriving at the Sunset City, a detachment of Iron Knights with a hint of disappointment in their voices states that they were late and the city fell victim to the anomalous beasts from the Misty Mountain. The leader of the Iron Army notes that from now on, they cannot ignore the power of these creatures, since they can destroy the fortifications of a huge city in just one evening. Suddenly, Harold turns towards the sound of wind and falling leaves, making sure that no one is watching them or overhearing their dialogue. Concentrating his spiritual energy on strengthening his organs of hearing and vision, the commander of a detachment of Iron Knights directs his gaze somewhere into the forest thicket. Quite quickly, it turns out that Knight Harold's fears were not in vain, since they were watched all this time by Sam, hiding behind a tree. Sam, quickly realizing that he had been discovered, wonders how the knights, clad in heavy armor, were able to hear his breathing at such a distance. Looking up, he notices how the full moon is temporarily eclipsed by a knight who takes a huge leap on his panda and rushes straight towards him. Jumping from his trusty steed, the Iron Knight with all his might crashes into the place where Sam was previously, causing an incredible shockwave and breaking the strong soil beneath him. The power of this landing turns out to be so great that columns of dust rise up again, notifying the entire area that something is happening near the ruins of the Sunset City. A formidable knight, clad in heavy armor, looks around in search of the enemy who tried to eavesdrop on them, but finds no one. Inspecting the broken soil, he mounts his trusty Pandaren again and wonders if he was imagining things, after which he comes to the conclusion that he definitely felt the presence of someone else here. At this moment, Sam, who managed to hide underground but was seriously injured from the landing of the Iron Knight, quickly runs away towards Misty Mountain. Despite the wound that the formidable Earth Elemental received, all his thoughts are focused on the fact that he needs to tell his comrades about a possible attack on Misty Mountain. According to command reports, the Misty Mountain is a long-standing threat to the Federation, since this forbidden and dangerous place serves as the lair of a powerful monster, in which hordes of equally powerful mutants live, who plunge the Federation into horror by attacking its cities. The latest attack on Sunset City forced the Federation to convene an urgent meeting in order to decide on measures to counteract the anomalous beasts. However, at the meeting, the heads of the Federation say that they are confident that the attack of the anomalous beasts occurred because of the people of the land of Sakura, adding that, according to their sources, the commotion is caused by the abduction of mutated cubs. One of the representatives of the country's ruling clans states that they regard the behavior of the Sakura country as a real invasion of their territory. He adds that they found a cage next to the corpse of a Sakura warrior, from which they easily concluded that these secret agents were trying to steal the cubs from the beasts of Misty Mountain. From the point of view of the head of the clan, it is necessary to send Iron Knights or Dragon Guards in order to teach a lesson to the arrogant neighbors. However, the head of the Federation stops the high-ranking official's ardor, saying that he has more balanced and fair solutions to this problem. The head of the Federation states that, firstly, they must cancel all supplies of provisions to the country of Sakura, and secondly, send a note of protest to the diplomatic mission of this country. The head of the Federation adds that if they are not satisfied with the response of the Sakura country in even one small detail, then they will immediately send the Dragon Guard to resolve the conflict in a more brutal way. Meanwhile, on the northern border, Jonathan continues his expansion and consumption of eyesore, while one of the peregrine falcons flies in to give him the latest news. Describes in great detail the events of the past days, emphasizing that the Iron Knights of the Federation were discovered in the area of the Sunset City. Jonathan listens carefully to the report and is surprised that now the country of Sakura has openly opposed all the creatures of Misty Mountain. He tells his comrade that these problems must be dealt with by the Force, adding that everyone else needs to keep their eyes open and do nothing. The main character thinks that now the Federation has an ace up its sleeve in the form of Iron Knights, and says that if something happens, then everything must be done to protect it until he returns to the foggy clearing. Chief Peregrine listens carefully to all of Jonathan's orders and informs him that he will convey everything to the temporary leadership of Misty Mountain in great detail. After this, Sapson turns towards the Misty Mountain and heads towards his comrades at great speed. Jonathan watches his messenger go and reflects that a lot has happened in the few weeks he's been away. These conversations awaken the baby brewmaster, and he comes out of his cave, asking Jonathan who he has been chatting with all this time. Jonathan turns to the little panda and asks him if he can fight against his relatives if suddenly the animals of Misty Mountain have a conflict with them. Boulevard says it's difficult for him to answer this question because his species has never harmed others, adding that when he fled, he called the others with him, but they all refused. The little panda cites the words of his relatives, from which it follows that for them, there is nothing wrong with eating heartily and waiting for their death. Jonathan takes the information he receives with healthy skepticism, trying to understand why all the pandas behave so unpredictably. Meanwhile, the little brewmaster says that his social limits have been exhausted for today, and now he goes back to the cave to sleep, adding that by the time they got there, all his strength was gone. The main character is deep in thought, thinking that the strength of animals that absorb metal depends on the amount of food and willpower, since the animals are able to absorb the same ore, which makes them stronger. Jonathan understands that the strength of a bear, the speed of a wild cat, and amazing attack power, coupled with the innate skills to work with the elements, is a very formidable characteristic. Jonathan understands that if this party was able to ride such powerful creatures, then they should not be belittled if he had to face them. With these thoughts, Jonathan turns to Buddha and asks him if this means that he himself will have to assemble a separate detachment of the strongest warriors. Meanwhile, the brewmaster, who has returned to his lair, set up in a mine with ice ore, peacefully settles on his body, curls up in a ball, and falls asleep. However, Jonathan decides that he needs help with a task that only the little brewmaster can do, and carefully reaches his root into the den, lifting the baby by the leg. The little bear cub, which periodically hibernates, does not wake up from such actions, and Jonathan decides to throw him out of the den in order to wake him up using more radical methods. Hanging the animal upside down, in a loud voice, Jonathan orders him to stop sleeping, as he needs his help. However, this has no effect, and baby brewmaster continues to sleep peacefully, talking to his imaginary mother in his sleep. Jonathan is amazed at his charge's ability to not pay attention to any external stimuli, and decides that it's time to use the most effective methods to wake up the little panda. He summons a few more of his roots and begins to hit the baby in the face, ordering him to wake up immediately and stop clowning around. After some serious beating, baby brewmaster wakes up and declares that he is incredibly alert and energetic after a short nap. Jonathan turns to the brewmaster and tells him that he must go to the polar bear's den, but the brewmaster does not listen to Jonathan's order and tells him that he can count on him. He turns around, confidently walks in the opposite direction from Jonathan, saying that he will instantly find additional recruits for his valiant brotherhood. However, indulging in a fit of narcissism, the little brewmaster misses the fact that he is walking on very slippery ice and quite soon slips. Having fallen face first into a snowdrift, little brewmaster says that this fall is an excellent reason to take a little more nap, which greatly irritates Jonathan. Meanwhile, the scene is briefly transferred to the ocean, in which they mutate at an increased speed and acquire the most terrifying forms and abilities. Even the huge blue whale, which is in its first stage, is just prey for larger animals, the likes of which the world has not seen for a long time. Thus, a giant blue whale falls into the trap of an octopus, which by the current moment in its life has reached the size of an entire skyscraper. Unable to get out, the huge mammal goes straight into the mouth of the octopus, which feels absolutely confident in these waters. The giant kraken, which has already reached the third stage of development, easily absorbs the blue whale, and its gaze is directed to other lands, rich in a large amount of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Jonathan looks over all of his skills and notices that the only abilities that are at level 1 are Ice Storm and Root Dragon. Scratching his chin thoughtfully, Jonathan comes to the conclusion that he needs to invest all his accumulated evolution points into improving these two skills. Jones notes that thanks to the Ice Spiritual Ore Mine, spiritual energy has already reached 6 million units and continues to grow rapidly. Also, thanks to the fact that he has been absorbing spiritual ore for several weeks, the number of evolution points has reached more than 4 million, which means that after leveling up these two skills, he will be able to add more spiritual energy to himself. With these joyful thoughts, he orders the system to strengthen the Ice Storm skill immediately to the 3rd level, spending 400,000 evolution points on this. The system informs Jonathan that Ice Storm has been successfully upgraded to level 3, and the protagonist wistfully admits to himself that he feels nothing, concluding that the improvement in this skill does not manifest itself in physical changes. After this, Jonathan decides to move on to the Root Dragon skill, remembering that he did not improve it at all, since he needed to deal with the fast attack skills first. The system tells Jonathan that upgrading the Root Dragon skill will cost 510,000 evolution points, and Jonathan is surprised at the monstrous prices of the evolution system. However, after briefly fantasizing about how powerful his dragon root would be once upgraded, Jonathan agrees and tells the system that he confirms the skill enhancement. The system deducts the required number of evolution points from Jonathan's account and begins the procedure of strengthening the dragon root, causing a huge flash of energy. Unlike other enhancement procedures, dragon root enhancement is not painless, and Jonathan feels incredible pain coursing through every cell of his body. Trying to suppress his pain with frustration and sarcastic jokes, Jonathan says that he really missed that feeling of tearing pain. Jonathan's screams, as well as a homemade beacon of spiritual energy, attract a huge amount of attention from predators who will definitely try to swallow such a tasty prey. The power of this cry turns out to be so strong that it even attracts creatures that were previously dozing in the depths of the ocean, without even thinking about appearing on the surface of the water. One of these predators, whose attention is attracted by Jonathan's screams and the conduction of spiritual energy, turns out to be that same giant octopus of the 3rd stage, which decides to reconnoiter the situation. The giant octopus is far from the only predator that approaches Jonathan, and because of this, the ocean near his location begins to become very agitated. After some time, a huge killer whale emerges from it, with 2 dorsal fins and a number of bone growths on its back. This anomalous killer whale quickly rushes to Jonathan's location, guided by a huge beam of blue energy and its sense of smell. Jonathan, going through some difficult times in his life, stares in surprise at the huge monster approaching him, quietly cursing his fate. After some time, the killer whale gets rid of almost all competitors and begins to approach Jonathan with increased speed, leaving behind a huge trail on the water surface. Anticipating prey, the 2nd stage anomalous sediment opens its huge mouth, revealing an incredibly large number of saber-sharp teeth. Jonathan has difficulty forming words and says that all this happened due to a surge in spiritual energy, complaining that his whole body hurts incredibly. However, the killer whale does not give Jonathan any concessions and, having approached a considerable distance, jumps out of the water, hoping to bite off a solid piece from John and then return to the ocean with the help of its fins. The formidable animal manages to let out an animal roar, expressing the seriousness of its intentions to destroy the main character and absorb all his evolution points. Jonathan manages to throw out his branches in time and freeze the monstrous monster, completely blocking its most powerful attack. However, Jonathan goes a little overboard with the frost energy, and an ocean area with a diameter of about 200 meters turns into an icy desert. The system informs Jonathan that he has just used the anomalous branches of the 4th level, which have gained the ability to freeze a small area of water, and the main character happily reflects that now he has the opportunity to control another element. However, this ice is not indestructible, and under the influence of another aquatic predator, it begins to slowly crack. A few seconds later, a huge sawfish, using its strong ice-crushing nose, jumps out of the water to rush straight towards Jonathan. The main character, still unfamiliar with aquatic fauna, looks in surprise at a huge fish that jumped onto land on its own, which is disastrous for it. The sawfish reaches its target and crashes its nose into Jonathan's head without causing any damage to him due to the large difference in the stages of evolution. For some time, the fish gets stuck in Jonathan's body, looking at him in surprise and not understanding how a creature unfamiliar to it could survive such a powerful attack. Jonathan yanks the sawfish out of himself and ties it up with his branches, praising it for its enthusiasm and advanced sneak attack technique. He states that he is very sorry that this fish will not be useful to him in the future and destroys it with the help of his branches, after which he receives a notification from the system that killing this fish brought him 170,000 evolution points. Jonathan is surprised by such gigantic numbers and says that this is almost the largest number of evolution points that he has received at the moment for one-time destruction of animals. After this, he turns to another creature, which has been hiding under the ice cover all this time, and asks it how long it is going to hide, or whether it will finally decide to reveal its essence. In response to this, the ice surface begins to tremble, and all nearby animals scatter in fear of the appearance of a huge predator. Jonathan feels this strong trembling, and he begins to be torn by curiosity, since he still does not understand what kind of animal is hiding under the icy crust of the ocean. However, after a few seconds, Jonathan gets the answer to his question, as a huge octopus, a tentacle as tall as a multi-story building, emerges from a crack in the ice. Jonathan looks with interest and surprise at the appearance of his opponent, reflecting that he has never fought such enemies before. The huge monster decides not to waste time and breaks through the rest of the ice with its huge tentacles, trying to show its monstrous nature. Once the monster destroys all the ice and climbs to the surface, Jonathan realizes that two yellow eyes are staring at him, surrounded by a huge amount of biomass. The Kraken, having climbed to the surface of the earth for the first time in its life, looks with curiosity at the mutated tree, which it regards as nothing other than its next victim. Deciding not to stand on ceremony for a long time, the sea monster opens and shows Jonathan its mouth, which contains dozens of rows of sharp teeth. Jonathan says that this is the first time he has fought with the ruler of the ocean, adding that now they will see who is stronger, land or water, and then rushes his roots into battle. Meanwhile, in the country of Luo, which is located in the northern region of the continent, an alarm is triggered due to the appearance of a huge creature with a colossal supply of spiritual energy. The monitoring department records the exceeding of spiritual energy limits and is trying to understand what has happened in the last hours. Thanks to the few remaining satellites, the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department realizes that the energy surge has occurred off the coast. The head of the monitoring department orders his employees to obtain satellite images and display them on a separate monitor in order to better study the situation. The staff responds that they will immediately take up this task, trying to connect to at least some observation device in the area. One of the employees succeeds, and he sees in front of him an icy landscape and a huge root of a mutated willow tree, which quickly begins to move. The head of the department tries to understand what he is seeing and asks his employee to zoom out or switch to another surveillance drone. As soon as the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department succeeds, they see a terrible picture of a fight between a mighty mutated willow tree and a huge octopus. Department employees are wondering where the tree monster that lives in the misty mountains of the Federation came from off the coast. However, after a second, the device cannot withstand the load of spiritual energy and breaks down, showing the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department only continuous interference. The staff expresses incredible concern that they have lost the image and are trying to reconnect with the other surveillance drones, which are still operational despite the spiritual energy surges. Meanwhile, the giant octopus decides to attack Jonathan, using its suction cups, which it uses to grab unsuspecting victims and guides them into its mouth. The octopus quickly grabs its mutated willow, trying to immobilize it with its tentacles and deprive it of any possibility of resistance. Jonathan feels a strange sensation, and the system tells him that the octopus has a special skill that allows it to not only capture an enemy, but also absorb their spiritual energy upon physical contact. Jonathan difficultly states that he certainly did not consent to his spiritual energy, which he had been accumulating for so long, going to some damn octopus from the ocean. In order to get rid of this vile trick, Jonathan uses his dragon roots, the number of which has doubled due to leveling up his skill. One of the dragon roots achieves its goal, biting directly into the head of a huge octopus and preventing it from continuing the process of absorbing Jonathan's spiritual energy. It works, and the octopus is briefly stunned, after which it realizes that it will not be able to cope with such a difficult opponent on land. The octopus begins to retreat little by little with enormous force, trying to drag Jonathan along with him into the oceanic abyss so that he can easily straighten out and absorb him. Jonathan desperately resists this, easily unraveling the cunning plans of the huge octopus and trying to figure out a way to prevent it. Jonathan uses his branches to use his leaf blade skill, which easily cuts through the octopus's tentacles and frees the mutated willow from its captivity. The octopus loses patience and decides that if he fails to drag the mutated willow into the sea, then he will eat it right here, and the huge monster rushes with its mouth directly onto Jonathan's body. Since Jonathan is a huge tree, he is unable to dodge this attack, and the huge cephalopod swallows the main character, after which it tries to chew it. The octopus desperately moves its jaws, trying to gnaw through Jonathan's bark with its teeth, but it fails, despite all its attempts. After another second, the octopus begins to feel a surge of spiritual energy coming out through all the suction cups on its tentacles. This column of energy very soon pierces the octopus's body, causing incredible damage to it, after which it rushes into the sky itself. Having seriously damaged the sea monster's mouth, Jonathan frees himself from another trap and mixes combat branches to continue the attack. The huge octopus makes an attempt to retreat. Jonathan realizes that the sea monsters are most afraid of fire. The main character concentrates all his spiritual energy and calls from the sky a huge number of fiery spheres, ready to explode at any second. Despite the huge number of iridescent lights, an outside observer could perceive what was happening as some kind of holiday if he had not seen two huge monsters fighting for life and death. The giant octopus, who has lived his entire life in the ocean, is absolutely unfamiliar with the nature of this phenomenon, since if he knew about what was about to happen, he would immediately move away to the depths of the sea. Jonathan looks at his opponent with anger and tells him that in a few seconds he will go to hell after the huge killer whale that dared to challenge him. After a split second, all the spheres that have dropped low enough detonate, enveloping the giant octopus in a cloud of all-consuming napalm. This damage is very serious for a creature that has never experienced the effects of high temperatures in its life. Having received multiple burns, the giant octopus realizes that he cannot cope with this enemy right now and decides to retreat further away. Jonathan, who just now noticed the retreating octopus, is surprised at how easily the sea giant's mood changed. Jonathan asks the giant octopus how far he plans to go, after which he crystallizes his roots and sends them after the aquatic giant. The octopus does not manage to escape far, and Jonathan successfully grabs it with his roots, after which he tries to pull it as close as possible to finish it off. Jonathan notes that the giant octopus is a very heavy hulk, but he has difficulty lifting it into the air to neutralize its full combat potential. Before finishing off the Sea Lord, Jonathan decides to study it properly, taking advantage of the fact that the octopus is absolutely helpless in the air. An outside observer who had the courage to approach the scene of this event a short distance might notice that the octopus appears to be already dead, since its eyes continue to be closed despite the manipulations carried out on it. However, this turns out to be a trick, and within a split second, the octopus opens its eyes, full of anger, and tries to think of a way to get out of this deadly grip. Taking advantage of the fact that he is currently located directly above Jonathan's body, he releases a huge amount of corrosive ink from his special glands. Jonathan, not quite expecting this outcome, curses himself for his carelessness and immediately releases the huge octopus to protect himself. The amount of ink that the giant octopus spews is truly colossal, and at some point the entire tree is swallowed up by it. After a few more seconds, the octopus, which is still in the air, observes below it only a huge inky sea from which nothing else emerges. Under the force of gravity, which is unfamiliar to the sea giant, its body collapses to the ground, and the sea giant receives minor but noticeable damage. As soon as the huge inky sea slowly decreases in size, the giant octopus sees that in place of the mutated willow, a bizarre cocoon of crystallized roots appears. If the octopus was familiar with the ability of mutated plants to crystallize in order to reduce the damage received, it would fly into a rage. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who weakens his defenses, receives system notifications that corrosive ink has damaged his roots and 60% of his branches, significantly reducing his offensive potential. Jonathan gives the order to launch enhanced regeneration and wonders why this ink is so toxic that it could even damage his roots. The octopus, who now sees that his opponent remains undefeated, decides to resort to his last resort, preparing to attack. Jonathan looks around and notices that all the earth in the area has been corroded, and thanks God that at the time of the battle with this octopus, none of his comrades are nearby. Meanwhile, the octopus decides that now is the perfect moment to attack and rushes forward, once again hoping to absorb the weakened Jonathan into its mouth. Jonathan decides to resort to stratagem and charges his branches with icy energy, after which he directs it at the sea giant. This attack is quite successful, and the creature, which has spent its entire life in water, is very quickly frozen and immobilized. Jonathan carefully lowers his branches, trying to make sure that his opponent is no longer moving, and the threat has passed. Looking around, Jonathan realizes that this battle took a lot of time and effort, and also turned a small area of the ocean into an icy desert. Reviewing his opponent's frozen status, Jonathan says that it was quite difficult since their opponent was already in the third stage. At the sound of a loud battle, one of the peregrines flies in, and he asks him to convey a message to all the animals of Misty Mountain so that they go to his place of deployment. He additionally asks the peregrine falcon to relay the news that they will have the freshest seafood from the ocean for dinner today. That night, Jonathan organizes a huge feast, slowly roasting an octopus on a spit to the delight of all the anomalous animals of the Misty Mountains who have come to this exotic feast. Sam, who has been trying to eat a piece of tentacle all this time, replies that even after this octopus died and was fried, its meat still remains incredibly tough. After this, everyone turns their attention to the ferocious lizard, which, unfortunately, does not have front legs of sufficient length, which forces it to swallow the tentacles whole. Snow White Tiger decides to feast on other parts of the octopus, and Astra tries to teach him some manners, telling him that grabbing octopus entrails is rude. Meanwhile, Jonathan watches the feast, enjoying the sounds of general conversations and jokes that he hasn't heard in so long. He notices that the fiery nine-tailed fox has once again perched on its branches, who tells him that it has been a long time since they all got together. He replies that he missed these times. After this, he turns to the imperial crocodile and tells him to hurry up and become stronger. The crocodile replies that his development, unfortunately, is slower than that of the nine-tailed fox or the demonic bull. After this, Jonathan picks up the snow-white tiger by the skin and, with paternal condemnation, tells him that he is still trampling on the first stage of evolution. He assures the huge tiger that if he continues to behave like this, then everyone will cease to be afraid of him, and his fighting skills will become absolutely insignificant. Meanwhile, Astra, frozen, watches the carcass of a giant, but already dead, octopus, which is slowly roasting on a huge fire. Astra begins to think that the power of the God Tree is beginning to frighten her more and more, coming to the conclusion that it is possible that one day it will become so strong that it will be able to control the entire world. Meanwhile, Sam, who finally managed to chew through the tough skin of the octopus, turns to the Rat King and asks him if it seems to him that someone is missing here, to which he immediately remembers his favorite teacher. Sam says that he had someone else in mind, and the anomalous hedgehog who has been waiting with you all this time shows up at the feast, apologizing for the delay. Sam says that everyone has finally come to the feast and suggests they start feasting on exclusive seafood from the ocean, while the crane is somewhere in the distance and does not decide to join his friends. The feathered warrior is still reeling from the words Jonathan once told him, and a stingy tear begins to flow down his eye. Meanwhile, Jonathan decides to study the body of a giant octopus for unusual artifacts that can strengthen him and his charges. Jonathan uses his roots to punch several holes in the octopus's body and launches his limbs deep into the body of his defeated opponent. Having found what he needs, Jonathan takes out 3 pulsating spiritual energy blue octopus hearts for everyone to see. All the mutating animals look with incredible appetite at the bizarre organs, which almost no living creature has in such quantity. Despite its herbivorous nature, even the ice giant watches the octopus's hearts with interest, demonstrating with all its appearance a desire to try them. After juggling the pulsating hearts, Jonathan comes to the conclusion that these hearts will appeal to a lot of people and decides to do something. Octopuses have 3 hearts and 9 brains, and each of these hearts is a real treasure, given the 3rd article of this sea giant. For abnormal animals, each such heart is an elixir of strength, so John decides to cut all the hearts into small pieces with well-aimed movements. After this, he decides to give all his anomalous animals a small piece of an octopus's heart so that they continue their evolution. All the anomalous animals and people of the Misty Mountain gratefully accept these gifts, realizing that every piece of such a heart gives them unprecedented strength and power. Even Astra, who is very peaceful by nature, understands that the answer is in this heart, and she will move to another level of her capabilities. All the other animals also gratefully accept the pieces of the giant octopus's heart and await the order to immediately eat them. Jonathan turns to his beasts and says that they need to eat these shards in order to become much stronger, adding that difficult times are coming for which they need to be properly prepared. After the animals feast on these delicacies, huge pillars of purple fire begin to spew from the mouth of the imperial crocodile. Similar processes begin to occur with Sam, but his fire takes on a bright bluish color. After a few seconds, these lights grow into full-fledged pillars of energy, which immediately rush into the sky for many kilometers. Astra watches this process with interest, quickly guessing that Sam and the crocodile have begun the initiation of the process of moving to the next stage of evolution. Jonathan admits that he did not expect such a strong effect, and says that now they will have truly amazing abilities. The imperial crocodile is the first to complete its transition to the second stage, significantly changing its appearance and repainting its scales blue. Everyone also successfully completes its transition to the second stage, acquiring a dark blue skin tone and becoming covered in stone spikes, which begin to protrude in large numbers from its powerful back. Jonathan looks at his fighters for a while and comes to the conclusion that he is very impressed with the changes that have occurred to them during the course of evolution. Sam's development has already gone beyond human understanding, and due to the fact that he has become an earth elemental, his aura becomes more and more mysterious every time. Meanwhile, Sam, having properly examined his improved stone hands, smiles contentedly, thinking that now he can bring even more benefit to his master. Astra approaches her, who has increased in size by 30%, and tells him that he has become much prettier, but he replies that if she steps aside a little, he can show her his new strength. Quickly moving a few meters back and focusing all his energy into his hands, he touches the ground, causing instant changes in the rock. Everyone present watches in fascination to see what Sam can create with his ability, and their mouths open in surprise when he manages to demonstrate his skills. Just a second later, Sam finds himself standing on top of a huge stone skyscraper, which rises many tens of meters above the ground. However, he does not stop there and forms an entire mountain settlement, which rises into the air under the influence of his incredible superpowers. Sam asks John if he's happy with the displays, but John thinks the guy could make a fortune in real estate. All the animals of the Misty Mountains admit to Sam that his new abilities are very impressive, and he returns to his place, losing the shade of his skin due to the enormous expenditure of spiritual energy on such performances. However, the powers leave the scene long before he can land on the ground, and Astra screams that he will crash if no one catches him. The Imperial Crocodile comes to Sam's aid, having significantly improved its forelimbs, which now resemble the paws of real dinosaurs. The crocodile holds Sam tightly in his paws and carefully examines him, checking whether he was injured when falling from such a great height. Sam tells the crocodile that he is fine and thanks him for his timely helping hand, after which he tries to muster the strength to climb down on his own. The crocodile just chuckles good-naturedly and sets Sam down, telling him to be much more careful in the future when demonstrating his abilities. Carefully examining the Imperial Crocodile, Jonathan reflects that it has now become more like a dragon, suggesting that over time it will be able to fully evolve into one. Crocodile continues to suppress his spiritual energy, but his breathing continues to be unstable, while the system informs the protagonist that he has now gained the ability of a bloody veteran, which enhances his speed, strength, and regeneration when severely injured. Jonathan admits that such an ability is very rare and extremely powerful, adding that if this crocodile is now placed on the battlefield, it will destroy entire armies of opponents without leaving them the slightest chance. Meanwhile, Astra turns to Jonathan, saying that she senses the approach of a huge number of beings with a very large supply of spiritual energy. Jonathan realizes that he too feels the approach of a huge number of potential opponents and turns in the direction where this pulsation is coming from. However, upon closer inspection, he notices the baby brewmaster happily drinking alcohol from his flask, after which he concludes that everything must have gone very well. Baby brewmaster greets Jonathan, saying that he has brought new friends, showing off the huge army of polar bears that follows him. With these words, the little brewmaster blithely steps into the ocean water, absolutely not afraid of getting his fur wet or completely going under the water with his head. Sam, who has once again climbed onto the crocodile's arm to get a better look at the huge army of bears, tells the little brewmaster to watch his step. However, his warning turns out to be in vain, since the water under the brewmaster's feet instantly freezes, preventing him from even touching the wet surface. Jonathan observes this bizarre phenomenon and wonders if the strength of polar bears is really so amazing and useful. Meanwhile, the little panda brings his allies closer to Jonathan so that they can properly get to know their new leader. All the bears raise their heads up questioningly, intently studying the huge tree, which is studying them with the same lively interest. The panda asks Jonathan if he is happy with this outcome, adding that he brought to him the entire bear family, which lived far from here. The younger bears smile welcomingly at the sight of Jonathan, and he tells them that he is very glad to every anomalous beast who decides to swear allegiance to him and join the friendly family. However, the little bear cubs, who have come such a long way, are in no hurry to get to know Jonathan and keep a short distance, trembling with fear. Jonathan is surprised by this behavior, and the little panda tells him that he scares the kids with his appearance, to which he responds with bewilderment that he is the embodiment of mercy and cordiality. Taking a closer look, he notices that the 4 bears in this huge flock have already entered the first stage of their evolution. Jonathan thinks that if among 120 polar bears 4 have already reached the first stage, then they definitely must have some kind of leader. This leader turns out to be an experienced polar bear, with a deep scar on one of his eyes, his whole appearance inspiring wisdom and impressive power. The system informs John that in front of him is an anomalous Stage 2 polar bear that has innate skills such as telekinesis and anger, as well as the ability to control thunder and lightning. He reflects with surprise that he has never seen a bear be able to control thunder and lightning, after which he remembers that the honey badger has something similar, but in comparison with this bear, he is just a novice. He turns to the panda and asks him how he was able to bring so many powerful animals here, reminding him that last time the polar bear chose death rather than submission. The little panda smiles and replies that he was just chatting with a family of polar bears and agreed with them that it would be an alliance and not captivity, adding that food and lodging would be included in the terms of the alliance. Jonathan hugs the little panda and praises him for his enterprise and talent as a negotiator, to which he replies that he is sometimes shocked by himself. The anomalous bear of the second stage turns to Jonathan with a welcoming roar, to which the little panda replies that with these gestures, he is trying to say that they will become reliable allies. Jonathan hands the leader of the polar bear pack a rude greeting and shakes his paw, saying that in this case he is relying on their family. Also on the horizon appears a golden monkey in the company of his faithful friend, an anomalous boar, who brought a huge container of monkey wine. Jonathan says they should celebrate the new members of their extended family with some booze, and the baby honey badger immediately rushes ahead to get thoroughly drunk. Jonathan turns to Sam, giving him a piece of the octopus's heart, and asks him to give this portion to Carl so that he too can improve his skills. Afterwards, Jonathan reflects on how 1/3 stage beast brought so much benefit, as it was able to gain just over 1 million evolution points and absorbed 400,000 spiritual energy. After this, Jonathan turns to the system and is pleased to discover that absorbing the essence of a giant octopus has given him a new transfer skill, which allows him to transfer part of his consciousness and spiritual energy to a new plant, and with particularly long transfers, even secure part of his consciousness in a certain plant. Jonathan admires the description of this ability and wonders if he could create too many personalities of his own if he abused this ability. As follows, everyone here, pros and cons, understands that the prospect of such an incident would be quite frightening and decides to postpone this ability until better times. Meanwhile, somewhere far, far away, in a place that can be called the very bastion of serenity, something strange begins to happen. A curious flower, containing petals of all colors, begins to disturb the spiritual energy around it, creating the preconditions for spiritual cataclysms. The spiritual flower disturbs the water around it, creating huge whirlpools and attracting the attention of a huge number of animals. After this, a huge amount of energy begins to emanate from one of the petals, which becomes noticeable to absolutely all living beings in a huge radius. The scene of action is briefly transferred to the city of Baidi, which is located relatively close to the places described above. On one of the walls of this city stands the head of Baidi and one of the great 10 talents named Fred, who reflects that his whole nature tells him that a real miracle has happened and a unique entity has appeared in this world. He turns to his assistant and orders him to inform the Federation that a new artifact has finally appeared, after which he adds that they should gather people to go there and be the first to get this artifact. Meanwhile, in another city near Baidi, the news is also met with huge excitement, bordering on rivalry between the two cities. The great ones standing next to the head of this city say that this Fred is incredibly lucky since that strange thing appeared very close to his city. One of the greats says that Fred is an ordinary boy who was just damn lucky to be able to climb so high. This caustic comment irritates the head of the city, and he quickly turns around to properly express his indignation at the young man who exploded. The head of the city, named Caesar, orders the recruit not to dare discuss in front of him those with whom he fights side by side on the battlefield in such a disrespectful manner. After this, he turns to another of his subordinates and orders him to convey a message to all troops that they must immediately move for this artifact. With these words, Caesar turns around and leaves this room, thinking that he will take this wonderful artifact for himself. The appearance of the divine flower attracts the attention of not only the residents of these two cities, as even the special forces of the Federation decided to take part in this hunt. At the same time, the scene of action is transferred to the city where Stella's residence is now located, to which news about the appearance of a curious flower also began to reach. She turns to her assistant and asks him if the news of the appearance of a powerful artifact is really not some kind of exaggeration. Stella's assistant, Kylie Hall, who is in the first stage of evolution, states that these rumors are true, adding that every major city has sent soldiers and various intelligence agencies to take possession of this treasure. Stella reports that now everything has become clear to her, after which she briefly immerses herself in thoughts about what to do in this situation. She mentally notes that despite the supposed unity of the Federation, its cities instantly split due to personal interests, which is typical behavior for people. After this, she turns to her assistant and, thinking that if people get the flower at Misty Mountain, it will be a problem, orders him to inform the modified superiors to begin preparations, since their city will also move out to explore the area. Kylie Hall announces that her order will be carried out immediately and dissolves into thin air, turning into a huge number of bats. After waiting for him to leave, Stella turns to the anomalous one and asks him to go to Misty Mountain and tell Jonathan and all the anomalous beasts of Misty Mountain about what he heard. Having listened to Stella's orders, the mutated Sapsan sets off at great speed towards the Misty Mountain, remaining unnoticed by all radars. Sapsan does not keep himself waiting long, and after some 15 minutes he appears in Misty Mountain to convey all the information received. A peregrine falcon greets a demonic bull sitting on a makeshift chair, surrounded by mutated ants, their queen and other companions watching over the territory. The demonic bull listens carefully to all the information that Sapsan managed to find out and briefly plunges into thought. Having made a decision, he turns to his feathered comrade and asks him to go to the northern border and report everything to the master, adding that it would be nice if the crocodile returned here to strengthen the borders. With these words, he tightly grips his axe and stands up, realizing that it is time to stretch his muscles and properly prepare for the operation. He tells his allies that he will go ahead to reconnoiter the situation and report back on anything he learns later. After some time, Fred, accompanied by a detachment of his best fighters, carefully moves through the swamp, which is fraught with a huge number of dangers. He briefly stops his comrades and says that there is definitely something wrong with this place, ordering them not to let their guard down for a second. The head of the city reflects that he felt something was wrong as soon as they entered this jungle, coming to the conclusion that this place is very gloomy and inhospitable. He takes a few more steps and realizes that the further they move into the swamp, the greater their sense of anxiety, but he convinces himself that this means that they are almost there. Suddenly, one of the highest goes into violent coughing fits, diverting the attention of his allies to himself and provoking questions about what happened to him. Fred is also distracted by his ally's coughing fits and turns back to inspect him properly. All attempts to find out from his colleague about what happened to him are in vain, since he seems to fall into a trance and his eyes begin to glow with a bright green light. Wise from experience, Fred quickly understands what this means and orders his soldiers to move away from the injured colleague as quickly as possible. Not everyone has time to carry out the order of their boss, and the hypnotized fighter delivers a powerful blow to the head of his comrade with an energy blade. The comrade falls heavily to the ground, and all the other allies look at their crazy colleague, trying to understand what happened to him. However, the maddened Supreme does not stop there and again summons the energy blade in order to destroy his allies. Fred's co-workers say that the situation is taking a very bad turn, since such an attack can kill even a first-stage mutant. The distraught superior continues his outrages, rushing forward and swinging his energy sword left and right, trying to send other superiors to the next world. Fred rushes forward and intercepts the energy attack with his hand, stopping his crazy ally before summoning his energy sword to continue the battle. He strikes quickly and lightly with the shaft of his weapon, ordering the higher one to come to his senses and stop doing things that he will later regret for a very long time. This blow causes the Supreme to lose consciousness, and he falls lifelessly to the ground, not showing a single sign of life. His colleagues look on in horror, wondering what happened, suggesting that he succumbed to the influence of a spiritual flower, which subjugated his consciousness. However, after a split second, all the other superiors also begin to cough in fits, after which they turn their weapons against the boss. Fred tries to reason with his comrades by saying that they need to resist the influence of the flower, but this has no effect. At this time, the spiritual flower, continuing to create disturbance in the streams of spiritual energy, tries to cognize this world in which it has just appeared. A huge amount of information rushes through the consciousness of this bizarre plant, and it reflects that this world is very difficult to understand. Meanwhile, the scene briefly shifts to Jonathan's new headquarters, where he continues to practice his acquired abilities. Jonathan uses his crystallized roots to understand their maximum power and destroys small rock masses located near him. He reflects that the roots become stronger every time, but the pain from the improvement also increases in proportion to the power received. During his grueling training, Jonathan is distracted by the peregrine falcon, who flies to him in order to convey to him very important information about the appearance of a curious artifact. Jonathan is surprised that such a powerful spiritual flower has appeared in this world, suggesting that it can be as powerful as even him. The main character reflects that because of this flower, the entire Federation is on edge, and many people have gone hunting, suggesting that the situation seems quite tense, after which he remembers that the bull is already moving in that direction, but his success is not guaranteed. In the sense that they cannot give such a treasure to people, he contacts the Nine Tails, telling her that he has a very important task for her. The fiery fox immediately appears in front of Jonathan's roots, and he tells her that he needs her to be his spiritual flower, for which a real war is about to break out between the regions of the Federation. Instead of action, he is again transported to the swamp of the area, next to which there is that very flower that drives ordinary people crazy, subjugating their consciousness. Caesar continues to walk ahead of his squad, in the second stage, and thinking about what he will do with the flower after he gets the chance to get it. Suddenly on their way they meet Freddy, who, with a depressed look, as if he had seen ghosts, sits on a log, looking somewhere into the emptiness in front of him. Caesar turns to Freddy, asking him what happened to his squad, realizing that this place is beginning to seem more and more suspicious to him. Fred tells his comrade that no one should interfere further if he is below the second stage, adding that this spiritual flower affects the mind, and if a person is not strong enough, then he will die in just a few seconds. Caesar asks Freddy if he really believes that anyone would fall for this nonsense, adding that Fred most likely just killed his comrades and decided to take the flower for himself. However, Fred, without arguing, rises from the log and declares that he will try to get the flower again, asking if Caesar will join him in his attempts. These words have a serious impact on Caesar, who looks appraisingly at his comrade, remembering that he had never lied before. Caesar understands that, apparently, his comrade is not lying, and now orders the deputy commander to remain here with the rest of the squad. The deputy commander, with a responsible air, replies to his superior that his orders will be carried out, ordering his squad not to let their guard down. Caesar decides to check Fred's words alone and sets off after him through the swampy area, which does not bode well for anything good, not a single living creature. The two heads of the city rush further, and along the way they follow, a strong wind shakes the grass, as if it were a powerful hurricane. Caesar, rushing at great speed, notices a strange movement in the grass and decides to take a closer look with the help of his enhanced snake eyes. With only a little effort, Caesar discovers several silhouettes that are rapidly moving in the grass, trying to hide from unwanted attention. The censor arrogantly declares that a group of insects has decided to get the prey of the higher ones, adding that the pathetic lovers have completely lost their fear and climb wherever they find themselves. The next one with his comrade tells him that sometimes he can be terribly arrogant, adding that such behavior will lead him to the grave. Caesar does not respond to his comrade's moralizing and declares that regardless of whether he is right or wrong, the flower will still go to him. After these words, they both fall silent and continue their journey, silently constantly increasing speed with each other. Meanwhile, the strangers, who have been moving across the grass all this time, notice a trace of spiritual energy left by the heads of the two cities, and say that these wars will take the full blow. At the same time, one of the mysterious strangers is watching everyone from afar, hiding in the huge foliage and impenetrable thicket of the swampy forest. It turns out that several more groups of strangers are hunting for the spiritual flower, one of which is dressed in clothes reminiscent of the uniforms of agents of the land of Sakura. Other adventurers who wish to obtain the flower wear fancy robes reminiscent of the Outriders, but in addition to their standard uniforms, they wear stout visors reminiscent of the helmets of Iron Knights. Meanwhile, the spiritual plant, which perceives this world with anxiety, reflects that the strange aura is growing larger, and living beings are continuously approaching. The spiritual flower concentrates on the world around it and feels the gaze of thousands and thousands of living beings on itself, admitting that it is incredibly exhausting and annoying. Meanwhile, Fred, who has gotten even closer to the flower, discovers a small flock of mutated animals, which he instantly deals with the help of his energy sword. Caesar, not one step behind his opponent, stumbles upon another group of mutated beasts and destroys them with the help of magical rays emanating from his hand. Having received damage incompatible with life, the animals fall dead, while Caesar arrogantly walks past their lifeless bodies, reasoning that the stupid creatures did not have a chance. Caesar notes that the further they travel, the more mutants there are along the way, to which Fred replies that every animal in the area is under the control of a spirit flower. Examining the corpses of defeated animals, he states that among them, there are many individuals who have already reached the peak of the first stage, but this did not help them in any way. If an outside observer had a high-tech map that showed all the necessary targets, he would be able to see that Fred and Caesar are not that far from the flower. Meanwhile, Fred turns to his comrade and says that it is time for them to move on, but his sixth sense begins to desperately sound the alarm. A strange disturbance begins in the lake in which they stand, and the energy background becomes very aggressive, as if warning of imminent death. Fred turns to Caesar, asking him what this cursed energy is, but he tells him that he senses an enemy presence somewhere above. Raising their heads, both fighters notice a huge horse rushing straight at them at high speed, creating a whole wave with each blow of its hooves. Taking a closer look, they realize that they are dealing with a mad horse of the second stage, which has reached unprecedented heights in controlling the element of water. And Caesar is surprised at how a second-stage mutant horse was able to fall under the influence of a spiritual flower, while they themselves find themselves knee-deep in water. However, the second-stage mad horse is not the only guardian of the spiritual flower, as the two supreme ones are attacked by the North Sea bird, which has also reached the second stage. Both of these animals represent incredible strength, with which the second stage emerged, unable to compete without significant reinforcement. Arrogance immediately disappears from Caesar's mind, and he says that they need to retreat as quickly as possible, otherwise they will die in these places. Meanwhile, the spiritual flower takes a breath, trying to figure out what to do and how to avoid the sad fate that befalls the weak in this world. Meanwhile, one of the groups gets close to the spiritual flower without being noticed. And if the observer comes to the conclusion that if he can quietly get close to this flower and absorb it, then he will instantly be brought to the second stage, to the third, and maybe to the fourth. However, suddenly, a mysterious stranger hears an impending roar and hastily tries to change his position in order to properly understand the situation. Raising his head, he notices that two tall ones are flying high above the treetops, desperately fleeing from something terrible. Fred and Caesar, who accidentally ended up in this area in an attempt to escape from a mad horse and a seabird, notice what they have been looking for so long. They simultaneously lower their gaze to the spiritual flower and realize that by some miracle they have walked right into it. However, the mad horse and seabird do not take long to appear and appear in this clearing within a few seconds, screaming loudly. The mysterious stranger, who remained in the shadows all the time, admits that he was very lucky, since these anomalous beasts were so busy chasing the two supreme ones that they did not pay attention to him at all. Fred informs Caesar that he will detain the two animals, ordering him not to hesitate and to immediately take the flower as soon as he has the opportunity. Caesar, who was waiting only for this, shouts to Fred not to complain about his fate later and greedily rushes towards the spiritual flower. However, a mysterious stranger, who came this way for a reason, decides to cut off Caesar's path, asking him if he is really sure that someone will allow him to absorb this flower. The mysterious stranger also rushes forward and competes with Caesar in an attempt to pluck the spiritual flower and absorb his spiritual energy. However, suddenly the water around the spiritual flower begins to darken, and a strange creature, which has been hiding underwater all this time, decides to reveal itself to the world. Caesar and the mysterious stranger, who clearly did not expect such a trick, are surprised by the sudden appearance of the monster. A giant king cobra, with its mouth full of poisonous teeth open, rushes forward, trying to tear apart the pitiful people with one throw. Making a graceful lunge, the Black King Cobra rushes into the water, diving deep to crush any prey that falls into its mouth and swallow it in one sitting. However, unfortunately for the Viper, both people whom it hoped to destroy were able to dodge and land on the surface of the water, so far having escaped with only a slight fright. The King Cobra returns to its place, emerging from the water and curling several coils of its body around the spiritual flower, making it clear to anyone who dared to approach that this would be his last decision. Meanwhile, the Spiritual Forces Control Department is holding its next meeting, according to the data they have received recently. The director is informed that, according to reports, more than 20 carriers of spiritual energy, exceeding 100,000 units have been found in the forests, and in 8 creatures, the figure exceeds 300,000. This statistic stuns the director of the Spiritual Forces Control Department, and she orders the image to be displayed on a separate screen in order to better understand the situation. The department displays all the images received from satellites and observational electrons, showing that several interest groups are competing for the spiritual flower. Carefully examining all the images, the director focuses on one, ordering it to be enlarged several times without loss of clarity. The staff of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department immediately followed the director's order and displayed a separate image on top of the others. Upon further approach, it turns out that the camera of the observation drone has been captured by a demonic bull, which is rushing towards the spiritual plant at great speed. The director and employees realize that there is a demonic bull in the photo, and mentally wonders if Misty Mountain has really decided to get involved in this hunt. She realizes that things are taking a very bad turn, as the sheer number of applicants could cause serious destruction in a large area. Also, the director of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department notices that Stella is also participating in the hunt for the spiritual flower and is trying to understand why so many Federation units are acting separately. Meanwhile, the seabird lets out a loud cry, rushing to attack its prey, hoping to get rid of its next competitor for the possession of the spiritual flower. Fred, who has decided to apprehend the anomalous animals, rushes forward, using his energy sword and filling it with a bizarre greenish energy. Thanks to his speed, agility, and incredible strength, Fred manages to land a successful blow on the huge mutant. Having received serious damage, the huge bird falls to the ground, unable to continue fighting for possession of the spiritual flower. Meanwhile, mysterious strangers and Caesar are trying to deal with the formidable guardian of the spiritual flower, but the higher ones, taking advantage of the fact that the cobra was distracted by the stranger, decide to get the flower right now. If the stranger, who is still shackled by the battle with the formidable King Cobra, shouts curses after Caesar, wishing the arrogant Supreme a speedy death. Meanwhile, Caesar rushes forward at full speed, turning his gaze to the spiritual flower and already savoring victory in his thoughts. He stretches out his hand more and more and shouts to the flower so that it does not resist and calmly goes into his hand, without performing any tricks. However, at the last moment, the demonic bull charges towards Caesar and knocks him down with a knockback blow from the axe's shaft. The dynamic bull freezes in place, showing everyone his formidable nature and making it clear that the battle for this flower will not be as easy as they thought. Caesar manages to stop in flight and leaves behind a huge trail on the recently calm surface of the lake, which has now become the site of a fierce battle. Having restored his balance, Caesar decides to look at the enemy who dared to challenge him in the fight for such a valuable artifact that determines the fate of all mankind. Taking a closer look, he says with surprise that he did not expect to meet the legendary anomalous bull from Misty Mountain right here on this lake. However, he adds that despite the amazingness of their meeting, the demonic bull should not hope that he can leave here with this flower. With these words, he calls upon his special skills, which are the Snake of the Wasteland, the bearer of incredible flexibility, dexterity, and deadly poison. Having materialized his spiritual energy in the form of a giant snake, he orders it to destroy the demonic bull and bring him the long-awaited spiritual flower. The demonic bull decides to accept this challenge and unleashes sweeping strikes with its tomahawk, cutting the spiritual poisonous snake in half in the blink of an eye. The speed of the snake was so high that it was cut, after which it flew another few tens of meters towards the spiritual flower. However, the abilities of the higher second stage turn out to be not so simple, and the snake, which to an outside observer would be clearly dead, begins to move again. However, the demonic bull is not a simple opponent and does not fall for such cheap tricks, summoning a gravitational field to its skill, pressing the spiritual snake into the ground. However, even despite his efforts, he manages to escape from the gravitational trap, and she prepares to destroy the enemy with a single poisonous bite. The fate of the bull is thrown by a huge pillar of flame, which always destroys the spiritual manifestation, evaporating it with the help of ultra-high temperatures. A split second later, Stella flies past the shocked demonic bull, who tells him that ranged tactics will not work against such fighters. Smiling contentedly, Stella tells the demonic bull that he must close the distance if he wants to at least achieve something in this battle. The demonic bull, whose eyes are filled with tears of gratitude for saving his life, only says that for the purpose there is no need to behave so arrogantly. Due to Stella's jerk, the water in the lake rises to unprecedented heights, causing Caesar to lose direct eye contact with his opponent, thinking that this beast is acting as if he is seriously enraged. Stella makes another jump, pushing off the air, and tells the demonic bull that they will talk later, recommending that he deal with the enemy first. Meanwhile, Caesar, who decides to check what happened to his enemy, carefully moves through the water, looking in surprise at the new state of affairs. He notices that Stella calmly made her way past the demonic bull, and his opponent is absolutely not paying any attention to her. Before he can say a word, the demonic bull rushes forward, swinging his lava tomahawk at Caesar, but he manages to block. He calls the demonic bull a complete idiot and asks him if he really didn't see that girl who ran next to him towards the spiritual flower. However, the terrible horned warrior answers, "I'll finish, first he'll deal with him, and then he'll figure out what to do with the spiritual flower." The demonic creature continues to press on Caesar, and he admits that at this rate he will not last half an hour, thinking that this horned beast is giving him a real thrashing. He decides not to give his opponent a single chance, and again calls on the gravitational field, bringing down the forces of gravity on the fragile body of the superior. Caesar falls to the ground. He is unable to resist the incredible elements and tries to understand what to do in such an incredible situation. Looking up, he notices that the demonic bull is delivering another gravity strike, charging his lava axe with spiritual energy to deliver an even stronger blow. This blow transfers such a huge amount of kinetic energy to Caesar that he, like a pebble, bounces off the water several times, after which he crashes into the wall, punching a huge hole in it. Caesar barely gets up, coughing up blood, realizing that at least several of his ribs have been ground into dust after this powerful blow. The arrogant supreme becomes enraged and calls upon his spiritual powers, creating several spiritual snakes at once. The demon bull looks on and realizes that the real battle is just beginning, tightening his grip on the lava axe. Meanwhile, Stella reaches the spiritual flower and decides to talk to it using her unique power, which allows her to move between two worlds at once. The spiritual flower right in front of her does not show any signs of aggression and seems to be studying her with interest, pulsing gently. Stella comes closer and closer to the flower, looking at it closely and feeling that it is reaching out to her, trying to communicate through the spiritual channel. After some time, the flower manages to establish a spiritual connection with Stella, and he carefully informs her that she is not human and is very similar to a spiritual plant. Stella ponders with interest that this flower has self-awareness, noting that this plant in turn reminds her very much of the tree god. After this, she uses the dissociation skill, briefly leaving her physical shell in order to establish a closer interaction with the spiritual flower. She asks the plant if it can control bodies, offering to take control of its body, adding that the plant alone cannot cope with the power that lies within it. The plant listens with interest to Stella's words, and she adds that by merging with her body, she will be able to survive and get out of here. The spiritual flower asks in surprise why she decided to help and not absorb spiritual powers, like a huge number of those who came here. Stella responds that the reason for this behavior is very simple, stating that she and the flower are the same entity. Meanwhile, the North Sea bird, suffering from serious injuries, continues to scream heart-rendingly, trying to attract as much attention as possible from the anomalous horse. Realizing that she will have to fight on her own, she gets up again and prepares to fight Fred again, who is waiting for her with his energy sword at the ready. By concentrating its spiritual energy on its wings, the bird easily heals its wounds, which any person would consider fatal. Fred, annoyed, ponders that this damn bird can regenerate, and wonders why it didn't do this sooner and lay around for so long asking for help. Suddenly, an explosion of spiritual energy is heard behind the angry Supreme, and a huge pillar of light rushes up into the heavens, dispersing the clouds. Fred quickly turns around to understand what happened, realizing that this explosion occurred precisely with the discovery of the spiritual flower. Such anomalous procedures are also noticed by Caesar and the demonic bull fighting him, who look around with interest and look at the center of the lake. Even the king cobra and the mysterious stranger fighting it briefly stop their fight to look at what is happening. All hunters for the spiritual flower witness the beginning of a mysterious procedure, the essence of which eludes anyone who has not heard the conversation between Stella and the spiritual plant. To any observer, it would seem that Stella has absorbed the energy of the spiritual flower and is now enjoying improving her supernatural skills. Just one look at this procedure instills in the hearts of all mutated animals, previously under the control of the flower, the idea that they need to return their treasure. King Cobra immediately forgets about his opponent and rushes forward, hoping to get to the center of the lake as quickly as possible and destroy Stella. The same thing happens to the anomalous horse and seabird, and the three beasts rush forward, hoping to prevent the disaster that lies in such a valuable source of spiritual energy. The observers from Sakura Land curse loudly, surprised that all the mutants are now moving straight towards Stella, adding that the colored pupils have changed, as if the control of the spiritual flower no longer affects them. With these words, they jump out of the bushes with the words that they must at all costs prevent anyone from getting the spiritual flower and its secrets. In the center, he shouts to the demonic bull to stop resisting and let him go to the center of the lake, to which he replies that the highest one can dream as much as he wants, but this will not change anything. Stella continues to absorb spiritual energy, and a huge number of animals, including some until the last moment of sitting people, are rapidly approaching her. However, she suddenly turns to face them and whispers a fire butterfly spell to protect herself from the unwanted intrusion. Obeying the words of one of the best warriors of the Federation, spiritual energy materializes in the form of a huge number of fire butterflies. Their number immediately grows exponentially, and very soon the girl finds herself surrounded by myriads of fiery insects. Stella, in the body that the spiritual flower has successfully settled in, orders the butterflies to attack the violators of her peace by extending her hand forward. The butterflies immediately rush towards the opponents, who quickly approach the wall, unaware of what happens to those who touch these bizarre fire insects. Abnormal beasts, low intelligence and lack of self-awareness, which does not allow them to see any kind of threat in small spiritual insects, decide to be the first to take the blow. They rush forward, not paying attention to the sparkling lights rapidly approaching them, and not at all afraid of their menacing auras. The next second, the butterflies detonate, engulfing everyone who dared to approach the dangerous distance in a huge lava fountain. The anomalous beasts of the second stage, maddened by their lust for power, share the fate of people who are struck by similar ailments and are instantly burned in spiritual fire. After this, a secondary explosion is heard, which lifts water vapor many kilometers upward, covering the area with a kind of smokescreen. Observers who were hesitant to rush in to take possession of the spiritual flower note that not a trace of the crowd remained, adding that they were all burned to lava in the blink of an eye. It is slowly dissipating, and the words of the observers are confirmed, since not a single living creature that was in the affected area shows signs of life. The only entity, besides the demonic bull, that remains standing in place is Stella, who to an outside observer may now seem like a completely divine entity. Stella's eyes take on a green tint, and the iron-masked observers immediately take notice, suspecting that Stella has failed with the spiritual flower. Observers in iron masks begin to assume that the girl is now under the control of the spiritual flower, and say that due to their activities, they not only failed to get what they wanted, but also found a very powerful enemy. Taking a closer look, they realize that Stella's spiritual energy reaches 400,000 units, indicating that she is an incredible power to be reckoned with. At this moment, Stella, in her spiritual form, talks to the plant, saying that she will still need to get used to this body. However, the plant that has taken control of Stella's body tells her that she can handle it much better, surprising the young girl. With these words, the plant, which has taken control of Stella's body, quickly flies up, taking advantage of the spiritual powers that it now possesses in abundance. Having concentrated, the plant emits a loud battle cry, notifying the entire area that the most serious battles are yet to come. After this, the plant freezes in the air and begins to conduct a huge amount of energy through Stella's body, attracting the attention of those who are still able to stand on their feet. Fred, covering his face with his hand from the gusts of strong wind, says that he cannot understand anything, since now he feels the obvious presence of Stella's energy. The pressure of the wind increases, and the high-ranking person above wonders where Stella acquired such a huge amount of spiritual power. Meanwhile, who decided to temporarily suspend their duel with the demonic bull, continues to observe Stella's amazing actions. Caesar tells himself that he always knew that Stella was not a dog, and then states that he could not have imagined that she would be so strong and powerful. The plant, which has taken control of Stella's body, lands on the body of the snake lying nearby and increases its spiritual energy to 700,000. The mysterious stranger, who has been fighting the King Cobra all this time and has a spiritual energy of 320,000, reflects that if by killing the mutant he was able to increase his power, now, having dealt with this obnoxious girl, he will get rid of the threat to the Federation once and for all, forever. Meanwhile, Stella, in her spirit form, addresses the flower, saying that she could not even think that such skills could exist, to which the plant tells her that it only temporarily strengthens this body and has no idea how long it will take before it returns to its original state. The plant states that it can still sense the hidden breath of powerful creatures, adding that the number of these creatures is terrifying, and each of them is waiting for an opportunity to attack, before adding that escaping from here will be very difficult, even with this new body. The plant quickly decides that it is necessary to run away, and asks if they know of any safe places where they can hide. Stella replies to the plant that a great place is the Sky Mountain, since people won't dare go there, and survival will become a much easier matter. The plant looks at Stella with disbelief, as if hinting that it would not mind hearing more than one option in which to hide. Stella reads the plant's silent request and says that another ideal option would be Misty Mountain, which is relatively close from here. This option is also not to the plant's taste, and it frowns for a while, thinking about which option is better to choose. Stella tells the spiritual plant that only by reaching Misty Mountain can it survive and keep its spiritual energy intact. She adds that if the plant agrees, then he will need to find a bull who will take him to the Misty Mountains and provide him with everything he needs. The plant listens carefully to Stella's arguments and turns to her, saying that he has one question that he wants to ask. Having carefully looked into Stella's eyes, the plant asks her if she herself is with the creature that grew up on Misty Mountain. Stella smiles quietly at this question and tells the plant that she should not be afraid of the Misty Mountains, since there is definitely nothing in danger for her there. Meanwhile, Caesar decides to resume his duel with the demonic bull and charges in, once again summoning his spirit serpents for support. He orders the demonic bull to finally die and stop interfering with him in this task and recklessly makes a rash attack. The demonic bull decides to finish off the annoying superior once and for all and prepares to block Caesar's attack and then launch a powerful counterattack. However, Stella, still under the control of the flower, is ahead of the demonic bull and delivers a powerful blow to Caesar's chin, throwing him many tens of meters away. Caesar, having once again received a huge amount of kinetic energy, goes into flight, bouncing off the water surface like a smooth pebble. Stella lands on the surface of the water next to the demonic bull and tells him to quickly take the flower as far from here as possible. Seeing that Caesar with difficulty, but still gets up to resume the battle, Stella declares that she will delay all the attackers. The demonic bull at first does not understand Stella's intentions, but after a short pause, he says that now everything is clear to him. Stella, who is still under the control of the spiritual flower, finally flashes her green eyes, concentrating all her spiritual power in her body. Taking advantage of a short-term increase in spiritual skills, she summons several water tornadoes in order to create a smokescreen and temporarily delay her pursuers. Observers in iron masks note with surprise that something truly strange is beginning to happen on the water, after which they decide to take a closer look. Concentrating their vision, they notice that Stella, still shining with her green eyes, surrounds herself with a sphere of spiritual energy, which slowly disappears into clouds of water vapor. However, after a few seconds, the silhouette and energy sphere are completely hidden from the view of any outside observer who does not have a thermal imager. Fred, who miraculously survived, again covers himself with his hand from the intense water currents, curses, saying that he has almost reached the spiritual flower. The mysterious stranger also decides to retreat for a while, to find the location of the spiritual flower later, when a better opportunity comes his way. Only the demonic bull remains motionless, watching as the spiritual flower floats through the air, making sure that the diversionary maneuver was successful. The plant flies up to the formidable warrior, who has survived in tone, and asks him not to hesitate and to take her to the Misty Mountains as soon as possible. The watchers in the iron masks plant even in their voices, saying that the spiritual energy of the flower has begun to move, and they can no longer sit on the sidelines, adding that the time has come to act. Yes, if you are not familiar with the establishing power, rushes forward, the smokescreen tries to feel the spiritual energy of the flower, indicating that he was already so close to possessing incredible power. Only after moving a little forward does he finally become acquainted with the miracle and dodge a huge beam of energy that would destroy his dexterity. Stella, who sent this energy beam, continues to stand in place, looking around in search of a suitable target. She began to think about what she should do next and how she should get out of this delicate situation, remaining safe and sound. The stranger falls onto the water next to Caesar, loudly cursing that nothing is so simple in this world. I now can hardly rise on the surface of the water and feels that his entire body is exhausted after the recent intense battles. The veil begins to slowly dissipate, and before the sacrament and acquaintance with Caesar, Stella appears again, approaching them with a surrounding air. She calls the stranger a stupid pig, adding that he could not believe that he was really on his tail, but replies something that now is not the time to swear, asking the superior if he is sure that he can defeat Stella. Caesar looks ahead and says that if Stella is still under the control of the flower, then it will be a nearly impossible task that not even an entire battalion of second-stage superiors can handle. Meanwhile, Stella reflects that the spirit flower is getting further and further away, suggesting that she and the bull have already gone to the Misty Mountains. And I remember for a long time the conversation with the flower that happened 5 minutes ago, in which the spiritual plant said that it would return the case to her, but she needed to pretend that she was still under control. According to their plan, Stella must lead so that the flower and the demonic bull can safely reach the Misty Mountains, and the young girl decides to cause chaos everywhere, giving it her all. Meanwhile, the demonic bull leaves the battle site with all its might, looking around to choose the most secretive routes. Meanwhile, on the lake, a seabird suddenly jumps out of the foggy haze, looking around, looking for a new victim. The first thing she notices is Fred, and the superior one in his voice asks the bird when he will finally die and stop bothering him. However, the huge feathered monster looks at Fred with obvious reluctance, constantly looking from side to side, trying to find a more suitable target. She understands that Fred is a tough nut to crack and is very well armed, which means that now, it is not worth wasting her precious time on such prey. After completing several large flaps of its giant wings, the huge bird says that it will deal with the pathetic little man later, after which it turns in the other direction. The anomalous seabird notices that the flower's spiritual energy has disappeared somewhere and decides to head in that direction. Fred, calmly watching the giant bird disappear, admits that he was really looking forward to it finally leaving him alone. Suddenly, a small explosion occurs behind him, and Fred clearly hears the sounds of two businessmen landing directly on the water surface. Having returned, I noticed that Caesar and the mysterious stranger were thrown by some unknown force straight into the stones, because of which they briefly lost the ability to move. Both warriors curse loudly and wonder how one person could have so much spiritual energy and combat power. With their words, they turn their gaze into a ball of water vapor from which everything is clearly visible, and the figure of Stella with glowing green eyes begins to be visible. Caesar reluctantly admits that they are no match for such an enemy, despite their incredible revenue and fighting skills. He looks at Stella warily, thinking that even Stella has found herself in the grip of a cursed spiritual flower that absorbs the consciousness of anyone who shows weakness. He tells his comrades that he will deal with Stella, ordering them to immediately go after the flower, whose aura is rapidly moving. Fred adds that they cannot allow the Misty Mountain beast to have this flower under any circumstances, as it will lead to complete disaster. Meanwhile, the spirit flower, who is struggling to reach Misty Mountain accompanied by the demonic bull, ponders how he will be treated by the tree god, who is considered one of the most terrible creatures in this world. Meanwhile, I, who is doing household chores at my place, suddenly sneeze, wondering who decided to remember him in broad daylight. After that, I wipe my nose with my branch and wonder how things are going with the squad that went for the spiritual flower. Meanwhile, Stella decides to fight Fred in order to neutralize another serious threat emanating from the city of the superiors. Fred understands that despite his superiority and strength, he cannot give up, since the lives of many civilians in all cities of the Federation depend on it. Thus, the two warriors cross their weapons, causing a huge water explosion that rises several tens of meters into the sky and resembles the impact of a large bomb. Meanwhile, the Watchers in the iron visors continue to follow the spiritual aura of the divine plant. Upon returning, they notice another explosion caused by the clash of Stella and Fred's powers, and one of the participants reflects that the strength of these two fighters is simply amazing. He reflects that Stella's strength was already incredible, but now that she is under the flower's control, it can only be matched by Fred, who can still fight her on equal terms. From the point of view of this fighter, even if they attack these two all together, the battle will be incredibly difficult and will not be without losses in personnel. Fred and Stella's fight causes another explosion, and the mysterious iron-helmeted strangers tell each other they need to speed up. The leader of this detachment says that it does not matter to him who gets in their way, since representatives of the Dragon Guard always achieve their goals. Meanwhile, in pursuit of the spiritual flower, not only the highest troops of the Dragon Guards and God knows who else, but also a huge number of mutated beasts, aggravated by such an amount of spiritual energy, are launched. Every mutated animal within a radius of several kilometers feels the alluring aura of the flower, which promises incredible evolution. Caesar and the mysterious stranger continue the chase, cursing in every possible way the demonic bull, who took advantage of the situation and stole the flower and then ran away. Meanwhile, the demonic bull, exerting more and more effort every second to gain speed, wonders why there are more and more enemies. The flower tells the demonic bull that these mutants are attracted to the spiritual energy of the plant, adding that it is a kind of magnet for them. Bull declares that if things continue like this, they will not be able to break the distance with their pursuers and get to Misty Mountain safe and sound. The spiritual flower tells the demonic bull to rely on her, and within seconds the air around her becomes engulfed in flames. Energy begins to permeate the demonic bull's entire body, and he feels a strange tingling sensation in every one of his tired muscles. The demonic bull asks the spiritual plant what is happening, adding that he feels an unprecedented surge of strength that makes him run at triple speed. The jump turns out to be so incredible that the demonic bull decides to concentrate hard and then jump several hundred meters forward at once. These forces do not let go of the demonic bull, and he develops such a speed that even Flash, if he were here, would be jealous with white envy. The stranger, who all this time has been carefully watching the movement of the demonic bull with horror, realizes that now they will not be able to keep up with him under any circumstances. The demonic bull, developing ever greater speed, leaves behind a charred trail due to the incredible friction of its hooves on the ground. Any outside observer who now finds himself on a hill next to the Misty Mountains could notice how nearby in the forest a huge wave of energy moves with incredible speed across the forest, scattering trees to the sides. A support group consisting of the snow-white tiger Astra and the nine-tailed fox is sent to meet the demonic bull and the spiritual flower. The fox turns to her allies and admits that she has a very bad feeling about what awaits them after the meeting with the demonic bull. She also shares the nine-tailed fox's concerns and tells the tiger cub that they need to speed up to make it on time. The fire fox agrees with this decision and concentrates her spiritual energy in order to give her body even greater speed. The tiger and fox very quickly accelerate to incredible speeds, becoming like light rapidly receding into the distance. The little panda, who was also in the evacuation group all this time, looks with envy at the two flashes that the tiger and the fox left behind. At the same time, the brewmaster, riding a polar bear, tells Sam that it is not their fault that they still cannot fly, to which Sam replies that their comrades should have waited for them. Meanwhile, the demonic bull's strength again begins to leave him, and he makes a final series of jumps in order to break the distance with his pursuers. Looking back, the horned warrior comes to the conclusion that, apparently, they managed to break away from their pursuers, and now they are in relative safety. The demon bull addresses the spirit flower, saying that the only thing left for them is to reach Misty Mountain in one piece. However, it quickly turns out that the demonic bull let down his vigilance in vain, since a special arrow immediately flies at him out of nowhere. When it hits, the arrow causes a powerful explosion of energy, which is why everyone who recently pursued the demonic bull once again knows its exact location. One of the dragon guards stands on a small hill, armed with a bow, and says that the bull will not be able to escape so easily. The bull, who nevertheless managed to dodge this arrow at the last moment, examines his opponent, trying to understand what he is like. The spiritual flower, who has stepped back a little, shouts to the demonic bull to keep his eyes open, adding that he is about to be attacked from behind. However, this warning is too late, and the demonic bull turns back only to see the energy blades of the dragon guard. The artificial fighters make bloody strokes with their energy blades, and the bull feels his own blood begin to pour onto the ground next to him. The wound turns out to be not serious, but skilled warriors manage to wound the demonic bull right in the head, which seriously hurts his pride. After delivering a quick strike, they land a few meters away from the demonic bull, preparing to attack from different directions at the same time. Demonic bull carefully evaluates his opponents and reflects that he immediately realized that these guys have outstanding fighting skills. However, the demonic bull admits to himself that he hoped to the last that the dragon guards would act as observers and would not dare to attack him. He also remembers that behind him, there is still a huge horde of mutated beasts who want to get to the spiritual flower and feast on its spiritual energy. The horned warrior smiles evilly and admits to himself that he now understands perfectly why the god tree forced them to constantly improve their strength. The dragon guard speaks to the demonic bull, declaring that if he gives them the flower, they will spare his life and release him back to Misty Mountain. The demonic bull makes it clear that there is no point in negotiating with him, stating that he will die of laughter if they continue to offer him such nonsense. With these words, the dragon guard fighters begin to feel strange tremors emanating throughout the ground near them. This effect spreads over several tens of meters and hits the archer, who is still standing on a hill, for additional control over the situation. The demonic bull understands that now the time has come to use all its powers and calls on its spiritual energy, redirecting it into the gravitational field. The dragon guard tries to prevent the use of this power, but they fail as all their limbs begin to inexorably reach towards the earth. Meanwhile, the demonic bull decides to use his signature move and creates a black hole around his body, which changes the gravity of everything within a small radius of the center. Spiritual Flower, who has difficulty staying close to the demonic bull, asks him what he is doing, adding that in this way, he will destroy everyone. However, the demonic bull tells her that he has a plan, stating that he needs much more power to make things work exactly as he planned. With these words, he summons spiritual powers again, concentrating on creating an even more powerful black hole around himself. The black hole begins to emit small particles of blue energy around itself, continuing to keep the dragon guards pinned to the earth. Meanwhile, Caesar and the mysterious stranger, who are trying to catch up with the demonic bull, begin to feel an increased attraction. Caesar wonders what the hell is going on nearby, adding that the closer they get to the spirit flower, the greater the pressure on their bodies. Meanwhile, the dragon guards are trying their best to resist gravity, staying on their feet and approaching in very small steps. One of the dragon guards wonders how such a thing can control gravity with such incredible ease. The leader of the squad realizes that the time has come for extreme measures and takes off his robe, saying that he will be interested to see how the demonic bull copes with this technique using its gravity. The demonic bull looks closely at the approaching dragon guard adept and tries to increase the gravity pressure to prevent him from getting closer. However, the leader somehow manages to overcome the resistance of gravity, and he rushes forward, shouting that it is time for the demonic side to go to hell to its forefathers. However, the demonic bull manages to react and also begins to charge his fist with incredible power in order to throw the annoying little man back. Two fighters close the distance and deliver powerful blows directly to each other's faces, transferring an incredible amount of kinetic energy to each other. The leader of the Dragon Guard unit gets punched in the face and arrogantly declares that a beast as stupid as the demonic bull would never have the strength to deal decent blows. However, the demonic bull, who successfully stopped the demonic guard warrior's blow with his face, only growls menacingly, making it clear that he is not going to give up. The Dragon Guard commander calls upon the power of his ancestors, charging his fists with it and charging forward, using the ancient techniques of the Overlord attack. Without allowing the demonic bull to come to his senses, he makes a quick series of blows with his fists of rage, thereby hoping to break the resistance of the formidable horned warrior. Feeling no resistance, the Dragon Guard commander declares that the demonic bull is a mere weakling and cannot compete with him even in such a simple fight. And yet, arrogance plays a cruel joke on the commander of the Dragon Guard, as the demonic bull, taking advantage of the fact that his opponent has opened up, delivers a powerful blow right to his face. This blow is enough to send one of the commanders of the strongest squad in the entire Federation flying several tens of meters. The demonic bull lets out a menacing roar, signaling that it has now turned into a real rage, and no one should expect mercy in a battle with it. He catches up with the flying Dragon Guard fighter and delivers another powerful blow to him with his fist, easily knocking him into the ground and depriving him of any opportunity to counterattack. These blows are of a destructive nature, and the ground around the commander of the Dragon Guard begins to crack, and the shock waves immediately spread out many tens of meters to the sides. However, the demonic bull also makes the mistake of spending too much time on this enemy, and does not have time to notice in time how a devastating energy arrow flies at him. Baiku is triggered only at the very last moment, and he miraculously manages to intercept the arrow with his hand, trying with all his might to stop the projectile. The force of movement of this arrow was so great that even a demonic bull, which weighs many tens of tons, flew back several tens of meters under the influence of inertia. While the horned warriors hold the arrow, one of the warriors, in order to finish off his opponent, charges an energy ball of increased power. The dynamic bull turns back and realizes that this time he will definitely not be able to come back from such a fast and deadly attack. Almost fails the demonic bull, as the warrior of the Dragon Guard unleashes the full power of his anger and fury concentrated in the blade on its back. However, this blow does not prove fatal, and the Dragon Guard warrior looks at his opponent in surprise, trying to understand why he is still standing on his feet. The demonic bull, its body beginning to fill with burning rage, turns towards its opponent to deliver a powerful blow. He swings properly and throws an arrow, whose kinetic energy is still not extinguished in the members of the Dragon Guard, throwing him tens of meters back. The Dragon Guard warrior is forced to block this attack, and he holds his sword with tension for some time, trying to stop his flight. He manages to land softly on his feet, but his sword, due to serious damage, loses its fighting qualities for some time. The Dragon Guard warrior looks in bewilderment at his sword, which turns out to be almost completely pierced by an arrow from another warrior, and wonders how this could even happen. Meanwhile, the archer, who has been closely watching the fight between the demonic bull and his two comrades, decides to intervene and put an end to this farce. He takes proper aim and fires whole competent energy arrows, each of which carries no less energy than the last one, which even the blade of the Dragon Guard managed to break. The spiritual flower tries its best to warn the demonic bull of the impending threat, turning around to assess the danger too late. A real hail of arrows appears before his eyes, which eclipses the entire sky and the sun, creating the effect of a small solar eclipse. The demonic bull, like any other creature that would find itself in its situation, fails to avoid this attack and suffers a huge amount of damage due to being hit by energy arrows. The archer decides not to slow down his pressure, and with all his strength he fires as many energy arrows as possible at the huge demonic monster. The number of projectiles fired by the Dragon Guard archer becomes so high that the kicking up dust from the energy arrows blocks his vision. The spiritual flower is trying to somehow save her comrade, and she calls on her power to control and suppress consciousness. A split second later, the Dragon Guard archer stops, freezing in place and stopping the chaotic barrage of the demonic bull. However, the spirit flower floating in the air reflects that she is unable to take control of this warrior, and all she can do is confuse the Dragon Guard warriors for a short time with her power. The archer of the demonic guard comes to his senses and suspiciously examines the flower floating in the air, mentally cursing it with all known curses. Meanwhile, the demonic bull, recovering from its damage, leaps into the air, raising its axe over one of the dragon guards. He angrily shouts that now he will fight the same way as the vile people, vilely striking from behind when it is least expected. The Dragon Guard warrior looks in horror at the approaching demonic bull, realizing that he has neither the strength nor the ability to dodge this attack. The demonic bull charges at the Dragon Guard, causing a huge explosion with the blow of its axe, sending clouds of dust and smoke billowing into the air again. After a while, the dust settles and the smoke clears, but the demonic bull realizes that its blow missed its target and the Dragon Guard somehow escaped. Turning around, he notices that all the Dragon Guards are already standing behind him, who manage to regain their strength and recover from their injuries. However, despite the fact that the fighters manage to come to their senses, each of them turns out to be partially exhausted by this battle, which means that the combat power of this trio has famously decreased. One of the guards reflects that this damned anomalous bull can somehow simultaneously fight on equal terms with their squad. He continues to examine his opponent and mentally admits that this monster almost cut him in half, adding that this fight must be ended as quickly as possible. However, suddenly a huge number of anomalous animals jump out of the thicket of the forest, which finally get to the desired prey, instead of finding the spiritual flower. The Dragon Guard says that time is running out as their pursuers have already caught up with them, and they have less and less time left to obtain the spirit flower. Caesar and the mysterious stranger joyfully shout that they have finally caught up with the fugitives, saying that they need to take the spiritual flower and get away as quickly as possible. The rabid anomalous beasts also rush forward, hoping to get the spiritual flower for themselves and move up several stages of evolution. Suddenly, a huge fiery beam hits the center of the arena, next to which the demonic bull and spiritual flower are standing, scaring away everyone who wants to approach. The Dragon Guard carefully studies the source of this energy, wondering where such powerful flames came from here. The source of this flame turns out to be a fiery fox, which, during its evolution, has learned to spew it out of its mouth with incredible ease. The graceful creature hovers in the air, demonstrating its beauty and lethality to everyone, moving its many fiery tails. The Dragon Guards look at the bizarre anomalous animal with interest, trying to figure out what they should do now with so many competitors. The nine-tailed fox continues to protect her comrades by creating a continuous wall of fire that no living creature can pass through. The abnormal beasts, which by nature fear fire even more than humans, slowly back away, looking at the demonic bull with envy. The spiritual flower, to which the relationship of anomalous beasts is unknown to the complexity, tells the demonic bull that they now have a new opponent. However, the demonic bull tries to calm the flower down, telling her that everything is fine now and they are finally safe as reinforcements have arrived. Meanwhile, the anomalous firefox falls to the ground, stepping gracefully and demonstrating with all its appearance the seriousness of its intentions. She gives her enemies a menacing look, knocking out of them any confidence that the flower will go to someone other than the animals of the Misty Mountain. Yes, if the stranger quickly recognizes a fox and says that an increasing number of animals from Misty Mountain are coming here, which is not a good sign. He admits that even a demonic bull would be very difficult to fight, and now they have no chance of possessing this spiritual flower. After some time, the wall of all-consuming flame goes out, and the fiery fox again soars into the air to control the enemy's movement. The anomalous black cobra, which was previously guarding the spiritual flower, looks forward enviously and angrily, trying to catch the right moment to attack. However, the aura emanating from the spiritual flower quickly drives her crazy, making it impossible for her to plan her next actions. Yielding to an animal impulse, the reptile rushes forward, hoping to swallow the spiritual flower in one sitting and move on to the next stage of evolution. However, before the snake reaches its goal, a huge stone barrier appears in front of it, and the stupid reptile crashes its head into it. She jumps back, trying to understand what happened, while the stone barrier begins to increase in size. After a few seconds, all the anomalous animals find themselves within the radius of the stone dome, which quickly closes in on them. After a few seconds, the mutated animals find themselves completely isolated from the outside world using the elements of Earth. The creature who pulled off this daring trick turns out to be Sam, who arrived in time to help his comrades in this battle. He grins contentedly, reflecting on the fact that his new strength has become even more impressive after the hard training of his body and mind, in which he has spent the last few days. Meanwhile, the Dragon Guard commander rushes forward with his outstanding speed, ending up behind the nine-tailed fox. He states that he has no desire to conflict with the doors of Misty Mountain, adding that he only needs the spirit flower and nothing else. In order to incapacitate the nine-tailed fox, he again uses the Fists of Fury skill, delivering dozens of blows per second directly in front of him. However, the firefox during the rebound orders the commander of the Dragon Guard to go to hell and use his fire element to attack. Beams of fiery energy knock the commander of the Dragon Guard out of his place, but he still remains combat ready, despite the incredible spiritual power of the firefox. The Dragon Guard holds back the flow of fiery energy with his fists with all his might, trying not to succumb to its influence and not to burn to ashes. However, suddenly the fiery fox decides that it is time to stop playing with this enemy and strikes him with a powerful blow, causing a fiery explosion. Everyone nearby loses sight of both combatants for a while, as the fox's blows throw up a huge amount of smoke and dust. Once the smoke clears, everyone sees that the firefox easily defeated the Dragon Guard commander, driving his body into the solid ground. The other Dragon Guards scream in horror that they do not believe that their comrade fell in battle with an anomalous animal of the Misty Mountains. Caesar, carefully observing what is happening, admits to himself that he does not like their chances, because despite the fact that both fighters possessed the second stage, the difference between the Firefox and the commander of the Dragon Guard was colossal. Yes, if the stranger tells Caesar to keep his eyes open, pointing out the appearance of another Misty Mountains mutant, who takes the high and draconic guards by surprise. This mutant turns out to be a snow-white tiger, who flew here at a much slower speed so as not to throw his dear companion off his back. Almost the entire support group arrives at the scene and stands in front of the demonic spirit and spiritual flower. Let's understand that none of the pursuers will go further. Spiritual flower curiously observes the abnormal beasts of the Misty Mountains and approaches the demonic bull, asking him if they are all truly his friends. Meanwhile, a baby panda decides to take a nap, while the leader of a pack of polar bears admits that long walks are very difficult for him in this climate. The stranger looks at Astra with interest and realizes that his heart begins to beat faster and faster just by looking at her. However, his attention is immediately attracted by a snow-white tiger, which looks with suspicion at the potential enemy, who also threatens his mentor. Deciding that such behavior is unacceptable, the snow-white tiger rushes forward, threatening the mysterious stranger with instant death in his mouth. The stranger takes out his fancy weapon and blocks the snow-white tiger's attack, asking him why he is attacking him. The snow-white tiger demonstrates miracles of ingenuity and knowledge of human language, again repeating the memorized phrase that someone needs to go to the master, otherwise everyone will die. The poor young man, unfamiliar with the nature of the behavior of the snow-white tiger, remains wondering what he wants to say with these words. However, the tiger strikes again, breaking through the defenses of the mysterious stranger and sending him flying several tens of meters back. Meanwhile, Caesar, who for some reason decided to rush into the attack, chooses Astra as his target and summons all his spiritual snakes to instantly deal with her. He orders the anomalous beasts of the Misty Mountains to get out of his way and sends his spirit snakes forward to clear the way for him. However, Astra takes the fight and rushes forward, summoning a massive amount of blood vines to block Caesar's attack. Their spiritual forces come into conflict, creating a powerful energy tension that threatens a powerful and deadly explosion. Meanwhile, the Dragon Guard summons his energy blade and charges forward towards the Firefox to avenge his fallen comrade. However, he fails to take retribution, since the agility of the fiery fox gives no reason to doubt himself, and the graceful animal jumps up. Raised at the right moment, she takes a deep breath into her chest and concentrates her spiritual energy on the element of flame once again. Having properly prepared, the Firefox unleashes an incredible amount of all-consuming flame on the Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guard, clearly not expecting this, tries to shield himself from the lava flows with his blade, hoping that this will somehow help him. Meanwhile, the archer, who has taken a good position, fires a hail of arrows at the nine-tailed fox, taking advantage of the fact that she was distracted by his comrade. However, a second before the energy arrows would pierce the body of the nine-tailed fox, a stone barrier suddenly appears, which catches all the projectiles, leaving the fox unharmed. The archer looks with horror at the fact that all his efforts have gone to waste, and tries to figure out how he can get the annoying firefox with his spiritual arrows. However, before he has time to come to his senses, he begins to be pulled into another stone trap, which quickly closes over his head, not giving him a chance to get out. As soon as the trap closes, Sam emerges from behind the stone walls and invites the archer to fight with someone on equal terms, without hiding behind the backs of others. Meanwhile, the little panda continues his efforts to make it the last 200 meters to the site of a major battle that will determine the future of his comrades. The brewmaster barely moves on the ground, saying that the battle is in full swing, and his comrades definitely won't be able to cope without him, after which he comes to the conclusion that he is already mortally tired, so he won't be able to get there anyway. Meanwhile, while the brewmaster struggles with his procrastination and willpower, the battle becomes increasingly serious, and a huge number of explosions occur in the clearing. The demonic bull, who decides to regain his strength, watches what is happening, while the spiritual flower asks him who will protect them if the entire Misty Mountains menagerie rushes into the fray. Suddenly, the flower's ears hear the loud cry of a mutated animal that somehow got out of Sam's stone cage. Turning around, the spiritual flower notices that a huge horse is rushing towards them, after which it hastily turns to the demonic bull, saying that they urgently need to do something to avoid death. However, the demonic bull is stoic about what is happening and tells the flower that she should not worry about it, since this problem will be solved now. The huge horse manages to get close to the demonic bull and the flower, but at the last moment, he overcame his laziness, makes a quick jump, and knocks out the huge animal with one blow. The little panda continues to show off, saying that he was in a hurry and was finally able to help his dear friends in this difficult battle. Just one look at the little brewmaster is enough for the spiritual flower to fall irrevocably in love with him and begin to watch his every move in fascination. Baby brewmaster winks and smiles at his friends, unaware of the effect this has on the spirit flower and her emotional background. A huge horse crashes into Sam's stone dungeon at high speed and breaks through its walls with its body, causing huge columns of dust and dirt. The little panda lands next to the demonic bull, who tells him that he, as always, comes at the most needed moments without changing his punctuality. The feeling continues to take possession of the spiritual flower, and she finds no place for herself, shyly looking at the baby brewmaster, who does not react to this at all. Instead, the baby, or war, tries to tease the demonic bull, saying that he is getting old and starting to lose ground, to which he replies that every opponent is in the second stage, so Bundy should not underestimate them, but the Milivar states that in this, there is nothing wrong. He turns around and says that since he came here, they can relax, since he will not allow anyone to lay a finger on them. With these words, he pushes off from the ground, flying up several tens of meters in order to choose a new target for attack. The spiritual flower enthuses that the little brewmaster is very cool and begins to watch his every move with frozen eyes, to the surprise of the demonic bull. Meanwhile, the snow-white tiger continues his duel with a mysterious stranger, who turned out to be one of the highest, who, for some reason, hid his identity. The mysterious Supreme One declares that this is not a tiger, but simply some kind of monster with which it is impossible to fight on equal terms for a long time. Finding himself on the verge of death, the young man decides to use a secret technique, admitting that he really would not like to bring it to this. According to him, if he uses this technique, he will definitely win the battle, although he will receive incredible damage from using such complex skills. Jumping into the air, the young man spews out a huge amount of bile, which is very reminiscent of the corrosive ink of the giant octopus with which the main character recently fought. The destructive influence destroys absolutely all living matter that it can reach, with the exception of very strong roots. A small lizard that is unlucky enough to be caught in the middle of this ability is instantly killed, leaving only a mangy skeleton behind. A huge sea of bile forms a terrible bubble, which inflates for a while, then bursts, and the danger disappears. The young Supreme who used such a dangerous skill lands on the ground, and it will be immediately noticeable to an outside observer that he has greatly decreased in size, becoming so skinny that he could hide behind a mop. The Supreme reflects that in order to absorb the spiritual flower, he accumulated an enormous amount of stomach acid, adding that he was sorry that he had to use everything at once, but this brought him a guaranteed victory. With these words, he decides that now he has nothing more to catch here, and it's time to retreat in order to choose a more suitable time and place for the attack. However, before he can think about what to do next, the snow-white tiger appears behind him and tackles him to the ground with a loud roar. The mysterious Supreme turns back in icy horror, realizing that his attack was completely useless and the enemy was not even harmed. The snow-white tiger bites into the body of the mysterious Supreme One, depriving him of his life forever and removing the next contender for possessing a spiritual flower from the game. Meanwhile, Sam, desperately fighting a Dragon Guard archer, finally achieves significant success by trapping him in a stone trap. Sam happily says that he has finally succeeded and concentrates his spiritual energy in his hands to power the stone trap's mechanisms. The Dragon Guard realizes that he is living in his last seconds, shouts at him that he betrayed humanity, asking the question of how he and this cursed girl dared decide with the tree demon. However, Sam decides not to dignify the unfamiliar enemy with an answer and tells him that these things do not concern him, after which he sets the stone trap into action. A huge number of stone spikes close together, causing the Dragon Guard located between them to instantly die, being crushed. Another Dragon Guard notices the death of his comrade and shouts that he will definitely avenge the death of each of his brothers. However, this warrior's grief is too much in his mind, and he misses an obvious blow to his head, which in normal times he would have noticed immediately. The fiery fox, with a quick dash, reaches the Dragon Guard and throws him down, hollowing him out into the rock. The fox angrily asks the Dragon Guard if he has really stopped considering her a rival and decided that he can look around. However, suddenly a huge number of rays of energy rush near the fiery fox, which only by some miracle do not hit it, leaving it unharmed. The Dragon Guard summons a blade of light energy to finally deal with his foes once and for all and avenge his fallen brethren. Concentrating all his strength, he tries to control the huge light blade, directing it towards the fiery fox, who barely dodges him. However, suddenly a small panda appears in front of the firefox's face, which with great enthusiasm strives to intercept the blow of the light blade. Baby Brewmaster, with a joyful cry, declares that this blow is so powerful that not a single living creature on planet Earth can easily dodge it. However, after finishing the introductory part, the little panda delivers a powerful blow to the light blade, splitting it into thousands of pieces. The Dragon Guard wonders where another mutant could have come from, looking at his opponent with interest and preparing for battle. The little panda decides that he will deal with this Dragon Guard personally and quickly falls down, like a very heavy stone falling off a cliff. Upon landing, the baby Brewmaster causes a shockwave, causing the Dragon Guard to jump to the side. However, after this, the panda rises to his feet with a menacing look to demonstrate all his power to the guard. However, the sudden desire to demonstrate all his power is interrupted by an urgent need to pick his nose, and the Dragon Guard is surprised to see a small, nondescript panda in front of him. The guard reflects that this is the first time he has seen a beast that feeds on metal, and assumes that this opponent is one of the most powerful on Misty Mountain. However, upon closer inspection, the Dragon Guard recognizes the small panda, and assumes that he is the same specimen that escaped from outside the park. Cautiously approaching, he turns to the little Brewmaster, asking him if he is the same little Tao that the whole country has been talking about. Little Brewmaster stares at the Dragon Guard in surprise, and asks him how he knows his nickname. The Dragon Guard says that he is very surprised by this meeting, adding that he could not imagine that little Dao would go to Misty Mountain. The guard adds that if his elder knew about this, he would definitely not be delighted, but the little panda replies that he no longer needs anyone's approval to commit an independent act. The Dragon Guard says that even though the little panda attacked his friends, he can help her and get him out of here. These words are not an empty phrase for the little Brewmaster, and he stands for some time without uttering a single word, sternly peering at his opponent. The Dragon Guard tries to continue trying to negotiate, saying about the small gang that he will not offend him and will take him to his own. The dragon guard says that if he refuses, one day he will sooner or later hang with his brother and inevitably die from his clutches. The baby says that he doesn't care, and he refuses, nonchalantly looking around in search of something to eat. The dragon guard, who clearly did not expect such an easy refusal, is trying to understand what influenced the little panda during this time that he became so wild. However, Baby or Yours calmly states that he does not want to hand over his new patron, adding that he also does not want to fight his own brother. Little Brewmaster states that if they ever meet again, his fate will be in his brother's hands, adding that he feels it is only fair. The dragon guard becomes enraged, saying that the little Brewmaster is talking nonsense, and then declares that if he refuses to go with him, he will fall by his hand. Filled with anger, the dragon guard declares that even if he himself dies, he will still skin at least one of the anomalous beasts of the Misty Mountain. The fiery fox tells the baby Brewmaster that this enemy has a very strong aura and must be treated very carefully. Meanwhile, the dragon guard charges his blade with lightning powers and says that there is no use in running and no one can escape his wrath. Imbuing his weapon with an aura of rage and vengeance, the dragon guard commands all the beasts of Misty Mountain to follow their fallen comrades to hell. The firefoxes report that the enemy is definitely at the peak of the second stage and poses a very great danger that should be considered. Meanwhile, the guard pronounces the name of his deadly skill and prepares to ask for an attack in order to destroy several anomalous beasts at once. However, at the last second, the leader of a pack of polar bears suddenly falls on him, who all this time were struggling to get to the battlefield by jumping. The leader of a pack of polar bears lets out a greeting, looking around for opponents to determine his plan of action. However, having looked around properly, he does not find any threat and begins to look with bewilderment at the fiery nine-tailed fox and the baby Brewmaster. The fox and the fighting panda are absolutely shocked by this outcome of events and respond to the uncomprehending polar bear with a mutually surprised look. The bear informs his comrades that he has finally caught up with them, after which he asks where all the opponents have gone, to which they respond with significant silence. Meanwhile, Caesar and Astra continue to fight on the stone dome, hoping to win soon enough to capture the spiritual flower or escape. Caesar quickly looks around, realizing that all his allies have been destroyed, and if he does not do anything, he will die himself. However, Fred suddenly realizes that Astra has suddenly accelerated, taking advantage of the fact that he was opening himself up for an unexpected blow. Fred says it's time to end this fight and uses the secret technique of super-fast death vine strike. This blow reaches its target, and Caesar dies, being pierced by a sharp vine, which instantly drains all life energy from him. The spiritual flower happily informs the demonic bull that their Misty Mountain Zoo won this battle, preventing the pursuers from getting what they wanted. The demonic bull, properly recovered from the grueling battle, laughs appreciatively as it rises to its feet and flexes its muscles. He turns to the spiritual flower, saying that this is the power of the Misty Mountain, which all humanity is forced to reckon with. Meanwhile, on one of the hills located not far from the battle site, a suspicious movement begins, which would be noticeable only to someone who has a subtle understanding of spiritual energy. The two foxes, who had been watching all this time, tell each other that they were very wise in deciding not to interfere, adding that otherwise they would have been lying there dead. White Fox states that currently their strength is significantly inferior to the beasts from Misty Mountain, but this may change over time. The White Fox continues her monologue, saying that she could not even imagine that among the animals of the Misty Mountain, there would be a representative of their kind who has such incredible power. The Black Fox states that these words are very serious, while decreasing, adding even from here, he feels her incredible aura. The White Fox carefully examines the battle site and says that the day will come when they too will be able to reach the same incredible heights. After this, both foxes leave the observation post, and the scene is transferred to the lake, where Fred has been fighting with Stella all this time. The battle turned out to be very long and difficult, but in the end, Fred managed to break her stubbornness and defeat a very experienced and powerful opponent. Fred looks up and realizes that Stella is approaching him, whose spiritual energy has begun to take on completely different forms. The smoke gradually clears, and Stella steps on the stone, inexorably approaching Fred, with higher intentions unknown to the victim of a grueling battle. Approaching Fred almost point blank, Stella suddenly stops, and Fred realizes that her gaze is changing, signaling the restoration of control over her body. Fred sighs with relief and tells Stella that she has finally woken up, looking around the battlefield with annoyance, and realizing that he had just been given a serious beating. Looking again at Stella's face, he says out loud that the flower seems to no longer have control over Stella's mind and body. Stella guiltily tells Fred that it happened by accident, to which he furiously asks her if she understands that she almost killed absolutely everyone who was here, adding that he used all his spiritual energy to save her. Fred continues to chastise Stella, asking her if she has any idea of the price he paid to save her, while the young girl's mind wonders whether the bull could have gotten far enough with his flower. After listening to Fred, Stella recommends that he rest for a while, adding that she will now go scouting to see if there is a chance of bringing the spirit flower back. Fred extends his hand towards Stella and asks her to help him, adding that due to the battle with her, he lost his last strength to even stand on his feet. However, Stella instantly disappears into smoke, and Fred realizes that he will have to get out of this swampy area on his own 2 feet. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, strewn with the lifeless bodies of the pursuers, the last clouds of dust are slowly settling of the spiritual flower. Caesar continues to hang on a piece of bloody vine sticking out of the ground, lifelessly swaying under the wind, like a leaf sticking out on a tree. However, in fact, Caesar's soul, which managed to evacuate from his own body, is rapidly moving through the foggy forests. His soul reflects that he had no idea that the misty mountain beast would be so powerful, after which he calms himself, saying that despite the death of his body, his soul remained intact, which means he still has a chance of salvation. However, Caesar's soul, absorbed in thoughts of its own salvation, does not notice how it inevitably falls into the trap of another beast, which feeds on spiritual energy. The last thing Caesar's soul manages to see is the huge mandibles of an incredible insect, which many months ago terrorized the Federation forces in one of the mines. The silver centipede captures Caesar's soul and consumes it, but always dissolving the ambitious Federation warrior's consciousness into the abyss from which it came. After this, the centipede synthesizes the spiritual energy of Caesar's soul and brings it to Stella, who directed the cruel creature to destroy her ally. Stella raises her hand, and the silver centipede spits out the spiritual essence of the snake that Caesar was so proud of during his lifetime. As Stella carefully observes the spirit reptile moving around its prison, she concludes that the epic hunt for the spirit flower is finally coming to an end. The next morning, the 10 Nations Alliance is on edge due to a news release that everyone who went to get the spiritual flower has not returned, leaving their lives somewhere in the wild forests. The 7th, 8th, and 9th warriors of the Dragon Guard fell in an unequal battle, sharing their fate with Caesar, who was the head of a million-plus city. According to news reports, the bodies of Stella and Fred could not be found despite hours of search operations in the area. Based on this, for some time they acquired the status of missing warriors who fought bravely in order to bring the gift of the spiritual flower to humanity. Meanwhile, Stella returns to Jonathan to tell him about the data studied in the world, according to which, when the concentration of spiritual energy on the planet exceeds a certain level, a large-scale release occurs, known as a spiritual energy surge. According to the data available to people, the release of spiritual energy leads to evolution, during which even ordinary animals turn into super beings. However, even such evolved individuals have a certain limit on what level of spiritual energy they can withstand, and an excess of this energy, which bursts out in a huge stream when released, is capable of killing even creatures that are already significantly at the 2nd stage of evolution. That is why many, in order to avoid potential problems, migrate to places where energy is concentrated, which causes waves of mutated beasts to arise during releases of spiritual energy. There are also a huge number of different resources that help with spiritual energy in one form or another, and at this point, they can be divided into plants and minerals. In places with a high level of concentration of spiritual energy, under certain conditions, spiritual stones, which are an extremely rare resource, can begin to crystallize. After some time, the Federation plunged into real chaos, the cause of which, in part, was the invasion of rats and a huge shrew which decided to get out of its underground kingdom. However, in addition to this, the Federation was attacked by a huge number of other mutated beasts, not inferior to creatures of the 3rd stage of evolution. These attacks killed more than 30,000 people and left nearly 90,000 civilians injured and displaced. The ferocity of these attacks could not be compared with previous clashes, as if the anomalous beasts were becoming more evil and cruel every day. Also, after some time, Stella and Fred returned to the Federation, but they were so wounded that they could not participate in battles for several months. Some intelligence data also became known, from which it follows that anomalous human beasts continue to exist in the world. The head of the Federation, who received the notification, is surprised by this outcome of events and states that the Federation has stopped any genetic experiments on people due to unpredictable consequences. The employees inform the head of the Federation that someone has decided to continue genetic experiments, adding that all the results of past research have been stolen, and the location of the employees is also unknown. The head of the Federation asks his subordinates about the situation in other places, adding that he is very interested in knowing the smallest details. The staff shows him a video of the amazing creature, stating that this is the latest image received from the southern continent, in which cities are being destroyed by an unknown creature, after which they add that human losses have exceeded 100,000 and the death toll is constantly growing. According to intelligence officials, the citizens of the continent are forced to pray for salvation, since even the strongest warriors of the state fell in an unequal battle with this creature. One of the employees reports that they have also received news from the sea border, which is another black omen for the entire Federation. According to this news, the creature is heading towards them and will be off the coast of the Federation in exactly a month, during which they are unlikely to be able to prepare adequate response measures. The head of the Federation reports that the military leaders of all districts have already gathered at a meeting to come to at least some method of combating this creature. The head of the Federation asks his employee about the strength of this terrible monster, which so far has not been able to receive any damage from the strongest warriors of the southern continent. The employee states that, based on data received 2 months ago, the creature was in the 3rd stage of its evolution, developing rapidly. The employee adds that if his calculations were correct, this creature has now reached the 4th stage of evolution and poses a mortal threat to all humanity. The head of the Federation freezes in horror, realizing that no one in the world has yet encountered creatures of such a high stage of evolution, realizing that if no one manages to stop this monster, then the world will be doomed. The employee states that this is all they have been able to find out so far, adding that there is no illusory possibility that in a month this enemy will become even stronger. The head of the Federation declares that these beasts, and even stronger than those that live on Misty Mountain, have caused real chaos. He orders the mobilization of all possible troops, stating that he does not care about the number of troops, since now every soldier is needed. He also points out the need to call a state meeting, to which the employee asks the head of the Federation what they should do with the spiritual flower. However, the head states that they will deal with this later if he manages to survive the encounter with the monster. Meanwhile, Jonathan, unaware of the approach of a huge monster, calmly goes about his business, keeping an eye on the kids. Honey Badger, who also has the difficult task of keeping an eye on the children of Misty Mountain, finds himself in the wrong place at the wrong time, falling under the fire sneeze of a 2-headed wolf. The honey badger's skin instantly catches fire, and he begins to run in a circle, which provokes the 2-headed wolf, for whom everything that happens is a game, to chase. The other wolf head tries to save the poor animal from being burned and spits out streams of icy energy, freezing the poor honey badger in place. Jonathan watches everything that happens and comes to the conclusion that absolutely not everyone can cope with small children, especially if they have extraordinary abilities. He reflects that after the abduction, he decided to monitor them himself, adding that the top can now feed on fire or other spiritual ores to greatly increase its strength. The system informs Jonathan that he is facing an anomalous stage 1 double-headed wolf who has innate dual elemental skills that allow him to use fire breath along with ice breath. After this, Jonathan examines the 3-headed snake, and the system tells him that this anomalous 3-headed snake has immortality as well as excellent fighting skills while in the water. After carefully studying the information about this baby, Jonathan picks it up with his branch and comes to the conclusion that for the most productive evolution of this snake, it is necessary to constantly be at sea. With these thoughts, he takes a deep breath into his arboreal lungs and summons a giant killer whale to help him in his plans. A few seconds later, the water next to Jonathan begins to move, and a killer whale emerges from it, which in a calm voice asks Jonathan why he called her. Having carefully examined the killer whale that once tried to attack him, Jonathan remembers that she had long ago joined him, along with her brothers, becoming the first sea creature in his ranks. Jonathan carefully places the 3-headed anomalous snake on the giant killer whale's back and tells it that he entrusts this calf to her, ordering her to take good care of it, to which the killer whale responds that Jonathan's request will be granted. Jonathan thinks that the killer whale looks fierce, but in reality it turned out to be very capable and flexible, like a kitten. Finally, he addresses the anomalous 3-headed snake, telling it that it must always be near the sediment and reach the 2nd stage as soon as possible in order to return to land. The killer whale carefully swims away from the shore and rushes into the ocean, and Jonathan finally shouts to the anomalous 3-headed snake that he will be looking forward to their next meeting. After this, he wraps another branch around the 2-headed wolf and lowers him into the ore mine, offering him a snack to continue his growth and development. After that, he hands the little monkey over to 2 furry companions and says that he is leaving him with them, to which they respond that they will happily babysit the cub. Meanwhile, the honey badger, who only gets the cones, breaks his ice prison, giving everyone around him his dissatisfied and irritated look. However, not finding any of the cubs that were bothering him near him, he wonders where the little bastards went. Making sure that there is no one near him, he joyfully screams about various liberation from the shackles of the position of the damned nanny, whom everyone mocks. Meanwhile, Jonathan decides to talk to the honey badger for a moment and gently pokes it with one of his roots, attracting the evil animal's attention. He displeasedly declares to the honey badger that now he will take care of his training personally, since the monkey and the boar have long since moved on to the next stage, and the honey badger remains a goofball. Jonathan immediately decides to have a training match with the honey badger and begins to continuously attack him with his branches, saying that he is moving too slowly and will one day incarnate in this lifetime. The snow leopard and the green mantis look at what is happening in surprise, admitting to each other that sometimes the tree god behaves very frighteningly towards his comrades. After 5 days of hard training, the honey badger is incredibly transformed in appearance, acquiring a large number of strong words on the steel alloy of muscles. Jonathan states that this training was very grueling, adding that despite this, no one below stage 1 can now compete with the honey badger. After some time, Peregrine returns to Jonathan, notifying with his cry the arrival of everyone who went for the spiritual flower. Jonathan happily states that his comrades have finally returned from a grueling mission, adding that it has been a long time since he saw them all assembled. The honey badger strikes a pompous pose, preparing to receive an incredible amount of compliments for reaching the stage 1 peak. After some time, a loud stomp is heard, signaling the speedy approach of a detachment of the strongest beasts from the Misty Mountain. A detachment appears in front of the honey badger, which was sent for a spiritual flower, and the small animal understands that each of them is significantly superior to it in terms of evolutionary and combat capabilities. Having soberly assessed his progress with self-esteem, the honey badger again flies off into distant distances, taking its place of honor next to the usefulness of the crane. Before Jonathan can understand what has happened, he loses faith in himself and goes home to continue his training. After this, Jonathan carefully examines the spiritual flower and says that the very appearance of this wonderful artifact is very impressive. Jonathan greets his charges, saying that they did a great job snatching the spiritual flower from the clutches of various Federation units. Looking around again, Jonathan is surprised that the plant for which a huge number of people gave their lives turned out to be such a small flower. Jonathan calls the system, ordering it to open the properties panel of this flower to understand what this plant is and what capabilities it has. The system opens the properties panel and it blinds Jonathan with its radiance, which greatly surprises the mutated Willow, who is not used to seeing such system panels. Covering his eyes with the branches, Jonathan says that even the property panel of this wonderful plant is different in appearance from all the others. The system states that in front of Jonathan is a miracle flower in the first stage of its development, which has several abilities that allow it to bless living beings, evolve, and also read the vibrations of other flowers and herbs. Jonathan's particular focus is on the innate skills line, which states that she has an innate skill that allows her to stop time. The prospect of such an ability makes Jonathan sweat, and he tensely rereads the text of this ability several times to make sure he is not imagining things. Looking again at the miracle flower, Jonathan reflects that after a long time, unprecedented luck smiled at him, since the abilities of this flower can change the balance of power on the entire planet. Forgetting all sense of tactics and decorum, Jonathan moves as close to the spirit flower as possible and confesses to her that he is very jealous of her ability to control time. The spiritual flower immediately hides behind the demonic bull, and Jonathan, giggling nervously, declares that she should not be afraid of anything, since no one is going to hurt her. After recalculating some of the properties of the miracle flower, Jonathan comes to the conclusion that this plant can help him grow a new spiritual forest. Miracle Flower states that if Jonathan has enough spiritual energy, then they can handle this in a couple of weeks, adding that she also needs to absorb spiritual plants, since they are her food. Jonathan states that these demands are not a big deal, adding that Wonderflower can simply tell the Ninetails what she needs and just stay by his side. Meanwhile, Baby Brewmaster turns to Jonathan, saying that he would really like to return to the Misty Mountains to find bamboo, since he is very hungry. Jonathan agrees with the idea, but Wonderflower yells at the little panda to wait a little, adding that she has something to tell him. Miracle Flower, beside herself with embarrassment, tells the little panda that she will be here for now, but very soon someone will come from Misty Mountain and asks him to wait for her to appear. Jonathan, Astra, Snow White Tiger, and the bears watch in surprise, reflecting on the fact that they have never seen the manifestation of feelings of a half-divine entity towards a careless gang. Miracle Flower again addresses the baby brewmaster, declaring that he is very beautiful and adding that she will miss him very much and look forward to their next meeting. However, such warm words do not make an impression on the baby brewmaster, and he menacingly asks the Miracle Flower what kind of nonsense she just said. After that, he quickly turns around and goes on his journey, finally telling the Miracle Flower not to irritate him with her meaningless phrases. The spirit flower that was just rejected returns back with a depressed look, and all the beasts of the Misty Mountains express their sympathy and full support for her in this difficult situation. Jonathan indulges in his thoughts for a while, realizing that everyone sometimes brings sadness and unhappiness to the heart, even in the world of wild nature. Meanwhile, human forces assemble a huge flotilla of aircraft carriers and fighter squadrons in order to destroy the looming threat. The goal of the united forces of people is a monstrous creature of incredible size, which is inexorably approaching the shores of the Federation state. Each fighter is heavily armed with missiles and bombs with spiritual energy in order to neutralize the black monster that is unstoppably approaching the continent. The soldiers declare that the target is in line of sight and give the command to the remaining troops to prepare for battle and open fire with all guns. After some time, all the ship's gun systems come into combat readiness and synchronously open fire on the giant, firing missiles and large-caliber shells at it. The fighters do not stand aside and fire at the giant monster with a huge number of missiles, but none of this causes any significant damage to the unstoppable monster. In order to get rid of annoying people, the monster opens its gigantic mouth and attacks people with a powerful sound wave that destroys all missiles in its path. The same fate befalls the fighters, which find themselves instantly broken in half from incredible pressure, after which the monster switches to aircraft carriers. The gunships that are still in service are preparing intercontinental ballistic missiles for battle, hoping to destroy the huge monster with a colossal amount of explosive energy. The rocket successfully reaches the target, and an explosion of incredible power is heard, the mushroom from which rises many tens of meters into the sky. The shockwave breaks the protective glass on nearby boats, and almost all the ships begin to slowly sink, taking on more and more water every second. One of the ship's surviving commanders, wounded after the explosion, struggles to stand on his feet, hoping that this incredible sacrifice was worth it. However, as soon as the smoke clears, it becomes clear that this missile did not cause any damage to the monster, and the monster continues its leisurely march to the mainland. The captain of the aircraft carrier states with horror that even high-power intercontinental ballistic missiles could not do anything with this monster. Meanwhile, the monster gets close to the aircraft carrier and hits it with its head with all its might, instantly destroying the huge ship and sending it to the seabed. Observation drones monitoring the progress of the entire operation show a disappointing picture to the head of the Federation, who understands that to combat this monster, he will have to resort to even more radical measures. However, his colleagues around him say that now they have nothing to oppose this terrible monster, since they have just spent their strongest missiles, which did not cause any harm to the monster. Dark thoughts overcome the head of the Federation, and he tries to understand what to do in such a situation when, it would seem, even the Lord God himself has turned his back on the human race. Meanwhile, the huge creature continues its gloomy campaign on the continent, showing with all its appearance that emissions of spiritual energy will put an end to the human race. There are 40 days left before the battle between the ancient monster and Jonathan, but for now he spends his time helping the miracle flower synthesize spiritual energy and improve his skills. Jonathan muses that he, too, would like to acquire a similar ability to absorb spiritual energy directly into his body for maximum effectiveness. A sudden system notifies Jonathan that he has discovered a new, unique, and powerful skill that will cost him 100,000 evolution points. Jonathan carefully studies the description of the skill and, having read to the end, happily declares that this is exactly what he wanted and orders the system to upgrade this skill. The system states that Jonathan now has the blink skill, which allows time to be frozen for 1/100th of a second, adding that less than 1,000th of the skill's capabilities have been learned so far. Jonathan enthusiastically declares that he now has the ability to control time, albeit very little, adding that over time, this may change. The miracle flower tells Jonathan that she transferred all the collected spiritual energy into his body, and that is why he received this miraculous ability. However, the appearance of the miracle flower is disturbing, as it leaves much to be desired. However, the miracle flower, with her characteristic dramatic style, says that the most important thing for her is that she was able to help someone, after which time in this world comes to an end. Jonathan decides that not a single one of his comrades will die on his shift and drips vitality essence onto the miracle flower to restore the damaged tissue of the plant. The miracle flower immediately charges with spiritual energy and declares that now she does not feel tired and is ready to tear and throw, to which Jonathan happily declares that he also has a couple of aces up his sleeve. The protagonist says that spending 1,000,000 to stop time for 1/100th of a second is an interesting idea, but the cost leaves much to be desired, and then concludes that if he activated less than 1,000th of this skill, then he has where to grow. With these words, Jonathan declares that from now on, they will continue to actively develop, adding that a little later, he will be able to give the miracle flower even more essences, to which the miracle flower happily replies that she agrees to such conditions. Meanwhile, on Misty Mountain, Sam installs a simple image projector, obtained in one of the cities, which can be found in any school classroom. A little panda, eating bamboo on both cheeks, approaches Sam and asks him what he is going to do, but he replies that he is getting ready to watch a movie, which is one of the most common human entertainments. Sam boasts of his success, stating that he took all this equipment from the city, after which he found a source of energy and can now watch movies, adding that the signal here leaves much to be desired, but this is already a lot, to which the little brewmaster states that in times during his stay at the zoo, he heard a lot about such activities. After some time, an image from the film appears on a special screen, and the little panda states that he has always really wanted to see the movie live. After a few minutes, Sam and the little panda begin to watch the movie with interest, and the little panda is joined by the honey badgers, who are attracted by the sounds made by the projector. After some time, the movie continues, and Sam notices that even more anomalous animals have appeared as spectators for this film. After some time, a shot appears in the film in which the main character says that if there is no dream in life, then there is no point in living such a life, after which he adds that the flame in his heart will burn forever. The little panda, greatly impressed by these words, declares that this is the most beautiful phrase he has ever heard in his life. Suddenly, an operating system notification appears in the right corner, which states that the city has declared an emergency and all residents are advised to evacuate. The little panda notices this notification with surprise and asks Sam to stop the movie for a moment in order to open this window and show everyone the full version of this news. Sam decides to fulfill the request of the small gang, and a news broadcast appears on the projector, which states that a huge Stage 4 monster has reached the mainland in a month, adding that the alarm has been declared and residents are being evacuated urgently. Further, the report continues to show footage of a huge monster that destroys everything in its path and leaves behind nothing but ruins and mountains of corpses. Suddenly, the little panda loudly asks Sam to pause the report in order to take a closer look at the freeze frame for very important details or evidence. After Sam complies with the baby panda's demands, Baby Brewmaster takes a closer look at the still frame, discovering a very familiar silhouette of a young girl with pink hair. Little Brewmaster stares at this girl for a long time, and Sam asks him if he's okay, wondering what has earned him such close attention. However, the little panda is silent for a while, after which he tells him that he just imagined it, and there was absolutely nothing interesting in this freeze frame. After this, the little panda decides not to finish watching this film, and informs his comrades that he will go have a snack, quickly leaving. Meanwhile, Astra takes a bath of life-giving essence along with the golden ant Flash and the green one, enjoying the slow growth. The Snow White tiger also creeps up to the pool with spiritual energy and begins to play with the water, as befits any feline creature. However, Jonathan decides to stop these attempts, telling the tiger not to even dare to approach the spiritual energy pool, since it is only equipped for those who deserve to be promoted. After this, he points a branch far to the side to the Snow White tiger and invites him to go into the forest and return only when he reaches the second stage of evolution. The offended Snow White tiger meows loudly and jumps from Jonathan's branches, spreading his wings and flying away into the distant forests. The slow increase in evolution points makes itself felt, and Flash states that he is filled with strange feelings, as if he is about to break through to the next stage. Before Jonathan can react, a powerful beam of energy begins to emanate from the Flash, which only miraculously does not burn all the foliage on the protagonist's head. After a few minutes, this process is completed, and the system notifies John that Flash has entered the second stage, gaining new special skills that allow him to increase his strength by 100% every 10 seconds, as long as his body can handle it. Astra and Golden Mantis note that evolution has benefited Flash, and now he looks even more beautiful and powerful than ever before. Flash also notices that he has begun to have 3 pairs of wings and takes off into the air, earning the approval of Jonathan, who adds that there is now an honorable addition to the list of flying fighters. Flash thanks Jonathan for his help, adding that now he has become even stronger and will be able to bring much greater benefit in the service of the animals and the Misty Mountain. Jonathan takes a closer look at Flash's new ability, which allows him to double his strength every 10 seconds, and wonders if there is a limit to this ability. Flash decides to immediately activate it, saying that now everyone in this clearing will be able to test the principles of how this amazing ability works. Increasing his strength several times, Golden Ant Flash unleashes his punch onto the ground, creating a controlled earthquake that crushes the rock into dust. With just one blow, a huge number of cracks spread out, and the entire clearing takes on the appearance of an intercontinental ballistic missile just flying into it. Flash states to all observers that such an increase did not even reach 100%, adding that his body simply cannot handle the power increase being tripled at this time. Meanwhile, a little panda comes to a dilapidated clearing and asks everyone what they are doing here in his absence. The Miracle Flower, who still has tender feelings for the little brewmaster, rushes forward, greeting him and calling him handsome once again. However, Panda ignores this display of affection and turns to Golden Ant Flash, saying that his transition to the second stage and new form is very impressive. Suddenly, Panda declares that he would love to fight the Golden Ant, but today he came to settle his scores with the Firefox. After that, he lifts his head up, turns his gaze to the fox, shouting to her that he is challenging her, but she does not answer him and continues to look somewhere into the distance. Taking a closer look, the little panda notices that not a hair has moved on the fox's fur despite the fact that she has just been officially challenged. However, despite the apparent inaccessibility, the Firefox jumps down after a while, accepting the brewmaster's challenge to a duel. Jonathan happily states that he really likes this idea, adding that he is taking bets on this duel, which he personally would bet exclusively on the Ninetales. Baby Brewmaster looks sternly at Firefox and declares that he has longed for the opportunity to measure his own strength with her for a very long time. In order to provoke his proud rival, he declares that all this time he dreamed of seeing how a strong and proud fox would lose without a chance in a duel with him. This ploy works, and the brewmaster quickly begins to feel the displeasure emanating from the aura of the fiery nine-tailed fox. Looking at the little panda with an undisguised proud look, the creature declares that she herself would very much like to see this spectacle, which the obnoxious brewmaster so zealously boasts about. With these words, the firefox activates her flame-breathing skill, and the ground in front of her begins to writhe from the incredible heat that comes from her fur. In order to protect himself from such an attack, the baby brewmaster uses the innate skill of fire resistance, which protects him from ultra-high temperatures and allows him to survive even in the mouth of a volcano. Jonathan quickly grabs all of his comrades with his roots and crystallizes them, declaring that they better stay away for now to avoid becoming victims of an accidental explosion. He adds that based on the fluctuations in the spiritual energy of each of the competitors, it becomes obvious that they are very serious and will not give up until the last minute. The firefox further enhances her aura with fire, and even her eyes begin to glow the color of hot lava, striking fear into the hearts of all her possible rivals. However, for the brewmaster, this battle means too much to succumb to such a thing, and he does not refuse the fight, carefully monitoring the movements of his opponent. For some time, the two opponents stand looking at each other, continuing to burn the ground around them, and instantly, there is snow again, which turns out to be in close proximity to their aura. The firefox is the first to attack, instantly leaving burnt traces of her paw on the ground and disappearing with such speed as if she had been a mirage all this time. Even the little panda's eyes, which can follow super-fast insects, are unable to track the movement of the nine-tailed fox, which moves like a beam of light in space. Tenths of a second later, the firefox appears behind the brewmaster and lets out a loud growl, signaling that her opponent is about to get into trouble. Baby Brewmaster realizes that he will not be able to dodge this attack and uses a special petrification skill, which reduces all damage received by hundreds of %. The firefox strikes, and a powerful explosion occurs in the clearing again, which throws up huge piles of snow, blocking the view of all observers. Jonathan prudently covers his charges with roots so that they are not blown away by wind currents or covered with whole heaps of snow. Jonathan himself realizes that this fight is much more intense than he expected, and sweat appears on his face from the incredible heat that arose due to the aura of these two fiery creatures. The snow and dust clear, and it turns out that the little brewmaster was still able to stop the powerful blow of the nine-tailed firefox. Grinning, he states that he expected more. With these words, he charges his fist with spiritual energy and says that in this case, he too will not hold back and will hit it with full force. The fox does not have time to dodge this attack, and the little brewmaster delivers a powerful blow to her right in the rib, forcing the proud creature to fly back several tens of meters. Due to the enormous kinetic energy received, the firefox smashes several trees with its body, causing a huge splash of snow, which quickly turns into mist due to the fox's body temperature. The little panda decides not to let his opponent down, and rushes forward in order to deliver even more powerful blows before the fox has time to rise to his paws. Pushing off with his small legs, the panda develops incredible speed and in 2 leaps overtakes the flying fiery nine-tailed fox. However, before he can reach her with the firefox landing, another burst of spiritual energy is heard, which forms as a beam piercing the sky. Streams of warm air along with the aggressive aura of the fire nine-tailed fox rush into the little panda's face, and he realizes that the battle is just beginning. A second later, the fox flies into the air in front of him and surrounds himself with a huge amount of incredibly hot flames to prevent another treacherous attack. The fox looks at the little panda with anger in his eyes, letting him know that this will not go unpunished, and now the battle will move to a new level. Baby Brewmaster watches the nine-tailed fox's fighting power increase, fearlessly holding his furry fists at the ready to fight back against his rival. A second later, the fire nine-tailed fox shoots the Baby Brewmaster with a very wide beam of fiery spiritual energy, which knocks the panda back. This ray also sets fire to a huge forest, which lights up like a match, despite the fact that before this, it was covered with an eternal layer of snow for many years. The firefox lands on a stone and looks around, noticing only a huge number of charred tree trunks around him. Jonathan, observing all this from a safe distance, looks with interest at the scorched desert that remains in place of a small forest plantation, wondering if these two could survive after this. The firefox carefully peers into the burning trees, trying to find his opponent, assuming that he must be hiding somewhere to launch another sneak attack. Suddenly, a small sun appears in front of the fiery fox, which increases in size every second, raising the temperature by several tens of degrees. Inside this sphere is a small brewmaster who has used the fireball ability, allowing the wearer to temporarily turn into a miniature sun. The main character watches this technique with interest and realizes that he was able to absorb the fox's flame and gain new skills that will greatly help him in battle. Having synthesized a sufficient amount of fiery energy, the baby brewmaster carefully lowers himself to the ground and now demonstrates with all his appearance that the flame is no longer afraid of him. He opens his mouth and volcanic steam begins to come out, after which the little panda chuckles as he looks at his rival. The firefox is not impressed by this technique and demonstrates to him that she too can release steam from her mouth, after which she decides to prepare for another attack. Meanwhile, John comes to the conclusion that if he does not stop these two rivals, they will smash the entire area into charred chips, which he will then have to restore together with the miracle worker. He appears in the arena, where an incredible battle is about to take place. However, to the surprise of the main character, the baby brewmaster declares his defeat. The little panda smiles widely and tells the nine-tailed sister that she is indeed very strong and beyond his skill level. At first, the fox takes this behavior as a distraction and does not react to these words, still remaining on guard and not lowering its vigilance. Meanwhile, Astra, watching the fight with the same attentiveness and thoroughness as Jonathan, is surprised that the little panda was able to admit defeat in such a strange situation. John agrees with Astra, telling her that what is happening seems like some kind of joke to him, and since this behavior is not at all typical of the brewmaster. Convinced that her opponent is not joking, the nine-tailed fox asks the little panda why he decided to give up despite the fact that he himself invited her to fight 15 minutes earlier. However, the brewmaster blithely replies to his rival that he simply wanted to face a strong opponent and see if he could defeat him in a fair fight. After this, he turns to Jonathan, telling him that he has a very important topic that he would like to discuss in private, without prying ears and horns. Jonathan agrees to discuss his problem with the brewmaster and hands him the root so that he can bring it as close to him as possible, after which he waits for all the other participants to leave the clearing. The first to start the conversation is Jonathan, who turns to the brewmaster and asks him if he is so sure that he could not defeat the Nine-Tails, to which the panda replies that the Nine-Tails is a very strong opponent. After this, he turns to Jonathan and asks him about the strength of the creatures of the fourth stage, wondering if Jonathan is capable of challenging an opponent who is stronger than himself. Jonathan thinks for a while, then gives an affirmative answer, saying that he had already challenged a stronger opponent once before. The little panda enthusiastically states that challenging someone who is stronger is always very interesting, because Jonathan replies that there are also huge risks associated with it, since you can not only lose, but also die. But the little brewmaster replies that it's like the tree god was not strong, someone could defeat him. Jonathan asks the brewmaster if this is really the topic he wanted to talk about, to which the panda states that he just decided to chat and takes out his flute. Jonathan tells the panda not to hide anything from him and to tell everything as it is, after which he wonders why he constantly carries this musical instrument with him. Panda carefully examines this flute and says that when the spiritual energy awakened, his best friends went around the anomalous beasts, and he always wanted to return this flute to them, but he was never given the opportunity. Jonathan categorically states that he absolutely does not like people, as they are crazy egoists who seem smarter after their defeats and then repeat the same old mistakes again. From Jonathan's point of view, those who repeat their mistakes once again without learning anything from them cannot inspire any trust and positive attitude. However, Jonathan corrects himself, saying that not all people are like that, since there is a small part of those who are ready to give their lives for their neighbor. Baby Brewmaster quietly states that he has been raised by humans all his life, adding that Tree God sometimes closely resembles one of these humans. Jonathan does not respond to these words, realizing that sooner or later the Brewmaster can easily guess his true nature. The brewmaster clarifies his point by saying that he doesn't care at all what Tree God does exactly, but his manner of speech and style of giving orders remind him very much of a human. Little Brewmaster stands up on his paws and states that absolutely not all people are bad, and the ones he knew are the complete opposite of what the Tree God just told him. After this, he turns to Jonathan and asks him if he will kill him if he sides with the people or wants to make friends with one of them. Jonathan, clearly not expecting such a question, spends some time in thought with a stern look, examining the brewmaster and trying to understand his intention. After thinking for a moment, Jonathan replies that he won't do that because they are friends, and he knows full well that the little panda would never harm the creatures of the Misty Mountains. These words inspire hope in the brewmaster's heart, and he smiles, having first turned away so as not to show his feelings to anyone. With these words, he takes out his flute and declares to Jonathan that he should really like the melody he is now putting together. The panda takes in as much air as possible in his lungs and places his lips on the flute, beginning to play a whimsical melody that instantly materializes as a vibration of spiritual energy. The little panda continues to play a whimsical melody, and the spiritual energy that begins to radiate from this flute gently picks him up and lifts him several meters up. The melody actually has a very calming effect, and Jonathan closes his eyes for a while, returning to the carefree times of his childhood. Stella, Flash, and the Green Mantis, who has returned to the Tree God's roots, are surprised that a huge amount of beautiful energy particles have appeared in the air, resembling fireflies from a distance. Even the fiery fox, who decided to spend some time talking with the polar bear, observes with surprise this wonderful, albeit extremely temporary, end of the world. A huge clearing, which until recently was the site of a fierce battle, becomes a stronghold of peace and unity with nature, which the exhausted soul of any traveler so longs for. However, all good things must come to an end, and after a while the brewmaster, having finished playing a melody on his flute, goes about his business deep into the forest. Having moved away to a decent distance, he glances at Jonathan with anxiety in his heart. Hospitality and cordiality have warmed him all these months, after which he quietly says goodbye to all the inhabitants of the Misty Mountains and turns in the other direction. However, suddenly a rather loud stomp is heard on his way, and Panda realizes that the nine-tailed firefox is standing in front of him, who is forced to behave carefully so as not to reveal himself in a similar way. Taking a closer look, he notices that his recent rivals have 2 bottles in their teeth and asks her why she brought them with her. The firefox does not answer this question and only throws them into the hands of the brewmaster, saying that he must save them and not waste them on all sorts of nonsense. Having looked closely at these bottles, the little panda realizes that they contain the essence of life, which the tree god rewards to all worthy warriors. The proud fox states that the tree god ordered this essence to be given, adding that everyone in the clearing understood that the brewmaster was about to leave. The proud warrior also declares that this fight does not count towards the general standings, adding that next time they will fight again, and then it will be clear which of them is worth what. Having hidden the bottles with spiritual essence in his bosom, the brewmaster turns around and continues on his way, finally telling the fiery fox that this will definitely happen in the future. Instead of action, we are transported to one of the cities of the Federation, which lies in ruins after an attack by a huge monster of the 4th stage of evolution, which, as expected, no one could cope with. An outside observer, strong enough not to be horrified by what he sees, easily notices lying pieces and destroyed buildings engulfed in fire. Above this huge, reinforced concrete mass grave rises the figure of a huge monster, which calmly continues on its way. However, suddenly a real tsunami begins behind him, and waves several tens of meters high rise right off the coast. The entire city is enveloped in a huge amount of water, which carries with it into the ocean most of the destroyed armored vehicles and the bodies of those killed in the war for the city. However, for a giant monster of the 4th stage, such natural disasters are just childish pranks, and he, unshaken, continues to stand in place. Turning around, the monster of the 4th stage notices that in front of him there is a huge creature that is called water here in order to equalize the chances in the duel. This creature turns out to be the ferocious leader of a pod of killer whales, who is in the 4th stage of evolution and challenges an unknown creature. The monster, still in the 4th stage of evolution, decides that it has finally found a worthy opponent and accepts this challenge, developing its huge mouth and emitting loud roars, notifying the entire area that a deadly battle has begun. Thus begins the battle of a huge unknown monster with humanity, another contender from the oceanic world, which is full of similar monsters. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Misty Mountain, where its residents continue to explore the wonders of satellite television and wildlife channels. This time, Sam, the head of a home theater, comes across an educational TV show about the behavior of wild animals during the mating season. All animals watch with interest how their comrades, who do not have a tendency to absorb spiritual energy and lead a simple life, reproduce. However, this transmission is interrupted by an urgent message that a huge monster terrorizing one of the coastal cities of the Federation has not yet been destroyed. After some time, the crane decides to visit his new place of residence to talk to him about something important. The feathered warrior circles around Jonathan's old camp for several minutes and cannot understand one riddle that cannot get out of his head. This mystery lies in the fact that until recently, a huge mutated tree stood in this place, but this morning, there is absolutely nothing here. However, after just a few seconds, Jonathan's loud voice is heard in the air, giving the command to the system to increase, and a huge root sprouts from under the ground again. Following this root, several others appear, one of which accidentally touches the crane, throwing it to the side. After all the roots emerge from the ground, there remains a line of huge branches, which again spread over many tens of meters in different directions. After this, Jonathan, having increased significantly in size, rises on his roots like a huge spider and looks down. Thanks to his new skill, Jonathan's size is now truly impressive and can only be matched by that same unknown monster that continues to destroy coastal cities. He happily declares that it has now become so large that it has begun to occupy the entire island in its area, adding that until quite recently it was smaller in size than an ordinary tree. With joy, Jonathan rereads the description of the ability that he recently received thanks to the synthesis of the energy of the miracle flower. According to the description of this ability, Jonathan can now transform his body, increasing himself with the help of spiritual energy. Looking around again, Jonathan notes that he now towers even over the mountains, something he could not even dream of due to his limited evolutionary capabilities. Jonathan continues to move across the surface with the help of his huge roots and joyfully shout that now no living creature can compare with him. The miracle flower, which has broken through to the 2nd stage, turns to the white snake, saying that it has not seen the tree god so happy for a long time, to which the wise reptiles respond with significant silence. Meanwhile, in a coastal Federation city, the ferocious leader of a pod of orcas breathes his last, gradually departing for the afterlife. Unfortunately for the whole world, the duel between the killer whale and the unknown monster of science did not end in favor of the killer whale, and now it will serve as food for the winner. A formidable creature, who managed to destroy even an enemy of equal strength, greedily swallows his dead body, rapidly absorbing evolution points. The spiritual energy stored in the body of a creature of the fourth stage of evolution has an incredible effect on the huge monster, and it rapidly begins to change its body. Any outside observer with a degree in zoology would have guessed that this monster has a feature that allows it to mimic defeated opponents. Thus, a monster unknown to science, which had just devoured the huge head of a pod of killer whales, began to outwardly somewhat resemble a huge fish, moving to the peak of the fourth stage. Somewhere in an unknown city, in one of the zoos, a siren is heard, and employees shout that a wild lion has escaped from its cage, ordering the guards to prepare a special tranquilizer weapon. In the middle of the enclosure sits a small panda, which blithely continues to eat the bamboo that the employees planted for it this morning. However, suddenly a huge lion with hungry eyes appears in front of the baby, looking at his future prey, and the baby frantically tries to escape from the enclosure. The lion lets out a menacing roar and rushes at the little panda, but suddenly the young girl stands right in front of the huge predator, shielding the little panda. At that same second, a powerful projectile filled with a large amount of a tranquilizer substance flies into the lion, which instantly calms the animal. Security officers quickly run into the enclosure and ask everyone in it if everything is okay with them and if the wildcat managed to hurt anyone. Satisfied that the danger has passed, the young girl falls to her knees, admitting that she was seriously scared since she had never had to stand so close to an angry wild lion. However, having pulled herself together, the girl rises to her feet and turns to the little panda, saying that, apparently, he, too, was scared to death for his life. The girl names the little panda Baby Dao, and with that, the brewmaster's memories of his past life come to an end as he continues to head towards the ruined city. Glancing forward, the little panda comes to the conclusion that he has finally arrived at the very city in which he once grew up and was raised by people. After this, the honey badger looks with alarm at the ruins of the city and repeats to himself that his best friend named Jean should have survived in this terrible place. Having spoken the name of his best friend again, the image of the same young girl with pink hair who saved him from the mad lion appears before him. Meanwhile, a huge creature of the fourth stage continues to patrol the deserted city in search of at least some prey to replenish its evolution points. A month passes, and the situation in the world does not change at all, since no state has managed to come up with an adequate solution to deal with the unkillable monster. A tiger flies in from the direction of the misty mountains, loudly shouting the usual memorized words that he needs the tree of God, otherwise everyone around him will die. Jonathan carefully studies the aura emanating from the snow-white tiger and notices that there have been serious improvements in it since their last meeting. The system confirms Jonathan's guesses, informing him that the snow-white tiger has finally moved to the second stage of its evolution, having significantly improved its fighting skills. Jonathan greets the tiger, telling him that his hunch was correct, as a little persistence and hard training can work wonders. However, the tiger's joy is in a hurry to be disrupted by the golden ant Flash, who flaunts his new wings and declares that he was able to move to the second stage last month. Additionally, the triumph of the Snow-White King of Beasts is overshadowed by the Miracle Flower, who declares that she, too, is now at the second stage of her evolution. The white snake, which is also in the second stage, is happy for the snow-white tiger, but the polar bear, distinguished by its stern disposition, asks the others what is so special about it. Everyone bombards the snow-white tiger with questions about why he is so proud of his transition to the second stage, if all the strongest beasts and misty kings have already moved to it long ago. The tiger's self-esteem hits rock bottom, finding itself next to the crane's usefulness, and the huge white cat flies away again, screaming that everyone will die. However, Jonathan, having made a remark to all the animals except the white snake, thinks that over this month all his charges have become stronger, significantly increasing their overall power. After this, Jonathan decides to turn to the system window to strengthen his own skills and spend the accumulated 8 million units of spiritual energy. He also remembers that the spiritual ore, which is still in huge quantities underground, must be left to the baby for their development. Visualizing a small map in his head, Jonathan thought that the northern border was now guarded by a detachment of guards, and when the time came, they would be replaced by Polar Bear and his brothers. Turning around, Jonathan comes to the conclusion that it is time for him to return to the Misty Mountain in order to check how things are in his native land. After this, he wonders where the brewmaster went and expresses the hope that the little panda found the one he was looking for, after which he adds that without him, it has become very quiet here, and in some places quite boring. Meanwhile, a baby panda finds himself on the verge of death after hours of continuous battle with a huge Stage 4 monster that continues to terrorize Coastal Federation City. This monster is not one step behind the baby brewmaster, chasing him with its giant tentacles that can roll up entire concrete buildings. For a huge monster, such a find as a second stage beast is a very desirable prey, despite the fact that the number of evolution points it can get by destroying it will not be very large. Meanwhile, on Misty Mountain, residents are once again having fun by turning on children's comedy cartoons that tell the story of the hard life of a housewife. Every single animal by this point has already imbued with human culture and understands such public and social constructs as humor and human relationships. Sam admits that he hasn't watched cartoons for a very long time, offering to watch more, but the honey badger, who is already speaking humanly, suggests that he turn on a program called In the Animal World. He takes out his smartphone to connect to the project and notices that the news about the attack on the coastal city of the Federation is still relevant. Sam begins to worry a little, remembering that it was because of this city that the little panda got very nervous and suddenly ran away. Sam decides to broadcast this news on the screen, and the report begins to say that the hero tried to save this city at the cost of his life, but now he has been captured and it's all over. The broadcast shows that a huge invincible monster is lifting with its tentacles a painfully familiar silhouette to everyone, and the announcer says that their last hope is dying right now. All the misty beasts fall into horror, realizing that they are very familiar with the silhouette, which is captured by the invincible monster of the 4th stage. Despite the fact that every resident of Misty Mountain would like to have the psychological ability that allows them to deny obvious things, no one can argue with the fact that a huge monster is about to devour the very brewmaster, whom they have known all this time. Meanwhile, Jonathan, at his old campsite, peacefully ponders his return plan, trying to figure out which route he should take. However, before he can move, Sam appears on Earth, shouting to everyone that he has very important and terrible news. Taking a deep breath, Sam expounds as loudly as possible everything he learned from the news report, telling everyone about the tragedy that happened to the brewmaster. This news is a real blow to all the warriors of the Misty Mountain, and they listen with horror to every word Sam says, as he barely manages to hold back his tears. After listening to the report, Jonathan slowly states in an iron tone that they should all return to Misty Mountain immediately. Having lost all self-control, Jonathan orders the beasts of Misty Mountain to hold a general muster, as they are now officially at war. Some time ago, during the first release of spiritual energy at the zoo, a huge explosion occurred due to the mutation of several particularly large animals. People run away, shouting that all the animals have simply gone berserk, and the keepers will not be able to restrain them even for a few minutes. At the same time, Jana ran with all her might towards the fleeing people, heading towards the enclosures with a single goal in mind. One of her comrades asked her what she was thinking about, adding that it was very dangerous there, since maddened animals would kill everyone. However, Jana's thoughts are far from here, since the girl frantically hopes that her best friend, the panda, will be alive and unharmed. She recalls that her friend most likely remained in the enclosure because he was too scared and could not get out when the general commotion began. Meanwhile, the enclosure of Baby Dao, who did not yet bear the name of the brewmaster, is penetrated by his old enemy, who has been sharpening his grudge against him all this time. This enemy turns out to be Leo, who successfully survived the release of spiritual energy and acquired anomalous abilities, significantly increasing in size. With a deft movement of his paw, Lev knocks down the wooden house of Baby Tao, behind which he had been hiding all this time in the hope of slipping through unnoticed and waiting out this apocalypse. Anticipating a great meal, the lion lunges forward, opening his mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, ready to pierce the little panda's flesh like a knife through hot butter. However, the huge lion is again stopped by Jean, who grabs a fork and hits the wild cat on the back of the neck with all her might, thereby preventing the inevitable. Naturally, such a weak blow cannot cause any damage to the anomalous animal, and the wild lion turns to Jana, giving her a look full of anger. However, Jana does not care at all about her own life, and she shouts to the little panda to run away as quickly as possible and save her life. The huge lion decides to deal with the annoying girl and rushes at her in the hope of biting her in half with one light effort of his jaws. At the same moment, a loud shot is heard, and at this point the brewmaster's memory fades again, hiding from him his best friend, who was ready to give his life for him. Instead of action, it is transported for a while to the moment when the brewmaster had just reached the ruins of a coastal Federation city. The little panda looks around cautiously as he moves through the city, finding a collapsed sign with the word zoo written on it. Having looked around carefully, the little panda with sadness in his voice says that he has finally returned home, from where he once fled long ago in an unknown direction. The city became so quiet, as if it were completely uninhabited, and all the people either fled or found themselves under the rubble, after which they wondered where the damned creature of the 4th stage of evolution had gone. Suddenly, in the nearby ruins, he hears a child's voice squealing in fear, seeing some terrible creature in front of him. The brewmaster decides to find out what happened there, and finds a small child who says that the most terrible event in his life happened to him. He grabs a package of custard noodles and bitterly declares that it was empty, despite all his hopes of finding suitable food. The little panda watches the child's behavior with interest, and then asks him who he is and what he forgot in his former home. The child is wildly frightened by the appearance of the mutant, and screams throughout the entire area, trying to attract at least a little attention, but no one answers him. After some time, the little panda and the child decide to travel together, since the little brewmaster was able to easily convince the child that he was peaceful and did not pose a threat. The child tells the little panda that he would not count on anyone staying in this city, since the entire territory has become a huge restricted zone. The brewmaster asks the child where the creature that destroyed this city went, because he replies that he has no idea, since yesterday this monster suddenly up and disappeared. The child adds that just yesterday the monster fought with a huge killer whale, and because of this, half of the city was completely flooded. They ask the little boy why he didn't run away, and is still digging through these ruins, but he replies that he really wanted to run away, but didn't have time. According to the little boy, these terrible waves appeared and closed the road, which now prevents anyone from getting out of the city, after which the child adds that the monster was a real titan that even the military could not cope with. The boy states that this monster was unstoppable, and immediately destroyed a huge bunch of people who tried to stop him, and now this place can be considered a huge mass grave. The panda turns to the boy and declares that he is either very brave or very stupid, to which he replies that after a month he has already gotten used to it, and he is not so afraid of dying. According to the boy, the most difficult thing here is finding food, since his primary goal is survival in order to see his family again. These words of a carefree child inspire the little panda, and she decides to continue her hike in search of her best friend, who definitely must be here somewhere. After the little panda shares his story with the child, he tells him that there is a shelter in the city, and all the survivors hid there, adding that the first thing the government did was to gather everyone to watch the park's TV, since they understand the animals better than anyone. The little boy says that the little panda's friend is probably somewhere in that area and calls him along, declaring that he will definitely not be shot at. However, he refuses, saying that there seems to be a safe section of the road ahead, so the child should go further alone. The kid asks the panda why he refuses to follow him, remembering that the panda really wanted to meet his best friend, based on his stories. However, Panda Dao states that he is unlikely to have the courage to meet his friend after everything that happened between them. He states that first he needs to deal with something very important, after which he will happily find his friend in this city and meet him. After this, the panda smiles slyly and declares that all this will only be relevant if he survives this battle, and turns in the opposite direction. The child shouts after the brewmaster, asking him to promise that he will not die, since they will wait for him all the time until he returns, which causes a sad smile on the panda's face. Within a second, huge tentacles land behind the panda, breaking concrete roads into crumbs and small stones. Thanks to his outstanding acrobatic and strength qualities, the little panda manages to dodge this attack and easily rises to his feet, recovering from the shockwave. However, the right warrior is immediately struck by a terrible thought that this attack was not aimed at him at all, and he looks around in horror. The panda's worst thoughts turn out to be reality, and as soon as the huge tentacle rises, Dao sees the body of a crippled child lying on the rubble. A child who has been hit by a huge tentacle of a terrible monster is lying on the concrete, not showing a single sign of life. The little panda understands that she cannot leave something like this just like that, and as quickly as possible closes the distance between herself and the child's body. Quickly reaching the baby, the panda realizes that the child is still alive, and takes out a bottle of life essence from the tree god from his pockets. Fortunately for the little panda, the child still has the strength to open his mouth and successfully swallow the required amount of life essence, which begins to act that very second. After just a couple of moments, the child rises to his feet and states with surprise that his wounds healed so quickly that it seems to him as if he had never been beaten. However, after some time, a huge monster bursts out of the ground, presenting itself to Tao and the small child in all its terrifying beauty. The little panda orders the child to get out of here as quickly as possible, since the affairs that he was supposed to settle came to his doorstep. The monster looks at its future prey for some time, and without taking any action, only lazily waves its tentacles around itself. The panda thinks about something he could never imagine, that such a huge monstrous creature would hide underground and ambush him. He once again turns to the boy, ordering him to run away as quickly as possible, so then he asks the panda what he will do, quickly receiving an answer from the panda that he has come to fight this monster. The little boy looks at the brewmaster with fear, and he understands that the story with Jana, in a sense, has repeated itself to him once again. Deciding not to tempt his fate twice, the kid turns around and runs as fast as he can towards the shelter, where a huge number of civilians still remain. Having made sure that the baby is at a sufficient distance, the brewmaster puts his body on alert, beginning to exude a considerable amount of spiritual. The huge monster smells tasty prey and opens its huge mouth, emitting a loud, low roar that makes the glass in the still miraculously outdated houses of this abandoned metropolis tremble. This also generates strong currents of wind, which only by some miracle do not sweep the brewmaster out of the way, forcing him to put his hand forward to protect his face from random debris and dust. The panda's entire body begins to tremble with trepidation, and he reflects on the fact that just from the breath of this creature, the whole body refuses to obey. The little panda quickly realizes that this creature is much stronger than the tree god, as its spiritual energy blows everything away like a storm. Smiling slightly, the little brewmaster muses that it would be great if he somehow came out of this fight alive and well, with many stories to tell about it. The huge monster decides that the time for show is over and attacks the brewmaster with the help of deceptive maneuvers of its huge tentacles. With a speed extremely unusual for such a huge creature, it directs its tentacles towards the panda and tries to crush him with slight effort. However, the little panda easily dodges this attack, jumping to the side, witnessing the devastating consequences of the blow of a huge creature. After this, the panda quickly realizes that he is in a convenient position and will not have time to return in the next attack, and decides to run to his abilities. Noticing the next tentacle attack already bearing down on him, Baby Dao uses his petrification abilities to once again negate the vast majority of the physical damage he would otherwise have suffered. However, this turns out to be a completely wrong decision, since the force of the blow from the unknown monster turns out to be so powerful that, even as a panda, the little panda receives very significant damage to its internal organs. Naturally, through his teeth, he says that these blows will destroy him faster than he has time to come to his senses if he continues to expose himself. With these words, the little panda decides to retreat, jumping back, after which he makes another jump to confuse the huge monster a little. However, the monster turns out to be much smarter and nimble than the little panda imagines, and combines several of its tentacles at once to cover the fast enemy. Meanwhile, the picture of a huge monster that begins to destroy an incomprehensible enemy attracts the attention of more and more people, among whom are a reporter and a cameraman. The cameraman tells the reporter that if they come even closer, the monster will definitely notice them, but the girl reassures him, saying that this will be an incredible sensation for which they can receive a bonus. The cameraman turns on the camera, and the reporter says that a huge monster hidden at the bottom of the sea has taken to the streets, adding that it is fighting an anomalous animal that is in the second stage, after which he states that they do not yet know the details, but it is possible is a fight for territory. Zooming into the camera and improving the quality of the picture, the reporter states that this creature is very similar to the familiar panda warriors. The survivors, who have been in shelters all this time, watch this report and joyfully declare that the government has sent them help, but after this, they immediately wonder why only one beast of the Iron Knights was sent. One of the keepers at the zoo, which is located in the shelter, rewinds to the panda more, asks ordinary citizens if anyone knows the squad number of this iron panda. However, no one answers her, since the civilians are too fascinated by this fight, admitting that this panda is unlikely to cope with such a threat alone. Some of the civilians angrily ask why the government sent only one gang against such a huge monster, adding that, of course, such a tiny animal would be doomed to death. Meanwhile, one of the zookeepers, who is in the shelter, calls his assistant, saying that she needs to look at this report as soon as possible. His assistant, as expected, turns out to be Jana, who comes up to the monitor with surprise and asks the boss what he wanted to show her. However, immediately taking a closer look at the report, she comes to the conclusion that her brave and long-lost old friend, Little Dao, is fighting a huge monster. Tears appear on Jan's face, and she recognizes her old flute comrade, saying that she recognizes this musical instrument from 1,000 others. Meanwhile, the little panda decides to try his signature trick and forms a kind of cannonball out of his body in order to have a better chance of breaking through the monster's tough skin. Having gained tremendous speed, the little panda uses a springboard of stone debris to launch itself straight into the torso of a huge monster. However, the skin of a creature of the fourth stage turns out to be so strong that even the strongest attack of a small but brave panda turns out to be absolutely useless. Before Panda lands on the ground, the monster opens its mouth and attacks him with a sound wave that could previously destroy entire ships. The little panda has no chance of returning from such an attack and is hit by crushing sound waves. These waves give his body kinetic energy, and he falls at great speed onto the asphalt, causing a small explosion around him, seriously damaging the road surface. These sound waves cause severe concussion in the little panda, and she struggles to rise to her paws, having difficulty discerning where she is. Finally, rising to his paws, Panda reflects that this blow was so strong that his eyes still ripple, and a strong ringing is heard in his ears. The panda immediately realizes that this fight is not at all like his fight with the Ninetails, which was much simpler, despite its superior strength. Little Panda admits the obvious, and tells himself that Stage 4 is too much for him, wondering what he can do now to survive. Local residents, who wholeheartedly worry about the little panda, doomedly declare that at this rate their defender will simply be killed if no one intervenes. However, these terrible defeats bring back bitter memories for the panda, as he once again finds himself in a situation where he can do nothing. The little panda remembers the moments when he sat next to Jean, and the young girl told him that she really likes this city because everyone she loves is there. The girl also stated at that time that she grew up here and would like to live here all her long and happy life, surrounded by her friends. After this, he remembers the day of their tragic separation, and the heavy thought that then he abandoned his friend to the mercy of fate begins to eat him again. Jana's frightened face froze forever before his eyes, and for a very long time he reproached himself for running away in fear, with his tail between his legs. The brewmaster wonders how he could run away from the dearest and dearest person to him, who was ready to give his life for him. It becomes scary for the brewmaster to imagine how desperate Jana was then, and he admits to himself that he will never dare to meet her again. However, from the brewmaster's point of view, he only had one chance of redemption left with his best friend, whom he abandoned in a difficult moment. At this second, the tentacles of a huge monster fall on the brewmaster, causing very severe destruction in the area and collapsing nearby buildings. However, after a few seconds it turns out that the little brewmaster not only managed to survive this blow, but also stopped it with his little furry paw. The little panda clutches a flask of life essence from Jonathan in his teeth and regains a huge amount of his strength, declaring that the only chance for redemption is to try to save Jean's hometown. An unknown creature unleashed its wrath on the mainland, plunging it into chaos, and now it has reached the cities of the Federation, turning them into ruins. This monster proved to be the strongest mutant humanity had ever faced, and the Federation mobilized 6 times as many troops against this monster as were sent to destroy Misty Mountain. The whole world watched with alarm what was happening, hoping that at least the Federation would be able to deal with this incredible and indestructible threat. However, as a result, the entire army, consisting of 250,000 soldiers, was completely destroyed and turned to dust by a voracious monster. Total losses, including civilians, amounted to 570,000 people, but after 6 days, this figure exceeded 650,000 dead, not counting the wounded. The huge monster continued to terrorize the continent, and very soon the death toll reached almost 2 million people. People were swallowed up, trampled, covered in debris, but they could not do anything against the 4th stage monster, which posed the greatest danger to humanity. All movements of the huge mutant were monitored by a special department for monitoring spiritual energy, which decided to stop paying attention to other outbreaks of spiritual energy until this threat was destroyed. The director of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department wonders why there is only one panda from the Iron Knights squad in this city, saying that the 7th squad was completely defeated a few days ago. However, suddenly the doors of the monitoring department open, and the head of the Federation enters along with his assistant, who carefully examines all the screens. The department director asks the head of the Federation what he wanted to know, but he does not answer her and only approaches the main screen. He nervously grabs the railing, peering into the fight between the little panda and the huge monster, which has so far remained undefeated and undamaged. After a while, he turns to all the employees present and asks them whether this panda can really win this battle. Meanwhile, the brewmaster, who has received a noticeable boost from Jonathan's life essence, decides that he will never give up, and even if he is destined to die, he will die with honor, protecting his hometown and his best friend. His body begins to absorb self-hatred for his past cowardice, and he finds even more strength to continue fighting. He recalls other details of his conversation with the tree god when Jonathan asked him if he could defeat the Nine Tails. The panda then said that he evolves very slowly, and no one can tell in advance when his stage will be able to surpass the development level of the firefox, and then asked the tree god if there was a way to become stronger in the blink of an eye. John replies that it is difficult for him to answer this question, since usually all the spiritual energy that living beings absorb remains inside their hearts, and for example, during a fight, they can only throw out about 30% of the total volume. According to Jonathan, in order to use 100%, you need to accumulate energy within yourself and fill every cell of your body with it. Jonathan concludes that in this way, any living being can increase its strength for a short period of time and move beyond its stage. However, from the point of view of the main character, this process is extremely dangerous, and it is better to never resort to this. Then he was told that this was out of the question. He remembers his words that he would never do that, and begins to concentrate all his hatred inside his heart in order to charge his body with even more energy. After completing the enhancement procedure, he emits a loud roar that lifts the stones and debris of the building around him into the air, causing them to freeze for a while. The huge monster, who all this time has been carefully observing the metamorphoses of the little panda, does not decide to interrupt them, studying the habits of his opponent. The only thing that the brutalized one and Pandaren insist on is the ever-hungry gaze of the monster, which views the entire world around it as its hunting grounds. Charging his body with a dangerous amount of spiritual energy, the little panda glares at the giant monster and orders him to immediately come up for another battle. Apparently, the efforts of the little panda are quite annoying to the huge monster, and the monster sends several of its tentacles at once in order to destroy its opponent. At the last moment, these tentacles split into several more in order to significantly increase the affected area and destroy even the fragments of lying buildings, turning them into dust. However, suddenly, to the surprise of the huge monster, his tentacles instantly turn into ice, and he loses the ability to control them for some time. After this, the formidable panda flies up, charges its body with the energy of fire, and gaining exorbitant speed, again forms an analog of a cannonball from its body. Having properly accelerated, the panda makes another attempt to strike, and this time it turns out to be quite successful since the huge monster begins to scream in pain. This blow apparently damages the monster's internal organs, as a huge amount of blood begins to pour out of its mouth in fountains. The locals, still watching the battle, briefly feel a surge of optimism, as they never expected the little panda to be able to inflict such damage on the giant creature. Baby Brewmaster decides not to give the huge monster time to recover and jumps away from it again, charging his body with even more spiritual energy. The monitoring department staff states that Little Iron Panda's spiritual energy is growing rapidly and has already exceeded 950,000 and continues to grow. The director of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department says with hope in his voice that this Iron Panda may be able to free this world from a terrible fate. Meanwhile, the head of the Federation reflects that now this baby is being watched not only by the Federation, but by the whole world, since the survival of all humanity is in his clutches. The monster decides to destroy the little panda with another attack with its tentacles, accelerating them to unprecedented speed. However, the Iron Panda, strengthened to the limit, continues to fight and tries to stop the tentacle's attack with his strong fist. Having properly accelerated, he meets the monster's tentacles and interrupts it with his blow, causing extensive internal damage to its structure and causing it to tear in two. However, the force of the tentacle's impact also affects the little panda's body, causing his main arm to feel severe pain and opening up his old wounds. However, such things do not bother the little panda at all, as he reflects that even stage 4 flesh turns out to be pierceable. The huge monster decides not to give up and sends a dozen of its tentacles towards the little panda to put an end to the annoying enemy once and for all. The little panda realizes that this may be his last chance to destroy this monster and once again charges his body with the spiritual energy of vengeance. Having properly grouped itself, it rushes from one tentacle to another, constantly striking each of them with powerful blows with its paws. The monster's series of attacks comes to an end, and most of its tentacles are torn into several pieces, unable to withstand the damage from the brewmaster's blows. The monster decides to take advantage of the fact that the little panda briefly hung in the air, trying to cope with the pain from the injuries he received, and opens his mouth, rushing forward. In the blink of an eye, the monster swallows the small iron panda and throws it down with its muzzle to injure the brewmaster inside. Spectators watch this picture in horror and wonder if this is the end of the Iron Panda who fought so bravely for their city. The head of the Federation, who has been watching the situation with tension all this time, nervously says that he does not believe that the little panda could lose like that. However, after a while, it becomes clear that the belly of the huge monster begins to sparkle and glow strangely, as if it had swallowed some kind of huge firefly. After another second, the monster quickly opens, a huge number of tongues erupt from it beyond the hot flame, which burns the entire digestive system of the monster. A baby brewmaster jumps out of the giant monster's mouth, looks triumphantly at the monster, and says that such food will clearly be too much for him. With these words, he uses a new Scarlet Lotus skill, which turns the aura around him into a real fireball, incinerating everything in a small radius around him. The reporter, who is watching very carefully what is happening, states that in the sky next to the panda, some kind of sun is beginning to form. Little Panda says that his opponent is very lucky because he will be able to see this move before he dies, then adds that he has not shown this move even to the Ninetales. The little sun begins to grow in size, faster and faster, and the little brewmaster declares that today, he will try out this powerful ability for the first time. The huge monster does not understand what to do in this situation, and the little panda decides to take advantage of this by charging the solar ball with even more spiritual energy. After this, he orders the huge monster to go to hell and tell his comrades that in the future, the brewmaster will get them there too. With these words, he sends a huge solar clot forward, piercing the skin of a stage 4 monster right through, as if it were made of paper. After this, the little panda recharges his body with spiritual energy one last time and rushes forward, deciding to finish off the huge monster with his signature move. She manages to get close to the huge mouth of the giant monster, piercing its skin and causing serious damage to it, along with burns. Without stopping for a second, the panda lets out a menacing cry, symbolizing all the hatred of the human race towards the huge monster. At enormous speed, the panda crashes into the body of the giant monster many times, leaving a huge amount of damage on it and tearing off entire pieces of meat due to the force of its blows. The reporter says that this is the first time in a month that this monster has been injured so badly, adding that, apparently, he does not even have the strength to resist against the non-stop onslaught of the Iron Panda. She wonders whether humanity finally has hope, and the head of the Federation mentally notes that the future fate of the entire planet now depends on the outcome of this battle. All the local residents, hiding in shelters and watching this battle on TV, unanimously root for the little panda, who came out of nowhere and defended this city. If these civilians had the ability to broadcast their energy in order to help the little panda, then his body would now be overflowing with millions of units of spiritual support. Jana, who continues to watch what is happening with all her soul, is rooting for her best friend. They say that he almost won. He has very little left. However, the little panda does not hear all these words, and despite this continues to fight with all his might, causing more and more injury to the monstrous creature. The little panda once again forms a small sun around himself and declares that this is a beautiful city where he grew up, and such nasty creatures were never welcome here. After this, he absorbs the energy of the small sun and rushes forward, saying that the time has come to put an end to the life of the vile creature that has killed so many people. An outside observer, watching the progress of this battle, not from a television screen, could see how the body of the little panda warmed up, representing the semblance of a meteorite making its way into the atmosphere. The huge monster does not have time to dodge this attack due to its size, and an explosion is heard in the city, the analog of which could only be a huge intercontinental ballistic missile with 10 times increased power. The shock wave generates such strong winds that a reporter and cameraman, many kilometers away, can barely stand on their feet. The woman asks the cameraman if his camera is okay, and if he can continue filming, because the man replies that everything is fine with him and the camera. However, what she saw next leaves the reporter speechless, and she freezes in place for a while, unable to utter a single word. The same thing happens to civilians, who again received a picture of the battle scene as soon as the cameraman raised his camera. Jana and her boss also look at what happened in horror, not believing what just happened. Even hardened and cynical people, like the head of the Federation, who have seen in their lives a huge number of things that would make an ordinary person feel bad, remain shocked by what happened. The terrible truth of what is happening is that the little panda lost, unable to destroy the huge monster with a move that cost her all her reserves of spiritual energy. A huge monster lifts a small panda off the ground, and civilians wonder if this is the end of this battle that started so well. The defeat of the little panda causes a huge wave of demoralization among ordinary citizens, who say that even the panda could not defeat this monster. Emotions take over even the head of the Federation, who perceives all the hardships of life with stoic fortitude. The head of the Federation curses loudly and briefly plunges into dark thoughts about what options they have left after the defeat of the Iron Panda. The director of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department also falls silent and realizes that they have no hope left of winning this war with a huge and invincible monster. Meanwhile, huge monsters decide to play with their food and throw it into the ground, hammering it with their remaining tentacles. The little panda is still alive even after such a terrible blow and clears his throat, trying to regain his breath. He looks up at his opponent and reflects on how he never stood a chance before realizing that every bone in his body is likely already broken. He sadly realizes that all the essence of life that the tree god presented to him has already been used, wondering if people really felt as helpless when fighting this creature. After this, he tries to rise and accepts the reality in which humanity and himself no longer have hope of winning this fight. The reporter suddenly notices a child running towards them and wonders why this child came so close to the battle site. However, the child quickly runs up to the reporter and tells her that they need to help the panda as soon as possible, adding that this warrior should not die in this battle. Tears appear in the child's eyes, and he says that this panda has yet to meet his friend, so everyone needs to save him as soon as possible. Jana hears these words, and tears of despair and sadness immediately appear in her eyes, because she will never be able to see her best friend again. She turns to her friend, realizing that he will not hear her, but still shouts that Baby Dao needs to stop being a hero and save his life. This thought comes to the little panda, even without Jana's help, but the panda soberly weighs her chances and understands that she will no longer be able to escape. He again briefly plunges into his bestial self and reflects that he has very little time left, after which all problems will stop and he can rest. However, the image of Jean again appears before him, smiling at him and saying that she would never leave him and would be ready to give her life for him. This forces the baby to stand on his paws and firmly declare to himself that he is no longer the cowardly animal he was before. Despite the fact that the realization that he will definitely die in this battle does not let him go, he expresses hope that Jana sees him now. Why does little Tao rise to his feet in his thoughts and declare that the fire in his heart has not yet gone out and he will fight until his last breath? He looks up proudly at the approaching monster and declares that this time he will stand to the end and will not allow him to destroy this city so easily. However, despair takes over his mind, and he raises his head high and shouts Jean's name so that it can be heard throughout the city. He takes a deep breath into his lungs and shouts that this time he will definitely not run away from danger and will risk his life in order to protect his best friend. Jana hears these words from the report, and her despair reaches its peak, after which she covers her mouth with her hands and begins to cry. When spiritual energy appeared, people tried to get rid of paranormal beasts and killed everyone, and now, almost 2 years later, they saw with their own eyes how one mutant fights with others for the sake of humanity. Jana remembers how long ago, after the incident with Lev's escape, she visited Baby Dao and told him that Lev only scratched her and she did not receive any serious injuries. In those days, she told him that when people protect what is dear to themselves, they always unconsciously cover it with their hands, and at such moments, they do not even care about their own lives, since they are ready to die for another. Seeing the little panda doing the same, covering the ruins of the city behind her with his hands, Jean realizes that in this way, he wants to protect everything that she has ever held dear. Little Truth again remembers the moment when he sat with his best friend and listened to her words about how she loved this city very much and wanted to live there for the rest of her life. With these thoughts, life leaves the Iron Panda, and he dies, giving his life for the short hope of people for deliverance from mortal danger. The huge monster carefully stands motionless, like a panda, so as not to damage the body of the already defeated enemy. After this, the monster forms a kind of chopsticks from its tentacles and picks up the panda's body, lifting it high above the ground. The monster looks at the defeated enemy for a long time, trying to make sure that this is not another trick, and the little panda has really stopped his resistance. Everyone watching this fight realizes in horror that a huge monster is going to feast on the body of his defeated opponent. Their guesses turn out to be correct, and the huge creature strips its mouth, slowly sending the Iron Panda's body into it. Without thinking twice, the creature loudly clacks its teeth, instantly swallowing the body of the Iron Brewmaster, without even bothering to chew it. This terrible spectacle was observed all this time by Jonathan, for whom Sam quickly installed a projector and screen for viewing. Seeing the tragic death of his comrade, Jonathan falls silent for a short time, incredible rage with his strongest aura. His dark thoughts are interrupted by Stella, who informs him that she has brought materials obtained from the secret archives of the Federation, which he requested. Stella states that this has all the information about the Iron Panda's hometown, and adds that there were about 8 people at the zoo who looked after him. Jonathan listens carefully to all this information, and adds that Jana, whom the brewmaster so desperately mentioned, is one of the zoo employees who looked after him. Stella states that, according to the information received, not a single zoo employee was among those who left the city, adding that they were not found on the list of dead either. Jonathan looks closely at Stella and asks her how long it might take to get from here to the Coastal Federation city, but Stella tells him that it will take about a month. Jonathan remembers that the brewmaster left just about 30 days ago, which means that all this time he was purposefully moving towards this city. Meanwhile, at an urgent meeting of the Federation, one of the employees says that the panda that fought the monster is not a member of any of the Iron Knight's squads, and its color and appearance resemble an escaped gang from the zoo of a coastal city. The employees add that he shouted the name of Jana, who is one of the zoo employees caring for him, and the head of the Federation wonders if they really did not evacuate people from the coastal city. The employees say that all efforts were absolutely pointless, since the roads were simply blocked and the city itself was under siege. According to the data received, even gun salvos could not clear the passages from the stone barricades, shaped like huge spikes. The employees also state that all Federation rescue helicopters were shot down while approaching the coastal city. Meanwhile, Jonathan states that they shouldn't plan an attack because they will attack head-on and destroy the damn wall. The head of the Federation asks his subordinate if the Dragon Guards are ready, to which she replies that this time they have gathered the strongest warriors from all over the country who will arrive here within a month. Both Jonathan and the head of the Federation say that a month is too long, since the danger will increase every day, so they must speed up. Jonathan says with a menacing look that they must protect everyone in this city, adding that they need to destroy this damn monster and save their brewmaster. The head of the Federation, together with Jonathan, simultaneously come to the same decision that the attack should be carried out no later than in 10 days. The entire group of Misty Mountain beasts supports this decision and lets out a loud roar, signaling the start of preparations for a large-scale campaign against the coastal city of the Federation. Meanwhile, in one of the shelters of the coastal city of the Federation, in which Jean is located, preparing for a sortie. Her boss is trying to hold her back, but she screams at him to let her go, since she must move forward immediately and save baby Dao, to which the old man reasonably notes that even he could not cope with this monster, which means that Jana will die in vain. However, Jana tells him that the baby was not afraid of death, and she is not going to, after which she wonders if she really needs to stay on the sidelines and just watch it. Jana says that if she can't do anything, then she doesn't see any point in living anymore, adding that she better go and try to change something, otherwise her heart simply won't stand it. However, after a second, Jana and her boss begin to feel that a strong earthquake is starting, and they can barely stay on their feet. The survivors who have gathered in this same shelter also begin to worry and wonder what the hell is starting to happen. Meanwhile, a huge monster, whose roar is the cause of this earthquake, behaves extremely strangely and heads to another area of the city. It again emits a loud roar. Sound waves throughout the city knock out glass in absolutely all buildings within a radius of several kilometers. After this, he opens his bottomless mouth again, and a strange green substance begins to crawl out of it in huge quantities. The monster crawls up to one of the high-rise buildings, after which it spews all this green slime right onto it, as if trying to form something. After this, several tentacles begin to emerge from his bottomless mouth, from a distance similar to Jonathan's roots, with which he attacks enemies. The tentacles pierce the ground, creating a new terrain of huge stone spikes that toss the building up as if it were made of cardboard. The reporter and cameraman look in surprise at the strange metamorphoses occurring with the huge monster, wondering what happened to it. Having taken a closer look and choosing the most suitable angle, the reporter states that the monster has made some kind of cocoon. Meanwhile, at the Federation headquarters, an employee says that based on the results of the research, they can finally give a name to this anomalous creature. The employee states that this monster will henceforth be called the Monster of the South or the destructive Ao Chuan. The head of the Federation says that this is a very accurate name, since this Ao Chuan, who came from the southern continent, destroyed everything in his path. Their meeting is interrupted by an employee who runs in, who states that things have become much worse, adding that they have just sent new footage from the streets of the coastal city. The staff immediately displays the picture on a portable screen and includes a report saying that the monster is now wrapped up like a caterpillar cocoon. The head of the Federation quickly realizes that this process means nothing more than the beginning of evolution and the transition to the 5th stage of development. And the caretaker of the Federation headquarters quickly comes to the conclusion that if this monster is destroyed in the bud, the whole world will turn into a lifeless desert. Meanwhile, a strange greenish liquid, which for some time managed to flow down from the high-rise building onto the asphalt, begins to pulsate as if life was arising in it. These guesses turn out to be correct, since quite quickly the slurry forms a huge number of bubbles, terribly reminiscent of cocoons, which soon begin to burst. Strange monsters emerge from these cocoons, somewhat vaguely reminiscent of wild animals, but consisting of some kind of perverted green energy. These creatures, taking on the most bizarre forms, begin to hunt all the people who still remain on the streets of the lifeless city. Having reached the unfortunate dead residents, these animals throw them into the air, after which they greedily swallow them with their huge jaws. However, despite this, the monsters do not digest their victims, but deliver them to the cocoon of their owner, storing the bodies in a huge pile. After some time, a huge mouth appears at the end of the cocoon, which approaches the chest of the bodies stored by his minions. The creature opens its mouth and sticks out a long and large tongue, which helps it grab lying bodies. After a sufficient number of bodies are in the mouth of this monster, it quickly closes its teeth, swallowing a huge amount of flesh. Meanwhile, another pair of reporters are found among the rubble, who continue filming with fear on their faces to show people footage of the horrors taking place here. The reporter whispers that these strange creatures feed the huge cocoon with killed people to support its evolution process. She adds that among the other number of otherworldly creatures, one can distinguish especially large ones, which apparently play the role of protectors of the cocoon. Also, this improvised hive is guarded by flying creatures that provide total control of the territory within a radius of several kilometers. The reporter notes that these creatures have built a real system that signals that the monstrous beast has gained consciousness, after which she wonders what will happen when this cocoon opens. However, any outside observer who could survive the invasion of this monster would easily say that after this creature enters the 5th stage, humanity will be completely doomed. Meanwhile, otherworldly creatures continue to hunt civilians, catching them with the help of enhanced limbs and hunting senses. However, one of the unfortunate people is lucky enough to stumble upon rescue teams that stand up for defenseless citizens and attack otherworldly creatures. One of the members of the rescue team is a woman riding a huge panda, who with a well-aimed throw of an iron stone incapacitates the creature. The brave horsewoman tells the civilian to quickly get out of here if his life is dear to him, and the young guy immediately follows this advice. The writer thinks about where these otherworldly creatures could come from, after which they decide that the most correct name for them would be the word beast. The horsewoman glances at the monster's cocoon and reflects that only 3 days have passed since the battle, and the body of this monster has already been transformed beyond recognition. The writer turns around and notices that while she was looking at the cocoon of the vile creature, she and her faithful comrade had unwanted company. Turning towards the opponents, the writer notices that their number is increasing significantly every second, and if nothing is done, she will be surrounded. She turns to her comrade and says that there are too many of them, so they better retreat immediately if they do not want to be eaten alive by these beast shadows. The panda agrees with his friend's arguments and, with the help of his strong paws, makes several high jumps, instantly breaking the distance with the monsters. Having made sure that no one is following them, the writer returns to her shelter after knocking in a specific order so that everyone understands that it is she. After the young girl enters the hideout, the locals say that they are very happy to have Captain Aurora back and ask her if the situation outside has changed. Aurora replies that the situation outside is still tense and throws the survivors a huge bag of provisions that she managed to find in the city. After this, Aurora turns to Jana, says that they need to talk about something very important in private, and the two girls go to the engine room. That there are a huge number of wild animals outside, and even if they are not eaten, they are all doomed to starvation, since there is no signal here and no one will hear them. That there is no connection with the outside world, but Jana tells her that she must survive because otherwise her best friend died in vain. Aurora understands Jean's feelings and declares that she will protect them all at all costs from any enemy who dares to enter this refuge. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by alarm sounds, which signal that the perimeter of the shelter has been breached and opponents have entered the territory. Survivors who do not understand anything gather in the corridors and ask questions about what happened and why the alarm was announced. The man who was responsible for sounding the alarm climbs onto the main bridge and tells everyone that the radars have indicated that the enemy is approaching them from outside. He states that the number of shadow beasts that have discovered this shelter is colossal, and everyone urgently needs to evacuate through the emergency exit. Aurora immediately arrives in the main hall in order to coordinate the actions of the survivors and give battle to the enemy in case of urgent need. This need comes very quickly, as opponents climb the walls and break through the glass of the shelter, penetrating inside the main hall. The survivors panic, seeing that terrible creatures have penetrated inside and now they have no chance of escape from this hell. The creatures immediately get to work and begin to grab the most unlucky people with their razor-sharp teeth. A real massacre begins, and a huge number of people die in the first minutes, being either trampled by their comrades or killed by beast shadows. Aurora jumps out on the Iron Panda and shouts to everyone so that old people and children immediately run to the lower floors, and the rest grab weapons and fight off the invasion of the beasts. Some people continue to run away in panic in all directions, hoping to escape in this turmoil, while the beasts are methodically destroying one civilian after another. Suddenly, a loud shot is heard in one of the rooms, and the animal briefly recoils, having received a large-caliber bullet directly in its head. The shooter turns out to be Jean's boss, who got hold of his trusty gun and supplies of high-quality ammunition in order to defend his territory. However, just a few seconds later, the beast returns to duty and emits a loud cry, rapidly approaching Jana's boss. The old fighter curses loudly, realizing that bullets will not help in the fight against these damned creatures, and tries to come up with another way to get rid of these creatures. Meanwhile, Jean, armed with a rifle, helps people evacuate by holding doors for them to prevent a stampede situation. Meanwhile, Aurora continues to hold the defense at the main entrance, fighting with the beast shadows, the number of which is growing in number every minute. Unfortunately, the Iron Panda does not manage to escape from his injuries in time, and this battle further undermines his vital signs. Aurora already understands that with such an onslaught from the enemy for a long time, the faithful search for her will not survive, and they need to come up with some kind of solution in order to escape. Meanwhile, a small child, who was previously saved by baby Dao, reaches out to Jana, telling her to save herself along with everyone else. However, Jean closes the door behind her, saying that she will stay and fight to cover the retreat of civilians. With these words, she closes the door with several locks, making sure that even the most ferocious one will not break it down with one blow. Unfortunately, he appears almost immediately as soon as Jana closes the door behind her, not giving the young girl time to prepare for battle. Jana manages to dodge several attacks from the beasts and decides to flee to find a more suitable place to fight the huge creature. However, he follows on Jana's heels, not lagging behind even a step, despite all her attempts to break the distance in order to take aim properly. Jana angrily declares that if the beast tries to capture her, she will inevitably choke, since she has set herself the goal of definitely surviving in this meat grinder. Having chosen the right moment, Jana shouts that she is not going to die today, after which she quickly takes aim and makes a well-aimed shot towards the beast. Jean's plan was to destroy the huge load hanging on the ceiling with her large-caliber rifle, and she succeeds. The huge creature is buried under metal debris, which instantly crushes its body, depriving Jean's opponent of life. After this, Jean exhales briefly, realizing that she has a small respite before the appearance of a new cruel creature, generated by a terrible monster that destroyed her city. Meanwhile, the scene briefly moves several hundred kilometers away from the coastal city, where several hippos happily splash in the lake. The mother hippo swims up to her baby, looking around for possible food or predators that could pose a danger to her baby. A split second later, Jonathan's crystallized root falls into the peaceful lake, raising huge waves, nearly washing two hippos onto the shore. Jonathan, along with his faithful squad of the strongest animals, tries to move to the coastal city as quickly as possible in order to become even stronger. Miracle Flower addresses the main character, saying that they have already spent a whole week on the road, adding that if they do not add pace, they will reach the city in 2 days. Jonathan states that these calculations are quite correct, adding that his faithful peregrine falcons have already gone ahead to reconnoiter the situation. Jonathan then says that despite the already fast pace, they need to speed up as every second now counts. Meanwhile, the peregrine falcons reach another coastal city, and their attention is immediately attracted by a huge cocoon towering above the tallest ruins of high-rise buildings. This terrifying sight makes an indelible impression on the peregrine falcons, and they decide that it is necessary to warn about this tree of God as soon as possible. Meanwhile, a small handful of people gather on one of the stone spikes, whose intentions still remain very vague. One of these people turns out to be the commander of the 5th Squad of the Dragon Guard, who declares that this creature has become a full-fledged pupa and is about to hatch out. One of his assistants, who has been monitoring the situation through binoculars all this time, says that the situation is much worse than they were told, after which he invites the commander to take a look for himself. The commander begins to study the situation around the hive, and his assistant states that the cocoon protects a huge number of anomalous beasts, and it is supplied with people as a source of food. The Dragon Guard captain comes to the logical conclusion that this may mean that the cocoon still cannot protect itself on its own, and they only have one opportunity to get rid of it once and for all. The wise fighter of the elite unit understands that if they lose now, then humanity can only be saved by some kind of divine intervention. Meanwhile, a tense atmosphere reigns at the Federation headquarters, and one of the employees tells the head of the Federation that a detachment of seniors has already arrived in the coastal city. However, the bad news is that his troops are still outside the city limits and cannot yet get inside due to huge barricades. According to new information that has just arrived at the Federation, one of the best high, named Stella, is also heading towards the territory of the coastal city. The head of the Federation silently listens to this information, after which he says that all this is becoming more and more interesting. The employee states that in addition to her, Fred is heading to the city, as well as a huge number of high-ranking seniors along with their troops. The head of the Federation reflects that now this battle concerns not only some individual unit, but the whole country and all its citizens. Another employee tells the head of the Federation that they have just received the latest report from the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department. According to this report, a group of unknown people with spiritual energy exceeding 4 million is heading straight towards the city at great speed. The employees say that the report indicates that most likely the same tree that lives on Misty Mountain and leads hordes of mutants is approaching the city. The head of the Federation remains silent, trying to find words with which he can describe the horror of what is happening on his part in these weeks. Meanwhile, it is likely that the hunters continue to drag a huge number of captive people to the cocoon, not particularly caring about their condition and vital signs. One of the prisoners who deliberately pretended to be dead in order to get into this hive is a high second stage named Jason. The Dragon Guard squad declares that Jason is already slowly moving towards his goal, and their plan is about to be carried out. According to this plan, the cocoon cannot be destroyed from the outside, which means that the only way to damage this damn thing is to try to destroy it from the inside. According to the plan, Jason donned a belt containing bombs charged with spiritual energy and pretended to be a prisoner in order to get close to attack just before he was eaten and escape. Further, according to this idea, Jessica activates the bombs, hiding near Jason's location using her phenomenal stealth. The captain of the Dragon Guards states that initially they wanted to simply explode the bombs, but in that case, Jason would have suffered, which is unacceptable. The captain adds that they need to wait until Jason completes his mission before attacking from the left to attract attention, thus giving him a chance to escape. Meanwhile, Jessica cautiously approaches the cocoon, thinking that due to strong interference, it is necessary to get closer for the bombs to detonate. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting monster continues to consume huge amounts of biomass, opening its huge, disgusting mouth. Jason, lying on top of this pile of bodies, prepares to put his plan into action, admitting that he has never willingly climbed into the mouth of a beast. One of the observers, closely following the process, orders everyone to be ready, adding that he is about to begin an operation to destroy a huge monster. The huge monster once again sticks out its tongue to scoop up a whole handful of human bodies, along with Jason, who prepares to pounce. Deciding that now is the right moment, he takes off his belt with grenades and asks the monster if he wants to eat something more spicy. With these words, he sends a belt with grenades straight into the belly of the monster and jumps back so as not to suffer from the sharp teeth. The initial stage of the daring plan is progressing successfully, and the monster, not suspecting anything, loudly slams its mouth shut, chattering its huge teeth. Jason jumps away, landing right between several guards, who are surprised to see a living person in their hive. The Dragon Guard receives a signal that Jason has successfully completed his part of the plan, and decides to launch an attack on the hive to cover their comrades' retreat. Meanwhile, those who are not animals and their silent rulers are surprised to try to understand what is happening and why there has suddenly become so noisy around the hives. The superiors open fire with registered weapons to attract as much attention as possible in the simplest possible way. Jason tries to run away as quickly as possible, realizing that the time that his squad is buying for him will not last long, and they need to detonate the charges as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Jessica quickly pulls out a remote detonator and thinks that she needs to activate the bombs as soon as possible. With her thoughts, she frantically begins to click on the detonator button, hoping that the monster's belly will shatter into small pieces at that very second. However, this does not bring any effect, and the belt with powerful military explosives still remains in the belly of the huge monster. Jessica wonders what's going on, concluding that she wasn't close enough for the bombs to receive the detonator signals, and doesn't notice the shadow beast sneaking up on her. Jason, continuing to run as fast as he can, turns around and wonders why Jessica is so slow in detonating the warheads. However, because of this, he briefly loses his vigilance and realizes that one of the shadow creatures has decided to attack him, opening its mouth. The monster rushes forward, grabbing everything in front of its muzzle with its teeth, after which it explodes into the ground to prevent its prey from jumping out. However, Jason manages to avoid this attack and takes to the air to gain a combat advantage over the monster. He calls upon his spiritual powers and creates several whips, thanks to which he instantly cuts the aggressive creature into several parts. Having landed, Jason realizes that he will not be able to escape so easily, looking around, trying to find Jessica, and understand the reason why the bombs have not yet detonated. Suddenly, a certain red substance emerges from the destroyed body of the shadow beast, quickly taking on various forms, settling on a humanoid one. The creature takes on a red and black coloring, and, when viewed from a distance, even somewhat resembles a humanoid monster from ancient legends. Jason looks arrogantly at the disgusting monster and says that even the cave troll would look cuter than it. The creature, having quickly learned human language, fixes its gaze on Jason and says the word human, breaking into an insidious smile. Meanwhile, the Dragon Guard realizes that the plan is beginning to fall apart due to the fact that the warheads are still not ready. The fighters wonder what kind of creatures they are facing, suggesting that each of them is at the first stage, if not more. Suddenly, the captain of the Dragon Guard notices something more familiar in the teeth of one of the creatures, which terrifies even the psyche of a seasoned warrior. He realizes that the hand of the unfortunate girl, clutching the detonator, still continues to stick out in the teeth of the shadow creature, and the commander comes to the conclusion that their plan can still be carried out. The commander of the Dragon Guard tells his warriors that under any circumstances, they must take the detonator from the mouth of this monster. The fighters rush to attack, but most of them are instantly killed by a huge shadow beast, which uses all its limbs and energy blades. The captain has the best luck and rushes forward, stretching out his hand to snatch the detonator from the mouth of the huge monster. However, at the last moment, a terrible creature appears in front of him, which in a short period of time managed to kill Jason and take his body as an improvised weapon. A second later, an explosion occurs in the head of the monster devouring Jason, which throws away everyone in the immediate vicinity of it. The explosion is so powerful that the Dragon Guard commander's left arm is severed and he jumps back to regroup. The humanoid-type beast, in its second stage, lands softly on its feet, prowling for its next opponent. The Dragon Guard commander curses loudly, realizing that this situation and their entire plan have been screwed up, and they don't have many options left. Looking up, he sees that the beasts have destroyed all his allies and are now slowly moving towards him to devour him and sacrifice him to their master. The guard commander realizes that he cannot die without achieving his goal and picks up the detonator, which he managed to snatch from the monster's mouth. Saying that this place will become a mass grave for all the damned shadow creatures, he presses the detonator and receives a notification that the signal has been sent successfully. A split second later, the cocoon of the huge monster begins to glow, signaling that the signal has actually reached the warheads and set them into action. A split second later, a huge explosion is heard, throwing back and destroying absolutely all living beings in a large radius with its fragments. Most of the shadow beasts that are dangerously close to their master are destroyed by streams of destroying flames. The commander of the Dragon Guard is again a little luckier than the others and is thrown back by the shockwave, but manages to save his life. The wounded warrior tries to rise and sees in front of him only a huge hellish inferno, shrouded in dense smoke. The commander, with hope in his voice, declares that they, apparently, have managed to deal once and for all with this infection that has been terrorizing this city. With these words, he raises his eyes to the sky and says that the death of all his comrades was not in vain, because they gave their lives for a good cause. Suddenly, the smoke slowly clears, and next to the captain of the guard, a second-stage beast appears, which absolutely does not pay attention to the person sitting next to him. The commander turns his head with horror in his eyes and does not understand why the Shadow Taker is still alive if her owner was destroyed. However, the humanoid creature continues to behave strangely, kneeling in front of the place where its owner was previously located. Suddenly, a purple fire begins to ignite in the dense smoke, indicating that, most likely, the Dragon Guard's plan has completely failed. The smoke clears even further, and a new version of Ao Chuan is born, who, fortunately, is still at the peak of the 4th stage, but has acquired a huge number of new abilities. The captain of the Dragon Guard cannot believe his eyes and tries to understand how this could even happen, falling to his knees from powerlessness. And the closet opens its huge mouth in order to swallow another victim, and the last thought of the captain of the Dragon Guard is that they had to destroy this giant. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, Federation forces are unsuccessfully trying to destroy the barricades with artillery weapons. The next trace of the explosion dissipates, and it becomes obvious that nothing can harm these walls. The commander of the artillery unit says with frustration in his voice that despite all their efforts, they cannot get into the city in order to evacuate the survivors. Suddenly, one of the soldiers approaches the commander, informing him that something very strange is currently happening at the southern wall. The commander asks the soldiers what happened there, to which they answer that a huge gap has formed in the wall, as if some giant had passed through there. The unit commander wonders how such a huge hole could have appeared in the wall, but quickly comes to the conclusion that they have no time to think, and now they have a chance to enter the city and evacuate the wounded. Meanwhile, the beasts, which were sent to destroy all survivors, continue to storm the supermarket where Jana and her comrades are holed up. Aurora commands all the survivors, ordering them to work together and block all windows and doors with wooden barricades. One of the survivors shares his thoughts with his comrades, saying that they will not last long like this, since they will either be eaten or die of hunger. Aurora understands the decadent mood of her comrades and decides not to bother them in vain, giving them space to be alone with their thoughts. Jana and her boss also say nothing and prepare for the worst-case scenario, checking their ammunition and hoping that the invasion of creatures will not be so large. Jana understands that now everyone is already at the limit, so any objection may be met with an aggressive riot and panic. Suddenly, one of the barricades breaks through the sharpened limbs of the shadow beast with a powerful blow, once again exposing the defenses of the already weak survivors. One of the people orders the others to work together and not relax, adding that they will definitely succeed if they do not give up. However, within a second, a huge creature pokes its head through the gap and bites off the head of this daredevil. Jana prepares for battle, throwing down her rifle and shouting to the other survivors to be as careful as possible and not get exposed. Aurora jumps onto her faithful companion and prepares for battle, deciding to once again go to the vanguard in defense to give the others time to regroup. Iron Panda rushes into battle, and Aurora reflects that there are too many of these creatures, and their affairs are rapidly deteriorating. However, the battle suddenly stops as tremors begin to shake the ground, disturbing not only the survivors, but also the shadow beasts. Jana struggles to stay on her feet and understand what has already caused the earthquake this time. However, the shadow beasts suddenly raise their heads and sense the approach of incredible danger, quickly realizing that this time the causes of the tremors are not their master. After this, the shadow creatures quickly turn around and crawl out into the street to check who decided to interfere with their hunt for survivors. A second later, another shadow creature that gets out into the street is crushed by the powerful paw of a huge reptile, which mercilessly destroys all shadow animals. Other beasts unfortunate enough to be crushed by the huge reptile fall prey to the enormous lava tomahawk, which cuts them to pieces in the blink of an eye. Huge anomalous monsters loom over the shadow beasts, destroying the vile abominations by the dozens and hundreds. Suddenly she feels that the earthquake has stopped and tries to understand what awaits them now, assuming that nothing good awaits them in the city anymore. Suddenly, the shelter door is broken down by huge tree roots that emerge from the ground, cutting through the heavy reinforced concrete structures like a knife through butter. Jana decides to look outside and freezes in surprise and horror, realizing that she has never seen such a sight in her life. A young girl meets on her doorstep a huge mutated willow tree, which is accompanied by a whole horde of mutated animals of various species. Jana studies the huge tree with interest and decides to come a little closer to it to understand what kind of fate awaits them now. The survivors who observe this process begin to scream in horror that the demonic willow, which lives on Misty Mountain, has come for them. The terrified civilians decide that now this tree demon will kill them all, finishing the job that the shadow beasts began an hour earlier. Jonathan carefully studies Jean's appearance and suddenly addresses her in human language, saying that it was she who he was looking for. He tells Jana that, apparently, it was for her that the Ninth risked his life and went into mortal combat with a huge monster. Jean looks at Jonathan with confusion for a while, but quickly understands and lowers her rifle. Jean loudly tells Jonathan that they should be friends, then asks them if they came here to save him. Jonathan narrows his eyes and tells Jean that this is exactly the reason they came so far and ended up in this city. Glancing at the remaining inhabitants, he says that the animals and the Misty Mountains will protect them and do what the brewmaster failed to do. With these words, he turns to his friend and he comes out, holding in his hands a huge box overflowing with various supplies and medicines. Jonathan lowers the box with a loud thud and states that it contains food and other supplies, adding that there is enough for everyone today. The survivors ask Jonathan what they will do tomorrow when all these supplies have already run out and the question of survival will once again be before them. However, Jonathan briefly glances at the people with a look of complete determination and anger towards the huge monster, saying that tomorrow the disaster will be over. Half of his mutated beasts and states that they must stay here to protect the people, as well as evacuate all civilians to safety. After this, Jonathan turns to the top 9, declaring that the rest should prepare for battle as they are about to go into the thick of it. With these words, he glances at the coastal area of the city, over which an otherworldly glow of a light greenish color is emanating. Ao Chuan, already accustomed to his new body, reflects on the fact that very soon his dear children will finally hatch and take over the whole world. The monstrous creature, possessing 13 million points of spiritual energy, reflects that he feels something big and powerful is approaching, adding that he is only glad for this since he is very hungry. Meanwhile, Jonathan, being in the 3rd stage and possessing 9,700,000 spiritual energy points, looks sternly towards the area where his opponent is located. and he rises on his paws and turns around at the huge number of cocoons, thinking that his children have become very hungry during all this time. Meanwhile, he uses his roots to move around the city as quickly as possible, closing the distance between himself and his hated enemy, who encroached on the life of his friend. The reporter states that she could not imagine that the tree demon would show up here, to which the cameraman replies that, apparently, they have very little time left to live. Meanwhile, the reporter takes out her phone and declares that since this damn monster pupated, the mobile signal has stopped receiving everything, so they can't send their report live. However, after a second the interference disappears, and the report happily reports that they have a signal, which means the world will see their exclusive material. However, the operator quickly shushes the girl, telling her to watch her tone of voice as this monster can easily hear her. Meanwhile, Jonathan thoroughly prepares the arena for battle and uses the spiritual field skill to significantly reduce his opponent's combat capabilities. Somewhere far away in a television tower, one of the employees approaches the manager and says that they have received an image from a coastal Federation city where a huge monster is now raging. The manager decides to check the picture and is horrified by what he sees, stating that he could not believe that this was possible. He looks at the image for a long time and says that, apparently, the Misty Mountain really covered all this distance and ended up in a coastal city. Without thinking twice, he orders his assistant to notify all departments preparing for the upcoming live broadcast, adding that all equipment must work without a single failure this time. With these words, he declares that right now they will arrange the best live broadcast that humanity has ever seen in its entire history. The assistant manager says that it would be strange to broadcast a battle between two anomalous creatures, each of which poses a threat to humanity, but the man insists on his decision. He states that if the tree god wins, he will take responsibility for the ether upon himself. The man adds that if this huge tree loses to this monster, then there will be no one to ask, since the whole world will go to dust. According to the manager, it is now that the fate of all humanity will be decided, since the outcome of this battle will make it clear whether it has at least some chance of existence. People in different countries are asking each other if they have watched the news, focusing on the fact that an eerie tree from a misty mountain has reached a coastal Federation city. A variety of people of various ages are surprised by this event and build strange hypotheses about why suddenly a huge mutated one needed to fight this monster. The live broadcast is broadcast all over the world, and people from all over the world take to the streets to watch it on huge screens. Some worshippers who believe in the coming of Satan gather in large groups to pray to their master before the world turns to dust. The head of the Federation receives a message from his subordinates, who tell him that each of the warring parties is an anomalous creature that cannot bear a nuclear strike. Other employees bombard the head of the Federation with questions about what to do in such a difficult situation, adding that both creatures are not friendly to the Federation. Meanwhile, Jonathan continues to approach the enemy's lair, thinking about how he can avenge the death of his comrade. Aochuan continues to enjoy fresh meat, barely restraining the seething in his insatiable stomach, which has already absorbed a countless amount of biomass. After some time, the huge butterfly rises to its paws and appears in front of the mutated willow, carefully examining its future prey. A nine-tailed fiery fox appears next to Jonathan and addresses him, saying that she senses the movement of spiritual energy within the body of this enemy, but it is definitely not his life breath. Jonathan tells the nine-tailed fox that he too feels this strange change in energy, adding that there is something special about her. The main character quickly realizes that this energy becomes more aggressive with every second of being in the body of an insatiable monster. The insatiable devourer turns to Jonathan, declaring that he has been waiting for a very long time for an enemy to appear who can satisfy his hunger, at least for a short time. Jonathan examines his opponent carefully, not daring to respond with anything meaningful to such a strange greeting. The monstrous butterfly states that when he ate this pathetic panda, he felt an extraordinary surge of strength, wondering what would happen to him when he ate Jonathan too. Jonathan continues to study the spiritual energy pulsating around his opponent's body, and comes to the conclusion that his life essence has entered Aochuan's body. The voracious butterfly declares that the damned monochrome bear cub is alive, adding that he swallowed it in order to pump out energy and sense Jonathan, after which he declares that it is time to continue eating. Jonathan seems to smile and thank his opponent for sharing such invaluable information before the battle even began. Giving his opponent a menacing look, Jonathan declares that he now knows exactly how to save his loyal ally, calling Aochuan a pathetic, vile worm. Aochuan begins to laugh loudly, after which he orders all his offspring to rush to the attack and destroy the prey, which itself came into his clutches. Jonathan tells his strongest that the time for a real battle has come, and rushes into the attack with them, preparing to cut and destroy everyone who stands in their way. The two armies clash with each other, and the strongest beasts of Misty Mountain easily destroy Aochuan's low-level creatures. The head of the polar bear family calls upon his power to use thunderclaps and destroys several large clusters of shadow beasts at once. The demonic bull takes out his sharpened lava tomahawk and immediately cuts off a huge number of limbs of the shadow beasts, depriving them of their lives. The Emperor Crocodile attacks its opponents with sound waves, knocking them against walls and roads, making them unable to move. Meanwhile, a huge number of evil creatures surround the nine-tailed fox, hoping to crush her with a numerical advantage, unaware of the cruel fate that awaits them. The shadow creatures open their toothy maws and plan to rush forward to tear the nine-tailed fox apart. However, the proud warrior only grins at their pathetic attempts and fills her body with the energy of an all-consuming flame, which begins to flow from her mouth. Jumping into the air, the fiery nine-tailed fox uses the fire volley skill, immediately incinerating hundreds of shadow beasts rushing towards her without stopping. As soon as the small army of opponents ends, the fire fox lands on its paws, smelling only the smell of the incinerated flesh of its opponents. Meanwhile, Jonathan charges straight at Ao Chuan, trying to hit him with his reinforced roots, which, however, bounce off the monster's tough hide. The smoke from the blows clears, and Jonathan notices that all this time the voracious butterfly was blocking his attacks with its pointed limbs. Jonathan understands that he cannot penetrate Ao Chuan's frontal defense, which means he urgently needs to come up with another way for a surprise attack. The voracious butterfly, meanwhile, decides that it is its turn to attack and uses its numerous tentacles protruding from its body to do this. These tentacles cause significant damage and pierce Jonathan's body, causing him to freeze in place in surprise. One of these tentacles reaches even further, trying to strike at the anomalous animals standing behind the huge mutated willows. Jonathan pauses for a moment and muses that if they hit right here, they could break their opponent's formation and quickly destroy them. Suddenly, he turns to Ao Chuan, who decided to make a daring lunge forward, opening his huge mouth into which a huge number of giant creatures were swallowed. Before the protagonist can come to his senses, Ao Chuan closes his monstrous mouth and bites off half of the protagonist's body, absorbing it in his stomach. A monstrous hybrid of a butterfly and a spider raises its head to the sky and begins to laugh evilly, celebrating its easy victory over a huge willow tree. However, Jonathan, who has decided now to test his ability to the world of illusions, asks his opponent why in the middle of the battle he suddenly decided to laugh. Before Ao Chuan can come to his senses, Jonathan uses his roots to hit the enemy open for attack. This time Jonathan's blow lands directly on the weak point of the huge monster, and it flies off several meters, destroying buildings with its body like houses of cards. Along with Ao Chuan's landing, a huge explosion occurs, which kicks up a column of dust that rises several hundred meters into the air. However, after a while, the dust and smoke clear, and the monstrous butterfly looks around angrily, looking for its opponent. Jonathan continues to approach his opponent and looks around, discovering a huge number of pupae of unknown origin. Jonathan continues to examine the surroundings and asks the question of where so many dolls came from here and why they are needed. The huge monster declares that all these dolls are his heirs, who are about to reveal themselves to the world, after which every living creature in this world will become food for them. He is surprised to hear such philosophical thoughts, but the monster continues his speech, saying that he will completely change the food chain, and the whole world will submit to them. Ao Chuan ends his speech by saying that Jonathan's appearance and all these pathetic attempts to change anything make absolutely no sense and are doomed to failure. The monster declares that Jonathan cannot compete even with the beast shadows, which are only a pathetic echo of his power. He adds that, among other things, many of his beast shadows have already reached the second stage of evolution and are capable of destroying absolutely any enemy. After this, he turns his hungry gaze to Jonathan and declares that he himself will personally finish off and then swallow him whole. However, Jonathan does not fall for such a cheap bluff and asks his opponent whether he really believes in his own fairy tales. He begins to modify his body and says that anyone who underestimated his animals was very mistaken, after which he adds that they have been coming here for a very long time and are not afraid of the strength of their opponent, much less his pathetic sixes. Jonathan rips his roots out of the ground to completely change his body and states that in the face of a stage 4 opponent, the fire within will only burn hotter. Jonathan takes on the appearance of a man like a monster and says that he is well aware that with his actions, he will never be able to protect absolutely everyone. However, from his point of view, he knows exactly why he is fighting Ao Chuan, which is why he chose the most suitable form for it. Jonathan declares to his opponent that in no case will he become the head of this world, since its end is already close and a foregone conclusion. After this, Jonathan glances at the huge number of pupae, swaying and waiting for the right moment to hatch, and declares that he will destroy all these creatures too. These words have a strong impact on Ao Chuan, and he sternly orders Jonathan to stop talking nonsense and making empty threats that he cannot fulfill. However, suddenly a bright flash appears in the city, which is then followed by a huge explosion, stunning all creatures within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The shockwave reaches such a force that even creatures of the second stage, which have incredibly enhanced physiques, have difficulty staying on the ground. Several blocks are immediately engulfed in bright flames, which can take up to several months to extinguish under conditions of round-the-clock extreme rains. Ao Chuan, who remained mostly unharmed from this explosion thanks to his very strong wings, looks around, trying to find his opponent in this hell. Glancing to the side, he notices that all of his offspring were destroyed in this fire, and not a single cocoon could survive this explosion. Jonathan stands in front of him all this time and watches how Ao Chuan, in hysterics, tries to find at least one living doll among all the scorched dolls and says that he is really surprised. The main character admits that he had no idea that a creature like Ao Chuan would be capable of showing at least some emotions. Jonathan gloatingly remarks that such creatures can be capable of displaying anger, while his opponent charges with incredible fury, saying that he will finish Jonathan for his actions. However, Jonathan, who expected exactly this behavior from his opponent, patiently waits until the voracious butterfly gets close enough. The next stage of the deadly battle between Jonathan and Ao Chuan begins, and pillars of dust again rise in this area of the city, blocking the view of all observers. The reporter and cameraman continue to watch what is happening with interest, saying that the mortal battle continues. However, suddenly, in response to the endless cries of the reporter, one of the shadow creatures of the voracious butterfly comes and decides to feast on helpless civilians. Realizing that the reporter and cameraman have nowhere to run, the shadow beast decides to take his time and slowly opens his huge mouth. However, before he can get close to the civilians to swallow them, something massive deals a fatal blow to him. The savior of the two civilians turns out to be Aurora, who, riding on her faithful companion, continues to smash the shadow creatures. Meanwhile, in other areas of the city, furry friends continue to try to help civilians evacuate to safety. The shadow beasts continue their advance, but the anomalous beasts of Misty Mountain do not give up in front of such weak opponents and continue to fight back. The brave honey badger rushes into battle, absolutely not afraid of a collision with shadow animals that are several dozen times larger than him. Civilians are trying to escape the invasion of Ao Chuan's shadow creatures and run away towards the least danger, hoping for a miraculous rescue. Some shadow beasts catch up with the hapless survivors and once again open their mouths full of sharp teeth before capturing the slowest civilians. After some time, people who have lost all hope of their salvation run out to a huge monkey who examines them with interest, sitting on one knee. Civilians understand that they are trapped between a rock and a hard place, and now death awaits them in absolutely any case. However, as the shadow beast approach, the huge ape suddenly becomes aggressive and raises his huge muscular arm to strike. Once enough of the shadow beasts approach the civilians, the ape will bring his fist down on them, smashing them into the asphalt. The monsters continue to linger, hoping to devour as many civilians as possible, but the huge ape continues to keep his guard, pushing back each creature with blows of his powerful hands. After some time, the advancing abominations are faced with a lightning-fast volley of large stones, which pierces their tough hide and kills them on the spot. At the order of the huge ape, a myriad of his minions rush into battle, helping civilians evacuate to safety. The bulk of the apes ensure safe evacuation by defending the perimeter, destroying every shadow creature in sight. Terrified civilians are trying to figure out if they are truly on their side, and some of them still don't trust the creatures of Misty Mountain. Suddenly, a giant ape turns to a crowd of people and asks them in pure human language if any of them are those who worked at the zoo. People, who absolutely did not expect knowledge and excellent command of the human language from the giant ape, are silent for some time, trying to figure out whether they are imagining this. Meanwhile, the scene of action moves to other areas of the city, in which Jonathan's various units are operating, helping civilians evacuate. In one of these areas, the green mantis, sitting on the chitinous blade of his mother, declares to her that he has gathered all the people from the examined areas, and the huge female mantis declares that the time has come to lead them to a safe place. The other animals communicate with each other, declaring that they cannot relax for a second until they remove all people from the combat zone. The most successful are the ants, which evolve in the blink of an eye to grow wings and carry people out of dangerous zones through the air. All this is observed by Sam, towering on a stone column that he erected in the center of one of the city's districts. Astra reaches him, who tells him that they have found all the survivors within the city, to which she replies that this is simply excellent news, adding that now it is necessary to bring every single one out. After this, he contacts all the other anomalous animals, telling them that they need to catch up with the God Tree and the Ninetails to help them in battle. The closest to the place of battle between Jonathan and Ao Chuan is the Monkey King's group, and Sam, in order to help his master, will have to overcome several dozen blocks at once. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox desperately fights Ao Chuan's humanoid offspring and says that she is becoming more and more boring by the minute. Having received a lot of damage after a battle with such an enemy, she proudly declares that she expected much more, such a threatening creature. Meanwhile, they begin to overwhelm the evacuation groups with their numbers, climbing even such an impregnable animal as the ice giant. The white snake reflects that the number of opponents is becoming too large, and they can fall on them in a crowd, sweeping them away with their numbers. Meanwhile, the anomalous hedgehog and the spider queen try to help each other by combining their crowd control and area damage skills. Suddenly, a huge shadow creature runs out at them, which is impossible for two to cope with, and the anomalous beasts of Misty Mountain realize that they need to retreat. The shadow creature, a distorted copy of a huge king cobra, rushes forward, punching its head through several blocks. However, upon raising its head, it realizes that it has not achieved its goal, as the Spider Queen, having picked up her comrade on her web, releases another sticky web towards the winged tiger, evacuating from the area. However, the Snow White tiger, busy spying on one enemy, loses sight of another shadow beast, which attacks him on the sly. This blow hits the target, and the tiger is thrown into a nearby building, breaking through several floors in a row with its body. Meanwhile, in another area, one of the huge shadow monsters is instantly cut into small pieces by one of the strongest warriors in Jonathan's army. Flash finishes off his opponent with lightning speed and flies into the air, quickly scouring the sides with his eyes, looking for a new opponent. He reflects on the fact that these star plants do not feel pain, much less fear, in such a way as if they absolutely do not care about their lives. Meanwhile, in the sky, the flaming vulture is getting harder and harder to repel the attacks of the flying creatures that continue to press. One of the vultures lets out a plaintive cry for help, informing his comrades that if they continue to fight in the same conditions, very soon, they will all die. Meanwhile, the demonic bull continues to wield its axe, killing one shadow giant after another, forming a whole mountain of corpses around itself. Proud-horned warriors reflect on the fact that it does not get easier with time, the question of how long this flood of opponents will continue. Suddenly, the head of a peregrine falcon warwing appears in the sky to convey very important messages to his allies, who are already exhausted from endless battles. He says in a loud, clear voice that there are no more people left in the area, which means full use of his capabilities is allowed. The Emperor Crocodile approaches the huge number of beasts and says that he has been waiting for a very long time to stop holding back on his abilities. With these words, he fills his body with the energy of hatred and declares that now all opponents will suffer, since not a single enemy of the Misty Mountain deserves mercy. With these words, he uses the ability of the ancestors, hitting all opponents with a deadly sound wave that destroys the internal organs of opponents. The demonic bull realizes that things must now go south and calls upon his gravitational powers to crush every last one of his opponents. He concentrates all his power in gravitational fields and brings down entire high-rise buildings on hordes of his opponents, guarding them forever in reinforced concrete graves. The white snake finally gets rid of its opponents with the help of freezing skills, which instantly immobilize all creatures, regardless of their size. The ferocious lizard also calls to its distant ancestors, spewing destructive streams of flame from its mouth that dispense to any target that gets in their way. Heavily carried away, the ferocious lizard decides to clear out several neighborhoods at once, concentrating a huge amount of spiritual energy on his fiery breath, creating huge pillars of fire that annihilate everything in its path. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox continues to fight the humanoid beast, becoming more and more irritated with his comrade with each passing second. The graceful warrior wonders what the little panda was thinking about, trying to understand whether it was a simple desire for heroism or stupid prejudices that no one will help her. With these words, the fox begins to manipulate its tails, causing powerful fiery explosions of spiritual flames at the location of its opponent. She tentatively looks at her opponent and says that once she deals with him, she will teach this damn panda some sense for real. Deciding that it's time to put an end to her annoying enemy, the legendary warrior takes to the air and prepares to shower him with waves of destructive flame. Taking one last proud look at her opponent, she declares that he will serve as her training dummy before the real fight with the Brewmaster. After this, the fox activates the fire elemental skill, and the entire block is engulfed in a fiery dome, sucking in all the nearby houses. The size of this dome, overflowing with spiritual flame, continues to increase, from a distance resembling a thermonuclear explosion of increased power. From a distance, a helicopter with reporters on board approaches the coastal city, which notices a bright flash somewhere in the southwestern regions of the city. The cameraman and pilot wonder what's going on there, and come to the conclusion that these beasts fight incredibly fiercely, and they absolutely do not care about the destruction their actions may cause. Suddenly, the cameraman's attention is drawn to an amazing battle scene, and he wonders what the hell is going on in this city. Meanwhile, the ice giant continues its decisive offensive, trampling all opponents with its formidable body, finishing off the survivors with solid blows. A group of polar bears summon lightning to their forces, continuing to destroy entire squads of shadow beasts that dare to challenge them. Flash notices a large group of large lizards and uses the strength enhancement skill to greatly enhance his fighting abilities. Having tripled his strength, Flash makes a quick dash, immediately decapitating hundreds of huge monsters heading towards Jonathan. Meanwhile, the fire vultures, having been given permission to use their fire skills, are finally able to support their allies from the air. Having delivered the information to all their allies, the mutated peregrine falcons also join the fight, ramming with their sharp beaks the flying beasts that pose a threat to the vultures. Meanwhile, the Snow White tiger, teaming up with an anomalous hedgehog and a spider, fights its way to safety, destroying hundreds of shadow animals by combining their powers. All the people watching the battles declare that the power of the beast from Misty Mountain is a factor that absolutely everyone on this planet must reckon with. The cameraman says that these beasts have amazing talents, and suddenly his attention turns to an even more bizarre battle in another part of the city. He demonstrates to the whole world that animals suddenly began to kill themselves, entering into battle with their former brothers in intelligence. However, the reason for this behavior is the charm of the miracle flower, which can easily subjugate the consciousness of any creature of a lower stage. At this time, all the emotions of the spiritual plant are consumed by thoughts of how these damned creatures dared to attack her and her beloved panda, causing their beloved so much suffering. Meanwhile, in that same TV tower, the assistant again approaches the manager and tells him that reporters from a coastal city want to contact them with exclusive material. The manager decides to show additional footage from the coastal city, but after a second, he looks at the monitor in surprise, not believing his eyes. In footage obtained from a coastal city, the reporter says that it is very difficult for them to believe it, but now the animals are gathering people and evacuating them outside the city. The reporters add that the anomalous beasts of the Misty Mountain protect the residents. This is what they assure, and now the people are under their reliable protection. This news immediately disappears until the Federation apartment and subordinate heads inform him that anomalous beasts have come to the aid of people. This shocks absolutely everyone present at the urgent meeting, and they ask the employee again whether this news is really true. The head of the Federation reflects that the tree is only at the 3rd stage of evolution. The huge monster has recently reached the peak of the 4th stage. There is a turmoil among the department heads of the Federation, and they say that the difference in the strength of these opponents is too great, and express doubts, stating that now helping people is practically useless, since if you do not kill Ao Chuan, then all actions will be meaningless. In the end, everyone comes to the logical conclusion that they have the strongest anomalous beasts, known demons, on their side, and add that they definitely cannot cope without them. The head of the Federation asks his subordinates if the spiritual energy missile they have been developing over the past months is ready. The subordinate replies to the head of the Federation that everything is ready to launch, adding that this time she has become much stronger than when they attacked the tree demon, and her projectile also contains the spiritual energy of the best warriors. The head of the Federation says that they will decide to launch the moment the anomalous willow begins to lose to this monstrous monster. He states that this situation is very ironic, since not so long ago he wanted to destroy this tree demon, but now he places all his hopes on him saving them. The head of the Federation declares that all the hopes of the human race should now be aimed at helping the tree demon who is fighting Ao Chuan. Jonathan charges forward using the leaf blade technique, enhanced to the limit by his spiritual energy charged with hatred. However, the voracious butterfly manages to protect itself from this attack with the help of its huge, impenetrable wings, which repel absolutely any attack. Afterwards, Ao Chuan uses his flame dust skill, spraying a huge amount of glowing particles in front of Jonathan, who has just destroyed his offspring. Jonathan looks with interest at the bizarre particles, which remind him of snowflakes painted green, and decides that this is all some kind of joke. However, a second later, a loud explosion is heard, setting fire to the area within a radius of several hundred meters and annihilating any matter. Ao Chuan says with gloating in his voice that he sees all of Jonathan's weak points, adding that wood burns well, especially if you set it on fire in several places at once. However, suddenly Ao Chuan, who was blinded by a flash of his own fire, is hit by a strong tree root, which stuns the huge monster and knocks it to the ground. Jonathan asks Ao Chuan if he can really see his weak points, then states that for some strange reason he did not feel anything after his attack. Ao Chuan gives Jonathan a stern look and tries to figure out what techniques he can use to destroy his worst enemy, who continues to mock him. Raising his head up, he notices that a huge number of small luminous spheres, reminiscent of myriads of fireflies, begin to circle above him. Jonathan says that Ao Chuan clearly has not evolved in terms of mental development, adding that he too can play with fire and use this element at his discretion. Ao Chuan lifts his huge head up and mentally screams that he does not believe that the mutated tree has perfectly mastered the skills of mastering the fire element. The next second, a series of loud explosions are heard, and Ao Chuan's body begins to be seriously damaged in the hellish flames that corrode his wings. Shouting that he hates the damned willow tree for continuing to act so arrogantly, Ao Chuan jumps into the air to throw off the flames. The huge monster glares angrily at Jonathan and declares that he will destroy him, and after that, he will finish off every mutated animal on Misty Mountain. However, suddenly there is a void in the place where the huge tree warrior had just stood, and this tactical maneuver by Jonathan confuses Ao Chuan. Suddenly, Ao Chuan hears Jonathan's voice behind him, who is surprised that his opponent knows how to control fire, but cannot defend himself from it. Ao Chuan quickly turns towards his opponent, shouting at him that he will regret everything he did today and will pay the ultimate price for it. However, Jonathan decides not to listen to the useless nonsense of his opponent and rushes to the attack, uttering a menacing cry and charging his fists with spiritual energy. Ao Chuan does not have time to return from this attack, and Jonathan manages to pierce through him with his incredibly strong, sharp, and deadly root. Ao Chuan lets out a suppressed cough, unable to get air into his lungs, and realizes that this time he was seriously injured, threatening his life. Meanwhile, John curiously examines the route to which he pierced Ao Chuan and notices that he managed to snatch something very important from the body of a huge monster. Jonathan realizes that he managed to get a little panda, which fell into suspended animation and surrounded itself with a barrier of protective energy, which all this time prevented it from dying. After this, Jones successfully pulls his arm out of Ao Chuan, while he activates the Scale Armor skill, which restores all damaged tissue and strengthens the wearer's defense. John studies with interest his opponent's ability to regenerate and immediately begins to think about how he can deprive his opponent of this opportunity. Ao Chuan quickly jumps away from Jonathan using his enhanced tentacles and limbs to come up with a new plan to attack. However, the huge monster does not calculate Jonathan's strength, but begins to slow down with its limbs so as not to fall to the ground and expose itself to another blow. Ao Chuan looks up at Jonathan and realizes that his body is missing some very important part, which until now has helped him easily destroy enemies left and right. This part turns out to be a sleeping iron panda, which Jonathan successfully evacuated from Ao Chuan's bottomless stomach, which sooner or later would have destroyed the poor animal. Jonathan carefully examines the iron panda and concludes that it has fallen into a state of suspended animation, stating that once this is over, they will have to discuss some serious issues. With these words, the main character quickly turns around and shouts to the little panda to come to a safe place, after which he throws him away from the battle with all his strength. The sphere, containing a sleeping iron panda inside, gains incredible speed, flying through several dozen city blocks at once. The flight of this sphere is immediately followed by a fiery fox, which quickly realizes what's what and decides to stop it at all costs, to catch the iron panda. Nutto quickly says goodbye to the dynamic bull, and the horned warrior answers her that he understood everything perfectly, despite the fact that he had just seen this sphere. The horned warrior summons gravitational powers and stops the sphere flying at the speed of sound, carefully landing it down. The white snake and the demonic bull carefully approach the sphere and are surprised to notice that there is a small Pandaren inside it. The fiery nine-tailed fox orders his comrades to immediately grab the sphere with the little bastard and retreat as far as possible. The white snake says that it will carry the brewmaster as far as possible and grabs the sphere in its teeth, after which it accelerates to very high speeds using masterful control of its own body. However, within a few seconds, her path is blocked by several huge shadow beasts, which force the reptile to drop the sphere containing her brewmaster from its mouth. The nine-tailed fox cursed loudly, realizing that they would not be able to retreat without a fight, and prepared to attack to help the white snake evacuate the brewmaster. However, suddenly, along with the fall of the sphere with the brewmaster, a roar was heard, and several shadow beasts immediately stopped moving, falling dead. The resulting house curtain was suddenly broken by a fast projectile, which flew from one shadow beast to another, destroying hostile creatures with lightning speed. This projectile turned out to be the brewmaster, who quickly came to his senses and entered into battle with the shadow spawn, helping his allies in a fit of unconscious rage. After a few seconds, only a trace remained of the small squad of powerful shadow beasts, and they were all scattered into small pieces by the strong blows of the iron panda. After that, the little warrior landed on the ground and tried to understand what happened and how he ended up at the other end of the coastal city. He carefully examined his paws and wondered if he really wasn't imagining all this, since until recently, he thought that he would now go to the afterlife. Looking up, he noticed that his old friends from Misty Mountain had already run up to him, who were carefully examining him and asking if he was okay. In surprise, he asked his comrades why they were all here, adding that Misty Mountain was very far from the coastal city. An anomalous nine-tailed fox told the brewmaster that he had been eaten, but the tree god came here to rescue him from captivity. The brewmaster asked the anomalous fox in surprise whether the tree god really reached this city using his roots or if this was some kind of joke. The fire fox replied that this was all true, adding that it was not only the tree god who risked everything to get to this god-forsaken city. With these words, she called the brewmaster to look around, and the furry warrior saw how all his comrades were bravely fighting the hordes of shadow beasts. He also noticed that Astra, along with Sam and the army of monkeys, ensure the safety of citizens, allowing them to leave the combat zone. The anomalous fox stated that the entire fighting brotherhood of the Misty Mountains, along with his master, had arrived here to protect what was dear to the brewmaster. Having completed her story, the anomalous fox looked sternly at the little brewmaster, assessing all the damage he had received over the course of several hours. After that, she made a weak blow with one of her tails, knocking the little panda off his feet and sending him flying several meters back. Other animals recommended that the fox not overdo it with educational measures, since the brewmaster had already suffered greatly from the huge monster, but the proud warrior ignored their recommendations. The anomalous fox looked sternly at the brewmaster and asked him why he didn't tell her or the other animals from Misty Mountain. The feeling of guilt in front of his friends began to eat away at the brewmaster, and he tried to justify himself, but he could not connect two words together. This time the fiery fox decided to give vent to his emotions and loudly asked why he went to deal with this creature alone. The The brewmaster did not answer this question, and the fox continued to torment him, asking whether he really believed that the animals of the Misty Mountain could not be relied upon. The brewmaster was silent, and the firefox asked him if he thought the beasts of the Misty Mountains were useless, or if he simply didn't trust them all this time. The brewmaster could not stand it, and stated that he simply did not want to allow a situation in which one of the animals of the Misty Mountain could die. However, the anomalous fox slowly calmed down, and stated that none of the beasts of Misty Mountain came here to give their lives. With these words, the abnormal beasts of Misty Mountain slowly arrived at the little panda's location, having dealt with all their opponents. After some time, the last warriors arrived to regroup and carefully examine the brewmasters for injuries. It was worth going on such a dangerous journey alone, since every animal living on Misty Mountain was ready to lend a shoulder to him in difficult times. This display of companionate love brought tears to his eyes, and he was unable to say anything as he began to roar loudly in front of the Nine Tails. However, this touching scene was interrupted by a white snake, which picked up the baby brewmaster and sat him on his head. The fiery fox turned to her recent rival and said that he should immediately go in search of the one he had been looking for all this time. Following these words, the white snake rushed in the opposite direction, trying to find Jean, who was still supposed to remain in the city. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to areas of the city that are still undergoing the final stages of evacuating citizens to safer places. The approach of a huge number of shadow beasts summons the elements of the earth in order to erect indestructible fortifications. Right in front of the brutal faces of the shadow spawn, high walls are erected one after another, blocking their access to defenseless citizens. However, some particularly cunning shadow beasts do not weaken their pressure and use their innate skills to jump over erected walls or climb over them with the help of adjacent buildings. However, the evacuation team also provided for this scenario, prudently placing detachments and fighting monkeys on the approaches to crowds of people. Astra turned to the civilians, asking them to speed up a little, adding that these walls would not withstand too much pressure from the shadow beasts. The girl thought that they needed to provide people with a safe escape and deal with the sphere of shadows, after which she came to the conclusion that there were more of these creatures every minute. After some time, the number turned out to be so huge that the creatures climbed over each other's bodies in order to jump over the wall. The author loudly shouted that some of the shadow beasts were able to break through, adding that if they didn't think of something, some civilians would die. The suddenly advancing shadow beasts began to be shot at with heavy machine guns and other firearms modified to combat the mutated creatures. Jonathan and the guard squad of war monkeys turned back to see who had suddenly come to their aid at such a difficult moment. Help turned out to be a huge number of Federation forces, which were able to enter the city and occupy defensive positions on one of the flanks. The commander of the special unit ordered his soldiers to cover the animals and help them lead the citizens to a safer place. Sam wondered why the Federation military suddenly decided to help them and did not start attacking along with the shadow beasts. After some time, Aochuan's spawn break through the wall, and the Federation military begins using attack helicopters to suppress the creatures with heavy fire. Federation fighters bravely rush forward, shielding civilians with their bodies and opening suppressive fire with their improved assault rifles. The shadow beasts continue to press forward, and a huge creature appears in front of the squad of soldiers, which does not care about small caliber cartridges. However, King Kong comes to the aid of the squad of soldiers, who stuns the shadow monster with a powerful blow of his hand and knocks him out. Some shadow monsters manage to break through to civilians, and civilians try to run to safety as fast as they can. One monster that comes dangerously close to a defenseless child is immediately destroyed by a shot from a high-caliber rifle. The savior of the unfortunate child turns out to be Jana, who got hold of improved cartridges and found herself a more powerful weapon. Jana continues to fire back at the advancing enemies, but suddenly her boss runs up to her and shouts at her. Jana turns to him, trying to understand what he wants. Too late, he hears the words that she needs to immediately retreat since she is being outflanked. However, at the last second, the brewmaster bursts onto the battlefield and bites into the head of the shadow beast, changing the trajectory of its predatory attack. The panda continues to pick up speed, trying to drag the shadow monster as far as possible from peaceful civilians. Jana, watching what is happening, recognizes the Iron Panda and realizes that Jonathan and the team of anomalous animals managed to save her best friend. She screams Baby Dao's name as the little panda continues to pick up speed, pushing the shadow monster further and further away. It becomes clear that little Dao did not recognize Jana in this commotion and simply rushed to the rescue of the first civilian he saw. Meanwhile, civilians continue to evacuate, driven by fear and the eerie sounds of a real battle unfolding just tens of meters away. Sam comes to the aid of the White Snake, destroying the shadow beast with his incredibly powerful elemental magic. The White Snake tells his friend that they arrived here as quickly as they could and replies that help arrived just in time since they now have every fighter counted. Meanwhile, the Federation Army continues to fulfill its military duty, opening fire and doing everything with all its guns to prevent shadow creatures from approaching people. And the monsters continue to appear in incredible numbers, and the fighters encourage each other, calling to trample the hellish creatures into the asphalt. Special units take out handheld anti-tank grenade launchers to destroy huge concentrations of monsters. Having quickly prepared their weapons for combat use, the grenade launchers open fire, destroying huge concentrations of shadow monsters using high explosive fragmentation charges. One of the grenade launchers delays his salvo due to a technical problem, and then opens fire, sending a rocket towards the shadow creatures. However, the shadow monster resorts to a very strange tactic, jumping up and opening its mouth directly in the path of the rocket. The soldier who fired the missile is surprised that shadow creatures can swallow missiles without causing them to detonate. In some unknown way, the shadow creature manipulates the rocket inside its body, after which it opens its mouth and directs it towards the defenders. This missile bypasses all military personnel and heads straight into the fleeing crowd of civilians, threatening to destroy dozens of civilians at once. Sam rushes forward to protect the local residents, but he quickly realizes that he does not have time to catch up with the rocket, flying at high speed. Astra rushes forward, warning all civilians to immediately rush to the ground and try with all their might to duck from the shrapnel. Jana, who is in the center of the supposed epicenter of the rocket explosion, manages to raise her head to understand which way to dodge. However, the rocket is not destined to explode in a crowd of civilians, as a crane, suddenly appearing out of nowhere, manages to intercept it. The grenade launcher and Astra look in surprise at the fact that some bird was able to intercept a rocket flying at great speed. However, the proud bird wastes no time and quickly redirects the missile towards the shadow creatures, who continue their advance. Now no creature has time to intercept the rocket, and, as if it had proudly completed its job, the crane bomber takes off into the sky again. Astra and Sam praise the crane for saving the day, adding that after all this time, they had already forgotten about him, since he had not appeared at the God Tree meetings for ages. The golden monkey, riding a mutated boar, turns to his comrades and looks at them questioningly, not understanding why they are so prejudiced towards his friend. Crane leaves the combat zone, deep in thought about why, even in situations where he saves someone, everyone treats him like an absolute dummy. Meanwhile, the military continues to shoot back at the shadow beasts and tell each other that their ammunition is rapidly running out and will not last long. More hordes of shadow beasts begin to fall from the roofs of nearby buildings, and the soldiers say they urgently need to regroup to resume their defense. Shadow monsters attack the military personnel, destroying the equipment which all this time valiantly covered the retreat of civilians. However, suddenly a rapidly approaching figure enters the scene and summons his hands, special swords made of spiritual energy. Fred comes to the aid of the evacuation team, who quickly cuts up particularly large shadow beasts with his energy sword, relieving the workload for the military. The soldiers watch Fred's adventures with delight and say that now the evacuation operation is clearly doomed to a crushing success. Suddenly, several more higher ones appear behind them, and they half-jokingly ask why they are chilling here and doing nothing. One of the high ones, armed with a highly technological weapon, declares that it's time for them to have some fun, adding that he never thought that he would one day fight alongside mutants. After that, he puts his bizarre device, reminiscent of a multi-barrel grenade launcher, into combat readiness and says that the time has come to destroy the Shadow Abomination. With these words, he opens fire from all barrels at once, beginning to shower the shadow creatures with tens of kilograms of TNT and napalm. The device on his back is of incredible value, since thanks to it, the Supreme manages to destroy hundreds of enemies in a few volleys. Meanwhile, another Supreme, armed with several daggers, makes several poisonous strokes, cutting his opponents into pieces. Fred, who is the main defender of his city, does not lag behind his comrades and continues to completely destroy every shadow creature that comes his way. Teaming up with the mutants and his squad, he rushes to attack the shadow monsters, giving the military the opportunity to reload their weapons. Some soldiers, watching this battle, admit that the superiors and mutants of Misty Mountain are so strong that the difference between them and an ordinary person is simply incomprehensible. The Supreme, armed with a multi-barrel fire grenade launcher, continues to destroy shadow mutants, going on a bloody rampage. Because of this, he makes several mistakes by keeping his finger off the trigger and invites the possible danger of friendly fire. This time the honey badger comes under attack again and turns around at the sounds of impending explosions, realizing that something is wrong here. The small animal is trying as hard as it can to escape from the impending explosions, which instantly destroy all shadow animals in the affected radius. Carried away above, he does not notice that he is firing dangerously close to his allies and continues to fire from all guns. Rage begins to cloud the eyes of the heavily armed Supreme, and he begins to periodically come dangerously close to the mutants of Misty Mountain. The Supreme is seized by a bloody frenzy. He continues to keep his finger on the trigger, releasing a huge number of high-explosive incendiary grenades at his opponents. The criminal negligence of the Superior is noticed by Sam, who rushes to the aid of his friends, summoning earthen spikes next to the shooter, who still has not realized that he is shooting at his own people. Stone spikes appear in close proximity to the Supreme, causing him to quickly retreat back and stop firing his weapons indiscriminately. He quickly approaches his temporary ally and menacingly tells him that if he aims his weapon at his friends again, it will be the last thing he does in his life. The furious Supreme quickly comes to his senses and apologizes to Sam, saying that this happened by pure chance, since in the heat of battle it was difficult for him to distinguish between opponents and allies. However, these arguments do not calm the honey badger, and he decides to take revenge on his offender by hitting him hard with an electric discharge. Meanwhile, the news company's helicopters continue to patrol the city and decide to fly a little closer to the site of the battle between the two titans. Meanwhile, John continues his mortal duel with Ao Chuan, calling upon his aid anomalous roots, additionally charged with a huge amount of spiritual energy. The voracious butterfly does not have time to dodge this attack, and several sharp limbs of the mutated tree immediately pierce its skin. These damages turn out to be very serious, and Ao Chuan is again thrown several hundred meters to the side, destroying several more standing buildings with his body. Such a beating only increases the rage of the huge monster, and it rises to its feet with renewed strength and anger, rushing into battle at Jonathan. Using a cunning technique, Ao Chuan manages to entangle the entire body of the terrible tree warrior with his tentacles, briefly depriving him of his fighting ability. Ao Chuan's grip is incredibly strong, and Jonathan realizes that his roots are beginning to crack from the tension. After briefly immobilizing Jonathan, Ao Chuan flies up with the words that if he lifts him up, he will no longer be able to do anything to protect himself. Ao Chuan states that now, Jonathan's miserable life will come to its shameful end, adding that after that, he will definitely find every beast of the Misty Mountain and finish it off. Jonathan, looking at Ao Chuan with incredible volume, calls him a bastard, quickly thinking of all possible options for getting out of this difficult situation. After thinking for a long time, Jonathan decides to use his enlargement ability to escape the captivity of the cursed butterfly. The main character succeeds in this task, and having increased in size by about 150 times, he raises a giant fist over his opponent. Ao Chuan, shocked by his opponent's ability to perform such metamorphoses, does not have time to react to his attack and is crushed by a giant fist. Jonathan realizes that his blow has landed and puts all his hatred and malice into his fist to knock out the life of his opponent with a single blow. At the last moment, Jonathan decides to shrink himself so as not to waste his spiritual energy in vain and knocks the monster into the ground with his blow. Due to Ao Chuan landing at such a speed, a powerful explosion is created, which destroys several blocks and kicks up a huge cloud of dust. The nine-tailed fox, who has been approaching the battlefield between Jonathan and Ao Chuan all this time, looks at the battlefield with anxiety in her eyes, trying to understand if everything is okay with her master. A news helicopter located several tens of kilometers from the battle site states that the shockwave generated by this explosion even reached them. The reporter says that there was just one strike, but a huge crater was created in the city, adding that the consequences of the third and fourth stage battle are incredibly destructive. Ordinary citizens who watch the broadcast of this fight around the world are wondering whether there are people who were able to reach the third or even fourth stage of evolution. Meanwhile, the head of the Federation, also closely watching the progress of the fight, admits that what is happening goes beyond all the limits of his understanding of reality. Meanwhile, Jonathan heads to the site of the explosion to make sure his opponent has not yet fled the battlefield and is ready to fight. The smoke begins to clear a little, and Jonathan sees that Ao Chuan is slowly beginning to lose ground, barely able to stand on his feet. He thinks that it is not at all easy to kill such an enemy with one blow, but you can inflict maximum damage on him with each attack. However, Ao Chuan, who to an outside observer might have seemed broken, only grins menacingly, raising his gaze to Jonathan. After this, he immediately grabs his broken wings and with his tentacles begins to pull to the side with all his might, trying to get rid of the burden. After a few seconds, an unpleasant, disgusting crunch is heard, and the wings tear off from Ao Chuan's body, splashing blood abundantly at the tear site. Jonathan doesn't say or do anything for a while, as he tries to understand the logic of his opponent's behavior in such a situation. Having gotten rid of his wings, Ao Chuan furiously throws them to the sides, thus breaking several more buildings standing nearby. Jonathan watches this behavior with interest and asks Ao Chuan what he is up to again and what pathetic trick he will try this time. Ao Chuan says that the limbs crippled in battle will only hinder him, adding that with such actions, he only strengthens himself for the coming battle. Ao Chuan angrily states that he doesn't care how many limbs he loses, because after he devours Jonathan, he can grow new ones for himself, after which he can move on to eternal evolution. Ao Chuan states that eventually, after he defeats all of his opponents, he will create the perfect form to exist in the new world. The vile monster declares that endless evolution is the meaning of his life, after which he summons an orb with spiritual energy that increases his combat performance. Ao Chuan shouts in rage that he hoped that the fight with Jonathan would be very easy, but the mutated willow turned out to be much stronger, and now he uses all his strength to ensure that both he and this city turn to dust. Jonathan, whose spiritual energy is rapidly declining, admits that this situation was not part of his plans and tries to quickly come up with all the options for dealing with the current conditions. Aochuan concentrates spiritual energy in his tail, after which he shoots a powerful beam of spiritual energy towards Jonathan, which sweeps away absolutely all living things in its path. Jonathan tries to defend against this attack by using the improved crystallization of his roots to resist even intercontinental ballistic nuclear missiles. This tactic proves successful as the beam of spiritual energy is refracted upon impact with the crystalline surface of Jonathan's roots. For some time, Jonathan manages to redirect a beam of highly concentrated spiritual energy somewhere in an unknown direction, but even crystallized roots have their own limit of strength. Together, where the beam of highly concentrated spiritual energy was redirected, a huge explosion occurs, the mushroom from which rises up several kilometers. The helicopter, located several hundred kilometers from the explosion site, begins to stagger, and the pilot says that they are about to lose control of the machine. His subordinates come to the Federation and declare that an explosion in a coastal city has just caused an earthquake with a power of 7.0, which can be felt even at the other end of the Federation. Other members of the council say that if it were not for the anomalous willow, then most likely there would be nothing left of the entire Federation long ago. Meanwhile, the earthquake is slowly subsiding, and Sam, who built a special stone shelter in time, decides to look around to see if it is now safe. The Earth Elemental wonders whether these earthquakes are the work of the tree god itself, or whether something else is causing them. Meanwhile, Jonathan, having managed to hold back Aochuan's onslaught, reflects that he never expected that the enemy would hold back and strike with full force, at such a moment suggesting that this was the way he was able to defeat the 5th stage anomalous beast. Jonathan states that since he came to this world, Aochuan is the only being that was able to inflict such serious damage on him. Meanwhile, the head of the Federation, having prepared an intercontinental ballistic missile for launch, adds that as soon as the anomalous willow is close to defeat, he will give the command to launch. The head of the Federation adds that if such an order is given, the launch should be carried out at her own minute without a single extension. Aochuan, who has successfully advanced to the 5th stage, states that he is very impressed, adding that even that pitiful 5th stage fish could not withstand this powerful attack. Jonathan realizes with horror that his opponent is again starting to use the same powerful attack, which requires a colossal expenditure of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Aochuan decides to invest even more spiritual energy into this attack, forming a huge sphere, ready to explode at the first command. Jonathan tries to prepare for a powerful attack and calls upon his ability to control the elements of the earth, creating a huge stone shield, hiding his crumpled body behind it. Having accumulated a sufficient amount of spiritual energy, Aochuan shoots an even more concentrated beam of destructive force at John. The beam crashes into the stone dome at great speed, gnawing into its structure and threatening to pierce right through, along with Jonathan himself. The main character offers all his spiritual powers in order to redirect a beam of deadly energy from a stone shield into the sky. Having made titanic efforts, Jonathan achieves this goal, and Aochuan's next attack goes into the milk without causing additional damage to Jonathan. Aochuan once again becomes enraged and opens his mouth, vomiting out a huge number of enhanced shadow beasts, each of which is initially in the 2nd stage. Landing on the ground, these amorphous monsters quickly rush towards Jonathan, hoping to tear him into small pieces. As they approach the object of their hunt, the dark animals begin to greedily chatter their teeth, realizing that Jonathan does not have enough spiritual energy for another protective barrier. However, at the same second, a beam of fiery energy flies past Jonathan, symbolizing the arrival of another Federation hero on the battlefield. This hero turns out to be none other than Stella, who all this time rushed to the coastal city, with all her might preparing with her the most powerful artifacts to fight Aochuan. Stella jumps up, raising a huge sword above her head, and charges it with an incredible amount of fiery spiritual energy. Due to the fact that its quantity rushes forward, cutting through with light movements a huge number of shadow animals of the 2nd stage of evolution. Due to Stella's uncontrollable onslaught, a huge fire breaks out on the battlefield, destroying all the beasts within a huge radius of action and rising several hundred meters. However, the sword, having absorbed such a huge amount of spiritual energy, cannot withstand such loads and very quickly breaks from overheating. She stood up and looked at her weapon in disappointment, thinking that this blade was created using spiritual energy in the laboratory and ended up breaking after the first blow. Residents who are watching the battle of 2 huge titans around the world notice Stella's appearance and joyfully greet her, wishing her luck. He began to contact Jonathan. They said that they needed to finish it as quickly as possible, since the military was planning to launch a rocket with spiritual energy. Yellow says that a quick retreat is not in his plans, since he is badly wounded, and the enemy is at the peak of his power. However, Jonathan suddenly has an epiphany, and stops for a moment, carefully considering all the possible consequences of his decision. He asks Stella how he can contact the head of the Federation to discuss a couple of very important issues regarding this battle. A few seconds later, a subordinate of the head of the Federation approaches him and says that an anomalous oak tree really wanted to contact him, incredibly surprising him. At the other end of the line, Jonathan states that he has a signal and can hear the head of the Federation perfectly, despite significant radio interference. The head of the Federation is surprised to realize that he is indeed talking to an anomalous oak tree and asks Jonathan what he wants to talk about and why he suddenly decided to contact him. Jonathan, without hiding his gloating, says that it is not so easy for him to resist the creatures of the 5th stage, adding that he could use the help of the Federation. Meanwhile, Stella rushes forward to buy Jonathan some time and sets the ground in front of Aochuan on fire, preventing him from rushing in to attack. Taking advantage of the extremely bright flames that temporarily blind her opponent, Stella rushes forward to inflict as much damage as possible on her opponent. Stella decides to use her fire butterfly skills and temporarily suppresses the huge creature with a swarm of explosive insects. However, the Eater of the South irritably dispels this skill and says that at the beginning he was tired of the cursed tree and now annoying people have come here. Stella clearly did not expect such abilities from her opponent and freezes in place for a while, trying to figure out what techniques to hit him with this time. The battle with the Devourer of the South continues, and a huge explosion occurs again in the city area, the flames of which rise above all the skyscrapers of Megapolis. The head of the Federation continues to discuss his plans with Jonathan and asks him if he is sure of his decision, adding that there will be no turning back either. Jonathan states that the head of the Federation shouldn't be surprised by his demands, since that's what they were going to do anyway. The head says that this is a very risky and reckless decision, and Jonathan may regret that he made it in such a hurry. However, Jonathan states to the Federation that he never regrets his decisions and insists that the plan be carried out exactly as he proposes. Meanwhile, Stella jumps back after another attempt to damage Aochuan's incredibly durable shell, leaving a trail of flames behind her. The young warrior thinks that she will not be able to defeat this opponent because he is too strong, and now it is much more important for her to buy time for the tree god. With these words, she again summons the spiritual flame to her powers and creates fiery butterfly wings within herself to improve her flight qualities. The Eater of the South watches Stella's actions with interest, laughs loudly, declaring that among the people, she definitely stands out the most. Stella decides to stun her opponent for a while and fills her body with even more fiery energy, preparing for a powerful volley. Having properly prepared, Stella unleashes the energy of a solar beam on her opponent, causing incredible explosions that destroy several buildings. After the explosion, a huge amount of smoke rises, and Stella, breathing tiredly, wonders whether she succeeded in her plan, at least halfway. This attack took a lot of strength from Stella, and she begins to have difficulty staying in the air, thinking that she needs to land somewhere to rest. However, a split second later, a huge tentacle of the Eater of the South flies out of the smokescreen, which grabs Astra and pulls her towards itself. The huge monster opens its monstrous mouth and says with purpose that it is time for her to prepare for death, since now no one will definitely save her. Stella watches in horror at the approaching sharp teeth of the voracious giant and tries to figure out a way to free herself from this death grip. Suddenly, the Eater of the South responds to a bright flash in the sky, like a guiding star, which is rapidly approaching the coastal city. This flash turns out to be an intercontinental ballistic missile filled with a huge amount of spiritual energy from the best warriors of the Federation. The Eater of the South briefly turns to Stella and asks her what the hell the people have done once again in their pointless attempts to stop him. However, the creature is not destined to receive an answer to its question, since Jonathan, having regained some of his strength, pins him to the ground with his powerful hands. Before Aochuan can react, the protagonist paralyzes his limbs using roots and prevents him from moving. The entire body of the Eater of the South ceases to obey him, and Jonathan makes every effort to keep the damned monster in one place. With a small root, he picks up Stella and tells her that she needs to get out of here as quickly as possible, since the affected area will be huge. The Eater of the South chuckles maliciously, asking John if he really believes such pathetic tricks can stop him, adding that the only thing that will die today will be the damned snag. However, Jonathan angrily asks his opponent why he suddenly began to think that someone is trying to detain him, urging him to pay closer attention to the progress of the battle. With these words, he raises his roots to the sky, where an intercontinental ballistic missile with spiritual energy begins to glow. Putting the last of his strength into his powerful roots, Jonathan stops the super-fast spiritual energy missile right next to his head. With the words that now he will properly taste the fruits of cooperation with people, Jonathan begins to absorb a huge amount of spiritual energy located in the rocket. This procedure is not painless, and the protagonist lets out a loud scream as the fire continues to pulsate through his body. After some time, an intercontinental ballistic missile with spiritual energy explodes, and a rather apocalyptic landscape opens up before the Eater of the South. The power of this explosion turns out to be so great that the column of fire rises up to the very sky, only by some miracle not igniting the stratosphere. After everything calms down, the Eater of the South begins to hear the loud breathing of his opponent, who apparently survived such a monstrous explosion. The huge monster reflects that he now feels a completely different spiritual energy, adding that it seems more powerful to him. Jonathan loudly stomps one of his wooden feet and declares that humans truly are some of the most damned and vile creatures you can deal with. The smoke clears, and it becomes clear that Jonathan has been completely healed thanks to a colossal amount of spiritual energy and has restored all parts of his wooden body. The Eater of the South, with disgust in his voice, asks Jonathan if he really went so far and made an alliance with the pathetic people, after which he shoots a beam of spiritual energy for him. The main character does not answer his opponent and rushes into battle, while he calls him a pathetic slug who is not able to cope with problems on his own. Jonathan extends his hand forward and stops the unstoppable flow of green spiritual energy, which destroys absolutely everything in its path. The Devourer of the South confidently declares that he will survive this battle, and no living creature can compare with him in strength and skill. However, Jonathan manages to reverse the attack of the Eater of the South and redirect the destructive beam of spiritual energy back to its sender. The monster jumps up to avoid being hit by its own ability and tries to understand how its opponent did it. The beam hits an area near Aochuan, and a huge explosion is heard, accompanied by a blinding flash and a powerful shockwave. This explosion stuns the Eater of the South for some time, and he comes to his senses only when Jonathan is already right in front of him, his mouth open. The huge devourer does not have time to react to this attack, and Jonathan squeezes his head in his wooden jaws, strong as diamond alloys. With his opponent so close, Jonathan decides to use his signature Leaf Blade spell to properly damage his opponent's body. The Eater of the South wonders why the hell his opponent decided to attack head-on from such a dangerous distance with such a powerful skill. Leaf blades erupt from Jonathan's wooden jaws, and he throws his opponent several hundred meters back. After this, the flow of spiritual energy increases in diameter and forms a huge green beam, surrounding entire blocks in a split second. The Eater of the South is additionally thrown back under the influence of this beam and tries with all its might to slow down with its remaining limbs so as not to fly into the sea. The monster drove Jonathan away again, declaring that if not for his pathetic tricks, everything would have been over long ago and the whole world would have belonged to him. However, Jonathan does not add his onslaught and rushes forward again, preparing to strike his opponent right in the head with his strong fist. From this blow, a new explosion is heard, occupying pillars of dust for entire kilometers upward, not allowing observers to understand how serious damage the mutated Willow opponent received. The Devourer of the South, thrown back by such a powerful blow, lands straight into a group of skyscrapers, breaking them and dropping them right on his business. Jonathan watches amusedly as his opponent loses his strength and asks him if he liked the blow or if he wants more. The protagonist notices that the facial armor on his opponent's body is cracked and states that he had no idea that his real face was so ugly. The Eater of the South rises menacingly, asking how he dares to insolent him in such a situation, and adds that he will not leave him a single chance in this battle. The Devourer calls upon his true power, which manifests itself in the clouds of blue flames surrounding his head, and declares that he will crush the cursed willow tree and the entire misty mountain into powder. Jonathan reflects that his opponent has finally shown his true strength, and concludes that the energy from the missile he absorbed is starting to run out, so he must hurry. With that, he charges his craft with a massive amount of reserve spiritual energy, and lets out a battle cry, preparing to charge into battle. The Eater of the South, already fallen into a bloody frenzy, also rushes forward, pushing off the ground with her feet and hoping to break Jonathan with her power. However, Jonathan manages to seize the moment and grabs his opponent by the throat to deprive him of his accumulated momentum and lift him into the air. Taking advantage of this, he raises his hand to deliver a powerful blow, which the Eater of the South will definitely not be able to dodge. This blow reaches its target, punching a hole in Jonathan's strong shell, but this cannot shake the determination of the protagonist. In doing so, Jonathan uses his roots to cleanly cut off one of the South Eater's limbs, depriving him of much of his fighting power. Jonathan then summons 9 mighty roots and sends them towards the Devourer of the South to turn it into a sieve. However, Jonathan's opponent uses a magnetic shield to neutralize the damage from all the roots that are rapidly heading towards him. Then, a powerful creature from the ocean uses a furious roar to unleash waves hundreds of meters high on its opponent. Jonathan has a counter to this move and calls upon his element to control frost, casting an ice storm on the massive amount of water rushing towards him. In just a few seconds, huge masses of water turn into a pile of ice floes, freezing in place and not moving further an inch. To finish off his opponent from afar, the Devourer of the South uses the Soundwave skill, sending thousands of decibels forward. Jonathan, anticipating the deadly waves, uses the crystallization skill to wait out this attack in a strong defense. The strong armor can withstand the sound waves, but they still have a serious effect on any creature in the area of effect. Even Jonathan's crystal armor is unable to withstand being in this ability's range for too long, and several of his roots crack and fall off. Deciding to use another long-range weapon, Jonathan shouts at his opponent to get out of this city forever. Calling upon the power of the earth elementals, Jonathan raises a huge bone spike from the ground, which survives the annoying and deafening cry of the Devourer of the South. This turns out to be a serious blow, and Aochuan screams loudly, letting everyone know that this battle is already pretty exhausting. Raising his head, the mighty monster sees several skyscrapers flying at him at once, torn out of the ground with incredible ease with the help of strong roots. The little panda slowly approaches the battlefield and sees Jonathan destroying his opponent with the help of 3 skyscrapers at once. The brewmaster never managed to regain most of his strength, and he is well aware that if he interferes in this duel, he will most likely die. Meanwhile, Jonathan continues his onslaught, approaching his exhausted opponent, who is unable to rise due to the powerful attack of the protagonist. The evil monster asks Jonathan how he even decided to order him, adding that the reasons why an anomalous force protects people seem ridiculous to him, because he himself became so strong in large part due to the fact that he killed a huge number of creatures. However, Jonathan of the City states that Aochuan is the last being in this world who has the right to judge him for his actions in the past. Jonathan argues that his opponent should know something before he goes to the next world, and adds that he is not doing all this for people. From Jonathan's point of view, his coming here is due to the desire of his friend, who suffered greatly at the hands of the Devourer of the South. Jonathan's anger takes hold again, and he declares that for the pain that Aochuan caused his friends, he will take revenge cruelly and mercilessly. The South Eater asks Jonathan if he really heard him correctly, and expresses doubt that the anomalous willow came all this way for some friend. He sits down for a moment on one of the destroyed skyscrapers, and deafening laughter is heard, not believing what he just heard. After this, the Eater of the South states that this is why he considers Jonathan an arrogant freak, adding that only a fool would be motivated by such motives to challenge him. With these words, he again summons a huge sphere and declares that he will now make Jonathan regret and knock off all his arrogance. The spheres begin to rapidly increase in size, and the Eater of the South says that these are the last seconds of life that Jonathan will be able to understand. As the nine-tailed fox approaches the battle area between Jonathan and the Eater of the South, the nine-tailed fox notices a rapidly enlarging blue orb. The warrior quickly realizes the danger of this sphere and orders her allies to immediately retreat as far as possible and find a safe place. The stele, located at a great distance, anxiously looks at the expanding sphere, hoping that Jonathan will be able to cope with this threat. The helicopter pilot filming the duel between the 2 titans declares that it is too dangerous to stay here, and even at this distance, the helicopter begins to shake violently. The reporter concludes that the battle is close to its end and wonders who will win this brutal battle. The whole world is wondering if they have a chance to survive, or if they are witnessing their last day in this vast and cruel world. The little panda also watches what is happening and shouts to Jonathan to get out of there as quickly as possible and save his life. Meanwhile, the Devourer of the South finishes feeding the sphere with his spiritual energy and moves it over the main character, declaring that no attack will go unanswered. The Devourer of the South says it's time to launch a final attack that will turn the cursed anomalous willow from Misty Mountain into dust and ash. With these words, he summons all his spiritual energy and throws a giant sphere directly at Jonathan, mentally bidding farewell to his arrogant opponent. Realizing that there is no escape from this attack, Jonathan decides to withstand the blow and launch a powerful counterattack. Concentrating all his spiritual energy, he grabs the sphere flying at him to prevent a massive explosion that could wipe out half the continent. The sphere continues to grow rapidly, destroying everything in its path with its destructive energy. The Eater of the South watches Jonathan's attempts to resist this energy and only chuckles, realizing that resistance is futile and will only lead to greater suffering. Jonathan struggles to hold the blight sphere in his hands, thinking that it is causing damage much faster than he can regenerate. However, the sphere fails to destroy Jonathan, and reporters state that the tree appears to have survived the monstrous attack. The head of the Federation and all his subordinates, watching what is happening, support the anomalous willow, stating that their spiritual energy is also in its body. People all over the world are supporting anomalous willow, shouting for him not to give up and under no circumstances retreat in the face of incredible danger. The resistance of the sphere generates strong winds, which instantly reach Stella, who shouts to Jonathan that he needs to be very careful. Sam and Astra, who are at the maximum distance from what is happening, see a very bright purple flash in the sky, similar to an explosion. However, no explosion occurs as Jonathan continues to resist the sphere's influence, holding it in place and preventing it from expanding in size. The Eater of the South begins to lose hope of winning this battle, wondering why the cursed tree cannot die despite all his efforts. Jonathan strengthens his roots even deeper, so that under no circumstances will he weaken and hold on to the earth with all possible strength. The Southern Eater puts his hand out in front of him, trying to see how successfully Jonathan can neutralize his most powerful attack. Meanwhile, Jordan loudly shouts that he cannot lose and cannot die, adding that they will definitely defeat the damned thing and survive. Jonathan also states that after they deal with the Eater of the South and his cursed offspring, they will all leave together from here to Misty Mountain. Jonathan puts extra effort into his crystallization and loudly declares that the Eaters of the South will never defeat him and the people of Misty Mountain. Behind these words, he continues to hold the huge sphere in place, and it gradually begins to calm down, never having the opportunity to explode. However, suddenly Jonathan becomes silent, and the sphere leaves behind a huge amount of smoke, making it unclear whether he could survive contact with such an amount of destructive energy. The Eater of the South, having decided that everything is finally over, bursts out laughing, saying that he has finally killed his annoying opponent like a fly. However, Jonathan suddenly jumps out of the thick smoke, looking around furiously for his opponent. The Blizzard Eater opens its mouth in surprise, and Jonathan says that he might not even dream of such things, after which he rushes into battle. In order to finally deal with his opponent, Jonathan uses his ace in the hole, briefly stopping the clock for his opponent. He then uses his anomalous roots to rip his opponent to shreds with a massive number of rapid strikes. Frozen in place, Aochuan continues to powerlessly receive blows that inflict crushing damage on him, destroying him from the inside. Jonathan realizes that he needs to land a huge number of more blows to win, and concentrates all his energy on moving his roots as quickly as possible. Powerlessly standing still, he continues to deliver hundreds of blows per second, which, if hit, would destroy absolutely any enemy. The force of the blows turns out to be so high that Jonathan manages to throw his opponent into the air, continuing to bludgeon him with all his might with a dozen of his roots. Stopping briefly, he notices that his opponent's body is gradually leaving only pitiful scraps, and decides that it is time to carry out the final finishing blows. He crystallizes one of his main roots and forms it into a powerful fist, preparing to knock the last drops of life out of his opponent. Little Bolivar, a short distance away, continues to watch the battle and realizes that, apparently, they have finally won. Screaming in hatred, he finishes preparing for his most powerful strike by pumping his crystallized fist with a massive amount of spiritual energy. Given the right moment, Jonathan delivers a devastating blow, driving his opponent into the ground with such force that the shockwave travels for many kilometers. The system notifies Jonathan that his greatest opponent is now at death's door, and further overzealous abilities are not necessary. Approaching his target, he sees that there is almost nothing left of her, and she lies powerlessly on the concrete surface, showing no signs of life. After a few seconds, huge pieces of the body, along with the limbs of the Devourer of the South, begin to slowly dissipate and dissolve into the air. Jonathan watches this process for some time to make sure that the threat from the Eater of the South is completely neutralized and that this creature will never rise from the dead again. After that, he raises his head high to the sky and shouts the number of the little brewmaster so loudly that this cry spreads throughout the city. Convinced that his friend has heard the voice, Jonathan shouts that they have finally won, and now it is time for them to go home to Misty Mountain. The little panda smiles sadly and quietly replies that he will happily go home to at least recover a little. Stella also hears Jonathan's words, and a sincere smile and joy appear on her face that they have finally won this difficult battle. After this, the clouds gradually clear, and the sun appears over the ruins of a coastal city, which was virtually wiped off the face of the earth, giving hope for healing. News headlines trumpet that the huge monster that came from the southern continent has been defeated, and after 2 months, the battle is finally over. The evacuees finally reached a safe place and saw their close parents, and most importantly, got a chance to move on with their lives. The whole world celebrated the victory of the Misty Willow over the huge monster, as if just recently they did not wish the creatures of the Misty Mountain death, considering them crazy mutants. A smile even appeared on the face of the head of the Federation, who always tries to remain calm, but such incidents can change the behavior of any creature. Meanwhile, the anomalous beasts of the Misty Mountain are preparing for their departure, and Jonathan, finally, looks back instead of his battle with Aochuan in the company of the Brewmaster. He admits to his furry friend that he had no idea that their battle would turn the city into ruins, to which he replies that, when people fight, there is even more destruction. Jonathan asks the Brewmaster if he found the person he was looking for, to which he replies that he has not seen his friend yet because he was only thinking about how to save everyone, and he had no time for searching. Suddenly, a nine-tailed fox appears in the former arena and hurries towards Jonathan and the Brewmaster, looking around and marveling at the destruction. She looks and tells him that she's really glad he was here, so she didn't have to search all over the coastal Federation city for him. Approaching, she tells the little panda that she brought him far from the most pleasant news, and this strikes horror in the heart of the Iron Warrior. After some time, Jonathan helps the panda get to the right place, while he remembers the story of the Nine Tails that, judging by Sam's words, that girl was helping the citizens escape and was attacked by the beasts. The Nine Tails told the Brewmaster that he should not blame Sam and everyone else, since there was complete chaos all around, and it was necessary to protect people. The Nine Tails also said that this is why Sam created an unmarked grave for this girl, where the Brewmaster can finally say goodbye to her. This news is very depressing for the little panda, and throughout the entire journey he does not utter a single word, sadly peering into the dawn sky. He decides to break this silence and asks his furry friend what he will do when they get to the right place. However, the panda does not find the strength to utter a word, and continues to remain silent with sadness in his heart, remembering the time spent with Jana. Jonathan continues his monologue, saying that most likely the little panda has accumulated a lot of words that he would like to express to this girl. He advises the baby to have the courage to say goodbye to Jean, since she was a brave and courageous girl and would not want him to suffer. Finally, Jonathan advises the little panda not to mourn this girl, to which he replies that he understands everything and will not be cowardly once he gets to the right place. After some time, the little panda ends up on a beautiful hill, on which stands the nameless monument in memory of the girl who gave her life for the people of the city whom she loved so much. After looking around, the little panda comes to the conclusion that these beautiful flowers are most likely the body of the hands of the miracle flower. After a short pause, Little Dao states that all the beasts of Misty Mountain were indeed incredibly kind to him and did not abandon him in such a difficult situation, despite the fact that he did not say anything to them. With these words, he comes closer to John's grave and says that now he has become much stronger and braver and no longer runs away from danger with his tail between his legs. He adds that he never thought they would meet like this and hoped that their last meeting would at least be face to face. The little panda says that once they had to separate, but he will never cry again and no one in the world can stop him. Dao states that after she protected him, he realized that there was no point in sitting still and shedding tears and should just move on. The little panda states that he swears that now Jean can rest in peace and not worry about his fate, since he has become a completely different animal. However, suddenly, endless sadness eats up the little panda's heart, but it comes instantly as he hears Jean's voice calling out to him. The little panda slowly turns around to make sure he's not going crazy and imagining his best friend's voice. Returning, he sees the outline of Jean and remembers a conversation with Jonathan, who advised him to express everything he thinks and not hide his feelings. Boulevard continues to slowly turn around, still not believing his eyes, and remembering his words that he was very sorry for leaving his best friend at a dangerous moment. Convinced that he really is not imagining things, the little panda loudly shouts Jean's name, and tears begin to flow from his eyes. Jean, who actually turns out to be alive, also sheds a few tears, and the little panda remembers Jonathan's words, who recommended that he not mourn her. The brewmaster's nerves can't stand it, and he lets the fear and sadness of losing his friend into his heart, letting it come out in the form of tears, because just recently he vowed not to be cowardly. The entire body of the Iron Warrior begins to tremble, and he declares that he was absolutely sure that in this life he would never see Jean again. With these words, he rushes forward into the arms of a young girl and shouts through his tears that the Tree of God will still receive from him for such stupid jokes. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who has already left the city, watches what is happening from afar along with the Ninetails, who happily agreed to participate in this adventure. Jonathan states that it was just a little prank, adding that next time Panda won't get off so easily for choosing to go it alone. After this, he turns to the Ninetails and asks her to tell the price so that he will hand over all the civilians to the military, after which, together with the rest of the doors, he leaves for Misty Mountain. After this, Jonathan reflects on the fate of the brewmaster and says that now he can decide for himself whether he wants to return or remain among the people. Meanwhile, one of her subordinates approaches Crutches and states that all the beasts in the city have been completely destroyed and the threats from them have been neutralized. The city's stealth states with a smile that this is great news and adds that now they too can leave this place and go back to their headquarters. Meanwhile, a new discussion has arisen in the office of the head of the Federation, as subordinates declare that Ao Chuan has been defeated, but the city continues to intestine with anomalous doors, which raises the question of what they will do if these beasts do not leave on their own, since they have the city's inhabitants, whom they can hold hostage. Tomorrow, a ministry employee runs into my meeting room and announces that she has very important news for the head of the Federation. According to this news, all the beasts from Misty Mountain leave the territory of the coastal city and head instead of their original habitat. This news greatly surprises the head of the Federation, since he could not even think that the mutated animals would simply help all of humanity and go home. The assistant adds that now all the mutated animals who were responsible for evacuating civilians have handed over people to the military, and now they are safe. People around the world who watched the battle between God and the Destroyer of the South say that the beasts from the Misty Mountains saved them, realizing that if not for their help, there would be nothing left for humanity. A wave of universal approval sweeps across the world, and people realize that they are indebted to the fact that the animals of the anomalous mountains saved not only lives. The head of the Federation says that this situation surprises him more and more, after which he realizes that all this was part of the plan of the anomalous Willow. After some time, the military leaves the ruins of the coastal city of the Federation to regroup and send construction teams there to restore and clear the rubble. Suddenly, a small, slimy, and disgusting creature, resembling a miniature version of the Destroyer of the South, runs out of one of the areas. The creature looks around and makes sure that it is relatively safe, since the anomalous beasts have left the area. This creature turns out to be a small piece of Ao Chuan that has gained its own consciousness, and the creature says that it will definitely take revenge on all the beasts of Misty Mountain once it grows up and evolves back. However, suddenly a strange creature sneaks up on the creature, grabs it by the head with a tenacious paw, and lifts it up above the ground. This creature turns out to be a huge iron panda who asks the miniature version of the Destroyer of the South if he is the one who severely injured his brother earlier. The frightened Destroyer of the South tries to say something to the Iron Panda, but she decides not to listen to him and destroys him with the help of her energy breath, forever leaving an end to the life of this disgusting creature. Having thrown the burnt corpse into the sun, the Iron Panda turns to his ally and wonders where the little brewmaster has gone now. He answers him that he is rubbing around one girl, adding that they need to take him away as quickly as possible. Grey Iron Panda says that they need not rush to chase the brewmaster, since they are destined to meet sooner or later. With these words, the huge gray panda looks into the sky and thoughtfully reflects that he has not seen the little brewmaster for a very, very long time. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a monument that was previously believed to be the unmarked grave of a girl who gave her life to save the citizens of a coastal Federation city. Jean, having learned a lot about the inhabitants of Misty Mountain from the brewmaster, declares that Ant and the girl Rose are in love, but Mantis stands between them, to which the brewmaster replies that he simply does not believe that this is possible. An uncle who joins the discussion wonders if the relationship between the girl and the white tiger is more than just friendship. After carefully listening to this hypothesis, he states that after his uncle's question, he suddenly thought that all this was not so simple, coming to the conclusion that he would need to talk to everyone when he returned there. Jana hears the brewmaster's thoughts and asks him if he really wants to go back to Misty Mountain. She looks carefully at her best friend and asks him if he wants to stay close to people forever and live a happy life in this city. Boulevard looks at Jana with warmth in his soul and understands that he would really like to stay here, but during all the time he spent on Misty Mountain, he has changed a lot. The brewmaster states that he owes a huge debt to the animals of Misty Mountain, as if the tree god had not come to the rescue, they might not have seen again. However, the little panda immediately states that he wants to return to Misty Mountain, not because he feels guilty or anything like that. He states that Misty Mountain is now his home, where he will always be welcome, so he believes that he should return there and help his friends. Jana looks at the brewmaster with a smile and realizes that he has really grown a lot over all this time, and declares that she fully supports his decision. The brewmaster takes out a beautiful flute and states that he also wanted to meet with her to return this musical instrument, adding that he kept it very carefully all this time. Jana is very touched by the brewmaster's caring attitude towards her beloved flute, but she tells him that she cannot accept this musical instrument now. She states that she has not held a flute in her hands for so long that she has already lost the habit of thinking that this flute was always with her before. From Jana's point of view, it will be much better if this flute remains with its new owner for now and helps him in his difficult journeys. The young girl smiles and says that the brewmaster can give this flute back the next time he sees her, which will certainly happen. The little iron panda smiles joyfully and says that he will definitely keep her and treat her with care in his travels. After some time, Jonathan, who is moving on his routes towards the Misty Mountain, notices that a vulture is flying next to him, on the back of which sits the brewmaster, who happily waves at him. The fiery nine-tailed fox, running next to her master, smiles a little, thereby expressing her joy for the return of her comrade. Thus, the Misty Beasts achieve another confident victory over an incredibly strong enemy and return to their native habitat. Upon reaching his original clearing, Jonathan admits that he hasn't been here in a very long time and happily states that Misty Mountain is as beautiful as it always was. From the shadow cast by Jonathan, Carl emerges to greet his master, kneeling and awaiting further orders. John Anton greets Carl and asks the stealthy ninja if anything good or bad happened during their absence. Carl replies that absolutely nothing has changed during their absence, and Jonathan decides to open the properties panel to see how much he has improved since the battle with the Devourer of the South. The system reports that Jonathan's number of evolution points has remained almost unchanged, and the main character wonders why this time, after killing the monster of the 4th stage, the evolution points did not increase. Suddenly, Jonathan wonders if the monster he fought with such fury is still alive and the threat still remains. The sudden reality before Jonathan's eyes begins to tremble, and time seems to freeze in place, and the main character realizes that the system has decided to contact him. A moment later, he again falls into a strange abstract space, located in an unknown place, and wonders what the system will want to tell him this time. The system entity addresses Jonathan, saying that the time has come for their next meeting, since colossal changes have occurred in the world. Jonathan listens carefully to the words of the system entity and asks why he is being called now and what happened to the world this time. The system states that a new enemy has already revealed itself to the world, and very soon they will meet, adding that the power of this enemy is truly amazing and monstrous. Surprised, he asks the system if the creatures he killed and the very crisis that was mentioned earlier are not a past stage. The system tells Jonathan that big trouble awaits him in the future, and he will lose absolutely everyone he cares about, leaving him completely alone. The system adds that if he does not win, then his end will come and he will leave this world forever, but even if he wins, he will still be completely alone. The system entity states that Jonathan will not have to expect anything good in this life, and he must be ready to fight to the death. At this point, the system entity ends its monologue, and Jonathan tries to comprehend the words he just heard, not understanding why only suffering awaits him. However, he soon returns to the present reality, and quickly looks around to make sure that he is indeed breathing the air of Misty Mountain again. The main character thinks for a while, repeating in his head the phrase of the system entity that a new evil has already appeared to the world and is rapidly approaching it. Incredible determination fills his mind, the mighty mutated willows, and Jonathan say that he will be ready to fight any monsters. Looking around again, he says that he will never lose, because he will be ready to stand to the last in order to save everything that is dear to him. Meanwhile, the scene of action is briefly transferred to a small, uninhabited island, slowly floating on the waves in an unknown direction. Suddenly, there is a huge splash, and the island begins to quickly sink under the water, as if it had been someone's dorsal fin all along. It turns out that all this time the island was on the back of a giant whale, which was sleeping peacefully, and now decided that it was time to dive underwater. The huge whale goes deeper and deeper until it finally reaches a huge chasm that conceals the most terrible secrets of the ocean abyss. Somewhere deep on the ocean floor, there is a strange structure, shaped like the tip of a church. It is unknown how it ended up in such an inappropriate place. The huge whale continues to dive underwater until it finds itself next to this structure and freezes in place, carefully inspecting it. Keith mentally addresses the structure, calling it the prophet of the deep sea and declaring that it can lead the ocean people to the pinnacle of evolution. The whale adds that all the inhabitants of the deep sea strive to get here to bow their fins to him. After some time, the water near the structure begins to change, and a huge whale feels the presence of an otherworldly entity. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who has already completely settled in his old clearing in the Misty Mountains, notices that an elemental flower is slowly growing on his head. The main character reflects on the fact that he has absorbed so much ice ore, and the spiritual flower has finally blossomed, after which he wonders who to give it to this time. An anomalous nine-tailed fox appears next to Jonathan and tells him that since he can now freely grow, shrink and move, why not go to the outside world? Jonathan answers the nine-tailed fox with a smile, saying that he himself would very much like to go to the outside world, but the time for this journey has not yet come. A miracle flower flies up to Jonathan and asks him if she can go with him at the moment when he finally decides to go on this journey. Jonathan happily replies that this is not even discussed, since when something branches near him, his improvement speed increases several times at once. Suddenly, the conversation is interrupted by the little panda, who contacts Jean and tells her that he has successfully reached Misty Mountain, adding that he has refreshed himself, so she should not worry about that. After that, he turns sharply to all his friends, turning on the front camera of his phone, and asks everyone to smile, which everyone except the city, the nine-tailed fox, and the creepy shy wonderflower successfully do. After this, the little panda moves a little further away to continue talking with his friend, and Jonathan says that he has been getting weirder lately, but the nine-tailed fox claims that the more she looks at the brewmaster, the more irritated he becomes. Jonathan again receives system notifications informing him that the ice elemental spiritual flower has been successfully formed on his head. The white tiger happily runs up to Jonathan after hearing this news, but the main character carefully pushes him aside, saying that he has not yet earned a single flower. After this, he turns to the white snake, saying that he has a spiritual flower that can be very useful to her, to which the majestic reptile responds with sincere gratitude. With these words, she gnaws into the spiritual flower, absorbing its spiritual energy, and everyone around immediately understands that the process of improvement has begun. The white snake soars into the air with ease and grace, and begins to glow as brightly as a passing comet can glow. Jonathan quickly uses one of the doors to shield his eyes, and admits that the glow will soon blind him, even through a branch. However, fortunately for the eyes of all the inhabitants of the Misty Mountains, the evolution of the white snake occurs quite quickly, and its neck begins to burn with a blue flame. The huge reptile looks around to understand how much her body has changed, and what new abilities she managed to acquire with the help of this flower. Jonathan briefly focuses his gaze on the white snake's face, and admits that absorbing the spiritual flower has made the creature even more beautiful than it was before. The snake happily tells Jonathan that it can now fly, and the system tells the protagonist that the snake now has the minor gift of using clouds and fog to float above the ground. The frustrated protagonist mentally wonders why even a white snake can fly after improvement, but he is still forced to move on the ground. The other inhabitants of Jonathan's clearing look fascinated at the white snake, which has become much more graceful and several times more beautiful. The white snake lands on the ground and gently rubs its body, saying that it is incredibly grateful to Jonathan for this gift, to which the protagonist shyly replies that they need to study her new abilities in more detail. Jonathan quickly brings up the system window and examines the anomalous white snake, realizing that it now has a huge number of special skills that allow it to perfectly manipulate the ice element. Jonathan reflects on the fact that the snake now has two innate skills, both of which are offensive, and concludes that if the snake continues its intense training, it will become a powerful warrior. He turns to the white snake and encourages her to continue her training, adding that if she does so, she can make a colossal breakthrough and become a full-fledged dragon. From Jonathan's point of view, the dragon in this world is the most powerful of creatures since it has incredible power and majesty. He adds that if she can achieve a similar result, she will become one of the most important and dangerous forces in the entire Misty Mountain. The huge reptile is very attracted to this prospect, and she tells Jonathan that she will immediately begin intensive training to increase her fighting potential. A whole month has passed since Jonathan defeated Ao Chuan, and Sam and the polar bear went to the northern border to protect it from invasion. Another 8 days have passed since this date, and something amazing happened on the southern continent, which is the cradle of many living organisms and has become a paradise for anomalous beasts. On the 38th day after the victory over the terrible devourer of the south, lightning pierced the skies, marking the beginning of a new era. The living embodiment of this era was the world's first dragon, which reached the third stage, appearing from an unknown dimension. The dragon had a roar that knocked everyone off their feet, and the flapping of its wings caused a hurricane of the 12th category, sweeping away everything in its path. The research group that accidentally stumbled upon the dragon was doomed to death, and they could only hope that their death would be quick. Soon everyone knew about the appearance of the dragon, and the whole world felt a new threat of destruction, because by that moment everyone already knew very well that the dragon was the most perfect creature on Earth. Video recordings of the appearance of this huge, scaly creature, which threatens all of humanity with its existence, instantly spread around all the offices of the heads of state of the world. Somewhere in an unknown state, an emergency meeting was held, where one of the scientists says that this monster is a dragon from ancient legends. One of the meeting participants wonders what is happening to this world and how people can adapt to an ever-changing and increasingly aggressive environment. Scientists approach the image of a dragon and confidently declare that this individual has not yet fully evolved, since its limbs are not fully formed. Scientists say that so far this creature can be compared to the species of yalongs or half-dragons, which pose a huge danger but still cannot compare with a dragon. Other broadcasters state that this dragon is already very large and ask the scientist what the difference between it and half-dragons might be. Scientists say that the difference lies in strength, since this dragon will develop further, and half-dragons are only the initial stage of the formation of winged lizards. Scientists confidently declare that they need to kill this creature now, otherwise the consequences that this creature will bring when it grows up will be monstrous. Scientists confidently declare that if humanity allows this dragon to survive, then the destruction brought by Ao Chuan will appear to all children's matinees. Scientists also add that if they can somehow take possession of the body of this dragon, this will allow them to make significant progress in their genetic research. With these words, the scientist sums up his thought, declaring that humanity must make every effort to destroy this monster. Meanwhile, the scene moves to the Misty Valley, which also promptly received news of the appearance of a huge dragon on the southern continent. Jonathan, using a small telescope in one of the branches to read ordinary human documents, states that, apparently, a new predator has appeared in the world, adding that Stella has already been called to headquarters to discuss this matter. Jonathan also says that the cases with the Devourer of the South will become an example for everyone, because if someone acts alone, his losses will be huge. With these words, he admits that, despite the fact that the fate of the sea inhabitants is not his problem, they all need to pay attention to the growing threat. After this, Jonathan thinks that it would be very nice if this dragon became part of their fighting brotherhood, significantly enhancing their combat potential. Meanwhile, the Federation forces, who have already made their decision regarding the dragon, are collecting a huge number of higher ones to send to the southern continent. Stella, who occupies one of the very high positions in the Federation Ministry of Defense, is also sent on this business trip to destroy the dragon. Meanwhile, Jonathan carefully examines all the inhabitants of his clearing, assessing their fighting qualities and the stages of evolution that they were able to achieve during this time. The main character says that now the army of Misty Mountain is almost completely formed, since the monkey, mantis, and ant have their own troops, adding that Misty Mountain also has whole packs of rats, spiders, wolves, orangutans, and polar bears. He decides to contact his advisor, calling Carl via telepathic communication, hoping that he will quickly answer him. Suddenly, a small smoke emerges from the shadows, shaped like Carl, which tells him that he is paying attention to everything and is waiting for orders. Jonathan asks Carl if his hypothesis, which they talked about earlier, was confirmed. Carl replies that finding out the answer to this question cost him the lives of 1,000 rats, but the hypothesis turned out to be correct. Carl reports that in an abandoned city in the western wasteland, there is a medium-sized mine of fire ore, which will significantly enhance the combat performance of all creatures of the Misty Mountain. Jonathan briefly dwells on the idea that several thousand mutated rats died for this information, and tells Carl that their contribution was invaluable. Jonathan admits that he's almost never heard of a place called the Western Waste, and says it's time to go there and get to know the place for himself. Jonathan's mind flashes back to his conversation with the systemic entity, who told him that trouble awaits him in the future, and he will lose absolutely everything. With confidence, he declares to himself that he will never lose and will continue his evolution to defeat any opponent. Not so long ago, the Western Wasteland was an ordinary desert, but with the advent of spiritual energy, this place became one of the most dangerous on Earth. Even the sand in this desert, which hides a huge number of bloodthirsty creatures ready to tear any enemy to pieces, has a strange red tint. However, none of this is able to disrupt the plans of a huge mutating willow, which loudly moves through the desert with the help of its roots. Together with the main character, the nine-tailed miracle flower, Baby Bolivar, a snow leopard, a green mantis, Flash, and a two-headed wolf go on a research expedition. A formidable insect sits on a snow leopard and a two-headed wolf, looking around with suspicion in search of potential opponents who may be waiting for them in ambush. After briefly jumping to the ground, Flash scoops up some sand and turns to his friend, asking him if he thinks this sand is a strange color, to which the mantis replies that this sand could be purple from the smell of blood that is everywhere. The nine-tailed firefox looks around, thinking that all she sees is bloody dunes, coming to the conclusion that despite the huge number of battles they have gone through, new challenges still await them. Meanwhile, the two-headed wolf and snow leopard, who have very warm skins and are accustomed to living in a much cooler climate, are slowly starting to run out of steam. However, Jonathan urges them on, ordering them not to relax, after which he states that he specifically took them with him so that they could practice properly. On the path of our heroes, the sand begins to move strangely, and a pair of yellow eyes, like headlights, begin to protrude from it. A few seconds later, a huge lizard jumps out of the sand onto the iron panda, whose entire attention is directed to the smartphone, and reveals its mouth full of sharp teeth. The bloodthirsty reptile lets out a menacing roar and rushes forward, hoping to tear the small animal with its teeth in a matter of seconds, leaving not a single piece of it. However, the little brewmaster, without being distracted from the phone, delivers a quick blow to the reptile's jaws, throwing it aside and permanently incapacitating it. The lizard instantly loses consciousness, and the baby brewmaster contacts Jana, joyfully informing her that he is now traveling through a desert full of incredible dangers. Jonathan, following the little brewmaster, makes a quick poke, killing the first stage anomalous desert raven and gaining 50,000 evolution points. Jonathan's expedition team's journey continues as they discover for the first time that the sun can shine so mercilessly. The landscapes of the Western Wasteland are quite depressing because if you look around, there will only be huge dunes all around and nothing else. However, this does not bring sadness to the hearts of our heroes, as they are constantly busy fighting with the bizarre insects hiding in these sands and waiting for the opportunity to attack. In this desert, animals, completely unaccustomed to the desert climate, encounter a huge number of different obstacles, which, thanks to Jonathan's incredible versatility, they easily overcome. After some time, Jonathan admits that he has never seen such a huge number of different creatures in his life. In just a short time of his battles, Jonathan's evolution points are significantly replenished, and this brings a smile to the face of the mutated willow. Suddenly, after some time, he notices the baby brewmaster in the company of a contented snow leopard, who are running towards him at great speed, holding something in their hands. He shows everyone his discovery, which is a relatively harmless baby scorpion that does not show aggression towards Jonathan and the misty animals. Jonathan studies the trophy with interest, and the system notifies him that in front of him is an anomalous scorpion at the 6th stage of the initial stage, which has the innate skills of a diamond sting, as well as the ability to enhance warfare, the ability to change the length of its tail, and the ability to restore strength using the energy of enemies. Jonathan's expedition begins to quickly bear fruit, as in addition to the huge number of evolution points received from destroyed opponents, their army begins to be replenished with bizarre insects. All this cannot but please Jonathan, who has made it his life's goal to gather a huge army and become so strong that one enemy cannot break him. Just at this time, while Jonathan was searching for a mine full of fire ore in the Western Waste, important battles were taking place on the other side of the continent. A huge dragon emerges from the sea of coal-black clouds to fight the enemies who are in huge numbers near his lair. The animal opens its huge mouth and creates a sphere full of spiritual energy in it and prepares to destroy its opponents. Having properly prepared, the dragon begins to emit a beam of spiritual energy, which destroys all living things in its path and directs it towards its opponents. Fighters do their best to avoid this deadly attack, relying either on their agility or spiritual powers to create shields. Some Supremes form groups to combine their spiritual energy and redirect the deadly ray emanating from the dragon's sphere. After the dragon completes its attack, people realize with horror that the earth itself has begun to crack, the incredible destructive power emanating from this creature. As expected, this attack does not take even a tenth of the dragon's strength, and he again rushes forward to finish off the people who have come to his territory. The highest are wondering how they can destroy this enemy, if even such destructive attacks do not weaken him at all, but only force him to fight more fiercely. The Iron Knight level, distinguished by its unprecedented strength, also hesitates to come up with a more plausible plan of attack. Stella tries to step forward to create a curtain of fire butterflies and distract the dragon for a while, thereby buying time for her allies. The young warrior reflects that this dragon is still in the early stages of its formation, but is already so strong, after which she comes to the conclusion that everything is much worse than they thought, and, apparently, she will have to show her true strength. However, suddenly a warrior clad in steel armor appears behind Stella and is rapidly approaching the huge creature. Another young warrior takes out her fancy sword, charged with spiritual energy, and asks all her allies to stand behind her so that they do not get hurt. Stella watches the actions of the warrior with interest, thinking that before her stands a knight of an empire on which the sun never sets. The girl clad in armor uses special knightly defense skills that block absolutely all physical influence in a huge radius. The dragon again uses its energy breath, spewing out a deadly beam of energy directly towards the knight. However, the time that the dragon uses to charge its breath is enough, and the armored warrior tensely completes preparations for creating a protective barrier. A moment later, a huge sphere appears that surrounds all of the armored knight's allies, and a beam of destructive energy crashes directly into it. However, the barrier turns out to be strong enough, and the streams of spiritual energy begin to separate, unable to break through it. So he continues his useless attempts, but despite the strengthening, he still fails to break through the knight's strongest defense. Suddenly, another bizarre creature emerges onto a huge island not far from the ocean, as if answering the call of a dragon. Following him, several more creatures of truly gigantic proportions emerge onto land, and the battlefield is replenished with new players with mysterious motives. However, these anomalous animals remain hidden from the human army for now, and the armored knight orders his allies to attack to prevent the dragon from using its breath again. Stella and her allies among the Iron Knights and other superiors also follow the order of the armored knight, rushing forward and preparing to attack. A huge number of human warriors surround the giant creature and begin to deliver a huge number of blows in a semicircle, giving no time to prepare powerful attacks. The mysterious anomalous beasts do nothing, and only stand a few hundred meters from the scene of the severe battle, gloomily watching what is happening. The leader of the anomalous beasts is a kangaroo covered with a huge number of scars, who watches the suffering of the half-dragon with a mocking grin. Meanwhile, the winged reptile begins to lose its powers, and people are charged with a huge amount of optimism, realizing that their victory is almost achieved. Suddenly, the dragon stops, as his instincts tell him that an incredible danger is approaching, one that does not come from humans. However, the fighting forces of humanity do not understand this and rush to the attack, proudly declaring that the reptile is already at its limit and is about to fall. However, suddenly, the atmospheric pressure increases significantly, forcing all participants in this brutal battle to freeze in place and clutch their heads. All the warriors of humanity are trying to move and are wondering where such serious spiritual pressure suddenly came from. The higher ones look around and wonder if the dragon staged such an attack in order to gain time to regroup. However, it quickly becomes apparent that even the dragon himself is suffering from the effects of this anomaly, raising his eyes upward and trying to find its source. Stella closely monitors the huge reptile and realizes that the problem is not the dragon at all, but that the danger is coming from somewhere else. Almost deceiving Stella, she tells everyone to turn around, looking at the anomalous beasts that appeared out of nowhere. However, the animals, even when discovered by people, remain motionless, watching with interest what the participants in this battle will do next. People take a closer look at the abnormal beasts and say that this troop is very similar to those living in the Misty Mountains under the leadership of a huge abnormal name. The dragon opens its mouth and, addressing people in their language, says that they are complete fools who have been fooled like little 4-year-old children. After this, he turns to a group of anomalous beasts and asks them if they came here to attack him and finish him off. However, the head of the squad of anomalous beasts, suddenly moving closer to the dragon, says that they have not seen each other for a long time, adding that they came here to take what is rightfully theirs. The warriors of humanity instantly jump away from the suddenly appearing kangaroo, deciding to protect themselves from the wayward, mutated beast. The higher ones are wondering when this mutated animal managed to appear here so quickly, if just a few seconds ago, it was under serious threat. Kangaroo addresses the dragon, stating that the leader is very upset by his behavior, adding that he not only tried to enslave an entire clan, but also revealed his existence to people. The dragon looks menacingly at the kangaroo and guesses that the kangaroo has been working with people all this time to be discovered. The kangaroo angrily declares that even a fool would have guessed this long ago, since without their help, people would not even have come to this shore. The High Ones conclude that it now becomes clear why they were able to discover this dragon so quickly, and angrily realize that all this was carefully planned by a team of anomalous beasts. The kangaroo states that the monarch ordered not to allow large losses, and ordered that people not take the dragon's corpse if it suddenly dies, after which he adds that it would be very convenient for him if none of those here survived. The formidable animal turns its gaze to the dragon, and declares that, in any case, the monarch does not approve of his betrayal, or the existence of the Misty Mountain. The dragon states that the kangaroo is acting like a stupid puppy, declaring that he himself is a king who is capable of ruling this planet with an iron paw. With these words, the dragon begins to melt away with the help of spiritual energy, and the higher ones admit that they did not expect that all this time he fought at half strength. The kangaroo, watching the dragon's behavior with a bored expression, reflects that, apparently, he has the strength left for a few more pitiful attacks. The dragon healthy creates a huge sphere of spiritual energy in its mouth and orders all creatures on this island to die and leave it alone. However, the huge lizard rushes forward and prevents the dragon from using the beams of spiritual energy, knocking him down and gnawing his sharp teeth into his body. Also, an unknown creature flies up into the air and creates a small energy ball in its hands, which very quickly increases in size. As the huge lizards continue to hold the dragon with their tenacious paws, a mysterious creature throws an energy ball right at the dragon's face, exploding it. Suddenly he receives very serious damage and opens his mouth, screaming in incredible pain and despair, showing with all his appearance that the abnormal animals will soon finish him off. However, despite all the efforts of the anomalous beasts, the dragon stubbornly stays on its feet and rushes forward at the mutated kangaroo, which continues to stand motionless. The formidable animal stretches its fingers and declares that they will gnaw the meat of this traitor for a long time until only bones remain. A few seconds later, a powerful explosion is heard, raising waves and clouds of dust several hundred meters into the sky. The people on the island quickly begin to go underwater, retreating, saying that they need to quickly leave this island, otherwise they will all go down with it. The fighters of the United Groups of Humanity note that the detachment from the Sakura side managed to capture the dragon eggs and say that they need to cover their retreat. Huge anomalous bats rush after the country's fighters, ordering them to slowly return because they rightfully belong to them. However, Stella gets in their way and uses her powers to create a huge fiery shaft blocking the path to the anomalous mutant. She states that the dragon's offspring now belong to humanity, and anomalous beasts should not hope to ever be able to possess them. Meanwhile, the huge dragon continues to fight the abnormal people, defeating the lizard who has been trying to contain his power all this time. Quickly returning, he notices that the people have stolen all the eggs with his offspring, but he decides not to pursue them and stay here to fight the normal changes. Thus, the dragon buys time for people so that they have time to evacuate its offspring as far as possible from the anomalous beasts of the southern continent. The brutal battle with the anomalous people continues, and due to the incredible power of both sides, it is impossible to dismantle anything due to the constant series of explosions that create a smokescreen. Meanwhile, Jonathan finally gets to the fire ore mine, which is guarded by a considerable number of fire boas who have entered the second stage of evolution. Jonathan is happy that they have finally found the right place, adding that he has never seen such exotic snakes. However, the snakes do not share Jonathan's joy and rush forward in the hope of destroying the intruders using their unique powers to control the element of fire. Jonathan calmly declares that he is leaving these opponents to his charges, and the beasts of the Misty Mountains rush into battle, preparing to tear their opponents apart. The anomalous fox easily dodges the attacks of clumsy snakes and treats them with a refreshing shower of all-consuming napalm. Flash also does not stand aside, delivering hundreds of blows per second with his fists, which he additionally strengthened with his spiritual energy. In just a few measly fractions of a second, huge snakes turn into whipping dolls, quickly receiving a huge amount of damage incompatible with life. A small brewmaster also enters the battle, summoning the ice element to his power, in order to inflict increased damage on a creature that is so accustomed to hot temperatures. This attack has a devastating effect on the snake's body and causes huge ice explosions that attract the attention of absolutely everyone in the area. One of the creatures that pay attention to such battles is a mysterious girl with green hair who carefully peeks out from behind the stones. A young girl with strange snake teeth wonders where such a large and powerful tree came from here, if no one was here yesterday. Meanwhile, Flash continues to relentlessly attack his opponents, striking them with blow after blow, causing small shockwaves on impact that diverge in different directions. Little Brewmaster also does not stand aside and continues to use his ice abilities to destroy fiery creatures. Meanwhile, the Green Mantis decides to have a competition with his friends and goes on the attack, trying to destroy the huge reptiles in the most sophisticated way. He is joined by Miracle Flower, who bravely uses her powers to break the resistance of the firebows. However, some individuals manage to succeed and they begin to strangle the two-headed wolf with the help of their deadly bodies. However, before the huge snake can open its huge mouth to swallow the helpless creature in the air, the whistle of a flying root is heard. This root accurately hits the reptile's throat, frees the wolf and snow leopard from captivity at the head, and instantly kills the fire boa constrictor. Jonathan continues his rampage, destroying one reptile after another. The system informs him that he receives 180 evolution points for killing a snake. Meanwhile, the proudest boa constrictor, who managed to free himself from the grip of the Green Mantis and the Miracle Flower, rushes at Jonathan, realizing that it is he who controls everyone. However, Jonathan decides not to immediately destroy the cold-blooded reptile and suggests stopping and carefully considering his decision. His abnormality rises several tens or even hundreds of meters above the fiery strike and asks him whether he is really confident in his victory. A feeling of fear and respect permeates the boa constrictor's body, and the huge reptile stops, at least for a while, ceasing to be hostile. Other boas, noticing the behavior of their leader, also stop resisting and slowly crawl towards the huge tree. Realizing that resistance is pointless, they decide to keep the blows in their lives, bowing their heads before a huge mutated willow. Jonathan praises the fire strikes for their foresight, adding that now he will spare their lives and accept them into his fighting brotherhood, giving them new abilities. The nine-tailed firefoxes quickly declare that they now have new fire-type comrades, while the little brewmaster raises the phone higher and wonders why the signal has ceased to be received. The mysterious girl watching the battle is loudly surprised, declaring that she could never believe that the Fire Boa clan could actually be defeated by anyone. However, this exclamation turns out to be too loud, and Jonathan quickly turns to the side, trying to understand who was just talking not so far away from him. The girl is filled with fear, and she realizes that because of her careless behavior, she has just exposed herself to mutants unknown to her, who have just killed a huge number of reptiles. The girl crouches to the ground, and, thinking that she needs to get away, begins to move at great speed along the sand. However, she does not have time to go far, as Jonathan's huge snake root appears in front of her, who asks her how far she plans to run. However, as soon as Jonathan carefully examines the mysterious stranger, he briefly freezes in place and tries to understand whether what he sees is imaginary. It turns out that the mysterious girl is half a snake, and this is what explains her so unnoticeable movement across the sand at such a high speed. The little brewmaster, who had already found himself at the scene of the events, looks at the young girl with curiosity and says that he did not expect to meet a person in this desert. Jonathan declares to his ally that what stands before them is not a human, but a real mutant, since not a single person has a snake's tail. Insulted by these words, the girl declares that she is actually not some kind of mutant, but an ordinary naga. The girl also adds that they may not even hope to catch her, after which she uses her small gift, which allows her to turn into stone everything that her gaze falls on. Beams of energy flowing from the young naga's eyes reach Jonathan in the blink of an eye, immediately beginning to change his body. Some of the dragon root instantly turns to stone, and Jonathan reflects that it feels like his body has been poured into concrete. The young woman continues to hold Jonathan in place with her amazing gaze, when suddenly a fiery fox appears next to her and asks her if she has made up her mind at such a young age. The brazen noose manages to jump away from the fiery fox in time, as it immediately creates a fiery explosion of medium power next to itself. However, after a second, this explosion grows and throws the two-headed wolf and small Pandaren to the side several tens of meters. The firefox continues to use her gaze to neutralize the effects of the explosion, turning the clouds of fire into stone. She even shoots beams from her eyes and accidentally ends up next to the iron panda, turning a small part of his favorite cloak to stone. The young noose realizes that this fox is too fast, and in order to win without being eaten, she needs to radically change her battle tactics. She tries to change her position, thinking that the speed of this fox does not allow even the sharpest and fastest glance to follow. Suddenly, a huge explosion was heard behind the noose, which sent the nine-tail at great speed, running behind the enemy's back. However, once the smoke clears, it becomes clear that the nine-tail's attack did not achieve its goal, and the young noose is still in the ranks and ready to fight for her life. The smoke clears even more, and little Pandaren, watching this fight, spreads his paws in surprise, saying that he has never seen anything like this. The reason why the Iron Panda is so surprised is the young noose, who summoned her spiritual incarnation of a huge snake to fight the Nine Tails. The two rivals exchange deadly threats, and the fiery fox calls on her aspect in order to even out their chances in this duel. Two huge spirit beasts are locked in a battle that will determine whether the noose can continue to move across the sand of this desert or will remain there forever. The first move is made by the fiery fox, which uses a fiery volley to knock out all the desire to resist from its rival. However, the huge snake is not far behind and decides to neutralize the effect of the flames with the help of its deadly eyes, which bring death to anyone who looks into them. After a few seconds, two huge rays begin to emanate from the eyes of the huge snake, which stop the spread of the fire, turning it into stone. The firefox is surprised by this technique, all the while believing that no creature could escape her, and so on in the same way. Concluding from the fact that this snake can turn even flames to stone, the firefox decides to dramatically change its tactics in order to win this battle. She begins to charge at the huge snake and summons a pillar of flame to block her opponent's view and buy some time. She is slowly coming to the end due to her low level of training, irritated by her father, and realizing that she cannot win in a battle of attrition. She is annoyed by the question of where this fox even came from and why she acts as if she has absolutely infinite spiritual energy. Meanwhile, little Pandaren, in close proximity to the massive amount of fire tornadoes that the Nine Tails created, decides to turn around and go the other way, declaring that he can no longer stand being in this heat. Jonathan, who watches this incredible battle with interest, comes to the conclusion that the power of the Nine Tails has increased significantly during this time. Smart tornadoes surround the huge snake and prevent it from escaping, drawing spiritual energy from its carrier with every second. After some time, a quiet explosion is heard, and a huge amount of sand flies into the sky several tens of meters, completely blocking the view of any observer. Noose goes into flight, thinking that she will use the smokescreen to escape, otherwise she will be surrounded again and her head will be torn off. However, Jonathan, who perfectly senses the vibrations of the ground with the help of his roots, jumps out with another dragon root, asking where she is going at such a time. The mongoose casts a frightened glance at the root, which is rapidly approaching her, and realizes that this time she will not be able to escape, and her fate becomes sealed. Jonathan grabs the young girl and crashes into the sand with incredible momentum due to the speed his agile root has developed while moving underground. Everything calms down for a while, and Jonathan takes a moment to look around to make sure that he has definitely caught the noose in his trap. After this, Jonathan decides to bring his root to himself and take a closer look at his prey, reflecting on the fact that any human-type mutant can be negotiated with or subjugated to his consciousness. However, after he brings the captured leg closer to his face, he realizes that the poor girl has passed out from incredible fear for her life. Jonathan decides to set up his small camp near a mine with spiritual ore and waits until the noose comes to his senses in order to ask her about everything that is happening in this desert. Crime of the night, Jonathan finally strengthens his roots and begins the process of absorbing the fire elemental spiritual ore, once again strengthening his skills. The spiritual ore mines turn out to be not far from an abandoned settlement, and Jonathan, located next to it, becomes an excellent decoration for this lifeless landscape. He, looking around, states that, apparently, there is much more fire ore here than in the mine where the mongoose lived, adding that even the anomalous nine-tailed fox, who hates to sit still, sits calmly and enjoys the ore. Having allocated the necessary resources, John decides that it is time to get to know the scaly captive better and scours his eyes around, trying to find her. Meanwhile, the mongoose has already made friends with the iron panda and the miracle flower, watching with interest how the mongoose uses his smartphone. Panda decides to show off and plays one of the songs he saved, and the noose states that he really likes this kind of musical composition. Jonathan reflects that he should give credit to the little memory, since he really does have a talent for establishing contacts with other beings. Jonathan carefully studies the noose using a system notification and learns that it has innate skills in controlling wind and sand, as well as plasticity, allowing it to easily stretch its body and turn anything it looks at into stone. The fact that such a modest creature has a small gift greatly surprises John, and he admits that he absolutely did not expect to meet such a powerful mutant in the desert. He decides to speak to the noose and declares that he has a small gift for her, which causes incredible delight on the scaly girl's face. She asks the mutated Willow if he has another phone that the Iron Panda so happily uses. However, John tells the young girl that he does not have any phone, but he can offer her something much more useful than some technological trinket. Young Naga begins to be capricious, saying that she really wants a phone number, and the brewmaster carefully approaches her, whispering in her ear that the tree god is a hillbilly who understands nothing about technological progress. The Naga begins to act up, asking the huge Willow for a phone number, which causes anger to slowly boil in his veins, and the little panda tries to calm the situation, saying that the tree god still won't understand anything. Having given the Iron Panda and Naga several fatherly slaps on the head in order to pacify their whims, Jonathan hands her a branch with a drop of life essence. He says that this substance will help her acquire new skills, and Naga carefully takes it into her hands. Nagi's body begins to glow as a patient in life. Nagi's body begins to glow, letting everyone know that she now has even more useful skills. She happily notes that she now feels much better, as if she had been training for years and reached new heights. Jonathan tells the little scaly lady that she is now one of us, adding that she should not be capricious or willful. To him, Naga approaches and states that they must approach the nine-tailed fox to test their fighting skills, to which the girl happily agrees. Jonathan immediately stops the two pranksters, telling them that they should not bother the nine-tailed fox over any trifle. After this, Jonathan hears a familiar whistle in the air and realizes that one of his most trusted ends is about to come to him with very important news. Jonathan's premonition does not deceive him, and after a few seconds a bright flash appears in the sky, symbolizing the approach of the anomalous peregrine falcon. Masterfully controlling his body, the peregrine quickly begins to descend and slow down in order to jump onto John's branch. The main character is that the peregrine falcon flew here at such great speed and hastily offers him a branch so that the bird can rest. The peregrine begins to breathe loudly, declaring that it has been flying here for days and nights without rest, and all the animals notice that the tired bird looks like it hasn't eaten for weeks. John asks his faithful feathered friend what happened, and he tells him everything that has happened to Stella over the past few weeks. This information turns out to be very useful, and Jonathan remains silent for some time, continuing to listen to the details that his feathered friend tells him. After Subsan finally finishes his report, he says that the eggs of the dragon from the Yalong family are of very considerable value for the future generation of people. The main character reflects that this is actually very unpleasant news, because even if this generation of people does not want to deal with it, it is not a fact that the next ones will do the same. After this, he turns to Naga and the brewmaster, stating that he has a task for them, after which he says that they need to go to the east of the mainland and pick up the dragon egg from the hands of the warriors of the land of Sakura. He reflects that the nine-tailed anomalous fox is currently in the process of evolution, and therefore does not have the ability to lead the other animals. After this, he turns to Flash and declares that in his absence, he will act as the senior and responsible for this camp. After this, he begins to come up with his own plan. They say that this time he wants to personally negotiate with the Federation regarding this whole situation with the appearance of dragons. After that fateful meeting with the dragon, people received 4 dragon eggs, from which one individual of the same species should then hatch. One egg was taken by the Knights of the Empire of the Never-Setting Sun, since they had earned it with their valor and powerful defensive skills for decades. Another egg was received by the Side of Freedom, which sent a huge number of its furious warriors on a joint foray, who did not flinch at the sight of a huge monster. The third egg was taken into the country, since it was their warriors who were able to hide the offspring, and also secretly escape to the suddenly appearing mutated animal. The last egg went to the Federation, which was able to organize a joint operation to destroy the dragon and sent its best warriors to support it. Thus, people equally divided the dragon offspring, giving 2 eggs to the east and 2 to the west, to eliminate contradictions among themselves for a long time. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Misty Mountain, where news has already reached that people have received several dragon eggs. The Imperial Crocodile consults on this topic with the demonic bull. They say that he has very little faith in the fact that dragons can also exist in this world. The demonic bull reports that people have acquired a 3rd-stage dragon egg, and this will definitely not end well, after which he adds that even the fact that people manage to team up with metal-eating pandas is a serious help. From the demonic bull's point of view, if humans can form an alliance with dragons, then the situation will be very dramatic for the residents of Misty Mountain. Meanwhile, a Federation cargo tanker slowly arrives at its port, taking with it a huge amount of cargo and a dragon egg. The Federation warriors who have been sent to meet their heroes realize that they must prepare to dock the ship. One of the High Ones states that they thought they might be able to obtain a dragon egg on this trip, adding that they just need to wait until the creature can hatch, and then the beast from Misty Mountain will no longer be a threat to them. Suddenly, a scout, flying over the area in an air rider, turns to the commander of the highest, declaring that something is definitely wrong with this ship. When the commander asks why he decided this, the scout replies that there is no movement on board, and the ship looks as if it is abandoned. The commander of this senior detachment carefully peers at the ship and tries to understand where all the personnel and soldiers have gone. Suddenly, several explosions are heard on the ship, and the senior squad immediately becomes alert, trying to understand what the hell happened on the ship while it was on its way. Suddenly, Stella jumps out of the clouds of flame, and the Federation fighters mentally rejoice that at least the fire warrior is not missing. However, Stella's affairs are rapidly deteriorating, and she has no time left to rejoice at her arrival in her native land. Just a few seconds later, several large splashes appear near the huge cargo tanker, signaling the approach of huge sea creatures. The creatures don't have to wait long, and as soon as the water recedes, the higher ones notice a huge crab and a mutated turtle of absolutely unimaginable size. The High Ones look with surprise at the anomalous beasts of the 2nd stage and wonder why they decided to attack the tanker right now. 2 sea giants begin to attack the cargo ship to prevent it from swimming to the shore and sinking along with all its personnel. Meanwhile, one of the Iron Knights, surrounded by other superiors, wonders why the beast decided to attack them only now, despite the fact that they had obviously been watching them all along the way. However, the commander quickly guesses the answer and states that, apparently, the anomalous beasts of the southern continent were waiting for them to go ashore to pick up the egg. One of the higher ones asks the southern anomalous beasts why they haven't shown up all this time if they needed to take the egg. However, the kangaroo calmly replies that they are here because they have a message for the monarch of this continent, and people have become only their guides. The kangaroo breaks into a false smile and apologizes for such incredible rudeness, adding that it will never happen again. However, representatives of the Iron Knights declare that he is sick of this false politeness, stating that the anomalous beasts of the southern continent will only come ashore through their corpse. Meanwhile, several more sea creatures come to land and challenge the higher ones, trying to escort their warriors and evacuate the dragon egg. Federation fighters boldly rush to attack, but the sea creatures are too tough for them and immediately begin to cut to pieces the weakest warriors. However, the higher ones do not give up easily, and the strongest fighters, armed with fancy technological devices, rush to the attack. One of the warriors, armed with a rocket hammer, uses all his enormous strength along with a jet engine and brings down the fender directly on the head of the sea creature. The other superiors decide to engage the rest of the sea monsters in battle in order to free up the workload for their strongest ones, who are trying their best to kill all opponents. Even a huge starfish is chosen to battle the highest of the sea punches, revealing its fearsome mouth full of sharp teeth. One of the high ones uses his energy weapon, making a huge number of copies from it and simultaneously throwing them at the starfish. This turns out to be very effective, since the starfish dies from its wounds, unable to recover outside the water element. Meanwhile, another explosion occurs inside the ship, stunning a huge number of sea creatures in the immediate vicinity of the epicenter. A second later, an object flies out of the ship and lands behind the higher ones, causing small cracks in the strong asphalt. The high ones wonder what kind of projectile was just launched from the ship, but it quickly turns out that it was Stella, thrown away by a powerful blow. A small creature in a cloak appears in front of her, who, chuckling, declares that people are incredible weaklings and wonders how they could even live on Earth for so long. However, Stella does not succumb to cheap provocation and asks the strange creature if she really hears envy in his voice. The creature rushes forward, saying that the time has come to put an end to this meaningless conversation and destroy the stupid people. One of the higher ones on the ship orders everyone else not to relax, adding that these creatures have come from the continent and they are here to declare war on the Federation. The commander of the higher ones declares that they have enough problems from the Misty Mountain, and then the damned Southerners have decided that they are the strongest and can rule the world. Meanwhile, two huge sea giants begin preparing for a powerful attack, concentrating their spiritual energy in the spheres in front of their jaws. The Supreme Commander rushes forward, thrusting his arms out in front of him and using his shield technique to create an impenetrable energy barrier. Having properly prepared, the two sea giants fire beams of destructive energy towards the newly created energy barrier. The superior commander makes every effort to prevent his subordinates from being harmed, and he manages to dispel these rays at the cost of a huge investment of spiritual energy. As soon as the attack of the two sea giants stops, the commander of the higher ones lowers his shield, and everyone notices a huge furrow of the destroyed road. The commander looks at his scorched hands and reflects that just one attack forced him to use almost all his capabilities, after which he adds that he definitely cannot withstand a second such attack. Meanwhile, a kangaroo comes out onto the bow of the ship, which is still barely afloat, holding a dragon egg in its tail. Upon further examination, it turns out that this terrible anomalous beast easily dealt with one of the strongest warriors of the Iron Knights. The huge kangaroo looks around and states that at some point he really believed that absolutely not all people are weaklings. After this, he adds that, nevertheless, the time has come to dispel illusions on this block-forgotten continent, which has decided that they have a right to exist. With these words, more swarms of sea creatures rise up behind the cargo tanker, steadily moving towards the shore. The superiors standing on the shore realize with horror that among the ranks of the anomalous beasts of the southern continent, there are a huge number of sea monsters, distinguished by their ferocity. All these giants simultaneously begin to summon their spiritual spheres in order to launch a synchronized volley of destructive rays. The commander of the highest, realizing that even if he really wanted to and spent his entire life training, he would not be able to create a shield strong enough to withstand these attacks. The kangaroo begins to smile arrogantly and declares to the superiors that he was very pleased to meet them, adding that now it is time for them to go to hell. However, the anomalous beast of the southern continent has to remove all the sea monsters that were just collected by energy beams, instantly beheading them. Kangaroo turns back in surprise and sees only rivers of blood gushing like a fountain from the bodies of his recent anomalous allies, rising from the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who kindly took care of the huge sea creatures, arrives at the location of the superiors to provide them with a little support. Kangaroo looks closely at his potential opponent, declaring that he has been waiting for a very long time for their personal meeting on this continent. He takes another look at Jonathan's new form, which is beginning to look more and more like a humanoid warrior, and calls him the monarch of the mysterious mist. Stella briefly turns to Jonathan and reflects that she is extremely surprised that the tree god decided to appear here at such a moment. The commander of the highest again begins to feel strong spiritual pressure and realizes that in the presence of beings with a huge amount of spiritual energy, ordinary people begin to feel sick. The high ones take a closer look at Jonathan and say that the tree demon from the Misty Gorge is standing in front of them, asking the question of why he has become smaller. The reason for this is a secret technique through which Jonathan controls the tree puppet using his very long roots. Jonathan himself is very far away in safety, but he can control his proxy body by transferring consciousness to his roots. Jonathan asks the kangaroo why he called him the monarch of the mystic mist, and then wonders who he himself is. Kangaroo replies that he came from the southern continent, adding that their ruler has long dreamed of meeting with him to resolve important issues. Jonathan asks curiously about what kind of issues the so-called ruler of the southern continent might want to resolve. Kangaroo states that the ruler of the southern continent hopes to eliminate the alliance with Jonathan in order to completely unite the continents. This news is very grim for the higher ones, and they wonder why the anomalous beast suddenly needed to do such things. The kangaroo proudly declares that together they can create a world that will belong only to them and invites Jonathan to join in order to destroy humanity together. However, Jonathan, with a bored look, reports that the ruler of the southern continent can go to hell with such unrealizable and idiotic proposals. The kangaroo quickly falls silent, after which he gives Jonathan a very stern look and says that he is very sorry that everything turned out in such a sad way. With these words, he orders the new monsters that have risen from the depths to begin preparing for the spiritual salvo and declares that Jonathan has thereby made his choice. The main character tells the mutated kangaroo that he has no time for stupid arguments and orders him to leave the egg and go away to his continent. After this, he declares that if they think about resistance, then everyone will be instantly destroyed right here and fed to the fish. The anomalous beasts of the southern continent do not take this threat seriously and shoot several beams of spiritual energy at once towards Jonathan. The kangaroo shouts to Jonathan that before he dies, he must know one very important fact so that his demise will be as senseless as possible. Kangaroo states that if Jonathan had been more cooperative and agreed to this deal, all of this could have been avoided, and he would have survived. After this, the kangaroo jumps up and orders absolutely all of its creatures to incinerate this entire coast, with the help of destroying rays of spiritual energy. The commander of the highest, realizing that even if he had time to use the protective barrier technique, nothing would have worked, he is trying to come to terms with the idea that now they are finished. The sea monsters concentrate their spiritual fire on Jonathan, since it is not difficult for them to deal with people. However, Jonathan states that this move is quite boring, and he has seen it used by his opponents several 100,000 times already. With these words, he uses his root to easily redirect the spiritual energy of weak beings to a place where they are, no people. A loud explosion is heard behind Jonathan, but not a single arboreal muscle moves, since the main characters have recently gone through a much more serious test. However, the higher ones, feeling the growing spiritual pressure, begin to slowly fall to their knees, resisting this vile feeling that suppresses any will in life. A mutated kangaroo from the southern continent is unpleasantly surprised that Jonathan so easily repelled the attack of some of the most powerful sea creatures. However, a second later, all the sea creatures and the kangaroo himself are entangled in Jonathan's roots, which do not give anyone a single chance to escape from the deadly trap. Having caught all his opponents, Jonathan raises his hand and says that this is the end of their negotiations, and it's time to die. A second later, the roots begin to rapidly entwine the mutated kangaroo, capturing its jaws, neck, and chest, preventing it from breathing. After this, the roots of the force are compressed, breaking the neck ridges, spines, and other bones in the bodies of all the creatures that fell into this terrible trap of Jonathan. Of course, with such procedures, no creature will be able to hold a dragon egg on its tail, and Jonathan manages to catch it with the help of his roots. He carefully pulls him towards him, realizing that he got what he was in such a hurry to get here for, and hastily came up with a new form for interacting with people. However, this little kangaroo from the southern continent proves to be quite a tough nut to crack and survives this deadly attack by lunging forward at John. Jonathan manages to react and blocks the attack with his claws using his root, which remain unscratched despite the incredible force that the kangaroo exerts. Kangaroo angrily tells Jonathan that he almost killed him, adding that he is truly impressed by his skill and decides to continue his onslaught for a while. Jonathan states in surprise that he underestimated his opponent, adding that next time it won't happen again, and he will make sure the damned kangaroo gives up his ghost. The kangaroo realizes that they are now at the peak of their form and decides to retreat, pushing off Jonathan's roots with his feet and jumping back several tens of meters. A huge shark immediately pops out of the water, and the kangaroo lands neatly right on its head, stabilizing itself and preparing to retreat. The kangaroo states that he has heard Jonathan and will convey everything to his master, adding that they will definitely meet at a more opportune time. Jonathan gives the kangaroo a stern look, and he says that the next time they meet, they will fight for real, and the outcome of this battle will not decide anything. He then shouts to his ally, stating that they need to leave immediately, as they have already received an audience with the monarch of Misty Mountain. The cat, who continued to fight with Ella all this time, declares that they will definitely continue this fight next time, and also jumps back. The enemy lands softly on the shark's head, and they both give Jonathan their superiors and the entire shore with their menacing, hate-filled glances. After this, the shark turns in the opposite direction and begins to quickly swim away, taking the anomalous animals of the southern continent to its home. The high ones, watching their rivals, wonder if they can really just walk away as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, one of the high ones climbs onto the cargo ship and declares that the Iron Knight was alive and did not die in the battle with this terrifying kangaroo. Jonathan turns to the higher-ups and says that he is taking the dragon's egg for himself, adding that they still won't be able to keep the dragon in check when he grows up. The main character states that the higher ones themselves heard everything, and the troops of the anomalous beasts of the southern continent are in no way inferior to the beasts of the Misty Mountains, so if they attack, humanity will not be able to withstand. After this, Jonathan says that he will put all his efforts into making the dragon become the true protector of the continent, fighting against all threats. The High Commander, ironically, asks Jonathan if this means that no objections will be accepted, and Jonathan, catching the irony, jokingly states that he can hit with a branch whoever dares to go against him. After this, Jonathan turns to go to his domain and declares to his superiors that anomalous creatures from the southern continent are filling the air with toxins, and their human technology will not be able to cleanse the area. Walking into the fog, he says that if the higher ones want to survive, then they need to go to Misty Mountain and find him to receive healing. After this, John stops briefly and says that all this, of course, will not happen for free, and they will have to pay some kind of price. Stella, watching the god tree leave, smiles quietly, realizing that now the fate of future dragons is definitely in good hands. At the same time, a huge number of dead Sakura soldiers and anomalous beasts from the southern continent who were tracking them find themselves on another battlefield. One of the monsters, previously considered invincible, falls to the ground, feeling that its vitality is completely running out. Lamia, accompanied by a small panda, declares that these vile monsters have once again emerged from the water to try to capture the egg. After that, she turns to the unconscious bodies of the Sakura warriors and mentally declares that they also successfully dealt with all the people. The dying monster asks the panda who they are and how they dare to take the dragon's egg, adding that their monarch will not leave it so easily and will take revenge. Nado turns around and asks the monster what monarchy he is talking about and where this monarch is at the moment. However, the monster does not answer the Iron Panda, as its life force is rapidly approaching zero, and the brewmaster irritably tells the monster that he could live longer. After this, he proudly picks up the dragon egg and says that at least they were able to get the necessary artifact, adding that he is very sorry that it was a little cracked in the battle, but there was no other way. The scene of action is briefly transferred to the bowels of the southern continent, where the lair of the very monarch, about whom the anomalous beasts spoke incessantly, is located. This monster talks to the anomalous kangaroo, asking him if negotiations with the monarch of the Federation were truly a complete failure. Kangaroo, with fear in his eyes, states that, unfortunately, they were unable to lure the monarch of the mysterious mist to their side, and he turned against them. The monarch states that they can forget about this topic for now, since sooner or later, everything will be resolved in their favor, as it always has been. The monarch, surrounded by several likenesses of Ao Chuan, declares that their priority now is to follow the outlined plan, according to which they will be able to destroy humanity in a matter of hours. After this, the scene moves to the western wasteland, over which the dawn sun begins to rise again, ready to fry all creatures with its high temperature. In a settlement located next to a mine full of fiery spiritual ore, a beam of spiritual energy resides, signaling the beginning of the transition to the next stage. The fiery nine-tailed fox begins to feel an incredible surge of strength and awakens to make a breakthrough to the next stage of evolution. Flash, along with the miracle flower, watch the huge beam of energy and are surprised that the fox's breath can be felt even at such a distance. Meanwhile, the loud stomping of a huge number of animals begins to be heard on the horizon, and entire hordes of anomalous monsters rush to the location. Miracle Flower and Flash turn in the direction of the loud stomping sound and see an army of anomalous animals that are trying to destroy the nine-tailed fox's tail and absorb her spiritual energy. Miracle Flower says that all these animals are rushing right here, to which Flash replies that they need to prepare immediately, since these animals will attack them. Somewhere in the distance, the mysterious wanderer is watching what is happening, dressed in a cloak that hides his face and body, and holding a fancy staff cut with a green gem. This wanderer carefully observes what is happening with the help of an eye peering out of a slit in his thick white hood. Meanwhile, hordes of huge anomalous beasts continue to approach the location of the anomalous white fox, trying to devour everything in their path. However, Flash, who hastily alerted everyone, rushes into battle, saying that they need to stop these damned creatures at any cost. Miracle Flower decides to break the first ranks of the attackers and uses his mind control skill to subdue the weaker creatures. The abnormal rats, which generally only attack their prey if they are outnumbered, instantly lose their will and submit to the Miracle Flower. They turn on their recent brethren and rush into battle, bearing their jaws full of teeth. Flash decides to take on his biggest opponents and use his strength-enhancing skills to triple his power. He rushes forward at the anomalous snakes and cuts off their heads with one blow, after which he immediately heads forward to destroy the next ones. However, he notices that despite the fatal blow, after which all his opponents usually fell dead, the huge snake begins to restore its tissues. Flash quickly realizes that he is now dealing with a real earth elemental, which in a physical sense is almost indestructible. The earth snake almost completely regenerates its body and rushes at Jonathan, opening its huge mouth and hoping to swallow him in one go. Flash delivers several more deadly attacks, causing the snake's face to turn into a sieve. However, as soon as Flash stops delivering his deadly blows, the snake begins to regenerate again. The golden ant is trying to figure out what to do with this enemy, because if he spends all this time on them, they will very quickly be surrounded and destroyed. Meanwhile, the two chapters have a wolf and a snow leopard decide to eliminate a huge bird entering on the ground and rush forward using their incredible skills. The green mantis decides to deal with those rats that did not fall under the control of the miracle flower and with great speed cuts through hundreds. The miracle flower continues to circle over the battlefield, trying to figure out which animal is best for her to subjugate to her will and direct at the enemy. After some time, a huge battleship appears on the battlefield, following the hordes of activated rats in the hope of profiting. Seeing Wonderflower, he opens his mouth and begins to scream loudly to perform his unique powerful attack. Having properly accelerated, he curls up into a ball and jumps up, forming a kind of cannonball from his body in order to crush the flying flower once and for all. However, Miracle Flower easily dodges this attack and uses mind control on the armadillo, completely subjugating his will. After this, Miracle Flower uses telekinesis and tells the armadillo that she has a great offer for every animal that loves to ride. Miracle Flower throws the armadillo into a group of mutated rats and tells him to get the hell out of here, after which he returns to patrolling. However, as soon as Plant turns around, she notices a huge number of anomalous beasts that continue to be present with increasing intensity. Miracle Flower reflects that there are too many abnormal beasts gathered on the right. Even though they are very weak, there are a lot of them, and they can take their number. Miracle Flower reflects that the Ninetales is incredibly vulnerable right now, so if she is disturbed, she will not be able to break through to the next stage while she is still there. Miracle Flower understands that she must do everything in her power to protect the abnormal nine-tailed fox and uses the charm skill. The skill instantly makes a huge number of mutated rats stop and start looking at the Miracle Flower floating in the air. The same thing happens with shrews, who look fascinated at a flying plant and do not dare move a single muscle so as not to miss it. Making sure that the attention of the small animals is still focused on her, Something Branch jumps on the snow leopard and tells him that she plans to take all the mutated animals away from here. The leopard concentrates on his spiritual energy in order to give you as much speed as possible and begins to run away from the abandoned settlement. A huge number of animals, who had previously fled to the location of the anomalous firefox, begin to follow the leopard and the Miracle Flower, being under the influence of her spell. The stranger, who has been watching this battle all the time, reflects that he could not even imagine that the tree could gather so many amazing animals around itself. On the way of the Miracle Flower and the snow leopard, sand snakes appear in the second stage and try to interfere with them in order to break the spell of the spiritual plant. Golden Ant Flash, who had been fighting the other earth elementals all this time, turns around in surprise and says that the last thing he wanted was to see another immortal opponent. The Miracle Flower realizes that things are beginning to rapidly deteriorate and orders the leopard to quickly change direction and somehow dodge this attack. The mysterious stranger raises his staff and recites a spell, telling the storm to hear his call and obey his unbending will. At the same second, a sandstorm of incredible power arises, and the earth elementals freeze in place, ceasing to attack, dissolving into the air. Flash and the other nine-tailed fox defenders turn around to see what happened and realize that they are caught in the middle of a real sandstorm. Even the nine-tailed fox wakes up, becomes alert, and senses the presence of the spiritual energy of some incredibly powerful creature. After some time, a real tornado begins, which sucks in a huge number of mutated rats, shrews, and all other animals that tried to attack the charm of the Miracle Flower. The tornado is rapidly growing in size, but still bypasses the defenders of the anomalous fox, taking only aggressive mutated animals. The anomalous fox senses the presence of a creature of the third stage and wonders what is really happening here and who decided to disturb her peace. After some time, the tornado stops, and all the defenders spend some time getting rid of the huge amount of sand that got into their ears or behind their scales. Flash gets to his feet and looks around, trying to figure out if they are still under threat from the anomalous beasts. However, the golden ant, together with its allies, sees around them only bloody dunes and not a single sign of life, despite the fact that just a few minutes ago, the area was seething with anomalous beasts. However, after some time, a mysterious traveler appears on the horizon, dressed in white robes that hide his appearance. Flash, Green Mantis, and Miracle Flower immediately frown when they see the anomalous fox disturbing the peace and prepare to attack. However, the stranger, with the same slow step, passes by the defenders of the abandoned settlement and decides that he will wait for a better moment for negotiations. The stranger sits down next to a comfortable dune and seems to fall asleep, without making a single movement for a huge amount of time. Flash, watching him, reflects that about half a month has passed and this mysterious traveler has not moved an inch. The ant also reflects that he has very little faith in the fact that this mysterious wanderer was able to stop the crowd of animals with just a couple of swings of his staff. However, after some time, Jonathan returns to his temporary camp in the Western Heath, and the stranger immediately opens his eyes. He leans on his staff and rises to his feet with curiosity, looking at the huge mutated tree moving across the sands on its roots. The stranger reflects that he had no idea that he would encounter the tree of heaven in such a god-forsaken place, adding that he imagined it with something else. Jonathan notices the mysterious stranger and stops briefly with slight suspicion, examining him and trying to understand his intention. The stranger says that in the stories of people he read that the tree is a symbol of the sky, since its leaves and fruits are the sun and stars, and its existence is above all else. Jonathan, deeply touched by this comparison, states that the stranger should not have flattered him so much, since he still has no fruit, but after this the main character states that he helped the Ninetales and the others survive this attack, which means he has indebted to him. However, the stranger states that such pleasantries are not necessary, since he himself came to ask something from the great heavenly tree. The mysterious stranger turns out to be the fourth of the 10 strongest beasts on the continent named Set, who, thanks to his mutation, began to be worshipped like a deity. Set rules over the sands, is the real king of the desert, and that is why he was named after the ancient god who commands sandstorms. But one day the temperament of this mutant changed greatly, and he mercilessly destroyed half of the inhabitants of his country, after which he disappeared without a trace. However, now he has appeared out of nowhere and is conversing with a mutated willow tree, which is now considered the first of the 10 strongest creatures on the continent. Jonathan asks Seth what kind of help he needs, to which he replies that he hopes he can ask for one of the branches of the mighty tree. Seth decides to explain his needs, stating that he has an arch-enemy who is true evil, and his name is the Beast of Darkness. Jonathan listens to this story with interest, reflecting on what he has already heard about a similar creature when talking with the system entity. Seth says that the wave of beasts from which Flash and his comrades encountered are only a small part of his minions, which causes genuine surprise to the Golden Ant. The deity states that the power of the Beast of Darkness is not inferior to his strength, for in every mutated beast and in every grain of sand there is room for darkness and doubt. Seth briefly changes his face and says that, apparently, it is not possible to kill this Beast of Darkness even for creatures as strong as him. Jonathan listens carefully to these stories and is finally convinced that they are talking about the very evil that the system warned him about. Seth says that his search led him to the Great Tree in order to take possession of a more suitable weapon, since only then will he have a chance to defeat the Beast of Darkness. Jonathan looks carefully at his interlocutor and asks him if this is really the reason for his request. Seth nods curtly and states that the reason is really just to get a powerful weapon to fight his archenemy. Jonathan decides to satisfy the request of the mysterious stranger and divides one of his branches, choosing the strongest shoots. After this, he plunges a huge piece of his branch into the ground in front of his interlocutor and says that he will gladly give him the branch that he is so looking for. He asks if only one branch will be enough for Seth, to which the semi-divine being declares that he dare not ask for more, humbly thanking him for his generosity. After this, he picks up Jonathan's branch and is surprised at how huge the branches of the anomalous mutated willow tree are, which has almost reached the beyond power. After this, Jonathan's mysterious interlocutor is about to leave and declares that he has information that can be very useful to Jonathan. Seth states that something suspicious is happening in the depths of the sea, adding that so far he himself does not know what exactly the changes are planned there. After this, the semi-divine mutant leaves and finally declares that Jonathan and his mutated animals need to be careful. Meanwhile, Jonathan realizes that his list of enemies now includes the people of the Beast Squad from the southern continent, sea creatures, and a mysterious dark something. After this, Jonathan realizes that in order to fight such difficult opponents, he will need to move to the 4th stage of evolution. Meanwhile, the soothing silence of the desert is disrupted by the loud roar of an anomalous firefox, which has almost completed its transition to the 3rd stage. From the roof of the building in which the warrior proudly resided all this time, a huge beam of energy breaks through, symbolizing the completion of the evolutionary process. All the anomalous beasts of the Misty Mountains located in the temporary camp gather together to see what new abilities the Ninetales will gain. The fiery warrior leaves her lair and appears before Jonathan and his comrades, demonstrating all her incredible power. After moving to the 3rd stage, the number of its tails increased by 1, and now the firefox has 4 tails at its disposal. Jonathan is pleased to note that one of his strongest warriors has arrived at the next stage and rushes to open the System Properties panel to see the changes. The anomaly system notifications turn red, and the firefox has now acquired a skill that can look into the hearts of living beings and put them into a trance. Jonathan also notices that the fox now has the source property, which allows her to create a flame that cannot go out until the user of this skill wants it. The fox states that her very body has been transformed, and the fire is absorbing energy, constantly circulating through her burning veins. She also states that it was the 4th tail, which appeared in the 3rd stage of evolution, that allowed her to master the skill of unquenchable flame. Flash, observing the changes in the fiery fox, declares that he too needs to quickly break through to the 3rd stage, since he must not lag behind the best. Jonathan realizes that the Ninetails has made a breakthrough and managed to get the dragon egg for himself, coming to the conclusion that there is nothing more to do here and he must return to Misty Mountain. However, the Miracle Flower asks what they should do with all this fire ore, which remains in huge quantities in this mine. Without thinking twice, Jonathan reveals that he has a great idea, and the levitating plant asks him why he smiles so strangely. After some time, the scene of action is transferred to the outskirts of the Misty Valleys, where clear weather reigns and nothing portends trouble. However, suddenly the animals, existing peacefully in these parts, begin to hear a huge roar quickly approaching their habitat. This terrible noise disperses a huge number of animals, which begin to rush frantically through the forest, trying to figure out which way they need to run. Meanwhile, the firefox continues to move through the air, using her flight skills, which she has mastered to perfection during this time. However, this time, the nine-tailed fox is dragging along a huge alloy of fiery spiritual ore, also floating in the air, due to an unknown force. Despite the enormous size of the ore alloy, the firefox moves it with incredible ease, continuing to follow Jonathan. The mutated beasts of the Misty Mountains who participated in the expedition sit astride this alloy and say that making a fox drag this ore across the sky was simply a brilliant decision. Jonathan, moving along the ground with the help of his roots, turns to the Ninetails and asks her to leave all the fire ore in the mine where the brewmaster previously lived. After this, he turns towards the clearing where he usually camps and notices an iron panda who greets him, standing on one of the stone spikes. The panda joyfully waves his hand at the approaching anomaly and looks around with pleasure, enjoying the great height at which he is. Once Jonathan arrives, the brewmaster shows him the egg that he managed to obtain, adding, however, that it was slightly damaged during the battle. Jonathan muses that he didn't realize that the beasts from the southern continent would be able to get there, suggesting that the situation with the remaining 2 eggs would be about the same. After examining the cracked egg, Jonathan reflects that he senses incredible spiritual energy in it, but cannot detect any signs of life, which signals that the fetus has died. However, this does not upset Jonathan, as he realizes that there is one more egg left that must be preserved at all costs. After this, the scene briefly shifts to one of the best hospitals in the Federation, in which a huge number of soldiers were trapped at the same time. Scientists in this hospital are carefully studying an unknown virus under a microscope, trying to understand what treatment methods can still be applied to it. Scientists declare that this is a virus against which their medicine is powerless, and doomedly ask themselves whether they will really have to turn to the tree demon for help. Suddenly, the doctors hear the voice of one of the nurses, who advises the patient not to get out of bed, as this is very harmful in his current condition. The rebellious patient, of course, turns out to be Stella, who struggles to stay on shaky legs and ignores the requests of the caring nurse. Stella tells the nurse to stop wasting her energy, adding that they can't help them anyway, and then tells her team to prepare properly. After this, the young warrior declares that they are going to Misty Mountain in order to receive healing from the Tree of God. Meanwhile, in the Misty Valley, there is another breakthrough to the next stage, which this time she made by accumulating a huge amount of spiritual energy during their journey. To everyone's surprise, this time after evolution, the body features of the Miracle Flower began to suspiciously resemble human ones. Miracle Flower completes her transformation and becomes completely like a real girl, while the system tells Jonathan that she now has a special skill that can use the environment to confuse her enemies. Jonathan, the brewmaster, and the honey badgers watch in amazement the metamorphoses of the Miracle Flower and admit that now she has become even more beautiful than ever. The Miracle Flower decides to complement the picture of its wonderful transformation and takes the flute into its hands to play a wonderful melody. However, in order to properly learn to play musical instruments, it is necessary to move to the next stage of evolution, and so the Miracle Flower begins to perform absolutely terrible, incoherent nonsense, destroying the ears of everyone around it. Jonathan politely asks the Miracle Flower to stop mocking the musical instrument, but asks something questioningly if they didn't like her melody. Wonder Flower approaches the brewmaster and, calling him handsome, says that next time they will definitely play together, but Iron Panda asks Wonder Flower to stay away from him, and Jonathan wonders if it will be possible to find a music teacher for them. Suddenly, the Miracle Flower senses the presence of spiritual energy on the approaches to Misty Mountain and hurries to notify Jonathan about this. She states that, apparently, people have arrived to them, but they are not from the Federation, after which she adds that, judging by the indicators of spiritual energy, they certainly cannot be called weaklings. Jonathan sternly declares that there is nothing wrong with this and decides to find out for what purposes people decided to invade the territory of the Misty Mountains. He sends a snow-white tiger and a wild rose to meet the people and find out the purpose of their visit to the territory of the Misty Mountains. The driver of the convoy of trucks gets out of the car and states that they came from the country, adding that a month ago they fought with the beasts of the southern continent and, apparently, they were poisoned. However, according to rumors, the Misty Tree knows how to heal from the poison of the southern beasts. The driver adds that they did not come here empty-handed, as their trucks are filled with a huge amount of spiritual ore as payment. Astra inspects the driver's offering with interest and informs Jonathan that the ore that is in these trucks appears to be thunder. Jonathan tells Astra via telepathic communication to let these people through, and the girl recommends that people follow her and not lag behind one step. The truck driver climbs back into the vehicle, and the convoy begins to move slowly along the paths of the foggy forest, carefully looking around. For any person who accidentally ends up in the foggy mountains, everything will seem like a real nightmare, since in conditions of low visibility, absolutely any animal can attack you. One of the drivers looks around and notices a huge number of ghosts peeking out from the thicket of the forest, trembling with incredible fear. However, the leader of this expedition, sitting next to the driver, declares that this forest is full of illusions, so the driver should not be deceived by such tricks. However, the leader mentally reprimands himself for boasting so much to his subordinates, pretending that he is not at all afraid. He looks ahead and wonders how it is the girl who seems to be leading them deeper and deeper into the darkness, wondering if it could be a trap. However, Astra disappears in the dark for a while, and people begin to suspect that they were all left to die in order to later take all the ore. The drivers turn to the leader of the column and ask him what they should do in this strange situation, adding that he feels uneasy. However, the group leader states that they have no choice but to continue on their way, adding that otherwise the poison will simply kill them. With these words, the convoy of trucks continues its movement deeper and deeper, moving into the misty forest towards the unknown. However, after some time on this journey, a small light at the end of the tunnel lights up in front of the travelers, which gradually becomes brighter. At the end of the path, they discover a cozy place, very similar to an altar, which is guarded by Astra, riding on a white tiger. People cut themselves out of trucks and stop hesitantly so as not to provoke the anomalous tiger into aggression. The miracle flower, standing near the altar, addresses the leader of the group of people and invites him to rise up and receive the long-awaited healing. The group leader nods at her, then turns to his comrades and orders them to unload an ingot of thunder ore to pay for the service. Approaching the altar with a huge ingot of thunder spiritual ore in his hands, he looks around, trying to figure out how best to present his gifts. The miracle flower turns to the group commander in a calm tone and says that he should put the ore in the center and then he will get what he so desires. The commander carefully approaches the altar and throws a huge ingot. The revived roots instantly grab it and begin to study it. Like a huge ball of snakes, the roots wrap around the rune ingot and drag it deeper and deeper, slowly absorbing its spiritual energy. The commander continues to stand indecisively, thinking that this place reminds him of a sacrificial altar, where various kinds of sectarians perform their dark rituals. After this, a small root grows out of the ground next to the commander, at the end of which a green star begins to glow, the radiance of which calms the soldier. The soldier looks at this wonderful anomaly with surprise, reflecting that, apparently, this is precisely the legendary essence of life. Other soldiers, hesitant to approach, talk to each other about how the fluctuations in the flow of energy that create this anomaly are truly amazing. A few seconds later, a thin beam of light emanates from this anomaly, which hits the commander of the poisoned military unit directly in the chest. After some time, a soft green glow begins to emanate from the commander, and he feels his strength begin to recover at incredible speed. The soldier reflects that he is not only healed, but also stronger, admitting that he feels as if he is about to break through to the next stage of evolution. The thought that such an effect is obtained from just one drop quickly begins to seduce him, and he begins to think about how to get more. Without thinking twice, the driver addresses the roar, asking him if they can agree on something more than one drop of life essence. At the moment, the words are coming, and he is absolutely not happy to hear them, so the main character does not immediately decide to give an answer to the person's request. The protagonist becomes annoyed at this warrior, and reflects on how human nature is incredibly greedy, adding that some people begin to want more, even after being cured of a fatal disease. The miracle flower tells the warrior that he needs to go down, because everyone should get a drop, and he asks her if everyone should really just get one drop. Miracle Flower states that there is an alternative solution, adding that a warrior can take a blood oath to gain more life essence in the future. The warrior asks Wonderflower if this is really all that needs to be done, to which she tells him that she is not used to making jokes. The Miracle Flower states that this is a perfect agreement between man and the God Tree, adding that, firstly, the one who took the oath must not harm the Misty Mountains, and secondly, he is obliged to help in case of danger. After this, the Miracle Flower adds that the last requirement is that a person should not do anything wrong, unforgivable, or unfair, clarifying that the one who took the oath will not become an enemy of humanity. The warrior says that if the people of the Misty Mountains want peace with people, then they gladly accept this oath and undertake to fulfill every point. After this, he approaches the root that gave him the essence of life, and it takes the form of a certain needle that slowly approaches the person. Jonathan muses that Aisha could also use this oath, but he can only control a maximum of 3 people, adding that he would hate to make puppets out of people, and it would be better if he met a strong warrior who could swear allegiance to him. According to Jonathan's plan, in this case, he himself will be able to influence his comrades in arms, and they will cease to be his enemies for a long time. The driver asks if the ritual is finished, to which he tells him that he can calmly leave, adding that if he breaks the oath, he will burn out from the inside in a second. After this, she points him to 3 drops of the essence of life, after which she declares that people should leave everything they brought as a gift. The warrior approaches these drops of life essence, declaring that he is happy with such a deal, and smiling wickedly, anticipating the possibilities that this power promises him. Miracle Flower immediately catches the warrior's intention and looks in disbelief, but does not express his dissatisfaction with this situation right now. After some time, the people, having received their healing and given away all the mining ore that they had in stock, climb into their cars and leave for their home country. Miracle Flower asks Jonathan why they should help people, adding that the inhabitants of the Misty Mountains will be very disadvantageous if people become stronger. Jonathan says that they just had a wonderful second-stage warrior who has now become even more powerful, after which he states that if this warrior later says that all this has nothing to do with interacting with God, they most likely will not believe him, adding that people sometimes contradict themselves, always suspect everyone, and do not trust each other. The main character states that if everyone thinks you are bad, then nothing will change, even if you do only good, after which he adds that the point is absolutely not that people are idiots, but that they are simply looking for benefits for themselves in everything. He comes to the conclusion that over time, people will still accept them aside, adding that this is not exactly what he wants, since he needs this warrior to become some kind of monarch. Jonathan adds that the matter may not be limited to this warrior alone, and any person who comes to Misty Mountain and takes an oath can receive this power. He remembers the words of the system that great evil does not sleep and is about to manifest itself. Jonathan reflects that before a new battle breaks out, he needs to recruit as many strong allies as possible to help him in the battle. The Miracle Flower listens carefully to Jonathan's thoughts and says that he began to behave very strangely. In response to his question from the main character, she states that he behaves just like a human being, because here, she nervously replies that he just spent a lot of time with Astra. After this, Jonathan decides to drop the topic as quickly as possible and says that he now plans to study the gifts that these people brought them. Jonathan returns the knowledge to his main body and examines the huge amount of thunder ore that literally surrounds him on all sides. Jonathan reflects that for just 4 drops of life essence, he received 8 truckloads of thunder ore, which is an incredible benefit. Also among the thunder ore, Jonathan finds a thunder flower, which reminds him that almost the same elemental flower was consumed by Astra last time. After this, Jonathan returns to his altar and leaves 100 drops of life essence on it in case people come again to receive power. Having finished with the rest of his affairs, Jonathan declares that it is time to move to the 4th stage of evolution in order to gain new skills. Suddenly, Jonathan's attention is attracted by a small honey badger who smelled the scent of thunder ore and decided to feed on it, since it is this ore that is needed to enhance his skills. Jonathan takes a small piece of ore and studies it, after which he reflects on the fact that it is necessary to leave ores for animals that have the ability to this element. With these words, he takes a huge piece of spiritual thunder ore and throws it in front of the honey badger so that he can properly strengthen his fighting skills. This gesture of incredible generosity touches the little bear's heart, and he happily probes the huge piece of ore, anticipating an incredible meal. After this, he turns his gaze to Jonathan and declares to him that he will serve him for the rest of his life in return for his generosity. After Jonathan deals with all the household matters, he comes to the conclusion that the time has come to begin absorbing spiritual ore. The ore begins to be intensively absorbed into Jonathan's root, and they begin to sparkle with spiritual energy, symbolizing the beginning of the transition to the 4th stage of evolution. Storm clouds instantly gather over a huge anomalous willow, and the entire sky begins to sparkle from a huge amount of lightning and thunder. Lightning also strikes Jonathan, but this time they do not set fire to his foliage, but are absorbed directly into the bark, further enhancing his spiritual energy. An anomalous fox, located on a stone ledge, relatively distant from Jonathan's location, watches with interest a huge beam of energy piercing the skies. She reflects on the fact that each time the evolution of the Tree of God becomes more and more powerful, after which she comes to the conclusion that at some point, when it moves to the next stage, a cataclysm may occur. She turns to the demonic bull and asks him to take the broken egg and quickly take it to the imperial crocodile, who is resting in the lake nearby. The fire driver reflects that if they manage to combine the genes of the dragon cubs and the imperial crocodile, the transformation will be simply incredible. The demonic bull quickly grabs the cracked dragon egg and quickly runs towards the huge lake where the imperial crocodile is resting. In order to call his comrade, he takes air into his chest and loudly shouts his name, deafening the rest of the animals in the area with his bass voice. The crocodile responds to the call of the demonic bull, and the lake immediately begins to disturb, after which a huge wave rises, signaling the approach of the crocodile. As soon as the water drops, a pirate crocodile appears in front of the demonic bull, which has grown significantly in size during its entire stay in the lake. The demonic bull greets the emperor crocodile once again, saying that with each meeting he admires its growth more and more, and explains that he has come to him on an important matter. He shows the emperor crocodile the cracked dragon egg and adds that the tree of God ordered the egg to be given to him, stating that the egg is a reward for guarding Misty Mountain in his absence. The imperial crocodile replies that he is greatly honored by such an honor, adding that he will accept this reward with great joy, opening his mouth. Taking aim, the demonic bull throws the dragon egg into the crocodile's mouth so that it absorbs a huge amount of spiritual energy. This process immediately has an effect on the emperor crocodile, and its eyes begin to droop, attracting the attention of a ferocious lizard that was patrolling the area nearby. The emperor crocodile's entire body begins to glow with beams of spiritual energy, signaling the beginning of the transformation, and the demonic bull says that it will remain nearby to keep watch. Meanwhile, the firefox, watching the development of events, realizes that her plan was successfully carried out and smiles contentedly. She reflects that now, thanks to her actions, two strong mutants are simultaneously making a breakthrough to the next stage, while simultaneously increasing spiritual resonance. Meanwhile, Astra turns to the Snow White tiger, saying that they need to protect the imperial crocodile and the egg from any danger. The tiger diplomatically answers her that he understands everything. Carl, who is training with the Rat King, turns around and notices huge beams of energy, declaring that the world will now definitely change after the God Tree moves to the next stage. The imperial crocodile is the first to complete its evolution, emitting a deafening roar, and again changes the color of its scales to dark gray. A huge amount of spiritual energy begins to sparkle on his scales, instantly destroying his old shell and replacing it with a fresh one. Also, a huge number of bone spines begin to grow on the back of the imperial crocodile, which begin to glow with electrical energy. The completion of the transformation process causes a huge shockwave, and the demonic bull covers its face with a powerful hand, trying to stay on its hooves. Finally, the imperial crocodile lets out another menacing roar, which shakes the branches of trees throughout the area, forcing all the animals in the Misty Mountains to know that it has moved to a new stage of evolution. The process of evolution of the pirate crocodile ends, and he looks around, slowly stretching his muscles, feeling how electricity begins to sparkle in them. Demonic Bull looks at the evolutionary result of the Emperor Crocodile and admits that he is very impressed by this metamorphosis. He joyfully declares to his comrade in arms that he has finally managed to move to the next stage of his development, significantly increasing his combat performance. However, the Imperial Crocodile's body is again engulfed by streams of spiritual energy, and he declares that this is far from the limit of his capabilities. After this, he lets out a loud roar and begins to initiate another transformation process, concentrating on his spiritual energy. Before the demonic bull can wonder what is happening to his brother, the system notifies him that the Imperial Crocodile is transforming into the legendary Stone Dragon. After completing this transformation, the crocodile creates a huge sphere in its mouth and concentrates a huge amount of spiritual energy into it. Once this sphere is charged, the crocodile fires a huge beam of fiery spiritual energy in a relatively safe direction, where his comrades are not. Upon impact, a huge explosion is created, reminiscent of the energy sphere that Aochuan created during his battle with Jonathan in the coastal Federation city. The demonic bull and the stone dragon look at the results of this ability in surprise and try to understand how they will explain themselves to the tree god when he asks what happened here. The fiery nine-tailed fox, sitting on her usual high throne, continues to watch with interest, declaring that her plan was flawless. The explosion radius of the stone dragon's ability turns out to be incredibly large, and for some time, dense clouds of smoke emanate from the ashes. The Emperor Crocodile is surprised by what he just accomplished and pauses for a moment, contemplating a plan of action in case he is told not to do such things again. After this, he clenches his paw and states that this ability requires too much energy, and he will not be able to last long in this state. After that, he turns to his friend, the Stone Bull, and notices that he suddenly turned around and went on his way, without uttering another word. Suddenly, the anomalous firefox's instincts begin to tell her that a creature with a very familiar spiritual energy has appeared nearby. Meanwhile, the captain of the superior squad, who participated in the battle with the anomalous beasts of the southern continent, approaches the altar in the port to receive his healing. He moves his hands carefully to test his motor skills and asks the branches if he has truly healed from the poison completely. The miracle flower calmly replies that she no longer sees the presence of any harmful viruses or diseases in his body. The Supreme One reflects that they could not resist this virus, no matter how hard their scientists tried, but here he was able to heal in just a second. After this, the commander of the Higher Ones turns around and, having thanked the flower for his help, sets off to leave the Temple of the Essence of Life. The White Leopard, sitting at the feet of the miracle flower, asks her, why don't they take an oath from this person, to which the miracle flower replies that in Jonathan's absence, she will not take upon herself the responsibility of taking her own oath. She also states that the ambitions of this particular person are too great, and they cannot easily subjugate their will, which may work against them in the future. The senior commander approaches Stella and tells her that he still has business in the Federation, so he will go home, adding that here she can handle it herself. Stella gives a short nod to her companion and goes to the altar to receive the desired healing, accompanied by an unknown person. The miracle flower smiles affectionately at Stella, quietly saying that they have not seen each other for a very long time, after which he steps aside, allowing Stella to go to the altar. Stella responds to the miracle flower with a mutual smile and heads to the altar to receive a couple of drops of life essence, which should neutralize the poison. Suddenly, an anomalous nine-tailed fox and the leader of the windwolves appear on her way, who stand for a while and carefully examine her. For an outside observer, the appearance of these two creatures could inspire incredible horror, but Stella approaches them absolutely calmly, keeping a smile on her face. She rejoices at meeting her old friends, and two of Misty Mountain's most experienced anomalous beasts approach her to greet her. After this, she again turns to the miracle flower and declares that she brought with her a lot of useful gifts as gratitude for saving her people. She says that her assistant will immediately help Wonderflower move all the things, pointing to the genetically modified young man awaiting his order. After this, she again turns to the unfamiliar figure who is standing next to her and asks to follow her, to which the unknown person briefly nods. However, along the way, Stella decides to look into the tree god and discovers him in a state of deep meditation, synthesizing a huge amount of spiritual energy per second. Stella turns to the nine-tailed fox and asks her how long the master spent in this state, to which she quietly replies that the god tree has been in the process of evolution for a whole month. Jonathan's face, usually sparkling with two bright eyes, does not react in any way, which makes Stella think that either god is now in a state of deep sleep. The Naga, peeking out from behind the thicket of trees, asks the little panda who this girl is. The little brewmaster replies that she is the daughter of the tree god. Next on the list of commuters, the willow trusts her most after the little panda. Stella decides to take advantage of her visit and reflects that, apparently, Jonathan is too deep in the transformation process, and in any case, he will not hear her. She charges an ingot of special spiritual ore, which contains the properties of all the others, including thunder, and sends it flying towards Jonathan. The ore ingot begins to sparkle brightly and slowly floats towards Jonathan's head, swaying in the air as if it were a paper boat on a lake. Stella watches as the small pebble gradually approaches Jonathan to make sure that her patron receives the gifts. After some time, the precious stone touches Jonathan's head and slowly gets stuck in his hair, gradually being absorbed inside, transferring its spiritual energy to the main character. Hearing a slight rustle, Stella quickly turns around to figure out who was following her while she was visiting her patron. The little panda understands that they have been discovered and tries to quickly hide, but Carl, who has been on guard all this time and guarded Jonathan's peace, continues to stand still. He looks at Stella and asks her why she continues to stare at him, continuing to remain on guard and expecting a trick from everywhere. However, Stella gently tells Carl that his dear sister is waiting at the bamboo grove, adding that she really wanted to meet him all this time. Carl is shocked by the news that his younger sister was safe and sound, after which he immediately decides to leave his post. He rushes into the shadows and disappears into the grass as quickly as possible, trying to get to the bamboo grove to talk to his sister. Turning to Jonathan, Stella states that she has to go, adding that she has a few more things to deal with. However, Jonathan, even in a state of deep sleep, answers Stella, and one tiny leaf charged with spiritual energy falls from his crown. He stops near Stella, and the girl hears a message in her head that says that in case of danger, this leaf will protect her. Stella smiles tenderly, looking at Jonathan, and thanks him for giving her his protection, even while in the process of deep evolution. Meanwhile, somewhere in another country, the same driver who entered into an agreement with the God Tree stands in front of the ruins of a huge building, looking around in search of opponents. Upon discovering the presence of his former allies, he swears that he has not betrayed the human race and has always been honest with them. After this, he asks the armed men around him why they do not believe him and decided to fight him. The fighters tell the driver that he has increased his power too quickly, asking him if this could be connected with visiting Misty Mountain. Other warriors say that if Misty Mountain simply helped him cope with the poison, then why didn't the people of the Federation become significantly stronger after healing? When asked if this all seems suspicious to him, the driver replies that the fact is that he exchanged several bottles of the essence of life. The shining essence instantly silences everyone present and stares at it, fascinated by the look that drug addicts usually have. The driver declares that if they so want to get this damned essence of life, then they can take absolutely all of it, after which he swings with force. In front of his allies are two capsules containing the essence of life, and he loudly declares that they should no longer bother him with their stupidity and mistrust. Drops of life essence, locked in traffic jams, fly into the air, and everyone present in the arena greedily begins to want to get their hands on them. The fighters rush forward. Each of them is filled with the desire to take away both bottles and move up several stages of evolution at once. A serious battle breaks out, and the fighters begin to use the entire range of available weapons and combat skills to destroy each other in the fight for these. The warrior, who has just sowed discord in his own country, retires, breaking into an insidious and satisfied smile. Meanwhile, outside of Misty Mountain, Stella returns home, and her assistant states that the world has now learned about Misty Mountain's life essence, and thanks to their cooperation, they were even able to bypass the Luo state. In response to this, Stella throws her assistant a bottle filled to the brim with a special liquid that allows genetically modified superiors to improve their skills. She tells her assistant that he can use 5 drops for himself, and the remaining 10 to attract strong warriors to his side. The genetically modified vampire smiles contentedly at his boss and declares that he will begin to carry out her orders in just a second. Also, the genetically modified vampire tells Stella that if they are putting together a squad, it would be nice if they came up with a nice name for themselves. Stella smiles, after which she briefly immerses herself in thinking about which squad name will sound the most beautiful and accurate. After some time, she tells her assistant that the name Gloomy Council will most accurately reflect the essence of their squad, which will eventually become known throughout the Federation. As soon as people learned about the essence of life, many strong warriors went to Misty Mountain, but most of them could not resist even the Misty Guardian beasts. Many superiors fought with the terrible creatures of the fog, but not everyone was able to understand how to defeat these strange creatures. To most fighters, these guards seemed absolutely immortal, and they spent their precious energy trying to come up with alternative methods of passing the test. During the next attempt to overcome the guards, Miracle Flower and Astra go out onto the cliff to watch its results. Miracle Flower says that it is obvious that people are still afraid of the creatures of the Misty Mountain, but they continue to come one after another. The Aster asks her what they should do now, wondering whether those who defeat the Misty Guards should be considered worthy. Miracle Flower states that this is not enough, adding that no one below the second stage should approach the altar, after which she states that, in addition, the inhabitants of Misty Mountain must arrange what people bring as an offering. Astra reflects that, apparently, the God Tree did not plan to give away the essence of life to the first person who decided to ask him for it. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound is heard behind them, and both girls fall silent, listening carefully to it, trying to understand what these sounds meant. Turning around, Astra realizes that this rustling was a secret call from the nine-tailed fox, which announces an urgent meeting in the clearing. Going to the clearing, Astra notices that the most powerful and ferocious animals of the Misty Mountain are already present here. The demonic bull approaches the fiery nine-tailed fox, asking her why she called everyone out of the blue. However, the demonic fox approaches Naga, asking her to share her ideas that she recently presented to her. Naga states that besides Misty Mountain, there are many alliances of abnormal beasts, including the beasts of the southern continent that they recently encountered. Many of these alliances are less powerful than Misty Mountain, but they are still dangerous and must be taken into account. There is the Lord of the Western Waste, as well as the Black and White Foxes, the Black Crow, the Lord of the Northern Sea Sky, and the Blood Wolf of the Great Plain, as well as the 4 monarchs far to the north. The Snow Leopard states with surprise that he has lived in the north for a very long time, but has never met any of the 4 lords. She says that usually such strong beasts do not show themselves to anyone, but after the appearance of the God Tree, they began to poke out of their shelters. Naga adds that among all the anomalous beast alliances, the only ones who can rival Misty Mountain in strength are the anomalous beasts of the southern continent. Naga adds that things could be even worse, and the beasts of the anomalous continent may be stronger than Misty Mountain right now. The normal fox continues Naga's thought, stating that today, she has gathered everyone not only to talk about the balance of power, but also that the beasts of the southern continent have declared war on Misty Mountain, so everyone must be ready to strike with all their might. Anomalous Investment states that they can't just wait for the southern continent's abnormal beasts to come here, and they can't just live under the master's protection. The wise ice giant respectfully addresses the fiery warriors, asking them what plan of action they propose in this case. Peregrine states that he recently discovered that Fox Clan Mountain is at war, with a huge number of anomalous beasts fighting among themselves for territory. Firefox states that they still don't know exactly what caused this war, so she is still wondering if they should make their move. The demonic bull suggests that this is all nothing more than a simple struggle for resources or something even more valuable. Astra reflects that if they manage to recruit the Fox clan, it will be an excellent addition to Jonathan's fighting brotherhood, but these animals are very dangerous, and getting involved in their war will be very risky. The first of Misty Mountain's line of anomalous beasts is Flash, who declares that he is ready to take on this task right now. He states that he will deal with any difficulties, be it a fight for territory or a treasure hunt, adding that he cannot live in the shadow of the tree god forever and must continually evolve. The ferocious lizard also declares his desire to advance on some mission, saying that he really wants to fight and cannot find a place for himself.